In the year 51 of Konoha, deep within the village, near the iconic Hokage rock that symbolizes strength and hope, a tranquil and harmonious cluster of traditional Japanese gardens comes into view. Sunlight filters through sparse clouds, cascading upon the intricately arranged eaves, while dappled shadows dance upon the ground, as if performing a silent ballet. In the garden, an ancient cherry blossom tree stands quietly, its branches adorned with delicate pink blossoms that sway gently in the breeze, reminiscent of butterflies fluttering. Gracefully in the distance, a crystal-clear river flows serenely, its waters shimmering with silvery light under the sun's embrace. Several water wheels turn leisurely, producing a melodious whoosh that harmonizes with the rhythm of the flowing water, seemingly narrating the rich historical legends of Konoha. Village as night descends, moonlight spills onto the river's surface, creating ripples of silver that radiate beauty akin to a dream. Within a quaint Japanese house, sunlight streams through the lattice windows, casting mottled shadows upon the soft tatami mat. A young child, merely 5 or 6 years old, gazes wide-eyed with curiosity, surveying this unfamiliar and enigmatic world. His small hands reach out, touching every detail, as if seeking to affirm the reality of this enchanting realm. The air within the room, framed by lattice windows, is infused with a subtle aroma of wood and tea, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. The child scans his surroundings, his gaze landing upon the low furniture. He cautiously approaches, gently caressing the smooth, cool surface of a wooden tea table. Absorbing its texture, he then crouches down to examine the exquisite ceramic tea set nestled beneath the table, his face a picture of innocent wonder. In that very moment, the child undergoes a profound transformation. Once an ordinary child in the shinobi world, an unnamed character devoid of significance, he is suddenly thrust into the tumultuous world of the Tsutsuki clan, a lineage steeped in millennia of conflict. However, just moments prior, a young man from the 21st century, immersed in the fantastical narratives of mobile novels, finds his mundane existence abruptly shattered by an unforeseen accident. Unbeknownst to him, as he ambles along the path, he remains blissfully unaware of the yawning well ahead. The gaping well cover seems to beckon, anticipating a fall. As his right foot steps onto the well's edge, his body instinctively leans forward, and with a resounding thud, he plunges into the depths below. In that instant, he is engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness and fear. The encroaching darkness obscuring all sight. That very moment, a thunderous clap reverberates across the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that courses down the adjacent building's lightning rod to the well's cover. Producing a chilling crackle, the young man's very essence dissipates in the wake of this overwhelming electric surge, vanishing from the beautiful blue planet. Then, astonishingly, an unexpected event unfolds. The young man's soul was unexpectedly transferred into the body of an inconsequential child, a mere extra devoid of a name. His parents, engaged in a lengthy mission, were destined to perish at the hands of the Nine Tails, their remains reduced to nothing but a bloody mess. In order to facilitate the young man's reincarnation, the author orchestrated the demise of the child. Simultaneously, the young man from Blue Star, who had suffered an electric shock after falling into a well, found his soul entwined with that of the child. The name of the 5-year-old boy is Mizuno Ikaru, who presently sits in the corner of a room, hands clasped tightly around his head, his gaze vacant. He has just undergone an unprecedented soul transfer from his original world to this unfamiliar realm. He attempts to sort through his memories, but the intertwining recollections of two worlds leave him feeling dizzy, causing him to press his hands firmly against his temples. Taking a deep breath, Mizuno Ikaru strives to regain his composure. In a short while, he realizes that he has entered the world of Naruto, specifically during the year 51 of the Hidden Leaf Village, the very year that Naruto, the child of destiny, was born. The parents of this body are both ninjas of moderate prowess. Within the narrative, his father, Mizuno Ikaru, is a special jonin, while his mother, Matsushita Akemi, is an ordinary chunin. Frequently away on missions, they leave Mizuno Ikaru to fend for himself at home. Despite his tender age of 5, he has learned to care for himself, mastering the arts of cooking, laundry, cleaning, and even basic furniture repair. Returning to the crux of the matter, regarding survival and growth in the world of Naruto, Mizuno Ikaru believes that with his laid-back philosophy and courage, coupled with an omniscient understanding of the plot, he could very well become the new protagonist of the Ninja Realm. A character who finds ninjutsu at the edge of a cliff and is adored by beautiful girls wherever he goes. However, indulging in such fantasies is feudal Mizuno Ikaru is a cautious individual. In this world where power reigns supreme, the foremost priority is to adapt to this new reality, familiarize himself with his surroundings, master ninja skills, enhance his chakra, and become a formidable force capable of defending himself against threats. Only then can he navigate this perilous world with stability. Mizuno Ikaru is confident that all of this is achievable, for he is a brave albeit gluttonous, intelligent yet lazy, steadfast though often negligent, and extraordinarily fortunate, having survived a lightning strike traveler. Chapter 2. The night in Konoha. Mizuno Ikuto meandered through the various rooms of his abode, his gaze imbued with curiosity and a spirit of exploration. His home was nestled beneath the majestic Hokage rock on a tranquil street, its spacious architecture a stark contrast to the crowded heart of the village. With its back against the Hokage rock and facing the village center, the first floor boasted a bright and airy kitchen alongside a cozy bathroom. Adjacent to the kitchen, a door led to a storeroom, brimming with an assortment of odds and ends. Centrally located next to the kitchen was the dining area, featuring a quaint square table topped with a stack of cushions. To the left lay the living room, and a little further left was the bedroom of Mizuno Ikuto's parents. Ascending to the second floor, one would find a study, 2 distinct bedrooms, and a spacious balcony of approximately 10 square meters. The study was filled with an array of books, while the bedrooms each possessed their unique charm, one exuding the innocence of childhood, the other a more mature and composed ambience. The balcony served as a splendid vantage point, offering a panoramic view of the street, evoking a sense of serenity. Outside, a yard of similar size to the house sprawled, with a small pond on the left, where 2 little fish floated lazily, their bellies glistening. In the center of the pond stood an artificial hill adorned with withered moss. To the right lay a vast lawn, graced by a cherry blossom tree, its buds beginning to bloom. A 2-foot-wide stone path meandered from the grand entrance to the living room, elegantly dividing the yard into 3 sections. For Mizuno Ikuto, this house felt remarkably spacious. He even envisioned a future where, upon marrying, he would never have to worry about space. This life was undeniably superior to that of just moments ago in his previous existence. In his former world, like most, he toiled tirelessly, and even after a lifetime of labor, could scarcely afford a modest 100-square-meter home. Yet now, he found himself the owner of such a grand dwelling, albeit still in name belonging to his parents. Contemplating the phenomenon of his transmigration, Mizuno Ikuto mused that perhaps his previous fervent prayers had been answered by a deity. Maybe his sincerity and kindness had touched the divine, granting him this extraordinary opportunity and fortune. Initially, he had only sought a simple, untroubled life away from the relentless grind of the world, never imagining he would awaken with memories intact in the realm of Naruto. Regardless, he vowed to cherish this rare stroke of luck, diligently learning, growing, and evolving into a person of value within the ninja world. Yes, a person who could contribute to the ninja realm. Having familiarized himself with the house, night had fallen, prompting Mizuno Ikuto to step outside and explore the nearby streets. After all, having arrived in the Hokage's Konoha, he felt compelled to witness the village's culture and geography firsthand. As he strolled through Konoha, he immersed himself in the unique allure of the village. He traversed the winding streets, each corner igniting a sense of wonder and excitement within him. Beneath the eastern night sky, the resplendent moon hung high, casting silvery beams that cloaked Konoha in an air of mystery. The buildings lining the streets, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly solemn and elegant, as if narrating the rich history and culture of the village. As Mizuno Ito delved deeper into his exploration, he discovered that the nights in Konoha village were far from tranquil. Instead, they were infused with vibrant life and exuberance. The streets and alleys glimmered with lights, resembling the stars in the night sky, adding warmth and romance to the serene evening. Strolling along the thoroughfare, the shop signs sparkled under the illumination, and enticing aromas wafted from within, arousing both his appetite and curiosity. While ambling through the streets, Mizuno Ito occasionally observed adults playfully engaging with children, their laughter ringing melodiously, brimming with innocence and joy. These scenes evoked fond memories of his own childhood, flooding his heart with warmth. Groups of friends, hand in hand, emerged from taverns with bottles in tow, their animated conversations echoing as they savored rare moments of leisure. The entire Konoha village seemed to bask in this tranquil yet lively night, with the faces of the villagers radiant with satisfaction and happiness. The moonlight flowed like water, and the stars twinkled brilliantly, weaving together the beauty and calm of the night. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a resounding roar, sending dust swirling as if some colossal entity were descending. Soon after, a gigantic figure emerged from the dissipating haze. It was an enormous yellow-brown fox, its sheer size enough to astonish the entire village populace. Chapter 3. The Ninetales emerges. The fox's eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, seemingly capable of piercing into the depths of one's soul. Behind it, 9 thick tails swayed in the wind, each exuding a formidable wave of energy. Shattered structures and swirling dust danced around it, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The once leisurely villagers were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, their faces betraying fear and unease. Confused gazes gradually sharpened into clarity, pupils dilating and expressions falling as they beheld something utterly unbelievable. Staring at the colossal figure amidst the dust, they momentarily forgot how to speak. Having not graced the world of Konoha villagers for decades since becoming the host of the beast, only a few long-lived individuals had ever glimpsed it from afar while hiding in the shadows. The Ninetales, someone exclaimed with a trembling voice, breaking the silence. The legendary beast of folklore, the Ninetales, possessed immense power and boundless chakra, an adversary beyond human reckoning. Except for the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, anyone who encountered it would undoubtedly flee, and those weaker would scarcely have the chance to escape. Yet, at this moment, this mythical creature had appeared in their village. Mizuno Ito was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. Although he had witnessed the Ninetales' ferocity and rage in anime, only as a member of the Konoha villagers, terrified by its presence, did he comprehend the true horror of the Ninetales, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain pressing down, coupled with the fearsome fury of a tempest. With trepidation, Mizuno Ito gazed into the distance, where the figure of the Ninetales loomed like a mountain, towering above the surrounding 3 to 4-story buildings. Its immense form seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, instilling a profound sense of fear and despair. Unable to restrain myself, I cursed vehemently. Damn it! Tonight marks the chaos of the Ninetales. My goodness, is my luck so wretched that I might perish upon my arrival? The nine-tailed fox unleashed a deafening roar, its voice echoing through the village like a cataclysm. The dazed villagers were jolted awake by this sudden sound, their expressions filled with panic as they looked around, bewildered. Run! What are you standing there for? A ninja clad in a deep green vest suddenly leaped forth, shouting loudly, "Everyone, hurry to the shelter at Hokage Rock." With his voice, the momentary silence was shattered, and a cacophony of screams, cries, and explosions intertwined to create a symphony of despair. Young and old, men and women rushed frantically towards the refuge within Hokage Rock. Those who stumbled struggled painfully amidst the chaos. Stalls were toppled, goods scattered across the ground, and the once bustling market was now reduced to ruins and weeping. The air was thick with fear and anxiety, as every soul sought an escape route. Mizuno Ichido, too apprehensive to ponder further, cautiously followed the fleeing crowd, sprinting with all his might. His heart was laden with trepidation and unease. The scenes around him blurred past, villagers harmed by the residual devastation of the Nine Tails. Their cries of agony and pleas for help pierced his heart with waves of pain and fury. At last, Mizuno Ichido, along with other villagers, reached the sanctuary within Hokage Rock. Breathless, they retreated deep into the cave, listening to the resounding roars of the Nine Tails and the cries of their fellow villagers, their hearts heavy with dread and despair. Chapter 4. The strongest support system in the ninja world. Hokage building. Lord, Third Hokage, the Ninetales, has appeared in the village. A ninja clad in a black cloak and mask rushed into the Hokage's office, urgency and anxiety palpable in his voice. The Third Hokage, an elderly man with white hair yet a sharp mind, was seated at his desk, attending to paperwork. Upon hearing the news, he immediately lifted his head, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "I understand. I will confront it. You all go protect the villagers." The Third Hokage's voice was steady and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. As he spoke, he began to don his armor. Though aged, with wrinkles and age spots adorning his face, his movements remained swift and precise, as if time had left no mark upon him. That beast escaped from Kushina. Despite all the precautions, it has still come to pass? It's just the fourth. Go deal with the Ninetales first. The third Hokage's brow furrowed with concern and unease. The appearance of the Ninetales in the village, amidst a shadow-level powerhouse and a cadre of elite ninjas, suggested that something unforeseen had transpired with the fourth. However, there was no time for questions. The third Hokage knew he must act swiftly, or the entire village would be in jeopardy. The ninjas in deep green vests moved like phantoms in the night, silently traversing the rooftops, their target, the imposing nine-tailed fox. Each group of ninjas moved with remarkable synergy, leaping, concealing themselves, and throwing weapons. Every action flowing with a natural grace. The shuriken traced elegant arcs through the air, carrying the ominous thread of explosive tags as they flew towards the direction of the Ninetales. However, the Ninetales fox was no easy adversary. With a gentle swipe of its front paw, two ninjas suspended in midair let out piercing screams as they plummeted, vanishing into the ruins below. In quick succession, another ninja soared from behind the Ninetales, his shuriken shooting forth like a meteor chasing the moon. A series of explosions echoed through the night, enveloping the Ninetales in a cloud of dust. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the onlookers were astonished to find the Ninetales unharmed, as if it possessed an immortal form, instilling a profound sense of despair in the ninjas. How infuriating! So many of us are powerless? Even Mizuno has fallen. A man clad in a deep green vest, with raven-black hair, knelt on the ground. His left cheek bore a gash from flying debris, blood dripping down his face. With his left hand pressed against the ground and his right fist clenched, he struck the earth with a fierce blow, tears welling in his eyes. This man was the captain of a 5-member squad, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. Mizuno was not only his close friend, but also one of the comrades who had perished in this mission. Gazing at the lifeless body of his ally, he felt an indescribable sorrow welling within him. They had vowed to protect their village together, yet now one had departed alone. After a brief moment, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, standing tall as he cast his gaze upon the Ninetales. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the remaining 3 and shouted, "Everyone, rally together. We cannot simply surrender. For Mizuno, and for our village, we must stop this Ninetales fox." The 3 were inspired by his fervor, straightening their backs and gripping their weapons as they charged once more towards the Ninetales. Their refuge lay hidden deep within the rocky formations beneath the Hokage Mountain, where several windows opened to the expansive view of the village, allowing a clear sight of every nook and cranny. From a distance, the Ninetales could be seen amidst the cluster of houses, wildly waving its 9 colossal tails, each swing releasing powerful energy waves that effortlessly shattered the surrounding structures, the sound echoing as if the very air trembled with each strike. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, cold and piercing. Ding. With both parents deceased, the conditions for activating the strongest support system in the ninja realm have been met. Would you like to proceed? Mizuno Ichido sat quietly in a corner, patiently awaiting the end of the Night of the Ninetales. The sudden system prompt startled him, and he glanced around, relieved to find that those around him were too downtrodden to notice his reaction. A system? Indeed, it seems that only a tardy system would present itself, yet it is not absent. Mizuno Ichido muttered to himself. Wait, did it just indicate something else? Never mind. Activating the system is paramount. Understanding its functions is of utmost importance. System, are you there? Mizuno Ichido endeavored to communicate with the system, yearning to glean further insights regarding its nature. The system remained unresponsive, and a cold, mechanical voice inquired once more. Please, host, select whether to activate the Ninja World Assistance System. Yes, activate it promptly. Mizuno Ichido exclaimed with eagerness. The Ninja World Assistance System is now initializing. As the system powered up, a virtual screen materialized in Mizuno Ichido's mind, displaying his ability information. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title of Transcendent. Applying effects. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunder. For each enemy you vanquish, you shall gain a portion of their abilities, chakra amount, learn ninjutsu. Innate Bloodline. The minimum chakra increase is 0.00001 units. Note, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 units. 2. One-handed man in a second. Should the host desire, they can perform 12 hand seals with a single hand in 1 second. 3. Illusory Reflection. Any jinjutsu cast upon the host by an opponent with a chakra amount less than the host shall prove ineffective. 4. I am a bystander. No individual may directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden through any means. Application completed. Wishing you a delightful life in the ninja world. Farewell. This is exhilarating. Tomorrow, I shall return home and begin to experiment with this. I will quietly bide my time for a year and a half, emerging as an invincible force. System, are there any additional functions? System? Chapter 5. Refuge, is this all there is? Mizuno Ichido awaited the system's response in silence, yet his mind only bore an unadorned information panel. Information panel. Name, Mizuno Ichido Chakra, 0 units. Note, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 units. Taijutsu, empty. Ninjutsu, empty. Bloodline, empty. Summoned beast, empty. Transcendent, constantly active. Transcendent. 1. Bloodthirsty plunder. For each enemy you vanquish, you shall gain a portion of their abilities. Chakra amount. Learn ninjutsu, innate bloodline. The minimum chakra increase is 0,00001 units. Note, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 units. 2. One-handed man in a second, should the host desire. They can perform 12 hand seals with a single hand in 1 second. 3. Illusory reflection. Any jinjutsu cast upon the host by an opponent with a chakra amount less than the host shall prove ineffective. 4. I am a bystander. No individual may directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden through any means. Evaluation. Unworthy of evaluation, a mere novice. Upon reviewing this information panel, Mizuno Ichido felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, in the novels he had perused, the initiation of a system typically bestowed a novice gift package that significantly enhanced the host's prowess. Yet, this most potent assistance system in the ninja world offered no ninjutsu, nor any bloodline abilities. In comparison to his previous capabilities, his current chakra amount of 0 seemed utterly unchanged. Am I truly this feeble? Not even a novice gift package. How can I slay foes in such a diminished state? This is unacceptable. Mizuno Ichido murmured with discontent, yet he soon adjusted his mindset. Very well. Upon my return home, I shall commence my training in chakra. With my innate talent as a transmigrator, I shall master the fundamentals in a mere 10 seconds and achieve proficiency within a minute, declared Mizuno Ichido with unwavering confidence. Though I may currently be weak, as a transmigrator endowed with a system, I firmly believe that my innate abilities will effortlessly allow me to triumph over the early stages of the Leaf Villages for elite ninjas. Furthermore, if one were to start at maximum level right from initialization, the gaming experience would undoubtedly be devoid of excitement. I am convinced that by gradually conquering one stage after another, I, Mizuno Ichido, shall ascend to become the next deity of the ninja realm. In the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose imposing figure resembled a mountain, suddenly manifested upon the Hokage rock. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if he could pierce through the veil of darkness, safeguarding the families and peace within the village. Upon his arrival, the Ninetales sensed him, for as the creature residing within the host, even the slightest movements were acutely perceptible. The previously raging tales of the beast quieted, and its fiery crimson eyes fixed intently upon Minato. Though it was compelled to annihilate the Leaf Village, it harbored a mutual inclination towards destruction. Subsequently, the Ninetales raised its head skyward, opening its massive maw, from which particles of varying sizes rapidly coalesced, forming an immense sphere of energy. This energy orb resembled a star on the brink of explosion, continuously compressing and radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. In an instant, the Ninetales unleashed the energy sphere towards Minato. Faced with the swiftly approaching tail beast bomb, Minato exhibited no signs of retreat. His hands moved swiftly through the air, forming intricate seals, and a colossal black net-like barrier materialized before him. The tailed beast bomb traversed the barrier and vanished. Yet a deafening explosion resonated from the distant forest moments later. The energy sphere detonated, emitting a blinding flash and accompanied by a formidable shockwave, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The explosive force of the tailed beast bomb was substantial. It seemed prudent to consider a strategic withdrawal. Minato murmured softly to himself, his eyes gleaming with the light of protection. Safeguarding the village and its inhabitants from any threats is his solemn duty as Hokage. Even in the face of the formidable Ninetales, he would not falter. Within the sanctuary of Hokage Rock, ninjas gradually brought in the injured, their numbers increasing. Doctors clad in white coats busily tended to the wounded, skillfully bandaging their injuries to alleviate their suffering. Others huddled together, seeking solace and a semblance of safety in this unfamiliar place. Outside the cave, ninjas stood vigilant, their gazes sharp as eagles, ever prepared to confront potential dangers. In this oppressive atmosphere, Mizuno Ichido appeared remarkably serene. Sitting in a corner of the gathering, his eyes were closed, as if in deep contemplation. His expression bore no trace of the fear he had felt upon first witnessing the Ninetales in the village. Instead, it reflected profound introspection. The experiences of the previous night served as both a trial of life and death and a spiritual cleansing for Mizuno Ichido. He had faced the roar of the Ninetales head-on, a visceral reminder of his own insignificance, a stark confrontation with the specter of death. Those familiar with Naruto are aware that shortly after the eruption of the Ninetales night, the fourth Hokage arrived, expelling the Ninetales beyond the village's confines, where he summoned the Shinigami to seal the beast away. Throughout the series, aside from the moment when Nagato obliterated Konoha in his pursuit of the Ninetales, the village remained largely intact, and the Hokage monument appeared to have withstood the test of time, remaining unscathed even during Pain's invasion. Hence, this place should be quite secure. Not far off, a group clad in matching attire gathered closely, each garment adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. Among them was a boy of similar age to Mizuno Ichido, who, unlike the others, exhibited no fear, instead sitting calmly in a corner of the assembly. Cradled in his arms was an infant, seemingly just born, which he held with utmost care, fearful of disturbing its slumber. The boy's gaze conveyed a sense of maturity and composure, as if he had already shouldered familial responsibilities at such a tender age. As all present were members of the Uchiha clan, it was reasonable to surmise that this boy was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 6. Secrets. Mizuno Ichido could not resist the urge to scrutinize Itachi Uchiha, the very individual capable of ruthlessly executing his entire clan, including his own parents. To label him as heartless seemed appropriate. Yet, he had gone to great lengths to preserve his younger brother's life, ultimately sacrificing his own eyes for him. However, while he possessed an admirable appearance and formidable strength, his moral character could not be deemed noble, having sacrificed his parents and numerous kin, including the elderly and infirm, for the village's sake. Upon reflection, it seemed that only his exceptional prowess truly characterized him, as the marks of tears and his striking features did little to enhance his reputation. As Mizuno Ichido carefully observed, Itachi also cast a glance in his direction, and a flicker of curiosity and vigilance passed between their eyes. Ichido turned away, closing his eyes to meditate. He must avoid entanglement with this individual. Not only did this family harbor issues, but there was also Danzo, whose watchful eyes were ever present. In this moment, it was imperative to fortify defenses, stockpile resources, and bide one's time until he could crush any opposition with overwhelming strength. Even the slightest misstep could provoke hostility from strangers, leading to insurmountable troubles for merely lingering a moment longer in the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. The fresh air flowed gently through the cave opening, infusing the atmosphere with a hint of vitality and hope. The melodious chirping of birds awakened those in slumber. The threat of the Ninetales gradually receded, leaving behind a wasteland and boundless sorrow, as the village was enveloped in a bittersweet ambience. At that moment, a ninja with a cat-faced mask suddenly leaped into the refuge from a crevice in the mountainside. His arrival shattered the sanctuary's tranquility, inciting a flurry of commotion. By order of the third Hokage, the crisis has been averted, and you may return home with peace of mind. The ninja's voice resonated powerfully, echoing in every corner. Upon hearing these words, hope illuminated the faces of the people, who erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another in celebration of their newfound safety. "Thank goodness for the Hokage, who ensured our safety," exclaimed one onlooker, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, the crisis has finally passed. That terrifying monster has been dealt with," another voice chimed in, affirming the collective relief. Mizuno Kizuto returned home and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that everything seemed untouched. A sense of relief washed over him. After a night fraught with peril, his home had not become the target of opportunistic marauders. Kazuto appeared somewhat naive. Who would dare to pilfer in the presence of such a formidable nine-tailed beast? After enduring a night of uncertainty, his stomach growled with hunger. He entered the kitchen and prepared a simple dish of spicy stir-fried meat, satisfying his appetite. As a traditional homebody, he was no stranger to cooking. And even in the ninja world, he would not suffer from hunger due to a lack of takeout options. The ingredients available in the ninja realm were indeed remarkable. With just oil, salt, chili sauce, and vinegar, the flavor was exquisite. If his future talents in ninjutsu did not pan out, he could always open a modest eatery across from Ichiraku Ramen, perhaps to compete for customers, wondering if this long-standing establishment of the Tsutsuki clan held any secrets. As he savored his meal, he reveled in his thoughts. After finishing his meal, Kazuto found himself engulfed in boredom. With school not yet in session and his parents often away on business, he lived a solitary existence. Damn it, living alone in the ninja world was dreadfully tedious. He began rummaging through cabinets in search of something interesting. Upon opening a cupboard, he discovered it was filled with various books collected by his father. He casually flipped through a few, noting that most were manuals on advanced ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, with only a handful dedicated to simpler techniques. One particular tome on the shadow clone technique piqued his interest. Although this technique was not as formidable as the multi-shadow clone technique, its practicality was undeniable. He imagined that once he acquired the ability to take lives, he could send his shadow clones on missions while he leisurely enjoyed life at home. Such a lifestyle would be rather delightful, wouldn't it? Moreover, when boredom struck, he could conjure several clones to play mahjong, do-di-ju, Monopoly, or even Werewolf. What an entertaining prospect. Damn it. Why wasn't there a more engaging game to play? His hands continued to explore the cabinet, and by chance, he pressed a button at the top. A hidden compartment sprang open, revealing a thick, yellowed tome. The cover bore 4 prominent characters, Secret Manual. Kazuto felt a surge of excitement. It was hard to fathom what kind of clandestine treasure his father had concealed. This could potentially be a manual for an advanced or forbidden ninjutsu, which would surely lead to great fortune. He eagerly grasped the book, its weight suggesting it held significant secrets. However, as he turned the pages, he was dismayed to find no ninjutsu or jinjutsu within, only a stack of pristine Hokage coins. A box, seemingly crafted from the essence of books, neatly contained an astonishing quantity of these coins. Kazuto stood frozen, astonished that his father had managed to hide such a considerable sum of clandestine wealth from his mother. Chapter 7. No money, no outing. Kazuto's heart raced like a drum. His eyes fixated on the seemingly ordinary yet tantalizing secret manual. According to the memories of his predecessor, this cabinet was designated for the personal belongings of his miserly father, Mizuno Ichiro. It always held an air of mystery, yet upon opening it, nothing particularly remarkable was revealed. However, this seemingly unassuming cabinet indeed contained hidden treasures. The scrolls of ninjutsu stored within were invaluable to Mizuno Ichiro, but at this moment, what captivated Mizuno Ichido's attention were the enticing bundles of cash exuding a delightful aroma. Although he was alone in the house, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of being discovered. Once assured of his solitude, he slowly extended his right hand and gently opened the scroll. He retrieved a thick stack of currency, all in denominations of 200 ryo. A substantial pile, at least a few thousand in total. For a young boy, this was undoubtedly a fortune. Mizuno Ichido, overwhelmed with excitement, bounced around with exuberance, bringing the bills close to his nose to inhale deeply, as if he could catch a whiff of something extraordinary. Then, he struck his right cheek with his fist, relishing the weight and reality of it all. How fragrant, how delightful. This was the sensation of affluence. After confirming once more that no one was around, Mizuno Ichido hastily stuffed 2 bills into his pocket. He then returned the remaining money to its original position within the scroll, ensuring it appeared undisturbed. He nodded in satisfaction. Venturing outside without any money would be inconvenient. Even the hidden stash of personal savings had been rummaged through, and to his dismay, there was not even a single history book about Konoha. He had hoped to explore the tales of the strongest Hokage within the annals of history. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could arguably be considered the most formidable Hokage from a perspective of indoctrination, overshadowing even Naruto, the master of Talk no Jutsu, and the fourth Hokage, Minato. One had been thoroughly brainwashed by the will of fire, while the other manipulated a throng of followers through cursed seals. Yet, in terms of ultimate effectiveness, it was evident that the will of fire, as embodied by Hiruzen, reigned supreme. Mizuno Ichido felt a pang of disappointment. He had intended to glean insights from notes or historical texts regarding how the greatest master of illusion in the shinobi world chronicled the illustrious history of Konoha. It seemed clear that his frugal father was by no means a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, certainly not. He resolutely thought to himself, after all, one would expect to find literature on the will of fire. It was said that in a certain nation on Blue Star, one must express their admiration for the great comrades in every endeavor. As the golden rays of the setting sun cascaded down like satin, filtering through the ancient trees outside and the half-open window, they cast a gentle glow within the room. At this moment, the streetlights lining the sidewalks flickered to life one by one, illuminating the tranquil and serene night in Konoha. Mizuno Ichido sat within, weariness etched on his face. As drowsiness irresistibly began to take hold, his parents had departed on a mission early the day before yesterday and had yet to return. Despite their busy schedules, they always found time to come home, at least leaving a word behind. Yet now, not a single outsider had graced their abode, which felt eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind outside and the occasional bark of a dog breaking the stillness. Could it be that the aftermath of the Ninetales incident had yet to be resolved? Mizuno Ichido murmured to himself, a wave of concern swelling within him. He rose from his seat, perusing the scrolls in an attempt to distract himself, yet as he continued to gaze, his eyelids grew heavy and yawns began to escape him. Perhaps a stroll outside would do him good. After being disheartened by the Ninetales yesterday, he felt the need to indulge himself today. As he pondered, he exerted effort to pull himself upright. After taking a few steps, he turned back, stealthily opening the cabinet to retrieve a tome, from which he extracted 2 banknotes to tuck away in his pocket. After all, one must spend money when venturing out. It would be quite embarrassing to step outside without a few hundred coins. The abode of Mizuno Ichido was situated on a bustling street, flanked by a variety of shops. At this hour, these establishments were aglow, their shelves brimming with a dazzling array of goods. The taverns were already filled with patrons, gathered around tables, savoring the temptations of culinary delights. In the butcher's shop, chunks of meat were pre-cut and packaged in small wooden boxes, each adorned with price tags, 15 coins for a pound of pork, while in the vegetable store, the produce was meticulously arranged in their respective sections. Also labeled with prices, carrots at 6 coins per pound and potatoes at 5. Mizuno Ichido wandered through several streets alone, and after sufficient novelty, he was inevitably left with boredom. After purchasing some provisions, he made his way home. Just yesterday, at this same hour, the Ninetales had been joyfully dancing in the village, while the residents, gripped by fear, huddled in shelters, eyes tightly shut, hands clasped in silent prayer for the swift passing of calamity. In the vicinity of Mizuno Ichido, there was little visible damage to the buildings. Less than a day had passed since the turmoil, and although the once lively crowds had diminished, the atmosphere did not seem to carry the weight of a true disaster. Perhaps for these simple folk, their primary concern was merely to ensure their daily sustenance. In a world rife with conflict, the loss of life had become commonplace, and they might have grown accustomed to such a reality. Alternatively, it was possible that in their hurried escape the previous night, many had fled far enough away that they had yet to truly grasp the fear of what had transpired before this misfortune came to an end. Chapter 8. Leisurely life. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a gentle glow upon the courtyard of Mizuno Ichido's home. Just as he was lost in sweet dreams, an abrupt shout shattered the tranquility. "Is anyone home?" Mizuno Ichido, still in a haze, opened the courtyard gate to find a young man clad in black ninja attire, his face obscured by a cat mask with 2 stripes, standing outside, holding a box in his hand. "Greetings, esteemed ninja. How may I assist you?" he inquired, scrutinizing the enigmatic visitor. The mask concealed much of the ninja's face, revealing only a single deep, black eye, while the other was covered by a blindfold, yet it was clear that sorrow marked his expression. "I regret to inform you that your parents met a heroic end during last night's turmoil, sacrificing themselves to protect their comrades. Here are their belongings and compensation. Please accept them." The ninja spoke gravely, extending the box towards Mizuno Ichido. Upon hearing this devastating news, Mizuno Ichido felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. He recalled the system's activation prompt. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Both parents are deceased, fulfilling the conditions for the activation of the Ninja World Assistance System. Would you like to proceed?" Although these 2 individuals were not his parents in the truest sense of the soul, at that moment, the sting of his original self's pain enveloped him in an unprecedented sorrow and sense of loss. Tears streamed down his face as Mizuno Ichido numbly extended his hands to accept the box. The ninja gently placed the box into Mizuno Ichido's hands, then withdrew a stack of bills from his cloak and laid them atop the box. In the next instant, he vanished into the morning mist. Mizuno Ichido slowly entered the house, placing the relics and compensation money on the table. After traversing into this world, he was acutely aware that a ninja's life is as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. At this moment, influenced perhaps by the original owner's feelings, the sorrow within him felt like a dark, sunless winter, leaving him in a prolonged state of unrest. After several days of introspection, Mizuno Ichido's emotions began to settle. Only now did he realize that the feelings he experienced were wholly his own. The essence of the original soul had fully merged with his being following the death of its parents. Now, he too was an orphan, a person with a home. Mizuno Ichido's total assets encompassed a fixed asset in the form of a house, along with a cash reserve, which included compensation and the private savings left by Mizuno Ichiro, amounting to over 600,000 ryo. This newfound wealth instilled within him an unprecedented sense of security and freedom. After all, Naruto's monthly living expenses amounted to several thousand ryo. Exact figures were unnecessary to dwell upon. However, considering the famed Otsutsuki Ichiraku ramen, priced at 60 ryo per bowl, consumed 3 times a day over 30 days, his annual expenditure would total approximately 648,000 ryo. This indicated that even if he dined on ramen at every meal, he could sustain himself for a decade. In the original narrative, during the years following the Nine Tails incident, while the external situation in Konohagakure remained tense, no large-scale wars or fatalities occurred. This allowed Mizuno Ichido to navigate his 6 years of study at the Ninja Academy with relative ease. Upon graduation, even the most menial ninja tasks paid around 6,000 ryo, and given Mizuno Ichido's status as a reincarnated individual, the author might well portray him as a formidable ninja of the shadow or even beyond, deserving of missions valued at least in the millions of ryo. Moreover, as an orphan, Mizuno Ichido received a monthly stipend of several thousand ryo, signifying that his life was not one of intense struggle, but rather a leisurely existence devoid of pressure. Mizuno Ichido's parents were ninjas from Konoha who sacrificed their lives for the village during the Nine Tails War. Although he was indeed a legitimate descendant of Konoha, he remained vigilant against those who might covet his wealth. As a cautious individual, Mizuno Ichido meticulously contemplated potential unforeseen misfortunes. Much like Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, the village's princeling, the wealth they possessed presented its own dangers. Naruto, born into the household of the 4th Hokage, was destined for endless luxury. Yet the harshness of fate burdened him with the village's wrath from birth, as the inheritance left by his parents, who perished in battle for the village, was seized by the community. As for Sasuke Uchiha, he witnessed with his own eyes the tragic moment when his beloved brother murdered their parents, leading to the catastrophic downfall of the esteemed Uchiha clan, leaving their family's wealth reduced to a mere dwelling, while all else was seized by the village. Contemplating this, Mizuno Ichido realized that before indulging in a leisurely life, he must commence his studies and training. In the world of ninjas, wealth does not equate to omnipotence. True happiness and a sense of security stem solely from one's own formidable strength. In this realm of shinobi, power reigns supreme. From the onset of school, young children have already begun engaging in the cruel game of bullying, underscoring the importance of forming relationships and becoming an ordinary member within a group. In summary, he needed to seek out allies who could assist him, while, in terms of ninjutsu, he had to appear unremarkable to avoid drawing the attention of individuals like Danzo. Whether in novels or the Naruto anime, Danzo is undeniably a figure steeped in infamy, a stain that time cannot wash away. That old coin seems perpetually fixated on geniuses, and once targeted, one would endure an endless barrage of vile tactics against them. The mere thought of Danzo sent a shiver down Mizuno Ichido's spine. He swiftly retrieved a chakra training scroll from the storage cabinet and began to practice earnestly. Chapter 9. Training. Mizuno Ichido gradually unfurled the scroll in his hands, his gaze fixated intently on the ink-stained characters inscribed upon it. In the center of the scroll, elegantly penned, were the words, "Chakra is the essence of life force absorbed by the body's cells, crystallized with the spiritual energy of the practitioner. Through continuous training, one can rapidly extract life energy or allow it to accumulate slowly within the body during rest." Mizuno Ichido pondered deeply. waves of thought rippling through his mind. Chakra is a fusion of cellular vitality and the practitioner's mental strength. Does the cultivation of mental power refer to the nurturing of one's soul and will? This force merges with physical energy, forming chakra. He then turned his attention to the formidable figures within the Naruto universe. Their chakra reserves astonishingly vast. Their physiques are relatively robust. Yet their mental strength appears little different from that of ordinary individuals. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, in contrast to other ninja clans, owe their superior chakra levels to their common ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, who possessed a sage body, granting them powers that rival even the tailed beasts like the Nine Tails. Thus, what exactly do these physical and spiritual energies entail? The sage body and sage chakra are merely aspects of it. I must take this one step at a time. For now, I shall first seek to understand chakra itself. Mizuno Ichido took a deep breath, then settled into a cross-legged position, peacefully resting on the ground, his eyes gently closing as he slipped into a state of tranquil concentration. He carefully directed his thoughts toward the dantian in his abdomen, and before long, he genuinely perceived the existence of a peculiar power within his body, one that danced like a lively spirit, roaming freely throughout his being. Then, Mizuno Ichido began to endeavor to master every cell of his body, akin to a patient artisan meticulously sculpting a rare masterpiece, striving to gather the energy emitted by those cells. As time flowed gently by, Mizuno Ichido distinctly felt a wave of heat emanating from his lower abdomen, akin to a small flame gradually spreading throughout his entire being. Half an hour passed languidly, and the initial sensation of heat gradually transformed into an exceptionally comforting warmth. At this moment, he could vividly perceive the energy within him surging incessantly, resembling delicate threads meandering through his meridians. Under the compelling force of his intense will, this energy, as though summoned by a rallying cry, gradually coalesced, forming slender strands of energy. As more energy lines continued to join, they amassed in number, ultimately converging into a robust flow of energy. Mizuno Ichido acutely sensed an unprecedented new energy within his abdomen, brimming with boundless power and vibrant vitality, eager to demonstrate its might. Just then, a refreshing essence flowed into his lungs like a gentle stream, and he felt as if he had undergone a rebirth, rejuvenated as if he had shed his old self. Is this chakra? Indeed, it is wondrous beyond measure. Mizuno Ichido's heart swelled with joy and anticipation. He understood that he had taken the first step on the path to becoming a formidable warrior, a step filled with hope and infinite possibilities. At this moment, Mizuno Ichido's information panel also subtly transformed. Information panel. Name, Mizuno Ichido Chakra. 0001 cards. Friendly reminder. Senju Hashirama's chakra is 10,000 cards. Abilities. Taijutsu. Empty. Ninjutsu. Empty. Bloodline. Empty. Summoned Beast. Empty. Traveler. Constantly activated. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunder. For every enemy the host kills, he gains a portion of the slain's abilities. Chakra amount. Learn Ninjutsu. Innate Bloodline. With a minimum chakra increase of 00001 cards. Friendly reminder. Senju Hashirama's chakra amount is 10,000 cards. 2. One-handed True Man in 1 second. As long as the host desires, he can perform 12 hand seals with one hand in a second. 3. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Any illusion cast upon the host by an individual with chakra less than that of the host will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am passerby. No one can directly detect any information the host does not wish to disclose by any means. Evaluation. Unworthy of evaluation, a little novice. Mizuno Ichido's gaze fell upon his panel attributes, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Merely a day's training, and it seemed the chakra in his body had ceased to increase. However, this was to be expected. After all, he was only 5.5 years old. As his body gradually matured, the chakra would undoubtedly increase over time. By the time of graduation, he should possess at least a few cards. When he eventually embarks on missions, he should not encounter any issues with insufficient chakra. Cultivating chakra is no trivial endeavor. It resembles a voracious black hole, incessantly consuming physical stamina, energy, and time. Indeed, Mizuno Ichido has gone an entire day without nourishment. And at this moment, his stomach begins to grumble, the sound resonating conspicuously in the stillness of the room. Thus, in the days to come, Mizuno Ichido's life adopts an exceedingly regular rhythm. Aside from the essential daily excursions for grocery shopping, he spends nearly all his time sequestered at home, engaged solely in the rigorous practice of chakra cultivation. Chapter 10. Development stalled a month later. Mizuno Ichido has always envisioned himself as a prodigy among prodigies, brimming with pride in his innate talent for cultivation. In his eyes, his chakra refinement speed is astonishingly rapid, akin to a person leisurely reclining in repose while chakra fills effortlessly and swiftly. However, as time drags on, Mizuno Ichido gradually becomes aware of a grave issue. Despite his astonishing speed in refining chakra, his chakra storage remains inexplicably fixed at a mere 0.00015 units, showing no signs of growth. Initially, he naively believed this figure merely indicated the chakra accumulated from a single day's practice. But now he must confront the harsh reality that this number might very well represent the minimum capacity of chakra his body can hold. The thought fills Mizuno Ichido with trepidation. After expending such effort in cultivation, having only increased by 0.0005 units, he realizes that in 6 months, his personal information panel will reflect a chakra total of merely 0.0045 units. This suggests that his body is inherently limited in its capacity for chakra. Consequently, even upon graduating in 6 years, he would only reach 0.0185 units, a total that would prove insufficient in a world rife with challenges and opportunities for a ninja. Mizuno Ichido's parents are ordinary ninjas, devoid of any illustrious family names. The quantity of chakra, closely intertwined with genetics, seems predestined before birth. Given his lamentable 0.0015 units, it is likely that even Kakashi, upon learning of this, would be so astonished that he would spend the night engrossed in a novel. After all, having perused countless stories, it is indeed rare to encounter a protagonist whose chakra quantity is less than 1 unit. To illustrate his current predicament, one might compare Kakashi's chakra to an expansive lake, encompassing an abundance of 1 unit. Naruto, upon graduation, possesses a torrent-like chakra amounting to 10 units, whereas he, Mizuno Ichido, finds his chakra akin to a mere trickle during a torrential downpour, a scant 100 points. However, there is a silver lining in the speed of chakra refinement, which is reasonably commendable, recovering 100 points per second. Of course, this recovery rate of 100 may very well stem from a storage limit of 100. As for the precise recovery value, it shall remain a mystery until his chakra capacity experiences a significant increase in the future. The remarkable recovery speed discovered by Mizuno Ichido this month is astonishing. Regardless of how he releases his chakra, it seems inexhaustible, as if it were boundless. Were it not for the display showing 0.0045 cards, one might believe his chakra was of an infinite variety. This realization elucidates the exceptionally high recovery rate. Whatever he expends is instantly replenished. Observing such a rapid recovery, one might ponder whether this alleviates the concern of running low on chakra. However, any jutsu above a certain level demands at least dozens, if not hundreds, of chakra points. Take, for instance, the lightning cutter. In the early stages, Kakashi would exhaust himself after merely 2 uses, collapsing in a heap, awaiting the slow restoration of his chakra. It is crucial to note that if the chakra within the user is insufficient, not only will the jutsu fail to be executed, but their chakra could be swiftly depleted. In such circumstances, the user may faint, or in severe cases, could even perish on the spot. Thus, under the current conditions, post-graduation, the jutsu available to him would be confined to those that consume merely a few dozen points, namely the fundamental techniques taught at the Ninja Academy. In actuality, the Academy imparts 6 techniques: rope escape, binding technique, stealth technique, body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. Lacking formidable offensive jutsu, even with such remarkable abilities, how could he possibly vanquish foes or seize their prowess? It is disheartening that he finds himself stalled at this critical developmental juncture. Must he, like ordinary ninjas, first hone his body, practice physical techniques, and seek Kaizen's tutelage in the 8 gates, then cautiously navigate the world, slaying and growing stronger, accumulating chakra before learning jutsu? He is a person who has successfully activated a cheat. To undergo such arduous growth would be a travesty against the identity of a transmigrator. Chapter 11. Embracing stillness. Spring of the 52nd year of Konoha. The new year arrived as promised, akin to a gentle old friend, quietly infiltrating every corner of Konoha village. Amidst the ebb and flow of time, Mizuno Ikuto gradually acclimated to the harsh reality of his sluggish chakra growth. Once, he radiated vitality and sunshine, illuminating his surroundings with liveliness and laughter. Now, confronted with the vexing challenge of chakra enhancement, his demeanor has shifted, becoming somewhat languid and despondent. Indeed, Mizuno Ikuto has chosen to relent. He has embraced stillness. For one hailing from Blue Star, with a soul yearning for unattainable freedom, encountering such a formidable dilemma prompted him to adopt a passive stance. As long as he lies down swiftly enough, he believes, no challenge can conquer him. Over the past 6 months, Mizuno Ikuto has exerted himself with the diligence of a true overachiever, laboring tirelessly each day, seizing every fleeting moment. Yet, reality has doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water. His chakra reserves have only increased to a meager half, struggling to rise from an initial 00045 cards to a mere 00075 cards. The progress, as slow as a snail's crawl, left him at a loss for words. The fervent anticipation he once held for the future was gradually eroded by repeated disappointments, leading him to question the efficacy of his efforts. In pursuit of a precise understanding of his chakra reserves, Mizuno Ikuto had attempted to unleash his transformation technique. Previously, he could only manage to perform the transformation twice before his chakra would deplete like a flowing stream. However, now he found that he needed to execute the technique 3 times to feel the complete exhaustion of his chakra. This minor revelation illuminated the severity of his predicament. Assuming an average annual increase of 0.006 chakra from the age of 6 until he ceased physical development at 18, a span of 12 years, he could only accumulate a total of a mere 0.072 chakra. Such a figure is ruthlessly stark. Hundreds of chakra might only allow for a few casts of weak ninjutsu. Using Kakashi as a benchmark, the chakra reserves of Hashirama would likely equate to that of 10,000 Kakashis, and Hashirama's prowess rivals that of a full Ninetales. A complete Ninetales possesses power comparable to that of a later stage Naruto, who embodies half of a Ninetales. Thus, by this calculation, 1 Hashirama equals 1 Ninetales, 2 Narutos, or 10,000 Kakashis. In contrast to these formidable ninjas, Mizuno Ikuto's meager chakra reserves appear utterly insignificant. Kakashi, a ninja often short on chakra, possesses at least 389 times the reserves of Mizuno Ikuto. The chakra levels of renowned J-nin are likely several or even dozens of chakra, and even some CH-nin would probably match Kakashi. This comparison led Mizuno Ikuto to lament that his chakra reserves as an adult might only reach the average level of a genin. What then could he achieve with his pitiful 0.072 chakra? How could he eliminate his enemies while ensuring his own survival? Faced with such daunting challenges, Mizuno Ikuto suddenly contemplated how to adopt a passive approach to secure a future that would lead to a satisfactory conclusion. After all, he did not wish to prematurely end his life in this perilous and demanding world of ninjas. As for enhancing his strength, he still harbored aspirations. If chakra was insufficient, there were still physical techniques and sage arts to consider. The sage arts represent an immensely powerful force, purportedly possessed only by the creatures of the 3 great sage lands. Although Orochimaru's cursed seal can bestow great power, its side effects are far too severe, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment. Unsuitable for someone like Mizuno Ikuto, who seeks stability. Furthermore, he had yet to master the sage mode of the white snake, let alone the cursed seal of the wet bone forest. Thus, if he wished to pursue the path of sage arts, his only option would be to seek assistance in Mount Myaboku, the dwelling of frogs. However, the journey to Mount Myaboku is fraught with difficulty. He must first cultivate a good relationship with Naruto, for only then might he connect with Jiraiya, a valuable link. Yet, how easy could this be? Without discussing the likelihood of successfully joining Jiraiya to learn sage techniques, the moment he approaches Naruto, countless pairs of eyes will undoubtedly be fixed upon him. If those 4 old coins perceive him as a threat, he could vanish from the ninja world without a trace, like a stone cast into a lake, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. On the other hand, he feels compelled to explore the practice of taijutsu. After all, the path taken by Lee, who has consistently honed his skills through relentless training and effort, is indeed a viable option. Through sheer determination, Lee has become a figure of admiration among many ninjas. Yet, Mizuno Ikuto fears that he might end up like Lee, merely a fool who shouts hi, Kaisen, and charges into battle without sufficient wisdom or strategy. Chapter 12. Earning money amidst this endless turmoil and struggle, Mizuno Ikuto ultimately resolves to visit the Ninja Academy to assess the situation. Perhaps there he might encounter exceptional kunoichi, allowing him to quietly embrace the role of a handsome man, basking in the company of beautiful women while secretly nurturing his own development. Once his strength is formidable enough, he could decisively conclude the Fourth Great Ninja War, thus bringing the narrative to a satisfactory close. After all, traversing through an anime inevitably involves a harem of beautiful women. And with his looks, Mizuno Ikuto, after a little refinement by the author, would surely become a prominent figure, the kind that makes any infatuated admirer weak in the knees. However, would such an ending truly satisfy the readers? The likelihood is slim. Consequently, this tale could devolve into the growth plan of a soft rice man in Naruto, devoid of any fervor. Moreover, a son-in-law without strength holds no status within a prestigious ninja clan, and should he inadvertently attract a domineering woman, his previously leisurely existence would surely be upended. Contemplating this, Mizuno Ikuto found himself enveloped in profound melancholy, his brow furrowed as if the entire world had dimmed to a dreary gray. Suddenly, a unique and novel idea flashed through Mizuno Ikuto's mind like a shooting star. In this realm filled with challenges and opportunities, there exists a mysterious force independent of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, the art of money. He recalled the memorable child from the anime, who, wielding the power of wealth, seemed to command the world, able to acquire whatever he desired. A cunning glint sparkled in Mizuno Ikuto's eyes as he privately devised a plan. I could easily emulate that child by hiring a group of familiar ninjas as my personal bodyguards. At that time, they could utilize their strength to confront adversaries, incapacitating them, while I merely step in at critical moments to deliver the finishing blow. In this way, I would navigate various dangers with ease and conserve considerable energy. What's not to love about that? With this thought, he could not help but exclaim with excitement, "Huh? I am truly a genius." It was as if the magnificent scenes of the Fourth Great Ninja War had already begun to materialize before his eyes. He stood atop the colossal and majestic head of the Ten Tails, raising Kagaya in his hand, gazing down at the crowd below, whose eyes were filled with awe and reverence. The unparalleled sense of achievement and superiority enveloped him in ecstasy. However, reality soon crashed down upon him like a bucket of cold water, ruthlessly extinguishing the fire of enthusiasm within his heart. Hiring these ninja was no simple task. According to the long-standing customs of the ninja world, any protective mission must be at least of a certain rank, with corresponding fees ranging from 50,000 to 150,000 ryo. Furthermore, if the mission entailed combat, the cost would escalate even higher. For Mizuno Ikuto, who currently possessed nothing of worth, this was undoubtedly an astronomical expenditure. Furrowing his brow, he began to ponder earnestly on how to amass sufficient funds to support his seemingly reckless plan. His mind raced with various possibilities, akin to a small mouse seeking an exit in a labyrinth. In the ninja world, industries that could generate income without resorting to violence appeared to be limited to food and entertainment. Deep in contemplation, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind: to open a hot pot restaurant. This establishment would not only offer a variety of flavorful hot pots, but also serve delectable specialties such as marinated meats and chicken, duck, and goose wings. In contrast to the repetitive offerings of barbecue, meatballs, and ramen in Konoha, he believed a hot pot restaurant would surely captivate the ninja clientele, for the allure of exquisite cuisine was irresistible. Moreover, presenting himself as a restaurateur would foster connections with influential figures while evading the scrutiny of particular individuals. Yet, the thought of a mere 6-year-old attempting to open a business raised concerns. Even adults might dismiss the bureaucratic processes involved. Perhaps it was better to publish a few novels from the Blue Planet. Suddenly, a light shone in his eyes as he realized this alternative seemed even more promising. This approach not only required a minimal investment, but also promised substantial returns upon success. More importantly, it would allow him to evade interactions with Konoha's official institutions, thus minimizing unnecessary troubles. Writing novels in the ninja world could undoubtedly be regarded as a low-investment, high-profit venture. Recalling how Naruto's mediocre novels could attract a significant readership, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Humph, if Naruto can manage, having drawn from the cultural reservoir of the Blue Planet and having read so many exceptional works, can easily translate a few and certainly reap bountiful rewards. Lost in thought, Mizuno Ichido let out a chuckle, instinctively wiping the drool that had escaped his lips during his daydreaming. Eagerly, he seized a pen and began to write, or rather, transcribe, the azure sky of the ninja world. This novel was his meticulously crafted masterpiece, blending his learning and experiences from the Blue Planet with his unique insights into the ninja realm. He firmly believed that once published, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in the ninja world, becoming an object of fervent admiration among its denizens. Chakra level, beginner, rank, 3. Gazing at the 5 glaring characters inscribed on the test stone monument, the youth wore an impassive expression, a hint of self-mockery gracing the corners of his lips. His clenched fist, due to the intensity of his grip, caused his sharp nails to pierce deeply into his palm, bringing forth waves of excruciating pain. Shaohua, chakra level, beginner, rank, 3. Beside the test stone monument, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed on the stone and coldly announced it. As soon as the middle-aged man uttered these words, an inevitable wave of mocking uproar surged through the bustling square. 3 ranks. As expected. This so-called genius has merely stagnated for another year. Alas, this waste of potential has truly disgraced the family name. Chapter 13. The Leisure Society days slipped by quietly, and Shui Yi Dao sat calmly at his desk, his gaze fixed intently on the towering pile of manuscript papers before him. Each sheet bore the weight of his dedication and aspirations. Well, this shall suffice for now. 200 chapters. Shui Yi Dao murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation and determination shining in his eyes. First, I shall seek out a publisher, release a few dozen chapters, and gauge the readership. With that thought, he picked up the first 50 chapters of his manuscript, cradling them like a precious treasure, and made his way toward the publisher he had meticulously researched, the Leisure Society. This was a well-established chain publisher, with sales points scattered throughout the Fire Country, its influence extending even into several other nations. What particularly excited Shui Yi Dao was that Jiraiya's sensational work, The Paradise of Intimacy, had been published by this very house. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a surge of hope, envisioning his carefully crafted book shining brightly within these walls. As he slowly stepped through the doors of the Leisure Society, he was greeted by a spacious and well-lit bookstore. The area spanned approximately 50 to 60 square meters. Open and airy, directly opposite the entrance stood the cash register, which glimmered softly under the sunlight, narrating tales of the bustling activity and order within. The corridor from the entrance to the cash register intertwined with another slightly wider passage, resembling 2 woven ribbons that cleverly divided the bookstore into 4 distinct stylistic zones. On either side, 3 rows of bookshelves stood neatly arranged. These shelves were filled with a myriad of books, ranging from adventurous tales of ninjas to insightful treatises on ninjutsu, as well as heartwarming life stories. Each volume seemed to whisper the narratives of the ninja world, radiating a unique charm. In the northeast corner of the bookstore, instead of bookshelves, there were rows of comfortable chairs and tables. The thoughtful design of these seating arrangements, with plush cushions and appropriate height, offered a sense of delightful relaxation upon sitting. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals sat quietly, absorbed in the world of books, relishing the enlightenment that knowledge bestowed upon them. Their expressions shifted from furrowed brows to smiles, as though they were sharing in the joys and sorrows of the characters within the pages. At the cash register sat a young woman, her beauty striking yet tinged with a hint of weariness, likely in her 20s. She idly leafed through a book, her gaze revealing a trace of fatigue. Upon noticing the entrance of Mizuno Ichido, she slowly lifted her head. The fatigue that had previously graced her features was now replaced by a flicker of curiosity as she softly inquired, "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Excuse me, miss, I wish to publish a book. Are there any requirements on your end?" Mizuno Ichido stated his intention clearly and without hesitation. Before he could finish, the woman instinctively echoed, "Children's literature. What do you mean by publishing a book? Young lad, are you joking?" Her astonishment at the words spoken by this child, seemingly just beginning elementary school, was palpable. Her eyes widened slightly as she sought to confirm whether she had misheard. "Where are your guardians?" she probed, curiosity and bewilderment evident in her expression. "I have brought a manuscript. You may peruse it first, and then we can discuss further." Undeterred by her surprise, Mizuno Ichido had anticipated such reactions. He calmly placed the manuscript he had been holding onto the counter and quietly took a seat nearby, patiently awaiting her response. The woman shook her head in resignation, Yet as a professional, she felt obliged to follow protocol. Nevertheless, it was her first encounter with a novel penned by such a young child. This thick stack seems to contain dozens of chapters. Can a child truly write so much? She mused inwardly, her incredulity apparent. Is this really your book, young lad? She asked, flipping through the pages, her tone tinged with inquiry. Yes, miss, what of it? Mizuno Ichido replied, his eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. Oh, nothing at all. Let me take a look, she said, realizing her previous demeanor might have been inappropriate. A warm smile graced her face, and her attitude markedly improved. She began to read the manuscript with earnest attention, her focus deepening gradually. As 10 minutes passed, Mizuno Ichido grew increasingly impatient. He leaned on the counter, resting his chin on his right hand, his eyelids drooping as if sleep were imminent. However, an hour later, a sudden voice shattered the tranquility. Boss, how much for this book? The unexpected sound jolted Mizuno Ichido awake. He lifted his head to behold a ninja with white hair and a black mask, revealing a single lifeless eye, suddenly materializing in the shop. In his hand, he waved a novel with a yellow cover, his peculiar attire and enigmatic aura compelling a second glance. Observing the owner, who remained silent and engrossed in the manuscript, the ninja's dead fish-like eye drifted down the pages, as if seeking to uncover their secrets. Chapter 14. Selling books. Ah, is that not Kakashi? Mizuno Ichido silently exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He could hardly believe he had fortuitously encountered such a renowned character in this very place. Kakashi stood a short distance away, his tall figure exuding an air of confidence. His iconic white hair shimmered gently in the sunlight, and the faint trace of a languid expression on his face added a unique charm. In his hand, he seemed to hold something. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the enigmatic little yellow book by Jiraiya. Mizuno Ito's gaze was firmly fixed on Kakashi, his heart a mix of curiosity and trepidation. He pondered what hidden meaning lay behind the gaze of this renowned figure in the ninja world, who was currently scrutinizing his manuscript. He was eager to learn what Kakashi would think of his work. Just as Mizuno Ito was absorbed in observing Kakashi, a woman at the front desk suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Don't disturb me while I'm reading." Her voice carried a formidable presence, akin to a mother hen fiercely guarding her chicks, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the store. Surrounding customers paused their activities, turning their eyes toward the commotion. The woman quickly realized her lapse in decorum, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she composed herself. Soon after, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, as bright and captivating as flowers blooming in spring. She glanced at Mizuno Ito, her eyes sparkling with delight as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, and said, "Little brother, your story is truly remarkable. I've read it thoroughly and believe it possesses immense potential. I am certain that once published, it will sell exceptionally well." With that, she stood up and shot a fierce glare at Kakashi, her eyes seemingly issuing a warning. Then, with great care, she picked up Mizuno Ito's manuscript and turned to walk towards the adjoining room. Before long, she re-emerged accompanied by a rotund man. His figure was round and his belly protruded like a balloon, yet he wore a cheerful smile that made him seem particularly amiable. "Little brother, please come in," the man warmly invited, his face radiating kindness. "Let us discuss the details inside." The office was elegantly furnished, with sunlight streaming through the windows, casting a bright glow on the polished floor. The man slowly set a glass of freshly squeezed juice before Mizuno Ito, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of skepticism in his gaze as he silently contemplated whether this seemingly youthful boy truly had the capability to craft such an engaging book. "Little brother, did you really write this book?" the man inquired, his voice deep and steady, laced with curiosity. Mizuno Ito, undaunted, straightened his small chest, meeting the man's gaze with unwavering determination. "Indeed, it is I who wrote it, there is no doubt about that. Now let us discuss the price. I have already spoken with 2 other publishers, and am merely considering your offer before making a decision." With that, he gracefully lifted the juice, gently blowing across the surface before taking a sip, his composed demeanor exuding the poise of a skilled negotiator. As a seasoned businessman, the man was naturally not easily swayed by age or the so-called status of a novice author. In his eyes, as long as the book possessed sufficient commercial value and could yield substantial profits, it was worth investing in. He squinted slightly, beginning to calculate in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced his lips as he mused. In terms of the story's captivating quality, Regardless of whether it was penned by this young boy, even if it were to face an abrupt cessation, once published, it should recoup its costs within 2 issues, with the potential for considerable profit thereafter. My dear young lad, you must be a budding author with a limited fanbase. Thus the risk of releasing a new book is quite high. Should it go unread, the publishers would incur significant losses. The man spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. However, the content of this book is comparatively promising. Therefore, let us absorb some losses as a publishing house and acquire the entire manuscript for 200,000 taels. We shall bear the profits and losses ourselves. What do you think? It is rare for a new book to be sold outright for such an amount, and we would also be shouldering the risk of potential narrative interruptions. Chapter 15. Negotiation. The man chuckled amiably, a confident smile illuminating his face, as though he believed victory was within his grasp and that he could easily manipulate this young boy before him. Initially intending to secure the manuscript for merely 20,000 taels, he reconsidered, acknowledging that the ability to craft such a novel indicated the boy possessed some insight. The figure of 200,000 taels seemed fitting, as it was comparable to rewards for high-tier tasks. However, upon hearing this offer, Mizuno Ichido's previously tranquil expression swiftly soured. He slowly set down his cup, irritation flickering in his gaze. A novel that stands as a paragon of the time travel genre, and you propose a mere 200,000 taels? That is sheer folly. Even Jiraiya's Paradise series could elevate him to the status of a wealthy man in the Land of Fire. Perceiving the shift in mood, the man hastily added, "Of course. We have other benefits. For each book sold, you would receive 10% of the profits. However, the contract would stipulate that you can only publish with our house." Mizuno Ichido, uninterested in further trivialities, replied directly, 200 taels would buy the publishing rights outright, and I would retain 70% of the profits from each book sold. He cut off the man's attempts to continue, reiterating his stance with unwavering clarity. At this, the man's expression darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, his countenance falling as his eyes darted from side to side. He could not help but think that this young lad was indeed a formidable opponent. The last time he faced such a stubborn adversary was with Jiraiya, the infamous purveyor of risku literature. Regardless of Jiraiya's renowned status as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, the publishers were willing to incur losses due to his fame, and his books had sold exceedingly well, filling their coffers. Although this manuscript, with its 50 captivating chapters, was indeed promising, he wondered where this audacious boy had derived such boldness. Very well, I can only offer you 30%. The risk of a new book failing is exceedingly high. If it does not resonate with the market, even a buyout fee of 20 may not be recouped. Even if it garners popularity, considerable time is required for it to mature, leading to immediate financial losses for the publisher. Additionally, there are costs for materials, printing, and labor. The man meticulously calculated with his fingers, attempting to elucidate the intricate balance of income and expenditure to Mizuno Ito, emphasizing the almost negligible possibility of profitability in the short term. At least 60%, it cannot be any less. Mizuno Ito's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the man, exclaiming loudly. In his heart, he was acutely aware of the book's caliber. As a devoted reader, he recognized its unique charm and potential value. If only he had been born 20 years earlier on Blue Star, he would have been the author of this work. 40%, it cannot be more. At this moment, the man no longer regarded Mizuno Ito as an ordinary child. His eyes widened as he engaged in a fierce stare-down with him, bargaining tenaciously without yielding. 60%, 40%. Ultimately, after a vigorous exchange resembling a war without gunpowder, wherein both parties exerted their utmost efforts, an agreement was reached that left both somewhat satisfied. The publisher would secure the exclusive publication rights to the Azure Sky of the Ninja Realm for a buyout fee of 10 taels, while Mizuno Ito would retain 60% of the monthly publishing profits generated by the book. Upon signing the contract, Mizuno Ito isolated himself from the outside world, sequestering himself at home for a full 4 weeks. During this time, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the realm of creation. His room overflowed with various materials and notes. He would occasionally write fervently and at other times lapse into contemplation, as though sharing in the joys and sorrows of the characters within his narrative. Finally, on the last twilight of the 4th week, Mizuno Ito exhaled deeply and set down his pen. He slowly rose, stretching his sore neck and shoulders, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Thus, The creative endeavor of the azure sky of the ninja realm was concluded with great success. Thereafter, Mizuno Ito's life became significantly more relaxed. He merely needed to submit manuscripts periodically as per the publisher's requirements and could then await his profit share with ease. Chapter 16. The Will of Fire. Soon, the enrollment process for the Konoha Ninja School commenced with its usual bustle. In this world brimming with mystery and challenges, the school operates on an annual system, commencing in the vibrant month of March and continuing until the year's end. Unlike modern educational systems, there are no leisurely summer or winter breaks here. Classes are conducted 5 days a week with 2 days off, from the start of the school year until its conclusion at year-end. Each day begins at 9 in the morning, when sunlight bathes every corner of the campus, accompanied by the melodious ringing of the bell, signaling the commencement of a day filled with learning. Classes continue until noon, followed by a 2-hour break for students to recharge and relax. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's lessons officially conclude, resulting in a total of merely 6 hours of instruction each day. Moreover, unexpectedly, nearly half of the courses are outdoor training sessions. Mizuno Ito would naturally not let this opportunity slip by. He eagerly enrolled. In his heart, beyond the desire to enhance his skills at the Ninja Academy, there lingered a few personal ambitions. The notion of attracting a wealthy partner occasionally flitted through his mind, for in this world, having a powerful companion might render the journey ahead considerably smoother. Of course, even if he failed to secure a rich benefactor, finding an attractive child bride would also be a splendid choice. After all, children in the world of Naruto mature quite rapidly. If one does not seize the opportunity in youth, they may be left to rely on arranged marriages in adulthood. By then, the conversations would often revolve around wealth and possessions, a life that Mizuno Ito did not desire. Thus, he silently resolved, "The Ninja Academy is my destiny. Mizuno Ito shall attend, and no one can hinder me." On the day of enrollment, the campus buzzed with excitement, as new students, filled with dreams and aspirations, stepped into this enigmatic institution. Mizuno Ito maneuvered through the crowd, utterly unaware of his purpose, for no one had informed him of the specific procedures prior to school. Consequently, he found himself sitting alone in a vacant classroom, looking rather foolish. After a considerable time, he sensed something amiss and, unable to contain his curiosity, approached an older student for guidance. It was then he learned that the first order of business for each incoming class was to attend the inaugural speech delivered by the third Hokage. At this point, the senior paused, leaning closer to Mizuno Ito with an air of mystery, and whispered, "By the way, I've heard a little rumor that the content of the third Hokage's speech seems to be the same every year. However, I cannot confirm this, for many people tend to drift off during the speech." To substantiate this claim, the senior added with a serious demeanor, "The source of this rumor is a classmate who professes undying love for Konoha, to the extent that he venerates every word and action of the Hokage. In order to attend the opening ceremony each year, he often skips classes." As anticipated, Mizuno Ito successfully located his class and, in a daze, stood at the back of the room. A group of students sat neatly in rows, each face adorned with a mix of anticipation and solemnity, suggesting that the Hokage's address was about to commence. "Next, we invite our esteemed third Hokage to deliver the welcoming address to the new students." With this resounding announcement, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly ascended to the center of the stage. Draped in a magnificent and solemn Hokage robe, the intricate patterns seemed to narrate the illustrious history of the Hidden Leaf Village. Adorned with the Hokage hat, his gaze beneath the brim was profound and resolute. A pipe in his mouth added an air of dignity and composure. With a grand gesture of his hand, an invisible force seemed to silence the entire playground. "From this day forward, you shall learn about chakra, ninjutsu, and the knowledge of ninjas at the academy. You may encounter difficulties and setbacks, but I urge you to persevere." The voice of the third Hokage resounded with a deep and powerful resonance across the playground. "Not long ago, our fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to save the village, and now he is no longer with us. Yet, enemies from neighboring nations lurk outside our borders, and we must rely on ourselves." At this juncture, a glimmer of sorrow and determination flickered in the third Hokage's eyes as he surveyed the crowd below, seemingly imparting a profound belief. The sky was overcast, and the oppressive atmosphere harmonized with the solemn tone of the third Hokage, reflecting the challenges our village has faced over the past year. The audience bore grave expressions, each face inscribed with respect for the fourth Hokage and a sense of responsibility for the future. Every year, many ninjas are born in Konoha. They live to protect the village, fighting and sacrificing for those they hold dear. Even among comrades in the village, bound not by blood, they are my most cherished family. As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire will continue to burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and nurture new leaves to sprout. It is only when ninjas strive to protect those they cherish that their true power is revealed. The third Hokage's speech was imbued with passion and strength, each word seemingly carrying the warmth of flames, igniting the hearts of everyone present. The new students, including Kazuki Mizuno, were deeply moved by the third Hokage's address. In that moment, the once drowsy Kazuki felt rejuvenated, inspired alongside his fellow newcomers by the fervent words. Curiously, the lethargy that had enveloped him was suddenly ignited with fervor. Among the parents on the periphery, pride and satisfaction gleamed in their eyes. The ninjas maintaining order stood tall, fists clenched and raised overhead, as if paying homage to the Hokage. The students in the center were exhilarated, their gazes brimming with aspirations and determination for the future. Yuan Furijan wore a smile of contentment, radiating hope for the future of Konoha. At that moment, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the smiling faces of the crowd, as if adding a sacred hue to this solemn occasion. Third Hokage, how frustrating. Just as I was about to doze off, I was jolted awake. Murmurs arose sporadically from the crowd. However, in the end, Kazuki could not help but give a thumbs up, sincerely applauding. Truly, the third Hokage, the mightiest of Hokages, effortlessly captivated everyone with his speech. At this moment, a flame seemed to ignite within Kazuki, a surge of fervor inspiring him to train diligently. Chapter 17. Classmates. Upon returning to the classroom, Kazuki Mizuno's gaze was sharp as a blade, penetrating the air as he swiftly fixed his attention on a seat in the last row by the window. It was a corner with a broad view and relative tranquility, perfect for his forthcoming studies. He slowly scanned his surroundings, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny and evaluation, quietly analyzing the composition of his class. Evidently, this was a core class, gathering numerous promising young ninjas from Konoha, except for a few students who lacked distinct familial traits. The majority hail from the illustrious clans of Konoha, each exuding an innate sense of superiority to varying degrees. At the front of the classroom, two members of the Hyuga clan, distinguished by their white eyes, sit several rows apart. One, positioned near the entrance, stands tall, his gaze revealing a hint of aloofness. The other, situated at the back right of the class, bows slightly, seemingly lost in contemplation. In the center, the notably disheveled Nara, with his unruly pineapple-like hair, languidly rests his head upon the desk, while beside him, the perpetually munching and rotund Akimichi beams with a blissful smile, radiating a boundless affection for the world. Adjacent to them sits the quietly composed Yamanaka, his golden locks framing a demeanor of quiet stability. Together, they embody the trio known as Inoshikicho, each emanating a unique aura. Directly ahead, a striking pair clad in Uchiha attire captures attention. The male leans against the window, his posture graceful, and his gaze imbued with depth. The female, slightly to the right by the aisle, possesses a fair visage and a sweet disposition. A vacant seat lies between them, indicating their status as members of the Uchiha clan. The male's innate coldness making him seem unapproachable. Inwardly, Mizuno Ikuto muses on his own lineage, his father, a special jonin, and his mother, a chunin. While not among Konoha's elite, they represent the upper echelons of the middle class. Yet, the composition of this class fills him with unease, for he appears rather ordinary amongst such prodigious talents. However, the absence of a figure like Naruto, along with the lack of the Umbu's constant oversight, brings him a modicum of relief. Yet, the presence of the man known as Orochimaru, seated 2 places away, perplexes him. How did Orochimaru manage to infiltrate this setting? Is he not still the orphan known as Yakushi Kabuto, too young to embark on his evolutionary journey? Has he already allied with the Snake Sage, being groomed for some purpose? No, at this juncture, the Snake Sage has yet to betray Konoha, still engaged in clandestine experiments. In the original narrative, Yakushi Kabuto was enticed by Orochimaru only after the demise of Yakushi Nan. Whether Kabuto was a prodigy from childhood remains unknown, yet he undoubtedly serves as a formidable spy. Might he have already caught the attention of Danzo? However, Root possesses its own training protocols. If he were favored, He would likely not be placed in a ninja academy, but rather nurtured as an assassin through Roots methods. Filled with uncertainty and apprehension, Ikuto's brow furrows slightly, his gaze betraying a hint of wariness. Nevertheless, for now, he must maintain the guise of an ordinary individual, with his meager chakra reserves. Even if he volunteered to serve as experimental material for the snake sage, he would hardly warrant a second glance. Yet, caution is warranted, for he has yet to fully mature. Alongside his latent talents, appearing overly astute may draw unwanted attention. He resolves to teach them a lesson when the time comes, particularly when he masters the shadow clone technique and the lightning cutter. As the bell signaling the start of class rings, a portly ninja in his 30s enters the room. His figure was pleasantly plump, and a warm smile graced his face, emanating an aura of approachability. Clutching a stack of documents, he walked steadily to the podium, gently placing the papers down before gradually straightening himself. Standing before the audience, he leafed through the documents, his gaze sweeping over the students as if familiarizing himself with each visage. After a moment, he observed the students, lightly tapped the desk with his hand, cleared his throat, and prepared to commence his speech. The soft sound of his tapping resonated in the quiet classroom, as if imbued with an invisible magic that instantly captivated everyone's attention. All right, everyone, please settle down. Funezawa Daihe stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the students below, a gentle smile illuminating his face. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as you embark on your journey at the ninja school. I am your homeroom teacher, Funezawa Daihe, a seasoned nin. It is my greatest joy to educate and nurture, with the aspiration of transforming each of you into capable ninjas. In the forthcoming years, until your graduation, I shall impart knowledge of theory and ninjutsu to you. Although many of you hail from prestigious clans, I hope you will assist one another, coexist peacefully, and cherish this wonderful life at the Ninja Academy. Now, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. Let us begin from the front row, starting with you. He gestured towards a student in the rightmost seat of the first row. Chapter 18. Self-Introductions. Hello, everyone. My name is Izumi Chikasa. I adore kittens and puppies, and my dream is to become a doctor who can heal every patient. The first to rise was a petite girl with shoulder-length hair, exuding a serene and charming demeanor that naturally endeared her to those present. Such a commendable aspiration. I wish you all the success in realizing your dream. Funezawa Daihe replied with a smile and a nod of approval. Greetings. I am a Kimichi Haru, a food enthusiast, and my ambition is to savor every delicacy the world has to offer. Thank you. The rotund boy concluded his introduction, promptly reaching for a bag of chips to munch on, his cheeks puffed as if relishing the delights of cuisine. One could only affirm that he was indeed an Akimichi, not only sharing a physique, but also a penchant for similar interests. Next, hello, I am Uchiha Izumi. My favorite food is dango, and I aspire to become an exceptional ninja, ensuring my mother can live happily. A gentle girl with long, dark hair stood at the podium, her small eyes sparkling adorably. What a delightful girl, truly befitting of her Uchiha lineage. The classmates chattered excitedly. Wow, it's Uchiha Izumi, the girl capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan. Who would have thought she was so adorable as a child? How could that filial son have been so ruthless? Before Mizuno Ichido could confirm, the girls in the class erupted in excited screams. Wow, he is so handsome. TCH, a bunch of infatuated girls. What good is looks? Indeed, the children in the world of Naruto mature at an astonishingly early age. If one does not secure a partner early on, surely the prospect of romance diminishes with age. Just observe Kakashi, who has remained single for years, with only Paradise of Affection as his companion, and witness the plight of Yuan Fei and Akima, who have languished in unrequited love for years without winning the heart of their goddess. A soft thud echoed, as if someone had inadvertently brushed against the table. Wow, he's so handsome. A chorus of infatuated voices erupted. Humph, a bunch of lovesick fools. Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi, with his impassive countenance and an air of frigid detachment. Faint traces of tears barely perceptible upon his visage. But how could one find him appealing? Uchiha Itachi spoke with an expressionless demeanor and then descended from the podium, returning to his seat. Merely uttering that one name, how pretentious. This entire family is truly insufferable. Oh, how delightful. Nearly all the young girls gazed starry-eyed, fixated on him. Oh my, I think I'm in love. No wonder he is my idol. Such a direct introduction. Wow, he is truly handsome. The girls in the class chattered incessantly. while the male students from the esteemed Uchiha clan appeared indifferent. However, the boys of lower status, those with unremarkable faces, could only silently lament their plight. What could they do? After all, he belonged to the illustrious Uchiha clan. If he were just another ordinary character like them, he would likely have faced a beating in the restroom today. Uchiha Itachi could not escape the traits of his lineage, exuding an aura that made it difficult for anyone other than infatuated girls to approach him. If this continued, it would indeed be strange not to be ostracized by the rest of the village, mused Mizuno Ichido to himself. Silence, boomed Funia Daihe, commanding the classroom to quiet down. Next, Inuzuka Hana. Hello everyone, my name is Inuzuka Hana. My favorite food is chicken meatballs. My hobbies include caring for the 3 gray dogs and my younger brother. And my dream is to become an excellent veterinarian. She spoke, her face adorned with 2 inverted triangular streaks of red paint. A small gray wolf dog perched atop her head. As she spoke, she affectionately patted the dog. Bark, bark. Inuzuka Hana, seemingly the sister of Inuzuka Kiba, a character who appeared during the episodes featuring Pain. She appeared rather charming, yet one could not help but wonder why Inuzuka Kiba looked so ordinary. Mizuno Ichido glanced around, pondering whether there were any other notable female characters. Aside from Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana, the other girls were unfamiliar faces, undoubtedly mere background players, including the inconsequential Hinata and the Inuzuka trio, with names that were unfamiliar to him. Next, Mizuno Ichido. Wow, he is even more handsome, surpassing Itachi. As Mizuno Ichido stepped onto the podium, gasps of admiration erupted from the girls. What could he say? After all, he was a time traveler, a character favored by the author, and with his exceptional abilities, it was only natural that his appearance was crafted to perfection. Yet amidst the admiration, there were also discordant voices. Just another pretty boy. In the eyes of the onlookers, compared to Uchiha Itachi's lofty heritage, Mizuno Ichido appeared all too vulnerable and easily bullied. The common boys collectively slandered him, attempting to cast the same disdain upon Yado Mizuno that they had for Itachi Uchiha. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Mizuno descended from the podium amidst the crowd's anticipation and returned to his seat. It seemed that the only opportunity for a restroom break would be during a moment of distraction. This cursed charm of mine. Alas, being excessively handsome indeed poses its own burdens. Just 4 words, even more direct than Uchiha's earlier remarks, utterly dazzling. I am smitten once more. As expected, he is merely a pretty boy. Greetings, everyone. I am Kamiyo, aspiring to become the village's elite ninja and protect our home. Hello, I am Yakushi Kabuto. My dream is to grow up quickly and assist Director Nanoyuki in caring for the orphans at the orphanage. It appears that Yakushi Kabuto is still an innocent, naive youth. What a pity. He is but a slightly gifted individual, a mere pawn selected by Root, destined to accept the unchangeable realities of the ninja world. Now, let us conclude our self-introductions. I hope we can foster a spirit of camaraderie, support one another, and grow together. Concluded Daihe Funaya. Chapter 19. The essence of a ninja standing tall and authoritative at the classroom podium. Daihe Funaya's gaze was resolute and profound, akin to the cold stars twinkling in the night sky, seemingly capable of penetrating the surface to glimpse the innermost thoughts of each student. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sweeping across the vibrant children who might one day become ninjas, and within him surged a powerful expectation coupled with a heavy sense of responsibility. Today marks our first lesson, and all of you have come to school with the aspiration of becoming ninjas. Funaya's voice resonated, deep and powerful, echoing through the tranquil classroom. Thus, we must first understand the significance encapsulated in the term ninja. With that, Funaya approached the blackboard, the chalk in his hand lightly descending as he inscribed the 2 formidable characters for ninja. Turning back, he smiled warmly at the students seated before him, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. Does anyone know what these 2 characters signify? Why do we say that a ninja, like a vegetable vendor, a barber, or a mover, is merely a profession? Funaya's gaze wandered slowly among the students, as if searching for that singular mind capable of grasping the true essence of a ninja. However, the students exchanged hesitant glances, appearing somewhat lost and unprepared to respond to his query. At last, Kuriko Shimizu rose slowly, his posture straight, voice resolute and powerful. A ninja is a tool devoted to fulfilling missions at any cost. Daihe Funaya furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his gaze. He looked at Shimizu with a gentle yet serious tone, asking, "Kuriko, ninjas are companions from our village, your companions and mine. How can you refer to them as mere tools?" The clan leader has stated that ninjas are indeed such tools, with the primary objective being the completion of missions, and that comrades may be sacrificed when necessary. The tone of Shimizu Kuriko reveals an unwavering determination and dedication, a sentiment echoed by their esteemed clan leader, Tizai. Were it not for Tizai's emergence, the Shimizu clan would have remained a modest and inconspicuous family within Konoha. "Kuriko, the insights of your clan leader are not shared by this teacher," declared Funaya Dahe, shaking his head, seemingly lost in thought as he raised his gaze toward the classroom ceiling, reminiscing about the ancestors who valiantly fought to protect their village. He then turned to face all the students, his eyes brimming with expectation. "While the ninja code states that missions are a ninja's foremost duty, Kuriko, along with all of you, must remember that comrades are those to whom you can entrust your back. They are your second life on the battlefield." As for Kuriko's answer, "I shall reserve judgment for now, hoping that you will uncover your own answers through your studies at the Ninja Academy. Does anyone else have something to add?" Funaya Dahe's tone was infused with hope and concern, wishing for these children to gradually grasp the true essence of being a ninja in their future learning. Once again, he scanned the classroom, his gaze filled with encouragement. "Teacher, being a ninja is a lucrative profession." A small boy from a common background stood up. "Indeed," Funaya acknowledged. "Ninjas can earn substantial commissions through missions. Does anyone have a different perspective?" Although this was not the answer he sought, he patiently explained, "However, the value of a ninja transcends mere monetary gain. Their responsibilities and missions hold far greater significance." At that moment, a girl timidly rose, her voice trembling yet resolute. "Teacher, ninjas are the heroes who protect the village." A flicker of appreciation crossed Funaya Dahe's eyes as he smiled and nodded. "Yes, excellent. This is precisely the answer I longed for." He paused, his gaze deepening. "Ninjas are indeed the guardians of the village. They are not merely skilled in the precise throwing of shuriken or in unleashing powerful jutsu. Since the establishment of our village by the first Hokage, generation after generation has produced countless individuals akin to the first, second, and fourth Hokage, who have fought diligently to protect their village and comrades. They are the guardians, and they would sacrifice their lives without regret for the mission of safeguarding their home. Such individuals embody the true essence of a ninja." He fixed his gaze upon each student, his eyes burning with intensity and seriousness. "Therefore, dear students, I hope you understand the weight of the responsibilities you will bear once you become ninjas." His words resonated throughout the classroom, aiming to instill a profound appreciation for the significance of that responsibility. Chapter 20. Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha Itachi today marked his inaugural step through the gates of the Ninja Academy, embarking on the journey of fundamental ninja education. Although he had diligently studied chakra manipulation within his family from a young age, and had tirelessly practiced the art of shuriken throwing, each shuriken in his hand seemed to come alive, soaring with precision and power toward its intended target. Nonetheless, today's inaugural class was akin to a pebble cast into the tranquil lake of his heart, stirring profound ripples within, leaving an indelible impression upon his soul. The words of Shinonome Dahe served as a beacon, illuminating his understanding of the ninja identity. It embodies a mission, a profound responsibility, a noble conviction to protect one's village and comrades, even at the cost of one's life. In that moment, it seemed as though a seed of protection for the village was quietly sown in the fertile soil of his heart, beginning to take root and flourish. Upon returning home from school, he beheld his father, Uchiha Fugaku, seated quietly on the steps at the entrance. Time had etched resolute lines upon Fugaku's face, and amidst his serious demeanor lay a hint of expectation, his gaze seemingly transcending time to witness Itachi's future growth and responsibilities. "How was your first day at school?" Fugaku inquired, his eyes penetrating and deep as they regarded his son. Itachi approached his father, standing tall, his small frame exuding a maturity beyond his years. A serious expression adorned his face, his focused demeanor reminiscent of recalling every lesson imparted by his teacher in class. Today's lesson was about the essence of being a ninja. A ninja protects the village and comrades, fearless in the face of death, much like Lord Fourth Hokage. Itachi articulated, his voice clear and resolute, his calm gaze shimmering with aspirations for the future and unwavering conviction, as if he could already envision himself courageously battling to safeguard his village and companions. Upon hearing this, A smile of gratification blossomed on Fugaku's face, and he nodded in approval. Indeed, my son, you have grasped the true significance of being a ninja. As he spoke, he reached out, gently ruffling Itachi's small head, an action imbued with a father's profound love and pride. Indeed, my son is truly exceptional, surpassing even Shursui from next door, he silently rejoiced, envisioning the future hope of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was resolutely determined to mend the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, harboring deep affection for Konoha. However, the inherent aloofness of the Uchiha, coupled with the aftermath of the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, rendered this endeavor increasingly arduous. The unique character and mannerisms of the Uchiha seemed to erect an invisible barrier between them and the other clans within the village. Recently, the Uchiha had also found themselves inexplicably maligned, with various rumors and misunderstandings circulating within the village, exacerbating their plight. Nevertheless, Fugaku firmly believed that his next generation, Itachi Uchiha, would be the catalyst for change. If Itachi could foster harmonious relationships with the other clans in Konoha, then perhaps, in a decade or so, their circumstances would gradually improve. This conviction was the very reason he insisted that even after attending the clan school, the children must also pursue their studies at the Ninja Academy. However, what Fugaku could never have anticipated was that although Itachi indeed excelled far beyond his peers, his intelligence, indomitable spirit, and profound understanding of the ninja way would set him apart even further among his contemporaries. Furthermore, the inherently formidable and aloof nature of Uchiha Itachi acts as an invisible shackle, attracting a swarm of infatuated admirers, yet failing to cultivate friendships with other clans. These young admirers are drawn to Itachi's cold demeanor and unique aura, clustering around him, while the offspring of other clans maintain a respectful distance, as though an intangible barrier separates them. This perhaps illustrates the melancholy truth that exceptional individuals often find themselves in solitude. Chapter 21. The monotonous school days at the Ninja Academy are shrouded in a pall of dreariness, permeated by an endless cycle of tedium and monotony. Jiraiya, Obito, and Naruto, three students who shone brightly in an extraordinary era, never shared the same classroom, but each achieved remarkable success on their respective paths as ninjas, far surpassing their peers. Jiraiya's life resembles a tumultuous journey fraught with trials and tribulations, yet through his resilience and ingenuity, he ultimately earned the illustrious title of one of the legendary three ninjas. Obito, a figure who once compelled countless individuals to pay the ultimate price, nearly became the harbinger of doom for the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Naruto, despite being ridiculed at times as a sycophant, persevered with an indomitable spirit and unwavering belief, ultimately saving the world and becoming a revered hero in the ninja realm. Their experiences serve as a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing the seemingly flawless educational system of the Ninja Academy, as if mocking the very essence of traditional pedagogy. Indeed, Mizuno Ikuto has grown weary of the dull classroom environment. In the shuriken throwing class, the instructor incessantly drones on, investing copious amounts of time and energy into convoluted calculations and theories. At a particular distance and angle, shurikens can achieve their maximum range and power. For instance, he might present a scenario. 142 meters southwest of your position, an enemy ninja is sprinting eastward at a velocity of 5 meters per second, concealed in the shadows. You are to assume that your shuriken can be thrown a maximum distance of 80 meters. Following this setup, a series of perplexing questions ensue. Question 1. Will you choose to remain hidden to avoid alerting the enemy? Or will you wait for the enemy ninja to approach before launching your shuriken to eliminate him? Please provide your reasoning. Question 2. While you deliberate, the enemy ninja has already run for 10 seconds. If your shuriken could be thrown an infinite distance, and its speed is hypothetically 10 meters per second, at what moment and in which direction should you release the shuriken to ensure a lethal strike? Such inquiries are utterly bewildering. In a real battle, how could an adversary possibly remain stationary, conforming to your imagined trajectory and rhythm? Even if the enemy were that foolish, what are the odds of striking a vital point with precision? Clearly, these theories, when confronted with the realities of combat, are mere theoretical constructs devoid of practical utility. Additionally, there are questions regarding the selection of jutsu. For example, when faced with an opponent utilizing fire release, which technique should you employ? Water release, of course. When confronted with formidable adversaries such as Uchiha Obito, One may find it daunting to believe that a mere water release, Water Dragon Bullet can extinguish his awe-inspiring fire release, Dragon Flame Song. It is likely that even the slightest impact would be negligible. In such dire moments of life and death, retreating may indeed be the wisest course of action. Moreover, upon graduation, when leading a ninja team on a mission, should the supervising teacher be unexpectedly called away, and a rogue ninja, an elite J-nin, emerges to thwart your undertaking, what strategy would you employ to navigate this predicament? For freshly graduated students devoid of practical experience, this scenario presents an almost insurmountable challenge. Much like Naruto, who adeptly utilizes his verbal prowess, time-stalling techniques, and indomitable courage to delay confrontation, even persuading enemies to his advantage. Students such as Mizuno Ichido may find themselves lamenting their misfortune when faced with such overwhelming foes, contemplating that perhaps a return to training is their only viable path forward. This stark contrast between the academically gifted Sakura and the less accomplished Naruto post-graduation illustrates the widening chasm between their capabilities. Sakura, as a top student, masters a plethora of ninjutsu and theoretical knowledge, excelling in written examinations, while Naruto relies more on his instincts and bravery to confront challenges, often achieving remarkable feats in combat through his unique approach. For ordinary students, the life at the Ninja Academy represents their sole educational endeavor, the only pathway to alter their destinies. Yet for Mizuno Ichido, this experience appears rather mundane and uninspiring. Having spent a month at the academy, he has delved into various subjects, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, tactical studies, and cultural lessons. However, these courses seem of little benefit to him. He believes that while genetics play a role in becoming the strongest in the ninja world, discovering a personal growth path is of paramount importance. His goal is simply to endure, steadily enhancing his capabilities. As night falls, the moonlight spills through the window onto Mizuno Ichido's bed, where he lies in quiet contemplation, gazing at the intricate patterns of the curtain. His thoughts race like wild stallions, pondering how to infuse his academy life with excitement and fulfillment. After all, he must endure over 5 more years in this institution, and should the monotony persist, he fears he may succumb to boredom. However, he also understands the virtue of subtlety. He recognizes that a steady ascent to greatness, akin to a grand tree growing quietly among the masses, is the most prudent approach. Since the beginning of the year, the novel titled The Azure Sky of the Ninja World, authored by Mizuno Ikuto, has spread widely throughout the ninja realm, sweeping across it like a tempest and captivating a multitude of readers and fans. By the second month, his income soared to 10, and it continued to rise incrementally each month. On the first of this month, he received a staggering dividend of 20, filling him with astonishment and exhilaration. In merely half a year's time, his earnings were nearing the legacy left by his predecessor. When individuals possess resources far exceeding their lifelong needs, they begin to excessively pursue spiritual gratification. Mizuno Ikuto holds nearly 200 in assets, with a stable stream of royalties anticipated in the ensuing years. Thus, what modest yet luxurious pursuits might he undertake? Chapter 22. Chakra. In today's ninjutsu lesson, we shall first introduce the concept of chakra. Standing at the lectern, Funaya Dahe surveyed the class. Many students, under the diligent tutelage of their families, had already become adept at extracting chakra, which was commendable. He paused briefly before continuing. As you all know, the human body comprises approximately 130 trillion cells, each of which generates a blend of physical and mental energy. We refer to this amalgamation as stamina. Stamina serves as the vital foundation for executing physical techniques, akin to a vehicle that cannot race down the road without sufficient fuel. However, within the body, stamina can be transformed into an even more potent energy, chakra. Chakra is a unique energy produced by the perfect fusion of various elemental energies within the body, akin to a treasure latent within our ninja forms, brimming with boundless potential. At this juncture, Funaya Dahe raised his hands, gesturing in the air. Once a ninja extracts chakra, they can employ a crucial step known as hand seals to perform a plethora of techniques, such as ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and secret arts. It can be said that chakra is the most vital energy for a ninja. Subsequently, Funaya Dahe inscribed the words chakra reservoir on the blackboard and continued. The capacity of one's chakra reservoir significantly determines the upper limits for most ninjas. Why emphasize most? Because certain ninjas possess specialized ninjutsu, akin to Lord Whitefang's swordsmanship, which is profoundly advanced and, when complemented by an adequate amount of chakra, can wreak havoc on the battlefield. For such ninjas, the quantity of chakra has a relatively limited impact on their upper limits, unlike for the majority of ninjas. After all, most ninjas rely on releasing ninjutsu to engage in combat, and the capacity of their chakra reservoir directly dictates the level and number of ninjutsu they can unleash. Upon reaching this point, Funaya Daihe deliberately paused, his gaze imbued with an air of mystery. Consider this. Why did the first Hokage ultimately prevail against Uchiha Madara in that breathtaking battle at the Valley of the End? The classroom erupted into a lively discussion, with students eagerly raising their hands to contribute. The first Hokage possessed wood release and towering wooden golems, which is why he triumphed, exclaimed an exuberant young child, mimicking a tiger seal with fervor. Chuan Yidahei gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "It is not merely the first Hokage's mastery of wood release that is remarkable. More significantly, it is his immense chakra reserves. During that fierce battle, Uchiha Madara's chakra gradually depleted under continuous strain, akin to a famished individual losing strength. In contrast, the first Hokage's chakra remained abundant, resembling an inexhaustible well of energy. Thus, it was ultimately the first Hokage who triumphed in this epic confrontation. Allow me to share a fascinating tidbit with you all. It is said that the Valley of the End was once known as the Mountain of End. Imagine the two titans clashing upon this land, unleashing a cataclysmic struggle that shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. They hurled 5,000 forbidden techniques at one another, their formidable powers descending like an apocalypse, transforming mountains into valleys. What a breathtaking spectacle that must have been. A group of wide-eyed children stared in astonishment at Chuan Yidahei at the podium, gasping in awe. Their young minds struggled to comprehend the magnitude of power required to reshape a mountain into a gorge. Shuei Yidao also appeared somewhat bewildered. He recalled that the Valley of the End seemingly originated in such a manner, yet felt that something was amiss, though he could not articulate what exactly was wrong. Nevertheless, Chuan Yidahei proved to be an exceptional teacher, imparting intricate details about chakra with remarkable coherence and a delightful sense of humor, transforming what could have been dry knowledge into a vivid and engaging experience. Now, it is essential to grasp that a ninja with a greater chakra reserve can unleash a more significant number of jutsus than one with less chakra. High-level techniques need not fear a depletion of chakra. The white-haired ninja, in a 50-50 scenario, faltered merely because of insufficient reserves, collapsing after just 3 Raikiri. And that foolish blonde fellow could effortlessly create hundreds of shadow clones in an instant. An elite jounin, constrained by chakra, might find themselves incapacitated after encountering even the slightest danger, requiring hospitalization, while a lowly genin with a yellow cat could effortlessly generate hundreds of shadow clones to challenge their foes, rising the next day, invigorated and ready for action. Chapter 23. Chakra Attributes. Chakra is a form of energy that encompasses various attributes, with each attribute allowing the release of corresponding techniques. For instance, a ninja possessing fire attribute chakra can perform fire release techniques. Currently, the chakra in the world is known to possess these attributes. As he spoke, Chuan Yidahei approached the blackboard, taking up chalk to neatly inscribe the characters for fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Upon seeing these attributes, Shuei Yidao suddenly felt a spark of realization. He had yet to test his own attributes. He wondered whether he possessed all attributes or perhaps just one. The fire attribute enables the igniting of anything it touches, as the searing heat of fire chakra can impose a burning effect on the target. As Chuan Yidahei elaborated, he gestured in the air, as if simulating the flickering flames. Imagine, when fire attribute chakra comes into contact with an adversary, it can instantly engulf their clothing and skin in blazing fire, a heat intense enough to render them defenseless. The wind attribute is as sharp as a blade, capable of directly slicing through its target and effectively interacting with corresponding ninja tools. The wind release techniques exhibit formidable offensive power at both close and medium ranges. For instance, when wind chakra envelopes a weapon wielded by a ninja, the weapon transforms into a razor-sharp instrument, effortlessly cleaving through the enemy's defenses. Furthermore, wind release techniques can generate powerful gusts in close combat, sending foes flying or ensnaring them within the tempest. The lightning attribute, akin to a bolt of lightning, possesses both formidable offensive capabilities and defensive potential. When applied to metallic weapons, it significantly enhances their lethality. Lightning release techniques are characterized by their impressive penetrative force and devastating destructiveness. They can also be enveloped around the human body, akin to the earth release covering the surface. With the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village renowned for their lightning-based defenses, Chuan Yidahei's gaze revealed a hint of admiration for lightning techniques. When lightning chakra courses over the surface of the body, it resembles a sturdy armor, capable of repelling enemy attacks while inflicting electric damage on nearby adversaries. Moreover, lightning techniques boast exceptional penetrative power, easily breaching enemy defenses. The earth attribute can directly alter the landscape, transforming the soil into a hardened state akin to stone or a soft consistency like quicksand. Earth release techniques predominantly focus on control and defense. Chuan Yidahei gestured towards the ground, seemingly inviting his students to grasp the immense power of the earth attribute. The earth chakra can render the ground as solid as rock, thwarting enemy advances, or soften it to ensnare foes in quicksand, rendering them helpless. In battle, earth techniques are frequently employed to construct defensive fortifications or ensnare adversaries. The water attribute manifests in various forms: liquid water, vaporous mist, and solid ice. Water vapor can obscure vision, while cascading torrents can disrupt enemy formations, offering optimal auxiliary effects. Water chakra is versatile, capable of transforming into a dispersing mist that confuses foes or surging like a waterfall to disarray their ranks. Additionally, water can solidify into ice, immobilizing opponents. Fire and wind techniques are primarily characterized by their potent offensive capabilities, while lightning techniques encompass both defensive and offensive aspects. Water and earth techniques, on the other hand, primarily serve defensive and supportive roles. Chuan Yidahei concluded that most individuals possess chakra of these 5 fundamental attributes. Thus, we collectively refer to them as the 5 great attributes. Students, understanding the characteristics and functions of these attributes is crucial for your future as ninjas, and I hope you will remember this knowledge. In addition, there exist the yin and yang attributes. Chuan Yidahei slightly raised his head, his gaze imbued with a touch of mystery. The yin and yang attributes represent a unique form of chakra, their existence exceedingly rare, typically arising from genetic mutations or inherited through familial bloodlines. For example, the yin release techniques include the Nara clan's shadow binding technique and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. Conversely, the yang release techniques encompass the Akimichi clan's expansion technique and various medical ninjutsu. Due to the rarity of individuals possessing both yin and yang attributes, the ninjutsu and secret techniques associated with these attributes are also quite scarce, mostly serving as auxiliary ninjutsu. At this moment, a curious child from a humble background slowly raised his hand, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, and inquired, "Teacher, does everyone possess only one attribute?" Chuan Yidahei nodded approvingly and replied, "The vast majority of people's chakra is of a singular attribute. However, this does not imply that everyone is confined to just one attribute. A select few individuals are naturally endowed with 2 or more attributes. Moreover, a person's attribute is not immutable. As they age, new chakra attributes may emerge." The child's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly asked, "Does that mean I might also develop a fire attribute chakra in the future?" Chapter 24, Attributes of Wind and Lightning. Haha, the teacher chuckled. "I can only say it's a possibility. While there are individuals who develop new chakra attributes, they are exceedingly rare, even fewer than those born with multiple attributes. You need not overly concern yourselves with possessing various attributes. Even if a person has multiple attributes, it does not mean that the quantity of chakra for each attribute is equal. The amounts can vary significantly." Chuan Yidahei paused for a moment before continuing. "Thus, before embarking on your journey to cultivate ninjutsu, it is imperative to first ascertain your chakra attribute. This knowledge will guide you in determining which ninjutsu is suitable for you. If your chakra lacks the fire attribute, or if your fire attribute chakra is minimal, no amount of diligent training in fire release ninjutsu will yield results, regardless of your innate talent." "Teacher, how can we determine our chakra attributes?" a student asked eagerly. "Many of you have yet to refine your chakra, yet it remains essential to know how to identify your chakra attributes beforehand. This is quite simple. You can use chakra paper for testing. The weapons shop in Kanahagakure generally sells chakra paper, and you can acquire a sheet for just 10 ryo. As Chuan Yidahei spoke, he retrieved a piece of chakra paper with his left hand and gently released a trace of chakra onto it with his right hand. The method of detection is straightforward. Simply release your chakra and infuse it into the chakra paper, then observe the changes that occur. Demonstrating with the chakra paper in his hand, he continued. As the chakra paper senses the chakra, it gradually weakens and eventually shatters, scattering pieces across the ground. If the paper ignites, it indicates the infused chakra possesses a fire attribute. If it cracks, it signifies a wind attribute. If it wrinkles, it denotes a lightning attribute. If it shatters, it represents a earth attribute. And if it becomes damp, it indicates a water attribute. Teacher, my chakra is solely of the earth attribute. Hence, this chakra paper has completely disintegrated. All right, I have some superior chakra paper here. Students who have successfully refined their chakra may approach me after class to receive a sheet and test their chakra attribute. Observing the curious and expectant expressions on the faces of his students, Xuan Yidahe brandished a stack of chakra paper, which he had purchased with his weekly allowance, and tossed it onto the lectern. In daily life, it is well understood that water and fire are fundamentally incompatible. When a fire ignites, people instinctively pour water onto the burning object, successfully extinguishing the flames. Conversely, pouring oil or adding dry kindling to the fire only serves to intensify its blaze. The water in a river flows according to the contours of the riverbank, never spilling directly over its edges. Similarly, the 5 elemental attributes of chakra exhibit a distinct set of counteractive relationships. For instance, fire is exacerbated by wind. Wind serves as a poor conductor for lightning. Lightning can pierce through the hardness of earth. Earth can withstand water, and water can extinguish fire. These principles offer valuable insights for students when executing ninjutsu. For example, combining fire and wind techniques can amplify the intensity of flames, while employing water techniques can effectively counteract fire-based attacks. Funayoshi Daihe elaborated on the intricate relationships among chakra attributes, his gaze reflecting a hopeful anticipation for the future application by the ninjas. This topic was somewhat profound, and the instructor merely mentioned it in passing, encouraging students to absorb the information without the pressure of examination. Funayoshi Daihe shrugged slightly, recognizing that some students with weaker foundations might find these concepts challenging, and thus sought to alleviate their stress. As the class bell rang, Mizuno Ikaru discreetly retrieved a piece of chakra paper from the podium and returned to his seat by the window. With unwavering focus, he gradually infused chakra into the paper, observing as one half began to crack while the other half crinkled. The 2 attributes, wind and lightning, felt promising. Mizuno Ikaru nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He envisioned himself adeptly wielding these 2 elemental ninjutsu in battle, undoubtedly a formidable force. He dreamed of creating orbs of chakra and even summoning a Qilin on rainy days, causing a faint smile to grace his lips. Mizuno Ikaru was quite pleased with these 2 attributes. Kakashi possessed a plethora of lightning-based techniques, and he contemplated how to acquire a few for himself. With the addition of wind attributes, he could practice techniques like the Rasengan and its subsequent variations. Chapter 25. Seals. Previously, we discussed the knowledge related to chakra. Today, we shall delve into its application. Funayoshi Daihe's voice resonated once more within the classroom, prompting Mizuno Ikaru to concentrate intently, ready to absorb the forthcoming information. The utilization of chakra is a pivotal component in a ninja's combat prowess. Standing at the front, Funayoshi Daihe scanned the room, ensuring he engaged each student. To begin, we must learn to control the flow and release of chakra. As we have just discussed, different ninjutsu requires varying attributes and quantities of chakra to sustain it. For example, casting a small fire technique may only necessitate a minor amount of fire chakra, whereas executing a large-scale fire technique, such as the Great Fire Annihilation, demands a substantial volume of fire chakra, alongside the precise control of chakra output to command the flames to burn as intended. The foundation of all this lies in your ability to channel the chakra stored within your body through the formation of hand seals. The execution of ninjutsu is inextricably linked to the application of chakra, and the hand seals serve as the pivotal means to guide and control this energy. As he spoke, Funezawa Daihe gestured in the air with his hands, as if simulating the mysterious and wondrous flow of chakra. Suddenly, with a swift and precise series of hand seals, serpent, rat, tiger, a loud bang erupted, and a cloud of smoke enveloped the room. As the mist gradually dissipated, an individual mirroring Funezawa Daihe appeared before the audience. striking the exact same pose he had just demonstrated. The wide-eyed, unsophisticated children gasped in astonishment, their faces aglow with wonder and curiosity. Did you all see that? Funezawa Dahe's voice resonated within the classroom. The hand seals guide the chakra flowing within our bodies, and upon release, enable us to achieve the desired outcome. This is the fundamental principle of ninjutsu. He paused for a moment before continuing. Next, I would like everyone to turn to the chapter on hand seals. The hand seals play an integral role in ninjutsu, comprising a total of 12 distinct types. As he spoke, he meticulously inscribed each hand seal's name and corresponding posture on the blackboard. Rat, thumbs overlapped, left thumb on top. Ox, right hand horizontal, left hand vertical. Tiger, thumbs extended straight. Rabbit, right hand has 4 fingers clenched, except for the pinky. Dragon, thumbs overlapped, left thumb on top. Snake, thumbs overlapped, left thumb on top. Horse, elbows extended, with both index fingers forming a triangle. Goat, thumbs extended straight upwards, overlapped, left thumb on top. Monkey, pinky and thumb parallel. Rooster, pay attention to the angle of the thumbs and the positioning of the fingers. Dog, right fist placed in the palm of the left hand. Boar, this position requires flexibility in the wrists now. Everyone, observe page 18, the third paragraph, he instructed. Maintaining tranquility is essential for accurately forming the hand seals, and it necessitates adept skills to transform the chakra within into a release technique. The first part emphasizes calmness. One's mind must be peaceful and serene, devoid of chaotic thoughts, allowing for a focused and deliberate guidance of chakra flow. Releasing ninjutsu is not merely about knowing the technique of the hand seals or their sequence. It also requires a mindful direction of chakra. Thus, initial attempts will likely result in failure, necessitating repeated practice and perseverance. After elucidating each hand seal, Funezawa Dahe underscored, classmates, mastering these hand seals requires diligent practice to achieve proficiency. During your practice, pay attention to the nuances and key points of each hand seal. Only then will you be able to execute ninjutsu with precision. Oh, and these concepts will undoubtedly be tested in the upcoming examination, especially the emphasis on maintaining calmness and mastering techniques. Anyone who fails to answer correctly will face consequences, he stated with a serious expression. Having traversed into the world of ninjas, with a teacher emphasizing key points and the looming threat of punishment, this truly was remarkable news. Mizuno Ichit silently berated himself, yet he understood that this was a reminder for everyone to take their studies seriously. Chapter 26. The technique of the 3 bodies. The formation of hand seals is predominantly executed with both hands. However, there are certain exceptional ninjas endowed with extraordinary talents who can perform single-handed seals. Allow me to share a small battlefield tip. The speed of forming hand seals and the number of seals utilized will significantly influence whether your ninjutsu can be executed in its entirety. Among ninjas who form the same number of hand seals, those who do so more swiftly can hasten the release of their ninjutsu, thereby interrupting those who are still engaged in forming seals. Conversely, if the speed of seal formation is identical, those employing fewer seals can release their techniques first. Thus, mastering the speed of seal formation and opting for ninjutsu with fewer hand seals can grant you a strategic advantage. I do not wish for my students to foolishly remain stationary while releasing their ninjutsu, only to be slain by the enemy. Funayoshi Daikaku cast a glance over the assembly, exuding a teacher's authority that sent shivers down spines. Many were still manipulating their hands, their minds occupied with the various actions of hand seals. Having concluded the discussion on hand seals, I encourage you to practice diligently after class. Now we shall commence our study of ninjutsu. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, each of you must master 6 fundamental ninjutsu techniques: the art of concealment, binding technique, body replacement technique, rope escape technique, clone technique, and transformation technique. Among these, the body replacement, transformation, and clone techniques are of utmost importance, collectively referred to as the 3 bodies technique. Today, we shall focus on the 3 bodies technique, and I hope you will study it earnestly, as there will be periodic examinations to assess your progress. First, we will learn the body replacement technique, with the hand seal sequence as follows: rat, boar, ox, dog, tiger. While articulating, Funayoshi Daikaku demonstrated the hand gestures in the air. This technique is typically employed instantaneously when under attack, allowing one to swiftly substitute their body with nearby flora or fauna to evade the assault. potentially leading the enemy to believe their attack was successful. As a form of disruption, the caster can even seize the opportunity to counterattack or flee. As one of the fundamental ninjutsu techniques, it requires a minimal amount of chakra, and nearly everyone, save for those inherently devoid of chakra, can wield it. Thus, it is essential to recognize that the body replacement technique is not only fundamental, but also remarkably potent. A proficient genin once successfully evaded a genin using this very technique. Next, we delve into the transformation technique, with the hand seal sequence as follows. Rat. Whether in combat, espionage, or luring an enemy, this technique serves as a vital tool for disguise, enabling one to transform into another person, an animal, a plant, or even a weapon. An adept ninja executing this technique can do so flawlessly, leaving no trace of imperfection. However, a novice's transformation is easily discernible and will not deceive anyone. Therefore, it is imperative to adapt your disguise to the surrounding environment. For instance, there was an escort mission led by a genin where, while traversing a parched road, they unexpectedly encountered two conspicuous puddles of water. Any ninja with a modicum of awareness would discern the abnormality, revealing a clumsy attempt at transformation. However, if one were to transform into one of the 1,000 flying shuriken, a leaf beneath a grand tree, or a stone concealed within the grass, it would be far more suitable. Of course, we will have dedicated courses on disguise techniques in the future, so I shall refrain from further elaboration at this moment. In summary, the transformation technique is one of the fundamental ninjutsu, classified at a basic level, requiring a minimal amount of chakra. When combined with other disguise techniques, it provides substantial assistance in intelligence gathering. Subsequently, the instructor, Funaya Dahe, elaborated on the body double technique, the final technique discussed. The sequence of hand seals is rat, snake, tiger. This technique, among the 3 types of ninjutsu, has a relatively minor function, also rated at a basic level. The shadow clones lack physical form and offensive capability, serving solely to confuse the enemy's vision. However, it is crucial to remember that this technique can only deceive ninjas with low discerning abilities. Those from the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, as well as the Inuzuka clan and their nin dogs, can easily discern the clones, as can high-level combat ninjas. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive frustration. Compared to the previous 2 ninjutsu techniques, the body double technique has the most derivative ninjutsu. Funaya Dahe enthusiastically continued, explaining that to compensate for the body double technique's vulnerability to detection and its lack of combat effectiveness, ninjas of various elemental affinities have developed variants such as lightning clones, earth clones, water clones, and insect clones, all capable of engaging in battle and mimicking the actions of the user. Our esteemed first Hokage possessed his own wood clones, which not only could perform the shadow clones of the second Hokage, but also create physical clones through chakra. These clones can act independently, possessing their own consciousness and a degree of resilience, effectively allowing them to undertake numerous tasks the user may wish to avoid or cannot perform directly. For those graduating as ninjas, the initial tasks they will encounter are of basic level, such as cleaning toilets, herding ducks, catching cats, and transplanting rice. Imagine having a tangible clone to perform these tasks for you while you relax, enjoying seeds and singing. What a delightful prospect. A faint smile graced Funaya Dahe's face. One wonders why Naruto and his peers did not employ the body double technique to complete their basic tasks upon graduation. Perhaps it was the weight of their ninja identity or the belief that engaging in such trivial tasks was beneath the use of ninjutsu. Additionally, I would like to inform you that the graduation examination will randomly select one of these 3 ninjutsu techniques as the subject for the ninjutsu test, which must be successfully completed to graduate. Therefore, it is imperative that you take this seriously and practice diligently whenever possible. Chapter 27. Wilderness Trial. The summer sun poured down upon Konoha village like golden flames, its warm and radiant light enveloping the entire village in a shimmering golden glow. The shrubs and grasses in the forest flourished, resembling a lively group of children stretching their forms under the sun's embrace. Towering trees stood majestically, their robust trunks and branches appearing as guardians of the forest, quietly surveying the land. In this vibrant season, the primeval forest, located 5 kilometers outside Konoha village, became an ideal venue for the new generation of students to challenge themselves and hone their survival skills. This vast and enigmatic forest harbors countless unknowns and challenges, awaiting these young ninjas to explore and conquer. For the first-year students at the Ninja Academy, they were about to embark on their inaugural wilderness survival trial. Indeed, in order to cultivate the survival skills of its students, the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy has arranged for a group task that allows students to experience the realities of a ninja's work. The task requires the teams to venture into the outskirts of the forest designated for the Chunin exams, where they must locate and safely retrieve their respective mission objectives. This endeavor undoubtedly poses a significant challenge for the young children who have just embarked on their journey in the ninja school. Hence, unlike students from other grades, the Academy has graciously permitted the first-year students to carry various items for their training, a gesture that clearly demonstrates special consideration for them. Additionally, to ensure their safety, the school has assigned their homeroom teacher, Shippo Daikoku, along with 2 lower-ranking ninjas to serve as their bodyguards. However, little did Shippo Daikoku anticipate that among his students, there would be such an eccentric individual. After all, this trial necessitates a long trek, and what could 6- or 7-year-old children possibly carry? Most students capable of utilizing sealing scrolls hail from affluent families. These families generally encourage their descendants to endure hardship in training and would not permit their scions to bring sealing scrolls filled with various survival supplies. At most, they would allow a few weapons for self-defense, as they believe that ninjas should rely on their own strength and skills to confront challenges. Conversely, children from less privileged backgrounds tend to have more supplies prepared for them, which are often bulky and heavy necessities such as food and drink. For instance, some children are burdened with heavy backpacks filled with provisions, water bottles, and even fruits. Others have stuffed thick clothing and simple tents into their bags. These parents seem to believe that providing ample supplies will ensure their children do not suffer from hunger or cold during the trial. Standing in front of the village's ninja tool shop, Swearin Ichido, a 6-year-old first-year student at the academy, gazes with curiosity and anticipation at the unknown items within. Indeed, Swearin Ichido is the aforementioned eccentric. Upon hearing about the academy's outdoor trial, his mind immediately conjured images not of conventional ninja training preparations, but of gathering every conceivable item that might be useful in the wild. Tents, tables, chairs, cooking pots, ready-to-eat meals, vegetables, fruits, and seasonings. These seemingly trivial, yet immensely practical items are prominently featured on his planning list. As for the funds required to purchase this assortment of goods, being a popular novelist, such expenses are but a trifling matter to him. His nonchalance towards money is evident. "Do you sell storage scrolls here?" His clear and resonant voice echoed within the shop. The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s or 50s, bore the marks of time upon his face. He regarded the diminutive Swearin Ichido with a smile, pondering inwardly, what could such a small child possibly buy in my ninja tool shop? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be a potential valuable customer. In his eyes, it mattered not the age of the customer. As long as the payment was sufficient, he was willing to sell anything available in the store. "Dear guest, are you interested in storing weapons such as shurikens and wind blades, or perhaps items like explosive tags, smoke bombs, and food pills?" The proprietor inquired warmly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Mizuno Ichido perked up, realizing that there were indeed goods available for purchase. He cast a glance at the storage scroll counter. "Are there different categories of storage scrolls?" he asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. What distinguishes these storage scrolls? Is it the materials, or is it a matter of convenience? Chapter 28. Procurement of supplies. The shopkeeper shook his head and patiently explained, the difference does not lie in the materials, but rather in the capacity of the storage space. Weapons such as shurikens and wind blades require more room due to their larger size, allowing for a greater quantity to be stored in sealing scrolls. In contrast, items like explosive tags, smoke bombs, and food pills are relatively small. So even when stored in larger quantities, they do not necessitate extensive space. The pricing of storage scrolls is determined by their sealing capacity. We offer a very small scroll of 1 cubic meter for 30,000 Rio, a small scroll of 2 cubic meters for 100,000 Rio, a medium scroll of 5 cubic meters for 300,000 Rio, and a large scroll of 10 cubic meters for 100,000 Rio. If you do not have many items to store, we recommend the very small scroll, the proprietor added, his gaze revealing a hint of expertise. Mizuno Ichido nodded in understanding, then proceeded to inquire further, "Sir, why is it that the larger the scroll, the more expensive it becomes? If I need to store 5 cubic meters of items, purchasing 5 very small scrolls would only cost 150,000 Rio, while one medium scroll costs 300 Rio. The shopkeeper patiently elucidated, "Ah, dear guest. You may not be aware that the production of larger scrolls is significantly more complex. The scroll makers expend considerably more energy and time to maintain the space during the crafting process, often several times more than that required for smaller scrolls. Moreover, skilled artisans capable of producing larger storage scrolls are far fewer in number than those who create smaller ones. Thus, the pricing reflects that the unit cost of larger scrolls is inevitably higher." Contemplating this, Mizuno Ichido nodded thoughtfully. However, he then expressed a concern. "Additionally, considering that I am merely a novice at the Ninja Academy with limited chakra, will I be able to utilize the sealing scrolls?" The shopkeeper chuckled gently, assuring him, "Rest assured, dear guest, while the sealing scrolls are designed for the convenience of storing items, they also take the user's circumstances into account. Essentially, as long as you possess chakra, you will be able to use them. You merely need to seal your items in advance, and when summoned, releasing a small portion of chakra will suffice to activate them." Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Mizuno Ichido's face, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. "Then I would like to purchase one medium scroll, 2 small ones, and 4 very small ones." Observing the excitement radiating from Mizuno Ichido, the shopkeeper secretly rejoiced. Initially, he had set high prices, anticipating negotiations. Yet he had encountered a customer who did not haggle, clearly a prime candidate for profit. Thus, he smiled and said, "As it is your first visit, I shall extend a special discount to you. A medium-sized, 2 small, and 4 extra small items amount to a total of 620 000. Allow me to round it down to 600 000 for your convenience." In our humble shop, aside from weaponry, we also offer a variety of outdoor supplies, including tents, camping stoves, folding tables and chairs, and beds, all aimed at ensuring outdoor comfort. There is nothing you can imagine that we do not have available for purchase. Might I inquire if there is anything else you require? Upon hearing this, Mizuno Ichido's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. "Oh, you also have tents, beds, and pots? Please show them to me, and if I am satisfied, I shall make a purchase." The shopkeeper nodded, recognizing a quality customer. Items that had long lingered unsold now seemed destined for clearance. With a flourish akin to magic, he retrieved a wooden box measuring 1/2 meter in length and width, and 1/2 meter in height from the corner of the shop. Upon opening the box, he revealed a neatly arranged assortment of items: a triangular iron frame, a wire mesh, a round pot, a small frying pan, and some outdoor insect repellent spray. At the very bottom, he unearthed a flat box containing a folded tent, a table, and 4 chairs. "This is our featured small outdoor leisure kit," the shopkeeper enthusiastically explained. "The tent is 4 by 2 meters, an essential for a couple's outdoor adventures. This entire set is available for just 38,888 yen. Given your significant purchases today, if you decide to take it now, we will gift you a 2 by 1 5-meter folding bed." Mizuno Ichido's eyes sparkled once more, and he declared with flair, "My good sir, money is not an issue for me. Do you have a larger tent? This one seems a bit too modest for my stature." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly replied, "Indeed, we have a deluxe version of the leisure kit tent measuring 8 by 6, 3 meters. This model serves as an emergency tent, offering considerably more space than the previous one. The table is 1.5 meters long and comes with 10 chairs, which are sold separately for 128 yen. Should you purchase this, we will also include a small leisure kit as a complimentary gift." Without hesitation, Mizuno Ichido responded, "That will do nicely." With that, he produced a card and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the card, his face alight with delight. "You are remarkably generous, esteemed customer. With the scroll included, the total comes to 70 yen. We shall also present you with a set of outdoor cooking utensils. Should you have any further needs, our store will always be open to you. We are dedicated to providing you with exceptional service and ensuring your requirements are met," the shopkeeper said with a smile, his eyes conveying warmth and sincerity. "Rest assured, I shall make it a point to visit here first for any similar needs in the future." Mizuno Ichido remarked as he gathered his supplies and exited the shop, satisfied. "That would be splendid. We look forward to your next visit," the shopkeeper replied, equally pleased, waving him farewell. Next, Mizuno Ichido made his way to the spice stall at the market. A vibrant array of spices and seasonings lay before him, and he slowly scanned the selections. These spices could serve as magical powders, playing a crucial role in enhancing the flavor of meals during outdoor camping. Each seasoning held the potential to be a key element in elevating the dining experience. Each spice, he would lean in to inhale its distinctive aroma, then gently sample its flavor, meticulously assessing its quality with his keen sense of smell and taste. Essential seasonings such as barbecue spices, chili powder, and salt were indispensable for camping in the wilderness. After procuring the spices, Mizuno Iki turned his attention to the food section. The provisions for outdoor survival not only needed to be diverse, but also required adaptability to various environments. With ample supplies of both raw and cooked food to ensure maximum comfort during their wilderness survival. Fresh vegetables, fruits, premium meats, and seafood were carefully selected to guarantee the freshness and quality of the ingredients. As for quantity, it was calculated according to the needs of a team of 5 over 3 days, then tripled, for as someone who was not short on funds. Purchasing a little extra and storing it in a sealed scroll would not require much effort. Chapter 29, Trial Instructions on the Day of Departure. The sky was a brilliant blue, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, cascading into the classroom like golden threads. While the air was infused with the refreshing scent of earth and the faint fragrance of flowers, the students in the class were abuzz with excitement, anticipating their forthcoming 3-day wilderness survival training. Shinoya Daikaku stood tall at the podium, his demeanor serious and solemn, as his gaze swept over each student's face. In a grave tone, he addressed them. You are all aware that you will soon embark on a 3-day wilderness survival training, during which you will be divided into small groups based on your performance, forming teams of 5. After the teams are assigned, the first task will be to elect a team leader. Under your leader's guidance, you will venture into the primitive forest outside the village to return your team's objective to the school. This will signify the success of your training. You will face the challenges ahead armed with the knowledge you have acquired over the past 6 months. He paused momentarily, his gaze deepening. Within the forest lurk various ferocious beasts, such as tigers, wolves, and wild boars, which you may encounter. However, rest assured that as this is your first trial, we have cleared the area of any dangerous creatures that might pose a threat to first-year students. So you are unlikely to face such dangers and need not worry excessively. Upon hearing this, some students exhaled in relief, but Shinoya Daikaku continued. Additionally, this trial will recognize outstanding individuals and exceptional teams. Those who exhibit exemplary performance may be designated as outstanding individuals, while teams will be evaluated based on the time, speed, and quality of task completion to determine outstanding teams. Both outstanding teams and individuals will be rewarded with a level ninjutsu and additional points on their respective report cards. Therefore, I urge you all to give your best effort. At this, the potential for extra points seemed trivial in comparison to the tangible reward of the ninjutsu scrolls, an item that even prominent clans reserved for their core descendants. In an instant, expressions of eager anticipation appeared on the faces of both commoners and clan students alike. Given that you are first-year students participating in your first survival trial, I, along with 2 Chunin, will be here to protect you, but we will only intervene if we deem your lives to be in danger. Do you have any questions? Regarding the potential dangers that may arise, civilian students lack the covert protection of family ninjas. A civilian student raised a hand and inquired, Teacher, will we only act when our lives are in danger? Does that mean we must face ordinary hazards on our own? Shanano Dahe nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed. It is my hope that those assigned to a group will unite and collaborate, confronting dangers together, as you strive to bring the objective back to Konoha over the next 3 days. Another student followed up with a question, Teacher, are there specific criteria for assessing outstanding teams and individuals? Shanano Dahe elucidated. The evaluation of an excellent team is determined by the completion of tasks, encompassing various aspects such as the speed of task completion, the quality of the work, and the performance of team members. In essence, the team that accomplishes the task efficiently and with high quality is most likely to be recognized as an outstanding team. As for outstanding individuals, they are those who demonstrate exceptional performance throughout the assessment, effectively addressing threats and safeguarding their companions. Only one team may be declared outstanding, while 3 individuals can earn that distinction. Yet another student raised a hand, asking, Teacher, what is the objective of the task? How do we find it? Shanano Dahe smiled mysteriously and replied, The task objective may involve protecting an object, seizing something, or finding a specific item. In truth, anything is possible. As for the specifics of your objective, Detailed information will be delivered to your respective camps by noon on the following day. Now, let us proceed with the group assignments. Each group has been formed based on the student's usual performance, ensuring an equitable distribution of abilities, Shanano Dahe announced. Picking up a stack of documents and beginning to read the list of group allocations. Chapter 30, Group Assignments Team 1, Izumo Asami, Akido Haru, Nara Hairi, Yamashiro Gariai. Yakushi Kabuto Team 2, Oda Yashiru, Noira Shizuku, Sakurada Inai, Sato Shinno, Idagawa Aho Team 3, Idagawa Shinichi, Hibara Sakurako, Yatsuki Ran, Kayagaku Ichihiro, Suzuki IQ Team 4, Yoshiyu Kuchi, Hikawa Kooko, Hyuga Hiroyasu, Ishikawa Jino, Hyuga Saimai Team 5, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, Inazuka Hana, Kamano, Mizuno Ichido as the group assignments were announced. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices, akin to a powder keg igniting. Students eagerly exchanged whispers or furrowed their brows in contemplation, their myriad voices intertwining, as if to lift the very roof off the room. The composition of Team 1 was nothing short of illustrious, prominently featuring the renowned ninja family members Akido Haru, Nara Hairi, and Yamashiro Gariai, collectively known as the Inu Kikucho Trio. Their seamless synergy and formidable prowess had already set them apart on the path of ninjutsu. Coupled with the civilian Izumo Asami and Yakushi Kabuto, the team's strength appeared well-balanced. Team 2, however, stood out distinctly. Oda Yashiharu, Noira Shizuku, Sakurada Inai, Sato Shinno, and Idagawa who hailed from the same street and had been inseparable since childhood. Their deep-rooted friendship and tacit understanding seemed to forge an invisible bond, tightly uniting them in their endeavor. The members of this small team each possessed distinct personalities. Adai excels in wielding various weapons. As if each tool in his grasp is a cherished companion, Xiaoche achieves remarkable grades across all subjects, with the brilliance of his intellect shimmering in his eyes. Although Shinosuke's academic performance is less than stellar, his unique combat style is nothing short of astonishing. His thrown shuriken invariably proves pivotal in critical moments, and even his casually discarded items can unexpectedly trouble the enemy, especially his seemingly ordinary dog, which surprisingly outmatches the Inazuka clan's Ninken, undoubtedly a delightful surprise for this team. Ninai can unleash immense strength when angered, transforming instantly into a goddess of battle. As for the final member, although he appears to lack any notable skills, it is precisely this ordinariness that renders him irreplaceable within the team. In summary, the diversity among the five enables them to complement one another in battle, thus unleashing formidable combat prowess. The third team comprises Idagawa Konan, Hibara AI, Yagami Ran, Kayagaku Iku, and Suzuki Akio. This group is renowned for its high intelligence and physical prowess, resembling a perfect amalgamation of a think tank and combat force on the battlefield. Konan and AI possess keen observational skills, their sharp gazes seemingly capable of piercing through enemy facades, allowing them to deduce weaknesses from subtle clues and formulate ingenious strategies. Ran and Iku are masters of martial arts, their lithe forms and swift movements often resulting in intense matches with their physical training instructor. Thus, this team embodies both intellect and strength, undoubtedly making them one of the favorites to triumph in this outdoor survival training. The fourth team consists of Yoshiyuki Koichi, Hino Kawakaoko, Hyuga Hiroya, Ishibumi Jinosuke, and Hyuga Saimai. Among them are two ninjas from the Hyuga clan, who have practiced the gentle fist since childhood, their exquisite skills evoking admiration. Coupled with their proficiency in throwing techniques and ninjutsu, enhanced by the Byakugan, they seemingly possess the ability to perceive all, rendering any visible threat non-existent. The other members also boast their own strengths, performing moderately well in their daily studies. If not for the need for synergy and collaboration, their cumulative performance would undoubtedly rank as the highest among the teams. The final team consists of Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, Inazuka Hana, Kamino, and Mizuno Iki. This group features three clan ninjas, with Inazuka Hana leveraging her family's Ninken for exceptional tracking capabilities, akin to a scout within the team. Uchiha Itachi is the quintessential hexagonal warrior, consistently ranking first in academics, his prowess formidable enough to leave others in awe. Uchiha Izumi is a diligent average student, her resilience and determination earning respect, while Kamino and Mizuno Iki are often vying for last place, lending their combination a rather peculiar dynamic. Mizuno Ikki widened his eyes in disbelief at being grouped with Uchiha Itachi. He sat quietly in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Funia Daikaku at the podium, as if seeking to unravel the deeper significance behind this grouping from the expression on his face. Since entering this school 6 months ago, he has scarcely forged any genuine connections with others, aside from occasionally encountering a few familiar faces in class. Although he shares a penchant for skipping classes with Uchiha Itachi, their reputations in the eyes of others are strikingly disparate. Uchiha Itachi is widely regarded as the exemplary student of the school, even when he frequently absents himself from classes. He always possesses compelling reasons that render him beyond reproach. He manages to create a shadow clone to maintain appearances, ensuring that his studies are never neglected despite his absence. His examination results consistently rank first, serving as undeniable testament to his capabilities. In the eyes of teachers, students like him can seemingly do no wrong. After all, his excellence has become an unspoken norm, and even his seemingly rebellious actions are imbued with a unique allure. Conversely, Mizuno Ikki presents a rather despondent figure. When he is present in class, he often appears drowsy, seemingly devoid of interest in the knowledge imparted, resting his head on the desk and drifting into his own dreamscape. During extracurricular activities, he seems to have lost all vitality, retreating to a corner to feign lethargy, oblivious to the lively atmosphere around him. After school, he is always the first to bolt through the gates. As if the school were a prison, he yearns to escape. His demeanor towards classmates is consistently indifferent, and even the small admirers who once recognized him by face have faded away. Chapter 31. Stalemate you. With your often absent-minded intellect, do you not realize that as captain, you might lead everyone into a quagmire? Would it not be wiser to simply follow my lead and secure an effortless victory? Why contemplate matters far beyond your capabilities? Inuzuka Hana crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a smirk, as if the absurdity of the situation were self-evident. Woof, woof, woof. The little wolf dog echoed her sentiments, evidently in agreement, recalling how this individual had previously pilfered its food in the classroom. Now, consider this. There is an enemy 100 meters ahead, sprinting towards your front right at a speed of 5 meters per second. Your shuriken has an initial speed of 10, but due to air resistance, it decreases by 1 each second. Will your shuriken hit the target? To address such a person of lofty aspirations yet scant ability, Inuzuka Hana resolved to employ the simplest and most direct approach, presenting a problem. Kanaya became increasingly agitated, scratching his head and counting on his fingers, as though attempting to calculate this vexing question with both hands and toes. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic and helplessness. All right, you two, cease your bickering. Let us first choose a captain. Uchiha Izumi, assuming the role of peacemaker, intervened to soothe the pair, her voice gentle yet assertive, striving to quell the escalating argument. Surely you haven't realized your own ineptitude? Can you truly be stumped by such a simple question? In a display of unabashed pride, Inuzuka Hana's demeanor suggested that this was a question even a 3-year-old could effortlessly answer. Her gaze bore an unmistakable air of derision. However, the lively contention for the leadership role of captain was not confined to the group led by Mizuno Ikki. The first group presented a lopsided scenario, with the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka benefiting from the inherent intellectual advantages bestowed by the Nara lineage. The 3 ninjas, Akito Haru, Nara Hiroshi, and Yamanaka Garai, exuded an aura of confidence and composure, making their central position within the team immediately apparent. Meanwhile, the 2 civilian students, Izumi Saki and Yakushi Kabuto, though possessing their own unique traits, could only follow in quiet submission within such a formidable assembly. Thus, the captaincy for the first group was established without a hint of suspense. As for the third group, the situation remained rather enigmatic. For reasons unknown, Idagawa Shinichi was consistently chosen as the captain. Perhaps an unspoken understanding existed among them, or perhaps Idagawa Shinichi displayed exceptional leadership qualities that compelled the others to yield willingly. Yet, the true reasons eluded outside observers. The circumstances in the fourth group mirrored those of Mizuno Ikki's assembly. 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Kaido and Hyuga Haruki, alongside Ishibana Jino, found themselves in a similar standoff, with the other 2 members adopting a passive observer's stance. None were willing to concede, each eager to assume the captaincy and lead their team to distinction in this endeavor. It must be noted that Ishibana Jinno seemed to have been included by the author, for with the Hyuga clan's formidable standing in Konoha, one wonders what audacity he possessed to challenge the esteemed Hyuga family. Undoubtedly, the most boisterous faction was the second group. Oda Yashiharu, Noira Sho, Sakurada Inai, Sato Shino, and Idagawa Aho each aspired to the captaincy. Noira Sho, with his all-around academic prowess, sought to showcase his abilities in the leadership role. Sakurada Inai, with her fiery temperament, insisted that as the sole female member, she deserved to lead. Although Sato Shino's academic performance was lacking, he believed his unique combat style afforded him enough merit to compete. Idagawa Aho might have felt that his distinct observational and strategic insights qualified him for the position, and Oda Yashiharu, observing the fervor among his peers, simply wished to join the fray. The five engaged in a lively exchange, each unwilling to yield, resulting in a scene of remarkable tumult. In light of the spectacle, Funino Daihe chose not to intervene or appoint a captain outright. Instead, he allowed the students to express themselves freely. He understood that becoming a ninja necessitated a clear understanding of one's role within a team, which is essential for effective collaboration. This virtually risk-free exercise served as an ideal opportunity to assess the students' capabilities in this regard. As the intense and spirited captain selection progressed, time slipped away unnoticed. When the final moment arrived, it was astonishing to find that the captaincy for both the second and fourth teams remained unresolved. Following fervent discussions and deliberations, the second team ultimately selected 5 captains, each responsible for a distinct area, while the 2 remaining candidates in the fourth team, under pressure from the Hyuga clan, opted for Hyuga Haruki. Meanwhile, the fifth team led by Mizuno Ikuto displayed a markedly different demeanor. Faced with the seemingly unattainable position of captain, the usually reticent Kamino, in a rare show of initiative, proposed a democratic election. This suggestion garnered unanimous support, and the ever-observant Uchiha Itachi, who had been quietly spectating, was unexpectedly elevated to the role of captain of the fifth team. Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by this sudden appointment, yet he soon regained his composure, his gaze reflecting a profound steadiness and self-assurance. Chapter 32. Departure. On the outskirts of the primeval forest, a gentle breeze carried the summer's warmth, rustling through the treetops and heralding the rhythmic chorus of cicadas. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of earth and verdant leaves. A spirited group of young students, clad in uniform training attire and burdened with well-packed satchels, resembled a band of valiant adventurers poised to embark on a journey. They were divided into 10 small teams, each consisting of 5 members, standing in orderly fashion within a clearing of the woods. The sun bathed them in its golden light, illuminating the unique vitality and enthusiasm of youth, with each face radiating anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. The robust instructor, Funia Daihe, stood before them like a towering statue, exuding an air of authority. He held aloft a palm-sized iron plaque that glimmered with a stark brilliance under the sun's rays. The plaque bore the team number and designations, while its reverse side was inscribed with a solemn and enigmatic text. His voice, deep and serious, yet tinged with a subtle hint of expectation, resonated as he addressed the students. The weather today is exceptionally pleasant, perfect for outdoor activities. Consequently, this mission will entail certain challenges. Team leaders, please step forward to collect your team tokens. Pausing momentarily, he surveyed each student before continuing. From this moment onward, unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, I shall refrain from intervening or offering assistance. Therefore, I urge you all to exercise caution and rely solely on your own intellect and capabilities. The team leaders were instructed to lead their respective groups in the direction indicated by their tokens. They were granted the flexibility to adapt their strategies as deemed necessary. The mission details would be conveyed to each team in a unique manner by noon the following day, and he implored everyone to remain vigilant. At this announcement, the members of each group eagerly rubbed their hands together, brimming with anticipation, as if envisioning themselves atop the pinnacle of victory, rightfully claiming the first place. It has finally begun. I must showcase my strength to Shaki, exclaimed one voice, filled with fervor. Just don't let your mountainous physique slow us down, came a teasing reply from a nearby student. Allow me to lead you all to glory. No, to the summit, boomed another voice, eliciting laughter from those around. Uchiha Itachi, His eyes as profound as an abyss and his demeanor as frosty as winter, approached with measured steps, calmly receiving the token designated for their group. He lowered his gaze slightly, swiftly scanning the inscription on the token before tucking it securely into his cloak. Turning to face his companions, his voice was calm, yet resolute. Our direction is southeast. Let us embark at once. Today, we shall follow the designated path in search of a suitable camping site. The group commenced their journey slowly, with Uchiha Itachi wielding a small knife, vigilantly forging a path for his teammates. Izumi carried a petite backpack, closely trailing behind Itachi, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of trust and reliance. Mizuno, seemingly unperturbed, walked leisurely in the middle, occasionally adjusting the burden on his back, his demeanor suggesting indifference to the arduous trek ahead. At the rear, Inuzuka Hana and Kamino trudged along, their spirits dampened by their disappointment at not being appointed as captain, each step weighed down by their heavy hearts. As they traversed the dense woods, reminiscent of a verdant ocean, crossed babbling brooks, and scaled steep, undulating hills, their pace gradually began to slow. The departure had occurred in the afternoon, although the thick forest shielded them from the sun's relentless heat. The stifling humidity within the woods felt like an invisible hand, incessantly sapping their resolve. Uchiha Itachi, can you truly lead us? We have been walking for quite some time without finding a suitable location. Inuzuka Hana voiced her discontent, her footsteps heavy with fatigue. Indeed, if you cannot manage this, why not yield to me? Trust in my unparalleled wisdom. I would surely find a place swiftly. Kamino hastily echoed, his eyes betraying a hint of eagerness and confidence. At this moment, Mizuno was drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. As someone who preferred to remain seated rather than stand, or to recline rather than sit, his stamina had reached its limits. Each step felt as though his legs were leaden. However, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward, her expression fraught with concern as she addressed the group, defending Itachi. Everyone is fatigued. This is unavoidable. However, now is not the time for quarrels. It is growing late, and we must urgently locate a suitable place to camp. Only then can we fulfill our mission effectively. Chapter 33. Rest. Suddenly, a derisive laugh erupted from Kamino, the sound jarring in the serene forest. He turned slightly, casting a scornful glance at Mizuno, a smirk of arrogance and disdain etched on his face as he bellowed. Ha! Look at Mizuno, the poor fellow. Who would have thought his stamina would be so lacking? Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed through the woods, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle in what seemed like a mocking chorus. The others followed his gaze to see Mizuno, drenched in sweat, leaning against a sturdy tree. His back was thoroughly soaked, his shirt clinging to him, outlining his weary figure. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He slowly surveyed his companions before gently suggesting, "Let us take a moment to rest." To my astonishment, the seemingly languid Mizuno Ito possesses such feeble stamina. One must acknowledge that the curriculum at the Ninja Academy allocates a significant portion of time to physical training and throwing techniques. Logically, one would expect each student to exhibit commendable endurance. It is truly unexpected to find a companion so lacking in vitality. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's suggestion, the group sought out a spot to rest, some leaning against tree trunks while others settled upon the grass. After a span of 10 minutes, Inuzuka Hana gradually rose to her feet, gently brushing off the dirt clinging to her attire. With a resolute gaze fixed ahead, she declared, "Allow me to take the lead. If we linger any longer, we shall find ourselves lost in the dark without a campsite." As a member of the Inuzuka clan, she not only possessed an innate keen sense of smell, but her small wolf dog could also assist in locating resources, instilling her with confidence in her abilities. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement with Hana's proposal. Though he too could navigate their surroundings, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. He regarded Hana earnestly, stating, "Then please see if you can find a source of water." Water was of paramount importance to them. Only by locating a source could they effectively replenish their strength and continue their journey. Hana slightly inclined her head and whispered to her small wolf dog, "Gray Wolf, can you sniff it out?" The wolf dog appeared to comprehend her request, instantly tilting its head, turning its body, and inhaling deeply into the air. Its nose twitched incessantly, as if endeavoring to detect something. Then, it barked twice in a particular direction, the sound resonating through the forest as if conveying a message to its owner. With newfound confidence, Hana pointed towards that direction, exclaiming, "There is moisture over there." Upon hearing this, Izumi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, "In that case, let us hasten to investigate." Even the fatigued Mizuno Ito felt a surge of energy at the mention of a water source, as if revitalized. The five of them promptly raced towards the indicated direction, their figures weaving through the trees, their steps hurried yet filled with anticipation. Before long, they stumbled upon a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed serenely, producing a melodious sound, as if performing a delightful symphony. The aquatic plants beneath the surface were clearly visible, gently swaying with the current as if engaged in a graceful dance. Towering trees and thick foliage shielded the sunlight, allowing only beams to filter through the gaps, illuminating the soft green grass along the bank. The stream lay diagonally across the forest, dividing it beautifully, as though nature had drawn an exquisite boundary within this verdant realm. Having already depleted the water in their flasks, the four, excluding Ito, approached the stream's edge without hesitation, cupping their hands to drink directly from the water. The cool stream flowed down their throats, instantly refreshing them and alleviating their fatigue. After taking a sip, Izumi turned to Mizuno Ito and inquired, "Why aren't you drinking, Mizuno? This water is quite sweet." The other three turned to look at him, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Mizuno Ichido sat leisurely upon a bare rock, his movements deliberate and unhurried. He carefully extracted a scroll from his backpack, which unfurled slowly in his hands, exuding an air of mystery. With a slight shake of the scroll, accompanied by a peculiar glow, a set of hand seals conjured forth a water flask and a small bundle from thin air. Mizuno Ichido's sealing scroll was well stocked with boiled and cooled water. Although he had traversed realms, he retained the habit of drinking boiled water. After all, who could guarantee the water in the ninja world was free of viruses and bacteria? Furthermore, the water sealed within was safeguarded against contamination, and he had even prepared several pots of cool tea to combat the heat. He gently opened the water flask, tilted his head back, and took several hearty gulps, the refreshing tea soothing his parched throat. He then unwrapped the bundle, peeling away the oil paper to reveal a stack of biscuits. Amidst the astonished gazes of the four, he began to munch away, the crisp sound of the biscuits harmonizing with the serene melodies of the forest, creating a delicate tune that echoed through the tranquil woods. After finishing a biscuit, Mizuno Ichido instinctively let out a burp. "Why are you all staring at me?" he asked, glancing at the others with a hint of confusion. Their vacant stares made him somewhat uncomfortable, and even the biscuit he was chewing became difficult to swallow. "You brought food for a survival trial?" Inuzuka Hana was the first to break the silence, her eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and discontent, as if Mizuno Ichido's actions defied some unwritten law of survival. "What should I eat if I don't bring food?" Mizuno Ichido furrowed his brow slightly, a look of puzzlement in his eyes, seemingly unaware of the deeper purpose of this trial, and retorted directly, "Well, Mizuno, the purpose of the survival trial is to enable us to rely on our own abilities to survive in this challenging environment." Izumi lowered her head slightly, her voice soft yet clear as she explained, "During this training, we need to identify our shortcomings and subsequently focus on improvement in our future studies and training. Only through continuous practice can we gradually grow. Is that so?" Chapter 34, Seeking a Campsite. Mizuno Ichido raised an eyebrow, a faint trace of a smile gracing his lips. "But Izumi, this principle surely applies only to ordinary students. Someone like me, Mizuno Ichido, need not adhere to such conventional methods. The inadequacy of strength is the root of all problems and conflicts. If someone encounters difficulties in reality, I believe it is either due to a lack of resources or a deficiency in their abilities." He crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly, adopting a demeanor of sage-like wisdom as he spoke. "Whether in Blue Star or the ninja world, everything is based on strength. In Blue Star, it is manifested through power and wealth, while in the ninja world, it is displayed through chakra and martial prowess. And as a boy endowed with exceptional capabilities, why should I conform to the slow and steady development expected of these youngsters? Is it true that great power can resolve all issues?" Uchiha Itachi slightly narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating the words that echoed in his mind. It seemed that he was inherently sensitive to the matters surrounding him. Ever since he grasped the essence of being a ninja in his very first lesson, he had sensed a palpable rift between the village and his clan, a divide he yearned to bridge. These thoughts had long lingered and entwined within his heart. Standing upon a stone at the water's edge, Kenyano looked down upon the crowd with an air of unwarranted superiority. Ah, this fellow is nothing short of a peculiar oddity, exuding a profound laziness. He cast a sidelong glance at Inuzuka Hana and continued, well, at least I brought food, so I won't be a burden to this esteemed lord. Wow, you've actually become smarter, exclaimed Inuzuka Hana, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Kenyano, evidently surprised that the usually careless Kenyano possessed even a modicum of intelligence. I have always been clever. Got it, Kenyano declared, his chest puffing out with confidence and pride upon receiving Hana's compliment. After all, he was nearly a team leader. In his mind, his abilities were beyond question. All right, everyone. Now that we've rested, let us proceed to find a campsite, Itachi said, slowly regaining his focus as he lifted his gaze to the sky. Through the thick canopy of trees, beams of light filtered down, casting dappled patterns on the ground. It seemed that darkness would soon descend in just a few hours. After approximately another hour of walking, the sound of rushing water grew increasingly louder. Amidst a thicket of trees, a vaguely discernible oval-shaped lake came into view. The lake spanned about 100 feet in width and 300 feet in length, with a cliff rising several feet on one side, where a curtain of water, a height equal to that of a person, cascaded down in a gentle flow, creating splashes of water. The shimmering surface of the lake was encircled by a sloping meadow several feet wide, a vibrant carpet of greenery adorned with various animal tracks. The broken patches in the grass hinted at the presence of herbivores, while a sparse ring of scraggly trees, 2 to 3 meters tall, bordered the meadow, stout and low but lush with foliage. This will do, Itachi remarked, gesturing towards the area. The view is broad, the meadow is flat, and there are ample trees for us to establish our campsite. We can explore that cliff over there. If there are suitable caves, we can fortify the surroundings. I also find it quite suitable, Kenyano readily agreed. With such a large lake serving as a water source for the forest, animals will come to drink, bringing along seeds that can grow into fruit trees, Hana excitedly added. We should be able to find them easily if we search around. Kenyano, how do you know there are many fruit trees nearby? He questioned, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Did you not understand? How can you be so dense and not realize? Hana shot him a glare. The presence of a water source indicates that many animals will come to drink. The seeds of wild fruits they consume remain undigested. As they defecate near the water, the undigested seeds will take root and sprout into new trees. How could that possibly not happen? Uchiha Itachi swiftly assigned tasks. Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi were responsible for foraging for food, while the others remained behind to fell trees for the construction of a campsite. Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana departed from the camp, arriving at the edge of the thicket. In stark contrast to the towering trees of the forest, the area within several dozen paces was dominated by low shrubs, many of which bore various unknown fruits. Izumi, judging by the position of the sun, we have about an hour or two before nightfall, Hana remarked, glancing up at the sky. She then turned to Uchiha Izumi and proposed, let us split up. I'll head this way, and you go that way. Mark any edible fruits you find on the trees, and gather some to bring back for dinner. We can continue harvesting tomorrow. What do you think? At present, it appeared that no wild beasts lurked nearby, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility. Inuzuka Hana nodded slightly, allowing her gray wolf to sniff the surrounding scents to ensure no large predators were in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the remaining trio near the cliff attempted to locate a spacious cave to serve as their dwelling. After making a considerable detour, they discovered only a small, recessed rock face and a few scattered stones that could barely be repurposed. This will have to do, Uchiha Itachi stated, surveying the modest rock face and stones. He continued, let us gather some branches to shield ourselves and construct a simple shelter. We should be fine spending the night here. No drew an axe from his backpack and swung it vigorously, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. He glanced at the nearby thicket, brimming with confidence, and declared, watch closely. I shall showcase my true prowess. Uchiha Itachi also unsheathed his short knife, his gaze fixed on suitable shrubs, ready to take action. As for Mizuno Ichido, he appeared utterly indifferent to his surroundings, leisurely extracting a shovel from his backpack and methodically digging at the smooth ground near a large tree. His movements were unhurried, each swing of the shovel executed with an air of nonchalance, as if he were tending to a modest vegetable garden in his own backyard rather than enduring the rigors of survival in the wild. Uchiha Itachi noticed Mizuno Ichido's actions and felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, this classmate struck him as markedly different from the others. While his peers may have perceived Mizuno's habitual lethargy and tendency to evade training, Itachi recognized that this individual maintained an air of indifference throughout their rigorous academic pursuits and the challenging journey they were undertaking. Such a person could either be blissfully ignorant of the dangers and difficulties that lay ahead, or harbor an understated strength that allowed him to remain so composed and indifferent. "What are you planning to do?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Mizuno Ichido as he pondered his intentions. "Do we really need to complicate matters this way?" Mizuno Kazuto remained undistracted, rhythmically wielding his shovel to dig into the earth, gently patting the excavated soil into the depressions on the grass with a practiced, fluid motion. After speaking, he retrieved a summoning scroll from his backpack. As it unfurled in his hands, it emanated a mysterious glow. Observing this sequence of actions, Uchiha Itachi's curiosity intensified. He fixated on Mizuno Kazuto, eager to discern what his classmate was endeavoring to accomplish. "Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, goat," Mizuno Kazuto intoned, his voice low and steady, as if reciting an enigmatic incantation. "Is this the summoning technique?" Itachi's heart raced with surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly languid classmate had mastered such a formidable art. No wonder he could proclaim that a lack of strength was the root of all existential contradictions. To Itachi, possessing such potent ninjutsu naturally bestowed confidence. It appeared that after this training session, he would need to request Shisui to teach him the summoning technique as well. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the village's peace, and he must possess sufficient power to confront any potential crises that may arise in the future. Summoning technique, wilderness survival kit. Mizuno Kazuto's voice resonated clearly. As the final syllable fell, a beam of light burst forth from the summoning scroll, and a large chest materialized on the ground. Kazuto adeptly approached, opening the chest to reveal neatly arranged supplies, a folded tent, a bed, a table, chairs, and other essentials. With swift motions, he erected the tent's framework and carefully draped the fabric over it. Soon enough, a simple yet functional shelter was established. "Oh, and there are pots and bowls. Is he treating this survival trial as a leisurely excursion?" Itachi mused. Although the dangers faced in the first year were minimal, this was still a trial to test one's ability to survive in the wild. Yet, Mizuno Kazuto appeared to approach it as if embarking on a relaxing journey. "Preparing so thoroughly, I find myself believing that this classmate will deliver an extraordinary surprise." Itachi shook his head, pondering in silence. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on constructing the shelter first. Although, as the team leader, he could manage his teammates, the Uchiha were inherently not suited for social interaction. Thus, he often completed tasks independently, allowing others to pursue their own interests, for the Uchiha possessed the capability to accomplish tasks alone. He turned and drew a short blade from behind him, launching himself into the air with a powerful push from his feet, deftly landing on the branches above. He executed several agile flips mid-air, his movements graceful and swift. With a series of swift slashes, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, the branches of the towering tree broke apart and fell. Subsequently, with a few more strikes, the thick trunk was cleaved into several segments, transforming it into multiple logs measuring 1 to 2 meters in length. A bird soared gracefully across the sky above the lake, seemingly drawn to the commotion below. It circled the water several times before finally alighting on the cliffside near the waterfall, quietly observing all that transpired beneath. In a secluded corner of the forest, a camp had been discreetly erected, where several figures clad in the attire of the Leaf Ninja moved about with purpose. Their hurried steps harmonized with the surrounding woodland, as they diligently fulfilled their respective roles. How are the various first-year teams faring? A somewhat stout, robust man stood at the center of the camp, lifting his gaze to survey the bustling ninjas around him. His voice resonated powerfully, and his broad shoulders and solid chest exuded an air of composure and strength. The messenger hawk reports that each team has successfully located suitable camping sites and is currently methodically constructing shelters and foraging for food, a ninja responded respectfully, his tone clear and steady. "That's good to hear. It seems this year's students are of commendable quality." Shibayama Dahe nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. The absence of chaotic wandering indicated that they had gleaned something from their training. A series of light coughs abruptly interrupted Shibayama Dahe's smile. "What is it?" There appears to be an issue with the group that includes Uchiha Itachi, a ninja replied, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. The group with Itachi? What seems to be the problem? Shibayama Dahe's gaze sharpened instantly, and his voice involuntarily rose a notch. In his view, Uchiha Itachi was his most promising student. Among all the first years, none exhibited greater talent. His austere demeanor, keen insight, and remarkable prowess filled Shibayama Dahe with great expectations. That group brought tents and has set one up directly, the ninja clarified. Ah, well, that's acceptable, Shibayama Dahe replied, slightly furrowing his brow. He coughed softly, seemingly to mask his own discomfort. First years were permitted to carry whatever they wished. Their ability to bring such items was not overly concerning. Nonetheless, it was imperative to maintain close observation of each group and remain vigilant. Chapter 36. I wish to stay in a tent after about an hour. The last rays of the setting sun gradually faded behind the dense trees, casting a subtle shadow over the mysterious forest. Uchiha Izumi, accompanied by Inuzuka Hana who cradled a small puppy, returned to the camp with their bulging backpacks. Upon glimpsing the scene before them, the two could not help but gasp, their faces alight with astonishment. In the clearing stood a tent, impressively large, approximately the size of 2 or 3 tables and reaching a height of about 10 feet. For ropes, thicker than a thumb, securely anchored the tent, bestowing it with an air of stability and strength. A vibrant red flag, adorned with lively patterns, fluttered atop the tent, gently dancing in the breeze as if proclaiming its presence within the forest. The tent's entrance stood wide open, and through the entrance flap, the soft light streaming in through 2 windows illuminated the interior, revealing its arrangement clearly. Inside the tent, a thick carpet laid beneath a spacious bed, which emanated a rustic yet warm atmosphere. Outside the windows stood a tent, a full yard wide, beneath which a set of chairs and kitchenware were neatly arranged, exuding an aura of orderliness, as if it were a quaint and cozy home. You're back? Wow. And you've brought back so much food. Suddenly appearing from nowhere, Kanaya's eyes fixated greedily on the bulging backpacks of the two, her face reflecting an insatiable desire as she eagerly reached out to grab them. Uchiha Izumi gently set down her backpack, offering the fresh fruits she had gathered in the woods to Kanaya, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the tent, asking animatedly, "This tent is so spacious. Are we staying in it tonight? Wow, how sweet. So delicious." As Kanaya received the fruits, she devoured them ravenously, completely immersed in the realm of delectable delights, her mouth full as she mumbled, "This is from Nakanishi. Our shelter is behind the tent." Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's question, Kanaya answered nonchalantly. She had been taken aback by the sight earlier, secretly admiring Nakanishi's resourcefulness for bringing such provisions during this arduous survival trial. Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana then circled around the tent, heading towards the back. There, they discovered several wooden boards propped securely against a rock wall, forming a semicircle, covered with a thick layer of branches and leaves, as if nature had draped them in a verdant cloak. Before them appeared a dark opening, faint light seeping from within, revealing only a few wooden planks inside. In an instant, the joy on their faces vanished, replaced by furrowed brows that hinted at disappointment and resignation. Uchiha Itachi emerged from the constructed shelter, contemplating that although this refuge could not compare to Nakanishi's tent, the barriers he had erected were sturdy enough to deter typical wild beasts. Several layers were added above for protection against the elements, and within, 2 spacious wooden beds were crafted from logs, comfortably layered with dry grass. This environment was a significant improvement compared to the usual situation of resting on trees during missions. "You two will sleep on the bed inside, and the male will take the bed outside," Uchiha Itachi stated matter-of-factly. "Rest assured, I will guard against insects and snakes. I will protect you." Kanaya felt that as a man, sleeping outside would allow him to safeguard the girls, a confident expression gracing his features. Inuzuka Hana cautiously peered into the shelter, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, seemingly engaged in an inner struggle. "Well, it's just 3 days, I can endure it. Yes, I can manage, it's the wilderness after all, I shouldn't be too picky. You've built this quite well, so I've decided. I will stay in the tent," Inuzuka Hana declared, stepping directly into the tent and placing her bag down. Why not stay in the tent when it was available, rather than in a makeshift shelter of wooden stakes? What madness was that? Besides, what was wrong with staying once? Am I to become a ninja merely by spending a night here? Grey Wolf, let us share a tent. Woof woof. The little puppy barked joyfully several times, seemingly delighted by Inuzuka Hana's decision. Well, I wish to stay in the tent too. Uchiha Izumi timidly gazed at Uchiha Itachi, and after a brief moment of eye contact, she stepped into the tent and set down her backpack. Observing the two entering the tent, a flicker of disappointment washed over Uchiha Itachi. After all, this was the sanctuary he had meticulously constructed, and even his devoted little admirer, Uchiha Izumi, had left him. Although he held no particular fascination for her status as a fan, the mere presence of a devoted admirer trailing behind him would naturally exude an air of distinctive superiority, making tasks feel effortless and within reach. Despite this being a wilderness survival trial, everyone except for Mizuno Ikuto understood the significance and necessity of such an endeavor. They had prepared themselves for the harsh realities of survival in the wild from the very beginning. Yet, standing before the hastily constructed shelter and the well-assembled tent of human civilization, his mind resisted the idea of stepping into the dark sanctuary. The absence of the two girls meant that it would just be him and you, each with a bed. Had he known, he wouldn't have built it so large. No turned to Uchiha Itachi, a joyful smile gracing his face, as if reflecting on the spaciousness of having one bed each, free from the need for several people to squeeze together. Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana placed the gathered food on the table outside the tent. The group gathered around, eager to finish dinner before nightfall, so they could retire early. Even with the enhancement of chakra, the inhabitants of the ninja world were still children who had to rest after a long day of labor. Turning back to his comrade, it seemed the two of them having separate beds provided a sense of spaciousness. After Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana organized their belongings, they placed the collected food on the table outside the tent. The group gathered around, keen to finish their meal before darkness descended, so they could get to bed early. Even with chakra at their disposal, they were still children who needed rest after a day of activity. Inuzuka Hana glanced at everyone, her gaze landing on Kamano, who was devouring food voraciously. Kamano stuffed fruits directly into his mouth. Uchiha Itachi, true to his noble lineage, exhibited elegance even while eating in the wild. He selected a ripe fruit, wiped it with his clothing, and savored it bite by bite. However, it seemed someone was missing. Chapter 37. The fish are biting. Where is Mizuno? I haven't seen him since he returned. Where could he have gone? Uchiha Izumi scanned the campsite but could not find Mizuno Ikuto, feeling a pang of curiosity as she inquired. He is by the lake, fishing. Kamino, with his mouth full, mumbled a response while gesturing towards the lakeside. He then picked up a red fruit and savored it, continuing to speak indistinctly about setting up the tent before darting off to fish. Delicious, he exclaimed. Are you saying this tent belongs to classmate Mizuno? Inuzuka Hana stared in surprise at the exquisitely arranged tent before her, seeking confirmation from Kamino. Indeed, Kamino replied, rolling his eyes at Inuzuka. Do you think I would set up such a tent myself? I only brought this because I had too much to eat, and even if I wanted to carry it, I would need the money to buy it. Kamino's family was not affluent. For someone from a humble background like his, a tent was nothing but a frivolous luxury. After all, there were far more pressing needs to attend to in life. Who would have spare funds for such seemingly extravagant items? Not to mention, this tent was not only equipped with an outdoor canopy, but also contained a complete kitchen setup. Among the four present, only Uchiha Itachi and Inuzuka Hana's families possessed the means to acquire such a tent. The other two likely did not dare to even dream of it. If I share the tent with Izumi-san, would he object? Inuzuka Hana murmured, casting her gaze toward the distant lakeside, her mind busy with contemplation. She recalled how she had given Mizuno a hard time due to his laid-back demeanor during their journey, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Mizuno-san probably hasn't eaten yet. I'll go call him over to join us. Uchiha Izumi, with her straightforward disposition, did not dwell on whether sharing the tent required Mizuno's consent. To her, they were a team, and it was only natural to reside together. Moreover, she instinctively felt that Mizuno must be hungry and turned to walk toward the lakeside. Doesn't Mizuno have enough food in his own supplies? Wouldn't he just take it out if he were hungry? Above the lake, the sky was adorned with wisps of cotton-like white clouds drifting lazily. In the west, a fiery red sun hung low, resembling a burning sphere that, despite nearing its end, still radiated a fierce glow. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the sparse branches of the low trees, casting dappled light on the tranquil water's surface, where rippling reflections danced like countless shards of gold. Birds above formed neat formations, flying in a V shape, stretching their wings as they soared towards the horizon. gradually disappearing from sight, seemingly in pursuit of the unknown. At this moment, Mizuno Ichido sat quietly on a rock by the lake. Beside him, a small fish basket held several fish that occasionally leaped, splashing water and creating crisp sounds. He held a fishing rod steadily in his hands, which appeared remarkably stable under his control. The bobber floating on the surface of the water swayed gently, as if dancing with the ripples. Uchiha Izumi stepped lightly, quickly crossing a few bushes. When she was several dozen paces from Mizuno, she slowed her pace, approaching gracefully and quietly, careful not to disturb him as he focused on fishing. Mizuno-san, we gathered a lot of wild fruits. Come and have some. Uchiha Izumi's face radiated a gentle smile, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. It's Izumi-san. Please wait a moment. Mizuno Ikuto slightly turned his head, a hint of apology in his gaze. Yet his hands remained steadfast in their task. Just then, the bobber, which had been rhythmically dancing on the water's surface, vanished entirely. After such a long wait, he finally felt the thrill of a substantial catch, at least 5 pounds. A pronounced tug surged through the fishing rod, transmitting the fish's struggle to his arm. He swiftly rose, leaning back slightly to maintain balance, gripping the rod tightly, his eyes reflecting a focused determination. Wow, did Mizuno-san catch a big fish? Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, standing nearby with wide eyes, both surprised and delighted as she gazed at the water's surface. However, moments later, she became flustered, instinctively reaching for the rod to assist Mizuno in reeling in the fish. Yet, upon realizing the appropriate distance between them, her outstretched hand awkwardly retreated. Mizuno-san, is there anything I can do? Uchiha Izumi asked, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Izumi-san, there's a landing net over there. Please fetch it. When I bring the fish close, you can scoop it up with the net, Mizuno Ikuto said with calm assurance. Oh, all right, Mizuno-san, Uchiha Izumi replied hurriedly, searching around for the net, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. Blushing, she asked, Mizuno-san, what is a landing net? It's that long pole over there with a round net attached to it, Mizuno Ikuto patiently explained, his gaze unwavering from the water. The fish seemed to be losing its strength, the pull on the line noticeably diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuno Ikuto gradually reeled in the line, carefully guiding the fish towards the shore, every movement executed with skill and patience, as if engaging in a silent duel with the creature. Before long, a sizable carp, about the length of an arm, emerged from the water just a yard from the shore. Its sleek scales shimmered with golden hues in the fading sunlight, its fins thrashing vigorously as if making one last effort to escape. Wow, Mizuno-san, that fish is enormous. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, jumping in excitement, her eyes brimming with wonder and joy. Mizuno-san, should we use the net now? She eagerly inquired, her usual demure demeanor replaced by exuberance. Wait a moment, Izumi-san. Let me drag it a bit closer to the shallow water before you scoop it up with the net, Mizuno Ikuto advised. Okay, Mizuno-san. Uchiha Izumi promptly quieted, gripping the net tightly as she stood at the water's edge, her eyes fixated on the approaching carp, anticipation palpable in her expression. All right, Izumi-san now? Mizuno Ikuto firmly grasped the fishing rod, and as the large carp was dragged into shallow waters, it seemed to sense the impending end of its life, summoning its last reserves of strength to struggle once more. The splashes of water intertwined with Uchiha Izumi's somewhat clumsy movements, creating an amusing tableau. The setting sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a grayish veil over the distant forest, as if it were draped in a mysterious shroud. Occasionally, a few hoarse-bird calls pierced the tranquil atmosphere, adding an element of unexpectedness. At last, after an intense battle lasting over 10 minutes with the carp, Uchiha Izumi, drenched from head to toe, successfully secured the exhausted fish into her basket. This extraordinary struggle culminated in her triumph. Mizuno-san, I never anticipated that this fish would possess such immense strength. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, her damp clothes trailing behind her as she walked briskly alongside Mizuno Ikuto. In her hand, she held a large carp that had been scaled and gutted, still appearing to wiggle slightly under her grasp. As she walked, she animatedly gestured, her eyes sparkling with excitement, incessantly recounting the fish's formidable power, as if sharing a prized treasure. I am glad to see you so joyful, Izumi-san, Mizuno Ikuto replied, carrying the basket brimming with their catch, strolling leisurely while occasionally glancing at Uchiha Izumi beside him. Truthfully, he had never expected to witness such an endearing side of her. Typically, Uchiha Izumi was quiet and demure, and their interactions at school were minimal. He was surprised that a simple tussle with a fish could reveal so much vivacity in her character. At that moment, despite her clothes being soaked, Uchiha Izumi's fair and charming face had been washed clean, though the mud in her hair had yet to completely dry, a few strands sticking to her cheek, adding a playful touch to her appearance. In the world of ninjas, individuals mature early, often understanding matters of the heart by the age of 4 or 5. Under Mizuno Ikuto's slightly amused gaze, Uchiha Izumi's fair cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. The two walked side by side in serene silence, neither speaking, simply savoring the tranquility of the moment. It was not that Uchiha Izumi had developed feelings for Mizuno Ikuto. Rather, she felt a bit flustered by her own exuberance in front of someone with whom she shared a less intimate relationship. She was grateful that it was Mizuno today. Otherwise, the awkwardness might have been unbearable. Although Mizuno Ikuto often displayed a laid-back demeanor akin to that of the Nara clan, he was indeed a dependable companion. Uchiha Izumi mused inwardly. They continued to walk quietly when suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, Uchiha Izumi softly spoke. "Mizuno-san, may we be friends?" "Ahem. What is this? Are we not friends already?" Mizuno Ito was momentarily taken aback, but soon displayed a gentle smile. He was indeed quite eager to befriend Uchiha Izumi. Although she did not possess the characteristics of a wealthy heiress, nor was she a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing foes, her innocent demeanor and charming appearance made it difficult to decline her friendship. Moreover, she was a peripheral figure, one whom even Konoha had scarcely acknowledged, thus posing no potential complications for him. It was truly delightful. It had been ages since he felt as joyous as he did today. Uchiha Izumi's radiant smile blossomed, warm and inviting like sunlight. "Why do you say that, Izumi?" Mizuno Ito inquired, genuinely curious, as the original narrative had scarcely offered details about this girl, merely glossing over her character. Since returning to the Uchiha clan grounds with her mother had rarely taken a break, always occupied with various tasks. Uchiha Izumi lowered her gaze slightly, revealing a hint of sadness and tenderness in her eyes. "For my mother's sake, I have been diligently training, hoping to become an exceptional ninja in the future so I can assist her." Chapter 39. The Pitiful One returning to the Uchiha clan grounds with your mother? Did you live outside during your childhood? Mizuno Ito tilted his head slightly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at Uchiha Izumi. After all, in a world that venerates family, the offspring of prominent clans typically resided within their ancestral domains, basking in the protection and resources afforded by their lineage. Given that Uchiha was a prestigious family within the village of Konoha, he found it quite surprising that Uchiha Izumi had lived outside during her early years. What Mizuno Ito did not realize was that, despite her Uchiha surname, Izumi's circumstances were far removed from the affluent image associated with the Uchiha clan. Her father was an outsider, and in a world that revered bloodlines and familial connections, such a status rendered her position within the clan rather precarious. Her mother was merely an ordinary person, devoid of the capabilities to bolster the family's standing, relegating the two of them to the margins of clan society. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, her mother had to navigate numerous obstacles before finally bringing Izumi back to the family. The Uchiha clan's regulations provided some meager support to all orphans and single mothers, yet such assistance was barely sufficient for the two of them to scrape by, preventing starvation but little else. Growing up in such an environment, Uchiha Izumi gradually developed a timid disposition. She lived cautiously, afraid that her actions might bring further trouble to her mother. Because her father was not an Uchiha, their family had always resided outside. Uchiha Izumi lowered her head slightly, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. It was only after the village was attacked by monsters that her father sacrificed himself to protect them, prompting her mother to move back to the clan grounds. "I am truly sorry to hear that your father has passed away," Mizuno Ito remarked, his expression growing somber as a wave of gentle sympathy stirred within him. "It's nothing, Mizuno. I've grown accustomed to it." Uchiha Izumi gently shook her head, a trace of bittersweetness gracing her smile. "I've adapted to this life. All I wish for now is to train diligently so that I can ensure my mother enjoys her twilight years. By the way, Mizuno, why do you always appear so lethargic?" In contrast to her own diligence, Uchiha Izumi found herself quite curious about Mizuno Ichido, her voice tinged with perplexity. "Do you not aspire to become an exceptional ninja?" Mizuno Ichido's daily demeanor could hardly be described as aimless. Rather, he resembled a carefree old man, exuding an air of unique composure and confidence. He appeared perpetually unmotivated, yet possessed an undeniable tranquility. He relished engaging in leisurely pursuits, such as fishing quietly by the lakeside for hours, a patience and leisure that she deeply admired. "My perspective diverges from yours," Mizuno Ichido remarked, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the distant sky. "Rather than the prowess of a formidable ninja, I cherish the enjoyment of life's journey." The Fourth Great Ninja War had been a harrowing conflict, where only those of Kaga-level strength could hope to survive, barely scraping by, as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. To reach such heights, he would need to endure countless trials and vanquish innumerable foes, an uncertain path indeed. Furthermore, wasn't the ninja world ultimately at peace? The existence of the two saviors, Sasuke and Naruto, suggested that tranquility would prevail. As long as he possessed a modicum of strength, he could savor life in serenity. After all, having ventured into the world of Hokage, there was no necessity for him to become a savior or pursue the elusive title of the strongest ninja. Living freely and effortlessly was the true essence of life. "This fish, I intend to roast it for a meal. Would you care to join me?" Mizuno Ichido deftly shifted the topic back to the fish. "Of course, I would love to." Uchiha Izumi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she regarded the fish she had so painstakingly caught. Her clothes were thoroughly soaked, and she felt compelled to savor at least a bite of her hard-earned catch. "No, one bite won't suffice. I shall need several. I hadn't anticipated that you could cook. Mizuno, I believe the fish you prepare will be delightful." Uchiha Izumi suddenly recalled the parent-teacher meetings held in class. Throughout 3 such meetings, it seemed Mizuno had never had a parent attend, leaving her curious. "Mizuno, I haven't encountered your parents at school. Do they not come? Perhaps they are akin to yours." Mizuno Ichido replied nonchalantly. "Did your father also perish?" Uchiha Izumi's heart sank, and she hastily inquired. "My parents both lost their lives in that incident." Mizuno Ichido's voice was calm, yet somber, as if recounting a distant memory. "I am truly sorry, Mizuno. I never realized your parents had passed away." Uchiha Izumi felt a swell of guilt and sympathy. At least she still had her mother, despite their hardships, while Mizuno Ichido had endured the loss of both parents, undoubtedly facing considerable suffering. "It's all right. I have long since come to terms with it." Mizuno Ichido gently shook his head, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his face. "Isn't it quite tough for you to be alone, Mizuno?" Uchiha Izumi gazed at Mizuno Ikuto with a look of genuine concern, her eyes brimming with sympathy. "After their sacrifice, the village issued compensation, and with the money they left behind, my life has not been particularly arduous," Mizuno Ikuto replied candidly. Indeed, it was true that Mizuno Ikuto's parents had perished, leaving him with a house in the bustling city and 100 cash upon his reincarnation. With such provisions, his life was naturally devoid of hardship, unlike those impoverished citizens in remote alleys who might be secretly abducted by Danzo or Orochimaru for experiments. As for familial bonds, having traversed worlds, if it weren't for the author's reluctance to delve into familial narratives, it would have been inevitable to depict a grand family with 6 generations living together, gathering hundreds during festive occasions. While Uchiha Izumi pondered over Mizuno Ikuto's life, her gaze softened as she observed him. "Truly, Izumi, I really have no difficulties." Mizuno Ikuto chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Seeing the motherly warmth radiating from Uchiha Izumi's eyes made him acutely aware of the pity directed towards him. Goodness, is there no sense of justice left in this world? Honestly, is there truly no one who believes anymore? Mizuno, if you're ever in need of food, you can come to my house. My mother cooks exceptionally well. Uchiha Izumi offered sincerely. "Forget it. If you don't believe, that's fine." Mizuno Ikuto shook his head, understanding that forcing an explanation would only further insinuate a loss of face. "Izumi, do you have any spare clothes? I have an extra set in my backpack." "All right, let's head back first so you can change out of your wet clothes." Chapter 40. The deflated hedgehog. The night in the forest felt akin to an impatient traveler, arriving with great haste. Just as Uchiha Izumi and Mizuno Ikuto stepped into the campsite, the last ray of the setting sun was mercilessly snatched away by an unseen hand, vanishing without a trace. Darkness surged forth like a tide, enveloping the entire campsite in a serene quietude. Beneath the shelter, a pile of firewood danced joyfully, flames swirling in the night breeze, crackling with a melodic sound. Uchiha Itachi, Kamino, and Inuzuka Hana sat around the fire. The the flickering light painting their faces in a warm, yet slightly languid tableau. You two have finally decided to return. I thought you would linger by the lake until nightfall. Wait, it's already dark. Can't you be more cautious? This is a primeval forest, and we are in the wilderness for training. Inuzuka Hana rose swiftly, striding towards Mizuno Ikuto. At that moment, her gaze was fixed intently upon him, revealing a hint of annoyance. After all, they had exerted considerable effort for this survival trial. While Mizuno Ikuto and Izumi seemed utterly at ease, showing no signs of urgency. My apologies, Inuzuka. I'll go inside and change my clothes. Uchiha Izumi slightly nodded in apology, handing the heavy fish to Mizuno Ikuto. She then trudged into the tent, her damp form slowly disappearing as the tent flap gently fell, isolating them from the outside clamor. Did you get your clothes soaked from playing in the water? I mentioned that we are, after all, on a mission. You two should exhibit a modicum of attentiveness. Inuzuka Hana remarked, her brow furrowing with a hint of reproach. Each detail could potentially impact the safety of the entire team. Yet Mizuno Ichido and Mizuno Izumi appeared to take the task rather lightly. I shall take my leave for a rest, Uchiha Itachi said, slightly lifting his gaze to sweep past Mizuno Ichido before turning to enter the makeshift shelter he had erected. He had just sought out the two Mizuno siblings and overheard them reminiscing about the past. In a world rife with peril, dangers lurked at every turn, and the specter of death was ever present. However, when the deceased were friends' relatives, or even the people nearby, one often found themselves at a loss on how to cope. I too shall rest. Wait for me, Uchiha Itachi. I desire the inner cot. Kamino's tone was laced with urgency and a touch of dominance. For the outer cot was undoubtedly more susceptible to the intrusion of snakes and insects. Mizuno Ichido looked at Inuzuka Hana with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head inwardly. Ever since the team division commenced, her temper had seemed perpetually heightened, and she consistently sought to guide him in his tasks. While her reminders occasionally stemmed from goodwill, he found her authoritative demeanor somewhat unpalatable. Bypassing Inuzuka Hana, Mizuno Ichido approached the table, carefully hanging the large carp to one side. The fish sparkled with golden scales under the flickering firelight, as if narrating its struggles and unwillingness to succumb. Subsequently, he retrieved a fish basket from his backpack and methodically sealed several fish into a storage scroll. The fish, deprived of water and air, would perish, yet, paradoxically, due to the same lack of elements, the preserved fish would remain unspoiled regardless of how long they were kept. Witnessing this scene, Inuzuka Hana resembled a deflated hedgehog, her once firm fists landing awkwardly upon the soft surface of the water. She had presumed Mizuno Ichido to be an incapable sloth, yet was taken aback by his adept handling of the fish. Inuzuka Hana did not wish to find fault with him. Her primary desire was for the team to successfully accomplish their mission. Faced with Mizuno Ichido's laid-back demeanor, a surge of frustration welled within her, compounded by the fact that their team leader, Uchiha Itachi, adopted a laissez-faire attitude. This prompted her to feel a sense of responsibility to take a more proactive role in supporting her less industrious teammates. Mizuno Ichido extracted oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, scallions, ginger, and garlic from the scroll, his movements fluid and natural. He then procured an iron plate, gently placing the large carp upon it before sprinkling salt, scallion segments, ginger pieces, minced garlic, and chili paste over it. His actions resembled those of a skilled chef meticulously preparing a delectable dish, leading one to ponder whether he was perhaps the chef at the renowned Konoha Fish Grill. Having changed her attire, Mizuno Izumi slowly emerged from the tent, her hands gently tending to her slightly disheveled hair. Her gaze unintentionally fell upon Mizuno Ichido, as the subtle fragrance of scallions and sauce wafted through the air, enveloping the entire campsite. Mizuno-kun, did you not mention preparing grilled fish? How do you plan to prepare this one? Is there anything you require assistance with? Izumi Uchiha stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Since you've changed into your clothes, could you help me with the fire? Over there are some tongs and a metal rack. Please set the charcoal to one side and place it on the rack. I'll come over later to grill the fish. Kazunari Mizuno gently massaged the fish, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with it, while he spoke. He then retrieved a cutting board, potatoes, onions, and other ingredients from his backpack. Izumi, what have you two been up to by the lake? You seem quite close. Inuzuka couldn't help but inquire, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and curiosity. The two had previously interacted in a rather ordinary manner. like parallel lines living their separate lives with little intersection. Yet now, after merely fishing together for a short while, their relationship had grown so intimate, leaving Hanazuka perplexed. Her naturally fiery disposition could no longer contain her intrigue, but Kazunari Mizuno remained as soft and unyielding as cotton, no matter how she probed. His responses were always nonchalant and devoid of substance. "Inazuka, we haven't done anything special. We just caught a fish together. Look, it's the one on the plate," Izumi Uchiha explained, carefully handling the charcoal while smiling and pointing at the enticing fish. "What about Itachi and Kamino?" Izumi scanned the campsite but found no sign of them. "They've gone to sleep. We'll call them when the fish is ready." Hanazuka's curiosity remained unabated. Just a single fish caught together, and it felt so extraordinary. If they refused to share, then so be it. She would sit and observe, determined to uncover whatever secrets they were hiding. The Inazuka clan's innate sense of smell was meant for discovering secrets. With this thought, she returned to her chair by the fire, gently stroking the gray wolf in her lap, her gaze fixed intently on Kazunari Mizuno and Izumi Uchiha as they busied themselves, as if she could decipher their every movement. "Mizuno, I'm all set over here," Izumi announced as she approached the table, her eyes glinting with curiosity at the cut potatoes. Unable to resist, she asked Mizuno, "What are the potato strips for?" "Place that rack over the fire, wash the pot, and then pour half of this oil into it. Once the oil is hot, call me over. We'll first fry the potato strips," Kazunari instructed methodically, his eyes reflecting a confidence and composure as if everything before him was under his command. "All right, Mizuno." Izumi nodded obediently, following his guidance. After cutting the potato strips, Kazunari skillfully chopped the onions, his movements fluid and practiced. He then positioned a metal rack half an inch above the charcoal, carefully placed a wire mesh on top, and laid the marinated carp skin side up on the mesh. In an instant, droplets of water clinging to the fish plummeted into the charcoal fire, producing a sizzling sound, as if the fish were lamenting its fate. "The oil is hot now," Mizuno reminded Uchiha Izumi from the other side. Without hesitation, Mizuno Ikuto seized the potato chunks and cast them into the frying pan. Immediately, a cacophony of sizzling erupted, with scalding oil splattering like a fervent symphony. He then waited patiently, and after a few minutes, the hot oil gradually cooked the potato strips, filling the air with a subtle, toasty aroma. Soon, the charcoal fire crisped the surface of the fish to a delicate golden hue, and the savory scent began to waft around them. Sitting beside the fire, Inazuka Hana instinctively stroked the gray wolf nestled in her arms. As the tantalizing aroma permeated her nostrils, swiftly captured by her olfactory senses, the scent seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing saliva to dribble from the corners of the wolf's mouth, accompanied by soft whimpers. I just fed you. Are you hungry again? Have some dignity and keep your mouth shut," Hana scolded playfully, though her tone lacked reproach, imbued instead with affection. This scene elicited a quiet chuckle from Mizuno Ikuto, who thought to himself, "This little wolf pup is quite amusing, but just a little longer on the grill. Then I'll rub on the seasoning and sprinkle some sesame and green onions. If you can endure, then I might just have to share your portion." "Wow, Mizuno, your smile is truly captivating," Izumi remarked, catching a glimpse of Ikuto's amused expression, stirring a ripple of warmth in her heart. Both Mizuno Ikuto and Uchiha Itachi had always been the dashing figures of the class, one icy and aloof, the other languid and carefree, yet each possessed a unique charm. "Izumi, check on the fish, flip it over, poke a few holes in the cooked side with a toothpick, and then brush on this chili oil," Mizuno gently instructed, pointing to the chili oil on the adjacent table. "Oh, really?" Izumi, momentarily dazed, shyly approached the grill. She gingerly flipped the fish over with a spatula, the slightly golden flesh releasing an irresistible aroma. Then, she took a small bowl, dipped it in the oil, and carefully brushed it onto the fish. Instantly, the simple meat fragrance mingled with the spices from the oil, intensifying the flavors into a veritable feast for the palate. "Mizuno, what kind of oil is this? It smells divine," Izumi could not help but exclaim. "Just ordinary cooking oil, but I infused it with a potpourri of spices beforehand." The night before their departure, Mizuno had deliberately purchased 3 pounds of oil, and during frying, he had added a generous 5 pounds of various spices, including cilantro, scallions, Sichuan peppercorns, and bay leaves. Chapter 42. I told you to hold your ground. The fish, now coated with seasoning oil, seemed even more enticing as it sizzled over the scorching charcoal. The gray wolf in Hana's arms rested its head, drilling profusely while emitting soft whimpers, as if sharing its sorrow with Hana, a sight that was utterly endearing. Minutes later, the surface of the potato chunks began to slightly wrinkle, as if gently caressed by the passage of time, revealing a delicate array of creases. With practiced grace, Mizuno Akuto deftly lifted a slotted spoon and steadily retrieved the potato pieces. They glistened enticingly in the spoon, each piece plump and inviting. He set them aside to allow excess oil to drip away, and the air was soon infused with a rich aroma of frying oil. Simultaneously, he added a package of peanuts to the hot oil. These peanuts did not sizzle, suggesting they were pre-dried. A minute later, the peanuts in the pot awakened like sprightly sprites, crackling and popping in a delightful cacophony that resonated through the tranquil night, reminiscent of a miniature fireworks display. Mizuno Akuto first arranged the chopped onion pieces neatly on an iron plate, their subtle pungency wafting through the air. He then gently placed the potato chunks atop the onions. The two ingredients nestled together, forming a delectable tableau. Next, he wielded the slotted spoon once more, retrieving the golden, crispy peanuts and setting them aside. At this moment, the peanuts gleamed with a rich hue, exuding an irresistible roasted fragrance that made one's mouth water. Classmate Izumi, the fish should be ready. Please place it directly onto the plate, he instructed, holding the iron plate filled with fried potato pieces and chopped onions. His gaze shifting to the grilled fish with a hint of satisfaction. All right, Uchiha Izumi replied softly. She carefully picked up the fish and placed it steadily atop the potato chunks. Subsequently, Mizuno Akuto evenly scattered the reserved peanuts over the grilled fish. He then drizzled a mixture of oil infused with sesame seeds over it. The sesame oil flowed along the fish's texture, as if imbuing the dish with a soul. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of cilantro and scallions, the vibrant green herbs contrasting beautifully with the golden fish, creating a vivid and colorful presentation. Having completed this culinary masterpiece, Mizuno Akuto placed the iron plate on the wire rack of the grill. All done, Izumi, you may indulge now, he said with a smile. How fragrant. I truly didn't expect your culinary skills to be this exceptional, Mizuno. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, raising a pair of chopsticks in her right hand. She gently picked up a piece of grilled fish and slowly brought it to her mouth. Instantly, a delightful sensation unfolded within her. As she bit down, the fish's exterior was extraordinarily crisp, while the flesh inside was succulent and juicy, maintaining just the right amount of elasticity. The contrast of the crunchy skin and the tender, moist interior created a harmonious experience. Simultaneously, the flavors of sesame and Sichuan pepper danced together in her mouth. The rich aroma of sesame melded perfectly with the unique spiciness of the pepper. The sesame's essence spread, imparting a deep sweetness, while the pepper's tingling sensation playfully hopped upon her tongue, invigorating her taste buds with a delightful, numbing thrill. These two flavors intertwined beautifully, each distinct, yet harmoniously layered. Woof woof, I told you to put in a bit more effort. The cat glared menacingly at the gray wolf, although she too was eager to partake. However, it seemed Mizuno Akuto was not particularly welcoming to her, and her confidence paled in comparison to that of the gray wolf. As the howl of the gray wolf resonated, Izumi Uchiha's fair cheeks flushed instantly, reminiscent of the twilight hues painted across the evening sky. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of unease and shyness, momentarily forgetting the presence of her comrades. Mizuno-kun, may I invite them to join us for a meal? Izumi Uchiha gently inquired, her voice tinged with bashfulness. She raised her gaze slightly, her eyes sparkling with tenderness as they rested on Mizuno Ichido, her chopsticks delicately holding a piece of grilled fish yet to be fully savored. Mizuno Ichido nodded silently. His emotions towards the other three were rather muted. Neither affection nor aversion stirred within him. To him, they were merely companions within the same team, each possessing disparate personalities and destinies. Kamino was merely a side character, a name he had never even heard mentioned amidst the grand tapestry of the Naruto saga. In a world brimming with legends and challenges, it was unlikely that he would make any remarkable impact. He might simply exist as an ordinary soul, quietly living in the corners of Konoha, perhaps busying himself with trivial matters. As for Inuzuka Hana, she had only made an appearance when Nagato's meteor struck Konoha. In that heart-wrenching disaster, her silhouette was likely just one among many. Coupled with her connections to the 12 Ninja Guardians and her somewhat presentable appearance, She barely managed to carve out a semblance of significance amidst the myriad characters. Regarding Itachi Uchiha, Mizuno Ichido's assessment was quite intricate. This man seemed to conceal boundless secrets and madness, able to slaughter his entire clan with an impassive demeanor, as if the gory scene were merely an ordinary performance in his eyes. Like a merciless killing machine, he had even taken the lives of his own parents. While one might label him as evil and devoid of justice, he professed to love his village dearly, a contradiction that evoked profound disgust. In contrast, Izumi Uchiha appeared utterly innocent. She aspired to be an exceptional ninja, free from convoluted thoughts and schemes. Gentle and kind-hearted, she consistently showed concern for her companions, her tender gaze and benevolent actions eliciting an undeniable fondness. Mizuno Ichido felt that such a girl deserved to be his friend. Should he become a figure of power on the night of the massacre, perhaps he could extend a hand to save her, offering a glimmer of warmth and hope in this cruel world. Inazuka-san, come and taste the fish grilled by Mizuno-kun. I personally caught this one, Izumi Uchiha called out, her voice brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation as she directed her gaze towards Inazuka Hana by the fire. Thank you, Inazuka Hana replied softly, hastening over, her eyes drawn to the plate of fish exuding an enticing aroma, revealing a glimmer of desire. Itachi-kun, Kamino-kun. Izumi Uchiha had yet to finish her sentence when a figure sprang forth from the shelter. I have arrived. I could smell the aroma long ago. I was just waiting for you to finish. Kamino's voice was filled with vigor and eagerness. As he spoke, he eagerly grasped a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and devoured it with such fervor that it seemed as though he had been starved for days. Chapter 43, A Night Together with You. Uchiha Itachi strolled leisurely out of the shelter and approached Uchiha Izumi, accepting the chopsticks she offered. His gaze was intently fixed on the grilled fish before him as he slowly detached a small morsel. My goodness, this fish is exquisitely delicious. I have never tasted such delightful fish before. Kamiya's booming voice shattered the tranquility. He spoke while unceremoniously gulping down the fish, his demeanor suggesting a fear that this delectable treat might vanish in an instant. In contrast, Inazuka Hana appeared somewhat reserved, sitting quietly to the side, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness and modesty. She delicately picked up a piece of potato fry, her movements cautious. However, instead of placing it directly in her mouth, she rested it in her palm. A gray wolf leaned forward, sniffing with its nose, then swiftly extended its tongue to devour the potato fry. Watching the gray wolf feast voraciously, Hana couldn't help but chuckle softly before she too picked up a piece of grilled fish and savored it slowly. The aroma of the fish immediately enveloping her senses. This must be the best grilled fish I have ever had. Mizuno-san, I truly did not expect your culinary skills to be so remarkable. The fried potato fries are delightful as well, Uchiha Izumi remarked, gently placing a potato fry into her mouth. Woof woof. The gray wolf barked twice, expressing its approval of the grilled fish. These little rascals, living in tents and feasting on grilled fish, truly treat this place like a resort, a low voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with dissatisfaction and mockery. Since you all are brimming with energy, let me add a little spice to your evening. Another voice followed suit. Inazuka Tangshu, prepare a surprise for them by morning. Leave it to me. I've been wanting to teach these brats a lesson. I will ensure they wake up with smiles from their dreams tomorrow. Tangshu's voice was filled with laughter, as if already envisioning the children's astonished expressions upon receiving the surprise. After dinner, as they tidied up the remnants of their meal, Uchiha Itachi spoke, his tone laced with a hint of fatigue, yet underscored by resolve. Everyone should rest early. We have tasks ahead tomorrow. Uchiha Izumi furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Inazuka Hana and then at the nearby tents. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, should we arrange for someone to keep watch? Mizuno Ikuto shook his head, expressing his reluctance to take turns for night watch. The training for first-year students is relatively simple. Encountering wild beasts is nearly impossible as we are operating at the forest's edge. Thus, we have not seen any beasts throughout the day. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi paused before continuing. The most crucial aspect remains the trial tomorrow. We need to conserve our energy and be in peak condition to face it. Mizuno-san, may we share the tent with you? Uchiha Izumi grasped Inazuka Hana's hand. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, revealing her shyness. Of course. There is plenty of room on such a large bed for you to sleep however you like. Even in the world of Naruto. Regardless of how precocious the children may be, a few 6 or 7-year-olds, no matter how much milk they consume or hormones they ingest, can only develop physically to a certain extent. Their height hovers around 1.20 meters and on a bed measuring 215 centimeters, whether male or female. They would find themselves sleeping sideways with a gap of half a meter between them. Thus, sleeping outdoors on a single bed is not particularly something to be avoided. And what about you two? Mizuno Ichido inquired, glancing at Uchiha Itachi and Kamino. We will sleep in the shelter, replied Uchiha Itachi. Soon, the group slipped into slumber. In the tranquility of the night, only the embers of the campfire flickered gently, as if safeguarding their dreams. The following day, just as dawn began to break, the entire forest remained enveloped in a dense, dark silence. The profound darkness seemed to drape a heavy curtain over this enigmatic forest, rendering its secrets nearly inaccessible. A gossamer layer of mist floated above the lake, soft and hazy, reminiscent of a fairyland yet tinged with an eerie essence. Tian Shuzhong, how is Team 5 faring? A deep and authoritative voice pierced the darkness, shattering the stillness. Rest assured, you need not worry about my capabilities. The added ingredients will surely leave them in a state of panic. Tian Shuzhong's voice brimmed with confidence, as if he could already envision the children of Team 5 in a flurry of fright. A foul stench wafted around the vicinity of the tents, a scent that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, prompting an involuntary urge to retch. Occasionally, a dry branch on the ground would snap with a sharp crack, as though some massive creature was traversing the darkness. A 1-meter-long black-haired wild boar, with its sharp tusks glinting ominously in the mist, rummaged about, sniffing here and there, seemingly on the hunt for delectable treats. Its heavy footsteps resonated distinctly within the quiet forest. Wong Wong. A gray wolf suddenly emitted a low growl, its voice echoing through the mist, carrying a note of vigilance and unease. Chapter 44. Uchiha Itachi. Do not hesitate, lower your voice, Gray Wolf. Inuzuka Hana lifted her upper body, swiftly covering the wolf's mouth with her right hand to prevent it from making any further noise that might attract the wild boar's attention. She inhaled the scents in the air, her brow furrowing slightly as she grimaced, then fell silent, listening intently to the sounds outside, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Izumi, Mizuno Ichido, wake up quickly. There's something happening outside, Inuzuka Hana whispered, her voice soft yet imbued with urgency. What is it? Uchiha Izumi slowly opened her sleepy eyes, rubbing them with her right hand, still somewhat dazed. She struggled to adjust to the dark environment, attempting to discern the situation around her. There's a wild boar outside. Inuzuka Hana's voice was low, tinged with tension. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in surprise, her voice sounding particularly jarring in the stillness of the forest. Mizuno, wake up quickly. Inuzuka Hana gently nudged Mizuno Ichido, speaking softly. What is going on? Mizuno Ikuto rubbed her eyes and sat up. Outside, there was an urgent sound from Inuzuka Hana, who was intently gazing at the tent's entrance, as if she could perceive the silhouette of the wild boar. Inuzuka Hana, can you ascertain the number and size of the boar? Mizuno Ikuto also fixed her gaze outside, as the pungent odor of the wild boar permeated the entire tent, accompanied by the distinct sound of dry branches snapping. There should only be one, likely a nearly mature boar. I wonder if Itachi and Kamano are awake yet? Uchiha Izumi cast a worried glance towards the shelter, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Do not fret, Itachi is likely the first to awaken, and he is probably surveying the situation. Mizuno Ikuto had little faith that Uchiha Itachi was still in slumber. Itachi possessed a ninja aptitude that was unparalleled among his peers, having been on the battlefield at the tender age of 4 and thinking like a Hokage by 7. And here he was, merely 7 years old. It seemed implausible that a person of Hokage caliber would fail to notice a wild boar. As the boar slowly approached from hundreds of meters away, Itachi's keen senses had already detected something amiss. He stealthily concealed himself in the dense foliage of a large tree, akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows, quietly observing the boar's every movement. The creature appeared fearsome, its sharp teeth and gaping maw capable of tearing through anything in an instant. Yet, to Itachi, it was merely an ordinary prey with his current prowess. A couple of strikes would suffice to dispatch it. Though the first-year students were entrenched in the ninja world, their training had imbued them with considerable strength. They were still novices, ill-prepared for such peril. Thus, what seemed improbable was now unfolding in reality. They were either exceptionally unfortunate, or someone was covertly orchestrating this crisis. Given the current circumstances, there were no unfamiliar scents nearby. The boar was meandering aimlessly, not deliberately tracking them. Therefore, it was highly likely that the boar had been driven here intentionally, meant to serve as a trial for their group. Well, I suppose I shall venture out to take a look. Mizuno Ikuto gathered her thoughts, realizing that this wild boar was likely intended for her team's training. With Itachi's capabilities, dealing with the boar should pose no challenge. However, Mizuno Ikuto had not anticipated that Itachi had recently taken to being a bit mischievous, enjoying the spectacle, and would not easily wield that decisive blow until the final moment. Mizuno Ikuto slowly parted the door flap, her movements light and cautious, fearful of startling the boar. She meticulously surveyed her surroundings, each step taken with utmost care, as if fearing that stepping on a twig would alert the boar. Oh no, Mizuno Ikuto silently lamented. A robust and hefty wild boar was rooting beneath the tree behind the tent, its massive form resembling a small hill, exuding a noxious, fishy odor. As if sensing the presence of Kazuki Mizuno, the creature slowly turned its head, revealing tusks thicker than fingers that glimmered ominously in the morning light, instilling a sense of dread. At that very moment, Kazuki Mizuno had already formulated his conclusion. Itachi Uchiha was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, observing intently. Having remained hidden for so long, he clearly wished to witness the reactions of these underachievers. If Kazuki continued to stand there, Itachi would surely wait until the wild boar approached him, perhaps even allowing him to fall into peril before making his move. The wild boar stood still, as if gathering strength, before suddenly charging towards Kazuki like an arrow released from a bow. The unexpected assault prompted Kazuki to explode into action. He swiftly distanced himself while drawing a long blade, his gaze icy as he locked onto the boar. With his feet firmly planted on the ground and knees slightly bent, he braced himself for the impending impact. As the boar's massive form hurtled toward him like a cannonball, Kazuki seized the moment, sidestepping with agility and narrowly evading the boar's frontal assault. The boar, propelled by inertia, brushed past him, carving a shallow furrow into the earth. Kazuki seized this fleeting opportunity, slicing his blade through the air with a fierce arc, the wind howling in its wake, aimed directly at the boar's flank. The blade sparkled ominously in the morning sun as it cleaved into the boar's flesh with a sharp swish, blood erupting forth and splattering onto Kazuki. However, the boar's tough hide rendered the strike non-fatal, merely inflicting a gash. In response to the pain, it emitted a furious roar and pivoted to charge at Kazuki once more. Undeterred, Kazuki adeptly maneuvered, engaging in a dance of evasion as he sought the boar's vulnerabilities. The boar's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each charge imbued with tremendous force that made the ground tremble beneath them. At the moment the boar miscalculated its leap, Kazuki discerned his chance. He leapt high into the air, twisting his body as he brought the blade down upon the boar's back with immense power. This strike embodied all his strength, the blade embedding deeply into the boar's body, eliciting a piercing shriek as the beast staggered. Yet, the boar, fierce and resilient, bore the agony and staggered forward once more, its heavy frame seemingly fueled by endless rage and insanity, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Its blood-red eyes glinted with malice, and its tusks sparkled ominously in the daylight, as if it intended to rend everything before it to shreds. Itachi Uchiha, will you not make your move? What are you waiting for? Kazuki bellowed, leaning against his long blade. His voice bore an urgency and fury as beads of sweat, like pearls, cascaded down his forehead, mingling with the dirt on his face, rendering him a picture of disarray. Chapter 45. Itachi Uchiha cannot remain idle. After several assaults from the wild boar, Kazuki was already gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. His arms ached from the prolonged grip of the long blade, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, his entire being enveloped in a state of tension. Every muscle cried out in exhaustion, and each breath seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards the wild boar like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed and leaving a blurred afterimage in the air. Just as the boar charged towards Mizuno Ikuto, the glint of the blade flashed coldly, piercing the creature's vital spot with precision. The razor-sharp edge effortlessly penetrated the boar's thick hide, burrowing deep into its flesh. The boar let out a chilling scream, its cries echoing through the stillness of the forest, sending shivers down one's spine. In an instant, its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the moment the boar fell, Mizuno Ikuto, in a frenzy, began to slash at it. His movements were somewhat frantic, the long blade flailing wildly over the boar's carcass, as if he sought to vent the fears and fatigue that had accumulated within him. Each stroke carried a cathartic force, the blade meeting the boar's body with violent impact, splattering crimson droplets. After a brief interval, when tranquility returned, Ikuto slowly lowered his blade. He felt as if he had lost all support, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked his garments, clinging to him uncomfortably, amplifying his distress. After a considerable time, Ikuto gradually regained some strength. He lifted his head slowly, casting his gaze toward the nearby hiding place of Uchiha Itachi, inwardly cursing, "Damn. This guy is simply too idle, capable of resolving this, yet choosing to remain passive." It is undeniable that in moments of crisis, a person's latent potential can surge dramatically. Ikuto's abilities were far from sufficient to contend with the wild boar, yet the imminent threat had awakened every ounce of his latent power. As the two individuals emerged from the tent, the boar lay lifeless on the ground, utterly devoid of life. Once Ikuto had regained his composure, he stood up slowly, his eyes resting on the fallen beast. With deft movements, he retrieved a short knife from his backpack and began to skin the boar, though his technique appeared rather crude. How could a wild boar appear here? Uchiha Izumi furrowed her brow slightly, observing Ikuto as he tended to the boar, her mind swirling with questions. It was indeed peculiar. A 1-year-old should hardly encounter any wild beasts, let alone such a large adult boar. Inuzuka Hana, while inspecting the boar's condition, scanned the surrounding environment and found no signs of the boar having lived there long term. Perhaps we were merely fortunate. Such an improbable event coincidentally occurred in our midst, Ikuto remarked casually while continuing to skin the animal. Turning to look at Uchiha Itachi, he noticed that the man had quietly taken a seat nearby, his expression inscrutable as he observed the scene, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. "Izumi, you and Hana should have found plenty of fruit trees yesterday. Please gather some more for dessert. As for you, Itachi, seek out some firewood to stoke the flames." As time passes, a wild boar unexpectedly appears, providing an unmissable opportunity for breakfast. Uchiha Itachi cannot afford to be idle. He feels compelled to find something to do, lest he disappoint his earlier self. "Mizuno-san, are you planning to prepare this pig for consumption?" Uchiha Izumi inquired with a curious blink. Perhaps the delectable grilled fish from the previous night still lingered in their minds, as the mention of breakfast prepared by Mizuno stirred a sense of yearning among them. What a delight it is to savor the culinary creations of Mizuno-san in the early morning. Uchiha Izumi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Let us gather some wild fruits now," she declared, pulling Inuzuka Hana along with her. Uchiha Itachi silently turned and made his way towards the forest. The size of the boar made the task of skinning and butchering a trivial concern. After all, the bounty of the land was plentiful enough not to warrant such frugality. Mizuno, with practiced hands, swiftly opened the boar's chest and abdomen, expertly removing its innards. He discarded everything except for the liver and heart, deeming the remaining parts too cumbersome to process. Next, he deftly severed the head from the neck and, after removing the legs, meticulously deboned the body. Although the flesh on the left side had just been chopped, the internal structure remained intact. Mizuno collected the fragmented meat and sealed it within his storage scroll, amassing a substantial supply of wild game that would alleviate any need to purchase meat. For breakfast, he decided to simply roast some meat. With a generous amount of freshly chopped wild boar meat at his disposal, Mizuno carefully removed any remaining hair and skin, washing the meat thoroughly. He then took a knife, slicing the meat into thumb-sized strips and placing them in a bowl. Sprinkling salt, pepper, minced ginger, and garlic, he added his homemade chili paste and soy sauce, gently massaging the mixture for 5 minutes to ensure the meat absorbed the flavors, before allowing it to marinate for half an hour. While the meat marinated, Uchiha Itachi returned with a bundle of firewood, and soon, flames flickered to life. Mizuno placed the leftover bones in a pot of cold water, and as the temperature rose, a layer of froth gradually formed on the surface. With skillful precision, he skimmed off the foam, bringing the water to a boil before cleansing the bones. He then chopped the bones, placing them in a deep pot, covering them with cold water, and adding ginger, star anise, and cinnamon, before simmering over high heat for an hour. The marinated pork strips were gently tossed onto the grilling rack, and immediately, a delightful sizzle filled the air, as if the meat and charcoal were engaged in an enthusiastic dialogue. As the heat intensified, The strips transformed from their original hue to an enticing golden brown, with fat bubbling on the surface, releasing an aroma that was utterly irresistible. The bone broth continued to simmer with a bubbling sound, reminiscent of the wild boar lamenting its early rise that morning. After a period of cooking, the broth became increasingly rich and flavorful. An hour later, Mizuno added slices of vibrant tomato, which tumbled in the pot, mingling with the robust bone broth, exuding a uniquely sweet and sour fragrance. Before serving, he sprinkled a handful of vibrant green scallions, which added a touch of life and vitality to the bowl of soup. Chapter 46. The Chakra Lengthen 0001 card. Breakfast time had finally arrived. The three of them sat around the table, each with a steaming bowl of bone broth before them. The pristine white surface of the soup was adorned with tender green scallions. In the center of the table lay a large platter of roasted meat, with golden strips arranged neatly, emanating an enticing sheen that made one unable to resist salivating. Mizuno Ichido stood quietly by the fire, holding a pair of chopsticks, facing a sizzling iron plate. The iron plate radiated intense heat, and the meat strips on it sizzled and oozed oil. Delicious. I never expected such a delightful broth could be made from a pig's bone, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling and a satisfied smile gracing her face. She gently blew on the surface of the soup and then cautiously took a sip. The rich and robust flavor spread across her palate, prompting her to exclaim in admiration. Are we missing someone? Inuzuka Hana said softly as she took a sip of her soup. Just then, a figure dashed from the shelter. You're having breakfast without calling me, Kamino shouted loudly as he quickly approached the table. Without hesitation, he picked up a piece of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth, chewing heartily with a satisfied expression. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the bowl of bone broth, as if it were the delicacy he craved most at that moment. How are those little rascals doing, Tanuki? Were they pleasantly surprised? Funiadahe inquired eagerly, swallowing a soldier-esque pill while casting a hopeful glance at the neighboring Chunin. He had been bustling about, overseeing the other groups since early morning, like a whirlwind, and now, finally on break. He was keen to learn if the mischievous little ones had enjoyed the surprise he had arranged. Well, I suppose it could be considered a surprise, Tanuki replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The image of the little one's astonished faces upon encountering the wild boar flashed through his mind, and he felt a sense of relief, glad that his plan had been somewhat successful. However, before he could intervene, Uchiha Itachi had already dispatched the creature. Moreover, had it not been for his efforts in driving the wild boar towards them, they would not have had any boar meat to feast upon. So perhaps this surprise was indeed justified. However, with Itachi as a student, it's likely just a means to frighten them. Funiadahe nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. In his view, Uchiha Itachi was clever and strong, even in the face of unexpected challenges. He could ensure the safety of the other little ones. Furthermore, after this experience, Team 5 should become more disciplined and less unruly. Well, Teacher Funia, you should see for yourself, Tanuki said, unsure of how to describe the scene, and directly transmitted the image he received from the messenger hawk to Funiadahe. Upon receiving the image, Funiadahe's eyes widened in astonishment, as he savored the rich bone broth, relished the pan-fried meat, and gnawed on the pork chop. He couldn't help but observe the delightful scene before him. Those little ones were thoroughly enjoying their meal. In that moment, the half-piece of military ration in his hand felt as heavy as a stone, leaving him somewhat speechless. The surprise he had meticulously arranged had, in their eyes, transformed into a lavish breakfast. It must be said, Mizuno-kun, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Even the notoriously gamey wild boar meat has been rendered so delectable. Uchiha Izumi took a gentle sip of the soup, then picked up a piece of fried meat, savoring it delicately, her face radiating satisfaction. Not too shabby, just a tad better than the average cook, Mizuno responded with a smile. At that moment, he was adorned with a white apron, appearing particularly sprightly. With his left hand, he firmly held the fork against the meat, while his right hand skillfully wielded a small knife, cutting the meat into bite-sized pieces before expertly transferring them to his mouth. After a moment of chewing, he slowly set down the fork, raised the cup of soup to his lips, and took a small sip. The rich and robust flavor unfurled in his mouth, compelling him to close his eyes in rapture. He then picked up the apron, daintily dabbed his mouth, his movements graceful and composed. The primary reason for such elegant breakfast consumption was the extraordinary mood of our protagonist at that moment. Just moments ago, He had joyfully discovered that his chakra had increased by 0.0001. Character panel. Name, Mizuno Ichido chakra amount, 0.0045. Note, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10.000. Chakra attributes. Wind, lightning abilities, taijutsu. None, ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, substitution technique. Transformation technique, jinjutsu. None, bloodline. None, summoning beast. None, traveler, always active. 1. Bloodthirsty plunder. For every enemy the host kills, they can acquire a portion of the victim's abilities, chakra amount, learn ninjutsu, innate bloodline, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.00001. 2. 1 second real man. Whenever the host wishes, they can seamlessly connect and perform 12 hand seals in 1 second with one hand. 3. Mirage of flowers and water. Any jinjutsu cast by units with chakra lower than that of the host will be ineffective against the host. 4. I am a bystander. No entity can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep undisclosed through any means. It is noteworthy that acquiring 0.0001 chakra requires Mizuno Ichido to diligently train for 2 months. Clearly, this increment was not a result of normal training, but rather the activation of a passive effect from his mysterious ability. Sitting at the dining table, Mizuno Ichido enjoyed his delectable breakfast while meticulously reflecting on the events of that morning. If this were the case, then his previous understanding might have been flawed. The slain enemies may not solely refer to humans, but rather any life form exhibiting hostility. This would explain why, since the activation of this ability, he had dispatched chickens and fish at home numerous times, yet only today had the passive effect been triggered. However, there was little time to delve into the intricate mechanics of this ability now. Mizuno Ichido resolved to seek a suitable opportunity to further explore it in the future. Perhaps one could further validate their conjecture through simulated combat or by deliberately creating hostile targets. Chapter 47. The mission arrives today as weather seemed infused with boundless fervor and perspiration as the blazing sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. The intense rays pierced through the dense foliage like a multitude of unyielding swords, enveloping the entire forest in a dazzling brilliance. Before long, the woods resembled a place subjected to searing flames, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of charred delicacies. At this moment, the lake sparkled like a resplendent jewel. Nestled within this fervent landscape, the water, under the sun's relentless gaze, evaporated continuously, forming a veil of mist that spread around, rendering the temperature near the lake noticeably cooler than in surrounding areas. A gentle breeze wafting from the lake felt like a soft caress, imbued with refreshing coolness, invigorating the senses. Amidst this woodland, the members of the 5th team appeared quite at ease. Mizuno Ichido languidly reclined on a rickety chair, which swayed rhythmically with the gentle breeze. With his eyes closed in bliss, he savored the rare coolness, seemingly indifferent to the heat outside. Uchiha Izumi busied herself at a nearby grill, expertly roasting meat. The flames danced fervently, casting a warm glow on her cheeks. Skillfully, she turned the skewers, which gradually transformed into golden, crispy morsels, emanating an enticing aroma. The other 3 sat leisurely at a table, enjoying their meal. They savored the delectable food while exchanging casual banter, their laughter resonating in the air. Teacher Funaya, thus far, all teams are in good condition, and the time to announce the mission is fast approaching. Should we inform each team of their objectives now? A team member respectfully reported to Funaya Dahe. With a slight furrow of his brow and a hint of resignation in his gaze, Funaya Dahe commanded the messenger hawk to convey the mission objectives to each team. Adding that for the 5th group, the announcement could be made directly. He sighed inwardly, thinking that the 5th team was already a source of comfort. He hoped they would not cause any complications at a critical moment, and he felt a sense of contentment. A messenger hawk gracefully spread its powerful wings, soaring from the distant horizon. Its keen eyes circled above the lake several times, as if surveying the vast territory. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it swooped down, skimming past the heads of the group, and a scroll fell lightly at their feet. Uchiha Itachi was quick to react, stepping forward to pick up the scroll with steady hands. He lowered his gaze, intently studying the words inscribed upon it. 5th Team Mission Brief. Has the mission arrived? Hurry and open it so I can have a look. Kamiya urged impatiently, his eager expression betraying a desire to unveil the enigma of the task. Uchiha Itachi slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing a striking line of text. Fifth team mission. Locate the second team and return the second team's identification token, B, to Konoha intact before sunset tomorrow. How should this mission be articulated? Firstly, it tests the team's wilderness survival skills. For nearly a day, the team is allowed to roam freely in the wild, which means they must confront various unknown challenges alone, such as foraging for food, locating water sources, and constructing temporary shelters, all while remaining vigilant against potential dangers. Secondly, it assesses the team's exploration capabilities. Imagine several teams scattered throughout the forest, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Once they receive their respective tasks, they will undoubtedly endeavor to locate their team's objectives, which is tantamount to seeking out moving targets in an unfamiliar realm. Without adequate reconnaissance skills, teams would struggle to even find each other, let alone seize their identity tokens. For teams composed of ordinary civilians' children, this trial would be nearly insurmountable. Most of them have yet to master even the fundamentals of ninjutsu, having only studied the theoretical aspects for just over 6 months. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent like Minato or exhibits the perseverance and agility akin to Lee, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, many in this class are from esteemed clans, such as Uchiha Itachi and Inuzuka Hana, who have excelled in their studies and benefited from private tutoring within their families, endowing them with a ninja quality that surpasses that of a mere genin, along with some foundational ninja knowledge. Moreover, given the recent turmoil in the ninja world, families with a modicum of strength have been providing additional training for their younger generations. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy has also expanded significantly compared to the era of the 12 Ninja Guardians that will come years later, incorporating many more combat training sessions, thus making this confrontation task not entirely unfeasible. Uchiha Itachi, perhaps a born ninja, after a brief analysis of the task's content, had already formulated a concrete plan for its execution. His profound gaze shimmered with confidence and sharpness, as if he had vividly delineated the entire task's framework within his mind. The identity token? Isn't it merely the piece issued before their departure? As Kamino spoke, he recalled the moment they received the tokens. After their team acquired the token, Uchiha Itachi promptly stored it away, providing him no opportunity to glimpse it, stirring a curiosity within him regarding the token's peculiar significance. With my presence, locating them shall pose no difficulty, Inuzuka Hana proclaimed with confidence. Her bright eyes sparkled with determination, yet she acknowledged that their intelligence on these individuals was somewhat scant, and acting recklessly would be unwise. I remember the members of the second group, Sato Yashiharu, Noirasho, Sakurada Naika, Sato Shino, and Idagawa Aho. They appear to be children of commoners who generally maintain good relations and often gather together. Aside from Noirasho, who ranks among the top in class, I am not well acquainted with the others. Inuzuka Hana took up Izumi's words, beginning to analyze seriously. She reflected that she had primarily focused on classmates who performed better or comparably to her, thus possessing limited knowledge of others. However, since the teacher had assigned them to a team, it stands to reason that the other members must possess some unique qualities, so she reiterated the need for vigilance. Others in the group undoubtedly possess unique abilities. Although they are all scions of commoners and cannot compare to the clan's ninjas, their ability to form a team suggests they possess exceptional qualities and should be approached with caution. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement with Inuzuka Hana's perspective. Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at Mizuno Ikuto, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation, as if he hoped to hear Mizuno Ikuto's thoughts. Chapter 48. Opportunism or bloodless victory. I have nothing to say, but if you are willing to offer a high-level ninjutsu scroll, I can propose a plan. Mizuno Ikuto listened quietly to the group's analysis, his expression unwavering, his tone as monotonous, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. What do you mean? I don't understand, Kamiya exclaimed, eyes wide in bewilderment, staring at Mizuno Ikuto as if he were deciphering an ancient text. Mizuno-san, I must admit, I am also a bit perplexed by your statement, Uchiha Izumi remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Her previously bright gaze now carried a hint of perplexity. Are we not supposed to seize others' tokens? What does this have to do with high-level ninjutsu? In terms of strength, Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly stood head and shoulders above the rest. Even the combined power of the entire class would struggle to rival him. In terms of wealth, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he possessed riches that others could scarcely imagine. Thus, whether through sheer strength or substantial financial resources, he could effortlessly navigate any situation. The trial only stated the requirement to return with a token without specifying the means or imposing restrictions on how to obtain it. Each team was fiercely competing to snatch tokens from others while simultaneously protecting their own. After all, this was the only way to accumulate more points and resources on the path of a ninja. Compared to the arduous endeavor of competing for tokens, fraught with various risks and challenges, the prospect of directly trading a token for a high-level ninjutsu was undeniably more tangible and significantly less risky. Therefore, any intelligent individual would opt to exchange their token for that enticing high-level ninjutsu. For those from prominent families, high-level ninjutsu of various types were readily available, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, depending on their lethality. In contrast, the number of ninjutsu accessible to commoners was minuscule, making a high-level ninjutsu a highly valuable asset that could likely be traded for their token. However, this presupposes a significant disparity in strength between the attacker and the defender. This strength encompasses not only the hard power of ninjutsu and wealth, but also the soft power of status and identity. Are you suggesting? Uchiha Itachi fixed his gaze on Mizuno Ikuto, an inquisitive glimmer in his eyes. After a brief pause, a flicker of realization crossed his features. He comprehended Mizuno Ikuto's intent. Indeed, a high-level ninjutsu held minimal value for him, and the notion of directly exchanging ninjutsu for a token felt rather peculiar. After all, this approach seems to diverge from the traditional mindset of ninjas, who achieve victory through combat and cunning. However, upon reflection, resolving issues without the loss of a single soldier or the shedding of blood appears to be a feasible method. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Inuzuka Hana has finally discerned the intentions of these two individuals. As the top student of her class, she has always upheld the traditional values of ninjas and harbors a sense of unease towards what seems like a rather opportunistic tactic. For you clan ninjas, the importance of an excellent team must still be significant, no? Mizuno Ichido's gaze slowly swept over Uchiha Itachi and Inuzuka Hana. Both are astute individuals, particularly Uchiha Itachi, who possesses a prodigious talent that is perceptibly clear. I will initiate this jutsu. Once we locate Team B, you will handle the specific negotiations for the mission? Uchiha Itachi slightly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Mizuno Ichido. Although he is indifferent to the title of an excellent team, he is averse to the idea of his own team failing to attain it while other clans succeed, thus inviting derisive remarks such as, "Look, the Uchiha clan is just mediocre. The Hyuga clan is the true elite of Konoha." He certainly wishes to avoid such scenarios. Once we locate Team B, I can proceed with the negotiations. However, to prevent any unnecessary delays, it would be prudent to find this team by this afternoon and return before nightfall, ensuring the position of the excellent team remains unchallenged. Mizuno Ichido maintained a calm demeanor as he leisurely picked up a skewer of grilled meat and took a gentle bite. The meat, kissed by the charcoal flames, emitted an enticing aroma, filling the air with its savory scent. As he chewed, his gaze rested serenely upon Inuzuka Hana. Surely, with the innate talent of the Inuzuka clan, this should not prove difficult. There was a note of certainty in Mizuno Ichido's tone. Inuzuka Hana, still grappling with her thoughts, felt her cheeks flush as she followed Mizuno Ichido's gaze, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Cough, cough. Finding someone is certainly no challenge for me, she asserted with a hint of defiance. If it were a stranger, perhaps I would need to gather information about them, understanding their habits and potential whereabouts. However, after half a year of camaraderie, even if I haven't paid much attention, a distinctive scent would have been ingrained in the unique information repository of the Inuzuka clan. With this exceptional ability, locating Team B is indeed a trivial task for her. Then let us swiftly gather our belongings. We shall depart in half an hour. Led by Inuzuka Hana to search for Team B, Mizuno Ichido set down his grilled meat and surveyed the group. Uchiha Itachi nodded calmly, fully endorsing Mizuno Ichido's plan. Acting swiftly and departing promptly is undoubtedly the best course of action. Very well. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi also comprehended Mizuno Ichido's strategy entirely. However, as a competent team member, she understood that her role was merely to follow the arrangements. Moreover, this decision had already been deliberated and agreed upon by the three members of the team, rendering any differing suggestions futile at this juncture. What do you mean by that? I have been utterly perplexed. Kenyano scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion. He remained somewhat dazed, yet before he could fully comprehend his task, It was already completed. Simply follow behind me, and my gray wolf shall not lead you astray. Inuzuka Hana cast a sidelong glance at Kanoya. Woof. Inuzuka Hana picked up a piece of meat and gently offered it to the gray wolf, which swallowed the morsel eagerly, as if to demonstrate its prowess to its master. Umph, how absurd to think my nose could lead me off course. Chapter 49. We should not be outmatched. The fifth squad traversed swiftly through the dense jungle, with Uchiha Itachi, Mizuno Ichido, and others moving with a grace and speed that made them seem one with the wilderness. The gray wolf led the pack, its agile strides ahead of the group. Its keen nose continuously sniffed the air, occasionally punctuating the silence with a loud bark. Woof! The group returned to their starting point, cautiously following the scent left by the second team. They advanced with care, pausing frequently to examine every subtle clue. The blazing sun filtered through the thick foliage, casting dappled shadows that danced upon them. As time elapsed into the afternoon, after several hours of relentless heat, the forest seemed ablaze. The leaves drooped, lifelessly hanging from the branches, and the air grew stifling, as if ignited, making it hard to breathe. Gray Wolf, halt! Inuzuka Hana suddenly stopped, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings warily. She lowered her head slightly, intently sniffing the air. The four behind her immediately obeyed, crouching down and adopting a vigilant stance. Inuzuka Hana discerned the scent with precision, stating confidently, "We must be very close to Team B. The scent is quite strong. I can detect all 5 individuals. However, there is another scent mingled with theirs." Woof, woof. Suddenly, a chorus of barks shattered the stillness, echoing in a continuous cadence. What is the gray wolf barking at? Will such noise not alert the enemy? Kanoya, positioned at the back of the group, furrowed his brow and muttered softly, a hint of reproach evident on his face. That sound is from other dogs. Uchiha Izumi, seated next to Kanoya, turned to him, her expression somewhat awkward as she offered a quiet clarification. The gray wolf continued to survey the surroundings, its mouth firmly closed, exuding an air of alertness. The barking was distinct from that of the gray wolf, which had a robust, powerful tone akin to that of a wolf's howl, while the sounds now reaching them were sharp, short, and tinged with urgency and caution. They are just ahead, a few hundred meters away. Someone in Team B must have a ninja dog, and they have already detected us, Inuzuka Hana remarked. Her brow slightly furrowed as she analyzed the incoming sounds, estimating their proximity with her keen sense of smell and auditory judgment. We can approach directly. We are here to negotiate, not to engage in battle. Mizuno Ichido stood up, stretching and relieving the aches in his legs. Indeed, prolonged squatting can lead to numbness in the legs, and considering the distance they have run, their legs must be utterly fatigued. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Mizuno Ichido's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded and swiftly stood up, moving forward with purpose. Beneath a grand tree, 5 individuals sat in a circle, each bearing expressions of fatigue intertwined with focus, passionately deliberating their forthcoming strategies. They had just glimpsed the specifics of their mission, the origin of which can be traced back to the potato-like Sato Shinojo. This fellow, in a fit of stubbornness akin to that of a young bull, insisted on being the first to peruse the task. As fate would have it, just when he finally managed to grasp the mission scroll, it inexplicably slipped from his hands and fell into the underbrush. Consequently, the group toiled tirelessly in this area for several hours, the scene unfolding in a rather chaotic manner. The mission for Team B: locate the 4th squad and return the 4th squad's identity token intact to Konoha before sunset tomorrow. I recall the members of the 4th squad: Yoshiyuki Koichi, Hinata Kaori, Hyuga Hiroya, Ishibumi Jino, and Hinata Saimai, spoke a boy clad in a blue shirt, his bangs framing his forehead as he held the mission scroll, exuding confidence. The 2 members of the Hyuga clan are formidable. One excels in archery while the other in taijutsu, both ranking among the top students in their class, much like myself. Wow, they're just as exceptional as Kohei, exclaimed the potato-like boy, Sato Shinojo, as he stood on tiptoe in a peculiar posture beside Noera Kohei. His round physique appeared somewhat comical. He then gently blew into Noera Kohei's ear, his breath carrying a hint of mischief. Instantly, Noera Kohei's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. He collapsed to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. Suddenly, he sprang up, shouting, "You rascal, we are on a mission. Can you refrain from such shameless antics?" All right. A boy with a pale blue rice ball hairstyle extended his hands, soothing Noera Kohei with a gentle smile. We haven't made a decision yet. Another boy with a nut-like head, a droplet of stubborn mucus dangling from his nose, said vacantly, "Behave yourselves." A girl in pink attire furrowed her brow, delivering a punch to the potato boy's head. In any case, the strength of Team D should not be underestimated. Noara Kohei took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. After pausing to scan the group, he continued, "If we manage to defeat them," his voice crescendoed, eyes sparkling with anticipation, "if we earn the title of an exceptional squad, we shall gain a high-level ninjutsu." High-level ninjutsu. His tone brimmed with yearning. The remaining four echoed in unison, "High-level ninjutsu." Their voices reverberated through the forest, as if that were the most coveted desire in their hearts at that moment. However, "We might not be able to defeat them," the boy with the pale blue rice ball hairstyle said, his brow slightly furrowed, voicing his concerns. Bark, bark. Suddenly, a small white puppy outside the camp began to bark incessantly, its cries shattering the tranquility of the forest. Chapter 50. Xiaoche, they are after our tokens. The little dog seemed to sense something amiss, its bright eyes betraying a hint of alertness. Yet, its owner and the others paid little heed to its reaction. The puppy hurriedly scampered to the feet of Sato Shino, barking towards the outside while gripping his trouser leg with its tiny paws, as if desperately trying to convey an urgent message. "Xiaobai, what are you up to?" Sato Shino asked helplessly. Sakurada Nika, Noara Xiaoche, and Idagawa Aho exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of confusion and vigilance. They swiftly concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush, moving with a grace and agility that seemed to meld them with the woodland. "Hey Shino, is Xiaobai hungry?" The rice-ball-headed boy voiced his concern, his gaze lingering on the puppy, revealing a trace of compassion. "Xiaobai, stop biting. I'll quietly get Xiaoche's food for you in a bit." Potato Kid Sato Shino crouched down, bending his hand in a conspiratorial gesture, loudly assuring Xiaobai, his demeanor both comical and endearing. The little puppy's barks grew increasingly fervent, the sound conveying an urgent message that heightened the tension in the forest. "Hey Shino, how are you?" A striking figure, Mizuno Ichido, emerged from the thicket where Xiaobai had just barked, standing tall with an exceptional demeanor. Following him were four others and a dog, appearing one after another. Oda Yashiharu reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly moving to the back. Maintaining a cautious distance while gripping a shuriken with his right hand, his gaze warily fixed ahead. "Shino, retreat quickly," the rice-ball-headed boy whispered, concern etched in his eyes. "Oh, hello." Sato Shino, oblivious to the encroaching danger, continued to pet the puppy, a Navi smile adorning his face as he extended his right hand in greeting. "We are members of Team 5 and wish to propose a trade. Noara Xiaoche, come out and have a chat," Mizuno Ichido said, slightly raising his head, his gaze lingering on the individual before him, mentally noting the striking resemblance to Noara Shino. It appeared these 5 individuals were indeed the famed Konoha defense team. "A trade? What kind of trade? Show me." Sato Shino's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly stepped towards Mizuno Ichido. Uchiha Itachi and the others immediately took a defensive stance. "Ready for anything. You need not worry so much. This fellow is harmless." Albeit with a rather vivid imagination, Mizuno Ichido was taken aback, having not grasped how the other party had closed the distance in an instant, despite several meters separating them. Nevertheless, he gestured for everyone to relax. If his instincts were correct, these individuals likely mirrored the naive and straightforward nature of the person from Casacape. "Our team's objective is your tokens," Mizuno Ichido began. "What? You intend to seize our tokens?" "Xiaoche, they intend to seize our token." Sato Shinizuke clutched his face with both hands, feigning an expression of sheer terror. His exaggerated demeanor left the vigilant onlookers feeling quite embarrassed. If you aspire to earn the title of an exceptional team, you must first attempt to seize the tokens of other teams. Setting aside whether you can actually accomplish that, you haven't even set off yet. And I fear you may not even know where your target team resides. Other teams have already gained several hours head start and are likely engaged in fierce competition. Currently, our team may still be burdened by you. Our Uchiha Itachi is the top student of the grade. Do you think you can best him?" Mizuno Ichido remarked leisurely, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his gaze. Noara Xiaoche, Sakurada Nika, and Idagawa Adeo stepped from the thicket, positioning themselves in front of Oda Yashiharu. Noara Xiaoche stood at the forefront, tall and resolute, while the remaining 3 maintained a vigilant stance, their eyes fixed intently upon their adversaries. "Do not underestimate us simply because we are children of commoners. Our team possesses the strength to contend." sensing a hint of disdain directed at them. Noera Xiaoche puffed out his chest and responded, his voice tinged with defiance. After all, we share the same classroom, encountering one another frequently. We have never looked down upon you. Yet, you must ask yourselves honestly whether you can truly defend yourselves in a confrontation. For now, we have no intention of engaging in combat. Instead, we propose to exchange a high-level ninjutsu for your token. You would receive something of equal value to the rewards of an exceptional team without the need for conflict. What do you say? Would you consider it? Mizuno Ichido smiled slightly, his gaze laced with temptation. Noera Xiaoche turned to confer with his companions through exchanged glances, as if deliberating a decision. For commoner ninjas, the allure of acquiring a ninjutsu scroll is immense. How can you assure us that you will indeed exchange for a high-level ninjutsu? If we hand it over and you later deny the agreement, our loss would be significant. Noera Xiaoche inquired again, skepticism evident in his eyes. For all 5 of them were commoner ninjas, and should they be deceived, they would have nowhere to turn for solace. The ninjutsu is to be provided by Uchiha Itachi, the scion of the Uchiha clan. A high-level ninjutsu is but a trifling matter for them. Do you believe he would sacrifice the honor of the Uchiha to deceive you? Mizuno Ichido replied confidently. Very well, but we must exchange it for a high-level wind-release ninjutsu, Noera Xiaoche stipulated. Mizuno Ichido turned directly to Uchiha Itachi and asked, your clan must possess a high-level wind-release ninjutsu, correct? Uchiha Itachi nodded, though internally he felt somewhat exasperated. He mused to himself. The Uchiha clan has been one of the 2 great clans since the founding of Konoha. While we are renowned for our fire release and jinjutsu, it does not imply that we are limited to just those. Moreover, some clan members lack fire release chakra. Do you think they do not learn ninjutsu? I possess water release and fire release, but other elemental scrolls can only be retrieved upon returning to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi patiently clarified. Then provide us with a high-level water release ninjutsu. We will exchange the ninjutsu for the token hand in hand, Noera Xiaoche stated upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words. To receive payment directly in hand undoubtedly carries far less risk than receiving it after a delay. Although you have secured the honor of the Uchiha clan as collateral. What if you were to default? After all, the Konoha Guard is predominantly composed of Uchiha members. Thus, under the watchful gaze of 10 pairs of eyes, the 2 teams consummated a historic transaction. Subsequently, everyone joyfully returned to Konoha, as if the minor turbulence of the recent negotiations had never transpired. Chapter 51. A dazzling victory. The twilight sun cast its golden rays through the dense foliage, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that intertwined on the forest floor, resembling an extraordinary painting. Within this tranquil woodland, an intense battle was quietly unfolding. Shinya Dahe stood atop a concealed vantage point, clutching a message scroll delivered by a carrier hawk, his gaze fixed intently on the conflict between Team A and Team D. Team A exhibited a remarkable synergy, living up to their moniker of Inoshikacho. Their defensive strategies were meticulously orchestrated, placing Team D, which had launched a sudden offensive, at a distinct disadvantage. Among Team D, 2 members of the Hyuga clan shone notably. Hyuga Boya demonstrated unparalleled archery skills, launching arrows like shooting stars, effectively disrupting Team A's coordination and causing momentary disarray in their ranks. Meanwhile, Hyuga Saimai remained composed, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings as he calmly directed the other 3 in their assault, striving to breach the opponent's solid defenses. At this juncture, a hurried ninja entered, bearing news from the village. Shinya Dahe slightly turned his head, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he inquired, what news do you bring? What is Team C currently engaged in? Additionally, why have the reports from Teams E and B yet to arrive? Shinya-sensei, you might as well read the report for Team E yourself, the Chunin Tanju replied, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he handed the scroll to Shinya Dahe. Upon receiving the scroll, Shinya Dahe felt a surge of curiosity about the news that elicited such a peculiar expression from Tanju. He slowly unfurled the scroll, his gaze falling upon the contents. The scroll clearly stated, Team E has completed their trial mission, successfully returning the token of Team B to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi truly exemplifies the student I have always believed in. While other teams are still in contention, they have already returned with the token in hand. They have shattered the record for the fastest trial in history. With the scroll partially open, Shinya Dahe beamed with pride, envisioning the triumphant return of Uchiha Itachi and his companions. Sensei, please unfold the scroll completely, There is more news, Tanji reminded him. Shunya Dahei paused momentarily, then gradually opened the rest of the scroll to continue reading, where he encountered several more lines of text. Whose idea was it to exchange the token through ninjutsu? Shunya Dahei furrowed his brow, his expression contorted in confusion, unsure whether to feel gratified or vexed. The actions of the team were indeed within the bounds of the rules. In the world of ninjas, financial resources are a reflection of strength, making it reasonable and lawful to utilize one's available resources to accomplish tasks. However, the initial purpose of this trial was far from simplistic. Originally, the intention was for each team to engage in combat, allowing for a fierce competition to determine victor and vanquished, thus enabling these young ninjas to acclimatize to the pervasive cunning and brutality of the ninja world. As an adept teacher, it is imperative to understand and become familiar with each student in the class. In the eyes of Funaya Dahei, although Mizuno Ichido often appeared languid, displaying a lack of enthusiasm during exams and conceding during practice matches, he could not dismiss the fact that this individual possessed an intellect rivaling that of the Nara clan. Were it not for his distinctive hairstyle, marked by a prominent pineapple tuft, one might easily mistake him for a distant relative of the Nara lineage. It must be Mizuno Ichido's idea, Funaya pondered, harboring a faint suspicion. After all, this individual had a knack for concocting peculiar methods to evade exertion. However, the fact that Uchiha Itachi agreed to this course of action surprised Funaya Dahei. Uchiha Itachi, known for his meticulous thought process and comprehensive consideration of matters, would not typically endorse a plan that appeared somewhat opportunistic. Nin Tanuki nodded calmly, his gaze revealing a hint of exasperation towards Mizuno Ichido and his companions. Team Wu had sustained no injuries, completing their task with unprecedented speed. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the designation of an exemplary team could only be bestowed upon them. Tanuki remarked slowly, his tone imbued with certainty. Since they met the criteria for selection as an exemplary team, let it be granted to them. Funaya Dahei sighed, expressing his resignation. Team E had chosen to forego this competition, leaving the selection of an outstanding individual solely among teams A, C, and D. Alas. May they truly gain something from this trial, Tanuki thought, shaking his head slightly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, the battle between teams A and D was escalating into a fevered intensity. On the battlefield, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had been ignited, ready to combust. The strength of the two members of the Hyuga clan was undeniably formidable, their advantages starkly apparent in comparison to their peers. Akin to two resplendent stars radiating an unmissable brilliance amidst the fray. Hinata Boya's archery was nothing short of fierce. Each arrow whistled through the air, striking its target with precision. Hinata Saimai, calm and composed, maintained a vigilant watch over the surroundings, orchestrating his teammates' assaults with meticulous order, ensuring that Team A's offensive surged forth like an unrelenting tide. However, the defense of the trio, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, was impenetrable. Their synergy was impeccable, their movements agile, forming three steadfast lines of defense that rendered Team D's assaults futile time and again. Despite the exceptional prowess of the two Hyuga members, they found themselves unable to advance against the resolute defense of Inuzuka and his companions. These two had not garnered the attention of Hinata Saimai, as evidenced by the performance of the three civilian students on their team, whose ineptitude was glaringly apparent. After Hinata Boya created an opening, the three civilian teammates failed to seize the opportunity, repeatedly thwarted by their opponent's defenses. Upon encountering this task, Izumi Asami and Yakushido of Team A were strategically positioned by Nara Hiraka to observe and act at the opportune moment. Nara Hiraka, acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of battle, understood that the defensive maneuvers of the trio, Inuzuka, Shino, and Choji, were of paramount importance. In contrast to their intricate teamwork, the hasty involvement of Izumi Asami and Yakushido could potentially undermine the team's overall combat efficacy due to their lack of synergy. Thus, he instructed them to remain on the sidelines, biding their time until the perfect moment arose. These two individuals, however, were not regarded with much significance by Hyuga Saimai. This was evident from the performance of their three civilian peers. At the critical juncture when Hyuga Boya managed to create an opening, these civilian teammates faltered, seemingly lost, and unable to seize the fleeting opportunity. Time and again, as they attempted to launch an offensive, they were thwarted by the opponent's resolute defense. Perhaps due to an excess of confidence, Hyuga Saimai paid little heed to the two isolated individuals. Yet, this oversight provided an opening for the adversary. Seizing the moment, Yakushi-do launched his shuriken with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, catching Hyuga Boya off guard. Boya barely registered the glint of steel before the shuriken whizzed past him. In the instant that Hyuga Saimai became distracted by the injury of his comrade, the trio of Inazuka, Shino, and Choji sprang into action like tigers descending from a mountain. Their movements were flawlessly coordinated. Nara Hiraka swiftly incapacitated Hyuga Saimai, while Yamanaka Garai employed mind control techniques on Hyuga Boya, leaving the remaining three with no choice but to surrender, culminating in a successful counterattack by the trio. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, our team completed the task within a single afternoon, perhaps the earliest any team has ever finished a trial task. Inazuka Hana stood at the entrance of the academy, her eyes brimming with joy and pride. She gazed upward at the familiar campus buildings, overwhelmed by an indescribable elation. Uchiha Izumi and Kamano stood nearby, their faces equally radiant with smiles. For them, this trial felt more like a leisurely excursion than a grueling test. They essentially enjoyed a carefree outing, spending a night in the wilderness before returning triumphantly, having earned an honorary title. In contrast to this seemingly prestigious, yet somewhat ethereal accolade, Mizunoic was more preoccupied with the prospect of returning home for a soothing hot bath and a restful night's sleep. The following day marked the conclusion of the first-year students' inaugural outdoor trial. Overall, this trial presented an intriguingly peculiar scenario. Aside from Team D and Team A engaging in an intense offensive-defensive clash, the other squads scarcely participated in genuine combat. Teams E and B had an especially unique experience. Having completed their transactions early and promptly returning to Konoha, their task was executed with such seamless efficiency, resembling a meticulously orchestrated collaboration. Meanwhile, Team C faced a rather dismal fate. Their objective is Team E, led by the astute and observant captain, Shinichi Yadagawa. Before their departure, he committed to memory the trajectories of all teams, including Team E, utilizing his keen insight and exceptional analytical skills. In the absence of reconnaissance ninjas, he ingeniously deduced the location of Team E's campsite by interpreting the broken branches alongside the road, thereby inferring their mission target. However, fate seemed to delight in thwarting their efforts. After considerable exertion in pinpointing Team E's whereabouts near Team B, they discovered with dismay that Kazuma Mizuno and his team had already completed their transaction and returned to Konoha. Team C spent the entire night in pursuit of Team E, yet they did not even catch a glimpse of their members. Thus, upon their early arrival in Konoha, it became apparent that the trial had concluded, leaving them as mere spectators in a grand performance. Consequently, in this trial, the Distinguished Individual Award was bestowed upon Nara Hairi, who exhibited outstanding prowess in combat through exceptional leadership and indomitable spirit. The outstanding team was unequivocally designated as Team E, having accomplished their mission with remarkable distinction. As a reward, both the Distinguished Individual and Team E were granted a significant advancement in wind release ninjutsu. Chapter 52. The Growing Wolf. Following the conclusion of the outdoor survival trial, during class, Itachi Uchiha often utilized the remarkable ability of shadow clone technique to attend in his stead, rarely making an appearance at school. As for Izumi Uchiha, she seemed less inclined to socialize with her clan members, preferring instead to engage with her classmates, thus forging numerous friendships. Among these companions, only Itachi and Kazuma Mizuno evoked a sense of excellence and maturity within her. The wisdom and composure reflected in Itachi's profound gaze inspired her admiration, while Kazuma, though seemingly languid in demeanor, possessed a reservoir of intellect that shone brilliantly at pivotal moments. Perhaps due to Itachi being the son of the clan leader, Izumi often found herself subjected to idle gossip when in his presence, rife with various speculations and rumors. This caused her some discomfort in her interactions with Itachi. As she grew closer to Kazuma, Izumi discovered that her favorite pastime was visiting his home. There, she could momentarily escape the worries and troubles of the outside world, savoring a sense of tranquility and contentment. Occasionally, she was fortunate enough to share a meal prepared by Kazuma himself, the flavors of which lingered delightfully in her memory. The scene shifts to a serene morning in early October, sunlight filtering through the mottled leaves, casting a golden veil over the earth. The setting is Kazuma Mizuno's courtyard in Konoha, resembling a tranquil sanctuary, isolated from the clamor of the outside world. At this juncture of early autumn, the oppressive heat of summer had receded, and the sun hung in the sky, warm and gentle, akin to a mother's hand softly caressing the land. In the courtyard stands a persimmon tree, resembling a venerable elder who has weathered the storms of time. Its leaves have shed the vibrant green of summer, donning a resplendent golden attire that glimmers in the sunlight, as if countless sparkling stars adorn its branches. The round, plump fruits, tinged with white amidst their golden hue, resemble delicate lanterns that stand out against the backdrop of green leaves, evoking a mouth-watering desire. Seated around a rustic wooden table are Uchiha Izumi, Inuzuka Hana, and Mizuno Ikuto. The table is adorned with simple yet exquisite utensils, exuding a subtle scent of wood. A charcoal stove nearby crackles cheerfully, its dancing flames seemingly narrating tales of warmth and beauty in life. On the stove, a ceramic pot simmers, with bubbling spring water releasing a gentle plume of steam, infused with the faint aroma of tea that wafts through the entire courtyard. As for why Inuzuka Hana has come here, it is naturally due to her admiration for Mizuno Ikuto's wisdom. Hana, who considers herself quite exceptional in both learning and combat as a ninja, finds herself captivated by Ikuto, who, despite his seemingly laid-back demeanor, consistently reveals unique insights. Take, for instance, the recent incident involving the exchange of ninja tokens. Ikuto's proposal struck Hana as increasingly astute, showcasing a clever manipulation of rules to yield maximum benefit with minimal cost, leaving her deeply impressed. Thus, she shamelessly lingers by his side, gradually growing familiar with him over time. Izumi, why have you been visiting Mizuno every day lately? Hana languidly inquires from her seat, beside her. The now-grown gray wolf lies obediently on the ground, no longer fitting in her lap. Hana gracefully lifts her teacup, taking a delicate sip, her gaze playful as she addresses Uchiha Izumi. Wow, Mizuno, this tea you brewed is truly delightful. Izumi tilts her head slightly, lifting the teacup to take a hearty gulp. The warm tea cascading down her throat, causing her cheeks to flush a rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening sky, yet she does not respond to Hana's question. Honestly, it's the first time I've encountered such an intriguing individual. Hana sets her teacup down, gently shaking her head, a subtle smile curling at her lips, as she observes the child who behaves like a shrewd old man. With such high intelligence, I once thought you were capable of anything, yet your physical skills, ninjutsu, and chakra are still less advanced than those of a newcomer. I must admit, the tea you brew is indeed exceptional. Hana lifts her teacup once more, extending it gracefully, as if silently urging Ikuto to refill her cup. You've become increasingly audacious, Ikuto retorts, his tone playful, as he takes a small wooden spoon and carefully scoops a ladle of boiling water from the pot, gingerly pouring it into Hana's teacup. The boiling water swirls within the cup, releasing waves of steam. Izumi, would you like a bit of hot water added? Mizuno Ito's gaze fell upon Uchiha Izumi's teacup, his tone laced with a hint of concern. Thank you, Mizuno-kun, Izumi replied, slightly nodding as she extended her cup to receive the water that Mizuno Ito had offered. Subsequently, she gently placed the cup on the tea tray before her, a flicker of worry evident in her eyes as she softly inquired, by the way, Mizuno-kun, have you heard? Many children have gone missing from the village recently, and the security department receives numerous reports daily. I'm not too aware of that. I stay at home every day and rarely venture outside, Mizuno Ito replied, slightly tilting his head, his gaze shifting to Inuzuka Hana. He pondered whether she had any information. It seemed that the Inuzuka clan was likely involved in the search for the missing children, and Hana could probably glean considerable insights from her elders regarding the incidents. After all, Hana's parents led the search team, which comprised over a dozen clan members who meticulously searched the village's outskirts with the aid of their nin dogs. After much effort, their inquiries ultimately led them to a specific location. However, as they attempted to approach that vicinity, they were halted by the Umbu. According to the clan members, they had tracked down a certain area in the village when the Umbu took over the investigation, implying that the subsequent matters were now under their jurisdiction. Inuzuka Hana sighed helplessly, a glimmer of confusion crossing her features. Do the missing children share any common characteristics? Mizuno Ito asked earnestly, narrowing his eyes. Common characteristics? They are primarily infants aged 1 or 2, although there are a couple who are slightly older, both boys and girls, Hana recalled diligently, suggesting that this age range might provide some clues. Could it be that Uncle Snake is abducting people for his wood-release experiments? A sudden thought flashed through Mizuno Ito's mind. He remembered that Uncle Snake had defected mere months after Uchiha Itachi started attending school, making the timeline align perfectly. This implied that Uncle Snake might be lacking experimental subjects lately. As this realization dawned upon him, an icy chill crept into his heart. Those who were captured would likely face dire fates, and he, being an orphan, felt an inexplicable apprehension spreading within him. "Oh, Izumi, you're not worried that Mizuno Ito might go missing, are you? Is that why you come here every day?" Inuzuka Hana finally discerned Izumi's underlying thoughts, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. Indeed, Mizuno-kun lives alone. Could he not be a target? Izumi, having her sentiments laid bare, felt no need to feign indifference. After all, they had spent considerable time together, forging a profound friendship, and she was untroubled by the prospect of her concerns being exposed. Besides, it was merely a natural expression of care among close friends. To claim that Mizuno Ito was unafraid would be a blatant self-deception. He remained utterly oblivious to the friends of his late parents. Habitually confined within the walls of his home, he led a relatively isolated existence, as if separated from the outside world by a transparent yet impenetrable barrier. In such circumstances, should misfortune befall him, he could truly vanish without a trace, perhaps even beyond the chance of discovery. Moreover, the underlying cause of this incident was evidently the scientific madman of the ninja world, Orochimaru. Upon contemplation, various terrifying images involuntarily surfaced in Mizuno Ichido's mind. The thought of being captured haunted him. His body could potentially be subjected to experimentation, with every chromosome and segment of DNA meticulously studied, instilling a profound sense of dread that sent shivers down his spine. The very notion that his soul could be dissected and placed in a petri dish for Uncle Snake to manipulate, in an attempt to cultivate numerous souls, was chilling beyond measure. "May I stay at your home? I only require a place to sleep. I can bring my own bed," Mizuno Ichido asserted, his gaze revealing a flicker of determination. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not linger beneath a precarious wall, he decided it prudent to seek refuge elsewhere. Given the current turmoil, which had escalated to such an extent that even the Umbu had been stirred, it was likely that Yuan Furijan had already initiated covert actions. Finding a secure place to reside for a few days until the commotion subsided seemed wise. "My home has spare rooms, so you needn't bring a bed, Mizuno-san," Uchiha Izumi replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in her expression. "However, I must consult my mother first." Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of worry. After all, the idea of bringing someone home, especially a boy, was rather sudden, and she felt it necessary to discuss it with her mother. Following the Nine Tails turmoil, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the rest of the village had become exceedingly delicate, fraught with underlying tensions. The villagers bore varying degrees of prejudice and caution towards the Uchiha clan, which had grown somewhat insular and exclusive as a result of the catastrophe. Given this context, Mizuno Ichido's desire to find sanctuary among the Uchiha was evidently impractical. "Why not consider my home? It is spacious enough, and I can arrange a room for you. No matter how long you wish to stay," Inuzuka Hana suggested, observing the two. While she did not harbor any animosity towards Uchiha Izumi, she couldn't help but recall the inherent arrogance and exclusivity of the Uchiha clan. With a slight tilt of her head, her gaze conveyed sincerity. "Though my home may lack the opulence of some prominent families, it is comfortable and ample enough to accommodate you." Ultimately, Mizuno Ichido's brow furrowed slightly, a reflection of his relatively modest strength, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, an idea flickered in his consciousness. Since he was currently unable to confront potential dangers through sheer power, why not leverage his existing wealth for protection? The dividends accrued over the past few months had bestowed upon him a considerable fortune, now surpassing 2 million. In the talent-rich village of Konoha, hiring a nin to safeguard him for a month should not prove overly difficult. "Yes, I believe I have a plan," Mizuno Ichido said, sitting up slightly straighter, his eyes alight with confidence. "Are you both familiar with the concept of money ninjutsu?" As he spoke, the image of the striking money ninjutsu user from the series flashed in his mind. He recalled how that ninja wielded money ninjutsu with remarkable finesse, and how Kato's money ninjutsu had proven so formidable that even the formidable Zabuza had been compelled to act as a mere enforcer. Mizuno Kazuto could not help but slightly squint his eyes, envisioning himself, much like the financially fortified ninja Qian Dun, erecting an impregnable barrier of wealth. "In any case, you need not worry. he remarked, a confident smile gracing his face as he waved his hand dismissively. I already have a solution. His voice was steady and resonant, as if he had meticulously arranged every detail. Umph, only Izumi is concerned for you. I certainly am not. Inuzuka Hana yawned lazily, stretching her limbs before tilting her head and casting a sidelong glance at Mizuno Kazuto, her tone laced with playful mockery. Without you, we are doing just fine. Chapter 54. The right approach discovered Uchiha Izumi. Her cheeks flushed, gazed at Mizuno Kazuto with eyes brimming with trust and reliance. The moment he proclaimed he had a solution, the weight that had long burdened her heart finally lifted. The frown that had creased her brow began to soften. She understood that if Mizuno Kazuto claimed to have found a reliable resolution, it must indeed be true. Alas, my strength remains insufficient. Mizuno Kazuto sighed softly, his gaze betraying a hint of helplessness and dissatisfaction. In this ninja world, where might was revered above all, his current predicament felt overwhelmingly arduous. Bound by chakra, it was as if an invisible shackle tightly constrained his leisurely existence. Reflecting on a recent encounter, he recalled the fortunate day when a wild boar, oblivious to its fate, had charged at him. After a fierce struggle, he had ultimately succeeded in slaying the beast. At that moment, to his astonishment, his chakra had increased by a mere 0.0001 card. In the course of daily life, he had indeed taken lives. Mizuno Kazuto mused, recalling the numerous chickens, ducks, and fish he had dispatched, not to mention the countless ants he had unwittingly crushed on his journey for training. Yet, why had this not triggered a response? Was there a matter of probability involved? That did not seem plausible. He had slaughtered many livestock without any effect, yet a single thrust at a wild boar had sufficed. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Mizuno Kazuto's eyes. With each enemy slain, the host gains a portion of the slain's abilities, chakra quantity, learn ninjutsu, and innate bloodlines, with a minimum increase of 0.0001 cards, he murmured, as if validating his own hypothesis. Could it be that this is the essence of it? Excitement flickered in his gaze. It was time to experiment with an animal. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana sat quietly, sipping tea and relishing the serene moment. They exchanged occasional smiles, sharing their thoughts. However, Mizuno Kazuto, from a nearby sugar jar, cautiously procured a small amount of sugar, moistening it with water and gently spreading it across his palm. His focused demeanor suggested he was partaking in a ritual of great significance. He then slowly approached a large tree, scanning the underbrush for any signs of life. Before long, he spotted several ants. With great care, Mizuno Kazuto extended his hand, capturing the tiny creatures and placing them upon his palm. He observed them as they traversed his hand, his eyes reflecting an indescribable anticipation. It appeared that the ant had detected a threat, suddenly biting Mizuno Ikuto. A sharp cry escaped his lips, reverberating through the tranquil environment with an unsettling prominence. In quick succession, his other hand came down with a resounding clap upon the ant. His face then illuminated with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Mizuno-kun, what is wrong? Uzumaki Izumi inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Mizuno Ikuto's exuberant demeanor, leaving her perplexed. A slight furrow formed on her brow, her expression rife with confusion, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in Mizuno Ikuto's behavior. It's nothing, Izumi-san, Mizuno Ikuto replied with a subtle nod, a confident smile gracing his features, as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the universe. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he mused inwardly. Indeed, if eliminating creatures that harbor hostility towards me triggers a passive ability, then I shall be invincible. This astonishing revelation filled him with anticipation for a future enhancement of his powers. Kazuka Hana, can your gray wolf locate wild honey? Mizuno Ikuto suddenly turned, his gaze imbued with expectation towards Kazuka Hana. I am eager to find some nectar to consume. We should be able to find it in the forest surrounding the village. Kazuka Hana responded, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt evident in her eyes. But can't you simply buy honey? She regarded Mizuno Ikuto with a look of bemusement, pondering his intentions. Regardless, I need you to assist me in finding it. Mizuno Ikuto smiled faintly, his tone imbued with an insistent firmness that brooked no refusal. Once I have conducted my experiments, I shall treat you to a new beverage. He had already devised a plan, intending to open a new drink shop in the commercial district. Conventional beverages often lack distinct appeal in the market. If he could procure wild honey to craft unique drinks like honey yuzu tea, It might just spark a trend. Then I shall have the gray wolf give it a try, Kazuka Hana said, gently stroking the wolf's head. The creature seemed to grasp its owner's intent, its eyes glimmering with a lively spark. However, she remained uncertain whether it could succeed. After all, the whereabouts of wild honey were not easily discovered. Upon hearing Kazuka Hana's response, Mizuno Ikuto's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. He could hardly contain himself as he spun around, darting into the storage room like a gust of wind. The hurried footsteps echoed through the tranquil space, imbued with an invisible force. Outside, Uzumaki Izumi and Kazuka Hana sat in serene silence, only to be greeted by the sounds of clinking and clattering emanating from the storage room. The cacophony intertwined harmoniously, resembling a whimsical symphony, as if Mizuno Ikuto was meticulously preparing for the impending endeavor. Before long, the door to the storage room creaked open, revealing Mizuno Ikuto's figure. One hand held a specialized protective suit for honey gathering, crafted from high-quality materials and exhibiting exceptional protective capabilities, clearly selected with care. In his other hand, he securely grasped a wooden barrel, which, though aged, was well-maintained and exuded an air of antiquity. Shall we set off now? Inuzuka Hana was momentarily taken aback. She had initially assumed that Mizuno Ichido merely intended to casually mention the idea of seeking wild honey at a later time. To her surprise, he exhibited such resolute determination, preparing to take action immediately. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes as her gaze lingered on Mizuno Ichido, seemingly searching for answers within his expression. Mizuno Ichido fixed his gaze on Inuzuka Hana, his eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve and unwavering dedication. Without hesitation, he nodded, as if affirming an indisputable question. In his mind, having finally grasped the intricacies of this extraordinary mechanism, he realized that now was the time to seize the opportunity to accumulate more layers of passive abilities. This was an unparalleled chance to enhance his strength, and he was unwilling to let it slip away easily. Chapter 55, Reverence for Life Before Long. The trio arrived at the forest adjacent to the Konoha River. The forest was lush and vibrant, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The gray wolf, true to its reputation as a creature of the ninja world, showcased its keen sense of smell and remarkable perceptive abilities. It swiftly located a beehive nestled within a crevice of the rocks. The buzzing sound echoed through the tranquil forest, resembling a unique symphony composed by the bees. Countless bees flitted back and forth amidst the rocky fissures, busy and orderly. "Step back a bit, you two. I don't want the bees to sting you," Mizuno Ichido exclaimed while swiftly donning his protective gear for honey extraction. The suit was crafted from durable material, offering exceptional protection against the bees' assaults. He then put on thick gloves and organized a bundle of hay nearby for later use. "Let us head to the riverbank. If anything happens, just call for us," Inuzuka Hana said, pulling Uchiha Izumi along as they walked toward the river, while the gray wolf obediently trailed behind them. As for why Mizuno Ichido chose to collect honey alone, it stemmed from a personal motive. Ever since he had slain that wild boar during their outdoor trials, this notion had taken root in his mind. The essence of the transmigrator's nature was one of bloodlust and plunder. Each enemy he vanquished would grant him a portion of their abilities, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.00001 units. This enemy did not necessarily refer to humans, but rather any creature exhibiting hostility towards him. In other words, once he disturbed the beehive, the bees would become adversaries, and defeating them would augment his chakra. A beehive could house a multitude of bees, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands for smaller colonies, and up to hundreds of thousands for larger ones. Each bee killed would yield an increase of 0.00001 chakra units. Just imagine the surge in chakra if he set ablaze to the hive. Thus, chakra was truly the primary objective of Mizuno Ichido's venture. The honey was merely a fortuitous byproduct. Standing before the beehive, Mizuno Ichido took a deep breath before producing a stick and inserting it into the crevice of the rocks. With a forceful pry, he dislodged the outer layer of stone. Instantly, chaos erupted among the bees, as if their tranquil abode had been violently invaded. Subsequently, numerous bees surged towards Mizuno Ichido, colliding against the mesh of his protective suit. In no time, clusters of bees amassed against the fabric, creating an overwhelming swarm. The hive was densely populated with bees, which relentlessly launched attacks on the intruder, Mizuno Kazuto. Yet, Mizuno remained undaunted. With his left hand firmly grasping the hive, he deftly swatted away the climbing bees with his right. His movements were both practiced and decisive, as if he had undergone countless training sessions. With each sweep, he felt the minuscule stings of the bees grazing against his protective gear. But he showed no sign of retreat. Then, with a vigorous tug, he tore away a segment of the hive. The bees, now driven into a frenzy, surged forth to defend their dignity, as more of them emerged from the hive to assault Mizuno. Sensing the opportune moment, Mizuno was unfazed as he placed the hive segment into a wooden barrel. Grasping a handful of hay, he swung it with force, igniting it before directing the flames toward the swarm. In an instant, fire erupted within the mass of bees, creating a sea of flames. Mizuno's personal panel displayed a surge of chakra. The previously static numbers now overflowed with vitality, rapidly fluctuating. Each pulse seemed to narrate a fierce battle. The figures climbing steadily as Mizuno felt the chakra within him increasing by the second. Despite the valiant efforts of thousands of bees, who fought bravely and sacrificed their lives against the encroaching threat, they ultimately met their demise amidst the inferno. A few surviving bees scattered in pairs, while the unflown larvae, still in their cradles, were engulfed along with the hive in the barrel. After crushing the last surviving bee, Mizuno opened his personal panel, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. Character panel. Name: Mizuno Kazuto. Chakra level: 05758 calories. Note: the chakra level of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 calories. Chakra attributes: Wind, Lightning Taijutsu. None, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Jinjutsu. None, Bloodline. None, Summoning Beast. None, Traveler Abilities. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunder. The host gains a portion of the abilities. Chakra level, learn Ninjutsu. Innate Bloodline, of each enemy slain, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.0001 calories. Note: the chakra level of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 calories. 2. One-handed man. If the host desires, they can form 12 hand seals in 1 second with one hand. 3. Mirage. Any Jinjutsu cast upon the host by an opponent with less chakra will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am a bystander. No one can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep concealed. Evaluation: a lowly shinobi with no skills. Thus, during this fierce home defense battle, over 5,700 bees valiantly sacrificed their lives to protect their homeland. Mizuno slowly removed his protective gear, his actions imbued with a profound reverence for life. Bowing his head and bending at the waist, he stood in silence for 3 minutes, honoring the fallen warriors. In this tranquil expanse, time seems to have come to a standstill, with only the focused and solemn figure of Mizuno Ichido remaining. Once the moment of silence concluded, Mizuno Ichido commenced his delicate care of the beehive. His movements were gentle and meticulous, as though he were tending to a precious artifact. In a bid to retain a fragment of his humanity, he chose to preserve a section of the honeycomb. This fragment served as a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, providing warmth and sanctuary for the surviving bees, enabling them to endure the impending cold of winter. With great reverence, Mizuno Ichido carefully gathered the lifeless bodies of the fallen bee warriors, his actions imbued with respect. He gently interred these remains within a deep pit, as if conducting a solemn funeral for them. Each bee was a hero of this fierce battle, their sacrifices worthy of remembrance. Subsequently, Mizuno Ichido rose slowly, lifting a wooden bucket. His eyes surveyed the battleground that had recently witnessed an intense conflict, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. Here lay sacrifice, reward, and a profound reverence for life. He etched this scene deeply into his memory, as if making a silent vow to return in the coming year. At this moment, Mizuno Ichido had shed his former frailty. His chakra level of 0.5758 had surpassed that of the 99,999 students at the Ninja Academy. A triumphant expression graced his face, filled with self-affirmation and anticipation for the future. However, despite his elevated chakra, Mizuno Ichido remained limited to the basic transformation technique, lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or any other specialized skills. Overall, he resembled a vessel brimming with chakra, yet still vacant of the knowledge and abilities necessary for true strength. Chapter 56. The Mission Hall. On a moonless night, with the wind howling and flames flickering, Mizuno Ichido murmured to himself, contemplating the current situation. To ensure his safety, he deemed it prudent to acquire a bodyguard for protection. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana, Mizuno Ichido made his way alone towards the village's mission hall. Located at the end of the village avenue, adjacent to the Hokage building, the grand structure stood out majestically against the night sky. Upon entering the mission hall, a spacious and brightly lit area unfolded before him. Rows of neatly arranged chairs filled the hall, occupied by a diverse array of individuals. There were clients posting missions, some displaying anxious expressions while others wore faces of eager anticipation, and there were ninjas arriving to accept tasks, their postures upright, exuding determination and confidence. Within the mission system of Konohagakure, tasks of two distinct levels are typically claimed by ninjas themselves at the mission hall. The building's interior was well organized, with 6 windows on the left designated for receiving clients' entrusted missions. Here, clients would articulate their needs in detail, allowing professionals to assess the level of the events. Once classified, clients were required to pay the corresponding commission for the task's level. Should no ninja claim the task within 3 days of its posting, the system would designate a ninja to execute it. Similarly, there were 4 windows on the right side, specifically for accommodating ninjas. Ninjas select tasks that suit them and subsequently receive the corresponding task commission documents. Additionally, at the center of the hall, 2 customer service representatives, with warm smiles and professional demeanor, are dedicated to addressing any inquiries from clients who post commissions. Mizuno Ichido found a spot in the rest area and casually picked up a brochure detailing the task process. He meticulously absorbed the information, gaining a clearer understanding of the task system. In the task hall of Konohagakure, there are a total of 5 levels of tasks. The D-rank tasks are typically simple daily chores, such as locating lost pets or weeding. These tasks are relatively easy, carrying a minimal risk factor, and are generally undertaken by lower-ranked ninjas. The remuneration for such tasks ranges from a few thousand ryo to 10,000 ryo. Though the compensation is not substantial, it offers a valuable training opportunity for lower-ranked ninjas. C-rank tasks, in contrast to D-rank tasks, present a significantly heightened level of danger. These tasks often entail a certain degree of challenge, such as escorting important documents or ensuring the safety of specific individuals. For instance, Naruto's initial assignment to escort a bridge expert in the Land of Waves involved navigating various potential risks and unforeseen circumstances. Typically, these tasks require AJ Nin to lead the lower-ranked ninjas to ensure their successful execution. The remuneration for C-rank tasks generally falls between 10,000 ryo and 50,000 ryo, reflecting the increased risks borne by the ninjas. B-rank tasks are even more demanding, with the danger level escalating considerably. During the execution of these tasks, ninjas are likely to encounter enemy ninjas in combat. Generally, B-rank tasks involve crucial responsibilities such as guarding or escorting, necessitating strong combat skills and adaptability. Consequently, only ninjas of CH Nin rank or higher are qualified to undertake these tasks, with corresponding remuneration ranging from 50,000 ryo to 150,000 ryo. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. A-rank tasks elevate the challenge even further. These tasks usually entail assisting other nations or villages in resolving complex and troublesome issues. The execution often requires engaging with formidable opponents, thus placing high demands on the strength and experience of the ninjas involved. Typically, only powerful ninjas of CH Nin rank or above are eligible for such assignments, with a wide remuneration range between 150,000 ryo and 1 million ryo, depending on the strength of the adversary. S-rank tasks are undoubtedly the most arduous and perilous within the task system of Konohagakure. These assignments typically involve high-stakes actions such as assassinating key figures or stealing classified documents, characterized by their extreme danger and confidentiality. When undertaking S-rank tasks, ninjas must engage in intense combat with opponents of J-Nin rank, facing formidable challenges and pressures. For example, Naruto's Team's initial mission in the Land of Waves began as a B-rank task, but escalated to an A rank due to the formidable opponent Zabuza. Such high-level tasks are commissioned by senior leaders of nations, who hold exceedingly high expectations and requirements for their completion. Thus, the commission for a mission of this grade amounts to at least 1 million ryo, serving as a significant reward for the ninjas who dare to challenge their limits and embrace considerable risks. Mizuno Ichido slowly approached the customer service window, articulating his needs in detail. He had anticipated that by offering a larger sum to elevate the mission's rank, he would secure the protection of a jonin. However, reality proved to be somewhat disheartening. The customer service representative, with a look of regret, informed him that due to various reasons, there were simply no additional jonin available to provide dedicated protection for him. At this moment, only 3 years had passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, a brutal conflict that had inflicted immense wounds upon the village of Kanahigakure, coupled with the losses from the Night of the Nine Tails, where dozens of jonin tragically perished. The village was sorely lacking in fresh blood to bolster its elite forces. Among Kakashi's peers, aside from Kakashi himself, who had ascended to jonin through his innate talent and diligence, only Asuma Sarutobi had successfully reached that rank. The other ninjas who had once held the esteemed position of special jonin during Naruto's graduation, such as Kurenai Yui, Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, Irika Yumino, Nara Shikamaru, and others, remained at the chunin level. Faced with this stark reality, Mizuno Ichido reluctantly accepted a mission of a lower rank. Nevertheless, he did not yield entirely. He proposed a special request with a commission fee of 50,000 ryo, insisting that designated chunin must protect him until the matter of the missing child in Konoha was resolved. Chapter 57. Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy. Indeed, it was the chunin he required, given the scarcity of jonin, which rendered them unable to meet his demands. He was left with no choice but to enlist several chunin to ensure his safety. Mizuno Ichido meticulously compared the hiring costs of jonin and chunin, discovering that the fee for 2 chunin was less than the price of 1 jonin. This discrepancy arose from the limited number of jonin, with even fewer capable of leading a team. Often, missions of higher ranks were undertaken by teams composed of several chunin. This situation resulted in significant casualties for many chunin when faced with high-ranking ninjas, as there remained a notable disparity in strength between chunin and their more experienced counterparts. Consequently, low-risk missions became the preference for many inadequately skilled ninjas. In this context of an oversupply of chunin and a scarcity of jonin, the awkward situation emerged where chunin commissions were available at bargain prices, while jonin were exceedingly hard to come by. After successfully paying the mission fee, Mizuno Ichido ambled toward his home. As he approached, he distinctly saw a man and a woman standing at his doorstep, separated by several meters. The man was clad in a snug green outfit, which accentuated his athletic physique, exuding vigor and vitality. He sported a refreshing watermelon hairstyle that glimmered under the sunlight. The woman, on the other hand, wore a red dress beneath a pristine white coat, appearing both fresh and elegant. Her crimson eyes resembled burning flames, deep and enigmatic. Indeed, standing there was Might Guy, whose fervor had nearly propelled the battle to a climactic conclusion, alongside the strikingly beautiful Kurenai Yuhi. In the distance, Kurenai inadvertently sensed a gaze intently scrutinizing her. A flicker of surprise coursed through her heart as she instinctively turned to face the source, only to find the young boy, Kazama Ichido. It was evident that this child was the employer behind the mission. Yet, the manner in which he regarded her suggested a familiarity that puzzled her. Upon reflection, she was certain she had never encountered him before, nor had she heard of any family by the name of Kazama among her parents' acquaintances. "Are you two the ninjas here to accept the mission?" Kazama Ichido inquired with a polite smile, stepping forward confidently. "Indeed, young man, you exude the essence of youth." Might Guy responded enthusiastically, reaching out to grasp Ichido's hand with a vigor that seemed to transmit his own vitality. "Would you care to join me for some training?" "Might Guy, do remember our position. This is our employer," Kurenai gently interjected, her brow furrowing slightly in concern. "Haha, no worries. Please, come inside." Ichido replied with a welcoming smile. "Let us discuss the details of the mission within." He graciously led them into the living room of the courtyard. Once inside, Ichido expertly poured 3 cups of tea and placed them before the trio. "Allow me to elaborate on the situation," he said, sitting up straight, his gaze conveying earnestness and sincerity. "My name is Kazama Ichido, and my elder family members tragically perished on that fateful night last year. Recently, there has been a disturbing surge of missing children in the Leaf Village, which raises my concerns for my own safety. Thus, I have sought your protection. My request is straightforward. One of you will guard me during the day, while the other will take the night shift until I am assured of my safety. Your task will only conclude when the Leaf Village has resolved this issue, or when I deem the mission complete." Kurenai's father was among the fallen elite shinobi from that night, and as she listened to Ichido's account, an emotional chord was struck deep within her. Her previously serene countenance momentarily flickered with an unmistakable sorrow, a fleeting shadow dancing in her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurenai Yui, a CH Nin," she stated, nodding slightly, her gaze now imbued with determination and confidence. "This is Mike Guy, who, like myself, is also a CH Nin." She gestured towards Mike Guy. "The circumstances you described align perfectly with the details of our mission. We have no objections." "I have no issues either," Mike Guy responded heartily, meeting Kurenai's gaze with an unwavering confidence and resolve. The recent spate of missing children had become a widely known concern within the Leaf Village. Kurenai had privately gathered substantial information, aware that the Umbu were diligently conducting investigative efforts. Given the current trajectory of events, it was anticipated that this matter would be appropriately resolved within the next week or two. This task is as effortless as a gift. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shiri Hong has formulated a rough plan. Based on our understanding, most of the missing children are infants, and their families reside in relatively remote areas. In contrast, older children tend to vanish in less populated locations. Young brother, your home is situated in a bustling district, rendering it comparatively safe. Thus, your risk is minimal. Shiri Hong paused slightly, her gaze reflecting a hint of concern. "However, as you are the employer, we, the ninjas, shall adhere strictly to your directives. We can divide into 2 groups for protection without any issues. I will take charge during the day, while Mike Guy will oversee the night." Shiri Hong continued. "Do you have any additional requests, young brother?" "I have no objections. You are the professionals in protection, so please arrange accordingly." Mizuno Ichido waved his hand slightly, a flicker of trust gracing his expression. "There are 2 spare bedrooms in my home. If you require rest or have any other needs, feel free to utilize them. Moreover, while safeguarding me, you may practice in my yard, provided you do not invade my privacy. We are professional ninjas, and our protectors are equally adept," Mike Guy proclaimed confidently, his chest puffed out. "Rest assured, your safety is in capable hands." After exchanging a few more words, Mike Guy turned to leave. At this juncture, there was still an afternoon left before dusk, and Shiri Hong gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, skillfully concealing her presence. Now, Mizuno Ichido felt a sense of tentative reassurance. He pondered silently, believing that if Danzo's subordinates passed by his yard while capturing individuals and noticed the presence of ninjas guarding it, they would likely opt to retreat to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, during such a critical period, even the most audacious individuals would not dare to act too brazenly. Would they? Chapter 58. The study of ninjutsu. Upon returning indoors, Mizuno Ichido proceeded directly to the cabinet left behind by his father, gently opening its doors. Inside lay an array of ninjutsu scrolls, a precious legacy bequeathed by his parents. At this moment, it was time to embark on the arduous journey of mastering ninjutsu. The ninjutsu inherited from Mizuno Ichido's parents predominantly comprised fire release techniques, coupled with the advanced ninjutsu acquired as an exemplary team after meticulous selection and organization. The ninjutsu available for Mizuno Ichido's training included the Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Binding Technique, Shadow Shuriken Technique, and the Illusion Technique, Mist Servant. Naturally, there was also a physical technique. However, Mizuno Ichido deemed it unworthy of a player of his caliber, thus excluding it from his studies. The Shadow Clone Technique bears resemblance to the Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, both involving the equal distribution of chakra to create a tangible clone possessing identical abilities to the original. Everything that the clone experiences during its existence will transfer to the original upon its dissolution. The distinction between a standard ninjutsu and a forbidden technique lies in the potential dangers associated with the Shadow Clone Technique. When executed, the creation of numerous clones may deplete the host's chakra, placing them at risk of death. Furthermore, once all clones vanish, the memories and pain endured by each clone are transferred back to the original body, which may lead to mental collapse. Hence, Mizuno Ichido resolved to first master the Shadow Clone Technique. He contemplated that after learning this technique, he could create a shadow clone before studying other skills, thereby transforming into 4 individuals. This would enable him to generate numerous shadow clones, each tasked with learning a different ninjutsu, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. Mizuno Ichido cautiously retrieved the scroll containing the Shadow Clone Technique, diligently perusing its contents. With his unique ability to master the 1-second true man technique, he had become intimately familiar with the hand seals and the flow of chakra within his body. He brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form the in-hand sign. In an instant, with a resounding pop, a clone identical to Mizuno Ichido appeared beside him. Should an onlooker witness this scene, they would likely be struck with awe at his remarkable talent. From the perspective of learning ninjutsu, Mizuno Ichido's 1-second true man ability not only accelerated his hand seal speed, but also elevated his innate talent for ninjutsu to a near-legendary level. The creation of these hand seals facilitates the practitioner's control over chakra flow. Thus, those who can perform seals swiftly possess a deeper understanding of chakra than others. Therefore, Mizuno Ichido is likely approaching the level of the legendary Tsutsuki Indra, and even if he were to quietly study the forbidden scrolls in the Hokage's office, techniques such as Flying Thunder God would be effortlessly within his grasp. Mizuno Ichido and his shadow clone each created another clone, bringing the total to 4. Together, they ventured into the courtyard, each selecting a ninjutsu to practice. They engaged in Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Ninjutsu Binding Technique, Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow, and Jinjutsu Illusionary Mist, each performing their designated task. The clone studying Jinjutsu initiated an attack first. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed an illusion upon the clone practicing shurikens. The latter appeared entranced by some mysterious force, his eyes vacant, as he mechanically hurled shurikens in all directions with frenzied abandon. Meanwhile, another clone executing the binding technique sprang into action, his cloth darting forth like a serpent, ensnaring the frantically throwing clone. At that moment, the original, harnessing the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful gust. The force surged like a tumultuous wave toward the 3 clones. A fierce wind howled, swirling sand and debris, engulfing the trio, who subsequently erupted in a brilliant flash, dispersing into a cloud of smoke. Mizuno Ichido accessed his character panel. Character panel. Name, Mizuno Ikudo Chakra Amount. 05758 cards. Friendly reminder. The chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 cards. Chakra attributes. Wind, Lightning Taijutsu. None, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Binding Technique, Shadow Shuriken. 6 body techniques, Hide, Bind, Substitute, Escape, Split, Transform, Jinjutsu. Misty Illusion Bloodline. None, Summoning Beast. None, Traveler. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunder. For each enemy the host kills, they gain a portion of the slain's abilities, chakra amount. Learn Ninjutsu, Innate Bloodline, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.0001 cards. Friendly reminder, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 cards. 2. One-handed True Man, if the host desires. They can form 12 hand seals in 1 second with a single hand. 3. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Any Jinjutsu cast by an opponent with a chakra amount less than the host's will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am an ordinary bystander. No one can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden. Evaluation, a low-ranking ninja lacking battle experience. In the realms of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, Mizuno Ikudo finally noticed that he no longer possessed just the 6 basic ninjutsu from his time at the Ninja Academy, which filled him with a sense of comfort. However, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret for lacking Earth attribute chakra. If only he could wield Earth Release ninjutsu, he could envelop himself in a thick layer of earth, as if donning an impenetrable armor. Then, he could venture into the forest without hesitation, dispatching foes that dared to approach him, rendering their attacks futile. Alas, with a slight sigh, Mizuno Ikudo pondered that if he were to train in the forest, he would need to wear protective gear. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of new ninjutsu, the need for fire techniques was no longer necessary. A single Wind Release, Great Breakthrough would suffice to eliminate all the pesky bees. The thought alone was quite pleasing. He squinted slightly, envisioning the formidable power he could unleash when performing ninjutsu, uncertain if his shadow clones would possess the same capabilities as his true self. If they did, it would surely become all the more intriguing. Chapter 59. Call Me Sister. Concealed in the shadows, Yuhi Kurenai witnessed the entire training process, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Which clan as clone could successfully execute ninjutsu upon merely touching the scroll? Her eyes brimmed with disbelief, silently exclaiming, "This must be a monster. Someone who can read a ninjutsu scroll and directly perform a high-level technique? This boy is undoubtedly a prodigy on par with Kakashi." Furrowing her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Mizuno Ikudo, Her mind raced with questions. Is this boy a member of the Uzumaki clan? Kurenai mused, perplexed. He possesses such a vast amount of chakra and can release numerous ninjutsu. Yet isn't it said that members of the Uzumaki clan all have red hair? The more she thought about his peculiar hair, the more her curiosity about this mysterious prodigy intensified. In Kurenai's eyes, this 6 or 7-year-old little brother displayed a rather immature fighting style, devoid of any tactical acumen. After all, he is still quite young, and his understanding and application of combat techniques are still in the exploratory stage. However, what astonished Yuhi Kurenai was that this little fellow learned 5 ninjutsu techniques in merely a moment, a talent unparalleled throughout history. It is worth noting that Kurenai's classmate, Hatake Kakashi, is a prodigy rarely seen in a century within Konohagakure. He possesses multiple chakra natures, masters thousands of ninjutsu techniques, graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, became a nin by 6, and ascended to the rank of nin by the age of 12. Such an individual is a focal point of attention not only in the Hidden Leaf Village but throughout the entire ninja world. Yet, even a genius like Kakashi had not been known to learn a ninjutsu technique simply by glancing at it before acquiring the Sharingan. Since the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi had grown increasingly reclusive, constantly grasping the heavens of the ninja world. Kurenai furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the possibility of introducing this boy to Kakashi in the future, as perhaps these geniuses could find common ground. Reflecting on her earlier question, Kurenai slowly emerged from the shadows, fixing her gaze upon Mizuno Ichido, and softly inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why you chose us two to protect you?" Mizuno Ichido inwardly lamented, realizing that all his training had likely been observed by Kurenai. He needed to devise a way to ensure her discretion. "Sister Kurenai, are you familiar with the book Heavens of the Ninja World?" he sweetly exclaimed, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. This book is indeed the same title that Kakashi had previously held. Kurenai glanced at him and nodded, having heard that the book was currently quite popular, with many in the Land of Fire engrossed in its pages. But what relevance does that have? I authored that very book, and my first reader was a big brother with white hair who covered one eye, Mizuno Ichido said, tilting his head slightly, a proud smile gracing his face. This child knows Kakashi and is the author of that book. Kurenai's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that the displayed ninjutsu talent was not as astonishing compared to the fact that he could write such a book at his age. After all, there are many gifted ninjas in Konoha, but few can claim the title of literary prodigy at such a tender age. Could it be that Kakashi introduced this child to me and Guy? Kurenai narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering, but decided to dismiss the thought. How could a mind as brilliant as his be comprehended by someone as ordinary as herself? At the very least, she had secured a well-compensated task that allowed for some ease. With that thought, a relieved smile appeared on Kurenai's face. "I have one more question. Are you of the Uzumaki clan? But why is your hair not red?" "Sister, I am a native of Konoha," Mizuno Ichido replied curtly, rolling his eyes. How could one harbor such a stereotype? Haven't they ever seen a Konoha citizen with black hair? Moreover, who said that the Uzumaki clan must have red hair? "Sister Kurenai, you are so beautiful and enchanting. I kindly ask that you keep my secrets. This includes both my authorship of that book and my talent for ninjutsu." In order to survive unscathed, Mizuno Kazuto deliberately exhibited a demeanor that matched his youthful appearance, embodying an endearing innocence akin to that of a playful puppy. Coupled with his pure, unblemished visage and exceedingly charming demeanor, he rendered others utterly defenseless. "Oh, how delightful is this little one! Alas, it feels as though my heart has been irrevocably ensnared." The adorably naive expression of Mizuno Kazuto, along with his chubby, seemingly fragile form, ensnared Kurenai Yuhi, leaving her entranced and unable to extricate herself. "Since you have called me sister, I shall keep your secret," she mused, though her words had yet to fully escape her lips when Mizuno Kazuto, in a state of bewilderment, was abruptly tugged closer by Kurenai and subjected to an incessant flurry of affectionate gestures. She alternately squeezed his diminutive hands, pinched his cheeks, and ultimately enveloped him tightly in her embrace. Kazuto's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as he silently pondered, "Humph, it's not because I am being held by Kurenai. After all, at 15 or 16, Kurenai's figure was still in its nascent stages of development. Must she not exhibit a modicum of restraint?" he thought. Though he was aware that his current appearance was exceedingly endearing, the intimacy of their first encounter was overwhelming. Perhaps he would need several more such meetings to acclimate. While Kurenai may not be deemed the pinnacle of strength, her beauty was undeniable. She was a descendant of one of the famed clans of Konoha. With the passing of her father, it was reasonable to assume she had inherited a considerable fortune, making this an opportune moment for Kazuto to cultivate a closer bond. Sister Kurenai, he reflected. After a brief internal struggle, Kazuto ultimately resolved to stand on his own 2 feet, determined that no woman would disrupt his resolve to remain laid back. Sister, haha, please stop. Sister, I cannot bear it, ah. Kazuto laughed as he squirmed. Oh dear. My apologies, I did not mean to place my hand there. Kurenai exclaimed, though her hands showed no sign of halting. Instead, she continued to delightfully explore his sides with the enthusiasm of a child discovering a new toy. The following day after school, Uchiha Izumi walked briskly alongside Mizuno Kazuto as they returned home. Upon gently pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped them. On the living room table lay 3 delectable dishes, each exuding an inviting aroma, steam rising gently into the air. Kurenai, adorned in a delightful rabbit-themed apron, emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of vegetable soup, a tender smile illuminating her face. Yesterday, after Kurenai had playfully chastised Kazuto, he found himself inexplicably endowed with an older sister. In light of this newfound familial bond, Kurenai felt the need to exercise caution in the days to come. To ensure her brother's safety, she had taken it upon herself to occupy a room next door to Kazuto's on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, Mike Guy had been sent away, for the task of safeguarding her brother was one she believed only she could fulfill with true assurance. Kazuto, you are back. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. The gentle voice of Sunset Red exudes a maternal warmth. All right, sister, replied Mizuno Ikaru, somewhat helplessly, yet secretly grateful for her unexpected arrival. After all, having someone to protect him was a source of joy. Canceling the mission had indeed saved him 50,000 ryo. Standing to the side, Uchiha Izumi gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Just yesterday, while sipping tea in the courtyard, Ikaru was the sole occupant of the house. Now, a sister had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Furthermore, she appeared more familiar with the place than herself, despite her numerous visits, even having entered Ikaru's room. Oh, you've brought a friend, and she's a girl. Sunset Red's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. She blinked and then nodded knowingly, as if she had grasped something significant. Stealthily, she approached Ikaru and lowered her voice, asking, is she your girlfriend? Surely my brother's charm must attract at least 2 or 3, right? Ikaru shook his head, exasperated, contemplating how this sister was not only overly familiar, but also possessed a vivid imagination. Sister, please, you're joking. Izumi is merely a good friend of mine. Oh, I see, Sunset Red chuckled, refraining from further comment, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. She turned back to the dining table, continuing to arrange the dishes while secretly concocting plans of her own. Ikaru rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, come on, do you even understand? You can't just jump to conclusions like that. Izumi, this is my sister, whom I just met yesterday. She's staying with me for my safety. Unfazed, Sunset Red maintained her playful demeanor, warmly inviting, little girlfriend, come sit down and join us for dinner. Izumi, still blushing, hesitated before responding with a hint of shyness. No, thank you. I should head home now, Ikaru. With that, she hurried away, her cheeks aflame. Ikaru settled comfortably at the head of the table, while Sunset Red, akin to a dutiful wife, gracefully took her seat on the right. She delicately picked up a piece of succulent meat and placed it in Ikaru's bowl. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Try this and see how well your sister cooks. Delicious. Your culinary skills are unmatched, sister, Ikaru replied, savoring a bite with a look of satisfaction. As they continued their meal, Sunset Red suddenly blushed slightly and shyly inquired, Ikaru, are you quite wealthy? Sister, what's the matter? Do you need money? Ikaru asked, puzzled. Among ninjas, aside from Tsunade, few were in want of funds, especially since a high-level mission could yield several years' worth of income for an ordinary person. Just a tad, Sunset Red admitted awkwardly, acknowledging that, despite her beauty, asking a child for money felt somewhat embarrassing. Oh, would 20,000 suffice? Ikaru said, retrieving a storage scroll and summoning 20,000 ryo, neatly placing it on the table. Brother, is this how much riders earn? Sunset Red quietly accepted the substantial sum, her heart overwhelmed with gratitude. 200,000 taels, for the illustrious Sakurazuka, is akin to you, dear reader, lending your brother 2,000 for his monthly expenses, only to find yourself offering him a mere 10. Observing the astonishment on Sakurazuka's face, Mizuno Kazuto discerned that this was an opportune moment to indulge in some ostentation. Ahem, to me, money is merely a sequence of digits. It cannot purchase joy or affection. I harbor no fondness for wealth. It serves me no purpose. In the eyes of my younger brother, however, I still hold considerable significance. When he brought home his girlfriend, I feared I might lose my place in his heart. Ahem, we were discussing finances. Let us not digress. Mizuno Kazuto grimaced, questioning whether they could enjoy their meal without the incessant mention of his girlfriend. Indeed, my awkward brother holds a special affection for me, which brought a quiet joy to Sakurazuka's heart. Sister, did the esteemed Sakurazuka leave you with nothing upon his departure? Mizuno Kazuto could not suppress his curiosity. Chapter 61. The True Crimson of Sakurazuka. As a distinguished elite jonin of Konoha, Sakurazuka undertook numerous missions throughout his illustrious career, with commissions starting in the hundreds of thousands. Over a decade of service, he completed countless high-level tasks, amassing a fortune of at least several million. Moreover, with less than 2 years since the Ninetales incident, one would expect that, regardless of his extravagant lifestyle, he would not be reduced to such a state of penury. How to describe it? Sakurazuka sighed softly, his eyes filled with profound respect. In his lifetime, his father was always generous in aiding friends. Whenever a companion or subordinate tragically fell, he would discreetly utilize his savings to support their families. Consequently, there was little wealth left to retain at home. Sakurazuka, the elite jonin of Konoha, devoted his life to embodying the will of fire. The commissions he received not only supported the families of the fallen, but also were largely distributed among his subordinates. Upon his passing, the only remaining asset was a few shops acquired on Konoha Street by Sakurazuka's father, a gesture to signify his commitment to join Konoha. Last year, these shops generated some rental income, but Sakurazuka, lacking business acumen, was easily swindled by unscrupulous landlords, resulting in a significant loss of rental revenue. Additionally, after several tenants vacated, the vacancy persisted for over half a year, leading to a drastic reduction in income from the shops. Currently, Sakurazuka primarily focuses on illusion techniques, her skill level far from its ultimate potential, although she is now capable of earning her own living. The village's shortage of elite jonin means that suitable missions outside the village are scarce. Moreover, as a young woman, she is prone to spending frivolously, leading to her current financial woes. Initially, Mizuno Kazuto had issued a high-level mission that would yield nearly 20,000 taels after deducting fees. However, this was not only cancelled, but Sakurazuka also found herself residing here to protect Mizuno Kazuto, resulting in a complete halt of her cash flow. Coincidentally, having discovered that Mizuno Kazuto is a prolific author capable of issuing high-level missions worth 50,000, she approached him with a tentative request for a loan to address her urgent needs. My sole source of income now derives from the rental of those few shops on Konoha Street. Yet recently, there have been no tenants. As the crimson sun set, Zaihong lamented her own lack of strength, feeling hesitant to venture out in search of new business opportunities. Did you say that Uncle Jinhong left you several shops? Upon hearing the word shops, Shui Yidao's eyes instantly sparkled, as he was already contemplating multiple business plans. Yes, they have been vacant for several months now, and it has cost me dearly. Zaihong fumed at the mere mention of the shops, secretly blaming the tenants for suddenly ceasing to rent, especially after she had previously lowered their rent. What is the location like? Is there a good amount of foot traffic nearby? Shui Yidao inquired eagerly. They are situated near the intersection of my street and the southern section of my south street, 5 adjacent shops. There should be quite a crowd around that area. Zaihong reflected, recalling that during her last visit to collect rent, she had noticed a significant number of pedestrians on the street. My street is an old thoroughfare from the early days of the village's establishment, with the first batch of buildings constructed around it. Although the architecture may have aged, its geographic position is exceptionally advantageous, located right at the heart of the village and serving as a vital route to important buildings such as the Hokage office, schools, and hospitals. Shui Yidao mentally calculated the potential of the bustling traffic in that area, realizing that if he could effectively utilize these shops, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, he pondered how to repurpose the spaces to actualize his business plans. Then let me have these shops, Shui Yidao said, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I'll find a time to conduct a field study, I happen to have several projects I wish to experiment with. Are you saying you want to open a store? Zaihong paused in surprise, then readily responded, in that case, I'll simply transfer the shops to you. They are of no use to me anyway. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Shuai Dao mused, considering that it might be more suitable to convert the arrangement into shares. After all, you are my sister. I'll allocate you 50 of the shares, you provide the shops, and I'll contribute the expertise. We can partner in this business endeavor. That seems a bit excessive. Zaihong protested, waving her hands. I hardly contributed anything. It wouldn't be right to take 50 for free. Your kindness is appreciated, dear brother. But I would be satisfied with just 20. In her view, 20 was already quite generous. And she felt somewhat guilty taking advantage of her brother without offering anything in return. What do you plan to sell in the shops? Zaihong asked curiously. Are you thinking of opening a restaurant? Each of the 3 shops had a back kitchen, and the space was ample. Moreover, the meat he grilled was indeed tastier than that of the local barbecue restaurant. After they recognized each other as siblings the previous afternoon, Zaihong had intended to celebrate at the barbecue shop, but Shuai Dao had taken the initiative to grill at home instead. All right, let it be 20 then. Shuai Dao was indifferent. The monthly royalties from his novels amounted to hundreds of thousands, and he planned to start a new one after finishing Ninja World, The Celestial. Thus, to him, wealth was merely a numerical value. However, I am not selling barbecue. I intend to use one of the shops to establish a beverage store that specializes in milk tea. Shuai Dao had already envisioned the milk tea shop, naming it the first milk tea of my. Milk tea? Zaihong asked, somewhat puzzled. Is that tea brewed with boiling milk? Chapter 62. The first bubble tea shop in Konoha. Mizuno Ito contemplated quietly, a confident smile gracing his face. The primary costs of bubble tea are milk and black tea, both of which are relatively inexpensive commodities. Consider this. Currently, a bowl of ordinary ramen at Konoha's ramen shops costs merely 60 yen, while a special ramen is priced at only 70 yen. I intend to set the price of my bubble tea between 30 and 40 yen, which would yield a profit margin of around 70 to 80%. For us ninjas, this price is hardly burdensome, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. By infusing elements of romance and love into the experience, I am certain that even the common folk will be tempted to purchase a cup. He paused, his eyes glimmering with aspiration. Konoha boasts a population of over 100,000, and the foot traffic along this route amounts to several thousand visits daily. Based on this customer flow, I could effortlessly sell hundreds of cups of bubble tea, and that is a conservative estimate. If I sell 600 cups in a day, with an average profit of 20 yen per cup, the daily revenue would reach 12,000 yen, culminating in a staggering 360,000 yen per month. Thus, establishing a bubble tea shop presents a rather lucrative opportunity, and with effective management, it could easily equate to the reward of a super mission each month. Moreover, I plan to introduce a new beverage. Mizuno Ito continued, his enthusiasm unabated. This drink will be freshly made on-site, undoubtedly far superior in taste to those from vending machines. After all, on-site preparation ensures optimal freshness and flavor. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. Additionally, alongside the bubble tea shop, I intend to open a pastry shop dedicated to selling cakes, cookies, and ice cream. Imagine the delightful experience for customers indulging in exquisite bubble tea, followed by delectable pastries. What a blissful enjoyment that would be. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding ice cream. He deemed it necessary to recruit a ninja skilled in ice techniques to assist him. The character known as Haku from the Land of Water appeared to be a promising candidate. Though still a child, younger than himself, he possesses remarkable talent. As far as I know, he is currently residing in a village in the Land of Water. However, soon his father will lead the villagers to kill his mother. Mizuno Ito furrowed his brow, a fleeting sense of compassion washing over him, quickly replaced by excitement. If I could recruit this mother-son duo proficient in ice techniques to work for me, my business would surely flourish. It seems imperative that I enhance my own abilities and embark on a journey soon. Understood. Here is the refined translation. Indeed, your words elude my comprehension, and I find myself of little assistance, Sunset Red replied with a resigned smile. However, I am fortunate to have numerous friends, particularly one who possesses an insatiable fondness for sweets, seemingly unable to live without her beloved dango. Once you establish your shop, I shall ensure she frequents it daily to tend to your business. An ardent lover of sweets, particularly dango? Mizuno Ikuto immediately surmised that she referred to Orochimaru, a rather boastful individual of mediocre capability, who had grown quite rotund over time. The following morning, sunlight bathed the rooftops of Kanahegakure in a golden glow. Mizuno Ikuto clutched tightly to the key given by Sunset Red, his heart brimming with dreams and aspirations for the forthcoming establishment. As for school, it barely occupied his thoughts, although he did allocate a shadow clone to manage that obligation. Upon arrival at his destination, he found 5 adjacent shops nestled at the intersection of Kanahegakure Street and the southern end of South Kanahegakure Street. Each establishment was a 2-story structure, exuding an air of grandeur. Mizuno Ikuto approached the central building, producing the key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a spacious square room of approximately 50 to 60 square meters greeted him. The ceiling soared over 3 meters high, offering a sense of vastness. In the far right corner, a 2-meter-wide sliding door beckoned. With a gentle push, Mizuno Ikuto opened it, revealing a narrow corridor lined with cubicles. Each cubicle, 2 meters wide, featured windows at both ends, allowing ample natural light to flood in. In the corner of this corridor stood another door, behind which lay a narrow staircase. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, Mizuno Ikuto discovered an empty expanse, the view from the windows providing a panoramic vista of the entire street below. Overall, the building's dimensions were ample, and its layout was exceptionally practical. The smaller rooms were ideally suited for a kitchen, where a myriad of culinary delights could be crafted and delectable beverages concocted. The central area of the hall could house shelves for displaying finished products, neatly arranged for the convenience of patrons. A cash register position near the entrance would facilitate customer transactions, while several tables by the windows would invite guests to savor their drinks and snacks within the establishment. With this general plan in mind, Mizuno Ikuto recognized that the most pressing task ahead was to recruit staff. To ensure the smooth operation of the shop, it was crucial to hire a reliable individual, sparing himself from the burden of handling every task personally, which would undoubtedly impede his leisurely lifestyle. He resolved to first find a suitable secretary or general manager, allowing him to focus on conceptualizing ideas while delegating the mundane errands to subordinates. Chapter 63. Orochimaru's betrayal. While Mizuno Ikuto was engrossed in meticulously refining the detailed business plan for the milk tea shop, a significant event quietly unfolded in Kanahegakure, one that would send shockwaves throughout the village. On a certain night, the darkness enveloped Kanahegakure like ink, yet the lights of the Hokage's office shone brightly, standing as a beacon of hope amidst the inky night. Inside, the weathered visage of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat resolutely at his desk. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the documents in his hands, his brow furrowed as if contemplating a significant decision. At that moment, a ninja from the Umbu, wearing a monkey-faced mask, stealthily entered the office, kneeling on one knee to respectfully report the situation. Lord Hokage, the matter has been clarified. It is indeed the doing of Lord Orochimaru. The monkey-faced ninja's voice was deep and solemn, tinged with an unmistakable hint of shock. Understood. Assemble the Umbu. I shall prepare to apprehend him, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, slowly raising his head. A complex expression flickered across his features: anger, helplessness, and above all, concern for the village's fate. His voice was low and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. He set down his smoking pipe, which seemed to bear the weight of endless pressure in his grasp. Once the monkey-faced Umbu departed, he rose deliberately, retrieving his battle attire from a nearby cabinet, changing into it with practiced solemnity. After the death of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi had resumed his role as Hokage. Since then, he had navigated each day with trepidation, walking on eggshells. He diligently sought to quell the escalating internal conflicts within the village while simultaneously addressing the formidable external challenges. Throughout this tumultuous period, 2 of his 3 disciples had departed from Konoha, a situation for which he bore some responsibility as their teacher. In the current climate, Orochimaru stood as the sole successor to the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi had initially intended to nominate him to the daimyo when stability returned, thereby paving the way for Orochimaru. However, the unfolding events compelled him to reassess everything. Soon, Sarutobi and his Umbu team arrived at the entrance of Orochimaru's experimental base. The night enveloped the facility in an aura of mystery, the surrounding silence inducing a sense of unease. Sarutobi surveyed his surroundings, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. After swiftly assigning tasks to his team, he prepared to confront Orochimaru. You will guard the entrance. I shall go in personally, Sarutobi stated, his demeanor worn and his expression laden with complex emotions. After issuing his orders, he slowly approached the entrance of the experimental base. Teacher, you have come in person. Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. As he turned to acknowledge the noise, Sarutobi had already crossed the threshold into the base. Orochimaru raised his head slowly, revealing dark, tear-filled eyes, his demeanor slightly unsettling. He calmly sealed the documents in his hands, placing them aside as if everything lay well within his control. Gazing at Orochimaru, Sarutobi felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was painfully aware that he had failed to recognize the signs in time, to correct his disciple's path before it led to this dire situation. With a deep sigh, he was filled with a sense of helplessness and regret. I should have discovered your true nature sooner. Perhaps I could have saved you. Sarutobi's voice carried a note of bitterness. The teacher, given the gravity of the situation, should refrain from uttering such grandiloquent phrases. Orochimaru's words dripped with sarcasm as he slowly rose, his gaze reflecting a blend of madness and disdain. Let us not forget, this experiment was initiated by the 4 esteemed elders together, my most revered teacher. With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Shadow Serpent Hand technique, sending forth a torrent of venomous snakes towards Sarutobi. The latter reacted swiftly, evading the serpentine assault with a deft retreat. In quick succession, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing a fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb that roared forth like a dragon, incinerating the snakes to ashes. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, Orochimaru seized the moment, leaping to a concealed spot to activate his escape route, plunging into it without a second thought. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sarutobi descended to the ground, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn in the dim night, as if burdened by an immense weight. He inhaled deeply, his eyes betraying a complex tapestry of emotions: anger, resentment, and an overwhelming sorrow for the once cherished bond between mentor and disciple. He then swiftly organized the Umbu personnel for pursuit and capture, every command precise and potent, as if at that moment he had poured all his energy into this battle, critical for the village's fate. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored the thought, after this, the ties between us as master and pupil shall be severed. This sentiment echoed within him, striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Sarutobi gazed into the distance, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desolation. Chapter 64. An appointment with 2 beauties. The following day, every corner of Konoha village reverberated with the aftermath of Orochimaru's defection. Whether on the bustling main street or in the serene alleys, the villagers fervently discussed the shocking event that had rocked the entire community. Even the usually tranquil Konoha Ninja Academy was no exception. During breaks, students clustered in groups, whispering and debating among themselves. Classmate Mizuno, the incident regarding the missing children has been resolved, exclaimed Izumi Uchiha, her excitement palpable. Did you know? It was actually Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Who was behind it? In a hurried gesture, Han Inuzuka tugged at Izumi's sleeve, signaling her to lower her voice, then leaned in conspiratorially towards Mizuno, whispering, additionally, I have a little insider information for you too. Those children were captured by Lord Orochimaru for experiments, and most of them are presumed dead. This is what my elders told me, so please, do not share it. Han's eyes reflected a hint of anxiety and concern, as if terrified that this secret might escape. Orochimaru, the one referred to as one of the legendary Sannin, like Lady Tsunade? Mizuno furrowed his brow, silently affirming the truth of her words. Indeed, last night, the Hokage personally led the team to apprehend him, but alas, he managed to escape. Han lamented, a trace of regret evident on her face. He escaped? In the depths of his thoughts, Mizuno Ichido pondered how it was possible for Orochimaru to escape with so many Umbu members and the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, during the great collapse of Konoha, Orochimaru had managed to resurrect both the first and second Hokage, and despite a 3-on-1 confrontation, had left behind a pair of severed hands. Whether it was due to Sarutobi's indecisiveness in battle or perhaps a deliberate act of nostalgia, his escape was undoubtedly linked to him. At last, there was a resolution. As children had been going missing daily, instilling fear among the populace, Mizuno Ichido feigned a casual demeanor, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. By the way, tomorrow is a day off. Do you both have time? Mizuno Ichido suddenly inquired, his gaze tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Are you inviting us?" Inuzuka Hana exclaimed, pulling Izumi's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "As long as you're happy, do you have time tomorrow?" Mizuno Ichido remarked, rolling his eyes in response. "Yes. It's rare for you to extend an invitation, so I'll reschedule my plans." Inuzuka Hana replied without hesitation, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "And you, Izumi?" Mizuno Ichido turned to Uchiha Izumi, his eyes filled with inquiry. "I should have no prior engagements." Izumi nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., you two will meet me at the village entrance." Mizuno Ichido declared with satisfaction, secretly devising plans for the following day. Seizing this idle time, Mizuno Ichido resolved to enhance his chakra capacity. Not to say much. He aimed to elevate it to 100 units. It would pale in comparison to Senju Hashirama, but he at least aspired to match Uzumaki Naruto's level. He intended to take a leave to recruit a few ninjas skilled in ice techniques from outside the village to assist him, thus necessitating an urgent augmentation of his strength. The following morning, the sun gently bathed the rooftops of Konoha in a golden hue, enveloping the entire village in a warm glow. Inuzuka Hana's attire today was markedly different from her usual garb. She donned a light blue casual outfit, simple yet refreshing. Slung over her shoulder was a petite bag, seemingly filled with various trinkets. With a graceful stride, she walked alongside her gray wolf, her face radiating anticipation. In contrast, Uchiha Izumi wore a vibrant red dress, its hem fluttering lightly in the breeze, resembling a blooming rose. She paired it with a playful open-knit sweater, exuding charm and cuteness. Both had evidently taken great care in their appearance, as if preparing for a grand event. However, Mizuno Ichido appeared before them, pushing a wooden cart. On it rested a large wooden barrel, with a neatly arranged set of protective gear for honey extraction placed in front. The scene lacked any semblance of romance, instead resembling a prelude to arduous labor. "So, Mizuno Ichido, you summoned us two beautiful ladies for this?" Inuzuka Hana pouted slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated a romantic outing, only to find such an arrangement instead. Uchiha Izumi, however, remained unfazed, quietly content. For any activity shared with friends was a source of joy for her. "What else? I need you to help me gather some wild honey. I'm preparing for something significant." Mizuno Ikuto nonchalantly replied as he examined the wooden barrels and protective gear, preparing for departure at any moment. "Aren't you wealthy? If you have money, hire a ninja for your safety. If not, how can you afford honey?" Inuzuka Hana retorted, her eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. "Please help me." Mizuno scratched his head, chuckling as he said, "Let's head out early, collect the honey, and then we'll have time to prepare a meal in the afternoon." Mizuno had made ample preparations the previous night. He had prepared a plethora of delicacies, including chicken feet, duck wings, goose paws, and pig trotters, and had risen early to carefully marinate a large slab of wild boar ribs, the aroma seemingly wafting through the air. "I didn't realize you had prepared so much." Inuzuka Hana nodded slightly, finally showing a hint of a smile. "All right, considering your culinary efforts, I'll reluctantly lend you a hand. Fei Lang, lead the way. Let us locate all the beehives in the forest." Woof. The wolf barked excitedly twice, sniffing the air before dashing off in a particular direction. It arrived beneath a large tree, howling as it wound around the trunk, seemingly indicating to Mizuno that there was a beehive nearby. Chapter 65. Growing stronger upon seeing this, Mizuno immediately created a shadow clone from a distance. The clone moved swiftly, approaching the beehive in an instant. Without hesitation, it picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully at the beehive. The stone penetrated the hive with precision, causing the bees to swarm out in a frenzy. In an instant, it appeared as though a dark cloud had materialized in the air, the multitude of bees rendering one slightly dizzy. Subsequently, Mizuno swiftly executed the wind release, great breakthrough technique, though he didn't expend too much chakra. A blade of wind erupted from his hand, causing the branches to sway back and forth. Within moments, the branches of the trees were left in disarray, and the bees that had taken flight were blown away, leaving only the bare tree crown exposed where the hive had once hung. Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi gazed in awe at the scene, utterly astonished by Mizuno's sudden display of prowess. It had only been 4 or 5 months since their last outdoor trial, and they were still in the Chunin Academy. It felt akin to discovering that a brother who had shared countless rides on an electric bike delivering takeout had suddenly purchased a Ferrari outright. Wow, Mizuno-kun, you are amazing, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, resembling a besotted fan. Humph, it's just the same as always. Mizuno waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. When did you become this powerful? You haven't been secretly training hard at home, have you? Inuzuka Hana's tone was laced with astonishment and jealousy. This ninjutsu is indeed quite impressive, but it's a pity about my honey. Just moments ago, Mizuno's shadow clone had destroyed the beehive, yet he had gained 0.4671 chakra points, marking this as a significant harvest, albeit at the cost of the entire hive. In the span of just one morning, having excavated countless beehives, Mizuno Kazuto had elevated his chakra to an impressive 206,666 calories, equivalent to 206 Kakashi. Coupled with his terrifying recovery speed, he could now unleash a plethora of ninjutsu with reckless abandon. The trio leisurely returned to Mizuno Kazuto's abode. At that moment, the soft glow of the setting sun bathed the roof in a warm golden hue, enveloping the entire house in a cozy embrace. With great skill, Mizuno Kazuto kindled the charcoal fire in the yard, preparing to grill ribs. The flames flickered gently in the breeze, crackling with a delightful sound. He then poured the brewed honey pomelo tea into 3 exquisite cups, offering them to Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi. Mizuno-san, don't you have a sister? Why haven't we seen her? Inuzuka Hana inquired, recalling the awkward scene when Mizuno Kazuto's sister, Tsukihei, had visited. The memory lingered in Izumi's mind, making her glance around nervously, fearing the sudden appearance of his sister once more. What? You have a sister? Inuzuka Hana exclaimed, her mouth agape and eyes wide, as if she had encountered some astonishing revelation. She had visited several times and had never realized there was someone else present. Is it so surprising to have a sister? Mizuno Kazuto chuckled, placing the ribs on the fire, the sizzling sound whetting their appetites. You two are always so easily startled. He shook his head in mild exasperation, redirecting his focus to the grilling. I took a mission yesterday and left the village early this morning. Is that what you were looking at? Mizuno Kazuto explained, his tone light and teasing. Despite their growing familiarity, a blush crept across Uchiha Izumi's cheeks. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Mizuno Kazuto's eyes directly. By the way, Izumi, what does your mother do? Mizuno Kazuto suddenly recalled that Uchiha Izumi must have a mother, likely working in the Uchiha clan shop. Given that Izumi was only 7 or 8 years old and so adorably sweet, her mother was probably not much older, around 30, just the right age to manage a store. My mother? She works in the clan's shop, Uchiha Izumi replied softly. I'm planning to open a shop and need someone to help manage the daily operations, Mizuno Kazuto stated, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Uchiha Izumi. The monthly salary is 2, plus a 5% commission on sales. After conducting a thorough and detailed field study, Mizuno Kazuto had already formulated a clear plan in his mind. He decided to integrate the pastry and milk tea businesses, thereby maximizing the use of the shop space while catering to customers' diverse needs. In terms of staffing, he planned to recruit a primary cashier with a monthly salary set at 7,000 Rio, a shop manager at 20,000 Rio, 2 pastry chefs, each earning 10,000 Rio monthly, and 2 milk tea makers, each also receiving 7,000 Rio. Certainly, if one possesses the ability to employ the technique of physical clones, it is not unreasonable to contemplate consolidating multiple salaries into a single remuneration, considering the efficiency and advantages it entails. Mizuno-san, your salary is remarkably high. Inuzuka Hana exclaimed in surprise after hearing Mizuno Ikuto's proposal. Coming from a family that operates a pet supply store, she perceived that a typical shop assistant's monthly wage hovers around 3,000 to 4,000 Rio. Thus Mizuno's offer truly astonished her. Mizuno-san, you haven't even graduated yet. You mustn't squander the money your parents have left you. Uchiha Izumi expressed her concern, worry etched across her face. However, neither of them was aware that Mizuno Ikuto held another, lesser-known identity in the ninja world as a celebrated novelist. His work, The Azure Sky of the Ninja Realm, has captivated the 5 great nations, earning him acclaim. With its compelling narrative, vivid character portrayals, and unique world building, the novel has garnered immense popularity, elevating Mizuno Ikuto to the status of a prestigious author at Shueisha. Presently, his share of the royalties has surged to 60%, yielding a staggering monthly income of 500,000 Rio from his literary endeavors. I have never engaged in a losing venture, have I, Izumi? Mizuno Ikuto asserted confidently, his eyes sparkling with determination. Upon reflection, Uchiha Izumi realized that since their acquaintance, he had always approached his endeavors with thoughtful consideration and meticulous planning, devoid of impulsive actions. I will return and consult my mother, she replied with a slight nod. Please provide me with a prompt response. I am currently renovating the shop, Mizuno Ikuto urged. I have been searching for a store manager, and had I found a suitable candidate, the shop would already be operational. In truth, 2 weeks prior, Mizuno Ikuto had outsourced the renovation work to a professional company, mandating completion within a month, with a promise to conduct a timely inspection. Chapter 66. Itachi graduates in the spring of Konoha's 53rd year. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the campus trees, whispering tales of the new year. Shortly after the new academic year commenced, Mizuno Ikuto sat as usual in his favored seat by the window. Sunlight streamed through, casting warm patches of light upon his desk. As he quietly awaited the school bell's signal, an air of tranquility and languor surrounding him. Mizuno Ikuto gradually shifted his gaze, surveying the familiar faces in the classroom. Yet, he discerned a subtle absence. Several seats were conspicuously vacant, as if pieces of a once complete puzzle had gone missing. The identity of the absent individuals eluded him, for he often drifted through life in a daze, akin to someone perpetually ensnared in slumber, and thus paid little heed to those he deemed inconsequential. However, when his eyes fell upon the spot where Uchiha Itachi usually sat, a flicker of unease stirred within him. That seat, too, was empty, and a sense of inexplicable curiosity began to unfurl in the depths of his mind. The bell for class rang out with a crisp chime, shattering the tranquility of the classroom. Teacher Funaya Dahe entered with a lesson plan in hand, striding in with a steady gait. He stood at the podium, casting a sweeping glance around the room before clearing his throat in preparation to commence the lesson. Before we begin, I have an announcement to make, echoed Teacher Funaya's voice throughout the classroom. Uchiha Itachi applied for early graduation last week and performed exceptionally well in the graduation examination, defeating a Chunin and successfully becoming a ninja. Upon hearing this news, a low murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Students leaned in to whisper to one another, discussing Uchiha Itachi's remarkable achievement. I hope everyone will learn from Itachi, continued Teacher Funaya. I do not expect you all to graduate early, but I sincerely hope that you can all graduate smoothly. Mizuno Ikuto furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself. So he graduated quietly after all. Initially, he had thought that Uchiha Itachi would take a considerable amount of time before graduating. It was indeed unexpected that he left so quietly before the start of the school year. Life at the Ninja Academy felt like a stagnant pond, tedious and monotonous. Each day was a repetition of the same lessons and training, as if time had lost its significance within these walls. Were it not for the concern of being observed by the 2 old coots from Konoha who incessantly monitored him, Mizuno Ikuto would have sent a clone to attend classes while his original self indulged in leisurely pursuits at home, living as effortlessly as Uchiha Itachi. After school, Mizuno Ikuto aimlessly wandered to the bustling streets of Konoha. Blending discreetly into the crowd, he gazed quietly at his own shop, Mizuno Injetsu, feeling a swell of pride within. The entrance of the shop was bustling with customers, their faces alight with satisfaction. As the behind-the-scenes proprietor, an astute capitalist, Mizuno Ikuto understood the significance of overseeing business operations. Only through personal observation could one truly grasp the realities of consumer and operator interactions, thus enabling wiser decision-making. After 2 months of tireless effort, the shop finally opened its doors successfully at the beginning of this year. The manager was Uchiha Hazuki, the mother of Uchiha Izumi. The process of selecting this manager was fraught with challenges. Initially, when Uchiha Izumi mentioned this job to her mother, Uchiha Hazuki was incredulous. To her, it seemed implausible that anyone would offer such a high salary. 20,000 Rio was the reward for a high-level mission, truly a tale from the realm of fantasy. After much persuasion from her daughter, Uchiha Hazuki reluctantly agreed to meet this so-called boss. On the day of the interview, upon seeing that the interviewer was a boy of the same age as her daughter, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Was this a joke? She thought to herself, what capability could this child possibly possess? Nevertheless, out of trust in her daughter and curiosity, she steeled herself to proceed. Throughout the interview, After a series of inquiries and responses, Uchiha Hazuki gradually became aware of the charm possessed by this Konoha youth. He was quick-witted and insightful, possessing a clear vision and unique ideas regarding the operation of the shop. She could not help but doubt her own judgment. Was she truly aging, unable to keep pace with the times? Uchiha Hazuki, a member of the Uchiha clan, resolutely married a man from outside her lineage. After her husband's passing, she returned to the Uchiha family, bringing along her young half-blood daughter. In the ninja world, which places great emphasis on bloodlines and traditional values, it is inconceivable for someone lacking sufficient skill and intelligence to accomplish such a feat. When Uchiha Hazuki successfully passed her interview and prepared to commence work, she was met with vehement opposition from her clan. To the Uchiha, her decision to work for an outsider sent an unmistakable signal that the clan had failed her. If the prominent families in the village learned of this, would they not perceive the Uchiha as so impoverished that they could not even support a widow and her daughter? Such a notion would undoubtedly bring great shame upon the entire family. Though the Uchiha clan harbored a deep-seated belief that their bloodline had been tainted, they ultimately accepted Uchiha Hazuki and her daughter, assigning them work in order to preserve the clan's illustrious facade. However, the impurity of their lineage loomed over them like a shadow, subjecting them to relentless gossip and scrutiny. After much deliberation, it was publicly presented that Uchiha Hazuki had partnered with someone to open a shop, thus negating the claim that she was merely working for an outsider. With this arrangement, the Uchiha clan found no grounds for dissent and agreed to her employment. Chapter 67. The cake shop. Mizuno Ichido strolled to the entrance of the shop, where he beheld a lively and orderly scene. A crowd had gathered, forming a queue at the cash register. Youthful men and women, kindly elderly patrons, and innocent, carefree children. In their hands were exquisite cakes and delectable cookies. Behind the counter stood a beautiful young woman with an oval face, diligently handling transactions. Her movements were deft and graceful, her face perpetually adorned with a warm smile. Beside her, at the milk tea station, two equally lovely women focused intently on their orders, skillfully preparing the beverages. As Mizuno Ichido stepped into the back, he found Uchiha Hazuki and another lady engrossed in cake making. Uchiha Hazuki expertly poured the batter into molds, gently shaking them to ensure an even layer at the bottom, before carefully placing the molds into the oven. Her gaze was filled with concentration and dedication, as if the entire world had dwindled to just the cake in her hands. The shop employed a total of 5 individuals, each with clearly defined roles. One managed the cash register, 2 prepared milk tea, 1 served as the manager, and the last was the exceptionally skilled pastry chef before him. Initially, Mizuno Ichido had intended to hire additional staff, as the business was flourishing and the workload increasing. However, Uchiha Hazuki insisted that, given her substantial salary as the manager, she should shoulder more responsibility. Consequently, she undertook to learn every aspect of the job, from cake making to milk tea preparation and cash handling. Wherever there is a need, she unhesitatingly steps in to assist in resolving the issue at hand. The cake-making aunt is a friend of Aunt Yeyue from her previous endeavors, who has received much care from her. Thus, when Aunt Yeyue invited her to lend a hand, she eagerly accepted. Mizuno Ichido approached with a smile and gently inquired, "Aunt Yeyue, how is business this year?" Upon seeing Mizuno Ichido, Uchiha Yeyue's face broke into a radiant smile. "Ah, Chairman Mizuno has arrived. Business is quite good today. We are busier this week than last, and we have already begun to attract returning customers. At this hour, we have a client who has ordered 5 cakes." Hearing this, Mizuno Ichido felt a sense of satisfaction. He replied with a smile, "That's wonderful. If things become overwhelming, simply hire additional help and let me know." Uchiha Yeyue quickly declined. "We're managing well enough." Mizuno Ichido nodded. "Very well, then, continue your work. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As for why Uchiha Yeyue referred to him as chairman, that is a question for Mizuno Ichido. The title signifies his control over the company through capital shares, determining its developmental direction and overseeing its daily operations. He even altered Uchiha Yeyue's title to manager. He mentioned that Mizuno Injetsu was merely a small enterprise under the Mizuno Group, which aims to leave its mark in every corner of the ninja world. Thus, it is prudent for employees to get accustomed to calling him chairman. Upon entering his home, Mizuno Ichido noticed the bright lights emanating from within. Without needing to ponder, he surmised that his sister, Yuhi Kurenai, had returned from a mission. Being orphans, their empty home lacked familial warmth. and Kurenai would always stop by for a meal before and after her assignments. "Brother, why are you back so late? I was anxiously waiting for you," she exclaimed, her hands propping up her chin as she sat at the table, where the food had long since cooled. Upon seeing Mizuno Ichido return, she snapped back to reality. "Hasn't the shop been open for a few weeks now? I occasionally check on it after school," Mizuno Ichido said, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he set down his belongings and slowly took a seat at the table. "The shop is already up and running? How is business?" Kurenai asked, delicately placing a piece of meat into Mizuno Ichido's bowl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she fixated on him, eagerly awaiting his response. When the shop was renovated earlier in the year, Kurenai had visited once and thought it looked quite promising. However, shortly after the new year, she was hastily assigned a mission outside the village and had only just returned. "Well, it's been quite busy these past 2 weeks. I'll keep observing. If we can maintain this momentum for the next couple of months, we should be secure," Mizuno Ichido replied. "Who would have thought, brother, that you possessed such a keen business acumen?" Kurenai exclaimed with a smile, pride illuminating her features. "Sister has a special gift for you." As she spoke, she retrieved a paper box from behind her, upon which the characters for Mizuno Imjetsu Confectionery were distinctly printed. Chapter 68. What? No longer a ninja? This delicacy was a gift from a friend of mine who has an insatiable sweet tooth. She claimed it to be the signature cake of a newly opened confectionery in Konoha. "Give it a try, if it pleases your palate. I shall procure another for you next time," said Kurenai Yuhi, extending the paper box toward Mizuno Ichido. Upon seeing the familiar item, the corners of Mizuno Ichido's mouth involuntarily twitched. This particular cake was one he had been involved with from its inception, witnessing its evolution from concept to final product. "Sister, this cake seems to be, perhaps, possibly, produced by our shop," Mizuno Ichido remarked, helplessly scooping a mouthful of rice and slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of awkwardness as they met Kurenai's. "Didn't you mention opening a milk tea shop?" When Kurenai Yuhi received this gift from Red Bean, she eagerly sampled a piece, the delicate texture and rich sweetness bursting upon her taste buds, prompting her to nod appreciatively. With a beverage in hand, one feels that a delightful pairing of snacks is essential, Mizuno Ichido explained with a smile. Kurenai Yuhi fixed her gaze upon Mizuno Ichido, her eyes filled with curiosity, eager to discern what thoughts lay within his mind. Following the conclusion of the Orochimaru incident, Kurenai Yuhi, in an attempt to gauge Mizuno Ichido's talent, had unreservedly copied all of Yuhi Akane's jutsu for him. To her astonishment, within a mere day, Mizuno Ichido had mastered them all with remarkable proficiency. Not only that, he generously shared his own insights on illusion techniques with Kurenai Yuhi. Mizuno Ichido's talent for ninjutsu was indeed extraordinary, yet what was even more astonishing was his culinary prowess. Whether it was the fragrant barbecued dishes, the steaming hot pot, or the uniquely flavored skewers and richly seasoned braised meat, anyone who tasted his creations would find it hard to appreciate meals from other establishments thereafter. Typically, Kurenai Yuhi would simply join him for meals, only cooking for herself on rare occasions like today after a mission. "So, you opened a confectionery? Why not also establish a hot pot restaurant, a barbecue shop, and a skewer place?" Kurenai Yuhi arched an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring. "There are still a few shops," Mizuno Ichido replied nonchalantly. "Once this establishment stabilizes, I plan to open a hot pot restaurant and one for barbecue skewers." At that moment, Mizuno Ichido was preoccupied with the selection of personnel for the group. Although Aunt Hazuki managed Mizuno Imjetsu relatively well, executing the chairman's decisions effectively, it lacked the spirit of proactive innovation. In the developmental blueprint of the Mizuno Group, a capitalist capable of devising strategies to generate profit for the company was essential, yet such a quality had yet to be discovered among the current employees. "Are you planning to open so many establishments, implying you're no longer pursuing the ninja path?" Kurenai Yuhi remarked half-jokingly, considering that in the Yuhi family, each generation's business acumen seemed to decline. In her eyes, this could be considered an investment. The shop had opened, bringing in at least several tens of thousands of ryo in profit each month, far surpassing the previous income from mere rent. With this in mind, I am planning to apply for withdrawal from school within the next 2 weeks to devote myself entirely to business, replied Mizuno Ichido nonchalantly. "What? Why?" Kurenai exclaimed, abruptly slamming her bowl onto the table and rising to her feet, her face etched with disappointment at Mizuno Ichido's thoughts. "Are you out of your mind? No matter how wealthy a businessman may be, Can he ever hold the same status as a ninja? In this world, without strength, anyone can trample over you, rendering all your wealth meaningless. Seeing her reaction, Mizuno Ichido quickly stood up to soothe her. Sister, I understand your concerns, he said earnestly. Do you think I lack strength? I am merely focusing my primary efforts on business for now. In my spare time, I will continue to study and train. I am well aware of the importance of strength. Observing Kurenai's continued indifference, Mizuno Ichido continued. Moreover, being a ninja is an exceedingly perilous occupation, sister. How many of your classmates from the same year are still alive? In contrast, the risks associated with being a businessman are significantly lower. Besides, I have already mastered the illusion techniques you taught me. While my practical experience may not yet match yours, I have surpassed you in other areas. Gradually, Kurenai sat back down, as if coming to terms with this reality. Indeed, many of her peers, like Uchiha Obito and her childhood friend Noira Rin, had departed this world the moment they set foot on the battlefield. And wasn't Mizuno Ichido also diligently training? He possessed a certain level of strength while engaging in a profession far less hazardous than that of a ninja. What was wrong with that? Furthermore, as a ninja herself, once she became a master of illusions like their father, who would look down upon her brother's identity as a businessman. All right, you have a point. Not everyone is suited to be a ninja, Kurenai sighed softly. With someone as lazy as you, I worry about your ability to handle missions. Mizuno Ichido picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and placed it in Kurenai's bowl, smiling as he said, besides, being a businessman is quite lucrative. Once I have more money, you won't need to undertake those dangerous missions, allowing you more time to train. Fine. Next month I will indeed see how much profit you can share with me. You will surely be astonished, he replied. Now, eat your food, Kurenai said as she settled back down, placing a piece of fatty meat, his least favorite, into Mizuno Ichido's bowl before returning to enjoy her meal. In the following weeks, the Mizuno confectionery blossomed like a brilliant new star, radiating dazzling light across the commercial landscape of Konoha Village. Business at the shop thrived, with customers flooding in like a relentless tide. As soon as the pastries were freshly baked, they were snatched up by eager patrons. Orders came pouring in, far exceeding the maximum production capacity of the current staff. In order to meet the demands of his customers, Mizuno Ito found himself compelled to urgently recruit 2 skilled bakers and a diligent cashier to alleviate the mounting pressures of the business. Concurrently, 4 neighboring vacant shops connected through openings in their shared walls, with the renovation efforts underway in full swing. Mizuno Ito envisioned the establishment of a hot pot restaurant and a barbecue joint. After careful deliberation, he named the hot pot restaurant Sunset Red and the barbecue restaurant Flourishing Fire. However, it remained uncertain whether Sunset Red should feel joy or dismay upon hearing its name. During the meticulous planning of these 2 establishments, Mizuno Ito invested considerable thought and effort. To ensure the smooth progress of the renovations, he discreetly skipped classes several times to inspect the construction site. After all, these 2 restaurants embodied his significant aspirations for the future of his business, and every detail was of utmost importance. However, upon arriving at school as usual, he was met with the stern gaze of teacher Funia Daikaku. The teacher had consistently expressed his disappointment in Mizuno Ito, and repeated absences had finally provoked him to discipline the student by making him stand outside the classroom. Chapter 69. Withdrawal from school in response. Mizuno Ito submitted a formal application for withdrawal from school. Such a humiliating punishment as standing in disgrace was simply unacceptable for the esteemed Chairman Mizuno. The faculty unanimously concluded that Mizuno Ito lacked sufficient focus and enthusiasm for his studies, directing his energies more towards his business endeavors, which suggested that he was ill-suited for the path of a ninja. Ultimately, on March 30th, 1953, the Ninja Academy officially approved Mizuno Ito's withdrawal application. Thus, Mizuno Ito became the first student since the Academy's 2nd generation to voluntarily abandon his studies, marking his name in the annals of the school's history. This news caused great concern for Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana, who, after school that day, eagerly rushed to Mizuno Ito's residence. Mizuno Ito, what on earth is going on? How could you withdraw from school without a word, just like Uchiha Itachi? Inuzuka Hana exclaimed as she burst into the house. Her eyes landing on Mizuno Ito languidly reclined on the tatami, her indignation surging forth as she could not help but demand an explanation. Inuzuka-san, it's important to note that Itachi's departure was a matter of early graduation, while Mizuno's situation pertains to withdrawal. The two are distinctly different. Uchiha Izumi, having become an admirer of Mizuno Ito, gazed at him with a mixture of admiration and confusion regarding his decision to leave school. Mizuno Ito seemed to have anticipated their arrival, calmly sitting up and meeting their gaze with tranquility before slowly inquiring. "Do you consider the profession of a ninja to be dangerous?" "Dangerous?" Inuzuka Hana replied, perplexed. "How much can one earn from a high-ranking mission?" "From hundreds of thousands to millions, depending on the task." "And who is capable of undertaking such missions?" "Teams led by elite jonin, comprised of several jonin and elite shunin." Mizuno Ichido nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Suppose you possess boundless potential, maturing into a jonin by the age of 18, completing a high-level mission each month. Yet, your earnings would still amount to only a few 100,000. Meanwhile, here I am, a mere student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, who merely needs to employ my intellect to devise strategies and command a team to execute tasks for me. They must treat me with courtesy, allowing me to recline comfortably while I accrue the same monthly earnings. So why would I choose the perilous path of a ninja?" In that moment, Inuzuka Hana appeared reluctant to concede, furrowing her brow defiantly as she voiced her final inquiry. "But are you truly content not to be a ninja?" Mizuno Ichido slightly raised his head, his gaze revealing a resolute confidence. "Why must one necessarily become a ninja? In this world of ninjas, everyone yearns to attain that status. The students at the Konoha Ninja Academy almost all aspire to be ninjas, even if only as genin. Take Rock Lee, for instance. He initially lacked any remarkable talent or ninja aptitude but poured countless blood and sweat into mastering taijutsu, ultimately becoming a ninja. To Mizuno Ichido, this reflects a distorted worldview. The natives of this realm seem to believe that becoming a ninja grants them the liberty to kill and wreak havoc, rendering them omnipotent. This mindset has fostered a societal norm where everyone takes pride in their ninja identity, making those who choose not to become ninjas feel like outcasts. In essence, Mizuno Ichido is indifferent to the ninja identity. He harbors no grand ambitions akin to Uchiha Obito's desire to dominate the ninja world, nor does he possess Naruto's noble aspiration to save the world. He merely seeks to acquire a modicum of strength, compelling certain individuals to conform to his vision, ensuring a comfortable life for himself. In the following days, Mizuno Ichido's life was bustling and fulfilling. On one hand, he navigated the renovation site of a hot pot restaurant, engaging in discussions with the workers. On the other hand, he immersed himself in the creation or transcription of his novel, The Azure Sky of the Ninja World. Mizuno Ichido planned to complete the manuscript and submit it to the Jishin Society, leaving the distribution to them. His sole concern was to collect his earnings monthly. Soon, Mizuno Ichido intended to embark on a journey beyond the village to explore the ninja realm. As Konoha Village operates under a military administration, all departments revolve around the ninja forces, resulting in the absence of a dedicated commerce department to oversee local merchants. Within this framework, Konoha imposes stringent regulations on personnel entry and exit. Typically, only ninjas with mission status are permitted to leave the village freely, while others must undergo rigorous registration to enter or exit. Of course, in this chaotic ninja world, for ordinary individuals, residing in a village protected by ninjas provides an unparalleled sense of security, which is why most prefer to remain within the village confines. However, Mizuno Ichido's identity as a merchant drives him to seek new trade routes, expand his business endeavors, and amass greater wealth. To facilitate his commercial activities, he must visit the Hokage's administrative department to obtain a pass that certifies his identity. In the realm of shinobi, the role of merchants is met with both affection and resentment by the various ninja villages. On one hand, merchants possess substantial financial resources during their transportation of goods. They often pay considerable commissions to the villages and issue various protection missions, serving as a significant source of income for these communities. On the other hand, due to the inherent mobility of their profession, spies from different villages frequently exploit this characteristic, disguising themselves as merchants to traverse between villages and steal intelligence, thereby posing a potential threat to village security. However, for Konoha Village, Mizuno Ichido is a native, well-known figure. As the first student in the history of the Ninja Academy to voluntarily withdraw, he has gained recognition from both the Konoha authorities and the general populace. Consequently, the process for Mizuno Ichido to obtain a merchant identification certificate from Konoha proceeded smoothly, and he swiftly acquired the necessary documentation to enter and exit the village. After another fortnight, The hot pot and barbecue restaurants finally celebrated their grand opening. The storefronts were adorned with vibrant decorations, creating a lively atmosphere that captivated the attention of numerous villagers and passers-by. The general manager of the two establishments, Sato Hiroshi, happened to be someone Mizuno Ichido had encountered recently while shopping for groceries. Sato Hiroshi is the father of Sato Shino, whom Mizuno Ichido met during the field trials, and he manages the order of operations at the bustling vegetable market located at the eastern end of the village. With 300 stalls to oversee, he efficiently maintains order with just 5 subordinates, generating an impressive monthly income of 300,000 ryo for the market, despite his own modest means. His capability to manage such a large operation while only claiming his rightful share is precisely why Mizuno Ichido chose him. Chapter 70. Leaving the Village Sister. I am resolved to venture beyond the village and explore this world. Mizuno Ichido finally voiced his long-held desire without reservation. Until now, he had remained comfortably within Konoha village, with his view of the world limited to the village itself and the surrounding few kilometers of forest. With the recent successful opening of the Zyanghong Hot Pot and the flourishing barbecue restaurant, all aspects of the operations have been entrusted to competent leaders. The businesses are now running smoothly, and there are no pressing concerns requiring immediate attention or adjustments. From every perspective, this moment presents the perfect opportunity for exploration and adventure. Have you made up your mind? Zyrong raised her gaze slightly, her eyes revealing a blend of concern and scrutiny. She is not the type to confine her loved ones within a protective bubble. In her view, Mizuno Ichido's strength surpasses that of the majority of Chunin, though he still lacks in practical combat experience. Yet, these shortcomings can be addressed through the challenges of the outside world. Thus, she finds herself supportive of Mizuno Ichido's intentions. Yes, both establishments are fully operational, and I have mastered all the ninjutsu I can practice. The timing is just right. Mizuno Ichido replied quietly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and a yearning for the unknown. Very well. The setting sun cast a warm glow as Yujito nodded gently, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Despite your formidable talent and the plethora of jutsu you have learned, she had always harbored concerns for your safety. This journey would serve to remedy your lack of experience. Recently, she had secured a mission to take you along, and if you performed well, she would grant you the freedom to wander alone. Suya Ito's heart leaped with joy. He realized that his sister had acquiesced to his request. Initially, he had thought it would be a daunting task and prepared several contingencies that now seemed unnecessary. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister. I will surely make you proud. As Yujito gazed into Suya Ito's expectant eyes, she felt a swell of emotions. Yet, in this world, only through relentless practice and self-improvement can one navigate the future with confidence. By the end of April, under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze fluttering the flags of Konohagakure, Suya Ito finally awaited the day of his departure from the village. His preparations for this journey had been thorough, packing 3 storage scrolls, one filled with 3 complete tent sets, another with cakes, snacks, beverages, and fruits for immediate consumption, and the last containing raw meats and vegetables requiring cooking. Upon arriving at the village gate, Suya Ito spotted Yujito accompanied by 3 other ninjas. 2 young men and a woman, all seemingly around Yujito's age, appeared rather ordinary at first glance, resembling mere passers-by. Yet it was evident they had come together to form a team. Sister, what is the objective of your mission? Suya Ito inquired with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Would they be assassinating a foreign leader or vanquishing a band of mountain bandits? Yujito playfully tapped Suya Ito on the head and tugged at his ear, leaning in to whisper, the details of a ninja's mission are known only to the team members. Her tone carried an air of mystery, hinting at the unknown challenges that lay ahead. After sharing a brief exchange with the merchant team, Yujito led Suya Ito and the other ninjas outside the village. There, they encountered a group of around 10 people surrounding 8 horse-drawn carts, some inspecting the loads while others conversed with the merchants. Yujito glanced at her fellow ninjas and declared, Our mission is to escort this merchant convoy safely to the Lord's residence. I hope each of you will remain vigilant and observant as we proceed. Following this, the team commenced their journey. Yujito and Ninja A took the lead, clearing the path, followed closely by 4 carts laden with supplies. Ninja B and Ninja C walked deliberately in the middle of the procession, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, with another 4 carts trailing behind, extending the convoy nearly 100 meters long. Suya Ito walked among the group, learning from the merchants that the 8 carts were filled with grain. In this tumultuous ninja world, food was undoubtedly a critical resource, and the primary concern on the road was the bandits who would seek to rob the merchant convoy of its precious cargo. Yamamoto Ichido followed closely behind the group, walking at a measured pace along a dirt path carved through the jungle. This thoroughfare, approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, was riddled with potholes, its surface marred by deep tire tracks that meandered toward the horizon. On either side, sparse underbrush extended for hundreds of meters, with trees of 2 or 3 meters in height scattered haphazardly, while half-meter-tall grasses flourished densely around the miscellaneous foliage. Yamamoto Ichido scrutinized his surroundings, his mind racing with contemplation. This road seemed like a natural setting meticulously crafted for the purpose of ambush and robbery. The poor condition of the path, coupled with the surrounding thickets and scraggly trees, provided an ideal hiding place for bandits. He could not fathom why no one had taken the initiative to repair the road or tidy the area. After all, a simple earth-style jutsu could render the uneven surface smooth, and a subsequent fire or wine technique could incinerate the underbrush, leaving no refuge for outlaws. However, such matters were not within Yamamoto Ichido's immediate concern. Moments ago, he had employed his sensory technique to meticulously scan the area within a radius of several hundred meters, only to find nothing. This implied that, for the time being, he would not witness any blood-soaked ninja skirmishes. With this thought in mind, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he located a less crowded supply cart and reclined upon it. The leisurely pace of life brought him unparalleled comfort, and as he gently closed his eyes, he basked in the warmth of the sun and the caress of the breeze. Sunlight bathed Yamamoto Ichido's face, as if he were draped in a golden veil, while the gentle wind brushed against his cheeks, imparting a refreshing coolness. He found this existence to be the epitome of contentment. Nothing was more significant than a life of ease and tranquility. His thoughts drifted to those who engaged in conflict over trivial matters or coveted treasures. To him, these individuals were foolish, failing to appreciate the happiness that lay within their grasp. As Yamamoto Ichido immersed himself in his delightful reverie, the serene ambience was punctuated only by the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden surge of danger that erupted without warning. Chapter 71. The first battle. Instantly alert, Yamamoto Ichido opened his eyes wide. A glimmer of cold light flashed before him as a shuriken shot forth from the woods like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, directly aimed at the cart he occupied. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he sprang from the cart with the agility of a spring, narrowly evading the lethal projectile. At that moment, 4 or 5 figures leapt from the underbrush. Leading them was a man clad in a black cloak, his steps deliberate and powerful, wielding a long blade that gleamed with a chilling light, casting a shadow upon his stern, brooding visage. His attire exuded an aura of professionalism and ruthlessness. It was evident that he was a trained ninja. This individual was none other than Yamamoto Ichiki, an elite chunin. Once the guardian of a small village, Yamamoto Ichiki had once harbored fervent loyalty and passion in safeguarding his companions. However, the brutal wars between great nations descended upon his homeland like a merciless tempest, claiming the lives of most villagers. In a state of profound grief and indignation, Yamamoto Ichiki, alongside a handful of surviving ninjas and villagers, sought refuge in a bandit village, ascending to the role of a minor leader. From that point onward, he and his 10 or so subordinates roamed the lands between the land of whirlpools and the land of fire, specializing in ambushing merchant caravans and travelers from the latter, resorting to such nefarious means to sustain their existence. At that moment, Yamamoto Ichiki found himself beside a grain cart, casting a casual glance at Mizuno Ichido, his face adorned with unabashed derision. A cruel smile played upon his lips as he mockingly remarked, "Oh, it seems this caravan has a ninja for protection? Which village do you hail from?" Mizuno Ichido, his expression stern, refrained from responding to Yamamoto Ichiki's provocation, fixating his gaze upon him instead. He could distinctly sense the aura of brutality and malevolence emanating from Yamamoto Ichiki, a dark miasma that stirred feelings of revulsion and anger within him. Contemplating quietly, Mizuno Ichido pondered why they could not simply travel in peace, why they must endure such unwarranted calamity. Humph, it matters not. You won't live much longer anyway. Yamamoto Ichiki's voice was frigid and laced with murderous intent as he slowly tightened his grip around the gleaming long knife in his hand. the blade seemingly eager to taste the blood of its foes. Just as he was about to launch an attack on Mizuno Ichido, the swift arrival of Yujito Han swiftly altered the course of events, as she unhesitatingly hurled a shuriken at Yamamoto Ichiki. Yamamoto Ichiki's gaze sharpened, his figure moving like a flash of lightning as he sidestepped, the sunlight glinting off his blade. Without hesitation, he swung his long knife towards the incoming shuriken, producing a sharp clang as it struck, redirecting it into the underbrush. Simultaneously, the other three ninjas, designated A, B, and C, sprang into action, forming a protective barrier around their employer, eyes alert for any potential threats. Yujito Han narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the man before her, her expression turning grave as the earlier lightness was supplanted by a sense of caution. "Everyone, be careful. This man is Yamamoto Ichiki," she announced, raising her voice sternly to the other ninjas. "What? He is Yamamoto Ichiki?" The three companions exchanged anxious glances, their expressions shifting to one of heightened vigilance. "Sister, we'll handle this guy," Mizuno Ichido declared nonchalantly, displaying little concern for Yamamoto Ichiki's formidable reputation. He only knew that the intruder had disrupted his leisurely moment. "Can you two manage?" Ninja furrowed his brow, a hint of worry clouding his features. His eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Given that Mizuno Ichido and Yujito Han were facing someone of Yamamoto Ichiki's considerable prowess. "Have no fear. Even if we are outmatched, we will not falter. You all focus on dealing with those henchmen and ensure the safety of our employer," Mizuno Ichido asserted confidently, a fiery determination gleaming in his eyes. "There should be no issue. You three go ahead and deal with the others." After a moment of contemplation, Yuhi Kurenai nodded. Subsequently, she swiftly leaped to the side of Mizuno Ikuto. Yamamoto Ichiki, however, did not let his status as the protagonist lead him to act carelessly upon encountering the first minor obstacle. After all, his survival through countless battles and his burgeoning reputation in the ninja world were ample evidence that he was no ordinary foe. His right hand gripped the long blade tightly as he propelled himself off the ground, springing into the air like a coiled spring, creating distance between himself and the siblings. He fixed his gaze intently on Kurenai and Ikuto, his eyes betraying a hint of vigilance and murderous intent. For a moment, both parties found themselves in a stalemate, neither daring to make the first move. "Since you have heard of my fearsome reputation, you should be aware of my strength. Leave half of your valuables, and I shall allow you to depart," Yamamoto Ichiki declared, his head slightly raised, his gaze sweeping over Kurenai and Ikuto, his tone tinged with arrogance. The food supplies in his hideout had been depleted, and this batch of goods was of utmost importance to him. He was determined to seize several carts at any cost. "Impossible. Withdraw, and we can let bygones be bygones," Kurenai asserted resolutely, her eyes devoid of any hint of retreat. Although Ikuto was there to assist, Kurenai still harbored no unwavering belief in victory. After all, Ikuto had never truly engaged in life-and-death combat, making it difficult for him to display his true capabilities in actual combat. "In that case, you are merely courting death," Yamamoto Ichiki retorted. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations under his breath. As he moved, his entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of dust, as if clad in a thick armor. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, the long blade in his hand glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura. From the earlier interactions, Yamamoto Ichiki deduced that his opponents were not adept in physical combat. Thus, close combat was the optimal solution against such adversaries. Seeing this, Ikuto promptly drew several shuriken from his waist and hurled them with force. The shuriken spun rapidly through the air, multiplying into hundreds like a torrential downpour, all aimed at Yamamoto Ichiki. In midair, Yamamoto Ichiki deftly wielded his long blade, the blade flashing as he effortlessly knocked several shuriken out of the air. Though one or two shuriken breached his defenses and grazed his skin, they were thwarted by the layer of rocky armor, inflicting no substantial harm. Kurenai attempted to seize the opportunity to cast a genjutsu, her hands swiftly forming hand seals. Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression revealing a mix of concentration and caution. However, just as she was about to complete the seals, Yamamoto Ichiki detected her intent and launched a kunai directly at her. Kurenai was forced to interrupt her hand seals, her form flickering as she elegantly leapt to evade. At that moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly surged forth, sweeping towards Yamamoto Ichiki. The tempest roared like a ferocious beast, carrying with it an overwhelming force that sent nearby trees and grasses swaying perilously, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. After the tempest, Yamamoto Ichiki gripped the hilt of his knife firmly embedded in the ground. His upper garments stripped away by the fierce winds, leaving his body marred by several gashes of blood. His eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, akin to flames burning with ferocity, exuding an aura of menace. It seems I underestimated you. Since you are so intent on courting death, then do not. Chapter 72. That was the shadow clone technique why Hai Kurenai was wholly absorbed, meticulously contemplating strategies to confront Yamamoto Ichiki. Just then, she noticed that Yamamoto Ichiki had yet to finish his words, standing motionless like a statue. Has this person fallen under my control? Mizuno Ichido, holding a kunai, revealed a glimmer of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. Though his voice was low, it resonated with clarity amidst the tense atmosphere. Indeed, Mizuno Ichido, endowed with the talent for instantaneous hand seals, had discreetly unleashed the illusion technique, Falling Cherry Blossom, at the very moment the wind subsided. The sudden illusion struck like a hidden blade lurking in the shadows, taking the enemy's life without their awareness. Hai Kurenai instinctively nodded, as if a colossal weight had lifted from her heart, releasing a sigh of relief. She then gazed at Mizuno Ichido in astonishment, filled with wonder. Her usually lackadaisical younger brother, who often seemed indifferent to training, had achieved such remarkable mastery over illusion techniques. However, recalling Mizuno Ichido's formidable talent, it seemed that this accomplishment was well within reason. In this perilous battle, Hai Kurenai understood that when it came to desperate combat, she was no match for Yamamoto Ichiki. Her training largely focused on illusion techniques, primarily for control and support. Facing a warrior assassin like Yamamoto Ichiki, who excelled in close-quarters combat, executing her control skills proved exceedingly challenging. After all, the dynamics of battle are often fleeting, where every second counts, while forming seals may take mere moments. An adversary's blade could sever a throat in the blink of an eye, much like the legendary White Fang of Konoha. The Hitaki clan possessed neither abundant chakra nor particularly potent ninjutsu, yet with their profoundly enigmatic and silent killing techniques, they instilled fear in their enemies, ultimately ascending to the position of Umbu Captain. This is also why many in the ninja world opt for blades in actual combat. This was Mizuno Ichido's inaugural use of illusion techniques in a real battle, and he remained unaware of the level he had attained at that moment. The execution of illusion techniques thrives on the element of surprise, and with Mizuno Ichido's talent coupled with the instant after the wind abated, he perfectly executed an unexpected strike against an unprepared foe. At this moment, Yamamoto Ichiki had succumbed to a state of slumber, devoid of consciousness. Receiving Hai Kurenai's affirmative response, Mizuno Ichido calmly retrieved a kunai. He cautiously approached, his gaze fixed intently on Yamamoto Ichiki's heart. And with the kunai like a streak of black lightning, he plunged it directly into Yamamoto Ichiki's heart, ending the life of this malevolent individual. Subsequently, Mizuno Ichido vanished into a cloud of smoke. Immediately following, a figure emerged from the back of the grain cart, Mizuno Ichido. As Yuhi Kurenai observed this scene, she found herself at a loss for whether to feel relieved or speechless. Contemplating inwardly, she mused that her brother seemed excessively cautious. He approached the immobilized enemy with great care, employing shadow clones for the kill. Wait a moment, when did he produce those clones? I was completely unaware. Nevertheless, this series of actions reassured Yuhi Kurenai about her brother. With such prowess coupled with his meticulousness, one could only ponder the heights he might reach in the future. Initially, she had worried about his reluctance to take a life and his ignorance of the world's perils. Now, she felt entirely at ease regarding his endeavors in the field. I didn't kill anyone. It was the shadow clone that did. Mizuno Ichido scratched his head, speaking somewhat bashfully. Deep down, he still harbored an aversion to taking lives. Yet since it was the shadow clone that had committed the act, it shouldn't reflect too adversely on him. Although he was unaware of the notoriety of the ninja Yamamoto Iki, being the first elite chunin slain by Mizuno Ichido significantly augmented his chakra by 9,999 cards, just a mere 0.00001 cards shy of Kakashi's total, and also granted him the earth and fire chakra attributes. Character panel. Name, Mizuno Ichido chakra amount, 216,665 cards. Note, the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 cards. Chakra attributes: Wind, Lightning, Earth. Fire Taijutsu, Empty, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release. Great Breakthrough, Binding Technique, Shadow Shuriken. Perception Technique, Sealing Evil Technique, Six Bodies Technique. Hiding, Binding, Replacing, Escaping, Splitting. Transforming Techniques, Jinjutsu. Haze Apparition Technique, Tree Binding Kill, 3 Ultimate Cherry Blossoms, Absolute Lotus, Mirage, Naraku Clone. Falling Cherry Blossom Viewing Technique Bloodline. Empty, Summoning Beast. Empty, Abilities of the Transcender. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunder. For every enemy slain, the host can acquire a portion of the slain's abilities, chakra amount, learn ninjutsu, innate bloodlines, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.00001 cards. Note: the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000 cards. 2. One-handed 1-second real man. As long as the host wishes, he can form 12 seals with one hand in a second. 3. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Any Jinjutsu cast by an opponent with less chakra than the host will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am a bystander. No one can discern any information about the host that he does not wish to be known through any means. Evaluation: barely reached the pinnacle of Chunin. It seems that bloodlines can indeed be acquired. Mizuno Ichido's gaze was fixed intently on the newly added earth and fire attributes on the panel, his eyes shimmering with excitement and a subtle smile gracing his lips, a knowing smile. This meant that in the future, should he secretly eliminate a member of the Uchiha clan, he might even have the chance to obtain the Sharingan. With this thought, a wave of uncontrollable exhilaration surged within him, as if he could already envision himself piloting a formidable machine against the Nine Tails. Mizuno Ichido's storage scroll contained several scrolls of fire and earth attribute ninjutsu, legacies left behind by his father, which he could now finally learn and incorporate. Mizuno Ikuto knelt down, meticulously searching the body of Yamamoto Ichiki, leaving no corner untouched. He pondered that ninjas typically carried money, kunai, and various ninjutsu techniques when venturing out, particularly someone of Yamamoto Ichiki's caliber, where the likelihood of possessing ninjutsu would be greater. Fortuitously, Mizuno Ikuto discovered a tome detailing the earth release ninjutsu, rock armor technique, which enveloped the user in earth chakra like a protective armor, capable of withstanding sharp weaponry and the slicing damage of wind release techniques. This was indeed the very ninjutsu that Yamamoto Ichiki had employed moments ago. Mizuno Ikuto murmured to himself, contemplating the profound advantage of acquiring such silent killing abilities, transforming from an archer into a formidable warrior clad in heavy armor, thereby significantly augmenting his combat prowess. After meticulously arranging Yamamoto Ichiki's belongings, Mizuno Ikuto placed the kunai and over 300,000 ryo neatly aside. He then approached Yugao and handed them over. "Sister, are these not bandits? How is it that even elite nin among them exist?" Mizuno Ikuto furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of confusion and incredulity in his eyes. He struggled to comprehend how such skilled ninjas could be among these bandits. In his recollection, bandits were typically a ragtag group with varying levels of strength. It was unfathomable that such powerful ninjas would join their ranks. Chapter 73. The bandits of Wa country. Generally speaking, in the ninja world, ninjas tend to disdain bandits as a collective. Ninjas possess a unique way of life, primarily earning a living by undertaking various missions for commissions. Even those who have lost their villages and become rogue ninjas would seek out bounty offices across the land, actively accepting tasks to secure an income. For instance, the renegade Zabuza took on a contract from the Land of Waves, while members of the Akatsuki organization frequently pursued lucrative bounty missions. Thus, it is virtually impossible for ninjas of the elite nin level to descend to the status of mountain bandits. Have you heard of the Land of Whirlpools? Yugao lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes imbued with deeper significance. Mizuno Ikuto nodded in acknowledgement. Yugao continued. The Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools also had several vassal ninja families. When the Land of Whirlpools faced annihilation, some of these families chose betrayal, willing to serve as vanguards for the invading forces of the Cloud and Earth ninjas in exchange for post-war benefits. However, they never anticipated that after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, they would receive not the expected riches, but rather, their entire land and the wealth of these traitorous families would be plundered by the Cloud and Earth ninjas. After the war, the surviving traitors, having betrayed the Land of Whirlpools, lost the trust of other ninja villages, with none willing to accept them. In desperation, they congregated amidst the ruins of the land of whirlpools, proclaiming themselves as Wa country, effectively becoming marauding bandits wreaking havoc in the region. Subsequently, many defecting ninjas from other villages also joined the ranks of Wa country. As of now, the nation of Yamato is led by 8 infamous elite shinobi: Tojo Hideki, Itagaki Saishiro, Hirota Koki, Koiso Kuniakai, Umezawa Michihiro, Okamura Ninji, Doi Harakenji, and Nagano Shushin. Each of these individuals is a notorious killer, ruling over their own bandit strongholds. Under their command are several special elite shinobi, dozens of mid-level shinobi, and nearly 100 lower-level shinobi, along with thousands of common bandit followers. They oppress the remaining populace of the land of Whirlpool, committing heinous acts and plundering the wealth of neighboring villages. Yamamoto Kazuki serves as a capable aide to a special elite shinobi named Shinazuka Yoshio, who is under Okamura Ninji. It was rumored that Shinazuka Yoshio had ventured into the land of fire to raid, and now it appears that this rumor holds truth. After listening to the explanation from Yugao, Mizuno Ichido nodded slightly, organizing his thoughts and gaining a general understanding of the situation. He contemplated in silence, surprised that the seemingly less prominent land of Whirlpool harbors such a formidable force. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with skepticism, why is it that this group of bandits, who commit such atrocities, can brazenly rob merchants within the land of fire without facing extermination? Yugao sighed softly and elucidated, they rarely provoke the 5 great nations. And the 5 great nations, in turn, find it unworthy to address them. For these powerful nations, maintaining regional balance and stability is paramount. The small hidden villages possess limited strength and cannot contend with this band of rogue shinobi. Although bounties have been offered by merchants seeking to eliminate them, many bounty hunters who have pursued these rewards have ended up losing their lives instead. The combined strength of dozens of elite and mid-level shinobi, alongside the lower-level shinobi and common bandits, approaches nearly 10,000. While this gathering of rogue shinobi appears formidable, they remain insignificant in the eyes of the 5 great nations. The collective power of merely a few dozen elite shinobi nearly rivals the overall strength of some smaller nations' ninja forces. Consequently, smaller nations are hesitant to provoke Yamato, fearing retribution. Additionally, these bandits inadvertently serve the interests of the 5 great nations, as their presence compels merchants to pay exorbitant commissions for escort missions to ensure their safety. This, in turn, inadvertently boosts the income of various villages. It is well known that the financial resources of the 5 great nations derive not only from the payments of the daimyos, but also from the commissions earned through missions. Furthermore, this band of bandits is astute enough to avoid antagonizing powerful hidden villages. The 5 great nations adopt a passive stance, prioritizing their own interests while adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary troubles. Some of these rogue shinobi possess remnants of the Whirlpool clan's bloodline, granting them a chakra capacity that far exceeds that of ordinary shinobi. During field missions, one must exercise caution and avoid confrontations with them whenever possible. Thus, you must remain vigilant during your training journey and evade them when you can, Yugao warned Mizuno Ichido gravely, her gaze filled with concern. Rest assured, sister. Did you not witness my careful demeanor just now? Mizuno Ichido wore a confident smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. All right, sister, I understand. I must hasten my journey to ensure the safe delivery of the goods to their destination, after which I will return to the village to report in detail about this matter. What about you? Would you care to accompany me? As Yugao spoke, she meticulously inspected the cargo, preparing to continue her journey. No, sister, I intend to take a different route, steering clear of any potentially troublesome areas. Exercising caution is always prudent. He added, also, upon your return, make certain to claim that Yamamoto Ichiki was your doing, and do not reveal any information about me. Deep within, Mizuno Ichido harbored a profound distrust for Konoha. He believed that until his strength reached a level capable of utterly dominating this world, maintaining a low profile and surviving discreetly was the safest strategy. Very well, I see you are adept at concealing your prowess. I am quite pleased to receive a bounty without effort, Yugao replied with a smile, her eyes reflecting a mixture of teasing and appreciation. After parting ways with her, Mizuno Ichido did not retreat from the land of whirlpools as he had previously claimed. Instead, he quietly drifted towards it. As he journeyed, Mizuno Ichido arrived at a vast and boundless forest. This forest was lush and vibrant, with towering trees whose branches intertwined to form a natural green barrier. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he employed sensory techniques to meticulously explore a radius of several hundred meters. Once assured that no latent dangers lurked, he proceeded to retrieve a ninjutsu scroll from his storage scroll, preparing to learn new techniques. Shadow Clone Technique. Mizuno Ichido murmured, his hands swiftly forming seals. With each sequence of hand signs, identical shadow clones began to separate from his body. In a short while, he successfully manifested 6 shadow clones. Upon their emergence, the clones rapidly dispersed, each focusing intently on mastering different ninjutsu. Some diligently studied fire release techniques, flames flickering and dancing in their hands, while others immersed themselves in the art of earth release, the power of the earth surging around them. Moments later, amidst a series of explosive sounds, the shadow clones completed their training and vanished. Now, empowered by the enhancements of the rock armor, his audacious plan for accumulation could finally be set into motion. Chapter 74, Fire Release, Great Mushroom Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Mizuno Ichido invoked once more, as an even greater number of shadow clones surged forth from his body. With a layer of rock armor enveloping all 86 clones, they surged forth like a tide in every direction of the forest. In an instant, the entire forest seemed shrouded in an invisible fury. Animals within a radius of several hundred kilometers, whether the bees soaring freely in the sky or the majestic tigers, wild boars and wolves roaming the forest, or even the ants quietly living beneath the soil, all harbored feelings of resentment towards Mizuno Ichido. They gathered together, like a relentless tide, charging at Mizuno Ichido in a furious rush, vowing to defend the honor of the children of the forest. The fierce conflict endured for 3 days and nights, with smoke permeating the entire forest. Every inch of land was stained with blood, and each leaf bore witness to the loss of life. The roars of animals intertwined with the sounds of battle, as if intent on tearing the forest asunder. At last, amidst a deluge of rain, this brutal confrontation reached its conclusion. The rain washed over the earth, erasing the traces of war, yet it could not alleviate the profound anguish embedded within. Centered around the starting point of Mizuno Ichido from 3 days prior, a desolate silence enveloped a radius of 50 kilometers. Nearly all flora and fauna fell victim to this merciless clash. The larger, more succulent creatures, such as a warren of wild rabbits and a den of grizzlies, lay relatively intact, meticulously arranged by Mizuno Ichido within sealing scrolls, as if narrating tales of their former vitality and vigor. Conversely, the less desirable animals, like foxes, dung beetles, and sparrows, were reduced to charred remains during the fray, exuding a noxious stench. In this eerie stillness, Mizuno Ichido stood amidst the lifeless forest, his countenance radiating an indescribable joy, seemingly satisfied with the devastation that lay before him. The once vibrant forest, teeming with life just 3 days ago, now held only him. Mizuno Ichido accessed his character panel. Character panel. Name: Mizuno Ichido. Chakra amount: 52, 150. 309 calories. Note: the chakra amount of Hashirama Senju is 10,000 calories. Chakra attributes: wind, lightning, earth, fire taijutsu. Empty, ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, wind release, great breakthrough. Binding technique, shadow shuriken, sensing technique, evil sealing method, fire release, great fireball, phoenix fire, great fire extinguishing, fire dragon flame bullet, ash pile burn. Earth release, rock armor, earth dragon bullet, earth flow wall. 6 body techniques: hide, bind, substitute, escape, split, transformation, jinjutsu, illusion of the sunset, tree binding kill, 3 sacred cherry blossoms, absolute lotus, mirage. Naruto clone, falling cherry blossom witness technique bloodline. Empty, summoning beast. Empty, traveler. 1, bloodthirsty plunderer, for each enemy slain. The host gains a portion of the slain's abilities, chakra amount, learn ninjutsu, innate bloodline, with a minimum increase of 0.00001 calories in chakra. 2, one-handed 1 second real man. The host can perform 12 hand seals with 1 hand in 1 second, should they so desire. 3, mirror flower water moon. Any jinjutsu cast by an opponent with a chakra amount less than the host's will be rendered ineffective. 4, I am a bystander. No one can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden. Evaluation: half the strength of Hashirama Senju. By the heavens! Mizuno Ichido couldn't contain his exclamation, his face a portrait of disbelief. 52, 150, 309 calories. This chakra amount is directly half that of Hashirama Senju. His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Aside from a select few characters and the tailed beasts, no one in the entire ninja world possessed a greater chakra amount than he did. Mizuno Ikuto tightly shut his eyes, wholly immersed in the overwhelming force coursing through his body. He could distinctly sense that every cell within him seemed activated, radiating an intense vitality. Fire release, great fireball technique. He bellowed, and in an instant, a colossal fireball coalesced in his mouth, subsequently erupting like a blazing meteor. The fireball, imbued with a cataclysmic momentum, hurtled forward with a deafening roar. With a resounding explosion, a massive mushroom cloud ascended from the heart of the forest. This cloud obscured the sky, as if intent on devouring the heavens themselves. The tumultuous shockwave radiated outward like a surging tsunami, centered around the mushroom cloud. In its wake, charred trees were effortlessly uprooted, tossed aside like fragile scraps of paper. Mizuno Ikuto was not spared. The sheer force of the shockwave sent his body hurtling hundreds of meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Once the tumult subsided, a vast crater, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, emerged in the forest's midst. Struggling to rise from the ground, Mizuno Ikuto marveled at the astonishing sight before him. The wounds inflicted by the earlier blast had miraculously healed within mere minutes, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing clinging to him, barely concealing his vital areas. At this moment, creatures within a radius of 70 to 80 kilometers sensed the immense disturbance. Through Mizuno Ikuto's sensory ninjutsu, he observed a panicked exodus of various animals, large and small, flying and running, scattering in all directions in a frenzied flight. Why are all the animals fleeing in all directions? He pondered, a frown creasing his brow, filled with perplexity. In the land of fire's daimyo's residence, a sudden and violent tremor spread without warning. This quake surged like tumultuous waves, swiftly enveloping the entire estate. Whether engaged in governance or bustling about their daily tasks, the inhabitants were startled by this unforeseen upheaval, plunging the city into chaos. The daimyo, supported by his attendants, endeavored to maintain composure, sitting upright and meticulously adjusting his pointed white hat, striving to preserve a semblance of authority amidst the turmoil. Someone, hurry and ascertain what has transpired. The daimyo's voice resonated with urgency and command throughout the room. Just as Tsunade, the Hokage, stepped out of the Hokage tower, an ENBU member rushed into the office, his expression fraught with haste. An elderly man muttered to himself, "Indeed, it is a season of troubles. First, the bandits from the land of Whirlpool disrupt the trade routes. And now, a mysterious powerhouse has suddenly emerged." Side Chapter 75. A displeasure with you, all the scorching sun poured relentlessly over the earth, baking every inch of land until it was searing hot, as if proclaiming the official arrival of summer to all living things. In the sweltering heat of summer, the major ninja villages have ceased their fervent investigations into the cataclysmic explosion that transpired a month ago. Following the sensational fire release mushroom incident, Mizuno Ikuto is acutely aware that his whereabouts have garnered considerable attention. To evade unnecessary complications, he has skillfully concealed his true identity, akin to a mysterious shadow, silently traversing the various bandit hideouts scattered throughout the land of fire. While upholding justice, Mizuno Ikuto has discreetly augmented his chakra reserves to an astonishing level, comparable to that of Hashirama. As for the preliminary mission in the land of whirlpools, he has devised a meticulous plan. He does not intend to dismantle the disparate bandit factions one by one, for while the danger of confronting them individually is relatively low, should he eliminate a few, the remaining bandits might scatter in fear, resulting in a significant loss of valuable experience points. Thus, while Mizuno Ikuto indulges in exquisite cuisine and fine wine, savoring the pleasures of life, his shadow clone, which has been operating in stealth for over a week, has silently arrived at the largest bandit stronghold in the land of whirlpools, utilizing half the chakra reserves of Hashirama. This formidable hideout is situated in the central eastern region of the land of whirlpools, which boasts a unique geographical position, resembling a protruding peninsula. To the west lies the village hidden in the leaves, while the other three sides are embraced by the sea, giving the nation the shape of a thumb extended from an open palm. The eastern side of the bandit den is nestled against a modest mountain range, which, though not lofty, serves as a natural barrier against the eastern gales. To the south, an expansive plain stretches forth, its fertile land affording a broad vista. And to the north and west, the swirling waters of the Vortex River flow ceaselessly, imparting an air of vitality to the land. Notably, this location was once home to the ninja village of the Land of Whirlpools, now usurped by bandits. The leader of this den is named Tojo Aiki, whose family history is rather intricate. His distant ancestor was an illegitimate child of the Uzumaki clan. With the passage of time, by Aiki's generation, the Uzumaki bloodline has considerably thinned. Only a small tuft of his hair retains the hue of red, seemingly narrating the tale of his family's former glory, now fading into obscurity. Furthermore, the chakra he possesses is woefully scant, a mere 5 units. When confronted by the enigmatic shadow clone of Mizuno Ikuto, Tojo Aiki's prowess is evidently inadequate to withstand such a foe. Standing outside the fortified gates of the bandit hideout, the shadow clone exhibits no fear, its gaze emanating a fierce intent to kill. Swiftly forming hand seals, it intones an incantation, and in an instant, a small fireball technique hurtles towards the gate with remarkable speed. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, the once impenetrable door was reduced to rubble amidst the violent explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, enveloping the entire den of bandits in a cacophony reminiscent of a catastrophic disaster. Shortly thereafter, a formidable group emerged from the swirling dust, encircling the shadow clone with an impenetrable wall, layer upon layer, as if intent on devouring it whole. Then, a burly man with a bald head and a face marred by thick flesh stepped forward, leading a contingent of about 10 men, seething with fury. Some wielded large blades that glinted with a cold sheen under the sun, while others brandished shuriken, their eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. This imposing figure was none other than Hideki Tojo. Standing amidst the throng, he raised his head slightly, a flicker of anger evident in his gaze as he fixated upon the shadow clone before him. Despite the tumult of rage within, Tojo, as the foremost leader of Japan, had weathered many storms and encountered a myriad of characters. Unlike his fellow leaders, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and understood that in this perilous world, when faced with formidable foes, humility might be the most prudent path to survival. Confronted by this unexpected adversary, Tojo pondered. The identity of this unknown enemy could either be a reckless fool ignorant of their own insignificance, or someone emboldened by their own formidable prowess or the backing of a powerful nation. If the former, then their demise would be swift. If the latter, like those ninjas from great nations or renowned figures in the shinobi world, such as Orochimaru, it would be wiser to avoid conflict. With these thoughts, he composed himself and inquired calmly, "May I ask your esteemed name? Is there some misunderstanding between us and Japan, or perhaps a deep-seated grudge?" "Rest assured, there is no misunderstanding between us. I simply find you all distasteful," replied the shadow clone. "I have come here today to bring matters to a conclusion. Either I shall slay you, or you shall slay me." Though the clone donned a fox mask that concealed its true expression, each word dripped with contempt. Its indifferent gaze seemed to regard the group before it as mere trifles, unworthy of a second glance. "Infuriating. This individual is utterly arrogant," shouted one of Tojo's companions, Matsui Isuke, a high-ranking ninja and one of Tojo's 4 great generals alongside Ishihara Keniai and Miyake Mitsuharu. "Is it not an affront to our nation?" echoed Miyake Mitsuharu. "Humph. This rogue is far too presumptuous, believing Japan to be a land of feeble incompetence." Ishihara Keniai could not contain his outrage either. In that moment, a surge of indignation welled up within Tojo's entourage, each member eager to rush forth and rend the masked figure to shreds. However, amidst the collective anger and dissatisfaction, Tojo remained unperturbed, choosing to disregard their fervor. He did not immediately command his men to subdue the shadow clone. Rather, he adopted a demeanor that trivialized the situation, calmly stating, "Might I suggest you retreat and become a distinguished guest of my nation? What do you think?" Faced with such relentless provocation, the shadow clone managed to maintain its composure. One must concede that as a leader, Tojo Hideki possessed a commendable intellect and strategy. Had it been characters from fictional narratives, they would have undoubtedly charged in with a band of followers, brimming with aggression. Make your move. Otherwise, should you meet your demise, do not blame me for not affording you, mere ants, the opportunity to resist. The masked clone, with an unperturbed expression, surveyed the crowd with an air of nonchalance. Its tranquil gaze seemingly laced with boundless derision. "Chief, we must eliminate him. If this matter becomes known, how shall we stand before the other leaders in the future?" Ueda Kenji exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "Chief, permit me to engage. I must vanquish this audacious scoundrel." Miyazaki Mitsuharu echoed, showing no sign of retreat. Seeing that persuasion bore no fruit, Tojo Hideki's countenance darkened abruptly. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the masked clone, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "Since you have chosen to seek death, do not blame my nation for overwhelming you with numbers." Tojo Hideki bellowed, swiftly gesturing with his right hand. Chapter 76. The First Practice of Fire Release. Mushroom technique. In an instant, the throng encircling the masked clone surged forward like a tide. Those in close proximity brandished their long blades, howling as they struck at the clone, attempting to leave even the faintest mark on the enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, those positioned further back swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of various ninjutsu, including wind release and fire release, directed at the masked clone. As the assailants swung their blades, they simultaneously dispersed, hurling shuriken. With a deafening explosion, a cloud of dust billowed within a radius of several dozen feet, obscuring the sky. Yet, as the dust began to settle, the masked clone remained in its prior stance, unscathed and standing firm. Aside from the traces left by the explosive ninjutsu on the outer perimeter, there was not a single blemish upon it, as if the fierce assault had merely been a figment of a dream. Tojo Hideki's expression grew increasingly grim, akin to the ominous clouds that gather before a storm. He had evidently not anticipated that the combined assault of so many subordinates would fail to inflict even the slightest harm upon this adversary. He shot a fierce glare at the ninjas who continued to attack ineffectually, a tide of uncontrollable fury surging within him. "You all, attack as well." Tojo Hideki roared at the elite J-nin surrounding the four generals, his voice thick with anger and resentment, as if he sought to unleash all the pent-up rage within him. Upon hearing his command, the other ninjas intensified their efforts. They wielded their long blades with renewed fervor, desperately attempting to disrupt the masked figure before them. However, this time the masked clone did not respond in its previous enigmatic manner. Instead, it effortlessly evaded each strike, its movements fluid and graceful, as though it were toying with its attackers. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, the masked doppelganger swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, hundreds of flames, akin to agile birds, surged forth towards the crowd with a deafening roar. The scene was soon engulfed in a cacophony of anguished cries intermingled with the fierce blaze, plunging the area into chaos. Observing this, Tojo Hideki cast a glance at the few individuals behind him, then signaled the four great generals to engage in battle, attempting to eliminate this formidable foe. However, moments later, as the four generals charged forward, Mizuno Ikki unleashed another small fireball technique. The potency of this fireball was tremendous, causing the four generals to recoil in fear. While those slower to react among the Ch-nin and genin were consumed by the fireball, leaving naught but charred earth in their wake. Witnessing this grim turn of events, Tojo Hideki was consumed by rage, his eyes widening as he bellowed with all his might. "Charge with me, hold nothing back. If we do not eradicate this madman today, what dignity shall remain for our nation?" Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Tojo Hideki finally took matters into his own hands. He slowly brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, seemingly gathering boundless power, before thrusting them apart. A colossal fireball, resembling a phoenix, erupted from his palms, soaring towards the masked doppelganger like a blazing meteor. The force of this fireball was evidently far greater than any ordinary fire technique, igniting the surrounding air into a searing inferno that rendered the vicinity nearly unapproachable. The masked doppelganger, confronted with this formidable attack, finally displayed a hint of seriousness. After all, this power was not something an average jonin could wield. It bore the essence of a whirlpool bloodline. Yet, at this critical juncture, just as the fireball was about to strike the masked doppelganger, it suddenly vanished from its original position, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. In the next moment, a lightning-fast figure emerged from the flames, targeting Tojo Hideki's throat with uncanny precision. The speed was so extraordinary that it seemed to warp the very fabric of space itself. Alarmed, Tojo Hideki reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing upon years of combat experience and keen intuition. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal blow. However, his movement was a fraction too slow. The masked doppelganger's fist grazed his cheek, leaving a deep crimson mark as blood trickled down his face, splattering onto the ground. "Chief!" The ninjas gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with concern and urgency. The four great generals, disregarding all else, rushed towards the masked doppelganger in a bid to protect their leader. Yet, the masked doppelganger's speed was simply too formidable. They could not close the distance. Merely witnessing as it darted past them, powerless to intervene. Fire release, explosive flame formation. Tojo Hideki clutched his injured cheek, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood that he could not afford to grant the masked doppelganger any further opportunities. Thus, he unleashed another fire technique. The air surrounding the masked doppelganger instantly became scorching, as if everything were on the verge of melting. Soon after, pillars of fire erupted from the ground, forming a vast infernal ring that ensnared the masked doppelganger within. Of course, the masked doppelganger had willingly walked into this confinement. Its true intent was not the annihilation of the bandits before it, but rather to demonstrate a foe that could only be confronted with the unity of all 8 great leaders. Thus, the clone prepared to impart the remaining half of its chakra to East, leaving behind a memory so profound that it would linger in his soul until death. Ha ha! The masked clone erupted into laughter within the fiery circle. "Do you think this can confine me?" Such naivety. Its laughter reverberated through the searing flames, imbued with mockery and disdain. "Although I may have underestimated you, my true self shall soon arrive to annihilate you. Moreover, before I take my leave, allow me to present you with a grand gift." Upon uttering these words, the shadow clone expended the last vestiges of chakra to unleash the fire release, little mushroom technique. As yet another mushroom cloud erupted at East Stronghold. Despite the multitude of ninjas deploying earth and water release defenses, a significant portion of the structures was obliterated. The thunderous roar seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world. Flames surged skyward, thick smoke billowed, shrouding the sun. The solitary bandits were instantaneously reduced to charred remains, and East along with his 4 commanders suffered varying degrees of burns. East's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him, his heart brimming with shock and fury. He had initially believed this operation would easily subdue the masked man, yet it was painfully evident that he had gravely underestimated his adversary's prowess. The colossal fireball unleashed in the final moments exceeded everyone's expectations. In an instant, more than half of the edifices were reduced to ruins, flames soaring and smoke churning. "Immediately notify everyone outside to return. Also, summon the other 7 leaders and our elite forces." East's voice trembled, betraying profound fear. He recognized that this masked man was no ordinary foe. He possessed formidable power and an enigmatic identity. Judging by his pre-explosion demeanor, it was clear that he was merely a clone. Should the true self arrive, this meager force would be utterly insufficient. They must concentrate their efforts and prepare for battle. In reality, the land of Wa was governed by 8 leaders, each presiding over their respective territories. East, the most powerful among them, commanded the wealthiest remnants of the land of whirlpools, along with control over critical ports and passes. In comparison to East, the remaining 7 leaders displayed comparatively lesser strength. Each cultivated their influence within their own domains, yet their mightiest subordinates barely reached the level of Special Jonin. In terms of resources, population, and strategic locations, they fell significantly short of East. In their daily governance, these 8 leaders did not coexist harmoniously. After all, they were, at their core, bandits. And their guiding principle in this land was the relentless pursuit of profit, driven by the immense stakes of land, trade routes, and population. Conflicts among the 8 became increasingly pronounced and severe. However, when formidable foes emerged, they could unite. Only under the condition that this land remained unclaimed could they preserve their dominion, wealth, and power. East's command swiftly resonated throughout the entire base, with all station ninjas receiving the urgent recall order. Those who had previously engaged in battle remained perpetually vigilant, anxiously monitoring their surroundings in search of the elusive masked man. However, the masked man seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to reappear, as if he had never graced this land, leaving behind an endless enigma and a profound sense of dread. Chapter 77: The Vortex Mother and Daughter. As for Mizuno Ichido, he was in an unknown ravine searching for a bandit hideout. When he emerged from a thicket, The sound of commotion faintly reached his ears. As he broke through the underbrush, a scene unfolded before him. A group of bandits, astride their horses, were menacingly surrounding a cluster of helpless townsfolk. The sight resembled that of ravenous wolves attacking a defenseless flock of lambs. Among them was a woman with red hair, whom the bandits intended to take back to their lair, envisioning a night of amusement for their comrades. The bandit leader, wielding a large blade, gazed lecherously at the red-haired woman, his eyes betraying insatiable greed and malice. The woman, trembling, clutched a little girl tightly behind her, as if the child were her last anchor in this world. "Oh, look, there's a little brat in the back," jeered another bandit, joining in the taunts. "Please, good sirs, spare us." The besieged townsfolk, in a desperate display, bowed their heads and pleaded for mercy, their faces etched with terror and despair, yearning for a glimmer of hope. "Spare you? Very well. Hand over your valuables, and if this woman pleases us, we might consider it," the bandit leader mocked, his grin blinding in the sunlight. "Ha ha! A red-haired woman?" Mizuno Ichido felt a stir within him and quickened his pace toward the chaos. As he drew closer, he saw 7 or 8 bandits brandishing bloody knives, encircling a woman who sat forlornly on the ground, cradling a small child of about 3 or 4 years, also with red hair. The townsfolk who had been pleading moments before now lay scattered amidst a pool of blood, the acrid scent of iron saturating the air. Mizuno Ichido sauntered in, whistling cheerfully, and as several bandits turned to him, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he unleashed his illusionary binding technique, effortlessly dispatching the inconsequential minions. Such lowly adversaries hardly warranted his more elaborate maneuvers. The bandits surrounding him suddenly collapsed, causing the red-haired woman to cease her weeping. Yet, she still regarded Mizuno Ichido with a trace of trepidation. As he approached, she hastily knelt, clutching the child and bowing her head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Who are you? Why are you here?" Mizuno Ichido scrutinized the red-haired woman before him. Her garments bore tattered holes, and her face was smeared with dirt, presenting a disheveled appearance, yet she was not unattractive. "We are refugees who escaped from the land of Vortex, seeking to flee to a safer place. We inadvertently encountered these bandits while passing through," she replied earnestly, not underestimating him despite his youthful visage. "The land of Vortex? Are you of the Uzumaki clan?" A flicker of curiosity surged within Mizuno Ichido as he beheld the striking red hair of the woman before him, a person hailing from the land of whirlpools. All of this struck him as quite extraordinary. "We are all remnants of the land of whirlpools." The woman respectfully introduced herself as Uzumaki Reina, with her daughter named Uzumaki Xiangling. "Uzumaki Xiangling?" Mizuno Ichido exclaimed in astonishment, pondering the serendipitous connection. Indeed, is there something amiss with this benefactor? Uzumaki Reina seemed puzzled by the significance of the name she had chosen so casually. "Nothing at all," Mizuno Ichido replied, feigning composure while his heart was tumultuous with emotion. He had not anticipated encountering the mother and daughter duo, Xiangling being around 4 or 5 years of age, which aligned with his thoughts. Yet, this pair ought to have been in the land of rice. Was a relocation in progress? After all, the land of rice lay to the north of the land of fire, while the land of whirlpools was situated to the south of Konohagakure. Aside from maritime routes, land travel would necessitate passage through the land of fire. Moreover, only significant points along the borders of the various nations in the world of Naruto had ninja outposts. Most borders lacked any barriers preventing the migration of common folk. "Where are you headed?" Mizuno Ichido inquired further. "We are making our way to the land of rice. It is said to be safe there, and it should allow us to survive," Uzumaki Reina replied, her voice laden with uncertainty and confusion. For these ordinary people, amidst the chaos of the world, there were truly few options available. They had barely escaped to the border, and now only she and her daughter remained of their group. The commoners in the Naruto world, faced with misfortune, had little recourse but to pray they would not encounter further calamity. How could one not feel a pang of sympathy for this mother and daughter, so adrift in life? Especially considering the Uzumaki clan's narrative. It seemed that none among them had led a life of happiness, either as Jinchuriki facing discrimination, or as wanderers becoming mere vessels for others, or being manipulated in a lifelong pursuit of an elusive peace. "I have saved you. Henceforth, you shall be my servants. Do you have any objections?" Mizuno Ichido asserted his position not with gentleness, but with an air of authority. "My lord, It is already a tremendous fortune that you have spared our lives. We willingly accept the role of your servants, Uzumaki Reina swiftly replied, grateful for the opportunity to serve a ninja, thus alleviating their plight of ceaseless flight. Simply accompany me and attend to my daily needs. Furthermore, in private, you shall refer to me as young master, and in public, call me Chairman Mizuno, he instructed, curling his lips in disdain at the commonality of the title my lord. It seemed far too ordinary. Even commoners addressed ninjas with that term. While young master and chairman resonated more pleasantly with his ears. Young master, ahead lies the border city between the land of fire and the land of whirlpools, which was also our former residence. Uzumaki Reina stated. Due to frequent bandit raids, the once thriving city had become nearly deserted. Embracing Xiangling and carrying a bundle, she gazed at the dilapidated little town before them. Her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Is this truly where you once lived? Are you not a citizen of the land of whirlpools? Mizuno Ichido asked, bewildered. After the fall of the land of whirlpools, the surviving clan members scattered. My elders brought the young me to this small city at the border of the land of fire. In recent years, due to the relentless plundering by the nation of Wano, life has become increasingly arduous, prompting everyone to depart together. Uzumaki Reina spoke slowly, her face filled with sorrow. Gazing at the dilapidated small town not far away, a wave of poignant emotions surged within her. Once, this place was their home. Now, it lay in ruins. I must travel to the land of whirlpools to attend to a matter which should take approximately half a month. Please wait for me here, stated Mizuno Ichido. He produced 5 Hokage coins and handed them to Uzumaki Reina, contemplating that it was indeed wiser to venture alone. After all, accompanied by 2 women, one large and one small, any unforeseen circumstances could prove to be rather inconvenient. Chapter 78. The 8 bandits. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and within the stronghold of Tojo Hideki in Wano, a cacophony of voices filled the air. 8 leaders were gathered around a spacious conference table. Their expressions varied. Some wore looks of dissatisfaction and impatience, while others appeared indifferent. The emergence of a formidable and unfamiliar adversary had plunged Tojo Hideki into a precarious predicament. And these 8 individuals had convened for days, consumed by anxiety and trepidation, their mounting irritations reaching a boiling point. The long-standing disputes over the distribution of benefits felt like sharp thorns piercing their hearts, further straining their relationships. With Tojo Hideki now targeted by a powerful foe, this situation acted as a catalyst, prompting several of them to attempt to seize tangible advantages from him amidst the chaos. A resounding crash shattered the tumult within the hall as a burly leader slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly. This was Hiroki Hirota, seated at the end of the table. His stronghold lay to the southwest of Tojo Hideki's, ranking among the weakest alongside the neighboring Kichikoku SH. Hirota's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an undeniable authority. Tojo Hideki, I have brought hundreds of my men at your behest. Yet we have remained here for days without a single gain, incurring losses of tens of thousands daily. If you do not provide me with some compensation, I shall take my leave today. His words immediately resonated with the others, and SHKG, another leader seated at the end, also stood, his eyes glinting with mockery. Indeed, we all came with our elite forces to assist you in resolving this crisis, yet you offer no acknowledgement. I too shall depart with my men today. Previously, he had been firmly suppressed by both Tojo Hideki from the east and Tobii Inch from the west. During one instance, while attempting to raid the borders of Konoha, he had barely earned enough for travel expenses, only to find himself required to pay a toll to Tobii Inch as he traversed the latter's territory. The indignity of a bandit having to pay another bandit a toll was infuriating for KG. Not only did he fail to secure any money, but he also incurred a loss in toll fees. When he later sought redress from Tojo Hideki, the matter was dismissed as a triviality. While Tojo Hideki had never been seen collecting toll fees when passing through Tobii Inch's domain, this injustice had long festered in KG's heart, nurturing a deep-seated resentment. At this moment, the leader of the easternmost part of the Land of Tides, Itagaki Saishiro, slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was steady and resolute as he surveyed the gathering in the hall, and then he spoke. Although we, the 8 leaders of the Yamato nation, govern our territories independently and often have our differences, we now face a formidable foe. The enemy remains oblivious to our strength, and we are at a critical juncture. We must unite and navigate this perilous situation together. It is imperative to remember that we share both misfortune and glory. Itagaki Saishiro, whose prowess rivals that of Tojo Hideki, occupies the easternmost position with an influence that cannot be underestimated. He commands 2 elite ninjas, 3 special ninjas, over a dozen middle-ranking ninjas, and more than 50 lower-ranking ninjas, alongside several hundred subordinates. Typically, he ventures out from Tokyo Bay, engaging in the plundering of merchant vessels on the high seas, amassing wealth beyond measure through this enterprise. Cooperate. My foot. Who knows if this band of miscreants has provoked the wrong individuals? I am here seeking refuge in the land of tides, not to endure your travails. Scoffed Tohohara Kenji, his substantial girth on full display, showing no regard for Tojo Hideki. Tohohara Kenji is the very individual who collects tolls from the Chicken Nation. He is no ordinary figure. Once merely a high-ranking ninja from the land of rice, he harbored a ruthless disposition. Unable to bear the constraints of his ninja life any longer, he opted to ascend the mountains and become a bandit. It was only upon embracing this outlaw existence that he discovered his true calling. Of course, his methods are far from simplistic ambushes or mere violence. He has aligned himself with local noble families, sharing profits without infringing upon their interests. However, due to the nobles' insatiable greed, which led them to demand more, he lost his temper, seized their wealth, and fled to the land of tides. Upon arrival, he found this land akin to paradise. Except for territories dominated by formidable leaders like Tojo Hideki, he could indulge his penchant for raiding weaker bandit strongholds, where strength dictated respect, eliminating the need for flattery. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly intense, as if each individual was fervently contesting their own interests, voices raised in heated accusations and denials. Their shouts escalated. Emotions ran high, and the hall transformed into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Amidst this fervent discord, Tojo Hideki maintained his composure. Since the day he encountered the threat from an unfamiliar powerful adversary, he had been contemplating whether he had inadvertently provoked a major power. Otherwise, how could such a formidable enemy have emerged? Seated at the head of the table, with arms crossed over his chest, he gazed deeply and gravely at the assembly. He understood well that such quarrels would yield no solutions. A rational resolution must be sought. Otherwise, before the enemy could even strike, they would be embroiled in internal strife. These individuals merely sought to expand their territories. Yet what use is land when one's life hangs in the balance? Do these fools not possess any sense? If I cannot confront this enemy, how can any of you? Ladies and gentlemen, I comprehend your sentiments. However, we must first calm ourselves and collaboratively devise a reasonable response plan. We cannot afford to engage in internal disputes while the enemy approaches. As for everyone's desires, rest assured that a satisfactory resolution will be provided once this incident concludes. To this, Hideki Tojo suppressed his inner fury and spoke in a composed manner. My request is quite straightforward. If you wish for my assistance, simply grant me complete control over Minamimura. Masajima Yashijiro paid no heed to the dangers involved, firmly believing in the adage that one must seize opportunities when they arise. In his eyes, only by truly grasping the benefits can one experience the essence of life. As the second-in-command beneath Tojo, he harbored ambitions to usurp his superior, and this moment appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity. Given that the adversary had chosen to approach Tojo directly, it was likely that this enemy posed a significant threat. If this foe were indeed to arrive, he would relish the sight of Tojo and his associates falling into ruin, allowing him to ascend as the preeminent bandit leader of the entire country. In light of this, I shall claim the entirety of Kitabayashi Port. Upon witnessing someone articulate their demands first, Doihara Kenji promptly followed suit without hesitation. He understood the principle that fortune favors the bold. As long as he could secure tangible gains, this endeavor would be deemed fruitful. After all, he had spent the past 2 weeks among these seasoned individuals, and should an enemy truly emerge, observing from the sidelines, while potentially acquiring the coveted port would not be an unfavorable outcome. Even if the intruders proved formidable, he still held the chance to evade. For no adversary could possibly rival the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 79. Confronting a great enemy, Okamura Ninjin and Nagano Shushin sat quietly, refraining from voicing any demands. Previously, they were 2 of Tojo's most trusted and capable generals, consistently serving as his right-hand men. It was precisely due to this trust that Tojo had entrusted them with the management of the vital northern and southern passes, underscoring his reliance on them. However, amidst the escalating tensions and the fervent disputes over personal interests, these two chose not to speak in Tojo's defense. They remained silently seated, their expressions devoid of emotion, observing the chaos within the hall as if it were entirely unrelated to them. In this lawless world, where banditry reigned supreme, trust was a scarce commodity. The ability to gauge the situation and make decisions that best served one's interests marked the hallmark of a competent bandit leader. At this moment, they had already begun to formulate their own strategies, no longer content to remain subservient to others. They yearned for greater power and resources, aspiring to break free from Tojo's grasp and carve out their own domain. Yet, they could not overtly rebel against their elder brother. It was essential to acknowledge that everything they possessed, be it their loyal followers, the territories they occupied, or the wealth they had accumulated, was all supported by their elder brother's backing. If one were to exhibit ingratitude in the pursuit of independence and turn against their elder brother, would not their subordinates also emulate such treachery? After all, they are no longer the simple-minded generals under the might of a formidable leader. Should their followers imitate this act of betrayal, the power they have painstakingly built could crumble to dust in an instant. Ninja Mura furrowed his brow, a complex expression flickering in his gaze. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He could neither offend T.J. Hideki nor reveal his own ambitions. He pondered how to find an optimal balance in this conflict, one that would preserve his well-being while allowing him to achieve his goals. Yasumasa Nagano appeared even more composed. His arms crossed over his chest as he sat quietly. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if he were perceiving everything around him. He understood that the time to extricate himself had not yet arrived. He must wait for the opportune moment. Once the time was ripe, he would act decisively to free himself from T.J. Hideki's constraints and realize his ambitions. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a thunderclap reverberating across the heavens, followed by a violent tremor that surged from the ground up through their bodies, as if the very stronghold were on the brink of collapse from this tremendous force. Accompanying this resounding noise, the fervent arguments ceased abruptly, as if an invisible hand had ruthlessly clamped down upon them. Those who had been lost in dreams of dividing spoils now found their expressions frozen, as if time itself had paused in that moment. T.J. Hideki's countenance turned grave, shrouded in the ominous clouds that herald a tempest. His eyes widened, betraying a hint of barely concealed panic. Fixating on the special jonin who had just burst into the hall, as if seeking answers from him. What has transpired? T.J.'s voice resonated deeply, akin to a resounding bell, echoing through the hushed hall with an undeniable authority. The special jonin gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, clearly having sprinted in haste. Terror and unease were etched across his face, beads of sweat cascading down from his forehead along his cheeks. Trembling, he spoke, "Leader, it is dire. The masked man has arrived. Furthermore, it seems the entire stronghold is surrounded by some sort of barrier. Our men cannot escape." At this revelation, the hall erupted into chaos. The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of shock and apprehension. Who was this enigmatic masked figure? What power did he possess to so brazenly encircle the entire stronghold with a barrier, as if intent on imprisoning them within these confined walls? "Are you certain it is he?" T.J.'s brow furrowed, his eyes revealing a flicker of doubt as he inquired in a low, measured tone. His attire was identical, and his stature matched perfectly, not to mention the fox mask he wore. The special jonin nodded fervently, the terror on his face intensifying, as if he had glimpsed something profoundly horrifying. "I witnessed him unleash a great fireball that shattered our lookout. The flames descended like an apocalypse, consuming the post in an instant. Moreover, he unleashed a formidable barrier, emanating an eerie luminescence that ensnared us in this place." The voice of the special jonin trembled slightly, as if still immersed in the recent horrifying scene. Upon hearing this, the expression of Leader Tojo grew even more grim. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating a strategy, his profound gaze betraying a hint of gravity and concern. Then, he spoke slowly. "Immediately assemble everyone and prepare for battle. That individual, daring enough to come here, must be well prepared. We cannot afford to be complacent." The other leaders promptly disseminated the order to ready themselves for combat. An enemy that could instill fear even in the formidable Tojo must not be underestimated. However, not all leaders shared this sense of urgency. After all, a few were secretly scheming for their own gain, contemplating how they might profit amidst this crisis. Hidden beneath a fox mask, Mizuno Ichido's features remained obscured, yet he exuded an aura of mystery and strength. He stood quietly 500 meters from the barrier, his calm gaze fixed upon the direction of the shattered gate, as if awaiting something. Then, with swift hand seals and murmured incantations, a flash of fire illuminated the air as he unleashed the fire release. Small mushroom technique once more. Outside the barrier, 4 shadow clones adorned with cat-faced masks stood at each corner, separated by 5 kilometers. These figures stood tall and resolute, akin to loyal sentinels, fully dedicated to maintaining the barrier's integrity. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, each subtle gesture infused with a potent surge of chakra. This enigmatic barrier, known as the Four Winds Prison, was a powerful ninjutsu that Mizuno Ichido acquired at the bounty office, having paid a sum equivalent to that of a special jonin. The technique demands exceptional chakra control from its wielder, yet for a prodigy like Mizuno Ichido, who could grasp a ninjutsu after a single demonstration, it was merely a task. Mizuno Ichido's 4 shadow clones, exhibiting remarkable chakra control, sustained the rapid flow of wind attribute chakra from 4 distinct angles. The green chakra threads danced like ethereal filaments, weaving through the air to form an immense and intricate net-like structure, ultimately creating an air barrier towering hundreds of meters high. This barrier, though seemingly intangible, harbored boundless power. Should any being or object attempt to breach it, they would be instantly met with a barrage of slicing wind blades. These blades, sharp as razors, propelled by the swift-moving wind chakra, would reduce all who dared to cross into mere fragments. Chapter 80. Merely desiring to eliminate all of you as the dust from the explosion settled, Tojo and the other 7 leaders, along with a throng of Jonin and Chunin subordinates, hurriedly emerged. For a moment, the 2 factions regarded each other from a distance of over 100 meters. Tojo's face was etched with seriousness. He lifted his gaze slightly to the pale green barrier, momentarily at a loss, fear and vigilance flickering in his eyes. Mizuno Ichido calmly surveyed the unfamiliar faces before him. He made a rough estimate and discerned that among these foes, the elite Jonin and special Jonin collectively numbered around 20 or 30, their aura distinctly more potent than that of the others. Behind them, countless Chunin, Jinin, and ordinary minions stood densely packed, resembling a black tide. It was evident that the bandits from the 8 major hideouts had largely gathered. It appears that you few are the 8 leaders of the Wokaku. Standing within the barrier, Mizuno Ichido observed Tojo Hideki with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a mocking grin. Little Hideki, you are quite impressive. To gather so many under your banner suggests you possess some means in Wokaku. However, I assure you, I shall leave you with a complete corpse, allowing you to depart with dignity. Mizuno Ichido's voice resonated in the air, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. Damn it, who do you think you are? Speaking so audaciously? Okamura Ningji, whose strength barely surpassed that of the 4 generals, felt a surge of anger at Mizuno Ichido's brazen words. After all, he shared a name with a certain genius from the Hyuga clan. Just as Okamura prepared to charge forward, Tojo Hideki, suppressing his discomfort, commanded him to retreat with a stern voice, striving to calm his own tumultuous emotions, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Tojo Hideki endeavored to mask his inner turmoil and anxiety, attempting to imbue his tone with sincerity. His voice was steady and deep, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration. Might I implore you to temper your anger? My subordinate is lacking in decorum. We of Wokaku are willing to offer all our treasures as recompense, wishing only to resolve our conflict amicably. What say you? With that, he slightly bowed, seeking to convey his earnestness. The leaders of the Chicken Kingdom, Akira Showa and Hiroki Hirota, stood nearby, wearing amused smiles, their eyes fixated on Tojo Hideki, reveling in the unfolding spectacle as if witnessing an exquisite farce. Tohin Yuenji, meanwhile, was intently scrutinizing the barrier, narrowing his eyes as he meticulously observed every detail, searching for a flaw. Gradually, he raised his hands and began to weave a ninjutsu. Incantations flowed from his lips as chakra surged from his hands toward the barrier. Yet, the light green barrier stood impervious like an impenetrable fortress. The moment Tohin's ninjutsu made contact, it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss. Frowning, Tohin attempted again, but the outcome remained a dismal failure. Nagano Shushin silently watched the proceedings, seemingly detached from it all. Observing Tohin's failed attempts only heightened Tojo Hideki's anxiety. He recognized that this enigmatic figure before him wielded formidable power, and if he could not devise a means to defuse the looming crisis, they would all find themselves in dire straits. Yet, he could conjure no better solution, so he continued to wear a smiling facade, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. It appeared that Itagaki Saishiro comprehended the reason behind Tojo Hideki's humble demeanor, as he respectfully remarked, "Such prowess you possess, my lord. Surely, you are a person of noble understanding. We are willing to exchange our wealth to resolve your misunderstanding. Please grant us, the humble folk of the countryside, a chance at survival. It seems I have witnessed the formidable prowess of the individual before me." As the rotund and unassuming figure of Tofu Yuan attempts to extricate himself from this volatile situation. "My dear friend, you must surely harbor a grudge solely against Tojo Hideki. I bear no relation to him. I beseech you to show mercy and allow me to barter my treasures for my life. Moreover, I am willing to ally with you against Tojo Hideki." Meijing Maizuru has also come to recognize the strength of this individual. However, like the others, he still perceives the situation as merely Tojo Hideki having provoked an unwarranted enemy. With a twist of fate, should he manage to eliminate Tojo, his ambition of becoming the leader of this region would be realized. Indeed, my friend, I am not merely an adversary of Tojo Hideki, I am his mortal enemy. I implore you to permit me to accompany you in vanquishing this foe. As he spoke, he moved decisively to the other side, embodying the spirit of a relentless pursuit against Tojo. TSK, 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 it appears you have yet to grasp your own standing. Maizuru, are you truly so foolish? Does this current predicament even concern you? Our only hope for survival lies in unity. It seems that Itagaki Seijiro never anticipated such folly from this man, having once believed him to be a significant figure, second only to Tojo Hideki. Mizuno Ichido shook his head, seemingly losing interest in these brigands. A hint of disdain gracing his features. "I did not come here for treasures. Your lives are my true objective. Furthermore, if I were to eliminate you, would not your possessions become mine? It is absurd to think otherwise. Do you believe I, Mizuno Ichido, am so desperate for a mere pittance? What I desire is to collect your lives. Here, there are hundreds gathered. 1,000 ordinary individuals could provide 1 chakra, while a typical Genin yields 0.0001 chakra. A Chunin 0.01, and even an ordinary Jounin offers 1 chakra. Given Tojo Hideki's somewhat diluted bloodline, he should at least contribute 1 chakra. With such an abundance of rightful prey, how could I possibly resist? I merely wish to terminate each of you." The cold gleam in Mizuno Ichido's eyes heralded the imminent onset of slaughter. Upon hearing his words, Tojo Hideki and the other leaders, who had initially come to spectate, were instantly engulfed by a chill. They understood that this enigmatic figure was not to be trifled with, and an inevitable struggle for survival loomed. Just as Tojo Hideki and his allies prepared to strike, Mizuno Ichido suddenly raised his hand and swiftly formed seals. In an instant, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his being. Accompanied by the explosive rise of this chakra, he unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough. The surrounding air appeared to be stirred by an invisible force. What was once a mere D-rank ninjutsu, under the immense chakra of Mizuno Ichido, began to rival techniques of higher caliber. The raging winds wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake. The withered branches and leaves, caught in the tempest, transformed into sharp blades, soaring through the air with alarming speed. Chapter 81. Who has provoked your wrath? These lower ninjas and ordinary individuals, akin to frail ants, stood powerless against the ferocious onslaught of the tempest. Their bodies were struck by withered branches and leaves, causing blood to spatter in an instant. Some had their throats severed, issuing a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing lifelessly. Others suffered grievous wounds, their garments stained crimson, struggling momentarily in agony before drawing their last breath. Hundreds of these minor Karami perished in the raging winds, their lives rendered insignificant and fragile in that moment. Perhaps their existence, as Yamano Kaido surmised, was merely a supplement to his own power. They sacrificed their lives, contributing to the strength of Yamano Kaido. Or perhaps they were simply pawns, needed by the bandit leader to bolster his presence, engaging briefly in this battle before contentedly stepping aside. Amidst the storm's wrath, the esteemed leaders, including Tojo Hideki, felt an immense pressure. They were acutely aware of the terrifying might of this force, daring not to exhibit any signs of complacency. They unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu techniques, such as earth release and wind release, to fend off the assault. Their hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals, their incantations resonating in the air, as waves of escape techniques erupted from their hands, forming protective barriers before them. These barriers trembled slightly under the tempest's onslaught, yet remained steadfast, repelling the violent winds. Meanwhile, the mid-level ninjas, witnessing such cataclysmic power, felt fear swell within them like an overwhelming tide. They perceived themselves as insignificant grains of sand amidst a relentless ocean, utterly devoid of resistance. As a result, they fled in disarray, seeking refuge from the impending calamity. Once the tempest subsided, a vivid crimson mushroom slowly emerged from the land of the Yamato. Its cap expanded rapidly, seemingly propelled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it soared skyward, obscuring the sun. Accompanying the mushroom's ascent was a surge of heated air, sweeping through the vicinity. This wave resembled a monstrous tsunami, expanding outward with astonishing velocity. Wherever this tempestuous wave traveled, buildings and structures crumbled in an instant. The rising dust enveloped the sky, as if intent on burying the entire world. The bandits, still grappling for survival, had scarcely a moment to utter a cry of despair. The chilling emotion of fear had only begun to seep into their hearts when they were mercilessly consumed by the inferno of searing air, instantly reduced to ashes. The remnants of the previous explosion ignited anew, flames raging and thick smoke billowing, obscuring the heavens, as if seeking to obliterate the very land itself. Those hidden within the structures fled in panic, their cries and screams intertwining to create an overwhelmingly tragic tableau. Minutes later, the land of Yamato lay utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland. What once remained of structures now devolved into a silent graveyard. Scorched corpses and shattered edifices littered the ground. Narrating the tale of this calamity's brutality and mercilessness, Mizuno Ichido stood silently within the barrier, resembling a cold, unfeeling statue. His expression devoid of any compassion as he observed the harrowing scene before him. There was no trace of pity upon his face. It was as if all of this were merely a meticulously orchestrated game of chess, with these individuals serving as mere pawns, their lives and deaths firmly within his grasp. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Tojo Hideki and the other prominent shinobi leaders had barely managed to survive the catastrophic explosion through their formidable ninjutsu. However, they were now utterly exhausted, their chakra nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. The garments of leaders Kakio Kunihiro and Hirota Hiroki were already tattered beyond repair, and at this moment, they possessed neither the energy nor the inclination to contemplate their interests. All that lingered in their hearts was despair, for they recognized that the enigmatic Mizuno Ichido was resolutely intent on their demise. Tsuchiya Kinjiro lurked amidst the crowd, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment and fury. He secretly lamented his involvement in this treacherous affair, feeling akin to a beast ensnared in a trap, angry yet powerless. He vowed silently that, should the opportunity arise, he would ensure that Mizuno Ichido paid a heavy price. As for Tojo Hideki, he had long since lost his earlier bravado. The capabilities of those who wielded such potent ninjutsu had transcended their comprehension and experience. During their initial encounter, he had endeavored to transform hostility into harmony, exhausting every means to quell the other's fury, but now he seemed resigned to his fate. Having listened to his grandfather recount the brutality of powerful nations during the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, he had consistently prohibited his subordinates from provoking the great powers after ascending to leadership, fearing it might bring catastrophic ruin upon their organization. Seeking to understand the rationale behind their impending annihilation, Tojo Hideki found the strength to pose the question he had long wished to ask. Before we meet our end, could you enlighten us as to who has offended you? You still do not comprehend. Even in death, Mizuno Ichido replied, I am merely interested in your lives. If one were to seek a justification, it would likely be your identities as bandits. Eliminating you would not pose much trouble for me. As he spoke, he vanished in a flash, like a specter, swiftly escaping beyond the barrier. Without hesitation, he unleashed the great fire release mushroom technique into the barrier's confines. Mizuno Ichido had never harbored a habit of sparing his enemies. In this ruthless world of ninjas, one could never predict what might occur in the next moment. A deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of an apocalyptic warning, reverberating across the desolate landscape. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended from the ground, its immense form threatening to burst forth and engulf the entire world. Instantly, the realm within the barrier was engulfed in a sea of flames. Every organic matter succumbing to carbonization under the intense heat, while the smoke from the explosion rose like a massive black pillar, piercing the heavens as if to create a gaping hole in the sky. Under the relentless onslaught, the shadow clones sustaining the barrier rapidly depleted their chakra, their radiance dimming as if they could vanish at any moment. Days later, news of the annihilation of the bandits in the land of whirlpools spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the ninja world. This sudden upheaval was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the already turbulent currents of the ninja realm into a tempest. Chapter 82. Attention from the five great nations. Land of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, was engrossed in the enigmatic luminescence within a crystal ball, when suddenly, Danzo Shimura kicked open the door to the Hokage's office with a firm step, leaning heavily on his cane, flanked by two stoic masked ninjas, silent shadows in his wake. Startled by this unexpected intrusion, Sarutobi hastily severed his connection with the crystal ball, straightened his garments, and sat upright, his voice sharp. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Have you forgotten even the basic courtesy of knocking before entering my office? Danzo, seemingly unfazed by the breach of decorum, regarded the flustered Hokage with an indifferent eye and monotonously repeated, "The bandits in the land of whirlpools have been eradicated." What? The bandits in the land of whirlpools have been exterminated? What are the specifics? Sarutobi, now devoid of any concern for etiquette, felt a surge of urgency. The gravity of the situation demanded his immediate attention. Without hesitation, Danzo tossed a message relayed from the Umbu back to Sarutobi. The Hokage swiftly scanned the contents of the letter. Has the authenticity of this information been confirmed? He inquired, a grave expression overtaking his features. My Umbu responded immediately to the report and conducted an investigation on site. They confirmed the presence of a massive crater, several kilometers in diameter, likely left by some form of ninjutsu. Danzo stated in a low, serious tone. What? A crater several kilometers wide. Sarutobi's mind raced back to the formation of the Valley of the End. While the textbooks at the Konoha Ninja Academy may have embellished the legendary battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, the valley was indeed a tangible result of their monumental clash. To create such a colossal pit in the land of whirlpools with ninjutsu, one could only speculate on the extraordinary prowess of the ninja responsible. Sarutobi pondered deeply. Even he, the most formidable Hokage since the founding of Konoha, could not fathom achieving such a feat. Could this individual possibly be akin to the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? The two men exchanged glances, and an invisible pressure began to envelop Sarutobi's heart, instilling a profound sense of dread. They understood all too well that the existence of such a mysterious and powerful ninja could shatter the delicate balance between the five great nations, posing a dire threat to the safety of Konoha. This is precisely why Shimura Danzo, upon receiving the news, hurried to the Hokage's office without regard for his elder status, forcefully kicking open the door to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that moment, even the Uchiha's attention waned slightly. Danzo, set aside all tasks for now, and concurrently allocate some personnel from the Umbu. We must thoroughly investigate this matter and ascertain its origins. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated with undeniable authority. For one possessing such power, Danzo had already dispatched individuals to investigate at the first sign of news. In his mind, such a person must be utilized for his own purposes. If he could recruit them into his root organization, then the position of Hokage would inevitably be his to claim. Danzo's remaining eye fixated on Hiruzen, brimming with intricate calculations. It seemed he envisioned a future where, once he occupied that position, Hiruzen would be relegated to merely gazing into a crystal ball at home. For the Hokage seat would ultimately be his to seize. In the land of lightning, a dark-skinned woman entered the Raikage's office with measured strides, clutching a document tightly in her hands, her eyes revealing a hint of concern as she addressed Ei, who was seated behind the desk, engrossed in paperwork. Ei glanced up briefly, his gaze lingering on the woman before he lowered his head to resume his task, responding in a flat tone, "Those bandits are dead. It matters not. They previously plundered a convoy from the land of lightning. Had I not been otherwise occupied, I would have dispatched them myself long ago." As he spoke, his fingers swiftly turned the pages of the document, the pen scratching against the paper, as if this were merely routine, eliminated in a single strike. leaving only a crater several kilometers wide. The woman's voice rose slightly, betraying her astonishment. Ei paused his actions, frowning slightly as he regarded her. A flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Was it done by a Jinchuriki? After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, deploy the Umbu to investigate thoroughly. In his estimation, such a vast chasm could indeed be easily created by the strength of his brother's 8 Jinchuriki. However, Ei could not bring himself to believe that such a being existed. Though he had heard rumors that the Valley of the End in Konoha was the product of a god of the shinobi world, those were merely tales. The truth of it, or whether it was the fabrication of ill-intentioned individuals, remained clear only to those in Konoha. After all, if the first Hokage truly possessed such formidable power, why then had his own brother, the second Hokage, fallen to the likes of Kin and Jin? There lay many undisclosed secrets within. In the land of Earth, a masked ninja stood tall, bowing as he reported, Tsuchikage-sama. A rogue ninja from the land of Whirlpool was annihilated by a mysterious ninja, leaving only a crater of several kilometers in radius. The Tsuchikage, approaching 60, was deeply engrossed in paperwork. In recent days, his body seemed no longer as robust as in the past, and his back frequently ached inexplicably. Upon hearing this shocking news, he abruptly rose to his feet, only to let out a pained exclamation as his weary back succumbed to yet another twist. What? The Tsuchikage gasped, the muscles of his face twitching in agony. Lord Tsuchikage. The ENBU ninjas rushed forward, their expressions filled with concern. The regular nurse from the adjacent medical room hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Careful now, the Tsuchikage grimaced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he slowly sank back down with the nurse's assistance, continuously lamenting his pain. Dispatch ANBU to the land of whirlpools for detailed reconnaissance, and simultaneously caution all ninjas from our village to refrain from provoking trouble in the near future. The Tsuchikage, gritting his teeth against the excruciating ache in his back, narrowed his eyes slightly and issued the command in a low, authoritative tone. Despite the fatigue lacing his voice, it still resonated with undeniable authority. He had encountered powerful ninjas, comparable to tailed beasts, even surpassing them in strength. The gates of memory gradually opened, revealing events from many years past. Back then, he was a spirited young man, easily swept up in fervor. Under the sagacious leadership of the second Hokage, the village flourished, marking a period brimming with hope and vitality. That year, filled with youthful exuberance, he journeyed to Konohagakure, where he met Uchiha Madara. Now, as time flowed on, the once fiery youth was gradually aging. The Tsuchikage couldn't help but lament that he hadn't yet relished the joys of retirement, only to find himself confronted with such dire circumstances. What unforeseen changes would the emergence of this mysterious ninja bring to the ninja world? He fell into a deep reverie. Chapter 83. Attention from the Akatsuki Organization land of Wind Lord Kazekage. Urgent intelligence has arrived from the land of whirlpools. Maki rushed into the Kazekage's office, practically sprinting. His hurried footsteps stirred a gentle breeze, disrupting the otherwise calm ambience within the room. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage was seated at the conference table with Chiyo and other elders, deeply engrossed in a discussion regarding the recent disturbances surrounding the One Tail. There were signs of unrest, causing both to wear expressions of concern. Are you not aware that the entire village is on high alert regarding the One Tail? What other emergencies could possibly arise? The fourth Kazekage furrowed his brow, his gaze tinged with displeasure as he turned toward Maki. Ever since the third Hokage inexplicably vanished, the land of wind resembled a rudderless ship, struggling to navigate the tumultuous seas of the ninja world, leaving behind a multitude of problems. The One Tail's occasional fits of rage only exacerbated an already precarious situation. Noticing the Kazekage's demeanor, Maki timidly presented the scroll, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety. Lord Kazekage, this is the latest intelligence from the land of whirlpools. The fourth Kazekage took the scroll, perusing its contents swiftly. As he delved deeper into the reading, his expression grew increasingly grave, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Even with years of experience and an air of authority, he found himself rising in astonishment, his voice barely concealing his disbelief. When did such a figure emerge in the ninja world? Chiyo, witnessing the scene, also wore a puzzled expression as she took the scroll from the Kazekage's hands and began to read carefully. As her understanding of the intelligence deepened, her expression gradually grew solemn. However, Chiyo, being an elder who had weathered countless storms, quickly regained her composure. She furrowed her brow slightly and spoke slowly. Lord Kazekage, it would be prudent to remain calm. The emergence of such a figure in the ninja world is likely a source of concern for other nations. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, the fourth Kazekage began to steady himself. He nodded slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my land of wind possesses little that would attract others' attention. Apart from its rich mineral resources, the land of wind lags considerably in economic and military aspects, arguably the most impoverished among the 5 great nations. Given such circumstances, it seems there is indeed little to covet. Chiyo's assertion holds merit. The fourth Kazekage resumed his seat, his gaze revealing a hint of composure. Maki, relay this message. All ninjas currently on missions should exercise caution and refrain from provoking anyone. Maki promptly replied, Yes, Lord Kazekage. He turned and swiftly exited the office to convey the Kazekage's orders. Watching Maki's departing figure, Chiyo let out a soft sigh, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. I hope this matter does not bring too much trouble to the land of wind. The fourth Kazekage nodded slightly. Yet the immediate priority for the village was to address the imminent threat posed by the One-Tail. As for the land of water, it is best left unmentioned for the moment. It is known that under the control of Yagura, the land of water has just emerged from the oppressive reign of blood mist. Although the nation has escaped the suffocating atmosphere, the long years of isolation have left a lasting impact. Moreover, the situation within the land of water has devolved into chaos. Mei Terumi is overwhelmed with challenges and lacks the capacity to attend to significant events in the ninja world. In the land of rain, Pain has annihilated the bandits that plagued the land of whirlpools. A creature, pure white and lacking form, knelt on one knee, its voice sharp yet imbued with a humble demeanor. Bandits, merely a troop of clowns. Pain, with his yellow hair and eyes adorned with mysterious patterns, stated expressionlessly, You rush to inform me of such trivial news? While our organization could easily eradicate such fools, the bandits from the land of whirlpools were obliterated in one fell swoop by a singular fire release technique, leaving only a water-filled pit in their wake. The white creature continued, If we could recruit such an individual into our organization, it would undoubtedly bolster our cause significantly. One person wiped out an entire band of bandits in a single move? Nagato could not help but feel a surge of astonishment within. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Unless he resorted to the overwhelming power of the Rinnegan, he would never achieve such effortless destruction of a group of bandits. It seems this individual's strength, if not surpassing his own, is certainly comparable. Send someone to discreetly gather information about this person. Should they be located, do not provoke them, and report back immediately. Nagato calmly issued his command, yet a subtle excitement flickered in his gaze. Thus, Mizuno Ito, an obscure merchant, precisely an ordinary merchant rather than a ninja or a high-ranking shinobi, astonished the entire shinobi world with his devastating ninjutsu. The techniques he wielded were not only artistic, but also exhibited a remarkable level of aesthetic appeal and practicality. In an instant, the bandit stronghold was transformed into a lake several dozen meters wide, and the surrounding mountains, spanning several kilometers, were laid to waste by his formidable fire techniques, leaving the scene in utter disarray. In this cataclysmic explosion, not a single bandit survived. They left behind neither corpses nor a drop of blood, completely reduced to charred earth. Intelligence agents from various nations could only attempt to piece together the identity and intentions of this enigmatic powerhouse through the altered terrain and residual chakra left in the wake of the explosion. However, the traces of the ninjutsu used during the battle had been thoroughly washed away by the lake's waters, yielding no useful clues. Based solely on the scorched soil of the altered landscape and the accounts of witnesses from miles away, it could only be inferred that this mysterious figure had employed a fire-based ninjutsu. The specifics of the technique, however, remained shrouded in mystery. After all, none had ever witnessed someone wielding fire techniques capable of creating such a vast crater. Mizuno Ito, this mysterious force, appeared as if descending from the heavens. No one knew his origins or his intentions. The only certainty was that the bandits of the land of whirlpools had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Otherwise, why would he have sought their annihilation? The Akatsuki organization demonstrated a keen interest in this formidable figure, surpassing that of other nations. Upon hearing the news, Pain immediately commanded Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to scour for traces of Mizuno Ito. To them, recruiting a powerhouse of this caliber into their ranks would have immeasurable implications for the development of the Akatsuki. Chapter 84. Narrative effects. While the entire shinobi world was enveloped in a fog of speculation and rumors, intertwined like a tangled mess. Mizuno Ito had already returned to a small border town in the Land of Fire. This town, typically characterized by a stale, dilapidated, and desolate atmosphere, had recently been infused with an unusual vitality due to Mizuno Ito's earth-shattering exploits in the Land of Whirlpools. As news of this grand achievement spread, the small town suddenly came alive. Strangers could be seen arriving daily, noticeably more numerous than in previous days. These newcomers were primarily spies from various ninja villages and powerful factions within the shinobi world. They all shared a common purpose: quietly infiltrating the town in search of the secrets behind the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools. For the border's common folk, the annihilation of the bandits from the Land of Whirlpools was akin to stumbling upon gold on the road, truly a monumental blessing. Previously, those bandits had wreaked havoc, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage, leaving the common people in despair. They moved like a swarm of locusts, leaving devastation in their wake, while the populace lived in constant fear, worrying for their safety. Most of the scattered small factions of bandits in the vicinity had already been plowed through by Mizuno Ito. Now, the formidable bandits that once plagued the Land of Whirlpools have been vanquished, and the few remnants have nearly fled to other regions. It can be said that the remaining civilians here are now entirely free from the malevolent forces of these brigands. In light of this, the townsfolk seem to have embraced a newfound vitality. The few remaining restaurants and taverns have launched a celebratory initiative, offering complimentary meals and drinks to the first 100 patrons. In no time, the small town is bustling with activity, laughter and joy resonating in every corner. In contrast to the excitement of the adults, for the young Whirlpool girl, who still has 2 months until her 3rd birthday, everything appears much simpler. She only recalls that her previous existence here was filled with discontent, her mother was unhappy, and everyone shared in that sorrow. However, in recent days, everything has transformed, and joy radiates from every face. With her wide, curious black eyes, Whirlpool, Xiangling gazes in disbelief at Shui Dao lounging in the sun on a rocking chair. In her memories, her mother often warned her about the men outside the city, describing them as heartless villains, urging her to stay within the city limits and run far away if she ever encountered them. Yet now, these fearsome villains, as depicted by her mother, have been single-handedly defeated by Yidao. Brother Yidao, did you truly eliminate all the bad people in the Land of Whirlpools by yourself? The little girl inquired with sparkling eyes, her curiosity evident. This marks the 50th time she has posed this question today, her earnest demeanor suggesting that she seeks an unequivocal confirmation before she will relent. Nevertheless, Yidao appears quite pleased with the scene before him. The innocence of the child is endearing, and he patiently responds, yes. As Yidao continues to tease the young girl, he remains unaware that a silent drama is unfolding within Xiangling's heart. Yidao, reclining in his chair, seems remarkably handsome. His serene features and resolute gaze elicit a ripple of admiration within her. It is as though her eyes are filled with little red hearts, silently resolving to marry Yidao when she grows up. Aunt Lingnai, I intend to open a tavern here and would like you to manage it, Yidao said, turning to Whirlpool Lingnai, who was tidying up the modest dwelling. The place where they currently reside was once Lingnai's home. The house consists of but a single room, with a cramped space and several holes in the roof. The doors and windows do not close properly, and when the wind blows even slightly, it creates a cacophony within. The cooking area is a rudimentary stove built from mud and stones in a corner of the yard, while the toilet is a public facility located a kilometer away. As for the rocking chair where Yidao reclines, it is an item he had sealed in a scroll since departing from Konoha, not originally part of the house's furnishings. The decision to purchase the tavern has been a matter of considerable contemplation for Yidao. After much deliberation, he concluded that arranging a stable situation for the mother and daughter was a priority. Within the realm of shinobi, although relative tranquility currently prevails, Mizuno Ichido still has numerous endeavors to undertake. He aims to traverse various locales of the shinobi world during this period, as his purpose for venturing forth remains unfulfilled. Moreover, even if he were to return to Kanehagakure, it would be impossible to bring these two individuals along. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline, scattered and lost, might receive assistance from the elder who is aware of the alliance with the Land of Whirlpools. However, upon entering the gates of the village, he would soon find himself under the scrutiny of Danzo Shimura and the Umbu led by Saratobi Hiruzen. While Hiruzen might be inclined to consider their alliance and treat the mother and daughter kindly, Danzo's intentions remain shrouded in secrecy, potentially leading to unspeakable experiments involving them. With Mizuno Ichido also under the watchful eyes of these two old schemers. Uzumaki Reina, however, is indifferent. Her departure was primarily to seek a safe haven. Now, she and her daughter serve as Mizuno Ichido's loyal retainers, obediently following their master's commands. Furthermore, the bandits lurking outside have been nearly eradicated, ensuring that no brazen marauders will emerge in the near future. Thus, this decision offers them a long-desired sense of stability. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Reina finds tears streaming down her face. Having fled from place to place in her youth alongside her elders, and later, after giving birth, escaping with her daughter, she has endured immense suffering and witnessed the loss of loved ones. Now, at last, they have found a secure home, and her feelings of appreciation are boundless. Xiangling, quickly express your thanks to Brother Ichido, she urges, pulling Uzumaki Xiangling to bow in gratitude. Aunt Reina, there is no need for such formalities. Assisting those in distress is the duty of every righteous individual, Mizuno Ichido responds, gently supporting both women and displaying a warm smile. Fate has led me to cross paths with you. I was particularly drawn to Sister Xiangling. Besides, as the proprietor of a tavern, you both will essentially be working for me, so I am not at a loss. Indeed, he is not at a loss. Though the mother and daughter have not undergone formal ninja training, they inherently possess the Uzumaki clan's lineage. With some guidance, Xiangling could develop into an extraordinary support capable of healing, observation, and control, should they seek Tsunade to impart the strength of her monstrous techniques to Xiangling. They would have no shortage of offensive capabilities. Given the connections of the Uzumaki clan, enlisting Tsunade's assistance should not pose a significant challenge. Observing this mother-daughter duo, Mizuno Ichido is filled with reflection. He is no saint, unable to rescue every impoverished soul he encounters on his journey. Yet, by a twist of fate, he has saved these characters within the narrative. Perhaps this is merely the effect of the unfolding story. Chapter 85. Crescent Moon City. This border town, named Crescent Moon City, derives its name not from resembling a crescent moon, but rather from a river that encircles half of the city in a crescent shape. Yet, within this town, whether among the affluent or the struggling commoners, the majority have chosen to leave their homes in search of a more stable living environment far away. In this quaint town, a multitude of idle houses and parcels of land have emerged, resembling forgotten pearls scattered throughout its corners. The town itself is modest in scale, comprising merely 6 streets. These thoroughfares, akin to the lines of a chessboard, segment the town into inner and outer layers, presenting a meticulously organized layout of 3 horizontal and 3 vertical lines. The outer city wall, weathered by years of tumultuous conflict and neglected maintenance, appears dilapidated, reminiscent of an aged elder, teetering precariously under the relentless passage of time. Adjacent to the wall lie several lowly dwellings, closely aligned. Those near the city gate and the crumbling sections of the wall are either partially collapsed or in a state of utter disrepair, exuding an aura of desolation amid the ruins. Conversely, the houses within the central 4 blocks remain largely intact, particularly the Lord's Manor at the heart of the town, standing resolutely like a fortified bastion, untouched by the ravages of time. Certainly, the preservation of these central edifices through numerous upheavals is attributable to deeper underlying reasons. Take, for instance, the 5 great nations' shinobi villages, as the most formidable forces in the ninja world. They typically establish intelligence stations in key cities to safeguard their interests and maintain control over the prevailing circumstances. This small town once served as a border city between Konoha and the land of whirlpools. Its strategic importance is self-evident. Thus, an intelligence station was indeed established here. The personnel stationed long-term do not merely engage in the clandestine transmission of messages. Intelligence work adheres to its own rhythms, and urgent reports are not a constant necessity. In their daily lives, they must also attend to their basic needs. Furthermore, to better assimilate into the local environment and conceal their true identities for more effective intelligence gathering, they often choose to establish common businesses such as taverns, restaurants, or gambling houses. In contrast, the bandits of the land of whirlpools, mindful of their own safety and the potential repercussions of provoking a major power, tend to exercise discretion in their thievery. Generally, they would raid passing merchants or solitary travelers outside the town, swiftly departing after acquiring some valuables. Within the town, their targets primarily consist of the outermost common folk, while they prudently avoid areas closer to the center where individuals may possess significant influence or backing. Overall, this small town is home to a population of approximately 20,000. Among this limited populace, society can be broadly categorized into three strata. At the apex of power resides the town lord, who governs all aspects of the town. Enjoying various privileges and resources, the affluent middle class, leveraging their wealth and connections, lead relatively comfortable lives. Meanwhile, the impoverished outer layer toils daily in pursuit of survival, often beset by the bandits' raids, enduring a life of hardship. Amidst the bustling streets and alleys of this town, Mizuno Ikuto navigates with agility, his gaze sharp as that of a vigilant falcon, searching among the myriad of houses for a suitable establishment to transform into a tavern. Before long, a spacious 300-square-meter house came into view, situated on the street in the northwest corner, backed by the northern city wall. Though the wall was in a state of disrepair, it still provided a semblance of defense against intruders, bestowing a sense of security upon the residents. This house resembled a hidden gem in the mundane world, emanating a unique charm. The surrounding buildings were, to varying degrees, dilapidated, yet this particular structure, though aged, retained its integrity. Its antiquated hues and elegant lines seemed to whisper tales of yore, inviting endless reverie about its history. The overall expanse was quite considerable, making it an ideal candidate for a tavern. Observing this, Mizuno Ikuto felt a surge of delight and promptly resolved to acquire this house along with the neighboring dwellings. Thus, he made his way directly to the lord's residence. In this small town, all matters were fundamentally managed by the lord's estate, reclaiming any abandoned properties left by owners who had either fled or perished. However, when Mizuno Ikuto expressed his intention to purchase the surrounding properties, the initial discussions regarding price unfolded smoothly, as the lord's estate was eager to sell given the scarcity of interested buyers. Perhaps noticing Mizuno's youth and the ostentatious display of wealth in his attire, a principal official named Miyamoto Teru emerged. This individual, a manager at the lord's estate, typically exhibited a brazen demeanor, occasionally engaging in dubious dealings with bandits. Yet, following the inexplicable eradication of the bandits, he had become more subdued. Seeing the young Mizuno exude an air of mystery and a subtle aura of affluence, greed began to fester within Miyamoto. With a cunning glint in his eye, he devised a plan to extract greater profits from this seemingly gullible young man. "My young friend, I am the principal official at the lord's estate, specifically overseeing property sales," Miyamoto Teru announced, his rotund figure approaching with a disarming smile that concealed ulterior motives. "Just look at the prime location of this tavern. Such a vast property is rare to find elsewhere. How about this? For a mere 200,000 taels, it can be yours." Noticing that Mizuno did not immediately object, a wave of satisfaction washed over Miyamoto, who had not indulged in such lucrative dealings for quite some time. Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his triumph outright, merely furrowing his brow with a hint of imperceptible authority. Unbeknownst to him, danger loomed closer as he continued to prattle on, attempting to inflate the price further. "My young friend, this includes several nearby properties as well. With the bandits gone, it's certain that new inhabitants will arrive, making this a valuable asset in the future." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, hoping to entice Mizuno further. In stark contrast, Mizuno seethed with anger. He found such opportunistic behavior, taking advantage of the weak and raising prices mid-negotiation, utterly intolerable. If it weren't for his efforts in eradicating the bandits, the population would likely continue to dwindle, rendering these houses practically worthless, even if offered for free. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in Mizuno Ikuto's eyes. He exerted force beneath his feet and executed a fierce tiger kick. This strike, imbued with immense power, resembled a bolt of black lightning cleaving through the air. In an instant, Miyamoto Dairo was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball, losing control of his body. With a resounding crash, he collided heavily against the wall, the sound reverberating through the quiet hall like an explosion. Subsequently, his body fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing forcefully onto the table. The once jovial expression on his face contorted into one of excruciating pain, his features twisted in agony. He curled up, clutching his abdomen tightly, emitting continuous wails of suffering that echoed hauntingly throughout the hall. This sudden turn of events left the others in the hall in shock, an invisible pressure descending upon them as if a mountain were pressing down. Those of timid disposition fled the scene, as if pursued by some dreadful beast. The guards of the Lord's manor were momentarily stunned by this unexpected upheaval, but soon regained their composure, rushing in with sticks in hand to encircle Mizuno Ikuto, leaving no escape. Chapter 86. The Lord's Manor Provocation. Mizuno Ikuto placed a foot upon Miyamoto Dairo, casting a cold gaze upon the guards. His voice low and frigid. "Let us see who dares to move. Summon your lord out." The guards exchanged glances, remaining steadfast in their encirclement. Though anger simmered within them, they hesitated to act, fully aware that the young man before them possessed formidable strength. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged from the inner hall. This individual was none other than the lord of the manor, Moritamada Toru. Having survived years of dealings with local bandits, he embodied a pragmatic approach, adept at navigating through perilous encounters. Of medium build, with a gaunt visage, his eyes bore a glimmer of shrewdness and cunning. Moritamada Toru quickly admonished the guards to disperse, adopting a conciliatory demeanor as he spoke. "Esteemed sir, please temper your wrath. This steward's actions will surely be addressed to your satisfaction." He understood that this seemingly youthful individual was far from ordinary. The hierarchy of this world delineated daimyo ninja, beast ninja above ordinary people, untouchables, refugees. He was merely a somewhat influential commoner, having survived numerous bandit raids by skillfully discerning the tides of fortune. Given the recent influx of outsiders, Moritamada Toru had been cautiously accommodating various visitors. The strangers present at this moment were evidently ninjas, and for the steward to provoke a ninja lord was tantamount to courting death. He silently thanked his quick instincts for refraining from any rash actions. With a sudden surge of force, Mizuno Ikuto pressed down, as if an invisible power emanated from his foot, directly impacting Miyamoto Dairo. Blood seeped from Dairo's lips, and before he could utter a plea for mercy, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. This spectacle left those present gasping in shock, and Moritamada Toru was gripped by sheer terror. He hurriedly stepped forward, his face adorned with a flattering smile, and addressed Mizuno Ikuto with utmost deference. "My lord, please temper your anger. This foolish boy did not know better and has offended you. I shall dismiss him at once. You, my lord, are magnanimous and should not hold our transgressions against us." Mizuno Ikuto frowned slightly, a subtle authority emanating from his gaze. "Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me, but I do not wish to see him here again." Seeing this, Marikata Taku hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, Yes, my lord, rest assured, he will certainly not be seen here again." As for the matter of the house, although Mizuno Ikuto held considerable power in this domain, he would not stoop to bullying others. He cast a glance at Marikata Taku, withdrawing 100,000 taels, and slowly stating, "The price of the house remains as previously agreed." Marikata Taku felt a surge of joy within and promptly replied, Certainly, my lord. I will arrange for the transfer of the property to you immediately." With a beaming smile, Marikata Taku respectfully accepted the 100,000 taels from Mizuno Ikuto. The coins felt as heavy as lead in his hands, and with each piece he took, he treated it with utmost seriousness. After receiving the money, Marikata Taku wasted no time and swiftly instructed his subordinates to expedite the process of obtaining the property deed. The staff, aware of the gravity of the situation given the half-dead figure still lying on the ground, worked diligently. Before long, a property deed, embossed with a vivid red seal and densely filled with text, was freshly prepared. Marikata Taku personally accepted the deed, carefully brushing away the dust as if it were a rare treasure. With a beaming smile and utmost reverence, he presented the deed to Mizuno Ikuto with both hands. This could be considered a trivial incident. However, before departing from the Lord's mansion, Mizuno Ikuto resolved to let the occupants of the manor experience the chilling terror that ninjas could invoke. After all, in this complex world, some individuals only truly comprehend the gravity of their actions when they encounter a fear that penetrates to the very marrow of their bones. Otherwise, upon his departure, they might resort to underhanded schemes and create entanglements that would be as perplexing as a tangled thread. Yet, this also suggested that Mizuno Ikuto's heart was perhaps overly compassionate. Alas, standing in the center of the hall, Mizuno Ikuto gently closed his eyes and swiftly formed hand seals. As he did so, a mysterious energy began to permeate the hall. The occupants of the Lord's mansion suddenly perceived a dazzling flash before their eyes, as if the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. plunging them into a surreal spectacle. Some found themselves engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness, surrounded by monstrous figures with gaping maws, emitting bone-chilling roars as if they aimed to devour them whole. Others glimpsed themselves ensconced in raging flames, the fire licking at their bodies, inflicting ceaseless agony, while yet others saw themselves encircled by a multitude of gleaming blades, each reflecting a cold light, as if poised to pierce through their very beings at any moment. The illusions conjured within this realm were strikingly vivid, ensnaring those unfortunate souls in an inescapable grip of terror. Some cried out in panic, while others futilely attempted to flee, only to discover that their bodies remained utterly immobilized. The hall reverberated with their anguished screams and desperate pleas, as if they were trapped in a haunting nightmare. Mizuno Ichido observed this spectacle with a placid expression, his gaze betraying an unwavering indifference. It was imperative that they experience the true horror of the illusion, ensuring that the lesson would be indelibly etched in their memories. Otherwise, another foolhardy individual might cross paths with a wrathful ninja, and their lives could very well be forfeit. After a considerable interval, Mizuno Ichido gradually withdrew his hands, causing the illusion to dissipate. The individuals appeared to awaken from a harrowing dream, their faces pale and their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Fear and trepidation filled their eyes as they turned to regard Mizuno Ichido. Observing the retreating figure of Mizuno, Marikata Taku felt an internal sigh of relief. He recognized that he had narrowly escaped calamity this time. Furthermore, he resolved to designate the property acquired by this enigmatic youth as a no-go zone, summoning all the personnel of the Lord's estate to issue strict edicts against the recurrence of such events. In all honesty, before establishing this tavern, Mizuno Ichido owed a debt of gratitude to the remaining 7 bandits of the land of Uzumaki. On that fateful day, he single-handedly vanquished the land of Uzumaki, swiftly raiding the lairs of those 7 bandits with a thunderous force. Although this endeavor did not significantly amplify his chakra, nor grant him any rare bloodline abilities or formidable jutsu, the material gains were nothing short of astonishing, akin to an endless treasure falling from the heavens. Nearly 50 million coins accumulated into a mountainous heap, each coin shimmering alluringly, as if narrating tales of its worth. The provisions were equally abundant, with countless bags of grain meticulously stacked in the storeroom, resembling small hills emanating a warm aura under the sunlight. Various weapons, including blades and other armaments, were plentiful, filling dozens of storage scrolls. Had Mizuno Ichido not prudently prepared by purchasing a multitude of idle scrolls before his departure, these treasures might have been left behind. In hindsight, that decision proved to be exceedingly astute. Chapter 87. Cling to my coattails. Just as Mizuno Ichido was poised to commence renovations on the tavern and the nearby residences, Lord Marikata Taku unexpectedly dispatched a large contingent of workers to assist him. Although Mizuno Ichido was uncertain of the ulterior motives behind this gesture, he welcomed the serendipity of having his ideas translated into reality with such ease, allowing these individuals to handle the tasks at hand. In the span of merely a month, the once dilapidated structures, along with the surrounding crumbling edifices, were transformed as if by a magical incantation, emerging revitalized and renewed. The fresh buildings stood in harmonious arrangement, each detail reflecting meticulous craftsmanship and care. The roof tiles, neatly arranged one beside another, resembled a battalion of well-trained soldiers. The walls, freshly painted, gleamed as white as snow, devoid of any blemish. The doors and windows were meticulously repaired, each joint crafted with precision. Thus, Mizuno Ikuto's first tavern, the Bright Moon Pavilion, officially commenced operations. The name Bright Moon Pavilion bore no grand significance, nor did it deliberately embody Mizuno Ikuto's hopes for the future. It was merely an arbitrary thought that came to him. The tavern's manager was none other than Uzumaki Reina. From that moment on, she would stand at the entrance, welcoming guests. At that instant, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mixture of nostalgia and unwavering determination, reflecting a sorrow for the past intertwined with hope for the future. Most of the staff were former neighbors of Uzumaki Reina, each possessing a timid disposition, their eyes revealing an inherent shyness. When Mizuno Ikuto appeared before them, they could hardly meet his gaze, their eyes darting away, betraying their timorous demeanor. In the days when bandits besieged their town, they would hastily seek refuge near the Lord's manor, huddling together, trembling as they awaited the departure of the marauders. Once the danger had passed, they would cautiously return to their homes, resuming their relatively stable yet impoverished lives. On the opening day, few patrons graced the tavern, aside from the lord of the manor and his entourage, who came to offer their congratulations. There were also a few affluent townsfolk who, upon seeing the lord's arrival, thoughtlessly joined the gathering. They strolled leisurely within the tavern, sporting either genuine or feigned smiles. Exchanging greetings with acquaintances, their conversations laced with a hint of boastfulness and self-satisfaction. However, this seemingly bustling scene held little significance for Mizuno Ikuto. Yet, Mizuno Ikuto had no intention of profiting from this tavern. As he had originally planned, his sole desire was to provide a safe haven for the mother and son, allowing them to escape the shadows of their past and begin anew. As for bringing them back to Konoha, that awaited the moment Mizuno Ikuto ascended to the pinnacle of his ambitions and dealt with those 2 old silver coins. In the private room of the tavern, Mizuno Ikuto inquired, "Speak, what is it that you desire?" He slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating an air of calmness and composure. Gently, he picked up a cup of tea, bringing it to his lips, savoring the delicate fragrance that enveloped his senses. Seated across the table was the lord of this small town, Marikita Taku. Leaning slightly forward, he placed his hands awkwardly on his knees, exuding a demeanor of caution, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. "I wish to serve under you." Marikita Taku stood, his voice quivering as he averted his gaze, seemingly awaiting Mizuno Ikuto's judgment. Indeed, after much deliberation, Marikita Taku had ultimately resolved to align himself with Mizuno Ikuto. In this tumultuous realm of ninjas, he is acutely aware that for his humble town to thrive in tranquility, it must seek a formidable ally. Reflecting upon the past, when the ninja villages had yet to be established, the conflicts among ninjas resembled the discord of the martial world, with nations and the underworld operating independently and refraining from interference. During that era, in the Land of Fire, apart from the domain of the daimyo and the nearby regions overseen by the daimyo's officials for tax collection, other cities were entrusted to the local lords. These lords directly managed the livelihoods of their subjects, diligently collecting taxes and remitting them in full to the daimyo's estate. Meanwhile, the daimyo maintained his own army, tasked not only with safeguarding their own security, but also with dispatching troops to ensure peace across the lands. However, the establishment of the ninja villages brought about a significant transformation. The nature of warfare among nations gradually evolved into confrontations primarily involving ninjas. On a national level, ninja villages became the core military strength of their respective countries, rendering the traditional armies increasingly obsolete. The daimyo's estate retained a few samurai for ceremonial purposes, preserving a faade of authority, while also recruiting some ninjas for their protection. As for the collection of taxes, it remained the responsibility of the local lords, who would subsequently remit them to the daimyo's estate. Yet, although taxes continued to be paid, the safety of the regions was not effectively safeguarded by the ninja villages. This discrepancy allowed for a proliferation of bandits within the territories of the great nations, who wreaked havoc and inflicted untold suffering upon the populace. Previously, Marikita D had attempted to cling to the leg of other ninjas, hoping to procure some protection for Crescent Moon City. However, reality proved to be a disheartening disappointment. Those ninjas either deemed the small town too insignificant to warrant attention or were excessively avaricious, accepting tributes without fulfilling their obligations, and even perpetrating acts of oppression against the common folk. More grievously, when the bandit ninjas from the Land of Whirlpools launched their attack, those so-called ninjas not only failed to rise to the occasion, but fled in disgrace, leaving the citizens of Crescent Moon City in dire straits. It was not until the arrival of Mizunoya Ik, who sought to purchase a home, that Marikita D felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. The reasons offered by Mizunoya Ik appeared simple, as he merely wished to provide a stable home for a mother and daughter whom he had never met. Yet his actions profoundly moved Marikita D. Moreover, Marikita D sent individuals to assist in the repair of the house, initially as an apology to Mizunoya Ik, while also aiming to leave a favorable impression. Yet, throughout their interactions, Marikita D was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mizunoya Ik did not possess the aloof disdain for commoners typical of many ninjas. Instead, he treated everyone with an air of equality. It is noteworthy that in previous encounters with numerous ninjas, Marikita D had always bowed and scraped, striving to please them, and even the slightest misstep could provoke their ire or lead to reprimand. "Pray tell, why do you seek to cling to my leg?" Mizunoya Ik set down his teacup, gazing calmly at Marikita D, his eyes devoid of disdain, instead reflecting a hint of curiosity. In private, Mizuno Ichido had gained some understanding of this individual. Although Marikita Taro appeared somewhat spineless and timid, it must be acknowledged that within the sordid realm of the shinobi world, he was indeed a capable individual who did not exploit or oppress the common folk. The burden of a small-minded leader is heavy. As the Lord of Crescent Moon City, I am powerless to witness the persistent ravages of bandits, leaving my people to suffer in dire straits. This anguish is truly beyond words. As Marikita Taro spoke, he slowly raised his hand to gently brush away what seemed to be tears, embodying a deep immersion in his unending sorrow. So what now? The bandit threat has been eradicated. Do you still need to cling to me for support? Chapter 88. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Mizuno Ichido maintained his composed demeanor, a slight furrow in his brow revealing a glimmer of curiosity as he sought to discern Marikita Taro's true intentions. My lord, you may not be aware. Marikita Taro quickly interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. Although the bandit threat has been temporarily dealt with, who can guarantee that it will not resurface? The citizens of Crescent Moon City have only just begun to enjoy a few days of peace. Should bandits return, they would once again be plunged into endless suffering. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to protect this small city. As he spoke, a flicker of hope shone in Marikita Taro's eyes, fixated on Mizuno Ichido as if he were grasping at the last lifeline. My lord, Crescent Moon City is willing to present you with an annual tribute of 1 million Ryo. If you could lend us your assistance whenever bandits strike, it would save countless lives in our city. Mizuno Ichido was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly timid lord harbored such a sense of responsibility for his people. During his 6 months of travel, passing through numerous cities and dozens of villages, he had found that most lords and village heads were solely concerned with their own interests, indifferent to the well-being of their subjects. Yet, Marikita Taro was a stark contrast. After some contemplation, Mizuno Ichido ultimately consented to Marikita Taro's allegiance. In truth, Mizuno Ichido had long felt the absence of a capable individual to manage affairs. Although his small shop had sufficed, expanding and strengthening his enterprise would require a trustworthy assistant to delegate responsibilities. While Marikita Taro may be timid, it was undeniable that he possessed the ability to survive in a perilous environment. More importantly, his concern for the safety of the common folk indicated that his character was fundamentally good. Very well, I accept your proposal, Mizuno Ichido said slowly. I hope you will remember today as promise and safeguard this small city and its people. For Mizuno Ichido, this was a risk-free investment, allowing him to observe the true capabilities of this lord, in the absence of external threats from bandits. If he could manage to govern this small city to prosperity and security, he might later entrust him with greater responsibilities. Upon hearing Mizuno Ichido's words, Marikita Taro's face lit up with surprise, and he promptly knelt, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The small man shall undoubtedly exert every effort, living up to the expectations of the great. After nearly a month of operating the hotel, time has quietly slipped away. It has been over 4 months since Mizuno Ichido departed from Konoha. The seasons have subtly shifted, and we now find ourselves welcoming the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although the sweltering heat of summer has dissipated, traces of warmth linger, as if the summer bids farewell with its final vestiges of affection. Just as Mizuno Ichido prepares to embark on his journey to the land of water, Uzumaki Reina presents him with an unexpected and remarkable surprise. In the moment he hastily bids farewell to everyone, a resolute determination gleams in Uzumaki Reina's eyes, as she carefully retrieves an ancient-looking ninjutsu scroll from within her robes. This scroll, though somewhat worn, exudes an aura of antiquity and mystery. Mizuno Ichido takes the scroll, gently unfurling it, revealing intricate records of the sealing techniques and barriers of the Uzumaki clan. The obscure and esoteric symbols and patterns seem to narrate the illustrious and venerable history of the Uzumaki lineage. It is only at this moment that Mizuno Ichido realizes that Uzumaki Reina's parents are indeed scions of the elite in the land of water. During a harrowing escape, they had carried with them a portion of the ninjutsu heritage of their homeland, enduring a tumultuous journey of evasion. However, the prolonged life on the run has meant they faced constant life and death crises, leaving them no time or energy to properly cultivate their ninjutsu skills. Consequently, as time passed, each generation fell short of the last, with many powerful techniques relegated to the scrolls. Upon reflection, If Uzumaki Reina's ancestors had not been pivotal figures in the Land of Water, how could this mother-daughter duo possess the rare trait of restoration? Overall, this scroll represents an immense stroke of fortune for Mizuno Ichido. It not only directly enhances his ninjutsu repertoire for battles in the Land of Water, but also catalyzes a qualitative leap in his power. In future confrontations, he can effortlessly command any tailed beast with the astonishing sealing techniques contained within. Those once dreaded tailed beasts shall find themselves utterly ensnared under his mastery of sealing arts. Simultaneously, the acquisition of barrier techniques opens up new possibilities for Mizuno Ichido. With these exquisite barrier arts, he can undertake righteous deeds with greater secrecy in his forthcoming endeavors. It is worth noting that Mizuno Ichido possesses a vast reservoir of chakra and employs only common techniques, however, lacking the bloodline limit. The addition of these two significant aids, the barrier and sealing techniques, has allowed him to barely ascend to the ranks of shadow-level ninjas. Character panel. Name: Mizuno Ito. Chakra amount: 52. 239. 297. Note: the chakra amount of Senju Hashirama is 10,000. Chakra attributes: Wind, Lightning, Earth, Fire Taijutsu. None, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Binding Technique. Shadow Shuriken, Perception Technique, Sealing Evil Techniques, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Great Fire Extinguish, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Ash Accumulation Burn, Earth Release, Rock Armor Technique, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Flow Wall, 6 Body Techniques, Hide, Bind, Substitute, Escape, Divide, Transform Technique, Jinjutsu, Misty Illusion Technique, Tree Binding Kill, 3 Ultimate Cherry Blossoms, Absolute Lotus. Mirage Tower, Naraku Clone, Falling Cherry Blossom Viewing Technique, Dream Sound Lock Sealing Techniques, Diamond Lock, for Symbol Seal, Contract Seal, Tail Lock Seal Barrier Techniques, for Wind's Prison. 4 Scarlet Sun Array, for Purple Flame Array, 5 Sealing Barrier Bloodline. None, Summoning Beast. None, Traveler. 1. Bloodthirsty Plunderer, the host gains a portion of the abilities, chakra amount. Learned ninjutsu, innate bloodline, of each enemy slain, with a minimum increase of 0.00001 chakra. 2. One-handed true man in 1 second. The host can form 12 seals with one hand in 1 second if willing. 3. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Any jinjutsu cast by an opponent with less chakra than the host will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am bystander A. No one can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden. Evaluation. Lacking combat experience at the shadow level. Chapter 89. Current state of the Land of Water. The Land of Water stands as an entity that shares the same sense of existence with smaller nations among the 5 great countries. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, it resembles a solitary realm gently embraced by the ocean. Within its borders, mountains undulate like the spine of the earth, while scattered islands resemble pearls strewn across the vast expanse of the sea. The complex and ever-changing terrain is perpetually shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog, as if nature has adorned it with a thick veil. This unique geographical environment not only cultivates the Land of Water's distinctive natural beauty, but also isolates its customs and culture from other nations, rendering it a mysterious world unto itself. On the Land of Water, the main island and surrounding islets each preserve unique and ancient traditions. The islanders predominantly adhere to traditional lifestyles, day after day, year after year, as if time has slowed its pace here. The climate is characterized by coolness and fog, with winters that are notably cold, where biting winds and pervasive mist become the norm during winter months. At this moment, the Land of Water has just emerged from the governance of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and the newly appointed Mizukage, Terumi Mei, is grappling with the chaos left in Yagura's wake. During Yagura's reign, he was subjected to the control of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, ultimately driven by Obito's profound hatred, leading Yagura to unwittingly implement the Blood Mist policy under Jinjutsu manipulation. In this exceedingly harsh policy, particularly the ninja selection system, regulations such as the requirement for ninja graduation exams to eliminate one's comrades have plunged countless ninjas into an abyss of fear and struggle. The 7 ninja swordsmen have defected en masse, while many exceptional ninjas, in their quest for survival and freedom, have been compelled to leave their homes and seek refuge in distant lands. Consequently, the Land of Water has descended into darkness and chaos. However, with the appointment of Terumi Mei, the surrounding islands of the hidden mist village have noticeably shed their previous oppressive atmosphere. Yet, during this transitional phase, until the enemy lurking in the shadows controlling the Yagura is identified, the Umbu of the hidden mist village remains vigilant, closely monitoring all occurrences within the Land of Water. On a remote island in the Land of Water resides a unique child named Haku. At this moment, Haku is merely a carefree 4-year-old girl, living blissfully on the frozen island. Located in the southern part of the Land of Water, this diminutive island spans only several tens of thousands of square meters. With the nearest island situated over 100 kilometers away, it stands as a forgotten gem, solitary amidst the vast ocean. The northern coastal cliffs of the island serve as a natural barrier, while the southward sloping terrain creates a distinct topography of higher elevations to the north and lower to the south, due to being perpetually blanketed in snow. The resources of Frozen Island are exceedingly scarce, with vegetation being almost non-existent. The island's inhabitants depend on fishing for their livelihood, with the abundant fish in the ocean providing one of the few comforts in their lives. Vegetables and rice are considered immensely precious commodities. It is only when fishermen set out at dawn, hastily catching fish and navigating their small boats across dozens of kilometers of sea to the distant larger islands, that they can barter with arriving fish merchants to bring a glimmer of sustenance to the people of the island. Frozen Island is home to only a few dozen families, making it one of the poorest islands in the Land of Water, and thus it has failed to attract the attention of the higher echelons, such as Yagura. Haku's mother, Snow, once fled to this remote island to escape the relentless pursuit brought about by her bloodline limit. Here, she married a local man and gave birth to Haku. Snow is a diligent and kind-hearted woman who, after marriage, devoted herself to weaving and drying nets at home, leading a simple yet contented life. As time quietly passes, the harsh winter of the Land of Water gradually gives way to warmth in the spring of the following year. Life awakens anew, and the earth begins to flourish. Meanwhile, Mizuno Ichido has endured a long and arduous journey in the Land of Water for several months. Upon his arrival in the Land of Water in September of the previous year, much of the territory was already blanketed in snow, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the regions that perpetually experience snowfall. Under the oppressive policies, the common folk of the Land of Water not only harbor wariness towards outsiders, but also exhibit hostility towards their own ninjas with bloodlines. Although the leadership of the Hidden Mist Village has transitioned to Turumi-Mei, the remote islands of the Land of Water remain as indifferent as ever. Throughout his travels, Mizuno Ichido has consistently employed transformation techniques to disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. After traversing numerous islands and employing illusions to gather information from various locales, it became apparent that the overall climate of the Land of Water is the coldest in the southern region. Currently, Mizuno Ichido finds himself on a modest island in the southern part of the Land of Water, situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the large island that houses the Hidden Mist Village. Weary yet determined, Mizuno Ichido steps into a quaint little eatery. In contrast to the desolation of the northern islands, the south, though more impoverished, boasts markets teeming with the vibrancy of human life. The air is thick with the tantalizing aromas of delectable dishes, a harmonious blend of the ocean's bounty, tender rice, and the unique fragrances of assorted spices, as if the island itself extends a warm welcome to distant travelers. Laughter and merriment intertwine, creating a heartwarming and vivid tableau of daily life. Choosing a seat by the window, Mizuno Ichido orders several local specialties. He sits in quiet contemplation, savoring the culinary delights while observing the people and environment around him. However, the wheel of fate often turns unexpectedly. At that moment, he inadvertently overhears a conversation filled with gossip from the neighboring fishermen. "Look, Yudaro has come to sell fish again so early. He must have gotten up at the crack of dawn today," remarks a man seated at the adjacent table, gesturing with his chopsticks towards a figure at the fish market outside, curiosity etched upon his face. The man referred to as Yudaro is robust and sturdy, his skin a healthy bronze from prolonged exposure to the sea breeze and sunlight. His slightly disheveled hair only adds to his rustic charm. At this moment, he stands at the fish stall, engaged in a vigorous bargaining session with the fishmonger. "Indeed, this fellow is remarkably industrious," comments another man to the right, casting a glance at Yudaro outside. With a teasing smile, he adds, "He works so hard every day, I wonder if he ever tires. But if he doesn't keep up the effort, who knows, his wife might run off with someone else." "True, I saw her too," interjects a sly-looking man to the left. Taking a sip of his drink, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Last time I caught a glimpse of his wife, she was quite the looker, blooming like a flower. Rumor has it, they've had a child together. One can't help but steal a few extra glances. Humph, that woman must be out of her mind, retorts another fisherman, frowning with disdain. I mean, how could someone so beautiful choose to be with a man from this frozen island? Which of us isn't better off than Yudaro? What kind of life can he provide for her with his meager earnings? Exactly, the others chime in, their faces contorting with contempt, as if Yudaro were a festering scar in their eyes, provoking their desire to belittle him. Who knows? Udalor was undoubtedly blessed by fortune. The sly man shook his head, a knowing smile curling at his lips, as if he had unraveled the enigma surrounding this situation. Mizuno Ichido furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the coarse language of the fisherman. While he silently consumed his meal, his gaze irresistibly drifted towards the fish market outside the window. There stood Udalor, beaming as he engaged with the fishmonger, his eyes reflecting a blend of simplicity and resilience. Despite his modest means, he diligently managed his humble existence, seemingly willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of his wife and child. Mizuno Ichido pondered quietly that everyone possesses their own way of life and choices. Yet, one could not help but wonder how beautiful a woman must be to be so cherished by these men. After finishing his meal, Mizuno Ichido rose slowly, settled the bill, and prepared to leave the restaurant. However, his footsteps unconsciously followed in the wake of Udalor. He discreetly trailed behind him at a certain distance, observing his every move in silence. When Udalor reached a relatively secluded corner, Mizuno Ichido seized the opportunity to stealthily approach him. In that unnoticed nook, he employed an illusionary technique. In an instant, the surroundings became blurred, as if entering a mysterious temporal tunnel. A flicker of confusion crossed Udalor's eyes, quickly supplanted by a haze of bewilderment. Through the illusion, Mizuno Ichido sought to glean information about Udalor's wife from his mind. Guided by the enchantment, Udalor seemed to enter a dreamlike state, vague images surfacing in his consciousness. Mizuno Ichido meticulously observed Udalor's expressions and reactions, gradually piecing together crucial information with his keen insight. Indeed, Udalor's wife was an outsider, a delicate beauty with fair skin, who fortuitously drifted onto the sea and encountered him while fishing. After bringing her home, she not only assisted in mending fishing nets, but also prepared meals and tidied their abode. Udalor's village was nestled on a perpetually snow-covered island, where the inhabitants, like those of other isles, held a strong aversion to bloodline limits, and orphans were not warmly welcomed. Yet, as Udalor lived alone, this woman, over time, became his wife and gradually familiarized herself with the villagers, eventually giving birth to an equally charming boy. Various pieces of evidence indicated that the probability of this little boy being fair-skinned was as high as 70 to 80%. Mizuno Ichido followed the man to the icebound island. The scenery there resembled a tranquil winter painting, with snow-capped peaks draped in a thick blanket of white, as if nature had adorned the island in purest elegance. In the village, the scattered houses were beautifully adorned by the snow, and the wispy smoke curling from the chimneys brought a touch of warmth to this frigid world. Perhaps due to the protagonist effect, as Mizuno Ichido silently trailed the man, gradually approaching the home of Udalor, the gears of fate seemed to undergo a violent shift at that very moment, heralding the onset of a shocking tragedy without forewarning. In the courtyard, the matron, Shue, sat quietly on a small stool, diligently mending the spread fishing net. Her nimble fingers danced between the threads, each movement revealing a profound simplicity and resilience. The sunlight bathed her in warmth, illuminating her somewhat weathered features while adding a touch of gentleness to her focused expression. Suddenly, a cherubic child dashed over, eagerly demonstrating his recently awakened abilities. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, and his small face flushed with enthusiasm. He extended his tiny hand, and with a gentle wave, the surrounding moisture instantly crystallized into clear ice, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. The ice floated gracefully in the air, as if imbued with life. Snowflakes, under his command, danced like ethereal spirits, swirling around the child, rejoicing in a jubilant celebration of this magical little girl. Unbeknownst to her, ensconced in her wondrous creation, danger loomed on the horizon. The matron's expression shifted to one of alarm as she attempted to convey the importance of concealing this gift from others, especially from his father. Just then, the child's father returned, burdened with rice and vegetables, and upon witnessing the scene, he appeared to confront the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. His steps faltered, his eyes brimming with dread and despair, his once gentle countenance twisted into a mask of horror. His body trembled uncontrollably, and with a piercing scream, he turned and fled, his footsteps frantic and hasty, as though pursued by some fearsome beast. Shui, startled by her husband's cry, was drawn to the source of his terror. Upon seeing his terrified visage, realization dawned upon her. Her expression grew oddly placid, as if she had anticipated this moment. A soft sigh escaped her lips, tinged with sorrow, and she swiftly enveloped the joyous child in her arms, holding her tightly, as though to merge their beings into one. Chapter 91. Redemption. Shui's gaze revealed boundless tenderness and resolve as she softly spoke. When I am no longer here, you must strive to live well. Her voice was gentle, yet unwavering, as if making a solemn vow. Bai lifted her head, gazing at her mother's kind face, her eyes reflecting confusion, entirely unaware of the significance of her mother's words. Before long, Bai's father, accompanied by a throng of villagers, stormed into the courtyard with a menacing fervor. The once amiable uncles and aunts now seemed possessed by malevolence, their demeanor transformed into something ferociously brutal. Armed with pitchforks, shovels, axes, and various implements, they shouted, "Burn this mother and child alive!" Their voices echoed across the icy expanse, chilling the air with a haunting resonance that sent shivers down the spine. Bai, bewildered, looked upon the familiar yet strange faces, her eyes wide with confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. Why did the villagers surround her home with such ferocity after she merely showcased a remarkable ability to her mother? Among them stood her father, who was usually the one to indulge her with fried meatballs, his eyes now brimming with fear and madness, leaving Bai utterly bewildered and terrified. Shui, seemingly aware of this impending scene, gazed at Bai with unwavering gentleness, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. Gradually, she raised her hands, murmuring incantations. In that instant, the air around them felt as though it had solidified, and then, two crystalline ice walls emerged from the encircling crowd, forcefully creating an opening. Seizing the moment, Shui shouted, "Bai, run!" Startled by this sudden turn of events, Bai was engulfed in fear and helplessness. Yet, upon hearing her mother's call, he instinctively turned and fled into the distance, tears blurring his vision. His steps were frantic and unsteady, as if he were escaping a horrific nightmare. Meanwhile, Shui stood resolutely behind the ice walls, blocking the villagers armed with pitchforks, shovels, and axes. The ice walls trembled under their relentless assault, yet they remained unyielding. Gritting her teeth, Shui felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she anxiously watched Bai retreat. In that moment, myriad memories flooded her mind. She recalled her parents, their kind faces and warm smiles, her brother who grilled fish for her, and the harrowing scenes of those with bloodline limits cruelly slaughtered by their own village. She remembered how, with her parents' aid, she had escaped to this remote island. Once, she had believed she could live peacefully here for the rest of her days. Yet now her child was ensnared in a similar fate. Despair and helplessness overwhelmed her, and she pondered why they could not simply live in peace. Although she had nearly forgotten the terror of the past, it was now replaying before her eyes once more. Ultimately, Shui dispelled the ice walls, resolutely welcoming the arrival of death. In the distance, Bai witnessed this scene, his pace quickening as tears streamed down his face, falling to the ground and instantly crystallizing into transparent ice. Each tear seemed to be an outpouring of the anguish and despair within her heart. Under the relentless blows of the axes and clubs, Shui offered no resistance and soon coughed up blood. Her body slowly crumpled to the ground in the yard that had once been filled with laughter and warmth. Then, an unidentified villager hurled a torch, flames swiftly engulfing the entire house, the fire spreading rapidly and reducing everything to ashes. Subsequently, the villagers resumed their pursuit of Bai, following the footprints in the snow. They trudged through the snow with great difficulty, their shouts and footsteps intertwining, echoing across the desolate icy island. Eventually, they discovered Bai in a cave halfway up the mountain. She gazed in terror at the enraged villagers before her, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. When she saw her father raise his knife towards her, the terror within her erupted explosively. Countless icy needles erupted from her body, akin to a lethal tempest, swiftly annihilating all the villagers. Gazing upon the field strewn with corpses, I was momentarily at a loss. Her mind incessantly replayed the images of her father, who had promised her a delicious fried meat pie after selling fish that day, and her mother, who had vowed to craft her a new hat. Yet, at this moment, her mother lay lifeless, and her father was nowhere to be found. In a daze, the entire world plunged into darkness. I knelt in the snow, as if her soul had departed. At that instant, the supposedly lifeless snow surged forth, emanating a gentle radiance, as if shrouded by some enigmatic force. She held by tightly. Mizuno Ichido, having dispelled the illusion, stood quietly nearby, observing the mother and child with a gaze that betrayed a hint of complexity. Indeed, when the snow relinquished its resistance, preparing to embrace death, Mizuno Ichido intervened just in time, employing an illusion to mislead the villagers into believing they had slain the snow. When Bai, in her panic, inadvertently unleashed her bloodline abilities, Mizuno Ichido deftly showcased another illusion, leading Bai to believe she had killed everyone. At this moment, the villagers, who were meant to be mistakenly harmed by Bai, lay silently on the ground, nestled in the snow's embrace. As Bai surveyed the surrounding whiteness, clarity returned to her. In an instant, the mother and son began to weep. Bai's tears soaked the snow's shoulder, her body trembling as if articulating the anguish and injustice within her heart. The snow gently caressed Bai's hair, offering solace. A sudden fit of coughs shattered the poignant silence, like a sharp needle ruthlessly interrupting the sorrowful reverie of the mother and son. Slowly, they regained their senses, their bewildered eyes drawn to the source of the sound, Mizuno Ichido. In the depths of their overwhelming grief and chaos, their hearts had been consumed by boundless sorrow, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. It was only now that they truly observed the unexpectedly present boy before them. At the age of 8, Mizuno Ichido stood tall, approximately 1.40 meters in height, only half a head shorter than the snow. His fair skin, tinged with a rosy hue, glimmered softly in the sunlight, as if enveloped in a gentle halo. A neatly wrapped headscarf adorned his forehead, securing his silky hair in place, each strand perfectly positioned, neither ostentatious nor lacking in unique charm. Mizuno Ichido approached Bai and the snow with measured steps. He then introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mizuno Ichido, hailing from the land of fire. I have been traversing the world, seeking out untold stories and hidden landscapes. As I passed through this area, I heard of a woman who seemed to be somewhat troubled, and out of curiosity, I wished to investigate." In that moment, the mother and son did not exhibit much change in expression, although the intense emotions had been temporarily diverted by Mizuno Ichido's presence. Their eyes still bore the deep sorrow that lingered within. Mizuno Ikuto continued earnestly, "I can discern that here, you seem to have exhausted all avenues for continuing your lives. Each day, you endure immense suffering and fear. If you are willing to accompany me, I can offer you protection, a stable and secure environment, freeing you from any further harm." It must be said that the current situation was precisely what Mizuno Ikuto had hoped for. Having grown up in hardship, one finds oneself cornered by society, teetering on the precipice of a cliff where a single misstep could result in death. The fear in one's heart has led to an acceptance of the grim reality of falling to one's demise. At that moment, a helicopter descends, presenting a rope ladder, promising salvation in exchange for servitude. The instinct for survival compels one to agree to this pact without hesitation, even if it necessitates the sacrifice of a kidney or the extraction of bone marrow. After enduring the harrowing brush with death twice, Snow felt no trepidation toward the stranger. She understood that her choices had dwindled to nothing. Even if the person before her harbored malicious intent, desiring her demise, she could only await the inevitable with resignation. Yet, her child was merely 4 years old. She yearned for him to safely grow up and witness the beauty of the world. Snow gazed at the enigmatic man before her, his eyes brimming with sincerity and kindness, illuminating a glimmer of hope amidst the enveloping darkness. She nodded, unhesitatingly acquiescing to his request. As for the villagers, when they gradually emerged from their frenzied rage, they would be astonished to find that the village remained unchanged, save for the absence of the mother and child from their memories. It was as though they had never existed in this world, leaving behind no trace, only an endless sea of confusion and silence. Thus, this fearful, insular, impoverished fishing village would continue its monotonous existence, adhering to the same routine as before. Chapter 92. Yagura Once. The ninja of the Mist Village distinguished themselves on the stage of the ninja world through their exceptional skills and dauntless courage. However, beneath the thick shroud of the blood mist policy, the former glory and prosperity of the Mist Village seemed to be buried under a heavy veil of darkness, causing the village to teeter on the brink of collapse. Numerous high-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas, once valiant defenders of the village on the battlefield, now fled like migratory birds. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, once feared by their enemies, wielders of sharp blades who gallantly traversed the battlefield, stood as the pride of the Land of Water. Yet, they too chose to flee, their departure seemingly siphoning away a portion of the soul of the Land of Water. At this moment, the Mist Village found itself in a state of disarray, with the old generation of ninjas, those who had once etched their names in the annals of the Land of Water's history, virtually extinct. Their names and deeds gradually succumbed to the dust of time, mentioned only occasionally by the lips of aging ninjas. The power of the new generation is painfully scarce, and under the shadow of the blood mist policy, only a handful of children who once harbored dreams and fervor remain. One could say that under the governance of Yagura, controlled by Uchiha Obito, Kirigakure has left Terumi Mei with nothing but a heap of feathers and a heavy burden. In a secluded courtyard of the village, Yagura, the former leader of the Land of Water, has been imprisoned here for several years. He lies quietly on a rudimentary bed, his visage emaciated like an ancient tree eroded by time, each wrinkle telling tales of the suffering he has endured. The symptoms of exhaustion are vividly apparent in him. Each breath is laborious and heavy, as if an invisible hand is tightly gripping his throat, threatening to snuff out his life at any moment. Terumi Mei and several high-ranking officials gather around his bedside, their faces etched with worry and helplessness. Yet their concern is not for Yagura himself, but for the future of the village. Yagura slightly opens his eyes, revealing a glimpse of fatigue and remorse. His gaze seems to transcend time, witnessing both the former glory of the Land of Water and its current decay. He knows his time is running out, like a candle nearing its end, flickering with but a final glimmer of light. Once, he bore the weight of the entire Land of Water's fate, but due to various circumstances, he made many decisions that brought suffering to his comrades and the villagers. Now, as he prepares to depart from this world, he leaves behind a multitude of troubles for his successors. Fifth Mizukage, I fear I shall never see the future of the Land of Water. His voice is faint and intermittent, as if he has exhausted all his strength. Each word emerges with great difficulty from the depths of his throat, imbued with profound sorrow and helplessness. Rest assured, after your passing, I will lead the Land of Water out of its predicament, Terumi Mei replies, her tone calm, yet illuminated by a glimmer of pity and trouble. Thus far, only the high-ranking officials are aware of Yagura's control through Genjutsu, which means that to the lower-ranking ninjas and villagers, all the actions attributed to Yagura are indeed seen as his own. This is why, upon the dispelling of the Genjutsu, he was immediately relegated to this desolate corner. Within the village, there exists a widespread animosity towards Yagura. As for why they do not disclose the truth of his Genjutsu-induced control, one must consider. If the entire Land of Water were to learn that their own Mizukage, the ostensible mightiest figure in the land, had been manipulated for over a decade, inflicting a series of calamities upon the nation, would they not begin to wonder if other significant figures might also be under control? Would they not suspect that the subsequent Mizukage could also be coerced? If the Mizukage were to make even a slight misstep, would he not be doubted and accused of being manipulated? Such revelations would plunge the entire nation into a state of extreme panic, shattering trust and possibly inciting rebellion throughout the Land of Water, even threatening its very existence. Yagura understands that his body has reached its limits. He slowly shakes his head, a hint of self-reproach evident in his gaze. In my lifetime, I have wronged the Land of Water. After my death, the Three Tails will wreak havoc in the village. Cast me away to the remote southern lands. His voice dwindled, growing ever fainter, as if the flame of life was gradually extinguishing. Each word he uttered required the last vestiges of his strength. The higher-ups, including Kahaku and Mei, exchanged glances, acutely aware that the death of Yagura could unleash chaos from the Three Tails, which is why they had convened to deliberate on countermeasures. Their feelings towards him were complex and tangled, marked by lingering resentment. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, they had no choice but to set aside personal grievances and confront the imminent crisis collectively. Should the power of the Three Tails spiral out of control at this critical juncture, it would herald catastrophic consequences for the entire village. An unimaginable disaster would unfold, potentially reducing the land of water to ruins, and the village currently lacked the strength to contend with such a peril. After an urgent and precise discussion, they ultimately resolved to clandestinely relocate Yagura to a secluded island in the southern reaches of the Land of Water. This remote place, rarely visited by humans, was a forgotten corner of the world. The power of the Three Tails would also be relatively easier to manage, even if it were to erupt uncontrollably. It would not affect the inhabitants or the environment of the homeland. Thus, on a tranquil night, when the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, the entire world was enveloped in darkness. A group of Umbu ninjas carefully lifted Yagura onto a boat. Chapter 93. Who lies hidden there at this moment? Standing by the sea in the southern part of the Land of Water, Mizuno Ito gazed at the myriad stars above, preparing to bid farewell to this land fraught with conflict and suffering. Behind him stood his targets for this journey, Yuki and Haku. The sea breeze gently caressed his garments, yet it could not dispel the complex emotions that shadowed his heart. He quietly contemplated the tumultuous ocean. Under the moonlight, the crashing silver waves relentlessly pounded the rocky shore, sending sprays of water high into the air. The roar of the waves seemed to echo nature's lament for the endless suffering and hatred that plagued this world. In this land shrouded by the haze of blood and policy, it appeared that all beauty had been ruthlessly obliterated, leaving behind only boundless darkness and despair. Just as he prepared to return to the inn, a sudden surge of chaotic and potent chakra rippled through the air, akin to a boulder disrupting the stillness of a serene lake, stirring great turbulence in his perception. This chakra was immensely powerful, surpassing the ordinary, though it paled slightly compared to Mizuno Ito's own. Yet, it bore an ineffable aura of savagery and bloodshed. A jolt of alarm surged through him, accompanied by an unsettling foreboding. He understood all too well that this was no ordinary chakra. In this perilous and unpredictable world of ninjas, such an immense and distinctive chakra fluctuation often heralded the impending arrival of a monumental catastrophe. He slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation of that chakra's tumultuous energy. Within that chaotic and formidable force, he felt an invisible pressure, as if a pair of unseen hands were gripping his heart tightly. Simultaneously, he discerned that within that chakra, there lingered the presence of a group of ninjas. The multitude of ninjas, possessing formidable strength, wove their chakra together, creating a unique resonance. Could it be the tailed beasts? A thought flickered through Mizuno Ikuto's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Yet, did not the tailed beasts of the hidden mist village all have their jinchuriki? He furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. Nevertheless, a strong curiosity and keen intuition informed him that the situation was far from simple. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mizuno Ikuto decisively turned to Yuki and Bai, who were behind him, and instructed, "You two should head to the inn and wait for me. I will join you once I conclude my business." With that, he unfurled his form without hesitation, resembling a swift leopard, and raced towards the source of the chakra. His silhouette traced an elegant arc through the air, stirring a gentle breeze. His steps were light and rapid, as though he were one with the land, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. During his run, Mizuno Ikuto remained acutely vigilant, continuously attuned to the fluctuations of that chakra. He noticed that the energy was gradually expanding, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. This energy emanated a terrifying power reminiscent of an atomic explosion, instilling a sense of reverence. Meanwhile, on a remote island in the southern region of the Land of Water, a profound silence enveloped the land. Waves surged rhythmically, crashing against the delicate sands, producing a monotonous yet distinctly audible sound. This sound echoed across the tranquil island, resembling the heartbeat of nature, recounting the lengthy and solitary passage of time. The island appeared to be forgotten by the world, seldom visited by human presence, with only the incessant sound of waves accompanying this desolate land. Yakaru, the former leader of the Land of Water, was being secretly transferred to this location. He lay quietly on a rudimentary stretcher, his countenance haggard like petals ravaged by storms. Stripped of their former vitality, his lips were devoid of color, cracked lines narrating the suffering he had endured. His eyes were sunken, revealing boundless fatigue. Yet they shone with an unwavering determination, akin to a cold star twinkling in the night sky, radiating a faint glow even in darkness. Within that gaze lay profound concern and reluctance regarding the fate of the land of water. It was as if he silently proclaimed that even as life neared its end, he would steadfastly guard this land until the last moment, defending the dignity and honor of the land of water with his very existence. Mizuno Ikuto, employing his agile skills, silently traversed the perimeter guarded by the Umbu, 5 kilometers away. The Umbu members, like phantoms hidden in the shadows, remained perpetually vigilant, their eyes sharp and focused, leaving no suspicious sign overlooked. Yet, they remained oblivious to Mizuno Ikuto's movements. He glided through the forest like a wraith, his form darting swiftly between the trees, with the fallen leaves beneath him betraying no sound. He was akin to an invisible wind, gracefully sweeping through the woods, and soon arrived upon the island. He cautiously concealed himself within a thicket of dense shrubs, his gaze firmly fixed on the crowd not far ahead. There stood Terumi Mei and her companions, including the Byakugan user, on the nearby beach. Terumi Mei, with her statuesque posture, resembled a towering pine, steadfast against the ocean breeze. Her eyes reflected a blend of concern and determination, brow slightly furrowed, never wavering from the distant reef. On the reef, a kilometer away, lay a figure on a stretcher. It was Yukura. He appeared so frail and powerless, as if a mere whisper of wind could carry him away from this world at any moment. Beside the stretcher stood 2 medical ninjas clad in white coats, vigilantly monitoring Yukura's condition, their expressions a mix of concentration and anxiety. They exchanged hushed words occasionally, their medical instruments glinting faintly in the sunlight, the sole sign of vitality on that desolate isle. Upon witnessing this scene, Mizuno began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware that in the narrative, Yukura would perish within a few years after Terumi Mei ascended to the position of 5th Hokage, subsequently leading to the emergence of a wild 3 tails in the land of water. A bold notion began to crystallize in his mind, perhaps amidst the chaos. He could seize the opportunity to acquire a tailed beast. After all, he had yet to summon a spirit beast, and the meager creatures he had encountered thus far were unworthy of his aspirations. Unlike Kakashi and Itachi, whose ninja dogs merely served auxiliary purposes, a formidable tailed beast was far more elusive. In the original tale, the summons of Team 7 were sourced from the 3 great sanctuaries, and lacking knowledge of such sanctuaries himself, he realized he could only strive to procure a tailed beast through other means. Who lurked in the shadows? Byakugan user's keen gaze suddenly widened, resembling 2 gleaming stars. Within the depths of his unique ocular prowess, an extraordinary and captivating light flickered, as if capable of piercing through all facades and concealments. His focus remained unwaveringly fixed on Mizuno, hidden among the foliage, without a hint of relaxation. Chapter 94. An unintentional intrusion. Upon hearing the alert inquiry, Terumi Mei and the other high-ranking officials immediately shifted their attention, their expressions turning grave. An air of heightened vigilance enveloped them, their eyes sharp as torches, intent on discerning every facet of their surroundings, leaving no corner, however minute, unexamined. Mizuno, realizing he had been exposed, exhibited no signs of panic. Adorned with a mysterious fox mask, he emerged slowly from behind the thicket. His footsteps were light, yet steady, each step seemingly dancing upon a silent melody. He casually brushed off the withered branches clinging to him, his movements effortless and natural, as though he had merely been meandering along the tranquil beach, savoring this rare moment of peace. He regarded the gathering with a nonchalant demeanor. Through the fine seams of his mask, it was evident that his eyes harbored no trace of tension or urgency. Beneath his calm exterior, a subtle smile played upon his lips, suggesting that he was entirely in control, dismissing the presence of his adversaries with an air of indifference. Apologies. I seem to have inadvertently disturbed your gathering while indulging in a bit of leisure. The voice of Mizuno Ikuto was calm and gentle, his tone akin to a soft breeze on a spring day, gently caressing the hearts of those who listened, as if he were merely discussing a trivial and inconsequential matter. Who exactly are you? What brings you here? Terumi Mei furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze filled with vigilance and suspicion. Her stern visage resembled impenetrable ice in the depths of winter, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. She could not fathom such a coincidence. It was implausible that someone would meander leisurely in this heavily monitored area. This place had undergone meticulous scrutiny by the Umbu, and within a 5-kilometer radius, members were vigilantly observing, ensuring that no slightest disturbance escaped their notice. With this thought, Terumi Mei's brow knitted tighter, her eyes fixed intently on Mizuno Ikuto, seeking even the minutest crack in his demeanor. Her gaze was akin to two piercing lasers aimed directly at him, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. I truly did not mean to intrude here. If so, I shall take my leave, Mizuno Ikuto said, slightly bowing, exuding an air of utmost humility and courtesy. His voice laced with helplessness and regret. As he spoke, he began to step back, appearing ready to depart, his stride steady and composed, retracing his path. Take him down. Terumi Mei's eyes flashed with determination and decisiveness. She was acutely aware that the appearance of this enigmatic figure was no mere coincidence. To ensure the safety of the Yagura and the stability of the Land of Water, she had to take action. With her command, several elite shinobi surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Mizuno Ikuto remained unfazed, his expression unaltered, displaying not a hint of panic. His eyes radiated calmness and confidence, as if everything before him was under his control. He shifted slightly, his movements graceful and fluid, effortlessly dodging a shuriken that flew towards him. The shuriken whizzed past his cheek, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, as if lamenting its failure to reach its target. Immediately, several more elite shinobi launched their assaults from various directions. Some wielded long swords that gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Others executed fierce kicks, the wind from their legs roaring as if capable of rending the very air. Yet Mizuno Ikuto danced like a butterfly, weaving through their attacks with ease. His figure flickered in and out of sight, rendering him elusive, each evasion perfectly timed. As if he were one with the fierce battle around him. One elite shinobi swiftly formed hand seals, chanting, "Water release, water prison technique." In an instant, crystalline water walls began to rise from the sandy beach, as if animated, rapidly enclosing Mizuno Ikuto, attempting to trap him within this formidable cage. The water walls shimmered with prismatic colors under the refracted sunlight, resembling barriers to an unknown realm. Upon witnessing this, Mizuno Ikuto's steps became remarkably agile. In a blink, he vanished from his original position. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he had melded into the very air, becoming impossible to trace. Suddenly, he appeared behind a high-ranking ninja, poised to launch an attack when the ninja swung a powerful punch toward him. This blow was imbued with immense force, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it could shatter the very air. Shui Yi Dao's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes glinting with disdain. Just as the fist was about to make contact, he swiftly extended two fingers and deftly clamped down, astonishingly grasping the high-ranking ninja's fist with unwavering precision. The ninja felt as though his hand was ensnared by an iron vice, unable to move. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from Yi Dao's fingers, propelling the ninja away like a cannonball. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. At that instant, two more high-ranking ninjas attacked from either side, shouting in unison, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In the blink of an eye, two colossal water dragons erupted from the sea, their scales glistening with a cold sheen, as they lunged toward Yi Dao. The water dragons roared deeply, their voices resonating like a challenge against him, stirred by the ocean breeze. Yi Dao's expression sharpened as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Bellowing, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, akin to a blazing sun, radiating boundless light and warmth. The fireball collided with the two water dragons, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed across the heavens. Steam billowed, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist, within which Yi Dao's silhouette became a fleeting shadow, exuding an enigmatic aura. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling vapor, several high-ranking ninjas stealthily circled behind Yi Dao, preparing for a surprise attack. Recognizing the imminent danger, Terumi Mei's gaze sharpened. She understood that there could be no respite for Yi Dao. Rapidly forming seals, she intoned, "Lava release, lava bullet." A searing lava sphere erupted from her mouth, soaring toward Yi Dao's back like a burning meteor. The air surrounding the lava bullet warped under its intense heat, as if ignited. Undeterred, Yi Dao swiftly formed seals and unleashed a technique, "Earth release, earth prison." The ground heaved, erecting towering walls of earth that resembled small hills. These walls rapidly enclosed him and the nearby high-ranking ninjas within a confined space. The trapped ninjas attempted to assault the earthen barriers, only to discover their formidable strength. Their attacks left mere shallow marks on the walls. The lava bullet merely melted a small portion of the outer defenses, failing to breach this impregnable line. Chapter 95. The Three Tails are mine. At that moment, Terumi Mei launched another assault. Coordinating seamlessly with her fellow high-ranking ninjas, they simultaneously formed seals, chanting in unison, "Water release, great waterfall technique." A tremendous torrent surged from the sea, cascading down upon the earthen prison like a waterfall. The deluge rolled forward like a stampede of thousands, producing a deafening roar. The force of the water began to crack the earthen walls, fissures spreading as if the barriers were groaning in agony, on the verge of collapse. As the other elite ninjas observed the situation, their attacks intensified. They unleashed their most formidable jutsu, a dazzling array of light and power converging towards the earthen prison where Mizuno Ikuto resided. With agile footwork, Mizuno deftly evaded their strikes, shifting positions to render their assaults ineffective. He leaped and spun with grace, his form akin to a fleeting specter, elusive and difficult to capture. Within the confines of the earthen cell, he danced seamlessly, blending into the cramped space, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location. At that moment, the remaining elite ninjas were taken aback. They had not anticipated Mizuno Ikuto's exceptional prowess. They had presumed that their numerical advantage would easily subdue him. Yet they were astonished by his formidable strength, maintaining composure amidst their fierce onslaught. Undeterred, they launched even more frenzied attacks, striving to break the stalemate with their collective might. Mizuno surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of sharp determination flickering in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, his chakra surged within him, emanating a powerful aura that enveloped the vicinity. This energy surged like tumultuous waves, saturating the air with palpable tension. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, the air around him seemed to freeze, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Suddenly, a colossal wave of chakra erupted from his being, radiating outward in all directions. The chakra radiance illuminated the entire beach, a resplendent brilliance that engulfed the surroundings. The approaching elite ninjas were struck by this formidable chakra wave, sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, rendered incapable of further combat. In a matter of moments, over a dozen elite ninjas lay defeated at Mizuno Ikuto's feet. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed, standing serenely with not a single blemish on his attire, his composure undisturbed as though the preceding chaos had been but a casual performance. Beneath his calm exterior lay an unfathomable reservoir of strength, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to underestimate him. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei and her companions were engulfed in astonishment and confusion. They had not foreseen the extraordinary power of this unexpected individual, who remained unharmed amidst the relentless assault of multiple elite ninjas. The beach fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, resonating with clarity in the stillness, as if narrating the incredibility of the battle that had just transpired. Just as Terumi Mei prepared to engage Mizuno Ikuto in a life-or-death confrontation, he gently brushed off the dust from his clothes, his movements elegant and composed, as if the preceding fierce battle had been mere triviality for him. He lifted his gaze slightly and spoke with quiet sincerity. "I harbor no intentions of opposing the land of water. I merely sensed a significant chakra disturbance here and came to ascertain its cause." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's anxiety subsided. As long as he was not an adversary of the land of water, she was reluctant to confront a formidable stranger. The current state of the land of water was fraught with internal and external turmoil, riddled with countless issues, and could hardly withstand any additional strife. "Then please, proceed as you wish," she replied. "We have pressing matters to attend to here in the land of water." As Terumi Mei spoke, she hastily summoned medical ninjas to attend to the injuries of the fallen jonin. These elite shinobi were invaluable resources she had painstakingly gathered from various departments. And should their wounds be grave, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to manage the impending eruption of the Three Tails alone. "I can assist you in subduing the Three Tails," stated Mizuno Ichido, showing no reluctance in allowing the medical ninjas to render aid, seemingly aware of Terumi Mei's predicament. "What is it that you desire?" Terumi Mei was skeptical, unable to fathom why a stranger of considerable strength would willingly offer assistance to a group of unknown individuals without expecting anything in return. However, if a powerful ally could indeed resolve the issue of the Three Tails for a reasonable price, she would be amenable. After all, leading her village's populace against the Three Tails could result in substantial casualties. The village was already short-staffed, particularly in terms of high-ranking shinobi, and the loss of even one would inflict severe damage upon the Land of Water. Mizuno Ichido spoke leisurely. I require the Three Tails. Impossible, Terumi Mae replied firmly. The Three Tails is a vital asset to the village. Indeed, the Three Tails was a significant force painstakingly secured by their forebears during the inaugural Five Kage Summit. And regardless of the present circumstances, the descendants should not so easily relinquish it. You lack the strength to contain it. Even if you could, the cost and the lives of your jonin would be exorbitant. I assume the Hidden Mist Village can scarcely afford to lose any more of their elite. Mizuno Ichido calmly replied, his gaze revealing a profound understanding, as if he had already discerned the true state of the Hidden Mist Village. If the village possessed such power, they would not have allowed two-tailed beasts to be captured by the Akatsuki during the summit prior to the Fourth Shinobi World War. Furthermore, since the demise of Yagura, the Three Tails had been in a state of uncontrollable chaos. Terumi Mae found herself deep in contemplation. Did this condition align with the interests of the Land of Water? Presently, the Land of Water was indeed incapable of subduing the Three Tails and lacked the surplus strength to sustain further losses. The original plan had been to mitigate the damage caused by the Three Tails eruption, with no consideration given to obtaining a new Jinchuriki. The current Land of Water merely bore the title of one of the 5 great nations, yet under the control of Uchiha Obito. The nation teetered on the brink of total collapse. The techniques once used to seal-tailed beasts were now lost to them. I wish to know to which nation you belong, and what faction you represent, Terumi Mae insisted, seeking clarity regarding the identity of the person before her before making any decisions. She understood the importance of not inadvertently strengthening the power of other great nations. Nor could she afford to establish a formidable enemy for the Land of Water. Once stability returned to the village, establishing diplomatic relations with the other 4 great nations would be paramount, and every decision would bear weight on the future of the Land of Water. Chapter 96. I am a merchant, I am a merchant. Though I hail from the Land of Fire, I do not represent any nation or village. I only represent myself. Do you understand? Mizuno Ichido replied with unwavering calm. His eyes radiated confidence and certainty, as if everything lay within his grasp. The Three Tails will be entrusted to me. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Land of Water. Konoha truly is a land teeming with talent. Tsukuyami Mae sighed softly, then stated, I, Tsukuyami Mae, the current 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, hereby consent to bestow the Three Tails upon you. After careful deliberation, she arrived at her decision. Compared to the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, Konoha is a village that cherishes peace and has historically refrained from initiating invasions against other nations. The opportunity to exchange a tailed beast, which is a lingering threat that could erupt at any moment, for the friendship of a formidable ally, is undoubtedly a prudent transaction. Since that is the case, I leave this matter in your capable hands while the Hidden Mist Village prepares to handle any unusual circumstances nearby. With that, Tsukuyami Mae dismissed everyone, retaining only a few of the more powerful jonin, such as Byakugan and Aoi. Her gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. She, too, wished to witness the true prowess of the masked man before her. Since the demise of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the ninja world had not seen anyone capable of single-handedly subduing a tailed beast for quite some time. Yagura's life had finally reached its conclusion. The 2 medical ninjas displayed visible fear, daring not to linger, and hastily retreated to a safe zone 5 kilometers away. The station jonin bore solemn expressions, unwilling to defy orders, and hurriedly followed suit, escaping the impending chaos. Under the anxious and watchful gazes of those present, the flicker of life in Yagura gradually extinguished. His face retained an expression of guilt and unwavering conviction, as if even in his final moments, he had never entertained a thought of relinquishing his duty to protect the Land of Water, striving to endure just one more second in hopes of delaying the tailed beast's eruption. With Yagura's passing, an extraordinary crimson fluctuation began to emanate from his body. This wave resembled an invisible ripple, spreading through the air, a clear signal of the three-tail seal within its host breaking. The once tranquil surface of the sea, akin to a mirror, suddenly resembled a powder keg ignited, beginning to churn violently. A colossal vortex gradually formed, resembling a massive black hole exuding a chilling gravitational pull. At the vortex's center, A powerful and ferocious force surged forth, as if desperate to break free from all constraints and shatter the shackles of the world. The seawater boiled like a cauldron, countless droplets soaring into the air, sparkling with an eerie luminescence under the sun's rays. At times, the glow was dazzlingly golden, while at others, it bore an unsettling purple hue, evoking a sense of awe. The vortex spun ever faster, its formidable pull seemingly intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Even the smallest speck of dust could not escape its grasp. Then, a gigantic tailed beast slowly rose from the vortex, the fearsome Three Tails, towering at several dozen meters. It resembled a moving mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Its body radiated a gray-brown luminescence, akin to solidified blades, carving out brown halos in the air as if to rend the very fabric of space. The Three Tails form resembled a colossal beast from ancient times, its back and chest covered in an incredibly hard shell. Upon its shell, a series of hard scales glisten with a metallic sheen, as if nature itself had meticulously crafted an unparalleled armor, impervious to destruction. For robust limbs stand steadfast in the ocean, with the water merely submerging them to the chest, rendering the vast expanse of the sea a mere drop in the ocean before its might. Its head resembles a towering hill, adorned with several sharp horns protruding from the forehead and chin, these horns akin to razor-edged blades that emit a chilling glint. A massive maw, from which oozes a viscous, dark green slime, exudes a pungent odor that induces nausea upon inhalation. Its blood-red vertical pupils reveal a glimpse of ferocity and madness, as if it were venting its internal rage and discontent upon the world. Three formidable tails sway in the air, seemingly reveling in their newfound freedom, each tail possessing the latent power to obliterate all in its path. With a thunderous roar that reverberates like rolling thunder, the creature's cry threatens to shatter the very island beneath it. This bellow carries with it boundless fury and strength, causing a sharp pain in the ears as though a multitude of needles were piercing through, instilling a profound sense of dread. Suddenly, it swings its colossal claws towards the gathered crowd on the beach. The sharp claws, akin to immense blades forged from steel, slice through the air with a piercing whistle, rending the atmosphere and leaving behind black fissures, as if space itself bore the scars of its assault. Witnessing this, Mizuno Ichido's gaze sharpened, akin to a twinkling star in the night sky, though curiosity about the beast's power stirred within him, fueling a desire to experience the thrill of confronting such a creature. His extensive travels and numerous life and death trials had tempered any recklessness, instilling in him a profound caution. With a powerful push from his feet, he propelled himself toward the three-tailed beast like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a graceful arc through the air at an almost imperceptible speed. Meanwhile, Kagaya-Mei and the others had prudently retreated to a safe distance as the beast's massive claws swept through the air. They stood silently, their eyes fixed intently on the battle between Mizuno Ichido and the formidable creature, a mixture of concern and anticipation reflected in their expressions. As the three-tailed beast's claws struck the sand, a whirlwind of grains was sent soaring skyward, resembling a sandstorm that obscured the sun. The airborne dust rendered the air nearly unbreathable, blurring visibility. In the moment Mizuno Ichido approached the beast, he swiftly formed hand signs and shouted, "Fire release. Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, numerous fiery sparks resembling petals erupted from his mouth, vibrant and colorful like a dazzling display of fireworks. These flames surged toward the three-tailed creature, imbued with searing heat and formidable force. Upon impact, the sparks produced a sizzling sound as white steam rapidly evaporated from the beast's hide. However, with its thick skin and resilient flesh, the creature merely swayed slightly, as if dismissively responding to Mizuno Ichido's attack, seemingly unscathed by the encounter. Chapter 97. Treated like a pet, the Three Tails roared furiously, its tail thrashing as it conjured a blue-brown-tailed beast bomb that hurtled towards Mizuno Ichido. The very fabric of space seemed to warp in the wake of the tailed beast bomb, creating strange ripples. Mizuno Ichido felt the immense destructive power contained within. It was a force capable of obliterating him in an instant. Not daring to confront it directly, he swiftly leaped aside, evading to a massive boulder several hundred meters away. Upon impact, the tailed beast bomb erupted with a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated like the death knell of the world, echoing across the entire island. Sand, stones, and trees were instantly reduced to rubble, debris flying through the air like a torrential rain of bullets. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, inciting yet another tsunami, a ferocious beast roaring towards the shore. In the distance, Terumi Mei and her companions hastily employed water release techniques to counter the towering waves. Seizing the moment, Mizuno Ichido dashed from behind the boulder, swiftly forming hand seals as he chanted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A torrent of flames erupted from him, coalescing into a colossal fireball, radiant like a blazing sun, emitting boundless light and heat. The fireball surged toward the Three Tails, warping the air itself in its fiery wake. Sensing the intense heat, the Three Tails flailed its limbs, desperately attempting to evade the impending inferno. Yet, the fireball's velocity was overwhelming. Before it could fully pivot, it struck its body. The immense fireball detonated upon impact, unleashing a searing heat that penetrated through its smooth scales, incinerating the flesh beneath and melting a portion of its rear. Fragments of its chakra armor scattered as the fireball, augmented by Mizuno Ichido, was akin to a nuclear bomb, prompting the Three Tails to let out an even more wrathful roar. It had been years since anyone had inflicted such damage upon it. Nevertheless, the Three Tails possessed an indomitable vitality. It vigorously whipped its tail, splashing seawater that extinguished the flames, revealing the scars left by the great fireball. These scars, set against its gray-brown scales, appeared particularly grotesque. As the fierce battle progressed, Mizuno Ichido began to discern some of the Three Tails' vulnerabilities. He observed that while its defensive prowess was formidable, its cumbersome and sluggish movements made it difficult to evade attacks from the sides. Additionally, during the charging of the tailed beast bomb, there was a brief moment of pause, providing an opportunity for his mutated ninjutsu, which possessed exceptional penetrating power, to inflict damage. Thus, he commenced a relentless assault on the Three Tails' weaknesses, leveraging his speed and nimble movements to his advantage. Mizuno Ichido darted around the Three Tails like a phantom, occasionally unleashing wind release techniques, with razor-sharp wind blades slicing toward it. At other times, he employed fire release techniques, the searing flames resembling fierce beasts lunging at the Three Tails, leaving it vulnerable and defenseless. Under the onslaught of Mizuno Ichido's fierce attacks, the Three Tails gradually found its chakra reserves dwindling. Its assaults became increasingly feeble, and its movements sluggish. Each claw swipe grew laborious, as if its body was on the verge of losing control. At long last, under the formidable assault of Mizuno Ichido, the Three Tails was brought crashing down to the ground. Its front half collapsed heavily upon the sandy shore, marred by numerous wounds, with shattered chakra fragments scattered all around. Its breath grew faint, and the once ferocious crimson-slit pupils now betrayed a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Mizuno Ichido approached the fallen beast, casting a lofty gaze upon it. In that moment, the Three Tails resembled a wounded giant, struggling desperately on the precipice of life. "You are strong, yet you are no longer capable of fighting." Mizuno Ichido spoke with a calm and resolute tone, as if an invisible force had solidified the very air around them. His eyes bore no trace of arrogance or self-satisfaction. Instead, they reflected a serene acceptance born of experience, coupled with a profound respect for the mighty-tailed beast before him. The Three Tails slowly lifted its head, its blood-red slit pupils ablaze with boundless fury, akin to raging flames, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its sight. It could hardly fathom how such a powerful ninja could exist in this era. After all, the individual before it bore neither the fearsome Sharingan of the Uchiha clan nor the earth-shattering wood release of Hashirama Senju. It was solely through pure ninjutsu that such grievous harm had been inflicted upon it. "Isabu, become my summoning beast. I shall not restrain your freedom." Mizuno Ichido calmly uttered the name of the Three Tails, his voice imbued with a certain enchantment, stirring a flicker of movement within the previously tumultuous heart of the beast. Years had passed since it last heard that name, and in an instant, the tempest of rage that had swept through it subsided. Even the weariness it bore was momentarily forgotten. Confusion and wariness flickered in its gaze as it raised its head slightly, fixing its eyes firmly upon Mizuno Ichido. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" The voice of the Three Tails emerged low and hoarse, as if echoing from the depths of an ancient abyss, imbued with an air of mystery and a weight of time. "Rest assured, I harbor no intent to harm you. I merely wish for you to become my summoning beast. Of course, should you choose to shrink your form, I would not mind treating you as a cherished pet." Mizuno Ichido raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. He genuinely entertained the thought of having a tailed beast as a pet, yet the current appearance of the three tails was far from endearing or agreeable. If it required a beating to render it obedient, Mizuno Ikuto was well equipped to enforce compliance. After all, he had yet to utilize the Vajra ceiling he had acquired from Aunt Reina. With Mizuno Ikuto's enigmatic smile lingering in his mind, the Three Tails was abruptly reminded of its shattered bodily form. It recalled the words of the Sage of Six Paths, who had once proclaimed that they would one day find companions worthy of trust. From the very beginning, it had sensed no malice or fear emanating from the individual before it. Perhaps this was a wondrous fate. Perhaps this person was indeed a companion worthy of reliance. After all, why would one who had so thoroughly defeated it now seek to negotiate? Ultimately, the Three Tails slowly nodded in agreement, signing the summoning contract. In that instant, a surge of mysterious power flowed from its body, and its massive form began to gradually diminish. Before long, it transformed into a turtle no larger than the size of a palm, obediently nestling within Mizuno Ikuto's embrace. Observing everything from a distance, Kimi and the others were rendered speechless, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. The astounding power unleashed by Mizuno Ikuto during the battle, as well as the obediently shrinking form of the three-tailed creature, far exceeded their wildest imaginations. At that moment, Kimi felt a profound sense of relief. Grateful for having made the right decision, she could hardly fathom the calamity that would have befallen the land of water had they provoked such a formidable adversary. It would have been an unimaginable disaster. However, Mizuno Ikuto paid little heed to the astonishment around him. He merely exchanged a few words with Kimi before departing with the three-tailed creature. His figure gradually receded, leaving behind a tranquil beach and those still enveloped in disbelief. The sea breeze gently swept through, stirring fine sands as if whispering tales of the extraordinary encounter that had just transpired. Chapter 98. Arrival in the Land of Waves. Late summer, on a small island in the Land of Waves. Brother Ikuto, why are there so many small islands everywhere? The curious expression on Uzumaki Kyuka's rosy face was unmistakable, her bright eyes fixed intently on the scattered islands across the sea. With her right hand clutching an ice cream, she instinctively extended her pinky, pointing toward the horizon, as if eager to draw all those mysterious islands into her sight. At present, Mizuno Ikuto had arrived at the final destination of his training journey, the Land of Waves. Initially, he had intended to come alone. But after escorting the mother and son duo to Crescent Moon City, the clingy Uzumaki Kyuka insisted that her beloved brother Ikuto, who had vanished for over half a year, would never again leave her side. She resolutely refused to part from him, sticking by him in every aspect of life. Under such circumstances, what brother could bear to abandon such an affixed companion? Hence, she accompanied him to the Land of Waves. This place, known as the Land of Waves, is a nation composed of numerous small islands. Mizuno Ikuto patiently wiped away the remnants of ice cream from Uzumaki Kyuka's mouth with a tissue, his gaze imbued with a hint of profundity, as if reminiscing about the tales of this land. These people seem to be quite impoverished. What are we doing here? Uzumaki Kyuka remarked, finishing the last of her ice cream and licking the cream off her fingers. It was as if she had completely forgotten the harrowing experiences of fleeing with her mother a year prior. With a furrowed brow, she disdainfully gestured toward the inhabitants of the island. They appeared gaunt and weary, perpetually engaged in labor, their frail bodies seemingly susceptible to being toppled by a mere gust of wind. Indeed, we are here to rescue these people, Mizuno Ikuto declared solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the largest island in the distance, his eyes reflecting a cold detachment and a hint of murderous intent. In his view, this island was distinctly different from the surrounding smaller ones. At its center, towering skyscrapers loomed majestically, surrounded by a dense cluster of residential buildings. In the distance, the raucous shouts from the casino could be heard, a cacophony that pierced the air, narrating tales of indulgence and excess. Amidst this apparent splendor, the faint melodies of a pipa played by a songstress drifted through, revealing the boundless darkness that lay concealed beneath the surface. Initially, Mizuno Ikuto sought merely to amass wealth by controlling the ruler of the Kingdom of Waves. Yet, as he journeyed through this land and encountered its people and their circumstances, the sights profoundly resonated within him, tugging at the tightly wound strings of his heart. In any realm, the joys and sorrows of the affluent and the impoverished are worlds apart. The wealthy indulge in opulence, reveling in a life of ceaseless merriment, basking in a constant glow of extravagance, all while remaining oblivious to the sufferings of those at the bottom rungs of society. Meanwhile, the destitute toil endlessly. Men venture out to fish, battling tumultuous waves in a desperate struggle for survival, striving to bring home meager earnings for their families. While women bear the dual burden of managing the household and working in the homes of the affluent to supplement their meager incomes. Even with such relentless labor, a family of 5 often struggles to secure a single satisfying meal. Scenes of the wealthy abusing the poor are commonplace, with even more heinous acts of robbery, debauchery, and murder proliferating unchecked. For Mizuno Ichido, who harbored a sense of equality, he possessed no inclination to commit evil. Yet he could not bear to witness others engage in wrongdoing before his eyes. By seizing control over the lives of the most destitute, he believed he could at least grant them the semblance of a dignified existence. As night fell, Xuanhua Xiangling had already nestled into the humble abode of a fisherman. Her petite form curled upon a modest bed, akin to a small creature seeking a warm haven. Before long, her rhythmic breathing filled the air, and she slipped into a sweet slumber. Mizuno Ichido, ever cautious, discreetly altered his appearance. In this moment, he transformed into a fearsome middle-aged man, his disheveled hair framing a pair of eyes that radiated coldness and cruelty, evoking a sense of dread as though they bore witness to countless misdeeds. He swiftly approached the vicinity of Cardo's villa. In stark contrast to the surrounding island's serene silence, Cardo's domain remained ablaze with light. The servants patrolled the grounds, yawning, their bleary eyes and sluggish steps betraying the laxity of the place. The taverns and casinos continued their raucous revelry, as if tranquility had never graced this land. Fire release, small fireball technique, Mizuno Ichido uttered with authority. For those who exploit life with indifference. He believed that an absolute show of force was necessary to awaken their dormant conscience. With hands moving like lightning, he swiftly formed seals, chanting incantations. As a small fireball erupted from his palm, in an instant, flames soared skyward, illuminating the fountain square before the villa. The flickering flames cast a glow upon the panicked crowd, reflecting Mizuno Ichido's stern visage. An enemy assault ensued. A sharp whistle pierced the night, shattering the stillness. The once dimly lit streets suddenly burst into brilliance with the illumination of several lanterns. The bright light pierced the darkness like the midday sun, the flickering bulbs resembling vigilant eyes, keenly observing their surroundings. Hundreds of individuals hastily congregated outside the opulent villa of Cardo, wielding long knives and surveying the area with palpable tension. Each face bore the mark of vigilance, as if a grand battle were on the brink of eruption. Their taut nerves akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap. Where's the enemy? A man, his countenance fierce and a scar slashing across his right cheek, strode forth from within the dwelling with purposeful strides. His gait was steady and powerful, each step resonating like a heartbeat among the throng. A fierce glint in his eyes mirrored that of a wolf prowling the wild, sending shivers down spines. He directed a query towards a leader among the crowd, his voice low and gravelly, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Reporting, my lord, we have only observed an explosion in the garden. The specifics are currently under investigation. Chapter 99. Cardo as fire extinguished. The man bowed his head, trembling violently, betraying his profound fear. His voice quivered, as if he feared the scarred man might unleash his ire at any moment, his words akin to leaves rustling in an autumn breeze, quaking with trepidation. What a bunch of imbeciles. The enemy is at our doorstep, and still you do not know where they are? The scarred man cast a furious glance at the assembly, his eyes ablaze with wrath and murderous intent. He remained oblivious to the fact that in the kingdom of Bo, few dared to provoke Lord Cardo, a figure revered almost as a deity, whose power and wealth instilled terror in the hearts of the common folk. Are you not moving quickly to search? Do you wish for Lord Cardo to personally dispatch you? The scarred man bellowed, his voice crashing like thunder among the crowd. Those encircling the area scattered in haste. Some meticulously examined the crater left by the explosion, leaving no stone unturned. Others scoured the underbrush, their eyes fixated on every potential hiding place for an adversary. While yet more remained alert, ears perked, anxious not to miss a whisper of movement. The atmosphere outside the villa was charged with tension, as if a fierce confrontation were imminent at any moment. Inside the villa, Mizuno Ito reclined languidly on the sofa, his right hand elegantly cradling a glass of deep amber wine. He gently swirled the goblet, the liquid shimmering alluringly under the bright lights, akin to a resplendent ruby, exuding an enchanting allure. Mizuno Ito savored a sip, the faint aroma of the wine unfurling in his mouth, yet accompanied by an unpleasant tickle in his throat. Indeed, it is confirmed. This is still not to my liking, he remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow as he uttered those words. Mizuno Ito cast a casual glance at a figure hastily scrambling from the bed. The individual was portly, sporting a substantial belly, adorned in luxurious pajamas, yet appeared utterly disheveled. Panic was etched across his face, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes, while two women who had shared his bed clung tightly to their blankets, burying their heads within them, leaving only their trembling hands gripping the edges exposed. Who are you? Who sent you? They offered you a sum, and I shall provide double. No, 5 times, even tenfold. The man, in a flurry, extended his palm, gesturing with his fingers to indicate specific figures. His eyes betrayed a hint of desperation, as if he believed that wealth could purchase his very life. At that moment, Kato was at the ascendant phase of his control over the land of waves. His power and authority had yet to reach the zenith where he would reign supreme. His subordinates consisted mainly of thugs and ordinary ninjas, lacking the prowess of elite shinobi like Zabuza. Mayano Ichido regarded the flustered man before him with a chilling gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. He gently swirled the glass of wine in his hand, the crimson liquid rippling within, as if whispering of the impending bloodshed. Kato? Humph. What makes you think you can buy me with mere trinkets? Mayano Ichido's voice was deep and frosty, echoing like a decree from the depths of the abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. Kato's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the malevolent aura radiating from the middle-aged man. He attempted to struggle, yet his body felt as if it were frozen in place, paralyzed, and unable to move. Mayano Ichido slowly rose to his feet, advancing step by step toward Kato. Each stride seemed to echo in Kato's heart, amplifying his sense of oppression. In the dim light, Ichido's figure loomed large, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Just then, a throng of people rushed into the room, encircling Kato, among them several ninjas. The presence of this newfound company seemed to instill confidence in the previously panicked Kato, transforming his fear into fury. He bellowed commands for his underlings to attack and eliminate Mayano Ichido, seeking solace in their collective aggression. Mayano Ichido moved like a specter, swiftly drawing a short blade. As shadows flitted about, his movements were a blur, dazzling to behold. The advancing minions were swiftly dispatched, their blood staining the carpet, leaving only Kato, paralyzed in place, his fearful gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Ichido's form flickered like a ghost, materializing before Kato in an instant. He reached out with his left hand, seizing Kato by the throat, effortlessly lifting the hefty man off the ground. Kato's legs began to flail in panic, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, chaotic yet suffused with unending dread. His hands desperately clawed at Ichido's iron grip, fingers turning pale and veins bulging from exertion. The raw agony surged from his neck like a relentless tide, flooding his brain, with every nerve ending ignited by the excruciating pain. The stark torment coursed from his neck to his mind, rendering his breath labored and his voice barely a whisper. Spare me. I am willing to relinquish half my fortune. No, all of it, everything. Approaching the brink of death, Kato pleaded in terror, yet Mayano Ichido remained utterly unmoved. He suddenly flung his hand towards the window, and Kato's body soared outward like a kite severed from its string, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. He traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air before plummeting directly from the 4th floor into the garden below. Immediately thereafter, Mizuno flickered and stepped out into the courtyard. The henchman looked on in panic as Kato fell, his limbs convulsing and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, leaving them momentarily dazed and utterly at a loss. Mizuno cast a cold, indifferent glance over the crowd, his gaze as frigid as the frost of winter. Just as he pondered whether to unleash his full power and annihilate everyone present, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the darkened street, drawing closer. A group of individuals rushed in, led by a man in his 30s, slender in build with sharp facial features that conveyed a resolute demeanor. His eyes, deep and enigmatic like a hidden pool, sparkled with a keen and piercing light reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. This man was Hitano Akira, a significant figure within the esteemed family of the nation of Bo, and an indispensable member of Kato's team. The nation of Bo, characterized by its myriad islands. Possesses a limited land area with scant arable land available for cultivation. The lifeblood of its economy relies almost entirely on the bountiful seafood provided by the ocean. Fishermen set sail at dawn, returning with the evening glow to meticulously prepare the fresh catch for sale to other countries the following day. The wealth acquired is then used to procure essential grains and daily necessities from abroad. This reciprocal economic system has naturally rendered the shipping industry vital to the survival and development of the entire nation. Thus, when Kato established the Bo Nation Shipping Company, Hatano Akira was summoned by the clan leader to join Kato's ranks. On one hand, as a relative of the clan leader, his official background offered a protective oversight for Kato's shipping enterprise. On the other hand, this arrangement allowed the authorities to reap substantial profits from the shipping trade. However, as time passed, Kato's shipping business flourished, and his power grew steadily. Gradually, Kato began to display signs of usurping authority, his ambitions and influence swelling to a degree that even the officials began to regard him with trepidation. "Please forgive us, my lord. We are utterly unaware of how we have offended you. I humbly request that you grant us an opportunity for redemption," Hatano Akira implored. Casting a glance at the motionless Kato on the ground, his tone imbued with humility and deference. Hatano Akira was no mere pawn, having once accompanied the naive clan leader to witness the majesty of great nations. He understood the necessity of humility and the role of a subordinate to secure survival and fortune. Kato has committed numerous heinous acts. Today, I shall take his life with my own hands. Tell me, how do you propose we handle this matter?" In this moment, the valiant heart of Mizuno Ichido surged with fervor. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of satisfaction washing over him as he glanced at the lifeless form of Cardo, as if admiring his own handiwork. "My lord, you jest. It is evident that Cardo's demise was a mere accident, a misstep from the heights above, and bears no connection to your esteemed self," murmured Hatano Kamaki, cautiously raising his gaze to gauge Mizuno's reaction, hoping to discern a glimmer of leniency in his expression. He dared not provoke one capable of effortlessly dispatching Cardo under the protection of numerous bodyguards. His sole desire was to quell the wrath of the man before him. Upon arriving in the kingdom of B, Mizuno had witnessed firsthand the brutal exploitation inflicted upon the populace by Cardo's shipping company. The common folk toiled tirelessly each day, barely scraping by, ensnared in a life of hardship. This plight evoked memories of his former life, where he too had been a hapless cog in the relentless machinery of labor, deprived of time for leisure or escape, while being ruthlessly exploited by his superiors. A powerful sense of chivalry ignited within him, compelling him to take decisive action and eliminate the architect of such suffering, Cardo. "Enough of this idle chatter. Dissolve the shipping company. I may overlook the actions of others, but failure to comply will have dire consequences." Mizuno paid little heed to Hatano's protests, fixated instead on seizing this opportunity to eradicate Cardo, thereby liberating the kingdom of B from its prolonged oppression and allowing its citizens to live with dignity. "My lord, please grant me a moment to explain," Hatano interjected, anxiety and helplessness flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing of Cardo's assault, he had surmised the cause. Cardo's relentless tyranny over the people of B had incited rebellion. He had previously attempted to counsel Cardo on numerous occasions. Yet both the lofty feudal lords and the avaricious Cardo remained solely preoccupied with the burgeoning wealth in their coffers, indifferent to the plight of the populace. And now, an important figure had perished. Hatano silently lamented, fully aware of the unique circumstances of the kingdom of B, which could hardly function without the shipping company. "My lord may not be aware, but the kingdom of B is a small nation nestled between several great powers. Its agricultural output sustains merely a third of its population. The remainder relies on fishing, trading their catch with other nations for sustenance. In days past, the fishermen faced immense hardships. They not only had to venture out to sea, but also navigate their vessels to foreign lands for trade, returning with food. Each fisherman faced varying prices, and the time consumed in the process, along with the quantity of food acquired, paled in comparison to the efficiency brought by the shipping company, which increased productivity by over fivefold. The inefficiencies led to constant strife among fishermen competing for limited resources. However, with the establishment of the shipping company, the situation transformed significantly. Fishermen could now focus solely on their daily catch, entrusting the rest, the selling and procurement of necessities, to the shipping company. The maritime companies consolidate their acquisition of grain and subsequently transported to other nations for sale at a uniform price, thereby reaping profits that surpass previous earnings by 3 to 4-fold. Hence, the nation of Bo cannot afford to be without its maritime companies, sighed Kazuhiko Bando, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Upon hearing these words, Mizuno Ito, initially fueled by fervor, gradually regained his composure. It dawned on him that his initial thoughts had been overly simplistic. He had presumed that, akin to the original narrative, eliminating the principal culprit would resolve the issue effortlessly. Yet, upon reflection, what would be the outcome of vanquishing Cardo? Would that not simply pave the way for another Cardo or Kaki to emerge, committing even more egregious acts? In the original tale, Dazuna constructed a bridge, thereby linking the neighboring islands and facilitating overland communication with the Land of Fire, effectively curtailing Cardo's maritime exploitation. However, a closer examination reveals that the root cause was not merely the maritime companies obstructing the people of Bo from accessing the Land of Fire, but rather their ruthless exploitation of the majority of the labor income of Bo's populace through industry monopolization. Thus, to genuinely liberate the people of Bo, it is imperative to address the issue of monopoly. Kazuhiko Bando, is it? The maritime companies of Bo need not disband, yet they must undergo significant reform. They should be divided into several independent entities, and it must be prohibited to prevent the people of Bo from transporting their own goods. Mizuno Ito asserted with resolute determination after a moment of contemplation. He resolved to tackle the issue from the perspective of preventing monopolization, fostering competition among the separate companies, thus curtailing their ability to arbitrarily lower purchase prices or inflate procurement costs. Concurrently, the people of Bo would be afforded the freedom to sell their own goods, thereby precluding any collusion among large corporations to depress prices, which would otherwise lead to the dire circumstance where the impoverished populace struggles to secure basic sustenance. Kazuhiko Bando, is it? The maritime companies of Bo need not dissolve, but they must be restructured into several independent maritime companies. And prohibiting the people of Bo from transporting their own goods is out of the question. Mizuno Ito contemplated this approach and ultimately decided to prevent monopolization, ensuring that the competing companies could not indiscriminately lower purchase prices, while simultaneously empowering the people of Bo to engage in their own trade, thus averting the grim reality of large corporations conspiring to suppress prices, resulting in the impoverished populace being unable to afford food. Chapter 101. A Power Beyond the World. Upon hearing Mizuno Ito's proposal, Kazuhiko Bando could not help but feel a surge of admiration. As a citizen of Bo, and a relative connected to the Lord, he was acutely aware of the nation's decline, yet felt powerless to effect change in either the political or economic spheres. Conversely, the strategies put forth by this stranger were entirely in service of the collective good of Bo, ensuring that both the vast impoverished populace and the high-ranking lords, who merely collected taxes, would reap substantial benefits from such measures. The people would be liberated from Cardo's brutal exploitation, afforded the opportunity to recuperate and thrive simultaneously. The nation of Bo, once teetering on the brink of being consumed by Cardo, could seize this chance for survival and extricate itself from its plight. Regarding the name of the esteemed clan, possessing a visibly recognized nation of Bo, one with independent authority, provides him with greater assurance. As for Kato's loyal subordinates, they may exhibit some resistance to this initiative. However, with careful planning, it is not without avenues for resolution. Just as Batashome was preparing to nod in agreement, a group of individuals slowly emerged from the dimly lit street. Leading them was Kasha, Kato's cousin. His visage was adorned with excess flesh, glistening with an oily sheen, as if sculpted by the hands of time and avarice. With each step he took, the bulk of his body swayed violently like waves, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Despite his grotesque appearance, he held significant sway within Kato's shipping enterprise. Upon hearing news of an impending assault, Kasha leisurely extricated himself from the throng of alluring women surrounding him. His corpulent form, enveloped by their presence, appeared all the more repulsive. In the past, he had quelled numerous uprisings among the lower classes by wielding his influence and cunning. Notably, he had once tied the leader of a mob before the very eyes of the rabble, methodically executing him with a blade, a gruesome spectacle that still haunted the hearts of the common folk. This twisted sense of satisfaction and desire for control had taken root in his being, rendering him increasingly arrogant. Upon arriving at the scene, He beheld Mizuno Ichido standing alone, and his immediate reaction was one of furious rage. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, commanding his underlings to swiftly subdue Mizuno and butcher him, ultimately discarding his remains like refuse into the stinking gutter. Who dares to provoke the Kashi shipping line? Kasha glared at Mizuno with eyes that seemed intent on devouring him whole. He then raised his voice, instructing his subordinates to charge menacingly at Mizuno. Mizuno Ichido felt a swell of irritation. In the past, while perusing novels, he often encountered scenarios in which oblivious individuals willingly served as stepping stones for protagonists, and he found the author's portrayals to be rather simplistic. Yet now, immersed in the situation, he acutely recognized that those who grew up in such small places often harbored a sense of self-importance. Having lived in an environment where they were revered above all else, they were unaccustomed to opposition. Consequently, when these individuals eventually gained control over their territories, they cultivated an arrogant delusion of superiority. In their eyes, the world seemed entirely under their dominion, with no one deemed mightier than themselves. How could such an attitude not breed a profound arrogance, viewing all others as inferior? Thus, upon encountering a sudden intruder, they would not contemplate their actions, but rather present themselves for a forceful confrontation. In that moment, Mizuno Ichido felt as though he were surrounded by fools. To him, this group resembled a swarm of oblivious flies buzzing around him, utterly unaware of how tiresome they were becoming. Taking a deep breath, Mizuno resolved to deliver a shocking revelation that would pierce their very souls. He swiftly executed a ninjutsu technique, the fire release, fireball jutsu. A fireball, reminiscent of a glass marble, gradually coalesced from his mouth. As he continuously infused chakra into it, the diameter of the fireball steadily expanded. Upon its release, it first grew to the size of a ping-pong ball, then swelled to that of a basketball, ultimately inflating to a size akin to a hot air balloon. The fireball shot forth towards the distant sea, hundreds of meters away. A resounding explosion echoed like the earth splitting, reverberating across several kilometers. The force of the detonation generated an immense mushroom cloud above the ocean. Soaring over 100 meters high, this magnificent spectacle was clearly visible even from several kilometers away on a small island. In that moment, the entire land of waves seemed to awaken from slumber as people emerged from their homes, gazing curiously at the bizarre flames flashing in the sky, their faces etched with confusion and astonishment. Kashu, having been startled by the sudden deafening noise, felt his legs weaken, his body trembling uncontrollably. The previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Unable to maintain his trembling form, he collapsed to the ground in a pitiful state. Mizuno Kazuki slowly turned around, his gaze impassively fixed on the crowd. Their reaction seemed entirely predictable for these ignorant individuals. The most direct and effective means of instilling awe was through unleashing a power beyond their comprehension. In Mizuno's eyes, there was not a hint of pity or dread, as if he awaited them to brandish their swords and bravely advance. Yet, including Hitano Akira, all present were quaking in fear, as though under a paralyzing spell. When Mizuno's gaze fell upon them, they instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Kasha's lackeys were even more dramatic, their weapons clattering to the ground with sharp clangs, betraying their inner terror. As Mizuno's gaze threatened to return to him, Kashu completely lost his composure. Desperately, he shouted towards the back, "Zabuza, I'll pay you more, I'll pay you a lot. Please come protect me, no matter how much it takes." His voice was filled with despair and helplessness, completely devoid of his previous bravado. Zabuza? Upon hearing that name, Mizuno's previously agitated demeanor seemed to be illuminated by a sudden light. This was none other than Zabuza Momochi, the infamous demon known for his iron-fisted methods, ambitious spirit, and formidable strength, who was the first formidable opponent encountered on Naruto's journey. Chapter 102, A Stalemate with Kaguya. It is said that his strength could rival Kakashi's, who in turn could contend with the immortal duo. By the story's conclusion, Kakashi even managed to engage Kaguya in a brief standoff. By this reasoning, Zabuza's prowess was nearly on par with the immortal duo and potentially capable of briefly challenging Kaguya. Mizuno stood there silently, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He yearned to witness whether this smaller opponent, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the formidable in the original tale, could truly achieve an equal footing against him. If he could effortlessly defeat this adversary, would it not imply that he too might have the chance to contend with the greats? Further contemplation led him to ponder the possibility of matching powers with Kaguya herself. Such thoughts ignited a surge of fervor within him. Soon, a figure emerged in the sight of the onlookers, a tall, robust man, bare-chested, with muscles subtly revealed in the moonlight, showcasing his immense strength. He donned loose black trousers, exuding an air of both ferocity and nonchalance. A ninja headband, askew on his forehead, bore a distinct mark from a kunai, while a white cloth mask obscured his facial expression, yet an aura of chilling menace radiated from him, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Particularly striking was his right hand, firmly gripping a large blade that glimmered with a cold light under the moon, as if poised to reap the lives of his foes. However, Zabuza did not rush into the fray immediately. He had observed the mushroom cloud-like explosion with meticulous attention from the shadows. He believed himself no match for Yashiro Ichido, yet a sense of unwillingness gnawed at him. Ever since he had defected from the land of water, he had wandered aimlessly, lacking a true home. Eventually, he found himself in the land of waves, unknowingly residing there for nearly 3 years. Although the rewards for his tasks from Kato and Kasha were considerably less than those from his village, this place had become a semblance of refuge. The thought of leaving abruptly left him uncertain of where to go next. Thus, when Kasha called for him to emerge, he could only steel himself and comply. He was confident that with his Jonin strength, he could at least find an opportunity to escape under Yashiro Ichido's watchful eye. Zabuza, after all, was a core combatant of the village. Surrendering easily was not an option. As Zabuza stepped into view, Yashiro Ichido extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, a seemingly polite yet provocative move. At that moment, Yashiro Ichido had disguised himself as a scruffy man, and the scene resembled 2 burly figures preparing for confrontation, with one extending a civilized gesture to the other. It should have been a moment of raw, visceral combat. Zabuza's furrowed brow betrayed the turmoil within him. He was acutely aware that, as a Jonin, he ought to uphold a higher standard of professional ethics and honor. Yet, the enigmatic strength of his opponent instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Initially, he had intended to seek reconciliation, but before he could utter a word, his opponent had already adopted a provocative stance. If he did not retaliate, he feared he would struggle to hold his head high in the land of waves thereafter. At this juncture, the others, observing the tension, politely withdrew to form a vast circle, spanning hundreds of square meters, quietly anticipating the impending clash. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zabuza's sense of professional integrity ultimately triumphed over his fear. He reminded himself that as a ninja, for the honor of his kind, he must bravely charge forward even when faced with formidable foes. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the great blade in his hand and revealed his ultimate weapon. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to be enveloped by a veil of mystique, as dense fog swiftly spread throughout the space. Bathed in the dim light, the square took on a hazy, watercolor-like appearance. Indeed, this was the mist technique employed by Zabuza. This technique, combined with his mastery of assassination arts, had led to the demise of numerous high-ranking officials from the hidden mist village, often without their awareness. However, Mizuno Ichido appeared somewhat unimpressed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After all, he was a ninja adept in sensory techniques, capable of perceiving targets even several kilometers away, let alone within this modest expanse of a few hundred square meters. When Zabuza stealthily approached Mizuno Ichido from behind, Ichido's demeanor remained as tranquil as a calm sea, devoid of any hint of tension associated with combat. At that moment, Zabuza could no longer contain himself. He swung his blade, fueled by rage, aiming directly for Ichido's neck. The great sword sliced through the air with a fierce wind, as if intent on tearing everything asunder. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with Mizuno Ichido, it merely severed a shadow. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he frantically scanned the fog-laden surroundings, searching for any trace of Ichido. However, Mizuno Ichido had employed the body flicker technique, a maneuver he had conceived during his studies of a certain ninjutsu aimed at enhancing travel speed. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed his chakra, achieving a velocity close to that of sound, leaving behind only a phantom image in his wake, rendering the assassin utterly bewildered. Mizuno Ichido stood atop a high building, surveying the obscured square below. With a gentle smile, he resolved to provide the audience with a more captivating experience. Thus, he utilized a minor wind release technique. meticulously controlling a gentle gust that dispersed the thick fog without causing harm. Such an opportune moment for display could not be squandered by Mizuno Ichido. As the mist began to dissipate, the scene in the square gradually came into focus. Zabuza stood frozen in place, as if bereft of his very soul. He gazed helplessly at Mizuno Ichido atop the rooftop, his eyes filled with resignation and despair. At this juncture, he had entirely lost the will to fight. Once believing he had at least a few exchanges left in him, he realized, at the moment of contact, the vast chasm in strength between himself and his opponent. In the eyes of Ichido, he appeared as feeble as a freshly graduated genin. This scenario, perhaps, could only be attributed to Zabuza's unfortunate luck. Had it been any other genin from Konoha, he might have had a fighting chance. Yet, in the face of a genin with sensory abilities, his prideful art of silent killing was utterly countered. If he chose to employ ninjutsu instead of his favorite assassination techniques, how could his water release, great waterfall technique extinguish that fireball resembling a small mushroom? Perhaps the invitation gesture before their confrontation was merely a whimsical beckoning from the other party. Chapter 103. Return to Crescent Moon City. The battle concluded amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers. However, after such a commotion, Motoharu Kamaki's demeanor had noticeably shifted to one of greater respect. He maintained a forced smile on his fearful face until he finally exhaled in relief upon hearing Hayano Ichido's directives. As for Kato and his subordinates, Hayano Ichido entrusted them entirely to Motoharu Kamaki for resolution. These individuals were but minor players in Hayano Ichido's eyes. Eliminating them would yield little chakra, and none possessed bloodline limits. Regarding the assets, Hayano Ichido was confident that Motoharu Kamaki would handle them appropriately. Thus, the following morning, Hayano Ichido and Uzumaki K-Rin took residence in Kato's villa. It was early autumn, and the weather in the Land of Waves still retained a hint of summer warmth. With the glaring sun casting its rays upon the sandy shores, Hayano Ichido lounged comfortably on a beach chair, clad in loose shorts, embracing the salty sea breeze as it caressed his face, reminiscent of a gentle maiden's touch. A short distance away, Uzumaki K-Rin frolicked like a joyous fawn, leaping and playing in the ebbing tides. Further out in the sea, an oddly shaped turtle, resembling the size of a table, meandered leisurely, surfacing and diving intermittently, as if exploring the mysteries of this aquatic realm. It must be said that Motoharu Kamaki's efficiency was remarkable. Within just 3 days, he successfully divided Kato's shipping company into 3 distinct entities, each granting Hayano Ichido a 30% share. Initially, each firm intended to allocate half of their shares to Hayano Ichido, but this was not accepted. In Hayano Ichido's perspective, a larger share would diminish the allocation for those beneath him, potentially leaving the fishermen with meager means, akin to the existence Kato had provided. Furthermore, Hayano Ichido was merely an advisor, refraining from direct involvement, merely steering the company's operational direction as its chairman. Deep down, he hoped these changes would genuinely benefit the people of the Land of Waves. Days later, on a sunlit day, Hayano Ichido held Uzumaki K-Rin's hand as they traversed the path back to Crescent Moon City. A small turtle perched contentedly on his shoulder, a position that bore a story of its own. Initially, Hayano Ichido intended to keep it nestled close to his chest for easy access and play. However, as their companionship grew, the little turtle developed its own temperament, expressing its disdain for the odor of sweat, insisting that such a position was beneath a pet's dignity. As a pet, it deserved the finest of comforts, the best attire, and the prime vantage point, which it deemed to be atop Hayano Ichido's head, the most suitable spot for enjoying the scenery. Yet, Hayano Ichido was not fond of having anything atop his head. After a silent tug-of-war, it was ultimately decided that the turtle would remain perched upon his shoulder. Behind the 2 individuals, there followed a figure named Zabuza, clutching a backpack. Indeed, Zabuza has now been recruited by Mizuno Ichido. The renegade ninjas who have fled from the Hidden Mist village are predominantly souls adrift, lacking a sense of belonging. Their inherent nature is not that of merciless demons who kill without a second thought. Much like Orochimaru, who has struggled to find meaning in his existence, yet ultimately leads a semblance of a normal life. These individuals can be bound to a cause simply by offering them a sense of belonging. Furthermore, as a competent chairman, it is essential to have at least 1 or 2 formidable figures to command respect among the ranks. While it is permissible for such individuals to be lacking in substance, they must possess a fearsome reputation. Thus, possessing the title of Demon Man, Zabuza seems perfectly suited for this role. Not to mention that his close companion Haku has also been conscripted by Mizuno Ichido. It would be quite unbecoming to leave Zabuza outside. Upon returning to Crescent Moon City, after a brief respite, Mizuno Ichido prepared to journey back to Konoha, bringing this impromptu adventure to a close. However, before departing, he deemed it necessary to familiarize himself with the state of this small city, as he had pledged to ensure its safety. After returning Haku and her mother, he had hastily departed for the Land of Waves, neglecting the affairs of Crescent Moon City for over a year. As the first to voluntarily align with him, the city's lord, Morita Tatsuya, warranted a meeting to report on the developments over the past year. Upon receiving the summons, Morita Tatsuya promptly appeared at the Minjiula Tavern, respectfully detailing the myriad events that had transpired in Crescent Moon City. Overall, due to the absence of bandits, the population had nearly doubled, with many who had previously fled returning home. Both commerce and agriculture were flourishing, suggesting that Mizuno Ichido would indeed collect his annual remuneration of 1 million without issue. Thus, Mizuno Ichido's expedition could be deemed a resounding success. His initial aim had been to locate Haku and encourage her to utilize her Ice Shield bloodline to assist in his ice cream shop. Now, he had not only found her, but also brought her mother back, and the two were currently operating an ice cream shop right next to the tavern. He recalled the last time he visited the Land of Waves, when Uzumaki Kinari had enjoyed a cone crafted by Haku. Both Haku, with her innate cuteness, and her mother, Yuki, with her striking beauty, attracted significantly more customers than those frequenting the tavern, yet the mother and daughter appeared content amidst their bustling activity. As for Uzumaki Reina, she had yet to demonstrate any significant value. However, with the potential of Uzumaki Kinari, there lay the possibility, with proper nurturing, for her to surpass even the elite J-Nin, thereby serving as a valuable aid to Mizuno Ichido. The tavern itself was originally established by Mizuno Ichido to secure the loyalty of the Uzumaki mother and daughter, rendering profitability a secondary concern, especially given the wealth generated annually from the industries in Konoha and the Land of Waves. Additionally, there was the notably unique bodyguard, Zabuza. Do not be deceived by the fearsome reputation that Baibujan has cultivated in the underworld, filled with brutality, bloodshed, and assassination. However, during the months spent in the company of Mizuno Ichido, he seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation. He has now shed the iconic white mask, and each morning, as Minghua Tower opens its doors, Baibujan stands energetically at the entrance, warmly greeting every arriving guest. A genuine smile graces his face, a stark contrast to the ruthless specter he once was. Initially, the guests were intimidated by his appearance, yet gradually, they were won over by his enthusiasm and grew familiar with him. Indeed, when given a sense of belonging, he dutifully fulfills his responsibilities as a worker. After this thorough account, Mizuno Ichido realized it was time for him to embark on his journey back to Konoha. This trip has been fruitful. He has gathered a number of capable individuals, and even a three-tailed beast that has completely embraced its role as a pet. Yet, he understands that regardless of whom he brings back to Konoha, the revelation of these companions and their unique identities would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest within the village. After all, the experiences he has undergone and the special circumstances surrounding those with him are not something Konoha would easily accept. However, for Uzumaki K-Rin, this news is undoubtedly a heavy blow. Upon learning that her older brother Ichido was leaving, tears streamed down her face like rain. The crystalline droplets cascaded down her delicate cheeks, soaking her attire. She clutched the hem of Mizuno Ichido's clothing tightly, weeping inconsolably, as if the world itself had crumbled around her. Mizuno Ichido, witnessing the tearful girl before him, felt a profound helplessness. He had never been adept at handling such scenes. After much contemplation, he decided to rise quietly in the stillness of night, slipping away while K-Rin was lost in slumber. Thus, Mizuno Ichido departed from Minghua Tower under the veil of darkness. The following day, with tear-streaked cheeks, Uzumaki K-Rin quietly vowed to herself. She resolved to begin her training in chakra manipulation, her focus so intense that it seemed as if the world around her had vanished. She believed that by mastering powerful ninjutsu, she could follow her brother Ichido wherever he may go, even to the ends of the earth, relying on her own strength to remain by his side, forever serving as his most cherished companion. Chapter 104. A query from the many friends online. The Gate of Konoha. Land of Fire. Mizuno Ichido, weary from his travels, took more than half a month to finally reach Konoha village. The journey was far from easy. He had dismantled several criminal dens along the way, where lawless ruffians, believing they could act with impunity in such a remote area, were caught off guard by Ichido's presence and met their demise. Now, standing before the familiar and welcoming gates of Konoha village, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. At that moment, two guards were idly gazing at the sky. One, named Gongzi Tai, was robustly built like a small hill, exuding a sense of stability and reliability. Another individual, known as Kamizuki Izumi, possessed a comparatively lighter demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a hint of cleverness, as if he were perpetually poised to detect any subtle shifts in his surroundings. Mizuno Ichido slowly approached the table where the two were seated, silently retrieving his identification from within his coat. Upon witnessing this, Kaneko Tetsu hastily set aside the water pen he had been casually toying with and reached out to receive the document with steady hands, his expression instantly transforming to one of intense focus. He meticulously scrutinized every detail of the identification, beginning with the texture of the paper, whether slightly coarse or exquisitely smooth, escaping none of his discerning gaze. Then he examined the clarity of the seal, inspecting every line and texture with utmost diligence. Finally, he verified the completeness and accuracy of the content, cross-referencing each letter and symbol with unwavering precision. After confirming the authenticity of the identification, he diligently compared the photograph on the document with Mizuno Ichido's actual appearance, his concentrated expression akin to that of one appraising an invaluable treasure, fearful of the slightest error. Meanwhile, Kamizuki Izumi, seated nearby, idly twirled a toothpick between his fingers, absently rotating the signature pen. His gaze appeared vacant and bewildered, fixated on the clouds drifting lazily across the sky, as if his thoughts had long since ascended to realms far beyond. Mizuno Ichido cast a sweeping glance at the two, internally reflecting on their notoriety as the guardian duo, a pair of local celebrities in the village of Konoha. Under his watchful gaze, the previously bored Kamizuki Izumi gradually began to fidget, his body involuntarily shifting as he sought to alleviate the awkwardness. He subtly quickened the rotation of the pen between his fingers, as though this would somehow grant him a sense of presence. Kaneko Tetsu, having completed the inspection, if all is well, please proceed to grant him entry. This fellow has made me quite uncomfortable. Kamizuki Izumi finally spoke, casting a sideways glance at Mizuno Ichido, his eyes betraying a touch of exasperation. The identification is in order. Here you go, young man. You may enter, Kaneko Tetsu replied, returning the document to Mizuno Ichido with a professional smile. However, Mizuno Ichido did not immediately make a move to enter, remaining in place. An intangible tension enveloped the trio, silence prevailing as the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, seemingly caught in a stalemate. After a brief pause, it was Kaneko Tetsu who broke the silence first. He cleared his throat and inquired, do you have any further matters to discuss? Mizuno Ichido momentarily hesitated, then allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I have had a question lingering for quite some time, and it is one that I pose on behalf of countless online friends. Countless online friends? Kamizuki Izumi widened his eyes in curiosity at this peculiar phrase, unable to contain his intrigue. To him, the term seemed exceedingly strange, prompting an eagerness to uncover the secrets that lay behind it. Indeed, countless online friends. Mizuno Ichido replied with utmost seriousness, as if discussing an entirely commonplace matter. His expression bore a gravity that led one to ponder whether these vast online friends truly existed. Do ask away. You have responded. We still have work to attend to. Although Gongzi Tai felt a bit perplexed, he replied with enthusiasm. He believed the boy's questions might be quite intriguing, and judging by his demeanor, he did not seem to be causing trouble intentionally. Do you not take breaks throughout the year? Why is it that every time I see someone at the door, it is always the two of you? Mizuno Ikuto scratched his head, his face adorned with curiosity. In his recollection, these two seemed to be perpetually stationed here, never having witnessed anyone else taking their place. Upon hearing this inquiry, Gongzi Tai was momentarily rendered speechless, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but was at a loss for words. A flicker of helplessness crossed his gaze, as if this were a topic too delicate to broach. Meanwhile, Shingetsu Izumi, upon hearing this, appeared to be touched by unspoken sentiments. Turning his head away with a trace of melancholy in his eyes, he slowly addressed Gongzi Tai, saying, "See ya, Tai. I told you we ought to change jobs. Even children are aware of it now. His tone carried a sense of resignation and fatigue, as though he had grown weary of this monotonous and tedious routine. Chapter 105. Returning home and inspection in Mizuno Ikuto's quaint courtyard, he gently pushed open the slightly worn yet familiar door, unveiling a tranquil and inviting scene. The persimmon tree by the wall stood like a colossal umbrella, sheltering a unique realm beneath its canopy. Its branches were laden with vibrant yellow persimmons, resembling delicate lanterns that swayed gently in the caress of the breeze, as if whispering to Mizuno Ikuto that yet another year had passed. On the ground, a few sparse blades of grass were visible, with only a handful of fallen leaves quietly resting there. These scattered leaves did not symbolize desolation. Rather, they indicated that diligent care was taken here throughout the year. Every leaf that had fallen was promptly cleared away, ensuring that this little courtyard remained perpetually tidy and serene. Mizuno Ikuto pondered internally, quickly deducing who was responsible for the upkeep of this courtyard. As a soon-to-be promoted shunin, Siri Akane was daily engrossed in training and undertaking various arduous missions. During the execution of these tasks, she had to immerse herself fully, remaining ever vigilant to confront unexpected situations. Upon returning to the village, her schedule was consumed with training, task preparations, and post-mission responsibilities, leaving her with little time to tidy her own home, let alone this courtyard. As for Inuzuka Hana, her spirited and lively nature had not yet reached the point where she would take the initiative to clean the courtyard in her master's absence. It was likely that during Mizuno Ikuto's year away, her visits to this place were few and far between, making it impossible for her to have maintained its cleanliness. Thus, besides Uchiha Izumi, who could possibly care for this courtyard with such meticulous attention? Before Mizuno Ikuto departed, he entrusted the key to Uchiha Izumi, who would come weekly to tend to the courtyard. Each time she cleaned, she did so with diligence and precision, leaving no corner overlooked, as if she were nurturing a cherished treasure. It was precisely because of Uchiha Izumi's thoughtful efforts that this residence remained perpetually clean, warm, and inviting. Mizuno It gently stepped into the room and settled onto the tatami mat, methodically extracting the items he had gathered along his journey. Each object was a testament to his travels, yet he had never meticulously counted the number of bandits he had eliminated or the spoils he had acquired. Turning his attention to the wealth he had amassed, he was astonished by the considerable sum before him. In the bandit-infested region of the land of Tsu, he had acquired an astonishing 50 million ryo. Crescent Moon City had also yielded a protection fee of 1 million ryo. Though modest compared to his gains from Tsu, it was still a significant amount. In the land of Bo, despite its monopolized maritime industry being in its nascent stages with dividends yet to commence, he had selected several intriguing items from Cardo's treasury while also departing with 5 million ryo in cash. Moreover, during his adventures, Mizuno Itt had encountered numerous nefarious bandit dens, swiftly eradicating them regardless of their size, thus pilfering several million ryo in valuables. Cumulatively, his wealth surpassed 60 million ryo. Regarding weaponry, a mountain of various arms, shuriken, kunai, and ninja blades, lay before him. The quality of these weapons was exceptional and their quantity ample enough to support a minor conflict. As evening descended, with the sun yet to extinguish its final glow, the streets of Kanehagakure gradually illuminated, casting a warm, gentle radiance upon the bustling throngs, as if draping the village in a comforting veil. Dressed in casual attire, Mizuno Itt strolled leisurely through the vibrant thoroughfare, intent on inspecting the operations of several shops under his ownership. His first stop was the cake shop managed by Uchiha Hazuki. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich aroma of dairy and sweetness. The shelves were adorned with an array of exquisite cakes, ranging from classic, velvety cream cakes to creatively embellished fruit cakes. Customers flowed in and out, some meticulously selecting their preferred desserts while others nestled in corners, savoring the delicacies with satisfied smiles. Uchiha Hazuki, stationed behind the counter, radiated warmth as she expertly described the classics while introducing the latest signature creations. Mizuno Itt refrained from disrupting the shop's operations, choosing instead to quietly observe the bustling scene. After gaining a thorough understanding of the shop's performance, he slipped away unnoticed. Next, he ventured to the hot pot and barbecue restaurant managed by Sat Hiroshi. The air within the hot pot establishment was thick with steam, resembling a vibrant ocean of warmth. The bubbling broth resembled molten lava, exuding an enticing fragrance that tantalized the patrons' taste buds. diners gathered around the hot pot, their laughter and chatter blending harmoniously into the lively atmosphere. The grill at the barbecue restaurant sizzles enticingly, emanating a delectable aroma as various ingredients gradually transform into a golden, crispy delight under the charcoal's embrace, tantalizing the senses. Hiroshi Sato busily orchestrates the staff behind the scenes, ensuring that patrons receive a plethora of services. With both establishments thriving in a scene of bustling prosperity, Kazuto Mizuno gazes upon this spectacle with satisfaction. After traversing much of the ninja world, only the village hidden in the leaves resonates with a spirit of joy. However, as Mizuno concludes his inspection and prepares to depart, his attention is inadvertently drawn to a small child with yellow hair hiding behind a pillar adjacent to the cake shop. The frail figure appears profoundly solitary, ensconced in the shadows between the pillar and a corner, seemingly out of place in the vibrant street atmosphere. Occasionally, he peeks out, fixating through the glass window on the cakes within the display case, his hopeful, yet forlorn gaze betraying a sense of desolation and helplessness that stirs compassion in the heart of onlookers. Passers-by murmur in hushed tones, casting furtive glances and instinctively creating a few meters of distance as they pass the pillar, as if the small figure harbors an ominous aura. This little boy is Naruto Uzumaki, who, having just turned 3 months prior, was thrust into a life of solitude. Within a mere week of his new existence, the tale of the demon fox spread like wildfire throughout the village. In an instant, Naruto found himself transformed from being cherished by the few who knew him to being despised by the entire community. In his previous life, although the villagers were not particularly kind, they at least provided him with food and drink, and no one dared to spit on or strike him. Yet now, in his solitary existence, every encounter is met with hostility, as if everyone wishes to chastise him, refusing even to sell him food. What pains him further is that the local children are forbidden by their parents from playing with him. Once, while swinging, Naruto overheard a mother telling her child that if they refrained from associating with him, she would take them to buy the latest cake from Mizuno's shop. Since then, drawn by that alluring scent, he has secretly hidden here several times. However, the throngs of visitors make him hesitant, recalling how previous shops denied him cake. He finds himself wavering on whether to enter. Oh, how fragrant the cakes are! The rich aroma seems to tug at his heartstrings like an invisible hand. But what if this shop too refuses to sell to him? Yet, if he were to procure a cake and share it with those children, might they not be inclined to play with him? A flicker of hope and yearning sparkles in Naruto's eyes, a longing for friendship and warmth. Mizuno, observing the solitary Naruto, is involuntarily reminded of his own tragic childhood. Orphaned and stripped of his heroic identity, he became a vessel for the villagers' frustrations. As painful memories surge forth like a relentless tide, he found himself unable to comprehend the village's treatment of the Jinchuriki, and a profound sense of pity welled up within him. Mizuno Ichido approached the pillar directly, his gaze gentle and warm, imbued with a hint of curiosity as he looked at Naruto, who was still lost in his longing for the cake behind the glass window. He then gently patted Naruto's shoulder, the warmth of his fingers seeping through the thin fabric of his clothing. "Hey, is this what you want?" The sudden pat startled Naruto, causing him to tremble all over. His already alert nerves tightened instantaneously, akin to a frightened fawn. Turning around, Naruto's eyes widened in terror, shimmering with fright. He quickly stepped back 2 paces, pressing his small frame tightly against the pillar, as if seeking solace in its solidity. He gazed at Mizuno Ichido with a pitiful expression, his eyes mingling hope with a flicker of fear, like a fragile candlelight flickering in the darkness, vulnerable to being extinguished at any moment. As Naruto beheld the gentle smile of Mizuno Ichido, it felt like the warm sun of winter, instantly dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. In his memory, such a smile had only been seen on the face of the elderly gentleman who brought him living expenses each month. That old man always wore a kind smile, delivering essential goods and softly conversing with him. The fright he had just experienced vanished without a trace under the soothing comfort of that smile. "Big brother, are you talking to me?" Naruto quickly flashed a shy smile, his voice tinged with caution, as if fearing this was merely a beautiful dream that could shatter at any moment. His eyes were fixed intently on Mizuno Ichido, brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. Mizuno Ichido nodded, still adorned with that warm smile. He slowly lifted his left hand and gently placed it on Naruto's head, beginning to tenderly ruffle his hair. It must be said, Naruto's tousled blonde locks felt entirely different from the soft fur of a cat. The texture was somewhat coarse and rough, yet his round head fit perfectly in the palm of a hand. Unfazed by the fact that he hadn't washed his hair in several weeks, Naruto straightened up like a little kitten, extending his neck and pressing his head upward, striving to make closer contact with the comforting palm. His eyes reflected a sense of enjoyment, as if, at that moment, he felt the long-lost warmth and care he had yearned for. For a brief instant, he even forgot about his intention to buy snacks and make friends, becoming completely absorbed in this rare atmosphere of tenderness. My name is Mizuno Ichido. What is yours? Would you like to come inside and take a look? Big brother will treat you. Mizuno Ichido's voice was deep and soothing, radiating an irresistible warmth. Naruto stared at Mizuno Ichido, standing there in a daze, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. The tears fell like pearls from a broken string, trailing down his cheeks and soaking his clothing. Since he could remember, apart from that elderly gentleman, only this big brother before him had shown him such kindness. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the disdain he received from everyone in the world, save for the elderly gentleman and the big brother before him, he was met with indifference and aversion no matter how hard he tried to capture their attention. Those individuals would not spare a single word for him, and would even hurl insults in his direction. Hey, big brother, I am Uzumaki Naruto, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion as he stifled sobs, tears and snot escaping him in his excitement. His tone bore the quiver of a child who had long endured exclusion, now finally encountering a flicker of warmth. At that moment, despite being shunned by the villagers, Uzumaki Naruto was not one to shy away from interaction. Within his tiny frame resided an inexhaustible reservoir of courage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the constant ridicule and still pursue mischief with unabashed determination. He yearned for the acknowledgement and affection of others, even if it were just a morsel. Mizuno Ichido produced a tissue, gently wiping away Naruto's tears and snot. As he gazed at the diminutive Uzumaki Naruto, a surge of compassion welled up within him. His eyes were filled with empathy and sorrow, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his own past, a time of loneliness and helplessness. If you wish to eat this, simply come into the shop and tell the big sister inside. These several establishments are mine, Mizuno Ichido declared with pride, pointing to the shops before him, his face aglow with confidence. Is that truly possible? Naruto swallowed hard, his tear-streaked face transforming into a radiant smile, his eyes shimmering with a blend of confusion and hopeful anticipation. It was difficult for him to fathom how much cake this big brother could consume daily, considering that, in his experience, he seldom had the opportunity to savor even a single complete slice of cake. Absolutely, Mizuno Ichido affirmed, nodding with certainty. He then took Naruto by the hand and led him into the shop, calling out to the back, "Aunt Hazuki." Before long, Uchiha Hazuki emerged from behind the curtain, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Mizuno Ichido. It had been over a year since they last met, and he had grown considerably taller. His previously slender frame had transformed into one that was upright and robust, his features more refined, as if he had shed some youthful naivety in favor of a more mature composure. "I just heard from the staff that you were back, and then you vanished," Uchiha Hazuki remarked with a slight frown, a hint of playful reproach evident in her gaze. Chapter 107. Just a child, I merely came to inspect your work. Of course, it had to be incognito to surprise you, Mizuno Ichido teased, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoying, please take Naruto to see the pastries and pack up some of his favorites." He waved to a staff member preparing milk tea, gesturing towards Naruto. Though the staff member initially displayed a look of discomfort upon seeing Naruto, she quickly donned a smile. For the initial training at the shop mandated that even if an adversary entered, one must always maintain a cheerful demeanor and warmly serve every customer. Following the owner's directive, she promptly approached and led Naruto toward the display area. As the two entered the shelves, Uchiha Hazuki swiftly pulled Mizuno Ichido aside, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern and unease. "A knife? This child must not be approached. Let Xiaoying escort him out shortly." Uchiha Yayue furrowed his brow slightly, his expression revealing an unmistakable discomfort. Several months prior, the members of the Uchiha clan had been discreetly advised by the clan leader to maintain their distance from this individual. Although no specific reasons were provided, it was evident that someone deserving of such caution was no trivial matter. Uchiha Yayue understood this implicitly. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he resolved to comply with the directives from above without hesitation. "It's nothing to worry about. He is obviously an orphan. and his presence outside disrupts the shop's operations. In the future, should he come to purchase pastries, we could afford to offer him a bit more discount. Perhaps even give away some unsold items at the end of the day, Shuei Yi Dao remarked nonchalantly. Presently, he felt no fear of Konoha's elite. Aside from Uchiha Shursui, who had yet to awaken his Mangeki Sharingan, he felt invulnerable. Though he possessed a technique that could resist Jinjutsu, he had never tested it and could not guarantee its effectiveness. Excluding this uncertain variable, he was confident he could overpower anyone else. While uncertain of the child's affiliations, Uchiha Yue remained apprehensive, aware that the clan leader had specifically requested distance from him, suggesting that he was not someone to be trifled with. Uchiha Fugaku was aware of this child. Although the Uchiha clan rarely ventured outside, the guards would be patrolling, and any entanglement could lead to scrutiny from the Elder Council. With the suspicions surrounding the Knight of the Nine Tails still unresolved and relations within the village deteriorating, Uchiha Fugaku had instructed all clan members to distance themselves from this individual. This included Uchiha Yue, who had been feigning ignorance of Naruto's prolonged presence on the streets. It's just a child. What malice could such a young one possess? Besides, it's merely delivering some food. It's not a significant matter. This shop is mine, and if anything occurs, I shall take full responsibility. Shuei Yi Dao asserted resolutely. Had he not encountered the child, it would have been one thing, but given his capabilities, to not lend assistance would be unbecoming of an exemplary successor molded by 9 years of compulsory education. He held steadfastly to his principles, unable to resist extending a helping hand to the weak and helpless. Thus, Uchiha Yayue had no choice but to acquiesce. However, the simple act did not conclude with Naruto leaving joyfully, cake in hand. In the distance, 3 Umbu ninjas observed, and as one of them watched Shuei Yi Dao gently pat Naruto's head, he made his way to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at a slightly worn yet imposing desk, his head bowed slightly as he meticulously reviewed the documents in hand. The dim yellow light cast a glow upon the table, illuminating his grave expression. A white-haired masked ninja stood respectfully before the table, his posture erect like an ancient pine. His gaze was resolute and composed, with hands naturally hanging at his sides, while slightly bent knees indicated his refined etiquette. Was this all the information regarding Mizuno Ichido? What is the situation with Uchiha Hazuki? Does this matter relate to the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, deepening the creases between his brows. A hint of doubt and dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, as if he had not gleaned the crucial information he sought from this dossier. His profound gaze resembled the stars in the night sky, shimmering with a piercing brightness that deterred direct contact. Uchiha Hazuki worked for Mizuno Ichido. She has a daughter who happens to have a good relationship with him, hence she was entrusted with managing that confectionery shop. Furthermore, Naruto had not interacted with this shop for several days, suggesting it was likely unrelated to the Uchiha. The white-haired masked ninja Kakashi spoke in a low yet clear voice, articulating the information he had meticulously gathered. His gaze remained level with Sarutobi Hiruzen's, imbued with earnestness and focus, as though he were fulfilling a task of utmost importance. Why was there such a significant gap of nearly a year without specific information? Could it be entangled with other forces, perhaps subverted by foreign nations? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose slightly, laced with undeniable authority. Indeed, the dossier on Mizuno Ichido lay before him, replete with information about his parents, academic performance at the Ninja Academy, the exchange of jutsu for tokens during field trials, his voluntary withdrawal to pursue commerce, and details regarding his enterprises in Konoha and his social connections, all meticulously inscribed in this thick volume. However, Mizuno Ichido was not a ninja. His identity in Konoha was that of a merchant, and his ventures abroad were recorded as business pursuits, rendering the past year's obscurity akin to a shroud of mist, elusive and enigmatic. The coincidence of Mizuno Ichido's return coinciding with the Jinchuriki Naruto's presence inevitably raised suspicions, as if beneath this calm facade lay some undisclosed secret. Lord Hokage. This individual is a native of Konoha, and both his parents sacrificed themselves for the village. According to the descriptions from the shop staff, Mizuno Ichido is a kind-hearted individual who strives to assist those he encounters. Though not a ninja, he embodies the spirit of the will of fire. As for his year abroad, being merely a merchant, there are no detailed records regarding his encounter with Naruto. It is likely that he had just returned to the village and was unaware of Naruto's circumstances, hence he did not know of his ostracization. It was mere happenstance that he encountered Naruto on the roadside today, feeling compassion, which prompted him to approach the child, Kakashi explained, lowering his head slightly as he continued. Chapter 108 In truth, after receiving the task to investigate Naruto, Kakashi felt a twinge of guilt as he observed everyone shunning his teacher's child. Yet, in his own state of confusion, he was uncertain how to confront the boy. For a moment, Mizuno Ichido's friendly demeanor provided him with a semblance of solace, prompting him to speak a bit more than he intended. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tightly furrowed brow gradually eased, and a hint of satisfaction graced his countenance. The previously stern expression softened considerably, as if Kakashi's explanation had alleviated some of the doubts that lingered in his heart. Ever since the demise of the fourth Hokage, the village had experienced a disarray, with the younger generation lacking both temperament and strength. Among them, Kakashi stood out as the finest. However, the successive losses of his father, classmates, and mentors had plunged him into a state of isolation and despair, preoccupied with visions of the afterlife or the vastness of the ninja world. If only he could awaken the latent genius of his youth, with a modicum of guidance, he could become a worthy successor. The fact that he could now articulate such sentiments, breaking free from his previous despondency, brought a sense of solace to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, as gratifying as this was, matters concerning the Jinchuriki could not be taken lightly. He gently remarked, "You may return now. When time permits, do visit Naruto. After all, he is the child of your teacher. Also, summon Yugao." Meanwhile, on the other side of Konohagakure, the fifth Hokage, Danzo, was closely monitoring the movements of Mizuno Ichido. At this moment, he sat in a dimly lit chamber, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. Seated on an aged chair, his figure was shrouded in darkness, save for his piercing eyes glinting coldly. He had discreetly assigned a ninja to observe Mizuno Ichido, meticulously watching over him and leaving no detail unnoticed. Simultaneously, Danzo took care to send a warning to Uchiha Fugaku. For Danzo, any potential threat must be nipped in the bud. Were it not for the information indicating that Mizuno Ichido had acknowledged Yugao as an elder sister and had some connection to the Inuzuka clan, his temperament would not allow him to overlook the fact that Mizuno's parents had sacrificed themselves for Konoha. However, the act of eliminating him would inevitably stir up unnecessary troubles, a scenario Danzo sought to avoid. In Mizuno Ichido's quaint courtyard, a scene of warmth and liveliness unfolded. Upon receiving the news of his return, Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana eagerly rushed over the following morning. The courtyard was infused with a rich sense of domesticity. Uchiha Izumi stood at the chopping board, deftly slicing vegetables with grace and skill, each piece of potato and lotus root cut evenly. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Hana busily skewered the marinated chunks of meat, her focus unwavering as her bamboo skewer danced through her hands, soon arranging a series of neatly aligned meat skewers on a plate. Mizuno Ichido busied himself with the furniture in the yard, setting up tables and chairs while igniting the charcoal fire. You, Mizuno Ichido, left without a word and yet had the audacity to return. Do you know that Izumi visits you every week? Not only cleaning your home, but also tending to the flowers and plants in your courtyard? Each visit, she sits with a cup of tea for an entire afternoon, waiting for your return as if she were turned to stone. Inuzuka Hana feigned anger, her eyes widening like two bright black gemstones, shimmering with playful reproach. Holding a few skewers of meat in her hand, their appearance quite adorable, Mizuno Kizuto paused for a moment, before revealing an apologetic smile. I truly apologize. I encountered numerous matters upon leaving, which delayed me considerably. I am immensely grateful to you, Uzumaki Izumi. Returning home to find such a pristine abode is a delight. Is this all the gratitude you can muster? Shouldn't you consider marrying our Uzumaki Izumi? Inuzuka Hana continued to tease, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief, as if she were intentionally provoking Uzumaki Izumi. Inuzuka-san, please refrain from such remarks. Uzumaki Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson, as she hurriedly interrupted Inuzuka Hana. Her face resembled a blooming peach blossom, adorned with a captivating rosy hue. Pausing her actions, with a few droplets of water still clinging to her hands, she stepped forward to cover Inuzuka Hana's mouth, her gaze revealing a hint of shyness. Her delicate hands, still damp from chopping peppers, pressed against Inuzuka Hana's lips, the juice from the peppers instantly tantalizing her taste buds. Inuzuka Hana felt a sudden tingling sensation. Unable to suppress a gasp. Ugh. Cough. She stuck out her tongue while dabbing at the moisture on her lips with a tissue, casting a look of disdain toward Uzumaki Izumi. Soon after, Inuzuka Hana displayed a devious grin, imbued with mischief and cunning. With lightning speed, her hands darted into Uzumaki Izumi's underarms, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from her, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Her previously flushed cheeks now burned with a deeper shade of red, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet filled with delight. You think you can get away with this? Inuzuka Hana proclaimed triumphantly, her voice brimming with victory. Uzumaki Izumi laughed breathlessly, attempting to escape Inuzuka Hana's playful assault, yet Hana held her tightly, refusing to relent. The two engaged in a delightful chase, their laughter resonating through the small courtyard. As the enticing aroma of grilled meat gradually wafted through the air, Mizuno Kazuto, Uzumaki Izumi, and Inuzuka Hana gathered around the grill, resembling a warm and beautiful painting. Undoubtedly, Mizuno Kazuto was the chef of this culinary feast, standing confidently before the grill, his posture steady. He skillfully turned the skewers, each piece seemingly imbued with life, dancing and twirling in his hands. Occasionally, he would gently brush them with fragrant oil, which flowed down the skewers, enhancing their allure. Following this, he would sprinkle a secret blend of spices, the delicate powder cascading like snowflakes upon the meat, elevating the aroma to its peak. Under the scorching heat of the charcoal, the skewers sizzled and released a mouth-watering fragrance that filled the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Izumi quietly assisted by passing spices, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Her gaze remained steadfastly on Mizuno Kazuto, as though he were the brightest star in her heart. Occasionally glancing up at him, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring. Beautiful and captivating. Chapter 109. No more showboating. Inuzuka Hana is a lively spirit, akin to a joyful breeze that brings endless delight to the serene courtyard. While fanning the grill with a handheld fan, she regales everyone with jokes, eliciting hearty laughter that reverberates through the tranquil space, infusing it with a lively atmosphere. Classmate Mizuno, your grilled meat is as delectable as ever. Uchiha Izumi praised, eagerly taking a large bite from a freshly grilled skewer. Her expression of satisfaction suggested she had tasted the most exquisite food in the world. Of course, I am professionally trained. Mizuno Ito replied with a proud glance at Uchiha Izumi, then returned to meticulously turning the skewers on the grill. Inuzuka Hana, observing the two, playfully interjected, "You too. Stop showing off. If you continue, I'll simply take this platter of meat and hide it away to enjoy alone." A mischievous smile danced on her face, as if to threaten them. Uchiha Izumi, blushing, shot a glance at Inuzuka Hana, simultaneously passing the dipping sauce tray over. The first batch of skewers had been perfectly grilled, and the two eagerly seized their portions, devouring the savory meat while sipping on drinks. "This barbecue is utterly delightful," Inuzuka Hana exclaimed between bites. Mizuno Ito, you mustn't disappear for a year again. You need to grill for us more often. Not a problem. As long as you wish to eat, I can grill any time. Mizuno Ito responded, relishing the atmosphere. As a barbecue master, the lingering enjoyment of his guests was the highest tribute to his culinary skills. "You rascal. You return and don't even come to see your sister? You've left me worrying at home for nothing." Akimichi Karui burst through the door, feigning sorrow. Yet her eyes sparkled with mischief and joy as she settled beside Mizuno Ito and promptly began to indulge in the skewers. Uchiha Izumi, being quite obedient, quickly entered the kitchen to fetch some beer from the fridge for Akimichi Karui. "Sister, I just returned yesterday, didn't I? I was about to grill more meat and visit you this afternoon, bringing some along, but they arrived early this morning," Mizuno Ito explained, offering a tempting skewer to Akimichi Karui, his gaze filled with sincerity and regret. He certainly wouldn't admit to being too lazy to move. In such situations, the best excuse was to deflect and convey that he had indeed thought of her, only to be interrupted while preparing to see her. Akimichi Karui didn't press the matter further. After all, she was there to enjoy a meal. Accepting the offered skewer, she began to eat while not forgetting to raise her beer for a hearty drink. Having been summoned by the third Hokage late into the night to discuss matters for 2 or 3 hours, she had barely slept and rushed over without breakfast. At that moment, The aroma of grilled meat and the refreshing taste of beer washed over her like a warm current, gently dispelling the weariness in her heart. Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi felt no embarrassment at the sudden appearance of Yuhi Kurenai. They had met her several times at Mizuno Ikuto's place, and Kurenai was well regarded as a prominent female ninja in the village, thus earning their respect. "Ikuto, did you encounter a child with yellow hair yesterday?" Kurenai inquired casually, biting into a skewer of meat. There was a hint of seriousness in her gaze, momentarily halting the previously relaxed atmosphere. Mizuno Ikuto turned his head slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "Are you referring to Naruto? I did indeed see a little blonde boy outside the bakery yesterday." His tone was calm and natural, as if merely recounting an ordinary incident. The two women immediately shifted their attention to Ikuto's reply, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. "That's him. Stay away from him in the future," Kurenai said, her brow furrowing slightly, revealing a trace of concern. She was acutely aware that this despised child harbored a significant secret, one that could potentially unleash a cascade of troubles if uncovered. After the passing of her father, Kurenai, as a nin, had access to very limited confidential information pertaining to the village. Previously, she had merely heard rumors about this boy with yellow hair, but had not paid them much mind. To her, those rumors seemed to be the machinations of some individuals with ulterior motives. The notion that the boy was a demon fox or the cause of the village's many deaths was, in her view, nothing more than fabricated lies designed to deceive the ignorant villagers, a belief she had never embraced. As for any special relationship between Naruto and the village, Kurenai had considered him simply an ordinary villager. However, the words of the third Hokage the previous night stirred tumult within her. The third Hokage had directly revealed Naruto's true identity as the son of the fourth Hokage and the village's Jinchuriki, sternly requesting that she investigate Mizuno Ikuto thoroughly. Particularly, she was to ascertain what Ikuto had been doing during the year of his disappearance and whether he held any peculiar notions regarding Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this news, Kurenai's initial reaction was one of shock. It seemed utterly unjust that the child of heroes, who had sacrificed their lives for the village, should endure scorn and ostracism from its denizens. Her second reaction was a profound questioning of the higher echelons of Konoha. She could not fathom why they would treat the offspring of such valiant figures in this manner. Of course, all of this was confined to her silent reflections. She did not express any opinions on the matter. After all, she was merely a lowly nin, and many issues lay beyond her purview. She lacked both the authority and capability to intervene. The darker aspects of the village were not lost on her. She recalled her father's words about Kakashi's father, White Fang, who had perished after abandoning a mission to save his comrades, suffering disgrace and death, seemingly due to underlying political reasons. Her father had specifically advised her to maintain distance from the village elders. However, when she heard the third generation inquire whether Mizuno Ikuto was a spy, Yuhi Kurenai's heart was once again shaken. After all the effort she had put into accepting a younger brother, the mere fact that he had inadvertently come into contact with the Jinchuriki Naruto led to suspicions of espionage. She was acutely aware of Mizuno Ikuto's immense talent. If other factions were to discover it, they would undoubtedly whisk him away to nurture his potential, allowing him to grow into a pillar of the village. It was inconceivable that they would send him into the perilous life of a spy. Ultimately, Yuhi Kurenai accepted the mission, reasoning that it was merely a formality. Yet, throughout the previous night, she had pondered the callousness of the village's higher-ups. Nevertheless, for the sake of her brother's safety, she deemed it necessary to advise Mizuno Ikuto to keep his distance from Naruto. If she mirrored the village's actions, perhaps she could avoid becoming a target herself. Chapter 110. Promotion to Special Jonin. What was wrong with Naruto? Why should he keep his distance? The boy seemed rather pitiable. Mizuno Ikuto furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had not anticipated that such a trivial matter from the previous night would be taken so seriously. Having not disclosed the incident to anyone, and knowing that the shop's patrons would not have discussed it either, he surmised that this information must have reached Yuhi Kurenai through Sarutobi Hiruzen's machinations. There were always Umbu watching over Naruto. He was merely being friendly, yet it felt as though he had committed some grave offense. I, too, feel sympathy for that child, but he is crucial to the village, and all interactions are monitored. Yuhi Kurenai sighed softly, her gaze revealing a deep sense of helplessness and concern. She felt a sense of injustice for Naruto as well, yet her abilities were limited. rendering her powerless to alter the situation. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana grasped the situation's nuances. They exchanged a glance, a complex swirl of emotions rising within them. My father has also advised me to keep my distance from that child, though it is unnecessary to actively avoid him. Treating him as one would any other person suffices, Inuzuka Hana interjected. As the young princess of the Inuzuka clan, her father merely requested that she maintain a normal relationship with Naruto and minimize her interactions. Her tone carried a hint of resignation, devoid of excessive complaint. Uchiha Izumi remained silent, having heard various rumors about Naruto, yet she had never encountered him personally. The clan leader had sternly instructed the Uchiha to steer clear of Naruto, without providing any explanation. Izumi fully understood that the leader's command was absolute. She could only comply in silence. Yuhi Kurenai gradually ceased her activity of skewering meat, her gaze turning solemn as she regarded Mizuno Ikuto. Her eyes conveyed a seriousness and gravity that transformed her from the lively colleague he was accustomed to into a responsible elder bearing a significant burden. In that moment, Mizuno Ikuto felt a peculiar unease, as if an invisible weight pressed upon him. He understood the goodwill behind Yuhi Kurenai's warning. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the influence of the Elder Council is deeply entrenched, with their decisions often steering the course of the entire village. As long as the members of the Elder Council remain, any hint of disobedience may lead to being subtly sabotaged by Danzo, potentially plunging one into an irretrievable abyss. Very well, I shall endeavor to keep my distance. Mizuno Ichido sighed in resignation, ultimately opting for compromise. Yet, the thought of the Elder Council loomed large in his mind. Today he must swallow his pride over trivial matters, while tomorrow he may have to yield once more, sacrificing 5 territories today, 10 tomorrow, all to secure a peaceful night's rest. A sense of foreboding began to cloud his thoughts as he contemplated how to instigate a change in leadership. The previously joyous atmosphere seemed shrouded in gloom, and the 3 companions had lost their earlier cheerfulness. Come now, don't look so glum. I am on the verge of being promoted to Special Jonin. In an effort to dispel the heavy ambience, Yuhi Kurenai quickly announced some delightful news, hoping to lift their spirits. That is indeed wonderful news. Mizuno Ichido's face broke into a smile as he eagerly handed her a skewer, his eyes brimming with genuine congratulations. After all, those old geezers would still be bouncing around, unable to escape their fates. Kurenai had already spent several years in her Chunin position, while her contemporaries, such as Kakashi, had ascended to Jonin status through their innate talent and hard work, earning the illustrious title of Copy Ninja. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma, who had once been her shadow, had recently secured his promotion to Jonin as well. Kurenai had long specialized in Jinjutsu, which had hindered her in other areas, rendering her unqualified for Jonin status. However, with ample funding over the past year, she had devoted herself to honing her skills. Not long ago, while escorting strategic supplies to a base, she had skillfully controlled an enemy Chunin squad with her remarkable Jinjutsu and astute situational awareness, showcasing extraordinary prowess that led to her nomination as Special Jonin. In that moment, she radiated happiness and fulfillment, exuding a palpable sense of joy. Inuzuka Hana and Uchiha Izumi regarded her with envious eyes. Although the title of Special Jonin is not yet equivalent to that of a full Jonin, it remains a figure of respect that Chunin dare not provoke lightly. Moreover, Kurenai was still quite young. Given time, she might carve out a formidable reputation in the shinobi world, perhaps earning a moniker such as Red-Eyed Kurenai, Mistress of Illusions. Kurenai accepted the skewer from Mizuno Ichido, happily taking a bite, her face aglow with satisfaction. Thank you, Ichido. As she chewed, she earnestly encouraged the 2 young students who had just entered their 3rd year. You both should study diligently, with hard work. A smooth graduation will merely be a matter of time. Mizuno Ichido nodded slightly. For a ninja, nothing brings greater joy than the prospect of promotion. It is akin to a student who finds unparalleled satisfaction in gaining admission to the most prestigious school. Across from him, Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana shared determined glances, clearly motivating themselves toward their own ambitions. After your promotion to Special Jonin, will you be able to lead a team? Inuzuka Hana inquired curiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. As the crimson sun descended, Yujito laid down the skewers in her hand, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. I have resolved to enhance my illusionary techniques while concurrently strengthening my physical and ninjutsu training. After all, A special jonin bears greater responsibilities and missions than a chunin. Only by addressing my shortcomings can I truly qualify as a competent jonin. Thus, I shall refrain from mentoring students in the near future. Yujito is currently receiving dividends from several establishments owned by Kazuma, yielding a monthly income of 2 to 300,000 ryo, ample for her lavish expenditures. The stipend for a team leader is meager, and one must also devise individual training plans for each student. I aspire to emulate Yujito in the future, becoming a renowned ninja through my own unique talents. Inuzuka Hana harbored a sense of envy towards Yujito, admiring her ability to ascend to the rank of special jonin through sheer effort. Her eyes sparkled with dreams, as if she could already envision her own brilliance within the ninja world. Conversely, Uchiha Izumi felt a pang of sorrow. Her head bowed in silence as she discreetly picked up a skewer, feigning nonchalance as she ate. Deep down, she recognized that she was rather ordinary compared to the others. Her Sharingan had yet to awaken, her academic performance at the Ninja Academy was merely average, and her family lacked any significant heritage among the four present. She felt the weakest. You all are far luckier than my generation. Upon our graduation, we were thrust into the battlefield, and now only about 10 remain from our class. Yujito reflected, taking a sip of beer, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to the turbulent times filled with gunpowder. A hint of nostalgia graced her expression as she remembered those who once fought alongside her, particularly the female companions with whom she shared a closer bond, leaving only Akane still by her side. Yujito, is there some good news? Inuzuka Hana perceptibly sensed something unusual in Yujito's tone and inquired with curiosity. Kazuma, too, discerned the underlying implication. The use of the term fortunate to describe the new generation at least suggested that graduates would not soon face tasks involving direct life-threatening dangers. Recently, personnel on both sides along the borders have been withdrawing in an orderly fashion. Yujito smiled mysteriously. This conclusion had been drawn from her meticulous analysis of the supplies and their transport times during her missions on the front lines. Are you implying that the conflict between our village and the Land of Lightning is nearing resolution? Inuzuka Hana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked. It is worth noting that since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, while large-scale warfare has been avoided, small skirmishes have persisted. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning frequently erupts in conflict. As a leading chunin, Yujito had often escorted supplies to various outposts. Each year, graduates are assigned to accompany supply transports to acclimate to the rhythm of the battlefield, inevitably encountering ambushes and traps amid various dangers. Perhaps, should be, or might be. I am not yet a jonin, and I remain unaware of many internal matters. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, a faint, resigned smile graced the face of Yuhi Kurenai. The current situation within the ninja realm was intricate and ever-shifting. The fourth Hokage of the Land of Wind was troubled by the issues surrounding the One Tail, compounded by the daimyo's budget cuts leading to a continuous diminishment of the village's military strength. Consequently, there was no surplus power to provoke other nations. Meanwhile, the Land of Earth was diligently focused on developing defensive weaponry, while simultaneously harboring a long-standing feud with the Land of Lightning. The friction along their borders was far more pronounced than the minor skirmishes between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, thus leaving them with little energy to engage in conflict with Konoha. As for the Land of Water, it was still earnestly attempting to mend the havoc wrought by the Blood Mist policy. Therefore, should the conflicts along the border between Konoha and the Land of Lightning truly be resolved, the village would, for at least a few years, usher in a period of tranquility. This would allow subsequent generations of students to embark on their missions with safety, affording them ample time to train, learn, and grow, rather than facing a graduation that thrust them into the perils of the battlefield. Chapter 111. The arrival of Itachi. As tensions between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning gradually eased, the economy of Konoha Village was revitalized, infused with a new vitality. Once, only a handful of central streets bustled with activity, but now even the previously desolate shops became vibrant and lively, filled with the sounds of commerce and the ebb and flow of patrons. As for Mizuno Aikuru, his life had become monotonous and regimented, shadowed daily by members of the Umbu, as if he were trapped in a meticulously programmed routine, following a three-point line of existence. Within the confines of his home, besides indulging in leisure, the sole pursuit that occupied his time was writing novels. Seated at his desk, his thoughts flowed like a bubbling spring, rapidly bringing forth story after story, which he submitted bi-weekly to the Jakusha. Venturing outside was a bi-daily affair, taking advantage of the daytime when students were in class. Ikaru would leisurely stroll through the streets. This timing was chosen deliberately to avoid encounters with Naruto, as he was not yet prepared to confront the Elder Council of Konoha. The sparsely populated streets during the day allowed him to relish in this rare tranquility. Occasionally, he would meander into his own businesses to assess their operations, deriving joy from witnessing the flourishing trade and the influx of coins that graced his coffers. At home, aside from the familiar visits from Uchiha Izumi and her companions, Itachi had graced him with a visit. Itachi's arrival genuinely surprised Ikaru. After all, since graduation, this young man had transformed into an unwavering machine of combat, continuously accepting missions and, during his rare moments of respite, diligently honing his skills, living in near isolation and rarely interacting with others. It turned out that following Ikaru's last encounter with Naruto, which had prompted Uchiha Fugaku to receive a warning from Danzo, Fugaku had dispatched individuals to meticulously investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident. Recalling the last outdoor trial organized by the school, Mizuno Ikuto had successfully persuaded his exceptional son to participate. Now, he boldly approached the village's Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Fugaku could not help but develop a keen interest in Mizuno Ikuto. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku requested Itachi Uchiha to take the time to foster a connection with his classmate, Mizuno Ikuto. He believed that perhaps, at a critical moment in the future, Mizuno Ikuto could provide significant assistance. Even if he could not, cultivating relationships with capable individuals would undoubtedly benefit both himself and his family. Thus, on a radiant sunny day, when the sunlight seemed to illuminate the entire world, Itachi Uchiha, carrying a basket of fresh fruits, approached Mizuno Ikuto's door with measured steps. He stood expressionless at the entrance, patiently awaiting Mizuno Ikuto to answer, his austere visage seemingly capable of dispelling the surrounding sunlight. Sunlight filtered through the mottled branches, casting a sparse glow on Mizuno Ikuto, who languidly reclined on a lounge chair beneath a tree. He contentedly stretched his eyebrows, his relaxed demeanor undoubtedly reflecting his current state of ease. Beside him, a small wooden table held a stove, atop which a kettle was boiling tea. The bubbling sound resonated like a joyful melody, accompanied by a wisp of steam that rose gracefully, adding an ethereal beauty to the tranquil scene. Upon hearing the knock, Mizuno Ikuto merely employed a sensory ninjutsu, immediately discerning the identity of the visitor outside. However, he did not rise to greet him but instead called out through the wall, "Come in, the door is unlatched." The wisdom of keeping the door unlatched during the day was something he had learned after repeatedly answering the door for Inuzuka Hana. Itachi Uchiha slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside with a steady gait. He gently placed the fruit basket on a nearby table and turned his gaze toward Mizuno Ikuto. At that moment, Mizuno Ikuto's languid posture remained unchanged from their earlier encounters, yet now it exuded a newfound maturity. Meanwhile, Itachi had become a ninja for 2 years, during which he had undertaken numerous perilous missions and faced life and death tests. These experiences had deepened his gaze and added a hint of melancholy to his naturally stern features. However, upon seeing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure of Mizuno Ikuto in his relaxed state, the slight sense of estrangement that had grown in Itachi's heart over the years dissipated instantly. He walked directly to a nearby chair and sat down, as if everything were perfectly natural. Drawing from his memories, Itachi felt that merely maintaining politeness towards Mizuno Ikuto would be a profound disrespect. He self-assuredly picked up the kettle from the stove, scanned the teacups on the table, and ultimately selected one adorned with a charming kitten design, elegantly pouring himself a cup of tea. For a moment, the entire courtyard fell into a serene silence. 2 individuals sat in quietude. One lay languidly with half-closed eyes, seemingly lost in his own realm, while the other savored the subtle sweetness of his tea with an air of tranquility, appearing entirely detached from the world around him. No words were exchanged between them. Only the delicate tendrils of steam rose and drifted slowly between them, as if whispering unspoken secrets of the heart. As moments slipped by unnoticed, Itachi Uchiha finished the last sip of his tea, his gaze returning to the playful depiction of a kitten on the cup. The kitten seemed to spring to life upon the porcelain, vibrant and sprightly. Itachi gently set down the cup, his movements exuding elegance and composure. In an instant, his Sharingan activated, the two tomo resembling mysterious stars twinkling in the profound night sky, fixated intently upon Kazuma Mizuno. Kazuma's chakra flowed within him, a torrent that surged with both thickness and speed, reminiscent of a relentless river, surpassing the chakra pathways of anyone Itachi had previously encountered. Even the enigmatic masked man he had once faced, deemed his strongest adversary, did not exhibit such an exaggerated flow of chakra. Itachi harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards his classmate, a simple yet unfathomable feeling that suggested Kazuma existed in a realm apart from the mundane world, akin to a celestial being, elusive and enigmatic. Kazuma, however, remained unfazed by Itachi's scrutiny. It appeared that many from the Uchiha clan possessed an unusual fascination with the strong, or perhaps a unique fondness for their own gender. Take Itachi, for instance. He was first a close friend of Shisui Uchiha and later developed a profound attachment to his younger brother. After defecting from the village to join the Akatsuki, he partnered with a male, and even in death, he was revived alongside Nagato. Furthermore, he could act decisively towards any female admirer without hesitation. Kazuma mused quietly to himself. If Itachi wishes to observe, let him do so. I, Kazuma Mizuno, shall remain reticent. Yet, the moment Itachi activated his Sharingan caught him off guard. When did you awaken your Sharingan? Kazuma inquired calmly, tilting his head slightly to meet Itachi's gaze. Imbued with the essence of the Tomo. Chapter 112. The village and its inhabitants a few months prior. Itachi did not shy away from the past, and answered with a composed demeanor. His thoughts drifted back to the summer of this year, a time fraught with pain and struggle. Itachi had received an assassination mission in a village. During the execution of this task, he was ambushed, and a comrade, with whom he had developed a harmonious rapport, unhesitatingly took a fatal blow to protect him. Having always experienced a smooth journey, Itachi watched helplessly as his companion perished before his eyes, a tumult of sorrow, anger, grief, and helplessness engulfing him like a tidal wave. It was amidst this intense emotional upheaval that his eyes suddenly awakened to the two Tomo Sharingan. Following that mission, Itachi was heralded by his clan as a genius, akin to Shisui Uchiha. However, during this mission, the sacrifice of his comrades left an indelible impression on Itachi Uchiha. He began to earnestly explore the value of peace, contemplating how to safeguard it. In Mizuno Ichido's view, whether within the framework of the Hokage narrative or in this new world post-transmigration, Itachi's mindset appeared excessively rigid. To put it plainly, he exhibited a stubbornness and conservatism. Despite possessing formidable strength capable of shattering existing rules, he willingly chose to remain confined within them. He professed a love for peace, yet coldly sacrificed members of the Uchiha clan, including those innocent men, women, and children without the Sharingan. He claimed to cherish the village, obediently serving as an enforcer for the Elder Council, yet harbored his own thoughts. It is essential to recognize that in any world, alongside the social conventions governing human interactions, there exists a hierarchy based on strength. Nations, corporations, and individuals strictly adhere to these two sets of rules. Among them, the principle of strength undoubtedly serves as the most potent weapon to dismantle outdated conventions. In contrast, social conventions merely uphold the status quo, destined to be utterly crushed by the ascendant rule of strength when a new era dawns. Let us hypothetically consider, if Itachi, a staunch advocate of the will of fire, possessed the formidable power akin to that of Madara Uchiha, could the village of Konoha not maintain peace? Could a genuine coexistence between the clan and the village not be realized? How could family and villagers not live harmoniously together? Reflecting on this, one must wonder how such an intelligent and capable individual became merely a tool for the Elder Council. What lies behind this predicament? The extinguishing of conscience, moral decay, or perhaps a distortion of humanity? What is your perspective on the relationship between the village and its inhabitants? Mizuno Ichido's gaze was profound. He felt it imperative to elucidate Itachi's concepts and cultivate a proper value system within him. At this moment, Itachi had just undergone a harrowing life and death trial, a profoundly etched experience that seemed to have sown a seed within his heart, subtly nurturing a yearning for peace and an appreciation for the village. To him, the village represented a warm home, a collective sanctuary constructed by its inhabitants. The relationship between the village and its people could be likened to that of a guardian and the protected, with the village responsible for safeguarding its residents, shielding them from the elements, while the villagers, in turn, lived under its protection, leading their individual lives. Yet, is this truly the answer Mizuno Ichido yearns for? Of course, his inquiry is not without foundation. Itachi's lifelong approach often involved contemplating issues from a personal standpoint, habitually assessing the village's interests from its position. However, this mode of thinking bears inherent limitations. Thus, Mizuno Ichido believed that a thorough understanding of the relationship between the village and its inhabitants was essential to further explore significant dilemmas, such as how to confront the sacrifice of certain individuals when the village's interests are at stake. Itachi furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of gravity. He began to meticulously contemplate the intricate connection between the village and its inhabitants. Take the Hidden Leaf Village, for instance. It boasts a formidable cadre of ninjas who steadfastly safeguard the village's safety. Whether confronting external foes or addressing internal threats, these warriors selflessly rise to the occasion, defending the tranquility of their home with their very lives. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens of the village toiled diligently, providing the essential resources required for its smooth operation. Those powerful ninjas undertake perilous missions, directly shouldering the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the villagers. Through their sweat and blood, they procure peace and stability for the community. The village protects its citizens, while the citizens supply the necessities for the village's functioning. Thus, they exist in a symbiotic relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi, gazing intently at Mizuno Ichido, articulated what he believed to be the correct answer, patiently awaiting a response. This answer was, in essence, not overly complex. Perhaps for the most humble villagers, who have lived in the village since birth and labor day and night for their sustenance, their concerns rarely extend beyond their daily meals, leaving little room for deeper reflection on the village's role. However, for the village's administrators or those who have had even a fleeting interaction with outsiders, this simple truth is well understood. The village is akin to a grand vessel, with the villagers as its passengers. Only through mutual cooperation and concerted efforts can they maintain the stability of this vessel and navigate the tumultuous seas of life safely. Yet, beneath this seemingly straightforward principle lies a profound issue. When a group of villagers harbors discontent towards the village, or even ceases to recognize its authority, the root cause often lies in the flawed distribution of the village's benefits. A significant disparity emerges between the villagers' rewards and their contributions, creating a glaring sense of injustice. This injustice acts like a malignant tumor, gradually eroding the trust and connection between the villagers and the village leadership, ultimately leading to a complete loss of faith in this collective entity. What, then, constitutes the village's interests, the individual's interests, and the interests of the rulers? How should the conflicts among these three sets of interests be resolved? Mizuno Ichido raised his teacup, took a delicate sip, and fixed his gaze on the expectant Uchiha Itachi, posing a pivotal question. If you can elucidate these queries and establish clarity, many of your internal dilemmas may find resolution. Any collective facing issues often suffers from an imbalance in the distribution of internal interests. Much like a grand edifice, if the foundation is unstable, no matter how splendid the facade, it is destined to collapse. Therefore, when Uchiha Itachi clarifies the interests of the village, his own, and those of the rulers, he may come to understand whether, at a critical juncture, he should make the arduous and weighty decision to annihilate his clan. Chapter 113. Uchiha Itachi's Dilemma. Firstly, the Uchiha clan, as an indispensable part of the Hidden Leaf Village, finds that the village's interests inherently encompass those of the Uchiha. Maintaining the peace and stability of Konoha and enhancing the village's strength within the ninja world are objectives that align closely with the interests of the Uchiha clan. A prosperous Konoha undoubtedly promises a better quality of life and a more conducive environment for the Uchiha. However, the reality is far from ideal. The elders of Konoha, driven by a thirst for power and a fear of potential threats, have long suppressed the Uchiha clan. Politically, they have deliberately excluded the Uchiha from the core of power. Economically, they have forced the clan to relocate from prime areas. Such unjust treatment ultimately incited a coup by the Uchiha, plunging the village into internal turmoil. A deeper analysis of this event reveals that it stems from a conflict between the interests of the ruling authorities and those of a particular group of villagers. The elders are intent on ensuring that all regard them with reverence, resorting to the suppression of any internal figures that might threaten their status. Yet, from another perspective, the development of the village is inextricably linked to the strength of its inhabitants. This inherent contradiction means that the actions of the elders serve only their own interests, rather than the genuine welfare of the entire village. Thus, the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan can more precisely be described as a clash of interests between certain rulers of the village and the Uchiha. This discord resembles a concealed time bomb, poised to trigger a greater crisis at any moment. The Uchiha's coup undoubtedly inflicted significant damage upon the village, resulting in the loss of many innocent lives and directly undermining the overall interests of Konoha. Moreover, Itachi Uchiha's choice to sacrifice his own kin cannot be deemed the most effective means of safeguarding the village's interests. After all, the rulers who deliberately suppress the interests of the villagers are, in essence, jeopardizing the village's well-being. In this context, Itachi's sacrifice, including his decision to defect despite his formidable strength, not only inflicted considerable losses on the village's elite fighting force, but may have also emboldened the malevolent elements that undermine the village's interests, allowing them to continue their ruthless oppression of other villagers. At this juncture, Itachi sat vacantly in his chair, his mind echoing with the words village, individual, and ruler. These terms had long existed in his world. However, as a ninja, he had never truly contemplated the intricate relationship among these three entities. In the ninja realm, every ninja is trained from a young age to understand that they need not possess their own thoughts. They are akin to tools, existing solely to dutifully execute the tasks assigned by the village leader, without pondering the significance and value underlying each mission. Within this rigid worldview, Itachi had never earnestly reflected on the relationship between the village and its inhabitants. Despite the seemingly straightforward interdependence between the village and its citizens, he had never genuinely endeavored to grasp the profound implications of this relationship and how it was articulated. Uchiha Itachi found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, as time silently slipped away during his ruminations. Yet, despite the lengthy deliberation, the intricate relationships encapsulated within the seemingly simple triad of terms, village, individual, and ruler, remained elusive, leaving him bereft of a clear and definitive answer. At first glance, these words appeared to be easily comprehensible, their underlying concepts familiar within the realm of ninjas. However, as he delved deeper into the intricate web of interests among the three roles within a collective, Itachi discovered that the truths concealed within were far from straightforward. What initially seemed to be mere interconnections revealed itself to be a labyrinth of responsibilities, expectations, and desires, enveloping him in a sense of bewilderment akin to an abyss. It felt as if he were shrouded in a thick fog, devoid of a clear path, grasping only a vague and ambiguous answer. Thus, amidst a tapestry woven with ignorance and confusion, Itachi was expelled from his home by Mizuno Ikuto. The latter harbored his own considerations, well aware that the answer to this dilemma would not be easily attained. For Itachi, merely relying on solitary reflection within the confines of that small room would prove insufficient. He needed to venture into every corner of the village, to immerse himself in the myriad lives of its inhabitants, and to observe the myriad details hidden beneath the surface. Only through this exploration, combined with his profound introspection, could he hope to dissipate the fog and uncover the answer that truly belonged to him. Mizuno Ikuto firmly believed that such a method was essential. When Itachi ultimately arrived at his answer, it would yield genuine enlightenment. This answer would encompass not only the understanding of the intricate relationships between the three roles, but also an insight into the very essence of the ninja world. It would be through this journey of exploration and contemplation that Itachi would acquire the requisite capacity and wisdom to guide the Uchiha clan and, by extension, the entire Hidden Leaf village towards the righteous path. In Mizuno Ikuto's eyes, Itachi was undoubtedly the quintessential candidate for Hokage. Compared to Tsunade Senju, Kakashi Hatake, and Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi embodied the crucial attributes of intellect and strength. His wisdom radiated like the profound night sky, shimmering with a calm and sagacious glow. When faced with challenges during missions, he adeptly unraveled complex situations to discern the crux of the problem. His prowess was equally formidable, having vanquished the renowned Orochimaru with his Sharingan. And in his battle against Sasuke Uchiha, he overwhelmed him even while holding back. Moreover, Itachi exhibited an extraordinary spirit of sacrifice, willing to forsake his own parents and clansmen for the sake of the village's peace. Mizuno Ikuto believed that such a person would harbor no fears of misappropriating public funds for personal gain. as his heart was dedicated to the future of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Nevertheless, Itachi's current disposition bore traces of obsession, which, to some extent, influenced his judgment and decision-making. As long as Uchiha Itachi can rectify his paranoid disposition, further enhance his strength, unite the power of the Uchiha clan, and seek an opportune moment to forge alliances with other families in Konoha, thereby strengthening the connections and cooperation among various factions, he may yet become the next Hokage after rectifying the disruptive influences of the Elder Council that hinder the village's development. After departing from Mizuno Ichido's residence, Itachi's inner turmoil did not dissipate. In the midst of unanswered dilemmas, an invisible force seemed to draw him to the home of Uchiha Shisui. Historically, whenever Itachi faced challenges, Shisui's unique insights and keen perception would provide him with invaluable guidance. However, this time, Itachi failed to realize that the complexity and profundity of the issue he presented far exceeded his expectations. Consequently, Shisui inevitably found himself entangled in these intricate and profound matters. Once absorbed in his own world, he now had to confront these formidable challenges. His previously tranquil heart was disturbed by the sudden emergence of these queries, creating ripples across his inner serenity. He began to spiral into endless torment and contemplation, striving to comprehend and resolve these issues from his perspective. Indeed, through the intellectual clash with Itachi, Shisui began to reassess his long-held beliefs and aspirations. The question posed by Mizuno Ichido struck a dual blow, piercing the hearts of two prodigies from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 114. The clear and bright time flowed quietly, and before long, the year drew to a close. During this seemingly tranquil period, the Umbu, who had been closely monitoring Mizuno Ichido, were discreetly recalled by Danzo. Over the past month, the reports submitted by Umbu members predominantly detailed Ichido's mundane activities at home and casual outings, appearing uneventful. Yet, these seemingly benign reports acted as soothing balms, gradually alleviating Danzo's deep-seated suspicions about Ichido. Simultaneously, Konoha village prepared for a much-anticipated peace conference. Various signs had already indicated that the long-standing border conflicts between Kumogakure and Konoha were quietly approaching resolution. However, despite the dissipating smoke of conflict along the border, the two nations had yet to formally establish diplomatic relations, remaining in a state of superficial peace while underlying tensions simmered. Reflecting on the past, during the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Lightning suffered a devastating blow as the Third Hokage, overwhelmed by the relentless assaults from the Land of Earth, ultimately fell in battle. From that moment on, a deep-seated enmity was forged between the Land of Lightning and Konoha, akin to eternal adversaries. Subsequently, sporadic skirmishes would erupt between the two nations along the border. Presently, within the Land of Lightning, there was an intense and secretive training of Jinchuriki underway, wherein many elite ninjas paid the ultimate price for their lives amidst the brutal regimen. After a series of upheavals, the Land of Lightning found itself significantly weakened, no longer possessing the surplus strength to continue instigating friction and conflict at the borders with the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the conspicuous signs of decline that the Hidden Leaf Village had recently exhibited stirred a sense of restlessness within the Land of Lightning, inspiring thoughts of seizing the opportunity amid the turmoil. Thus, an event that appeared serendipitous yet was entirely logical, the establishment of a peace agreement, was set in motion. To facilitate this peace talk, the Cloud Village meticulously selected and dispatched a delegation led by two elite jonin. On the very first day of their arrival, the delegation engaged in an intense and profound discussion with the Council of Elders from the Hidden Leaf Village. Within the confines of the conference room, the atmosphere fluctuated between moments of tension that rendered breathing nearly impossible and instances of sharp contention as representatives from both sides vigorously defended their positions. A comprehensive and meticulous examination of the long-standing conflicts between the two villages and the various issues currently at hand ensued. Following a fierce exchange, both parties ultimately reached consensus on several critical matters. In conclusion, the two villages formally announced a ceasefire and resolved to enhance trade and strengthen economic exchanges and cooperation between their nations. This decision undoubtedly marked a significant step towards the easing of relations between the two countries. An agreement was made to officially sign the peace treaty the following day in the Peace Square of the Hidden Leaf Village, at which point this highly anticipated peace conference would gracefully culminate. That night, as darkness enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village, An unexpected visitor's incident quietly unfolded within the grand estate of Hyuga Hayashi. A servant, visibly flustered, approached to report that an unfamiliar man sought an audience, claiming to have matters of utmost importance to discuss with Hayashi. As a renowned noble family within the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hyuga clan had always adhered to its own customs and formalities, and there was no reason to entertain the unannounced, unidentified stranger. Typically, the servant would politely yet firmly refuse entry. However, the unfolding of events took everyone by surprise. The mysterious man effortlessly employed genjutsu, swiftly subduing the guards, and brazenly strode into the estate as if it were his own. Such actions were undeniably a provocation to the honor of the Hyuga clan. Had this been another noble family, they would have likely summoned a cadre of guards, charging forth to apprehend the audacious provocateur. Yet, to their astonishment, Mizuno Ichido merely released his chakra with a gentle ease. In an instant, a formidable presence surged forth like a tidal wave, powerful enough to leave all present in awe. It is worth noting that such an immense and astonishing chakra had only been witnessed a few years prior, when the Ninetales rampaged through the village, causing tremors throughout the Hidden Leaf. Confronted by this overwhelming aura, the once fierce and determined members of the Hyuga clan found themselves immobilized, as if under a binding spell, standing frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror and apprehension. As the crowd finally regained their composure under the pressure of the overwhelming aura, they began to disperse, allowing Mizuno Ichido to revert from his transformation. Upon returning to his original form, he astonished Hinata Hizashi once more. Hinata Hizashi could hardly fathom that this formidable being, exuding an air of monstrous strength, was, in fact, a child who appeared so youthful. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. At that moment, the two faced each other, the atmosphere gradually shifting from initial tension and astonishment to a tranquil and harmonious serenity. They sat quietly in the elegant reception room, where exquisite tea sets were laid out before them, and the gentle steam rose, permeating the air. This marked Mizuno Ichido's inaugural visit to the esteemed Hyuga household. From the instant he entered the estate, he sensed a unique blend of opulence and solemnity. The guards outside the grand entrance stood resolutely, serving as the first line of defense, safeguarding the dignity and honor of this residence. Navigating through a series of meticulously arranged courtyards, each scene showcased the Hyuga clan's affluence and grandeur. Under the guidance of numerous attendants, Mizuno Ichido traversed for over 10 minutes before finally arriving at the patriarch's reception room. The reception room was spacious and resplendent, spanning over 100 square meters, adorned with 4 massive pillars nearly half a meter thick, symbolizing the family's authority and solemnity. As he walked, the attendants, each possessing unique beauty and grace, left him in awe of the Hyuga family's profound heritage and grandeur. Seated in Hinata Hizashi's reception room, Mizuno Ichido appeared composed and at ease. He leisurely lifted the freshly served tea, his gaze dancing over the delicate tea set and the brew itself. This tea, in stark contrast to what he typically purchased from the market, was nothing short of extraordinary. The leaves were a vibrant green, fresh as if just plucked from the mountains. Exuding vitality, the tea wafted steam, and within the rising vapor lingered a subtle, elusive fragrance, akin to a gentle mountain breeze brushing against his nostrils, instilling a sense of tranquility. The tea's color was a clear, transparent emerald, reminiscent of a smooth jade, and through the crystalline liquid, one could almost perceive the graceful unfurling of the leaves in the water. Mizuno Ichido slightly narrowed his eyes, elegantly and skillfully using the lid to skim the leaves. He then took a delicate sip, and the rich aroma instantly spread across his palate. He could not help but nod in appreciation, exclaiming, "This tea. Its hue is clear and bright, like a mountain spring, pure and flawless. Its tender green freshness resembles the budding leaves of spring, brimming with life and vigor. Its rich fragrance lingers, akin to a gift from nature, intoxicating in its essence. The taste, initially bitter yet sweet, mirrors the complexities of life, leaving a lasting impression." He added, "Yes, please package 2 pounds for me to take upon my departure." Chapter 115, What If Not? Seated in the foremost position, Hinata Hizashi, who had initially donned a cold expression, now fully opened his eyes, revealing a pair of white irises. The white pupils shimmered with a cold and piercing light, fixated unwaveringly on Mizuno Ichido, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Hinata Hisashi's expression appeared exceedingly frigid, as though he had never encountered such an unrestrained, even brazen youth. Upon hearing Mizuno Ichido's blunt remarks, he did not exhibit any anger. Rather, he displayed an extraordinary magnanimity. He slightly turned his head and addressed the servant waiting outside. "Haney, please fetch 2 pounds of tea leaves, pack them carefully, and present them to this young friend." His voice was steady and resonant, exuding the authority of someone in a position of power. Setting aside the question of the young man's true prowess, Hinata Hisashi sensed, merely from the unreserved and almost shameless manner in which he savored the tea, that Mizuno Ichido possessed an intricate depth of skill in this art. Consequently, Hisashi lifted his own teacup. In contrast to his usual elegant and composed sipping style, he now focused intently on the tea in his cup, as if seeking to unveil some unique secret. Instead of merely sampling it as he typically did, he brought the cup to his lips and drank deeply. As the tea entered his mouth, Hisashi narrowed his eyes slightly, fully concentrating on the unfolding flavors. Indeed, as Mizuno Ichido suggested, beyond the familiar taste, there lingered a bittersweet essence that was hard to dispel. He contemplated this internally, noting that it was just a tad too hot. Allowing it to cool a bit would enhance the experience. Hisashi nodded slightly, having gained a deeper appreciation for the tea. After setting down his cup, Hisashi gradually opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards the backyard, his expression revealing an elusive complexity. "I hope what you say is true." Otherwise, his voice was low and grave, carrying an undercurrent of latent menace. "Otherwise what?" Mizuno Ichido, however, showed no sign of fear. He placed his empty cup down casually and turned his head towards the door, calling out to the maid outside, "Miss outside, another cup of hot tea, please." His tone was light, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Truth be told, Mizuno Ichido regarded the Hinata clan with utter disdain. In his eyes, they were akin to soft persimmons, seemingly formidable but fundamentally lacking substance. They boasted only the bravado of their clan within their own circles, yet faltered when faced with real challenges. In terms of strength, they appeared to possess decent physical prowess and the ability to observe foes with their Byakugan, but nothing particularly remarkable beyond that. Their reputation as an established family in Konoha lent them some value in the eyes of various factions, yet Mizuno Ichido found their hollow prestige utterly insignificant. Cough, cough. "Otherwise, those 2 pounds of tea leaves shall not be delivered." Seeing this, Hinata Hisashi coughed lightly a few times, attempting to salvage some dignity as the clan leader. He had just confirmed through Mizuno Ichido's gaze that he was acutely aware of his own inadequacy against this young man. Before this young man, he was unable to exhibit the superiority expected of a prominent family from Konoha, which left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Yet, Hinata Hisashi could scarcely fathom when such a remarkably powerful youth had emerged in the village, seemingly a mere pebble cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples within his heart. For Mizuno Ikuto, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, his arrival at the Hyuga clan was not solely to rescue the soon-to-be abducted Hinata. He understood that delivering this message would provide an opportunity to forge amicable relations with the Hyuga clan, thereby bolstering his own prospects within the village of Konoha. As the clan leader, Hinata Hisashi was initially reluctant to accept the news brought forth by Mizuno Ikuto. However, under the influence of Mizuno's noble and commanding presence, he chose to embrace the information with a sense of optimism. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to strategically position personnel throughout the compound, preparing to capture the rogue Cloud Ninja intent on stealing his beloved daughter, who resembled a cozy little cotton-padded jacket. Do ensure that neither of you ends up killing the other. If that were to happen, and the Cloud Ninjas retaliated tomorrow, the elders of Konoha would certainly demand that you, the Hyuga, hand over the so-called murderer to uphold the peace agreement. Consider this a fair warning, Mizuno Ikuto reiterated earnestly, his gaze conveying a sense of gravity and sincerity. Rest assured, my young friend, several elders from the clan are present. Capturing a couple of petty thieves will be a trivial matter, Hinata Hisashi replied confidently, nodding slightly. In his view, with the Grand Elder leading several elite shinobi, this minor operation would be easily managed. Given the uncertainty surrounding the route the Cloud Ninja would take to infiltrate the Hyuga leader's residence and stealthily abscond with his daughter, the clan exercised utmost vigilance, reinforcing defenses in every nook and cranny of their estate. The elite and mid-tier shinobi, akin to hunters concealed in shadows, silently lurked in pivotal positions, attentively observing their surroundings. Hinata's chamber was deemed of utmost importance, and thus, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were stationed there, flanked by several formidable shinobi for protection. Such meticulous preparations underscored the gravity with which the Hyuga clan approached this matter, rendering the task seemingly devoid of difficulty. Conversely, the Cloud Ninja Named had no inkling that he would meet such a dismal fate. After a series of clandestine discussions and meticulous planning within their lodge, the team of Cloud envoys dispatched a shinobi to execute the plan. Stealthily, he advanced towards the Hyuga territory, despite being oblivious to how the village had acquired its intelligence. Nevertheless, the critical information regarding the residences of key figures within the Hyuga clan was vividly detailed on their map, as if they possessed an uncanny insight into the activities of Konoha. Thus, the shinobi, moved with a sense of trepidation, cautiously making his way towards Hinata's room beneath the watchful eyes of patrolling guards and those hidden in the shadows, all the while treading carefully to avoid any sound that might attract attention. However, despite his utmost efforts to remain inconspicuous, the atmosphere surrounding him was thick with tension, leaving him feeling profoundly suffocated. Chapter 116. Was this matter orchestrated by you, Danzo? On the other side, the servants acted like keen antennae, swiftly and accurately relaying the movements of the esteemed shinobi to Mizuno Ichido and Hyuga Hisashi. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Hisashi arranged for numerous skilled warriors to lie in ambush around Hinata's room from the outset of the plan, while deploying observers in other areas. As the shadowy figure appeared outside the clan's territory, countless pairs of eyes, akin to stars in the night sky, meticulously tracked his every move, ensuring that even when he concealed himself behind flower beds or corners, or hastily dashed through patrolled corridors, he could not escape their vigilant scrutiny. Yin and Ka stumbled along, surprisingly unnoticed due to a fortunate blend of luck and cautious maneuvering. This unexpected ease led him to momentarily believe that the Hyuga clan of Konoha was indeed feeble and easily vanquished. Thus, he boldly pushed open Hinata's door. Yet, the instant he did so, a multitude of piercing gazes struck him like lightning, leaving Yun and Ka momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he closed the sliding door, took a deep breath to steady himself, and then cautiously reopened the door. Indeed, he had not misjudged. A group of burly men stood before him. What the hell? How could a room belonging to a young girl be occupied by such imposing figures at this hour? Who could explain this? Quickly, Yun and Ka found himself encircled by these formidable men. Before he could react, they swiftly intervened, expertly sealing his chakra with precise strikes. Rather than resist blindly, he surrendered like a deflated balloon, lying flat on the ground and quietly awaiting the response of these vigilant eyes. After all, he was an envoy from the hidden Cloud Village, harboring a sliver of hope that he would not encounter peril here. He thought to himself that if he were unable to return, the other envoys would surely confront the Elder Council the following day. Through the negotiations of the day, they had discerned that Konoha was no longer the village to be taken lightly as it had been a decade prior. The once mighty third Hokage now seemed a pitiful bear, easily overwhelmed. Upon sensing Yun and Ka's approach to his daughter's room, Hisashi discreetly moved from the living room to an adjacent chamber. Consequently, when Yun and Ka was surrounded, Hisashi made a timely appearance. We warmly welcome you to discuss a peace agreement with Konoha. However, to intrude uninvited into the Hyuga clan's territory in the dead of night, and to attempt to abduct our bloodline, do you not find such behavior exceedingly outrageous? Hisashi glared, his eyes radiating immense authority and fury, fixating intently on the seemingly unperturbed Yun and Ka. Truly, Konoha is a place of remarkable talent and fortune. What was believed to be a meticulously crafted plan now appeared laughable, akin to a clown in their eyes. Yun Rinjia surveyed the room filled with vigilant individuals, a wave of bitterness washing over him. He understood all too well that his actions, which he had believed to be shrouded in secrecy, had perhaps been exposed from the very beginning to the opposing side's control. However, aside from the core members of the village and a few elite ninjas leading this operation, he could not fathom who might have leaked the confidential information, thus becoming a traitor to Konohagakure. Upon witnessing the lack of any rebuttal from the other party, Hinata Hisashi was thoroughly convinced of Mizuno Ichido's assertions. Nevertheless, there remained a more crucial piece of information that required confirmation. He thus summoned the elder and discreetly placed Yun Rinjia in an exceedingly clandestine location, simultaneously issuing strict orders to the others involved in the matter to refrain from uttering a single word to outsiders. On the other hand, Mizuno Ichido returned home leisurely, carrying 2 bags of tea leaves, humming a cheerful tune as though the tense and thrilling capture operation that had just unfolded in the Hyuga clan's territory held no relevance to him. Outside Konohagakure, another group of cloud ninjas remained intensely focused, their eyes wide open, fixated on the direction of the village, as if the slightest blink would cause them to miss vital information. Yet, they waited the entire night, and as dawn broke, they had not received any word from the individuals involved in the plan. The following morning, the sun continued to cast its rays upon every corner of Konohagakure as the streets bustled with activity, people coming and going, rendering the atmosphere mundane, as if the previous day's tension and crisis had never transpired. However, within the village's conference room, the atmosphere was decidedly oppressive and awkward. Another J-nin from the Yunrin delegation, alongside 2 elite ninjas, wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, occasionally huddling together to whisper furtively. Their eyes betrayed a palpable dissatisfaction and anger, as if they were scheming something. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of Konohagakure and the J-nin leader Nara Shikaku appeared blissfully unaware of the peculiar tension in the room, engrossed in preparations for the signing ceremony of the peace agreement. Noticing that the Yunrin side had remained silent for an extended period, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Esteemed envoy, is there anything further to discuss regarding the agreement?" His voice was steady and resonant, tinged with curiosity and concern. Yunrin slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly of Konohagakure's representatives. He then spoke with indignation. "We from the Hidden Cloud Village approached Konohagakure with genuine intent to forge a peace agreement for the sake of both our nations. Yet, to our astonishment, merely 1 night has passed, and your village has apprehended one of our key leaders? Is this what you term as goodwill?" The elders of Konohagakure were taken aback by his words, disbelief washing over their faces as they exchanged astonished glances with one another. Even the typically radical Danzo found himself in a state of discomfort, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Are you certain that it was Konohagakure that apprehended the envoy?" Sarutobi Hizashi gazed anxiously at Yunrin, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Indeed, the negotiation table was missing a rather loquacious figure from yesterday's discussions. Initially, he assumed that the absence was due to some pressing matter, which might explain the restless demeanor of the representatives across the table. However, who in the entire Konoha village would dare provoke the delegation from Yun Hidden Village without cause? In any case, should Konoha refuse to surrender our comrade, the village of Yun Hidden will not sign the peace accord. If any misfortune were to befall our ally, we would not hesitate to initiate war once more. With that declaration, Yunrin slammed his palm onto the table, his face a portrait of fury and determination, and abruptly departed from the negotiation table with his comrades. The members from Konoha were left in a state of bewilderment, the sudden hardline stance and threats of conflict from the Yunrin envoy tightening their hearts, each of them grappling with the tumultuous thoughts of what had transpired. "Tsunade, was this your doing?" Sarutobi Hizashi directed a scrutinizing gaze at the man seated to his right. Tsunade, his eyes reflecting both inquiry and skepticism. In all of Konoha, the first person who came to mind capable of such audacious and earth-shattering actions was indeed Tsunade. Chapter 117. What brings you to the Hyuga clan's domain? Would I be foolish enough to instigate a conflict with Yun Hidden Village at this time? Shimura Danzo replied with a dark expression, his voice laced with indifference and arrogance, as if to suggest that such a foolish endeavor was beneath him. While it was true that I, Danzo, occasionally engaged in actions that others might find incomprehensible, I would never jeopardize the interests of the village in matters of great significance. My dedication to Konoha is unwavering, and I am prepared to undertake unsavory dealings for its sake. Sarutobi Hizashi scanned the room, his visage reflecting discomfort, ultimately resigning to dissolve the meeting. At this juncture, the paramount task was to uncover the details of the situation and swiftly locate the missing individual. Each of them silently prayed that this person was still alive and that time had not run out. As for the parties involved in this matter, aside from Yunrin Jia, who was confined within the private cell of the Hyuga, unable to convey any information, Mizuno Ichido and Hyuga Hinata appeared to carry on with their lives as if nothing had transpired. After all, Yunrin Jia was not someone the Hyuga had invited. Should Hyuga Hinata choose to release him now, he would gain nothing beneficial and might instead attract considerable trouble. If the Yunrin insisted that he had simply wandered into the Hyuga territory and was subsequently captured by them, the Hyuga would be unjustly accused of deliberately undermining the peace accord between the two nations. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to return him in the manner he arrived, discreetly depositing him in a secluded part of the village, allowing this rogue to find his own way back. Presently, Hyuga Hinata kept Yun Rinjia confined in a private cell, partly to vent his frustrations and avenge the theft, and partly to ascertain whether the Elder Council of Konoha was truly as Tsunade suggested. Behind all this, it seems as though an invisible web envelopes everyone, with the truth shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. Among the many affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village, the signing of a peace treaty undoubtedly stands as the most pressing matter at hand. To this end, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsubaki Kamachi, and Mito Kaze, the esteemed leaders of Konoha, remained in their offices, awaiting news from the Umbu, the atmosphere tinged with a sense of somber tension. The Umbu, renowned for their exceptional capabilities and high efficiency, delivered a portion of their investigative findings to the council the following day. As Sarutobi Hiruzen received the document from the Umbu, he slowly unfurled it, revealing its brief contents, consisting of only a few lines. His gaze swept across the text, and in an instant, his brow furrowed tightly, as if those few lines concealed an insurmountable riddle. Perched across from him, Tsubaki Kamachi perceptibly noticed Hiruzen's unease and promptly inquired, "Hiruzen, what has transpired?" Her voice carried a note of concern, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Shimura Danzo, exhibiting greater urgency, snatched the document from Hiruzen's grasp and rapidly scanned its contents. The information outlined the clandestine machinations within the Cloud Village from the previous night, eventually mentioning that a Cloud Ninja had stealthily departed from his team, vanishing near the Hyuga clan's territory. However, details regarding the Hyuga domain were scant. After all, those privy to the situation and involved in the ambush were the core members of the Hyuga clan. Despite the Umbu's formidable prowess, they could only ascertain that there had been a gathering of Hyuga clan members, with the reason for their assembly and its connection to the missing Cloud Ninja remaining elusive. It appeared that the emissary from the Cloud Village sought ulterior motives in their negotiations. Mito Kaze took the document from Danzo and, after a cursory glance, began to analyze the situation. Their disappearance near the Hyuga territory raised questions. Was it related to the Hyuga clan? There was little of particular allure in that vicinity, suggesting they might indeed be targeting the Hyuga, drawing from the previous incident where the Cloud had abducted Kushina. Could it be that they had set their sights on the Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai? Upon hearing Kaze's analysis, the previously oppressive atmosphere was instantly dispelled, thoughts cascading forth like a spring torrent. The Cloud Village had always been enigmatic in its actions. They had previously stolen the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although the Nine-Tails had been well concealed and was under constant surveillance by the Umbu, the notion that they were now fixated on the Hyuga's bloodline seemed entirely plausible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's furrowed brow began to relax slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned an Umbu operative, instructing him to bring Hyuga Hayashi to the Hokage's office. In his view, having a lead would facilitate a more effective resolution. They could not navigate through this fog blindly. Before long, Hyuga Hayashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Standing tall and respectfully before the four elders, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of perplexity. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" Hayashi inquired, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of politeness. "Ahem, Hayashi," Hiruzen began. "What was that missing Cloud emissary doing near the Hyuga clan last night?" Sarutobi Hizashi inquired with an air of concern, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hyuga Hizashi's countenance. "Cloud Ninja? Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan has had no prior contact with the Cloud Ninja. I truly fail to comprehend what you are implying," Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment, as if entirely unaware of any connection between the Hyuga and the Cloud. His tone carried a hint of innocence and confusion. Clan leader Hyuga. The Umbu have already uncovered that a Cloud Ninja vanished from the Hyuga clan's territory last night. This matter cannot be separated from your clan, so cease your feigned ignorance. Shimura Danzo retorted sharply, his disdain evident. In his view, the investigation had reached a conclusive point, and the facts were indisputable. The Hyuga clan could not remain uninvolved. "Shimura Elder, is that truly your stance? I find myself even more curious then. What purpose would a Cloud envoy have in my Hyuga clan's territory? I have no recollection of extending any invitation to the Cloud envoy," Hyuga Hizashi countered directly, casting a sincere glance towards Sarutobi Hizashi, adding, The appearance of the cloud in our territory raises questions about what they seek from the Hyuga. I implore you, Lord Hokage, to conduct a thorough investigation, lest the Cloud Ninja achieve some nefarious plot. It must be noted that the prominent families of Konoha possess their own clan territories, which house not only residences for clan members, but also various family enterprises. These territories stand apart from the common villagers residing along the streets, separated by roads and woodlands, thus maintaining a degree of independence. Ahem, Hizashi. Let us first locate the missing Cloud Ninja. The village's immediate priority is to sign a peace agreement with the hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, should your clan discover this individual, it is imperative that you report it to the village without delay, Sarutobi Hizashi advised earnestly, subsequently arranging for Hyuga Hizashi to depart. Chapter 118. The arranged mascot. Once Hyuga Hizashi had left, Shimura Danzo slammed his remaining hand onto the Hokage's desk, producing a sharp and resonant sound. Hizashi, do you see? Does the Hyuga clan hold any regard for the village? I have long stated that a clan as prominent as the Hyuga must be kept in check. Just as the Uchiha were, Shimura Danzo fumed, his face flushed with anger, his eyes ablaze with fury. To him, it was utterly outrageous that Hyuga Hizashi, a mere clan leader, dared to retort against him, an elder of Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression shifted from that of a benevolent elder to one of deep concern. Nara Shikaku also wore a troubled look, furrowing his brow in contemplation of how to aptly navigate this thorny situation. Mito Gate Flame observed the three men calmly. As the overarching narrative of the Cloud Ninja's disappearance began to crystallize, with the focus shifting inward to the village itself. In dealing with internal village matters, both Danzo and Hizashi were generally more adept. Yet despite a night of deliberation among the four elders, no flawless solution had emerged regarding the current predicament. Sarutobi Hizashi believed that demanding the missing Cloud Ninja from the Hyuga lacked any reasonable justification, setting aside the Hyuga's clear denial of having seen the individual. Even disregarding the clan's dignity and sending personnel to search within the Hyuga territory would raise further complications in subsequent explanations. The villagers would not easily believe that Hinata would unprovokedly assassinate the envoy sent by the Cloud Ninja. Therefore, any action taken within the Hinata clan's domain would tarnish the illustrious image of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village. After all, the missing Cloud Ninja was not invited by Hinata. And if the village acted without regard for the dignity of the prominent clans, other clans would undoubtedly distance themselves from the village, which would be detrimental to the overall situation in Konohagakure. Thus, it was imperative to allow Danzo Zumbu to discreetly gather information, striving to uncover the truth without inciting conflict. Captain, someone just threw in a note stating that A is held captive in the Hinata compound. The somewhat flustered voice of Cloud Ninja C disrupted the previously somber atmosphere. Just moments ago, Cloud Ninja C had been intently squatting in the restroom, preoccupied with the peculiar thought of how to produce a single, perfectly spiraled stool in one go. Although this notion was rather odd, it revealed his current state of anticipation and boredom. Yet, at that critical moment, a note was slipped beneath the partition by an unknown hand, startling Cloud Ninja C so much that his half-finished act was abruptly interrupted, resulting in a rather embarrassing scene. Cloud Ninja B, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and took the oddly scented note, glancing at it nonchalantly before a smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. Konoha truly is on a steady decline, he remarked with a light chuckle. Initially, their plan had been to steal the Byakugan bloodline from Hinata, but with this new piece of information, the situation appeared to have become significantly simpler. They could effectively exploit this intelligence to sow discord within Konoha, leading the village into chaos and distraction. Compared to the perilous endeavor of stealing a Byakugan, this strategy was undoubtedly more straightforward and accessible. This note had been discreetly delivered by Danzo's agents. It turned out that after Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned the investigation of the Cloud Ninja envoy's disappearance to Danzo, the latter did not immediately dispatch his own ninjas to probe the Hinata clan. Being shrewd and calculating, he understood the immense political advantages hidden behind this matter. Thus, he quietly sent one of his trusted subordinates to covertly pass the note to the Cloud Ninja envoy. For Danzo, his lifelong ambition, aside from enhancing his own power, was to ascend to the position of Hokage. This role represented not merely glory, but also a symbol of authority and status. Therefore, the incident involving the missing Cloud Ninja envoy was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity for him. He intended to employ the strategy of driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf. using another's blade to achieve his goals. He was well aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen, this seasoned politician, sought to establish a noble reputation in Konoha while also yearning for tangible benefits. Yet, was Danzo not also such a person? Upon receiving this news, the Cloud Ninja would undoubtedly weigh their options. Tomorrow, they could seize this opportunity to strike back, further investigating the Hinata clan for relevant documents. At that point, for Hinata, it would be akin to mud falling into their pants, neither fully excrement nor entirely clean, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. At that time, Konoha would exert pressure. And in order to maintain the overarching peace, the Hyuga clan would have no choice but to silently endure their fate. Thus, the Hyuga clan would be sacrificed as scapegoats. Once the Hyuga were abandoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, how would other clans perceive this event? Naturally, they would begin to question Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions and subsequently doubt his leadership abilities. Under such circumstances, it is highly probable that his supporters would also begin to distance themselves from him. This was the meticulously devised scheme of Shimura Danzo, utilizing the Hyuga as a mere tool to achieve his objective of eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen. From any perspective, Shimura Danzo stood to gain immensely from this situation, and the position of Hokage seemed ever closer to his grasp. As expected, the following morning, as the sun cast its first rays upon the door of Konoha's conference room, the group from the Cloud Village arrived early. The leader, Cloud Ninja Y, strode into the conference room with an air of arrogance, directly tossing a piece of paper onto the conference table with a resounding thud that echoed in the otherwise quiet room. The paper, which contained the information that the Hyuga were being detained within their own territory, lay bare before the leaders of both villages like an explosive device, instantly intensifying the atmosphere within the room. Apart from Shimura Danzo, who maintained an indifferent facade, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him, the three elders and Nara Shikaku, the leader of the elite shinobi class, displayed expressions of disbelief. Judging by Cloud Ninja Y's haughty demeanor, it was evident that this matter would not be easily resolved, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. For Nara Shikaku, this negotiation marked the most disempowering experience since he had assumed the role of leader of the elite shinobi class. The decision-making power was firmly held by the Council of Elders, with crucial information known solely to the four elders. He felt more like a mere mascot arranged by the elders to placate the village's elite shinobi. Much of the key information came to him from the adversary's disclosures at the conference table, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Over time, he adopted a nonchalant attitude toward the entire situation. Chapter 119. It is time for the next step. Since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and the resurgence of the third Hokage, despite the unwavering compliance of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the core power of the village remained tightly grasped by the Council of Elders, showing no signs of relinquishment. Cloud Ninja Y crossed his arms, adopting an unconcerned demeanor as he regarded the Council of Elders, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. This information comes directly from your Konoha. Third Hokage, if your village cannot provide us with a reasonable explanation, then the peace agreement between our two nations shall be rendered void. In truth, prior to their departure for Konoha, the village's strategic department had concluded that Konoha had lost much of its former vigor. They instructed Cloud Ninja Y to extract as many benefits as possible from Konoha, while simultaneously negotiating an agreement to mitigate conflicts between the two villages. After several rounds of negotiations in Konoha, Cloud Ninja Y increasingly felt that the elders of Konoha were quite manageable. Throughout the entire negotiation process, aside from the routine matter of trade between both parties, the Nation of Thunder, which took the initiative to propose peace talks, not only failed to offer any substantial concessions, but Konoha even bestowed tax reductions upon Thunder's merchant convoy. It can be said that he had never witnessed such magnanimity, bordering on the absurd, where benefits were so freely given. Moreover, the more assertive Thunder appeared, the more humble the four elders of Konoha became. A level of humility unprecedented even among the poorest of the great ninja countries, such as Sunagakure. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt utterly despondent, akin to encountering a noxious odor that left him longing to berate Danzo vehemently. He was acutely aware of his precarious position, caught in a dilemma he could not escape. For the sake of the village's peace, sacrificing an individual within the village might be deemed justifiable from a broader perspective. Yet it should never be the Hokage who issued such an order. Initially, it was clearly delineated that Danzo, as he himself asserted, would serve as the root beneath the great tree, undertaking those clandestine affairs for the village. Yet when the moment arose that required him to step forward, Danzo not only failed to assume responsibility, but also inadvertently provided an opening for the enemy, inciting Hiruzen's ire. Suppressing his burgeoning anger, Hiruzen endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Esteemed envoy, it appears there may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps some village, discontented with the peace between our two nations, is attempting to provoke discord between us. However, Konoha will endeavor to locate the missing envoy promptly and provide your village with a satisfactory explanation. He dared not engage with the topic raised by the Cloud Ninja, but deftly redirected the discussion, implicating external forces. After all, who could validate the claims merely based on the written words on this single piece of parchment? Numerous doubts lingered within. You see, for the sake of peace between our villages, many matters of the peace agreement were thoroughly discussed during our last negotiation. Shall we proceed to sign the agreement today? Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted once more to expedite the signing of the peace accord, hoping to swiftly resolve the present crisis. Yet, the Cloud Envoy remained unmoved, coldly stating, Lord Third, we shall sign only when our envoy team is located. Thus, the meeting concluded with dissatisfaction and helplessness from Konoha and a sense of quiet triumph from Kumogakure, leaving the atmosphere in the conference room heavy with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, instilling an intangible pressure upon all present. In the Hyuga reception hall, Hisashi Hyuga, much like the previous occasion, pretentiously savored the tea. However, the tea brewed this time was far from the ordinary served to common guests. This was the rare and exquisite Chushi tea, reserved for esteemed visitors. Chushi tea is highly prized, harvested from the very first leaves of the tea trees in spring. Due to its limited availability, it is far less common than the abundant summer leaves. Although its flavor, compared to the rich and robust aroma of summer tea, is much more delicate, it does not diminish its esteemed status among the elite. For the affluent, the appreciation of tea is not merely about the intensity and richness of its fragrance, but rather the unique and rare experience it embodies. After all, if anyone could easily partake, how could the distinctive aristocratic essence of the Hyuga family be showcased? Mizuno Ichido narrowed his eyes slightly, delicately using the tea lid to sweep aside the floating tea leaves before elegantly sipping a small mouthful. After savoring it, he nodded in satisfaction and slowly remarked, This tea, with its clear and luminous hue, resembles the crystalline springs flowing gently through the mountains, pure and vibrant. Its tender green freshness is akin to the newly unfurling leaves of spring, brimming with life and energy. Its rich aroma lingers around the nostrils, refusing to dissipate. The taste, upon first sip, unveils a subtle bitterness that unfolds on the tongue, yet in an instant, sweetness surges forth like a tide, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. The daylight streamed through the window, illuminating the parlor with an exceptional brightness. In this radiant light, Hyuga Hayashi could discern Mizuno Ichido's rather mature demeanor with clarity. Strangely enough, this description evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered similar words before. If you find it agreeable, I shall procure some for you when I depart. Hyuga Hayashi responded courteously out of politeness. However, this time he did not, as in previous occasions, genuinely lift the teacup to deeply appreciate its essence. Rather, he merely engaged in a symbolic exchange out of respect for his guest. Yes, whoever is outside, quickly package 2 pounds for me to take when I leave. Mizuno Ichido expressed without a hint of modesty. His purpose for visiting the Hyuga was to offer counsel, yet he accepted no payment. Therefore, he intended to relish the tea to his heart's content, insisting on freshly brewed leaves for each cup, and naturally, he could not leave empty-handed, but must take with him several packages of the rare spring evening tea. During today's meeting, the envoy from the Yunrin had clearly stated that a certain individual was within the Hyuga territory, thus it was time to proceed to the second step. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Mizuno Ichido, seemingly trying to glean something from his appearance, particularly suspecting any undisclosed blood ties with the Nara clan. After all, this intricate scheme was so well crafted that, given his identity and mindset, it was difficult for him to conceive such a comprehensive plan. Upon hearing that someone dared to abduct his beloved daughter, while also attempting to usurp the family's lineage, his initial reaction was to summon a group to apprehend the kidnapper and swiftly end their life. He had never considered the complex and arduous dilemmas he and his entire clan would face following such a decision. Chapter 120. What do you suggest we do now? Yet this seemingly youthful fellow had managed to devise a plan so tightly interwoven, it left him utterly bewildered. I am here to remind you that it is time to advance to the second step. However, it must be done in a rather ambiguous manner. That feeling of half concealing the pipa, do you comprehend? Mizuno Ichido patiently elucidated while covering half his face with his hand, attempting to convey the meaning through his gestures. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's mind was somewhat muddled. He had never encountered such terminology. What did ambiguous mean? What did it mean to half conceal one's face? He was filled with confusion, utterly at a loss. Couldn't they simply dispatch a few individuals to spread the rumor that the envoy had perished at the hands of the Hyuga clan? Unable to restrain himself, he proposed what seemed to be a straightforward and effective idea. It was evident that he was an honest man. Have you ever witnessed the third Hokage personally confronting Kakashi Hatake? Mizuno Ichido wore a helpless expression, seemingly exasperated by Hinata Hisashi's naivety. Observing Hisashi's completely bewildered demeanor, he realized that he was entirely oblivious to the intricate relationship between the third Hokage and Kakashi Hatake. Are you not aware that Kakashi's remarkable achievements have posed a threat to the Hokage's position as the leader of the village? Just look at how the third Hokage dealt with Kakashi. He merely needed to exaggerate Kakashi's accomplishments a little and then subtly incite Danzo Shimura, who also coveted the Hokage position. Mizuno Ichido patiently elucidated the underlying reasons. What? Danzo Shimura wishes to become Hokage? Upon hearing this revelation, Hisashi was taken aback. In his recollection, the old man Danzo was already well past his prime. How could he still aspire to grasp the title of Hokage? Could you refrain from interrupting? I asked you to listen to the story. Once the third Hokage had kindled the flames, Danzo took it upon himself to gather incriminating evidence against Kakashi, culminating in the latter's tragic demise, which was ultimately a result of his own impulsive actions. Observe the entire process. What did the third Hokage do? Even if one were to dredge up old grievances now, it would be challenging to find any substantial connection between the third Hokage and this affair. Mizuno Ichido wore an expression of exasperation, harboring secret concerns about whether the Hyuga clan possessed the capability to collaborate with him on this scheme. Do not be vexed, my young friend. I believe I grasp your intent. We shall create some ambiguous evidence and wait for the Umbu to take the bait. As the clan leader, Hisashi had certainly engaged in numerous clandestine dealings, albeit not with the same level of confusion as today. However, he never anticipated that the demise of a figure like Kakashi would be shrouded in such a complex and hidden narrative. The following morning, as sunlight gently illuminated the exterior of the Hokage's office in Konoha, an Umbu member stood respectfully at the doorway. When the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lifted his gaze from the documents, the Umbu member swiftly approached, presenting a file with both hands, his tone filled with reverence. Report, Lord Hokage. This is the latest intelligence obtained by the Umbu from the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen promptly set aside the documents in his hands, reaching out to accept the enigmatic information, and his gaze fell upon the file as he began to scrutinize it meticulously. His expression was focused and grave, as if he sought to unearth the concealed truth within the thin sheets of paper. Just as Hiruzen completed his perusal of the document, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Danzo Shimura, with one eye and one hand, hurriedly entered, his face marked by urgency, and he immediately seized the file from the desk. Shortly thereafter, the summoned representatives, Tsubaki Kaharu and Mitarashi Yanko, entered the office in succession. Pray tell, how should we address this matter? Hiruzen inquired, seated behind his desk, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. His voice was deep and serious, and the atmosphere in the office became instantly tense. As the discussion unfolded, Xiaochun furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of the situation. If Yunin were to learn of this news, they would undoubtedly demand an explanation from Konoha. Shikamaru, with his remaining eye half closed, wore a calm smile that belied the gravity of his words. An explanation is certainly forthcoming. We can suggest that the Hyuga clan sacrifice a significant member. I believe they would willingly comply for the sake of the village's peace. Mito Minyan shook his head in resignation, pondering when Konoha had begun to exhibit such weakness. He opened his mouth to object, but was silenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's raised hand. The motives behind Yunin's actions were shrouded in secrecy. With one of their own perishing at the hands of the Hyuga, it would suffice to pin the blame on a mere condemned criminal, without necessitating the sacrifice of a prominent clan member. Yet, Mito could not suppress his thoughts. Minyan, you witnessed the attitude of Hyuga Hayashi last time. The Hyuga clan has begun to show signs of defiance. Their internal division between the main and branch families severely undermines the village's interests, making it an opportune moment to impose some discipline. However, Shikamaru did not share Mito's viewpoint. His gaze was resolute, and his tone unyielding. Everything I do is for the village. Before their debate could reach a conclusion, the office door was abruptly knocked upon by the guards outside. Moments later, the Yunin emissaries stormed in with palpable aggression. Leading the charge, Yunin Yi's face was flushed with anger, flanked by two visibly irate associates. Hokage, one of our envoys has been killed on the territory of your Hyuga clan. We demand an explanation. Yunin Yi glared fiercely, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rose, donning a placating smile in an effort to adopt a calm demeanor. Please remain composed. There may be a misunderstanding regarding this matter. The elder council members internally lamented, taken aback by how swiftly Yunin had acquired this information. Shikamaru had intended to discreetly relay the news to them after the meeting. Yet here they were, arriving at the most inopportune moment. A misunderstanding? Our envoy team has conducted its own investigation, and you speak of a misunderstanding? Yunin scoffed, his disdain evident as he brandished a tattered, blood-stained piece of fabric. This is the clothing worn by our missing comrade, and it was found with the Hyuga clan. You dare claim it's a misunderstanding? Within 3 days, deliver the murderer or prepare for war. With that, Yunin stormed out of the Hokage building, accompanied by his 2 aides, showing no regard for Sarutobi Hiruzen's status as Hokage, leaving only the heavy sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. What do we do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped in his chair, feeling deflated, his gaze helplessly scanning the room. What can we do? The only option left is to have the Hyuga clan voluntarily sacrifice someone to appease Yunin, Shikamaru remarked nonchalantly, as though this outcome had been anticipated all along. Before long, Hinata Hizashi was once again summoned to the Hokage's office. He entered the room with measured steps, wearing a respectful smile, and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama. I have heard that you summoned me for a matter of importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Hizashi, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze, before responding with a melancholic smile. Hizashi, behold the documents just acquired by the Umbu. Hizashi took the file and swiftly glanced over it, his expression paling instantly. He exclaimed, Hokage-sama, this is impossible. The Hyuga clan has never encountered this individual. Someone must be slandering our family. You must dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly. Hizashi, the Cloud Village is already aware of this situation. It no longer pertains to whether the Hyuga clan was involved. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently reassured him, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Following the Third Great Ninja War, the legendary Sannin had departed the village, and many elite jonin, including the 4th Hokage, perished during the attack of the Nine Tails. The new generation had yet to fully mature, leaving the village besieged by internal and external strife. At last, there existed a glimmer of hope for peace with the Cloud Village, and after deliberation among the village elders, it was proposed that the Hyuga clan sacrifice a somewhat significant figure to placate the emissaries from the Cloud, ensuring the smooth signing of the peace treaty between the 2 villages. Upon completing his statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance with Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate, both of whom silently regarded Hizashi. They understood that the village was at a pivotal moment, requiring a peaceful environment for the new generation to flourish. Perhaps this was the only viable option at present. Hizashi stood frozen in place, unable to respond for quite some time. His heart was caught in a fierce struggle, torn between the instinct to protect his clan and the greater need for the village's peace. Hizashi, the Leaf Village belongs to us all. Now that the village requires a sacrifice from the Hyuga, I trust that our clan can bear the loss of an elder, Shimura Danzo interjected, having perceived the Hokage's glance, and added with a tone of subtle pressure. I understand, but please grant me a moment to contemplate, Hizashi replied dejectedly, his voice laden with resignation and weariness. You have 2 days. I shall give you 2 days, Danzo asserted decisively. Despite Hizashi's despondent departure, he returned home with a smile, enjoying a cup of tea while observing a flurry of activity among the village's denizens, finding a peculiar sweetness in the moment. After savoring his fragrant brew, Hizashi slowly rose and solemnly summoned the clan elders. Once gathered, he began to convey the village's intentions. However, Hizashi refrained from providing any clear answers to the elders' inquiries. In truth, the elders harbored their own schemes. Among them were two who had previously participated in the plot surrounding the abduction incident. They had received Hisashi's orders to capture the individual alive and had witnessed the secret confinement of the person. Since that time, they had been plagued by doubts, unable to comprehend Hisashi's true motives behind his actions. Until now, with the unfolding of events, a faint understanding of the profound implications has emerged, yet the complete essence remains elusive. A few members of the Elder Council, in their efforts to ignite fervor for the Hyuga clan, have propagated the notion that Hyuga Hisashi is selfless, willing to sacrifice himself to uphold the peace agreement between Konoha and Kumogakure. They have deliberately obscured the convolutions of the narrative, allowing the majority to perceive only the benevolent facade of the Hyuga clan's altruism. After all, for most clan members, the intricate circumstances and devious schemes lurking behind the scenes remain shrouded in mystery. They are only aware of the sacrifices made by the Hyuga clan for the greater good. Naturally, astute individuals like Nara Shikaku, with his keen intellect, have already unraveled the conspiracy veiled within the information. At this moment, observing the atmosphere meticulously crafted by the Elder Council, a flicker of trepidation stirs within him. He is acutely aware that beneath this seemingly harmonious veneer lies an unknown realm of peril and calculation. Presently, the vicinity surrounding the Hyuga clan is besieged by the watchful eyes of various factions. These spies lurk like phantoms in the shadows, closely monitoring every move of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Mizuno Ichido has refrained from hastily demanding a fresh cup of tea. In truth, the subsequent steps of his plan had been meticulously arranged during his previous tea session with Hyuga Hisashi. Now, each response from the Cloud Ninja and the Elder Council aligns perfectly with his scheme, as if everything is unfolding along a meticulously predetermined path. While the Elder Council's attention is fixated on the Cloud Envoy and the Hyuga clan, Mizuno Ichido quietly initiates a series of actions. Through Uchiha Izumi, he deftly establishes contact with Uchiha Fugaku. Mizuno Ichido is well aware that confronting the Elder Council of Konoha is no trivial endeavor. Should he rely solely on brute force, even if a fleeting victory is attained, it would ultimately result in the devastation of Konoha. Thus, he resolves to adopt a more clandestine strategy, systematically dismantling the supporters of the Elder Council from the shadows. However, to realize this ambition, he requires a cadre of reliable allies. Scanning the various clans of Konoha, only the Hyuga and Uchiha clans appear amenable to his overtures. The Hyuga clan possesses a rich heritage and formidable strength, while the Uchiha clan is equally formidable. If he can successfully garner the allegiance of these two clans, his plan will advance with greater efficacy. In the reception hall of Uchiha Fugaku's residence, compared to the opulent mansion of the Hyuga clan leader, the abode of the Uchiha leader seems somewhat modest. Although it boasts a large courtyard spanning several hundred square meters, it exudes an air of simplicity. As one enters through the main gate, the first sight is a corridor leading through the courtyard, which leads to the main house. The architectural style of the main residence is ancient and elegant, imbued with the charm of time-worn splendor. Beyond the main house lies a straightforward training ground in the backyard, its surface somewhat rough, clearly indicating a space utilized by clan members for daily practice. However, after traversing the entirety of the house, not a single servant was encountered, starkly contrasting the bustling and industrious atmosphere of the Hyuga clan's estate. Mizuno Ichido lifts a teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip, his brow slightly furrowing. Even the tea he was drinking seemed remarkably similar to the tea he purchased from the department store, he mused to himself. Chapter 122. What future awaits the Uchiha? Mizuno Ikuto began to harbor doubts about whether the Uchiha truly constituted a prestigious lineage. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the head of the clan, in the Hidden Leaf Village. Even clan leaders who were not surrounded by numerous wives and concubines were invariably accompanied by a throng of admirers, some beautiful, some less so, some stout, others slender, of all shapes and sizes. Their estates were grand enough to resemble small cities, with servants and guards numbering in the hundreds, a scene of utmost opulence. My young friend, is there something amiss with this tea? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, noticing the displeased expression on Mizuno Ikuto's face. A hint of curiosity replaced his typically stern demeanor. He instinctively raised the teacup to his lips, taking another sip, savoring it carefully, yet he found no discernible difference from ordinary tea. There is nothing wrong. Merely a surprise that, as the head of the Uchiha clan, You would drink the same tea as an ordinary person like myself, Mizuno Ikuto replied politely. Inclining his head slightly, his gaze wandered around the reception room, taking in the rustic, antiquated furnishings. Although these pieces bore the marks of time, they exuded a sense of simplicity rather than lavishness. Upon hearing Mizuno Ikuto's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unexpected sense of delight. It was well known that his naturally expressionless face made it difficult for anyone to engage with him, and his status as clan leader further intimidated others from approaching him easily. In daily life, few could converse with him calmly, even in his own home. Apart from his wife and son, there existed a certain distance with the clan elders. Ahem, my young friend may have misunderstood. Although the Uchiha is a prominent clan in Konoha, it does not imply that the clan leader possesses great wealth, Uchiha Fugaku slowly began to explain. It turned out that most Uchiha ninjas were directly engaged in frontline combat and did not serve as instructors. The number of ninjas who graduated from instructors to take on missions in the village was quite limited, as the majority opted to join the Konoha police force. Over time, the influx of individuals into the police force had increased, yet the funding provided by the Konoha Elder Council had dwindled. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's salary was naturally affected, while the Uchiha did possess their own enterprises generating a considerable income each year. The number of widows and orphans left behind from numerous wars necessitated substantial compensation annually. Coupled with the clan's relocation from a prosperous area, their commercial revenue had significantly diminished. Thus, despite Uchiha Fugaku's position as the head of a prominent family in Konoha, his wealth might not even rival that of Mizuno Ikuto, a businessman worth tens of millions. The Uchiha clan, a prestigious lineage, derives its true advantage primarily from its distinctive Sharingan bloodline and the profound legacy of ninjutsu accumulated over generations. I wonder, dear friend, what brings you here today? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his gaze reflecting a hint of curiosity. He found it hard to believe that anyone would come seeking him out, especially given his typically expressionless demeanor. Shimizu Ichido gently set down the rather unappealing teacup in his hand, his face adopting a mature expression as he steadfastly regarded Uchiha Fugaku and softly asked, "What are your thoughts on the current state of the Uchiha clan, uncle?" Uchiha Fugaku's countenance shifted instantly, a fleeting trace of alarm crossing his previously tranquil features. However, he soon regained his composure, his eyes revealing a mix of inquiry and scrutiny as he slightly raised his gaze to Shimizu Ichido, solemnly questioning, "What do you mean, young friend?" With an air of calmness, Shimizu Ichido's unwavering gaze conveyed an undeniable conviction as he slowly articulated, "If the Uchiha continue down this path, it is only a matter of 5 years before they face the calamity of extinction." At these words, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been savoring his tea, abruptly expelled the liquid, splattering it across the table with a sharp sound. His eyes brimmed with shock and indignation, his body leaning forward as he fixated on Shimizu Ichido, his voice involuntarily rising. "Isn't that assertion rather excessive, young friend? Our ancestors of the Uchiha clan were the founders of Konoha alongside the Senju. What a glorious legacy that is. Moreover, our unique Sharingan bloodline is our pride and the very foundation upon which we stand in Konoha. Tell me, who in all of Konoha, or even the entire ninja world, could bring about our extinction?" Yet, Shimizu Ichido remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he gently shook his head, a glint of profound meaning in his eyes. "Do you not think that the Uchiha have grown somewhat distant from Konoha?" Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed, a wave of displeasure swelling within him, yet he patiently listened on. Shimizu Ichido continued, "Since the second Hokage entrusted the Uchiha with the establishment of the police force, the rift between the Uchiha and the other villagers has festered like a spark, gradually spreading. Day by day, conflicts, both large and small, arise. With the ascension of the third Hokage, the entire Elder Council inherited the second Hokage's oppressive stance towards the Uchiha, showing no mercy whatsoever. Various policies and task allocations have consistently marginalized the Uchiha from the core of village power, rendering our clan as outsiders in this village of Konoha." At this juncture, Shimizu Ichido paused momentarily, his gaze locked onto Uchiha Fugaku, and continued, "Then came the Nine Tails incident a few years ago, a sudden catastrophe. Yet the higher-ups suspected the Uchiha of secretly controlling the Nine Tails, resulting in such immense casualties for the village. In a flash, accusations and distrust surged towards the Uchiha clan like a tidal wave. And you, clan leader Fugaku, have accepted the village's oppression with quiet resignation, akin to surrendering 5 cities today and 10 tomorrow. Surely, the younger members of the clan must harbor significant grievances regarding your numerous concessions. Mizuno Ito paused momentarily, a glimmer of concern and unease flickering in his gaze as he observed the increasingly furrowed brow of Uchiha Fugaku. He spoke slowly. If clan leader Fugaku continues to endure in this manner, the burgeoning strength of the new generation will inevitably rise. They are youthful and impetuous, witnessing this unwarranted oppression. How can they possibly choose to retreat and endure as you do? In time, the internal conflicts will only intensify, and what fate awaits the Uchiha clan? In Chapter 123, titled Reform of the Security Department, Fugaku, visibly irritated, clenched the teacup lid in his hand, his knuckles paling. This frustration was not directed at Mizuno Ito, but rather stemmed from his position as the Uchiha clan leader. He was acutely aware of the current predicament, yet felt powerless to alter the harsh reality of the Uchiha's gradual decline. Mizuno Ito inclined his head slightly, a flicker of resolve in his eyes as he declared, "Reform the security department." These 3 words resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Throughout the annals of Konoha, the second Hokage had implemented a seemingly conciliatory measure towards the Uchiha clan, which, in truth, concealed deeper machinations, allowing the Uchiha to establish the security department. Ostensibly, this was a grant of special authority, a testament to Konoha's regard and outreach towards the Uchiha. However, beneath this seemingly benevolent facade lay a more insidious design, to gradually alienate the Uchiha from the rest of the village, ultimately isolating them. The responsibilities of the Konoha Security Department were extensive, encompassing the maintenance of internal order, the apprehension of lawbreakers, the interrogation and conviction of offenders, as well as patrolling and managing the streets. It could be said that the department wielded a conglomeration of powers akin to those of municipal management, public security, and judicial authorities, appearing to possess limitless authority. Yet, the reality was far from ideal. In the streets and alleys, the security department predominantly dealt with trivial matters, often encountering mischievous and obstinate individuals, leading to an array of frustrations. Even if the department pursued absolute fairness and justice in handling these situations, it was inevitable that they would draw complaints and difficulties. After all, in such a convoluted array of affairs, achieving universal satisfaction was an arduous task. With a complex and profound gaze, Uchiha Fugaku listened as Mizuno Ito continued to articulate his thoughts. "I propose that we refine the powers of the security department, delineating them into 3 distinct segments. The first is the village management department, tasked with addressing the everyday minor issues within the village. These may include neighborhood disputes and the upkeep of public spaces. Though these matters may seem insignificant, they are intricately linked to the daily lives of the villagers. To better fulfill these duties, personnel from the village management department should recruit other ninjas from the village, and even some ordinary citizens. This approach would alleviate the workload of the Uchiha clan while simultaneously allowing other families the opportunity to engage in the work of the security department, fostering communication and collaboration among them." Mizuno Ito momentarily paused, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination as he continued. "Next, we have the Department of Public Security, primarily tasked with patrolling significant areas, standing guard, and apprehending criminals. These responsibilities are vital to the safety and stability of our village, necessitating personnel with considerable strength and professional expertise. Thus, the Department of Public Security could recruit a select number of other ninjas to collaborate with those from the Uchiha clan, forming a formidable security team to ensure the village's safety. Lastly, there is the Interrogation Department, whose main duty is to conduct thorough investigations and interrogations of the individuals apprehended by the Public Security Department, unveiling the truth behind various cases. Interrogation demands meticulous attention to detail and a high level of professional capability. Therefore, the Interrogation Department could consist of seasoned and perceptive ninjas who will approach each case with fairness and objectivity, upholding the legal dignity of the village. Mizuno Ito gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Through such reforms, we can gradually transform the villagers' perception of the Uchiha Security Department into that of the Konoha Security Department. This not only alleviates tensions between the Uchiha clan and other families, but also enhances the efficiency and impartiality of the security department's operations. This reform is exceedingly challenging." Uchiha Fugaku responded, shaking his head resolutely. He understood all too well that, despite being the clan leader, many significant decisions within the clan required a vote during clan meetings. Reforming the security department would be akin to dividing a cherished resource among the members. Such a task is far from simple. With thousands of clan members and hundreds of ninjas within the security department, this reform would effectively relinquish nearly half of the positions. Both the clan elders and ordinary ninjas would be unlikely to agree easily. A hint of resignation and concern flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Mizuno Ito nodded slightly. A profound understanding reflected in his gaze. I am aware of this, which is why I merely proposed this suggestion. Should you, my uncle, manage to actualize this proposal, it would demonstrate that the Uchiha clan leader possesses the capacity to collaborate with me on significant matters. Only then can further cooperation be pursued. He lifted his teacup, savoring a gentle sip, before casting a proud glance at Uchiha Fugaku. This reform, I trust you can discern, is indeed a genuine strategy to ameliorate the prejudices others hold against the Uchiha clan. In my view, sacrificing a modicum of material gain and enduring a brief period of discomfort is well worth the restoration of a previously despised image. If you cannot even accomplish such a modest reform, it becomes challenging for me to believe that the Uchiha clan holds any merit for my investment. However, please rest assured, even if reform remains unrealized and the Uchiha face potential extinction, I shall, out of respect for certain acquaintances within the clan, rescue a portion of the Uchiha orphans, thereby preventing the complete disappearance of the Uchiha clan from the world of ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep contemplation. This proposal indeed held substantial allure for him. It represented a seemingly simple, yet profoundly impactful change. While core members of other clans might dismiss it, the peripheral members and civilian ninjas would undoubtedly be eager to participate. In due course, the security department will evolve from being an exclusive entity of the Uchiha clan into a collaborative body involving multiple clans of Konohagakure. Moreover, the leadership remains firmly in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku, who retains the crucial authority over this pivotal role, including the power to appoint team leaders and manage the department. However, since Uchiha Fugaku's ascent to power, the Uchiha clan has not recaptured the former glory experienced during the era of Uchiha Madara, when the clan leader wielded absolute authority. Now, confronted with the reform proposal put forth by Mizuno Ichido, Uchiha Fugaku is acutely aware of the difficulties and challenges that lie ahead. After Mizuno Ichido departed, Uchiha Fugaku promptly summoned Uchiha Shursui and the esteemed elder Uchiha Hiroshi. Uchiha Shursui, as a vanguard of the new generation, possesses a vibrant intellect and an innovative spirit. Conversely, elder Uchiha Hiroshi, a venerable figure of the older generation, is rich in experience and held in high esteem. Both individuals are pivotal advocates for harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Upon Uchiha Fugaku's detailed exposition of the reform plans for the security department, both Uchiha Shursui and elder Uchiha Hiroshi expressed their immediate agreement with the initiative. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware that realizing this reform would not be a straightforward task. How to garner the support of the majority for this reform and to ensure that those Uchiha clan members who have become accustomed to the workings of the security department comprehend and endorse this transformation. After the reform, how to placate those who might lose their positions due to reduced quotas, thereby preventing exacerbation of internal conflicts? These questions weighed heavily upon the trio, becoming pressing dilemmas that demanded resolution. Chapter 124. Affection grows from long association. Meanwhile, concerning the incident of the missing Cloud Ninja envoy. Within the tense atmosphere where Konoha's Umbu had repeatedly issued ultimatums to the Hyuga clan, demanding the surrender of a scapegoat, time ticked away and the pressure mounted. Just at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Cloud Ninja J appeared unharmed outside the inn where the envoy was lodged. The Umbu ninja tasked with monitoring the Cloud Ninja immediately recognized this anomaly and, without hesitation, reported the significant news to the Hokage's office. Upon receiving the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted without delay, hastily joining forces with Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gaiden, racing to the inn where the Cloud Ninja resided. They hurried along, their expressions hurried and their thoughts racing. Upon arrival at the inn, after meticulous verification, they confirmed that Cloud Ninja J stood there entirely unscathed. The news of the envoy's miraculous return spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, reaching every corner of the village almost instantaneously. At that very moment, Key figures from various clans began to mobilize, as if drawn by an invisible force, converging near the inn. They approached with a mixture of curiosity, vigilance, and inscrutable expressions, surrounding the inn in a throng. At this moment, the majority of families are united by a common question, previously, to sign a peace agreement. There were even intentions to sacrifice the Hyuga clan to quell the anger of the Cloud Shinobi. Now that Cloud Shinobi has appeared unscathed, is there still a need for the Hyuga clan to make further sacrifices? Those who had previously sensed the underlying conspiracies now regard the Hyuga clan with a newfound respect. In their hearts, the strength and capabilities of the Hyuga clan far exceed their expectations and should not be underestimated. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the Hyuga clan has been placed on their list of entities to be avoided. Amidst this bustling scene, Hyuga Hizashi stands joyfully at the forefront of the crowd. His position is astutely chosen, easily visible to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his three companions as they enter the inn. At this moment, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions vary, creating an amusing tableau. Sarutobi Hiruzen beams with a smile, eagerly approaching Cloud Shinobi to inquire about his well-being. His grin reminiscent of an old friend reunited after a long separation, radiating heartfelt joy. In stark contrast, Shimura Danzo's face is drawn tight, his eyes betraying evident displeasure and resentment. He furrows his brow, seemingly deeply dissatisfied with the outcome, yet feeling powerless. As for Uchiha Kotetsu and Midokaze, they appear considerably more indifferent. They stand quietly to the side, their eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. For them, as long as the village can successfully sign the peace agreement, everything else seems to pale in significance. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the crowd, Mizuno Ikuto leisurely snacks on sunflower seeds, watching the unfolding scene with evident contentment. A subtle smile graces his lips, as if all of this were part of his grand design. The entire affair is, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Mizuno Ikuto, aimed at engendering gratitude from the Hyuga clan, thereby creating a heavy debt of goodwill. Through a series of carefully crafted steps, he has successfully ensnared the Hyuga clan in this delicate situation, compelling them to willingly stand on his side. Simultaneously, his strategy has inadvertently fostered a growing rift between the Hyuga clan and the Elder Council led by the third Hokage, creating a trend of estrangement and discord. This trend spreads like a creeping vine, gradually weaving an invisible net within the seemingly tranquil power structure of Konohagakure. While in the short term, these powerful clans may not be able to provide Mizuno Ikuto with direct and substantial assistance, given the intricate balance and relationships within Konohagakure's complex power dynamics. When the critical moment arrives, these clans, which often appear to be fighting their own battles, will prove to be immensely influential. The support of each clan acts as a substantial weight on the scales of power, significantly altering the balance of the situation. Imagine, as one influential clan after another steps forward to support Mizuno Ikuto, those forces that had previously wavered in the balance, acting as intermediaries, will inevitably choose to align themselves with the prevailing tide to avoid marginalization. Thus, the power amassed by Mizuno Ichido will surge forth like an unstoppable tide. At that moment, regardless of the challenges faced or the grand aspirations held, achieving them will no longer seem insurmountable. The latent strength derived from this meticulous planning resembles a dormant volcano, poised to erupt and astonish the entirety of Konohagakure at the opportune moment. Furthermore, Mizuno Ichido found himself entwined in an unexpected romantic subplot. Hyuga Hayashi, having witnessed the Elder Council being outmaneuvered by Mizuno Ichido, developed a keen interest in him. This astute clan leader quietly nurtured the idea of betrothing his daughter to Mizuno Ichido. After their initial meeting, Hyuga Hayashi discreetly inquired about Mizuno Ichido's background. From the accounts he gathered, it appeared that the young man's ninja talents were rather unremarkable, yet his business acumen left a lasting impression. However, who could have anticipated that after witnessing the chilling aura emanating from Mizuno Ichido that fateful night, Hyuga Hayashi would realize that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed extraordinary strength. Not only had he amassed a fortune through his own intellect and capability, but the intricacies of the recent disappearance of the Cloud Village envoy further underscored his unparalleled wisdom. As a father, Hyuga Hayashi found himself increasingly satisfied with Mizuno Ichido. From every angle, this young man seemed exceptionally outstanding, truly the ideal suitor for his daughter. Thus, with great anticipation, he broached the subject of arranging a marriage between his daughter and Mizuno Ichido. To his utter astonishment, Mizuno Ichido declined without hesitation, stating earnestly that he did not favor arrangements made by parents. Rather, he believed that love must blossom naturally for it to endure. Taken aback, Hyuga Hayashi's mind quickly turned, and a new idea formed. He smiled and replied, "Very well. Since you disapprove of parental arrangements, I shall send my daughter to you daily, allowing love to develop over time. Who knows, one day she may find herself irresistibly drawn to you, and you both will fall for each other. Surely that will suffice." Chapter 125. The Uchiha clan assembly. The copper bell at the eaves of the Nain shrine emitted a soft lament in the night breeze, while 12 eternal lanterns flickered quietly, casting the Uchiha clan emblem upon the faded tatami mats, exuding an indescribable aura of eeriness and oppression. Uchiha Fugaku sat solemnly in a high seat, gently stroking an ancient scroll. The edges of the scroll, adorned with clan embroidery, had already yellowed, as if recounting the splendor and vicissitudes of yesteryears. He slightly raised his head, his voice resonating like a great bell within the chamber, startling the crows perched upon the beams. It has been 46 years since the establishment of the Konoha Guard by the second Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku's voice bore an undeniable authority at that time. The registered Uchiha ninja numbered 509, yet now only 272 remained. Meanwhile, the total population of Konoha had burgeoned from a mere 10,000 to nearly 100,000. His gaze swept across the assembly, keenly observing their reactions. Observing the lack of intense anger among the crowd, he continued, "Today, the multitude of matters you must handle daily, both in quantity and complexity, has increased significantly, resulting in considerable inconvenience. This, I believe, is a sentiment shared deeply by those who have served in the security department for many years. Therefore, I have convened you here today to announce a momentous reform within the security department." As Uchiha Fugaku's words fell, the expressions of the second and third elders instantly turned grave, and murmurs erupted among the seated assembly, with some hot-tempered individuals even rising to their feet. After all, reforms often entail a redistribution of interests, which is undoubtedly unwelcome news for those who currently hold power. "Fugaku clan leader, please elaborate on the specifics of the reform," prompted the third elder, Uchiha Hakadai, who was known for his neutrality and composed demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he broke the awkward silence by voicing his inquiry. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly and began to outline the framework of the reform. The security department would undergo a restructuring into 3 distinct divisions: the Village Administration Division, the Public Safety Division, and the Interrogation Division. The Village Administration Division would be tasked with managing minor affairs among villagers, such as disputes, theft, and village beautification. The Public Safety Division would oversee patrols and the apprehension of significant offenders crucial to the village's safety and stability, while the Interrogation Division would be responsible for evidence collection and the interrogation of individuals involved in serious incidents apprehended by the other 2 divisions. In essence, the Village Administration Division would handle minor village matters. The Public Safety Division would address major concerns both within and outside the village, and the Interrogation Division would focus on interrogating those captured by the Public Safety Division. Each of the 3 divisions would appoint a minister and a deputy minister, with further subdivisions into teams and squads based on their respective responsibilities. The number of these teams and squads would be adjusted according to the practical circumstances following the reform. After conveying the framework, Uchiha Fugaku attentively observed the reactions of the assembly. He understood that the restructuring implied a transformation in the roles of those previously in leadership positions, making them potential adversaries to the reform. However, upon scanning the room, he found no dissenting voices. The rationale was simple. The previous structure allowed a minister to directly oversee teams and squads, and now, an additional layer of authority had been introduced, effectively creating 6 new positions of power. For these captains, this represented an expansion of their authority, and they would not easily oppose it. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the assembly once more and continued, "In the future, the 3 divisions will recruit non-Uchiha ninjas. The Village Administration Division, when lacking sufficient ninja personnel, may enlist a number of civilians. The Public Safety Division will only accept nin and higher-ranked ninjas, while genin will serve as interns, facing dismissal if they do not meet standards after a year of assessment. The Interrogation Division will seek ninjas who are quick-witted and adept at information gathering. This comprises the entirety of the reform. Should you have any questions, please feel free to voice them. The security department is the pride of the Uchiha. The second elder, Uchiha Rai, erupted upon hearing the news of recruiting outsiders. His voice was filled with indignation, his eyes ablaze with the spinning of 6 tomo in the shadows, the fury unmistakable under the dim light. Uchiha Fugaku, when the elder of the Uchiha clan bestowed upon you the position of clan leader at the South Hichuan, he did not mention that the Uchiha security force would permit outsiders to join. Uchiha Rai, a prominent figure of the hawkish faction, often conducts himself with an air of superiority, embodying the type of individual whose ambitions far exceed his capabilities. Nevertheless, he is determined to resurrect the glory of Uchiha Madara's era, thereby attracting a throng of like-minded Uchiha youths to his cause. Among the assembly, Uchiha Kyuya, a new generation representative of the hawkish faction, hastily rose to his feet following the remarks of the second elder, with 5 or 6 others promptly standing alongside him. Leader Fugaku, I am to assume the role of patrol team captain next year. Are you now allowing outsiders to ascend by stepping on my back? Uchiha Kyuya demanded, his countenance aflame with indignation. Indeed, are we to permit outsiders to ascend by stepping on our backs? Echoed the others in agreement. Why should positions within the Uchiha clan be allocated to outsiders? How have the villagers treated us? Now we are to cede our positions to them. This is rightfully ours. Why should we relinquish it? In a moment, the dissenting voices surged, filling the air with fervent opposition. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to speak. Uchiha Shursui of the dovish faction interjected amidst the tumult of hawkish grievances. He bowed deeply to the assembly and earnestly proclaimed, Friends, the Uchiha are a part of Konoha. Yet the distance between us and the village continues to grow. Leader Fugaku's reform could serve to remedy this, bridging the gap between the Uchiha and the other villagers. I implore you all to contemplate this reform for the future of our clan. If outsiders claim our positions, then where shall we Uchiha go? Who will advocate for us? Uchiha Kyuya retorted defiantly. Members of the neutral faction began to voice their support. Indeed, what will my family eat if I lose this job? Me too. My wife just gave birth to a son last month. I need the security force position to provide for them. The Uchiha clan's enterprises are largely confined to their ancestral land, yielding meager income insufficient to sustain the numerous clan members. Other than serving in the security force, Uchiha ninjas are largely idle. Prior to the Night of the Nine Tails, many would undertake missions in the village to earn commissions for their sustenance. However, following the Night of the Nine Tails, the Elder Council's oppression of the Uchiha clan intensified, coupled with the onslaught of rumors within the village, resulting in a profound rift between the Uchiha and both the upper echelons of power and the common populace. Such idle gossip has caused the proud Uchiha clan to cease proactively taking on village missions. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku's reform is destined to face opposition not only from the hawkish and neutral factions, but also from those whose livelihoods are at stake. Enough. The voice of the elder Uchiha Hiroshi thundered, resonating like a bell, causing the room to tremble slightly. Concurrently, he unleashed his chakra. A formidable aura surging forth like a tidal wave, causing 7 or 8 neutral ninjas to stumble back in shock, their faces etched with astonishment. Chapter 126. The meeting that ended without resolution. The patriarch summoned you for a meeting, not to hear your grievances. Uchiha Hiroshi glared, his eyes filled with reproach and authority. Seated at the high table, Uchiha Fugaku gazed down at the incessantly chattering crowd, his brow furrowed tightly, resembling 2 small hills, revealing a glimmer of helplessness and fatigue. In truth, the moment he resolved to reform the security department, he understood that this journey of transformation would be fraught with thorns. The clan members before him were largely ensnared by long-standing traditions and entrenched beliefs, much like individuals trapped in a quagmire, finding it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves. Convincing them to abandon their long-held prejudices and collaborate with members of other clans on tasks was an endeavor akin to scaling a mountain. How could one possibly bring about such change? Silence, everyone. Uchiha Fugaku forcefully slammed his hand on the armrest, the dull thud resonating in the quiet room like a heavy hammer, momentarily quelling the uproar. However, this hard-won tranquility did not last long before being shattered. Elder Uchiha Rai remained visibly enraged, his eyes wide like copper bells, fixed intently on Uchiha Fugaku, as he vociferously declared, Uchiha Fugaku, you cannot proceed in this manner. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, the security department is our foundation, a symbol of our clan's honor. To allow outsiders to intervene is a profound disrespect to our ancestors and a betrayal of the Uchiha legacy. Indeed, Patriarch, if you insist on pushing this reform, you are disregarding the future of the Uchiha. The radical senior ninjas echoed in unison, their voices rising like a surging tide, threatening to drown Uchiha Fugaku in this cacophony of dissent. Meanwhile, the ordinary ninjas below also wore expressions of dissatisfaction. Some of the more impetuous young ninjas, stirred with emotion, shouted, "We have labored diligently for the security department, only to have outsiders encroach upon our achievements. This is utterly unjust." Amidst the tumultuous clamor of disputes, the voices of the reformists appeared particularly feeble. Uchiha Shursui, his brow tightly knit with worry, attempted once more to persuade, "Esteemed colleagues, we must recognize the current circumstances. The rift between the Uchiha and other clans is deepening. If we do not enact change, we shall only grow more isolated. Reform is in consideration of the long-term interests of the Uchiha." However, his words fell like a stone in the ocean, quickly submerged beneath the uproar of angry voices. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the chaotic scene below, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within him. He understood that to promote this reform, he would have to confront formidable internal resistance. Yet, the unwavering conviction in his heart compelled him not to surrender easily. After all, this was the path he had deemed the best, and indeed the only feasible route for the Uchiha after much contemplation. Esteemed members, I comprehend your sentiments. The security department holds profound significance for us Uchiha, embodying our glory and hopes. However, times are changing, and so is Konoha. The Uchiha must also adapt to progress. In the present situation, if we stubbornly cling to our ways and refuse to embrace change, it is our own Uchiha that will ultimately face destruction. Uchiha Fugaku's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained resolutely powerful, as if he were striving to uncover a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. "But, chieftain, how can we ensure the status and rights of the Uchiha? How can we ascertain that these outsiders will not jeopardize our interests?" A young Dove faction Uchiha rose, his gaze filled with doubt and concern. Just as Fugaku was about to respond, he was brusquely interrupted by the second elder, Uchiha Raijin. "Humph, chieftain. I believe we need not pursue this reform any further. We cannot gamble with the future of the Uchiha." The room descended once more into chaos and discord, a cacophony of voices weaving a tumultuous symphony. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku sighed in resignation and slowly rose to his feet. His figure loomed tall in the dim light, yet it radiated a sense of solitude. Esteemed members, let us conclude today's discussion here. The matter of reform shall be momentarily set aside. However, I urge everyone to calm their minds and reflect deeply on the future of the Uchiha. When the time is ripe, we shall reconvene to deliberate on this issue. Fugaku's demeanor had, without a doubt, predetermined the inconclusive outcome of this pivotal meeting regarding the security department's reform. In a world where the populace had yet to fully awaken to enlightenment and where strength was held in high esteem, he, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, frequently gathered a multitude of clan members in an attempt to foster a so-called democratic atmosphere. This approach fundamentally sowed the seeds of discord, ensuring that any decision he made would encounter significant opposition, resulting in inefficiency within the clan and a gradual fragmentation into disparate factions, embroiled in endless internal strife. Had Uchiha Fugaku possessed a more assertive demeanor, exhibiting the authority befitting a chieftain, and formulated a detailed plan for reform followed by decisive action, ruthlessly quelling any dissenting forces, the implementation of reform would not have been so arduous. Shortly after the meeting adjourned, the attendees dispersed, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Elder Council of Konoha received news of Uchiha Fugaku's attempts at reform in the Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, aside from Shimura Danzo, who furrowed his brow in displeasure, Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Yaiba displayed expressions of relief. Although the three held long-standing prejudices against the Uchiha clan and were often irked by their arrogance, they recognized the clan as a vital military force within Konoha. Provided the Uchiha remained compliant and refrained from causing disturbances, even if their demeanor was somewhat brash, the Elder Council could tolerate it. Thus, upon learning of Fugaku's efforts at reform, Hiruzen found himself diminishing some of his misconceptions about the Uchiha. He began to reassess the chieftain, no longer viewing him merely as a weak and ineffectual leader. On the other hand, Mizuno Ichido had long anticipated the obstacles to reform. In his view, Uchiha Fugaku was indecisive, wholly unfit to lead the clan. This individual was overly cautious, fearing that displaying strength externally might provoke the Elder Council's wariness. While internally, he dreaded that reform would disrupt the lives of his clansmen. Ultimately, he dared not offend anyone, leading to a situation where he ended up alienating everyone. Mizuno Ichido pondered inwardly. Why is it that a formidable Uchiha with the kaleidoscope Sharingan cannot muster the courage to directly suppress those who resist reform through sheer force? Wouldn't that facilitate a smooth progression of the reforms? However, before Uchiha Fugaku arrived to discuss strategies, Mizuno Ichido had more pressing matters to attend to. At that moment, he could only temporarily set aside the Uchiha reform issue and devote himself entirely to the urgent tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku remained deeply troubled by the challenges of reform, uncertain of the path ahead, shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 127. Few are not greedy for wealth after several days. Mizuno Ichido once again entered the Hyuga clan territory, this time without pretense, boldly walking through the main entrance. Ever since the incident involving Hinata, the Hyuga clan had lost all trust in the Elder Council of Konoha. The Hyuga clan now resembled those declining families, excessively quiet, like quails guarding their territory, completely indifferent to the power struggles among the village's upper echelons. In a certain lounge of the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Hizashi lay face down on the tatami mat, his expression radiating comfort and ease. Beside him knelt a beautiful Hyuga woman, her Byakugan activated, delicately pressing her fingers on Hizashi's back, each application targeting an acupoint. "Uncle Hizashi, how do you feel?" Mizuno Ichido remarked, gesturing toward Hizashi's relaxed demeanor with a proud smile directed at Hyuga Hayashi, who stood nearby. However, Hayashi's brow was furrowed in deep contemplation, displaying a mix of emotions. Watching his brother's contentment, he felt a tumult of conflicting feelings, both envy and hesitation. This was the new collaborative venture between Mizuno Ichido and Hyuga Hayashi to establish an upscale establishment in Konoha distinct from ordinary hot springs. Mizuno Ichido had conceived this idea long ago. Upon first witnessing the Byakugan, he realized that the Hyuga clan possessed an unparalleled advantage in this field, as their vision could accurately perceive every acupoint in the human body. Coupled with appropriate massage services, each guest could experience unparalleled relaxation. In the shinobi world, affluent clans, when not indulging in revelry or gambling, often sought solace in hot springs. Yet, such entertainment bore no semblance to their identities as ninjas or noble families. Thus, providing a refined establishment in Konoha, catering specifically to the wealthy, would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. "Let me ponder this further," Hayashi said, casting another envious glance at his brother, contemplating how he would relish the experience once the guests departed. Although Mizuno Ichido's vision was indeed enticing, the thought of the Hyuga clan, one of Konoha's foremost noble families, deigning to work in a massage parlor for the common folk, felt degrading. Even in their decline, the Hyuga clan maintained a status as one of Konoha's elite families. The notion of its members serving ordinary individuals in such a capacity was, undeniably, difficult to accept. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, but ultimately expressed the turmoil within his heart. Accepting this reality was challenging, yet not entirely impossible. After all, engaging in a tangible business venture such as this, though it may cause a slight dent in one's dignity, was by no means disgraceful. Mizuno Ikuto, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to persuade, "Uncle Hizashi, if you truly feel that this would compromise the Hyuga family's reputation, we could certainly elevate the service tiers. Our clientele can be categorized into several distinct groups: the super elite who possess both wealth and the status of a jonin, the ordinary individuals who are jonins but lack financial means, affluent individuals who are not ninjas, and finally, a category for other ordinary patrons. We shall tailor our service personnel according to these classifications." "What do you mean?" Hizashi inquired, puzzled. "That is of little consequence. What matters is that we have delineated our clientele into various tiers. Correspondingly, we will assign service staff based on these classifications: skilled technicians specifically for the affluent and esteemed jonins, slightly less proficient senior technicians for standard jonins, and intermediate technicians for wealthy non-ninjas. Of course, should they expend vast sums of money, we will ensure they receive the highest caliber of service. You may select based on status and standing, whether to employ Hyuga members or those with superior skills for the service. As for the ordinary patrons, we can simply hire regular staff to accommodate them. This way, the Hyuga clan can maintain its dignity, as they are not directly serving the common folk. Mizuno Ikuto meticulously elaborated on the hierarchical system of the upscale establishment. In his vision, the venue would initially focus on massages, hot springs, and dining, amalgamating leisure and entertainment into one experience. The primary allure would be to provide hands-on service to illustrious families, thereby commanding exorbitant service fees. The elders and jonins of Konoha, particularly those of prestigious lineages, would undoubtedly be drawn to such an upscale venue, prioritizing services offered by the esteemed Hyuga clan, with a clientele of notable status. Wealthy yet unranked merchants would strive to cultivate connections, eager to spend lavishly, thus ensuring a steady influx of revenue. Moreover, the presence of distinguished individuals at this venue would not merely constitute recreation. It would be a means of fostering relationships. Uniting with fellow noble families would facilitate further advancements. Ikuto, my Hyuga clan has been a renowned lineage in the ninja world since the Warring States period, a prestigious family that has endured for centuries. Even if we were to serve those of high status, it would still tarnish our clan's dignity. Hisashi found it difficult to swallow his pride. Merely envisioning a Hyuga member rendering service to others was enough to evoke shame. Though, as the clan leader, he often had family servants massage him, which felt acceptable within the confines of the clan. Uncle Hisashi, you are overly concerned with appearances. Your kin are not serving the impoverished in this world. Wealth and power are the undeniable truths that follow strength. In the face of such tangible benefits, how much is reputation truly worth? If it truly unsettles you, you could start by allowing some of the branch family members to provide the services. Regarding the tenuous relationship between the main family and the branch family, when the latter provides services, one might consider offering them salaries higher than those available externally. It is conceivable that those branch family members with limited income might hold a sense of gratitude towards you. Mizuno Ichido turned to Hinata Hinashi and inquired, Uncle Hinashi, do you believe that if we were to offer salaries to those providing massage services, would anyone from the branch family be reluctant to participate? Hinata Hinashi opened his slightly squinted eyes and gazed at Mizuno Ichido. He understood the conversation, but, as a member of the branch family, felt it inappropriate to make any constructive suggestions. How could there be anyone unwilling? He replied cautiously, glancing at his elder brother, Hinata. Most members of the branch family live in poverty. If a decent wage were truly offered, many would certainly be willing to accept. Moreover, this is not an indecent form of massage. Why would you feel ashamed, brother? The Hinata branch family, under the oppression of the main family, generally leads a difficult life, toiling for generations without respite, while also facing the threat to their very lives. Thus, their existence resembles that of the impoverished villagers. After ascending to his position, Hinata earnestly sought to alter this situation. Yet the centuries-old system that favored the main family was not something he could change alone. Consequently, upon hearing the notion of allowing branch family members to earn money and improve their livelihoods, Hinata began to contemplate its feasibility. Although the branch family belongs to the Hinata clan, their status is merely marginally elevated above that of ordinary folk. Thus, if branch family members were to serve at the establishment, the elders of the main family might not only refrain from opposing it, but might also endorse the project, recognizing the potential for the branch family to generate income for the main family. Hinata cast another glance at Hinata Hinashi seated on the tatami mat, finding no signs of discomfort in his eyes, seemingly in genuine agreement. Ever since his brother had become a caged bird, their relationship had gradually drifted apart. While he still treated him with respect, the emotional distance between them had become markedly pronounced. Given this, it might be worth trying. After all, many of those elders in the main family are undoubtedly avaricious. Chapter 128. Year-end Conference. As the new year approaches, the streets of Konoha village gradually fill with a vibrant atmosphere of celebration. Mizuno Ichido, recalling his role as the owner of 3 shops, naturally decided to host a year-end summary meeting, alongside a special year-end banquet at the Sunset Red Hot Pot restaurant to reward the diligent employees who had toiled throughout the year. This was certainly not knowledge gleaned from his previous experience as an employee under a boss. On this day, all 3 shops concluded their operations early and gathered at the Sunset Red Hot Pot restaurant. In contrast to the bustling streets, the atmosphere within the Hot Pot restaurant was not only fervent, but also lively. Once everyone was seated, the first segment of the event commenced with speeches from the leaders. First to speak was Uchiha Hazuki, the inaugural partner of Mizuno Kazuto. Today, she donned a resplendent crimson kimono adorned with intricate golden patterns. which shimmered under the warm yellow lights of the hot pot restaurant, making her particularly striking. With a light step, Uchiha Hazuki ascended the makeshift podium, casting a sweeping glance over the audience, momentarily lost in thought. Just a year ago, she toiled day and night in the Uchiha clan's domain, washing clothes to earn meager living expenses. Now, she stood as the manager of a flourishing pastry shop, earning a monthly income of 40 to 50,000. Thanks entirely to her daughter's classmate, Mizuno Kazuto. This thought naturally drew her gaze towards him. At that moment, Mizuno Kazuto casually popped a grape into his mouth, only to squint and promptly spit it out, exclaiming how sour it was and questioning where he had procured it. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Hazuki snapped back to reality, offering a slight bow to the audience, her face adorned with a gentle yet confident smile. "Good evening, dear colleagues." Uchiha Hazuki's voice rang clear and melodious amidst the bustling atmosphere of the hot pot establishment, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Today we gather here, on the cusp of a new year, to partake in this special banquet, and my heart is filled with emotion. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to our chairman Mizuno, for it is through your generosity that I have the privilege of being here at Mizuno and Jetsu, and have come to deeply cherish this industry." Gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she continued, reflecting on the past year. "It has been one filled with challenges and opportunities for each of us. Our three establishments, Mizuno and Jetsu Pastry Shop, Zhanghong Hot Pot Restaurant, and Honghong Huahua Barbecue Restaurant, have all achieved commendable success through our collective efforts." The pastry shop employees, upon hearing this, beamed with pride, exchanging glances filled with joy. Each day of the past year had been busy for them, and now, Mizuno and Jetsu was renowned as the most famous pastry shop in the entire Konoha. Uchiha Hazuki nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the audience before she continued. "At Mizuno and Jetsu, we continually innovate, developing a plethora of new flavors and styles of pastries. This success is the result of the hard work of every pastry chef, from the meticulous selection of ingredients to the relentless refinement of our crafting techniques. Every step is infused with our dedication. It is precisely this commitment that has garnered the affection of our customers and enhanced our reputation." The two young pastry chefs in the audience radiated with excitement, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Each time they unveiled a new pastry, it wouldn't be long before other shops on the street followed suit. As the new year approaches, we will also encounter fresh challenges and opportunities. I firmly believe that as long as we remain united, leveraging our individual strengths and continuously improving ourselves, we will undoubtedly achieve even greater success. Uchiha Hazuki's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Following her, Sato Hiroshi, the joint manager of Zhanghong Hot Pot Restaurant and Honghong Huahua Barbecue Restaurant, took the stage to summarize the year's accomplishments. Hiroshi Sato ascended the podium with measured steps, clad in a pristine black suit, appearing invigorated beneath the warm yellow lights. Just a year prior, he had been merely a manager at a local market, laboring tirelessly to barely make ends meet for his family, until he encountered Kazuto Mizuno, who unexpectedly urged him to oversee two restaurants. Sato bowed deeply to the audience before straightening up, a sincere smile gracing his face as he spoke in a resonant voice. "Dear colleagues, greetings to you all. Manager Hazuki has already provided a thorough overview of the pastry shop, so I shall now discuss the progress of the Sunset Hot Pot Restaurant and the Fiery Barbecue Restaurant over the past year." He paused momentarily, scanning the faces of the employees before continuing. "This year has indeed presented numerous challenges for both establishments, yet I am grateful that everyone persevered, achieving commendable results." Clearing his throat, he added, "At the Sunset Hot Pot Restaurant, we have consistently upheld the freshness and quality of our ingredients. Every morning, our procurement team visits the market to select the freshest meats, vegetables, and seafood, to ensure our patrons enjoy the most authentic hot pot experience. Our culinary team diligently researches and refines various broth recipes, striving to guarantee that each customer leaves satisfied." The hot pot restaurant staff nodded in agreement, recalling how Kazuto Mizuno often insisted on the utmost quality of ingredients, with any issues leading to serious repercussions for those involved, which instilled a sense of anxiety among them. This, of course, stemmed from Mizuno's past concerns about the unsanitary conditions of food consumed outside, prompting frequent inspections of ingredient quality. Our service team, too, has consistently greeted each guest with warmth and attentiveness. Whether it is providing a comfortable dining environment or promptly addressing customers' diverse needs, they have excelled in their roles. Thanks to everyone's collective efforts, the Sunset Hot Pot restaurant has flourished, with customer satisfaction on the rise, Sato expressed with a tone filled with pride and contentment. He took another brief pause before turning his attention to the colleagues at the Fiery Barbecue restaurant, continuing, "Now, let us discuss the Fiery Barbecue restaurant. This year, our grill masters have tirelessly honed their grilling techniques, experimenting with new seasonings and cooking methods, resulting in a series of signature barbecue dishes that have become favorites among our patrons. From succulent, juicy grilled meats to aromatic roasted vegetables, each skewer embodies their dedication and artistry." The barbecue restaurant staff beamed with pride at this acknowledgement, having pioneered several varieties of barbecue sauces. They had successfully drawn many customers away from the once-beloved Ninja Barbecue restaurant. Chapter 129. Year-end Meeting with a Smile, Hiroshi Sato continued. "Moreover, our service personnel have performed exceptionally well. They warmly welcome every guest, patiently introduce the dishes, and provide attentive service in a timely manner. It is precisely due to their unwavering efforts that the flourishing barbecue establishment has garnered an ever-growing affection and recognition from customers. Undoubtedly, the achievements of this year owe much to the support and trust bestowed by Chairman Mizuno Ikuto. He has provided us with an exceptional platform, allowing us to fully unleash our talents," Sato Hiroshi stated, deeply bowing to Chairman Mizuno, who sat at the head of the table. Mizuno Ikuto nodded slightly, striving to exhibit a demeanor that was both gentle and elegantly poised, a faint smile gracing his lips. Standing upright, Sato Hiroshi continued, "As the dawn of a new year approaches, we shall encounter fresh challenges and opportunities. I firmly believe that as long as we maintain our spirit of unity and collaboration, continuously enhancing our professional skills and service standards, we shall undoubtedly achieve even more remarkable accomplishments." He cast a hopeful glance across the employees gathered below, his eyes brimming with encouragement, and then proclaimed loudly, "Let us strive together, ensuring that the business of the Sunset Red Hot Pot and the flourishing barbecue establishment thrives even further in the coming year." Finally, it was Chairman Mizuno Ikuto's turn to address the assembly. This marked the first occasion in his life, at nearly 9 years of age, that he stood before a multitude of employees as their chairman. Although he was still quite young, standing nearly 1.40 meters in height, his elegant white suit belied any semblance of immaturity. With a natural smile, Mizuno Ikuto glanced at the crowd. In response to their laughter, he spoke in a resonant and engaging tone, "My dearest employees, this past year has demanded much from each of you. As the proprietor of our 3 establishments, I stand here filled with deep gratitude and reflection." He paused briefly, surveying each familiar face in the audience, before continuing, "Looking back over the year, we have collectively faced countless challenges and adversities. The pressures of market competition and the ever-evolving customer demands have presented obstacles that seemed insurmountable. Yet, it is through your diligent efforts and relentless determination that we have successfully surmounted each challenge, leading our establishments to greater heights." Upon hearing this, many employees were moved. The standards set by Mizuno Ikuto were indeed rigorous, yet the remuneration far exceeded that of others, complemented by various bonuses and benefits. Mizuno Ikuto scanned the crowd once more, his gaze filled with sincerity and warmth, stating, "Each of you is the company's most treasured asset, whether it be the artisans in the pastry shop meticulously crafting each delicacy, the attentive servers in the hot pot establishment catering to every customer, or the skilled chefs in the barbecue venue preparing delectable dishes. Your dedication and contributions are recognized and cherished." He paused again, inhaling deeply, before raising his voice. "Tonight, we gather here for our year-end banquet, not only to celebrate the arrival of the new year and embrace the promise it holds, but also to reflect on the year's journey together. Additionally, I wish to distribute bonuses as a heartfelt expression of my gratitude." Upon hearing the mention of bonuses, the employees erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers, their voices swelling like a mighty wave that engulfed the entire hot pot restaurant. Mizuno Ito, observing the joyous expressions of his colleagues, raised his voice once more to announce, "Additionally, I have decided to grant everyone 2 months' salary as a bonus." As soon as these words were uttered, the employees erupted into fervent applause and cheers. "Thank you, boss. Long live the boss," echoed throughout the establishment, as if striving to lift the roof itself. At that moment, Sato Hiroshi, bearing 3 glasses of sake, ascended the stage alongside Uchiha Hazuki, standing shoulder to shoulder. Mizuno Ito, with a resolute gaze upon the crowd, lifted his glass high and proclaimed, "Come, let us all raise our glasses to toast to our future. May we continue to forge ahead together in the coming year, creating even more splendid achievements. Let our establishment shine with even greater brilliance upon the land of Konoha." Cheers resounded once more, as everyone raised their glasses and drank in unison. Amidst laughter and merriment, the year-end banquet gradually drew to a close. Watching his delightful employees, Mizuno Ito felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, this group of employees is truly charming. Chapter 130. The Exquisite Rose Pavilion. Just a month into the new year, the Exquisite Rose Pavilion, a high-end establishment, officially opened its doors on a street near the Hyuga clan's territory in Konoha. This establishment, a wellness massage parlor primarily operated by the Hyuga clan, emerged like a dazzling new star in the commercial landscape of Konoha. On the day of its opening, the entire street was adorned with festive decorations. Rows of bright red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, echoing the joyous spirit of the new year. The prominent families of Konoha took notice of the Exquisite Rose Pavilion's inauguration, sending representatives dressed in splendid attire, bearing meticulously prepared gifts to extend their congratulations. The street buzzed with activity, a lively spectacle of bustling individuals. Most notably, the arrival of the Uchiha clan commanded attention. Uchiha Fugaku personally led the clan's elders in a grand procession to the Exquisite Rose Pavilion. Clad in a formal black suit and adorned with a headscarf bearing the Uchiha emblem, his gaze was both stern and profound. His presence instantly captivated every onlooker. After all, the events surrounding the Cloud Village incident had been discreetly disseminated throughout the streets of Konoha by the Hyuga clan. Though the various families exhibited no outward reaction, they were acutely aware of the deep-seated rift between the Hyuga clan and the 4 members of the Elder Council, a divide that seemed almost insurmountable. Consequently, both the families aligned with the Hokage and those outside of that circle merely sent representatives with gifts to convey their congratulations. However, the appearance of the Uchiha clan leader shattered the isolation facing the Hyuga clan and simultaneously elevated the status of the Exquisite Rose Pavilion, as it was now graced by the presence of the clan leader during its grand opening. Thus, Hinata Hizashi designated the branch family leader, Hinata Hayashi, to oversee the streets. Upon encountering Uchiha Fugaku approaching, Hinata Hayashi hastily advanced to offer his greetings. The moment Hinata Hayashi led Uchiha Fugaku into the splendid Rose Pavilion, an air of silence enveloped the venue. He slightly raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. To describe this establishment in detail, it appeared from the outside as a 4- or 5-story building. Upon entering, one was greeted by a spacious hall adorned with numerous tables, with a grand staircase leading to the second floor. Looking up, one could see the second floor encircled by a corridor lined with numerous rooms, reminiscent of ancient pleasure houses. When Uchiha Fugaku was escorted by Hinata Hayashi to the 3rd floor, they arrived at the private room prepared in advance by Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi had been awaiting Uchiha Fugaku's arrival and promptly rose to greet him. Initially, Hinata Hizashi did not anticipate that any significant figures from the clan would attend, thus only entrusting his younger brother, Hinata Hayashi, to handle the reception. His brother's status was neither too high nor too low, making him suitable for the occasion. Therefore, upon witnessing the arrival of the Uchiha clan leader, he quickly expressed his apologies. Uchiha Fugaku was unconcerned with such formalities, as his purpose was to foster a harmonious relationship with the Hinata clan, maintaining a subtle smile despite his typically stoic demeanor. The primary impetus for Uchiha Fugaku's interest in the Hinata clan stemmed from the actions of his most illustrious son, who frequently engaged with Mizunoic. Under the influence of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi had begun to consider the relationship between the clan and the village. Although both were among the most exceptional of the new Uchiha generation, they had yet to devise a solution to the prevailing discord. It was not until Uchiha Fugaku conveyed Mizunoic's proposed reforms to them that Uchiha Itachi realized there was a potential resolution to the clan's conflicts. Consequently, for a time, Uchiha Itachi discreetly appeared at Mizunoic's residence, much to the latter's annoyance. In Mizunoic's perspective, Uchiha Itachi was a pivotal figure within the village clan conflict. An excessive interaction would inevitably lead to countless troubles. Each time Uchiha Itachi sought him out, Mizunoic had to tread carefully, fearing that a misstep could attract the attention of Shimura Danzo and his ilk. After proposing reforms to the security department, Mizuno awaited Uchiha Fugaku's response, keenly observing whether the clan leader could decisively address the opposition to the reforms. A timid Uchiha leader was hardly credible as a source of vital support in critical moments. Thus, Mizuno refrained from suggesting alternative methods to improve the Uchiha situation until Uchiha Itachi's persistent efforts demonstrated sincerity. It was then that Mizuno elaborated on a strategy to forge alliances by leveraging the impending opening of Hinata Hisashi's enterprise to garner goodwill. Upon relaying Mizuno's counsel, Uchiha Fugaku, despite his gentle disposition, exhibited keen insight and remarkable intelligence as a clan leader. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the intricacies of the situation at hand. In his perspective, this presented a rare opportunity for forging alliances, albeit a fleeting one. By merely extending a gesture of goodwill towards the Hyuga clan, he could secure tangible benefits. Even though this might incite further animosity from the Elder Council, the long-term advantages rendered it worthwhile. Currently, the Uchiha had no allies in Konoha. After reforming the Uchiha clan, numerous individuals would inevitably face unemployment. If they could glean some business acumen from the Hyuga's establishment, it would be prudent for the Uchiha to establish similar venues, potentially alleviating some of their kin's employment woes. As for a slight loss of face, it was not entirely intolerable. However, Uchiha Fugaku misjudged the situation. The resplendent Rose Pavilion, ostensibly owned by the Hyuga clan, secretly harbored a 10% stake held by Mizuno Ikki, who was in fact the true provider of this venture. Within this project, the most suitable model for Uchiha Fugaku to emulate was the strategic planning exhibited by Hyuga Hayashi. Through a straightforward distribution of interests, he adeptly managed to control all parties involved. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi held a 30% stake, while the core elders of the three clans each possessed 10%, with the remaining members collectively holding the last 30%. Such a simple allocation of benefits effectively bound the entire clan to the financial interests of this project. The personnel assigned to provide services, who were deemed lesser branches of the family, were now merely transforming the service to be rendered by these branches, while the main clan reaped substantial monetary rewards. The branch members received relatively high salaries, serving the influential figures of Konoha, while ordinary services for affluent commoners were outsourced to unrelated individuals, thus sparing the branch members from any perceived loss of dignity associated with the Hyuga name. As for Mizuno Ikki, who held a mere 10% interest, his initial intention was to establish a project that would maintain a long-term beneficial relationship with the Hyuga clan. In the village of Konoha, beyond the realm of conflict, the maintenance of social bonds was equally vital. Connecting a multitude of powerful families through shared interests was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi engaged in leisurely conversation for quite some time. Ultimately, a subtle smile, barely perceptible, graced Uchiha Fugaku's typically stern visage as he departed. Chapter 131. The oppressive Hokage office. Minutes later, this scene reached the ears of the Elder Council. The elders, upon hearing the news, exhibited a range of expressions. Some furrowed their brows in concern, while others displayed a glimmer of apprehension, as if sensing an impending storm. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the heavy skies before a tempest. The stout wooden door stood firmly closed, isolating the cacophony of the outside world. With only a few faint rays of light filtering through the window cracks, casting mottled shadows upon the cold floor, Shimura Danzo looked upon Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smug expression, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light, one that held calculation, derision, and an unwavering confidence of victory. He slightly raised his chin, his voice laced with mockery as he slowly remarked, "See, I told you the Uchiha clan could not remain subdued for long. They've already established contact with the Hyuga clan." The words were delivered in an utterly indifferent tone, each syllable seemingly squeezed from Shimura Danzo's teeth, imbued with a sense of provocation. The connection between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans undoubtedly validated the previous intense suppression as an unequivocally correct course of action. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a grave countenance, scrutinized the documents in his hand, his brow furrowed, his mood decidedly bleak. The characters on the page appeared to blur before his eyes, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the alliance of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. His fingers lightly tapped on the surface of the table, producing a muffled sound reminiscent of the rhythm of his inner turmoil. Both T.G. Komatsu and Mito Kamen furrowed their brows. They had never anticipated that the Uchiha would forge an alliance with the Hyuga clan. Following the report from Uchiha Shisui about Uchiha Fugaka's intentions to reform the Konoha police force, the trio sensed that the Uchiha clan could indeed be courted. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always dared to employ the likes of Uchiha Shisui and other exceptional younger members of the clan precisely because of their formidable strength devoid of any threat. Historically, the Uchiha clan had appeared dissonant with the other prominent families, thus occasionally allowing Danzo to exert pressure served to alleviate some of the clan's hostility. In their eyes, the Uchiha clan resembled a double-edged sword. If wielded adeptly, it could serve Konoha's interests. Yet now, the emergence of an alliance with other families undeniably struck a chord deep within Sarutobi Hiruzen, touching an untouchable nerve. Danzo, it is imperative to dispatch someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. Your roots must concentrate all efforts on this issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved after a moment's contemplation. The members of the roots were all ninjas recruited and trained by Shimura Danzo, entirely obedient to his command. Should a significant conflict arise during the surveillance of the Uchiha clan, it would be feasible to strike both sides, thereby maintaining control of the situation. A glimmer of profundity flickered in his gaze, as if he were plotting an extensive strategic game. Shimura Danzo, with his remaining eye, cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without hearing any reports of movements from the Umbu, he discerned the calculations swirling in his counterpart's mind. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. By merely assigning his roots to monitor, he was unwittingly fulfilling his own desires. In his estimation, the Uchiha, a bunch of featherweights, would never resist as fiercely as his forebear, Uchiha Madara. He mused that this would be an opportune moment to extract something from the Uchiha, enabling him to pursue whatever schemes he desired. Thus, Hiruzen, whose interests does this strategy ultimately serve? Shouldn't the Hyuga clan also have a few individuals assigned for surveillance? T.G. Komatsu recalled a past incident when, merely following Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to procure a corpse from the Hyuga clan, she was met not with warm hospitality, but rather disdain from a group of individuals. The coldness of their demeanor remained etched in her memory, fostering a lingering discontent towards the Hyuga clan. Indeed, the Hyuga clan warranted closer scrutiny, although they had yet to reach the arrogance of the Uchiha. A family contemplating withdrawal, yet hosting a gathering of elite clans suggests ulterior motives that would be hard for anyone to dismiss. Mito Min's brow was furrowed, as if he were contemplating how to address this looming threat, and he candidly articulated his suspicions. A glimmer of concern danced in his eyes, fearing that the Hyuga clan might seize this opportunity to expand their influence, thereby affecting the dynamics of Konoha. In a rare display of reticence, Shimura Danzo refrained from voicing his opinion, deliberately ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiring glance. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps awaiting something. His gaze bore a hint of enigma, rendering his inner musings inscrutable. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before asserting, "Let the Umbu dispatch 2 individuals to monitor the Rose Pavilion, to ascertain which prominent families are congregating there. Please ensure a detailed record of the attendees." His voice was low and resolute, as if dismissing any possible dissent. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to discreetly assign individuals for surveillance. However, bringing it up now aligned perfectly with his intentions. After all, the Elder Council sought a compliant, unassuming Hyuga, rather than a factionalized group prone to incessant gatherings. Through the Umbu's vigilance, they could remain apprised of the Hyuga clan's movements, thus preventing any actions detrimental to Konoha. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo listened quietly, calculating his own schemes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if glimpsing a radiant future. A clandestine power struggle between the Uchiha and Hyuga was subtly unfolding within the confines of the Hokage's office. Both individuals were scheming for their own interests and power, with no one knowing where this tempest of political intrigue would ultimately lead Konoha. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive, as if a storm was on the horizon. Every person awaited the next move from their counterparts, and this contest of political machinations had only just begun. Chapter 132, Collaboration with the Inuzuka clan on this day. Inuzuka Hana was summoned by Uchiha Izumi to meet with Mizuno Ikuto. As Hana stepped into Ikuto's abode, her heart brimmed with uncertainty. Earlier that morning, upon arriving at school, she had been called aside by Uchiha Izumi, who mentioned that Mizuno Ikuto had a matter of importance to discuss with her, an unprecedented occurrence. Mizuno Ikuto, what brings me here? Inuzuka Hana inquired directly, her bright eyes locked onto Ikuto's, seeking any clues from his expression. Mizuno Ikuto offered a slight smile, gesturing for Hana to take a seat. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly began, I wish to propose a collaboration with your Inuzuka clan. Collaboration? Inuzuka Hana was even more perplexed. She had never envisioned Mizuno Ikuto engaging in any commercial dealings with the Inuzuka clan. What type of collaboration? I propose that we establish a breeding farm together. Specifically for raising cattle and sheep, Mizuno Ikuto stated plainly, his eyes radiating confidence and anticipation. Inuzuka Hana was taken aback. She had never considered that Ikuto would make such a suggestion. Are you out of your mind? Our Inuzuka clan excels in training ninja dogs, but we have no experience in raising cattle and sheep. She retorted without hesitation, her tone infused with disbelief and surprise. It is precisely because of your expertise in training ninja dogs that you are well suited for this project, Mizuno Ito patiently articulated. The Inuzuka clan has been interacting with ninja dogs from a young age. Herding dogs are also canines. And I firmly believe that the Inuzuka clan can successfully train a pack of cattle dogs or sheep dogs. Moreover, residing on the fringes of Konoha, the Inuzuka clan can effortlessly establish expansive pastures in the uninhabited forests for livestock farming. Additionally, should the cattle and sheep wander off, the Inuzuka clan's acute sense of smell would enable them to locate the animals promptly. In summary, the Inuzuka clan is inherently adept at pastoralism. Inuzuka Hana listened, astonished. Pondering deeply, it seemed Mizuno Ito's assertions were entirely valid, yet she had never considered that her kin possessed such untapped potential. However, we have never engaged in such endeavors. She remarked, precisely because you have not, there exists a greater need for collaboration, Mizuno Ito interjected. I wish to embark on this project alongside your clan. Not only will it benefit the village, but it will also assist the Inuzuka clan in thriving within Konoha. Are you underestimating us, the Inuzuka clan? Hana retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Though we may not rival the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, my kin are all exceptional ninja. Mizuno Ito shook his head, replying, I do not underestimate your clan. Rather, I see the unexploited potential that lies within you. Some matters require time for comprehension and acceptance. Furrowing her brow, Hana was displeased by the condescension she felt. What precisely do you mean? What I mean is that certain concepts necessitate time to grasp and embrace, Mizuno Ito replied slowly. Share my thoughts with your parents. They possess a deeper understanding of the clan's future than I do. Some decisions must be made by the elders of your clan. Hana fell silent for a moment, aware that Mizuno Ito was not one to jest lightly. She nodded, saying, Very well, I shall convey your thoughts to my mother. However, I am uncertain whether she will agree. I am confident your mother will recognize the potential of this project, Mizuno Ito smiled. After all, it represents an opportunity for the Inuzuka clan to embrace new horizons. Hana rose to her feet, preparing to depart, her mind swirling with doubt and contemplation. She was unsure of the feasibility of Mizuno Ito's proposal, yet she understood that it would spark considerable discussion within the Inuzuka family. I shall provide you with a response at the earliest opportunity, she stated before turning to leave Mizuno Ito's abode. As Mizuno Ito watched Hana's receding figure, his heart swelled with anticipation. He knew this project would pose a significant challenge, yet he believed that if the Inuzuka clan accepted the proposal, the future of Konoha would flourish as a result. Meanwhile, Hana walked home, her thoughts racing. She had never envisioned such possibilities for her family. And although she remained uncertain about the viability of the proposal, she recognized that it was imperative to share this news with her mother, allowing her to make the final decision. In the realm of the ninja, Mizuno Ikuto has long harbored aspirations to alter the mindset of those who cannot adeptly wield ninjutsu. For instance, the wood release technique employed by Yamato could be splendidly utilized for constructing homes. Even in the absence of new buildings, one could venture to the sand village to sign a reforestation contract, thus contributing to the afforestation efforts of the village. Surely a more lucrative endeavor than engaging in perilous missions for meager rewards? Furthermore, the earth release could be harnessed for the construction of roads, irrigation channels, and the leveling of fields, proving to be immensely beneficial. As for the water release, its application in purifying wastewater, cleansing rivers, and irrigation would be remarkably advantageous. This technology, originally intended to enhance productivity, has regrettably been repurposed for warfare. The sale of meat products from breeding farms presents no significant challenge either, given that the entirety of Kanehagakure is home to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, while the Land of Fire boasts a population of several million. Such a vast market could effortlessly absorb the output of a breeding farm. The Inuzuka clan quietly exists on the periphery of the Leaf Village. This family, numbering only a scant 100 individuals, pales in comparison to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which boast hundreds of ninjas. Due to the unique requirements of dog breeding, they settled near the boundary of the village from the outset. This sparsely populated area, replete with expansive forests and grasslands, provides ample space for their ninja dogs to roam, while also distancing them from the village's clamor, thus offering an ideal environment for training. The current clan leader, Inuzuka Zutsu, is a shrewd and capable female ninja. Her husband, the father of Inuzuka Hana, perished on a mission when she was still quite young. Hana's recollections of her father are limited to the image captured in a photograph, while Zutsu has shouldered the weight of the entire clan alone. She understands that, although their situation is marginally better than that of ordinary villagers, the livelihoods of over 100 individuals remain precariously tight. The traditional knowledge of the Inuzuka clan has only equipped them with the skills to breed ninja dogs, enhancing their combat abilities and tracking skills, but has never imparted the means to attain prosperity. One evening, Hana returned home in a daze and, upon entering, eagerly shared Mizuno Ikuto's proposal with her mother. "Mother, a friend of mine expressed a desire to collaborate with the Inuzuka clan in establishing a breeding farm for cattle and sheep." Her voice was tinged with both excitement and confusion. Inuzuka Zutsu, while organizing the clan's records of ninja dog training, lifted her gaze upon hearing her daughter's words. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. "A breeding farm? Cattle and sheep?" she echoed, her mind racing with possibilities. As the clan leader, Zutsu has always been acutely aware of their predicament. Training ninja dogs demands substantial resources, as the daily meat consumption of an adult ninja dog equates to that of 2 or 3 adults. This is why most Inuzuka members can only afford to care for a single ninja dog. Should they secure an additional source of income, it could not only ameliorate the clan's economic circumstances, but perhaps even allow for an expansion in the breeding of these loyal and intelligent creatures. If they were to form a small army, their combat prowess would be formidable. Moreover, breeding cattle and sheep could provide a stable income and superior feed for the ninja dogs. "Mizuno Ikuto? Is he the young man you often visit?" Inuzuka Zutsu pondered thoughtfully. Inuzuka Tsum has long been aware of her daughter's amicable relationship with a certain individual. Before Mizuno Ikuto embarked on his journey of training, Inuzuka Hana frequently visited his residence, prompting Tsum to investigate Ikuto's personal background. He was the first student in the history of Konoha Village to voluntarily withdraw from school to start a business, and Tsum often patronized several of his shops, marveling more than once at his ingenious ideas. Thus, upon learning of her daughter's connection to Ikuto, Tsum felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to that of a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law. After a moment of contemplation, Tsum conceived an intriguing idea. "This proposal is rather interesting," she mused. "Tomorrow, inform him that I wish to meet. We shall discuss this plan thoroughly." The following day, Hana conveyed her mother's sentiments to Ikuto. On the subsequent day, Ikuto arrived at the Inuzuka clan's residence, armed with his breeding proposal, coinciding with Hana's return from school. Given the necessity for discretion, Ikuto understood the importance of proceeding cautiously and maintaining secrecy until a united front could be established. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Tsum looked up to see Ikuto and Hana returning together. She thought little of it, assuming they were merely sharing a close bond. "You must be Ikuto. Come, take a seat." Hana, quickly pour a glass of water for Ikuto. Tsum warmly welcomed him. Hearing the affectionate nickname, Ikuto could not help but turn his head and chuckle at Hana. Their eyes met, and Hana shot him a fierce glare as if to convey, "Call me that again, and I shall end you." Ikuto promptly stifled his smile and feigned nonchalance as he took a seat. Ikuto made a concerted effort to compose himself and, with a beaming smile, addressed her. "Auntie, please take a look at my proposal." As he spoke, he produced the document. Tsum accepted the proposal with keen interest, immediately captivated by its contents. She meticulously examined each detail: the selection of the breeding site, the planning of species, the feasibility analysis of transforming ninja dogs into livestock, and even the carefully considered sales channels for meat products. Rather than merely a proposal, it resembled a comprehensive project outline, detailing everything from site establishment to pasture maintenance, the selection and breeding of cattle and sheep, and ultimately, the slaughter and sale of these animals. Hana approached with 3 cups of water, and upon noticing her mother's intense focus, she shot at Kudo a disapproving glance before placing the cups heavily in front of him. The Inuzuka clan's territory, encompassed by a barrier, boasted a vast forest that served as a training ground for ninja dogs. Now, with the use of wind techniques, the trees could be felled to create pastures, with the timber repurposed to construct shelters for the cattle and sheep. Should the livestock population exceed capacity, there was even the opportunity to cultivate a substantial area outside the barrier for growing fodder. As for the breeds, they would opt for dairy cows, beef cattle, and meat sheep, for fresh milk is highly coveted in Konoha, representing a market with more demand than supply. Regarding the transformation of the into a, the task is not overly complex. The intelligence of the is nearly equivalent to that of an adult, thus requiring only minimal training to ensure they can effectively tend to the cattle and sheep in the pasture without straying. Moreover, even if a few were to wander off occasionally, they, with their remarkable sense of smell, would effortlessly locate them. As for the meat products, aside from being sold, the bones and certain cuts of meat can serve as a regular food source for the, significantly alleviating the economic plight of the clan. One cannot help but wonder why such a straightforward and effective solution was not previously considered by those involved. Could not help but doubt his own intellect. I have reviewed your proposal, and, as the leader of the clan, I wholeheartedly endorse your initiative. Set down the document, his face illuminated with a smile of appreciation. Should this breeding farm come to fruition, it would not only relieve the financial strain currently faced by the clan, but also generate a substantial income. At that moment, was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Unlike, and who are entangled in the complexities of vested interests due to their long-standing positions, had taken half an hour to thoroughly review the entire proposal. He understood that by simply distributing tasks according to the plan, success was within reach, prompting him to express his heartfelt thanks. However, when it came to the final allocation of profits, hesitated momentarily. You have proposed such an excellent plan, yet you are only claiming 30%. Is that not too meager? I believe you should receive at least half. Smiled gently. Please do not be so modest. We are partners in this venture, and I merely presented a project. The establishment of the pasture, the selection of cattle and sheep breeds, and the day-to-day management will see me only occasionally involved. I feel that 30% is already rather generous. In truth, understood that his interest lay not in the trifling 30% profit, but in forging a long-term and stable partnership with the clan. Despite his close relationship with, he knew that in critical moments, the clan would not offer unconditional support merely due to familial ties. It was through binding interests that enduring collaboration could be assured. Furthermore, and I have been good friends for many years, so we shall settle on the profit distribution in this manner. Continued. I have detailed the specific steps for establishing the breeding farm in the proposal. You may simply delegate tasks according to these guidelines. If you encounter any difficulties along the way, please have informed me. I prefer to remain somewhat inconspicuous in our dealings, and I must attend to other matters now. So I shall take my leave. In response, hastily summoned to see off. As she watched the two depart, increasingly felt that her daughter's discernment surpassed her own. Chapter 134. The one who seized my sister not long after and exited, a young boy resembling by about 70% emerged from the bushes, riding a one-eyed. Are you the one who intends to take my sister away? The young boy cast a discontented gaze up and down at Mizuno Ikuto, his tone laced with a hint of childish hostility. This individual was none other than Inuzuka Kiba from the 12 Ninja Warriors. With no leisure time to care for his younger sibling, Inuzuka Tsum had entrusted his loyal ninja dog, Akamaru, to entertain the child. At this moment, as Inuzuka Hana returned from school, Kiba, under Akamaru's guidance, stumbled upon a scene that troubled him, a stranger walking alongside his beloved sister. This was certainly unwelcome news. At the tender age of 3, Kiba was already aware of the nature of the relationship between a man and a woman walking together. The last time, it was Uncle Yellowfong who had swept away Aunt Shirazuki with candy in hand. Thus, this man before him was undoubtedly here to vie for his sister's affection. How detestable. Were it not for his tender age, he would have commanded his trained dog to take a firm bite. As for why Akamaru did not act, some had instructed that the dog was to ensure Kiba's safety, but not to harm others. Is this little brat your brother? Mizuno Ikuto disregarded Kiba's words and turned his attention to Inuzuka Hana. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she scolded herself for not having given Kiba a proper reprimand. Her eyes narrowed, glaring at her younger brother. Are you getting a bit too mischievous? She said, feigning an intent to swat Kiba. Seeing this, Kiba hastily called out to Akamaru, I'm sorry. I'm just keeping an eye on my brother-in-law. Yet, with his short legs, he could hardly escape his sister's looming presence. Inside the house, Inuzuka Tsum observed this exchange, nodding in approval. It seemed Hana's judgment was indeed commendable. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to her clansman, instructing, when Kiba returns, give that boy a sound thrashing and remind him not to disturb his sister during her dates. Under Hana's amiable concern, Kiba tenderly rubbed his backside, stifling the tears that threatened to spill as he ambled back home alongside Akamaru. I must say, your brother is truly adorable, Mizuno Ikuto remarked, genuinely charmed, completely taken aback by Kiba's youthful demeanor. Following this brief interlude, Mizuno Ikuto bid farewell to Inuzuka Hana. However, as soon as Hana returned home, she witnessed her mother delivering yet another affectionate reprimand to Kiba, admonishing him for disrupting his sister's rendezvous. Next time, will you dare to do so again? She questioned. Realizing this, Hana began to comprehend her mother's earlier warm reception of Mizuno Ikuto. It appeared that her mother had misconstrued her relationship with him. Although it was undeniable that Mizuno Ikuto was far more exceptional than any of her peers, it was equally unthinkable to harbor no feelings at all. As she recalled their playful banter, Kiba felt a peculiar sensation. However, Uchiha Azumi was her best friend. Even if they had yet to define their romantic relationship, she could not simply intrude. The moon is bright at night, and melancholy is mine. Since the last participation of Uchiha Fugaku in the Hinata Club's opening ceremony, the surveillance around the Uchiha clan has intensified abruptly. Concurrently, the previously dormant rumors targeting the Uchiha have resurfaced, spreading like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Konoha. These rumors, akin to invisible poisoned arrows, struck every corner of the Uchiha clan, causing the Uchiha Security Department to frequently encounter provocations from civilians seeking to create trouble. Uchiha Fugaku found himself in a predicament, overwhelmed by the situation. Confronted with these deliberate instigators, imprisoning them seemed an excessive response, while releasing them would undoubtedly undermine the authority of the security department. After much contemplation, he could only advise the members of the Uchiha clan within the security forces to exercise patience repeatedly. However, the Uchiha clan is notorious for their fiery tempers. While they might endure one or two provocations under Fugaku's leadership, the rumors incited by Shimura Danzo ignited a conflagration akin to tossing a spark onto a pile of dry kindling. This inferno not only consumed those who had previously been imprisoned, but also exacerbated the rift between the Uchiha Security Department and the civilians. From the establishment of the second Hokage, the Uchiha Security Department had failed to implement detailed regulations. Consequently, punishments for offenders during duties were subject to personal discretion, varying from individual to individual. Offenders who were well-connected, agreeable, or had offered gifts often received leniency, while those who spoke ill or exhibited arrogance faced harsher penalties. Such inequitable practices naturally bred discontent among those subjected to severe punishments. Under the influence of Shimura Danzo's rumors, this discontent was magnified, leading individuals to embellish their grievances and disseminate them further. With the encouragement of these individuals, even the usually honest small vendors felt compelled to join in, recounting tales of the Uchiha security personnel's unfair treatment. Thus, a serious conflict erupted between the law enforcement officers of the Uchiha Security Department and the villagers. On one particular day, as the more radical Uchiha Kyuya patrolled his usual route with his team members, they passed through a civilian market. Among the previously indifferent vendors, a small vendor selling eggs suddenly hurled a rotten egg at Uchiha Kyuya. As A.J. Nin, Kyuya's reflexes were exceptionally sharp, allowing him to evade the projectile easily. However, the foul egg contents splattered onto his pant leg. After enduring several days of provocation, Kyuya's temper finally erupted. With a fierce glare, he summoned his companions and surrounded the egg vendor. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Kyuya smashed all the eggs on the vendor's stall into pieces. The sound of the eggs shattering and the splatter of egg liquid seemed to act as a catalyst for conflict, inciting the ire of surrounding vendors. They had already harbored disdain for the Uchiha, and Kyuya's brazen act of destruction only fueled their animosity further. To other vendors, it mattered little that a foul egg was hurled by a seller, inciting the ire of the Uchiha. They were only aware of the Uchiha's rampant arrogance and reckless behavior, as they wreaked havoc and destruction everywhere. Chapter 135, The Onset of Conflict. It was unclear who shouted from the shadows, urging everyone to surround them, declaring that they could no longer endure the Uchiha's bullying. Consequently, members of the Uchiha Kakashi's squad found themselves encircled by the market vendors. Some wielded shoulder poles, while others brandished kitchen knives. In a flurry, the Uchiha members hastily formed a protective circle around their leader, drawing out shuriken and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Outside the throng of vendors stood a curious crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Unlike the business-minded vendors, the residents of Konoha, having experienced less oversight from the Uchiha Security Division, bore less animosity, thus adopting a more passive, spectator-like attitude. Before long, the marketplace was enveloped in a large circle of onlookers. Some even took to the balconies flanking the street, hosting impromptu tea gatherings, brewing warm tea, cracking sunflower seeds, and enjoying the commotion. Most conspicuous among them was the second-floor room adjacent to the center of the chaos. The market was strategically positioned behind the Shimizu hot pot restaurant, with the egg vendor conveniently across the street, allowing patrons on the second floor to observe the unfolding drama through the windows. The situation escalated rapidly. Within 10 minutes, the incident was reported to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, by the patrolling Umbu. In truth, the recent rumors surrounding the Uchiha and the various obstructions they faced during their duties had been anticipated by Sarutobi. Unlike the overtly confrontational Danzo Shimura, Sarutobi resembled a master chess player, orchestrating each of the Uchiha's misfortunes within Danzo's meticulously crafted scheme. Yet, Sarutobi merely provided subtle guidance during meetings, achieving the desired outcomes without issuing explicit directives. Naturally, his intention was to utilize these disturbances to observe the Uchiha clan's reactions, ultimately to temper their pride and bend them to his will. Meanwhile, in the second-floor room of the Shimizu hot pot restaurant, Shimizu was keenly observing the unfolding events in the marketplace through the window. His gaze reflected a contemplative curiosity, as if pondering the deeper implications concealed within this conflict. Beside him, the rarely leisurely Yuhi Kurenai approached with intrigue, her expression one of astonishment as she surveyed the chaotic scene below, while Uchiha Izumi, who had come to play, looked on with evident concern. It seems the rift between the Uchiha and the villagers is deepening, Shimizu remarked softly. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this cannot continue. The Uchiha and Konoha are intrinsically linked. Such conflicts will only bring harm to both sides. Uchiha Izumi furrowed her brow, anger flickering in her eyes. It is all due to those rumors, making life increasingly difficult for the Uchiha in Konoha. Shimizu regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "You need not worry excessively. This is indeed the result of deliberate machinations. However, the affairs concerning the Uchiha clan seem to be shrouded in intrigue. Perhaps, in the aftermath of this incident, the Uchiha may find fortune amidst misfortune." Just then, a more fervent cacophony of quarrels and clashes erupted from downstairs. Shimizu Ito and his companions hastily turned their gazes towards the window, witnessing the escalation of conflict between the Uchiha Hachiya team and the vendors, both sides on the brink of a larger confrontation. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was attending to official matters in the office of the security department when he received an urgent report from the Umbu. His pen suddenly halted, a drop of ink spreading across the rice paper, forming a small black dot. Fugaku's eyes sharpened instantly. He set down his brush and stood, his wide sleeves catching the air in a gentle breeze. "Let us go," Fugaku commanded succinctly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He strode purposefully downstairs, arriving at the scene within mere minutes. The atmosphere remained tense and charged. Uchiha Hachiya found himself encircled by a swarm of furious villagers, his kunai half drawn, while the surrounding vendors brandished their shoulder poles and kitchen knives, their eyes brimming with hostility. Several bold children peered from behind their parents, curiously observing the unfolding conflict. Fugaku's gaze swept over the scene like a hawk surveying its territory. He first noted the shattered egg stall, the yolks and whites creating a chaotic mess on the ground. An elderly vendor sat weeping, while a nearby old woman attempted to console him. Fugaku frowned slightly. This detail stirred something within him. "Hachiya," Fugaku's voice was low, yet it commanded silence from all present. Uchiha Hachiya stepped forth from the crowd, standing at attention, though remnants of anger lingered on his face. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes upon seeing the clan leader. Fugaku approached Hachiya, scrutinizing him from his elevated stance. Hachiya instinctively straightened his back, Yet the stubbornness in his eyes betrayed his emotions. Explain what transpired. Fugaku's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Hachiya stammered as he recounted the events, his voice dwindling as he reached the part about smashing the eggs. Fugaku's brow furrowed tighter, culminating in a sharp slap on Hachiya's shoulder. Foolish. The blow, infused with a fraction of his strength, caused Hachiya to stagger briefly before regaining his balance. The surrounding Uchiha clan members bowed their heads, unable to meet the clan leader's stern gaze. Turning to the villagers, Fugaku bowed deeply. The events of today reflect the inadequacies of the Uchiha Security Department, causing distress to all present. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I extend my sincerest apologies. The unexpected apology left everyone momentarily stunned. Hachiya's eyes widened in disbelief at his leader's humble demeanor. Fugaku continued, the Uchiha clan shall fully compensate for the losses incurred by all vendors. He paused before adding, within 3 days, I shall convene a meeting of the security department to revise our operational protocols. The incident took place adjacent to the thoroughfare leading to the Hokage building. Hence Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived early, patiently awaiting Uchiha Fugaku's arrival. Observing Fugaku's humble apology to the villagers, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he emerged slowly, followed by a group of fully armed Umbu. Fugaku immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Clan leader Fugaku, I have already been informed of today's events. The Uchiha Guard has worked diligently, yet it is imperative to be mindful of methods and approaches. Fugaku bowed once more. Your guidance, Hokage-sama, shall be etched in my heart. I shall ensure reforms upon my return. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, surveying the crowd. The villagers must also understand the challenges faced by the guard. We all strive for the peace of Konoha. Seizing the moment, Fugaku spoke, you are indeed correct, Hokage-sama. I have arranged for compensation, which will be delivered according to the loss lists provided by the vendors. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance of the marketplace, his gaze sweeping over the gradually calming streets. He nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Umbu discreetly dispersed, meticulously documenting the scene. As the Hokage turned to leave, his voluminous sleeves swayed gently in the breeze, as if the very air had lightened. Fugaku stood before the remnants of the egg stall. Assessing the damage, he issued a brief command, his voice deep and resolute. Several Uchiha clansmen sprang into action, diligently recording every instance of destruction. Uchiha Kaguya, though aligned with the radical faction led by the elder Uchiha Raijin, maintained a humble demeanor in the presence of the clan leader. When surrounded by villagers after the stall's destruction, his anger swiftly dissipated as he began to comprehend the magnitude of the chaos he had wrought. Thus, he quietly instructed those around him to refrain from escalating the situation. Fortunately, Fugaku arrived in time. Had there been casualties, mere compensation would not suffice to resolve the matter. This incident heightened Fugaku's sense of urgency regarding the reform of the guard. If this trajectory continued, it was only a matter of time before the Uchiha clan clashed with the village. He promptly ordered the convening of the Uchiha clan meeting once more at the Managawa Shrine. Standing upon the elevated platform in the assembly hall, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a golden hue upon his upright figure. Unlike the late-night gathering previously held, today's assembly hall was notably serene, the only sounds being the occasional rustle of fabric and soft breaths. Fugaku's gaze gradually swept across every clan member present, ultimately resting on Uchiha Kaguya in the front row. Kaguya's face bore traces of lingering embarrassment and regret, his hands instinctively clenched into fists. Fugaku inclined his head slightly, his voice deep and resonant. You are all surely aware of the recent rumors and conflicts between our clan and the village? His words fell like a stone into a still pond, sending ripples throughout the assembly. The clan members turned their attention to Kaguya, some expressing sympathy, others disapproval, while many appeared contemplative. Kaguya lifted his head, meeting their gazes with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. The time has come for the reform of the guard to be imperative. Fugaku cast his gaze across the assembly once more. This time his attention lingered particularly on the radical clan members. Uchiha Rei remained with his eyes closed, seemingly detached from the proceedings, while several other radical members discreetly lowered their heads to evade the patriarch's scrutiny. After a brief pause, Fugaku continued, if we persist in our current state, I fear that the challenges faced by Uchiha crew will soon befall all members of our clan. This statement carried significant weight, instantly thickening the atmosphere in the council chamber with tension. Consequently, I have convened this clan meeting today to discuss the reform of the security department, and I now seek the perspectives of the second elder and the third elder regarding this matter. Fugaku directly called upon the two elders for their opinions. This inquiry struck like a sharp blade, cutting directly into the most sensitive nerve within the Uchiha clan. The second elder, Uchiha Hakadai, rose to his feet, his face bearing an uncommon seriousness. I am in favor of reform. It is indeed time for the security department to undergo necessary changes. Though his voice was not loud, each word resonated with conviction. In recent times, he had received numerous complaints from the neutral faction and had witnessed firsthand the various obstacles encountered during patrols. As an experienced elder, he understood that clinging to the old ways would only deepen the Uchiha's isolation. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction and shifted his gaze towards the third elder, Uchiha Rei. Rei remained with his eyes closed, as if oblivious to the surrounding discourse. His expression was serene, yet his tightly pressed lips betrayed the turmoil within. Fugaku recognized that the scales of Rei's judgment were teetering. On one side lay the pride of being an Uchiha noble, and on the other, the stark reality of the clan's survival. What insights do you offer, third elder? Fugaku inquired again, his tone remaining gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Uchiha Rei slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. Patriarch, allow me to contemplate the matter of reform further. His response was ambiguous, neither explicitly opposing nor endorsing the initiative. Rei was acutely aware of the recent developments. Uchiha Karu was a promising radical prodigy, consistently encountering difficulties during his duties, and it was evident that others faced similar challenges. However, as a member of the esteemed Uchiha lineage, his noble identity constrained him from actions that might tarnish the clan's honor. The thought of forsaking Uchiha rights to appease a village that looked down upon them was a thorn too painful to swallow. Thus, retreating into contemplation, pretending ignorance became his sole option. Fugaku was not surprised by this response. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the entire clan. Now, I call for a show of hands. Those in favor of proceeding with the proposed reforms, please raise your right hand. As the vote commenced, a brief silence enveloped the hall. Then, the conservative Shursui unhesitatingly raised his hand first, his motion decisive and resolute, as if he had long made up his mind. Subsequently, other conservative members followed suit, their faces reflecting relief. The moderates, who had consistently advocated for improving relations with the villagers, finally glimpsed a ray of hope. The neutral faction members exchanged glances, their expressions contemplative. The majority among them remained hesitant, concerned that reform might jeopardize the traditional interests of the Uchiha clan. However, the recent succession of troubles has led them to realize that maintaining the status quo would only yield further complications. Ultimately, one by one, they raised their hands, albeit with some hesitation, but their resolve was unmistakable. The most surprising reaction came from the radicals. Aside from a few obstinate traditionalists, including Uchiha Kuru, the majority of the radical faction raised their hands. Kuru's gesture was particularly striking. His right hand was raised high, his gaze resolute and unwavering. This once staunch opponent of reform, after enduring the humiliation of being besieged by villagers, finally comprehended the necessity of change. Fugaku's eyes scanned the assembly, observing the outstretched arms, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. The recent series of conflicts had weighed heavily upon him, yet the internal discord within the Uchiha clan lingered unresolved, leading him to fear that the Uchiha might fade away under his watch. It is worth noting that the current Uchiha still possessed the Sharingan, and the radicals had yet to reach the hubristic notion that they could overthrow the Elder Council and assume the mantle of Hokage. In light of the recent gossip, the Uchiha clan had, rather fortuitously, managed to unify the thoughts of the majority within their ranks. As a result, the reformation of the Konoha Guard had been decisively established within the Uchiha. Chapter 137. The reform commences. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the center of the Hokage's office, respectfully cradling the meticulously prepared reform proposal. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a determined silhouette around him. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if he could already envision a new future for the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, receiving the reform proposal and perusing it with great care. His brow alternated between relaxation and furrowing, clearly indicating the significance he placed on this document. Upon encountering the specific measures concerning the reform of the Guard, A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Lord Fugaku, this reform proposal is exceedingly well considered, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, placing the document down with satisfaction. The Uchiha clan's initiative to propose such reforms holds substantial importance for the harmony and stability of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku inclined his head slightly, responding, "You honor me, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan, as residents of Konoha, ought to coexist harmoniously with the villagers. This proposal is the result of our careful deliberation, and we hope it can ameliorate the current situation." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a look of concern crossing his features. "Lord Fugaku, the Uchiha clan holds a vital position in Konoha. I hope you will continue to strive for greater contributions to the prosperity of our village." At that moment, Danzo Shimura, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain. His gaze flicked back and forth between Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen, brimming with discontent and jealousy. Having consistently attempted to stifle the development of the Uchiha clan, the support they were now receiving from Sarutobi Hiruzen incensed him greatly. "Lord Hokage, while the Uchiha clan's reform proposal may seem appealing, it likely harbors numerous hidden perils." Danzo Shimura coldly interjected, "The village must proceed with caution." Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Shimura Danzo and remarked with a calm demeanor, "Danzo, we have witnessed the sincerity of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, every detail of this reform proposal has been meticulously deliberated, and I am confident it will yield positive results." Although Shimura Danzo wished to voice further objections, the resolute gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen compelled him to remain silent. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen tasked Nara Shikaku to assist the security department in formulating specific regulations. Nara Shikaku, a man of intelligence and prudence, recognized the significance of this assignment and immediately immersed himself in the task. He diligently analyzed the current state of the Uchiha security department and, in consideration of the realities of Konoha village, devised a comprehensive and rational set of regulations. Upon completion of the regulations, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly disseminated them throughout Konoha village. The announcements were affixed to every street, capturing the attention of numerous villagers. The townsfolk paused to observe, engaging in discussions regarding the reform proposal. Although the prospect of unexpectedly obtaining civil service positions piqued the curiosity and skepticism of various clans, they swiftly embraced this advantageous opportunity. It is worth noting that each role has its own occupant, and since the establishment of the village over 50 years ago, many positions have been filled, leaving numerous newcomers from the clans without employment. The Hyuga clan and the Inuzuka clan dispatched several members to participate in the recruitment assessments for the village management and security departments. With their unique ninjutsu talents, they were well equipped to excel in these roles while simultaneously enhancing their family's influence and benefits. The Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan also sent some of their kin to partake in the interrogation department evaluations, as their members possessed high intelligence, making them well suited for such duties. Even some ordinary villagers who had faced unjust treatment from the Uchiha participated in the village management assessments, aspiring to elevate their status within the community and earn greater respect and rights through their endeavors. As the security department flourished, certain Uchiha members who failed the evaluations were expelled from the ranks, becoming unemployed within their clan. These individuals were filled with discontent and anger, perceiving it as a violation of their dignity. "We have sacrificed so much for the Uchiha clan, only to be cast out now. This is utterly unfair," exclaimed one disgruntled member. "Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku has been ruthless. In his quest to appease Konoha village, he has sacrificed the interests of our clan," another member echoed in agreement. However, Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to these grievances. He understood that reform was an essential path for the Uchiha clan. Only through change could they secure a better future within Konoha village. As for the placement of these unemployed individuals, it would be addressed after the reforms of the security department were concluded. In this struggle, the combatants included those seeking to restrain the Uchiha, led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scheming Shimura Danzo, and the Uchiha clan, who aimed to improve their relationship with the village. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a resounding victory. By endorsing the Uchiha clan's reforms, he not only improved their rapport with Konoha village, but also solidified his own standing within the Hokage. Though the Uchiha clan has sacrificed certain tangible interests, they have nonetheless achieved a significant victory in their phased objectives. Through reform, they have improved their relations with the villagers. thereby creating better conditions for the Uchiha clan's development within Konoha. In stark contrast, Danzo Shimura has paid a tremendous price without reaping any rewards. His schemes were unraveled by Hiruzen Sarutobi, which not only failed to hinder the Uchiha clan's progress, but also inadvertently propelled them directly towards Hiruzen. Chapter 138. The establishment of Inazuka ranched the winds of the 55th year of Konoha, laden with the unique restlessness of early summer and the distinctive aroma of fresh grass. Fiercely enveloped Itachi Uchiha's collar. He instinctively tightened the deep blue collar of his coat, a subtle gesture imbued with an ingrained sense of restraint. The dirt path beneath his feet, leading to the forest at the village's edge, had been traversed countless times, whether for training or missions. Yet this time, he was officially bearing the command of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, to approach a peer of his own age. One who had grown wildly like a weed in just 3 short years and was beginning to subtly disrupt certain entrenched paradigms, Kaido Mizuno. Fugaku's typically stern visage, calm as a deep pool, had last night revealed a crack under the dim candlelight. It was an expression of complex emotions, deeply repressed, yet seeping from the depths of his gaze, crushed by the weight of reality. Fugaku's voice resonated with gravitas. Itachi, tomorrow you shall discreetly seek out Kaido Mizuno and discuss the cooperation between our clan and him. As per his request, the reforms within the Konoha military police have been executed by the Uchiha. Now, our family circumstances demand his assistance. Recently, 34 ninjas from the Uchiha clan have resigned from the Konoha military police. They are undoubtedly the pillars of our family. The cessation of their income from the police force, combined with prolonged idleness, could lead to unpredictable actions. At that moment, Kaido Mizuno was amidst the Inazuka clan's forest. As Itachi drew nearer, the air became increasingly saturated with the earthy scent of fresh soil, the sap of severed plants, and the potent aroma of large animals, unique to the forest's edge. An unrefined, vibrant vitality, starkly contrasting with the heart of Konoha, surged forth, accompanied by an undeniable clamor. The first sound to reach his ears was a dull, yet rhythmic thudding. Thud, thud, thud. It resonated like the heavy heartbeat of a giant, shaking the very ground beneath him. Itachi raised his gaze, and the once dense and profound forest at the forefront had transformed dramatically. Towering trees had been felled, their sturdy trunks dragged away, leaving behind a barren expanse dotted with fresh stumps. Upon this land, forcibly cleared by human endeavor, the members of the Inazuka clan labored diligently. Most were bare-chested, their bronzed skin glistening under the spring sun, sweat tracing the contours of their muscles. The heavy axes swung with vigor in their hands, each strike embedding deep into the soil, uprooting large patches of sod and dark, rich earth. The shouts and calls resonated, mingling with the resounding clang of metal against wood and stone, forming a rugged symphony of labor. Yet, the most striking spectacle was not the strength of the humans. In the center of the clearing, several imposing and awe-inspiring ninja dogs, reminiscent of legendary giant wolves, had become the undeniable force behind the land reclamation efforts. Towering over 2 adult men, their robust necks were cloaked in thick, coarse fur, and their powerful limbs left deep impressions in the earth with each step. At this moment, their muscular necks were adorned with a specially designed harness made from resilient vines and heavy iron chains, taut and deeply embedded into the muscles of their shoulders. The other end of the harness connected to the metal hook of a massive wooden plow. Fire. Steady now. Good boy. Pull. With all your might. A ninja from the Inazuka clan, his iconic booming voice cutting through the din, was covered in mud yet exuded vitality as he sprinted alongside the colossal wolf named Fire. Vigorously patting its sturdy shoulder, his tone filled with encouragement and unyielding authority. The giant wolf, Fire, emitted a low, thunderous growl, its powerful limbs surging with strength. Muscles rippling like rock, the heavy wooden plow was dragged with unstoppable force, slicing through the turned earth with ease. Hard clumps of soil, tangled roots, and small stones were effortlessly cleaved, turned over, and transformed into deep furrows beneath the plow's blade. The rich scent of earth mingled with the fresh aroma of broken grass, wafting through the air. Meanwhile, another grayish-white giant wolf, under the guidance of its master, was dragging a massive wooden rake. The heavy rake rumbled across the freshly turned soft soil, breaking apart the uneven clods and leveling the ground. Well done, Fire. A clear, youthful voice, imbued with an unusual calm and certainty that belied its age, rang out. The gaze of Inuzuka locked onto the source of the voice. Near the edge of an area that had been preliminarily flattened and covered with tender green grass, a makeshift wooden shelter had been erected. Beneath it stood a remarkably young figure beside a rough wooden table. Dressed in a neat, dark short-sleeved shirt, layered with a sleeveless vest speckled with grass and mud. His slightly disheveled black hair glistened with sweat, revealing none other than Mizuno Ichido. One hand pressed upon a large sheet of parchment that clearly depicted a meticulously planned ranch layout, while the fingers of his other hand swiftly moved across a small scroll, seemingly recording data. His movements were rapid and precise, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Several men clad in Inuzuka clan attire surrounded him, attentively listening to his clear directives, while Inuzuka Hana sat atop a boulder half a meter high, drowsily nodding off. The drainage ditch in the east needs to be deepened by another half-foot. The rainy season is approaching, and standing water is a grave concern. Additionally, for the rain shelter foundation near the river, ensure the stakes reach the bedrock. Don't skimp on this. Once the work is completed on the side of Senior Claw, have her gray wolf compact the soil in the western area near the woods. The earth is too loose there, and it must be firmed up before we can sow grass seeds. Mizuno Ichido spoke with remarkable rapidity, his words clear and precise. Each command striking directly at the heart of the matter, imbued with an undeniable authority. A member of the Inuzuka clan approached, offering a water pouch. Little brother Ichido, take a sip and rest. Without lifting his gaze, Mizuno Ichido deftly accepted the pouch, gulping down a significant mouthful while his attention remained steadfastly fixed on the blueprint before him. With his other hand, he accurately pointed to a corner of the drawing. Here, adjust the proportion of the grass seeds, increase the vetch by 1.5 portions, and have the alfalfa. The analysis of light and humidity has been completed. This combination will ensure a more balanced nutrition for the pasture in the later stages, making it more palatable for the cattle and sheep, promoting quicker weight gain. As he spoke, his keen eyes swept over the land recently trampled by the giant wolves, his brows slightly furrowing. Elder Claw, have the gray wolves traverse the southwest corner again. There's a small depression that hasn't been leveled. His voice, though not loud, cut clearly through the clamor, reaching the ears of Inuzuka Claw, who was directing the giant wolves from a distance. Understood, little rascal. Your eyes are truly sharp. Claw responded heartily, showing no sign of displeasure at being instructed by a child. Instead, he expressed a hint of affectionate admiration and promptly adjusted the direction of the wolves. Chapter 139. An uncommon visitor. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly at the edge of an open space beside a colossal tree stump left after felling, his deep black eyes resembling an ancient well, reflecting the wild power and efficient cooperation depicted in the extraordinary scene before him. He observed the small figure beneath the wooden shed, a 10-year-old boy referred to as Little Brother by the formidable Inuzuka ninjas and affectionately called Little Rascal by the clan leader, yet one who listened intently to instructions. The boy's remarkable composure, his meticulous control over the vast undertaking, and the natural leadership qualities that emerged in such a rugged environment. These fragmented impressions began to coalesce with the information from his father's study regarding Mizuno Ichido's formidable business acumen, rapidly expanding and clarifying in Itachi's mind. He sensed, perhaps, that this classmate could indeed resolve the discord between their family and the village. At that moment, Ichido exuded a power that was subtly challenging the established order of Konoha. A faint ripple, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well, quietly spread through the calm waters of Itachi's heart. It appeared that Mizuno Ichido had finally concluded his deliberations. He set aside the materials, rubbing the back of his neck, which had grown sore. His gaze casually swept over the edge of the clearing, when his sharp, discerning eyes caught sight of that familiar, tranquil blue figure beside the stump. A knowing smile instantly blossomed on his face, radiant as sunlight breaking through clouds. Ah, is that not Itachi? Before the reforms of the Konoha Police Department, Uchiha Itachi frequently visited Mizuno Ichido's home. Having met numerous times, Ichido no longer maintained a cold demeanor. He deliberately elevated his tone, infused with youthful brightness, allowing his voice to cut through the noisy air and reach Itachi's ears clearly. Ichido swiftly emerged from beneath the shed, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his face adorned with an unfeigned, teasingly surprised smile as he strode purposefully toward Itachi. What a rare visitor. A true rarity. Why has the esteemed head of the Uchiha clan once again dispatched his precious son to gauge the sentiments of the populace? Or perhaps, is it that Mizuno Ichido has halted a few paces before Itachi, tilting his head with a sly smile that hints at profound insight? The recent reforms within the Konoha police force have been rather tense, encountering some formidable bottlenecks. Or might it be that the clan leader seeks to explore new avenues, providing certain individuals within the clan with a semblance of occupation? Itachi's brow momentarily furrowed, barely perceptibly. Mizuno Ichido's seemingly casual, yet astutely piercing opening remark evoked, within Uchiha Itachi, an unmistakable sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. The clan is burdened with idlers. Yet no suitable paths have been envisioned, while there have been fleeting thoughts of establishing a shop in Konoha for sustenance. The pride of the Uchiha clan makes it difficult to lower oneself to such endeavors. Maintaining a facade of tranquility, Itachi inclined his head slightly, his voice as frigid as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. Mizuno, the Uchiha clan wishes to further collaborate with you on matters concerning revenue enhancement. The word collaboration, as it escaped his lips, retained a hint of the Uchiha's characteristic reserve and gravity. Collaboration? Quite agreeable. Mizuno Ichido's smile blossomed further, seemingly oblivious to the nuances in Itachi's tone, as he enthusiastically gestured. Let us depart. This place is too noisy and dusty for serious discourse. Conveniently, I have recently opened a new establishment in partnership with the Hyuga, not far from here. The ambience is absolutely exquisite, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to the essence of the Hyuga's ultimate relaxation. Leaving the forest of the Inuzuka clan, they traversed several bustling streets brimming with life, before Mizuno Ichido guided Itachi into a relatively tranquil alleyway. At the end of the alley stood a meticulously designed and renovated traditional Japanese-style building, exuding an air of serene elegance. The dark wooden doors were both substantial and understated, adorned with a plaque bearing golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the elegant four characters, Baiyun Jinshan. Everything here radiated a sense of restrained opulence and exquisite tranquility. The air seemed to be filtered, suffused with an ineffable complex fragrance, a perfect fusion of fine sandalwood, a refreshing botanical essence, and a subtle hint of tea, weaving together in delicate strands that caressed the senses. Beneath foot, the polished dark hardwood floor gleamed, and as one walked, only the faintest of footsteps, nearly absorbed by the environment, could be discerned. The walls were a modest cream hue, adorned with ink-wash paintings that evoked distant realms. What captivated attention most were the young women gliding silently through the corridors, guiding or serving guests. Clad in soft, well-tailored light blue modified kimonos, their movements were as graceful as feathers gliding over water, each motion imbued with a rhythm born of rigorous training. Most astonishingly, they all bore simple yet elegant forehead protectors. Beneath them, the faintly lowered eyelids revealed clear, pale veins, an unmistakable sign of the activated Byakugan. The Hyuga branch. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade, landing on the nearest maid, kneeling upon the tatami, pouring tea for a guest. The maid seemed to sense his piercing gaze. Her movements in pouring tea remained uninterrupted. However, her pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, subtly lifted upwards, precisely capturing Itachi's location before gracefully lowering again, as if merely casting a casual glance. Yet, that fleeting moment of eye contact allowed Itachi to feel an unmistakable chill of being thoroughly scrutinized. Beneath her gentle demeanor lay the unique, cold power of the Hyuga clan, capable of perceiving all. In contrast to the upscale establishment run by the main branch of the Hyuga clan, this establishment was entirely operated by the elite ninjas of the branch family, including Hinata Hizashi and Mizuno Ikuto. After all, the lucrative scene of the main family's ventures was well known throughout Konoha, with the substantial profits being entirely siphoned off by the main branch, leaving the branch family members with merely a laborer's wage, which was utterly unacceptable. Thus, at the request of the branch family members, Hinata Hizashi, in collaboration with Mizuno Ikuto, opened this establishment. Besides being the head of the branch family, Hizashi also represented Hinata Hizashi. Furthermore, the workers here from the Hyuga branch family were primarily ninjas, many of whom were formidable chunin. How does the environment here seem to you? Chapter 140. Uchiha Ninja Rapid Training Center. Mizuno Ikuto's voice carried a subtle hint of satisfaction, pulling Itachi back from his momentary astonishment. He expertly guided Itachi through the corridor and pushed open a delicately painted shoji door adorned with a depiction of pine and cranes. Inside was an exquisitely elegant tea room, modest in size yet meticulously arranged. At the center of the tatami mat stood a low table, upon which rested a set of understated white porcelain tea utensils. A display shelf against the wall showcased several pieces of rustic pottery. Most striking was the unique wooden frame positioned by the window, upon which sat a massive, honeycomb-shaped container crafted from a special transparent material. Countless black parasitic insects, emblematic of the Oil Woman clan, moved methodically within the container, fluttering and producing a faint, whisper-like hum. The intricately designed interior of the honeycomb revealed areas brimming with thick, golden honey, glimmering with an enticing amber sheen under the soft light filtering through the shoji paper. This was Uncle Jiwei's latest creation, a symbiotic beehive. Mizuno Ikuto casually pointed to the enormous container, speaking as if discussing an ordinary toy. The insects are responsible for maintaining the structure of the hive, collecting and transforming nectar to produce the finest honey and beeswax. We provide a safe habitat and nourishment, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. This honey is the secret weapon for the top-tier pastries of Bayun Gorge. As his words faded, the shoji door was silently drawn open, and a maid from the Hyuga branch glided in with a tray, moving like a specter. With fluid elegance, she placed several exquisite delicacies on the low table, then knelt beside it, respectfully pouring tea for the two. The clear tea flowed into the white porcelain cups, rising in fragrant steam. The entire process was seamless and silent. Upon finishing, the maid seemed to dissolve into the background, sitting quietly with her head bowed, her presence reduced to a whisper. Mizuno Ichido, unperturbed, picked up a delicacy adorned with golden honey and took a hearty bite, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction as he mumbled to Itachi, "Don't be shy. Itachi, give it a try." Uncle Jiwei's honey paired with Chef Hinata's culinary skills is a perfect match. As they conversed amidst the scrumptious fare, he inquired, "By the way, what collaboration does Clan Fayek wish to discuss?" Seated upright on the tatami mat, Itachi's posture was as regal as a pine tree. He refrained from indulging in the exquisite sweets and fine tea before him. The opulence of his surroundings, coupled with the silent yet oppressive presence of the Hinata maidens, contrasted sharply with the incessant buzzing of the oil-wielding clan's insects nearby, evoking in him an unprecedented sense of wonder. Incongruous with the Uchiha clan's veneration of strength and proud traditions, Itachi's voice remained steady, each word chosen with care. "The Uchiha clan wishes to forge a closer bond with you, Mizuno-san, particularly in light of the reforms within the Konoha Guard. Our clan seeks to explore new and stable sources of income." He paused, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Mizuno Ichido. "The Uchiha have fulfilled the prerequisites you previously outlined, and we hope to continue our collaboration with you. The Uchiha possess formidable power and a long-standing legacy that will undoubtedly benefit you in the future." Though his words were tactful, the pride inherent to the Uchiha and their desire for partnership remained unmistakably clear. The pursuit of profit. Mizuno Ichido elongated his tone, nodding as if struck by a revelation, before taking another bite of the delicacy, savoring it leisurely, his cheeks puffing up while his bright eyes darted around. As if calculating something rapidly, he licked the honey clinging to his fingertips, resembling a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a treat. "Stable income," he echoed Itachi's words, seemingly relishing the very sound of the phrase. Suddenly, he slapped the low table with a force that, though modest, caused the porcelain teacup to tremble slightly, producing a crisp chime. The Hinata maiden seated nearby imperceptibly flinched. "Eureka!" Mizuno Ichido's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, radiating a near exuberance characteristic of a shrewd merchant. "Itachi, look here." He leaned forward, drawing closer to Itachi, his voice lowered yet infused with fervor. "What does your Uchiha clan possess in abundance? Masters, heritage, the Sharingan, and those stunning fire techniques and illusions." His fingers animatedly traced the air, as if sketching an ambitious blueprint. "What do the children of Konoha's hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens, as well as those of the common ninja, learn in the Ninja Academy? The basics, just the surface. They yearn to learn the true, arcane secrets, advanced combat skills, and intricate chakra manipulation. But where can they do so? There are no avenues. They must rely on their own fumbling or stumble upon a fortunate mentor." Mizuno Ichido's pace quickened, his words tumbling forth with fervor, nearly spitting from excitement. "Let us open a shop. No, let us establish a Uchiha Ninja Accelerated Training Institute. You Uchiha have ample space within your clan grounds. Simply repurpose any training area. As for instructors, they are readily available. Many of your experienced Jonin, and especially elite Jonin, are currently without work, idling away their time. We can enlist them all as teachers. And what shall they teach? The very skills you excel at. Strengthening foundational taijutsu, the dynamic vision enhancement training for the Sharingan, the journey from novice to mastery of the Uchiha Fireball technique, and the specialized training for Jinjutsu resistance. I've already envisioned a fitting name for it, the Elite Sharingan Training Camp. Once the sign shines, it glimmers like gold. He excitedly took a generous sip of tea, moistening his throat, his gaze fervently fixed on Itachi, as if he could already envision the scene of gold coins raining down. Those ambitious parents, eager for their children to excel on the path of a ninja, would undoubtedly spare no expense to secure their place in superior teams and undertake more advanced missions. Tuition fees would be structured according to courses and the tier of instructors. Basic classes at a common price. Elite small groups with renowned guidance, providing both group and one-on-one training at double the cost. Additionally, they could auction limited slots for personal disciples under the Sharingan masters. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mizuno smacked his lips, as if already savoring the sweetness of this venture. This money would come more swiftly and with greater dignity than the meager fines collected by your security department. Wouldn't it? Moreover, Mizuno emphasized with conviction, if the training is executed well, the reputation of the Uchiha clan would soar. People would say, look, the Uchiha, reformed after the changes in the security department, are no longer so detestable. They even open schools to teach. This would truly be the backbone of Konoha. The positive effects of the security department's reforms would be magnified. Chapter 141. The dignity of the Uchiha. Mizuno reclined against the soft cushion, raising a fresh honey pastry with pride. What do you think, Itachi? Isn't this idea far more befitting of the Uchiha stature than opening a breeding farm or running a massage parlor? It's a surefire investment. A dual gain of fame and fortune. Go back and have a thorough discussion with clan leader Fugaku. I guarantee he will be satisfied. In the small tea room, the only sounds remaining were the faint rustling of oil woman Yuki's insects crawling in the beehive, accompanied by the crisp noise of Mizuno biting into his pastry. The air felt as if it had solidified, the elegant fragrance becoming thick and heavy. Itachi sat motionless, resembling a fine porcelain doll, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, beneath the depths of his unfathomable black eyes, a tempest raged. The scene Mizuno painted, Uchiha's elite ninjas, akin to mundane teachers, standing before common children who could simply pay for their instruction, imparting the clan's proud ninjutsu, even auctioning slots for personal disciples. It is essential to understand that those ninjas who remain to teach in the Ninja Academy are typically of ordinary ability, lacking any remarkable talents. In essence, they are the kind of individuals whose ineptitude on the battlefield relegates them to the school, spending their days interacting with children. And what is the Uchiha? They are born warriors, kings of the battlefield, to now associate with those unworthy of the title of soldier in nurturing children? While it must be conceded that this idea is indeed a splendid project, the Uchiha clan, as a long-established prestigious family, commodifying their ancestral techniques, is a troubling thought. It is certain that the more radical faction, led by Uchiha Raijin, would vehemently oppose this notion. Akin to how the Hyuga main family initially attempted to have their clan members engage in massage therapy. The dignity of a prominent family often surpasses the value of their very lives. And the current scenario resembles nothing short of those fallen aristocrats peddling their ancestral artifacts on the streets to procure food. The voice of Itachi Uchiha trembled slightly, each word resounding with a formidable weight. The legacy of the Uchiha clan is a glorious and powerful essence flowing through their veins. It is not a mere commodity to be casually priced and selected. Itachi paused momentarily, seemingly striving to suppress his rising anger, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through the remnants of a smile on Mizuno Ichido's face. To have the clan's elite ninjas instruct those of mediocre talent, merely seeking a better future, was an affront to the Uchiha dignity. Though Itachi refrained from uttering the most hurtful words, his tone was laced with evident disdain and disapproval. Tradition must not be lightly shared, whether in the Warring States period or after the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. The transmission of jutsu among great clans has remained confined to their kin. Even with the formation of ninja academies, instructors do not impart techniques outside the curriculum. Such practices contradict the Uchiha's dignity and traditions, making their agreement exceedingly difficult. The final words were pronounced with unwavering conviction. Mizuno Ichido halted his chewing, the smile on his face evaporating like a receding tide, and his dark, glossy eyes narrowed into two unfathomable depths of cold water. He methodically set down the half-eaten treat, picked up a warm, damp towel, and meticulously wiped his honey-coated fingers, his movements precise and deliberate. Dignity? Tradition? Mizuno's voice was soft, yet pierced the oppressive silence of the tea room like a cold needle. He raised his head, his gaze devoid of previous levity and mockery, replaced by an almost ruthless calm as it met Itachi's frozen stare. You should be more aware than I of the winds currently sweeping through Konoha. Mizuno's speech was measured, but each word struck like a hammer. The reform of the security department has been underway for a month. What has it achieved? Do the villagers regard you Uchiha with more trust or greater distance? Have other clans drawn closer or grown more wary? He leaned slightly forward, an intangible pressure intensifying. You Uchiha stand like a solitary, lofty snow-capped mountain, powerful and breathtaking. But what of those below? They feel only the cold, perceive you as distant and dangerous. A cold smirk crept onto Mizuno's lips, laced with a knowing derision. The security department arrests individuals, emphasizing rules and evidence. That is their duty. But what of human hearts? Can they be warmed merely through duty? It relies on contact, on communication. It is essential for them to see that the Uchiha are not merely distant enforcers of the law, but neighbors and allies willing to invest in the future of Konoha, ready to wield their power for construction rather than mere destruction. Mizuno's voice suddenly rose, edged with an almost accusatory sharpness. Maintaining a lofty facade of dignity results in being revered yet distanced. It leads to perpetual suspicion and wariness. The stability the Uchiha seeks cannot be bought with wealth. He emphatically tapped his chest, and then his head, driving home the point that true stability must be earned. It is essential to humble oneself and immerse into the crowd. Utilizing the strength you take pride in to accomplish tangible, visible, and beneficial endeavors. Mizuno Ichido abruptly leaned back against the soft cushion, took a large sip from his teacup, as if attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within. His voice regained its tranquility, yet it bore the weight of exhaustion and enlightenment. Establishing a training institution. Is it solely about teaching ninjutsu? Yes, but it encompasses much more. It is about understanding the human heart. It is a bridge. It is about enlightening the next generation of Konoha, so they learn that the Uchiha are not the cold, unyielding enforcers of legend, but rather powerful predecessors who are trustworthy and worthy of emulation. The reputation of the Uchiha, the future of the Uchiha, is earned through each painstaking effort, not by merely safeguarding ancestral traditions behind closed doors. Mizuno Ichido set down the teacup, producing a soft sound, his gaze once more resting upon Itachi, whose expression remained frozen, yet seemed to reveal a crack of understanding. His tone was resolute. Dignity is never bestowed by others. It is earned through one's own endeavors. The dignity of the Uchiha does not reside upon a pedestal. It exists within the vibrant life of Konoha. Return and inform clan leader Fugaku that if they wish to alter the Uchiha's plight and genuinely integrate into Konoha, this is the swiftest and most effective path. Whether to embark on this journey is entirely up to you. He averted his gaze from Itachi, picked up a piece of honey confection, and bit into it with vigor, as if the exhausting words he had just uttered had never left his lips. The tea house once again fell into silence, broken only by the incessant rustling from the vast beehive, symbolizing a certain silent vitality. The Hyuga attendant sitting quietly nearby, with her pure white eyes, seemed to glimpse a faint, almost imperceptible ripple of emotion deep within. Chapter 142, The Fiery Elite Training Institute in the early spring of the 56th year of Konoha. The sun appeared unusually generous, warmly illuminating the broad main road of the Uchiha clan. A year prior, this place was suffused with a tense, forbidding atmosphere that deterred strangers. Yet now, the air thrummed with an unprecedented, nearly boiling fervor. Near the village, a dojo previously used for clan storage has been completely transformed. The once solemn dark wooden entrance now displays a grand sign that gleams in the sunlight. Uchiha Elite Training Institute. Beneath the sign, a surging crowd gathers. The line snakes from the dojo entrance all the way to the street corner, continuously extending. Most in the queue are ordinary villagers from Konoha, clad in simple attire. Their faces reflecting anticipation and, at times, anxiety as they tiptoe forward to catch a glimpse. Interspersed among them are several children, tightly holding their parents' hands. Their small faces alight with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Occasionally, one can spot a few youngsters adorned with the headbands of other small ninja clans, their eyes brimming with longing. "Make way. Please, make way. My child is scheduled for the afternoon chakra meridian enhancement class," a plump woman exclaimed, struggling to push her way forward, waving a lecture pass emblazoned with the Uchiha fan emblem. "Don't push. The slots for the basic taijutsu enhancement class filled up yesterday. I waited all night just to secure a spot," shouted a lean man, protecting his small son as he raised his voice amidst the throng. Today, it is said that the esteemed Uchiha clan leader's younger brother, the illustrious Lord Uchiha Hachiro, who possesses the rare three-tomo Sharingan, is personally elucidating the practical applications of the shuriken and the technique of multiple shadow clones. A young ninja, bespectacled and filled with yearning, murmurs to himself, unsure if he can manage to find a spot to listen in. Within the dojo, a cacophony of voices fills the air. The once spacious hall has been partitioned into several sections, symbolically divided by half-height screens. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of sweat, ink, and an intense fervor for knowledge. In one section, several children are diligently practicing the fundamental hand signs under the watchful gaze of a serious Uchiha Shichinin, their movements synchronized and their youthful shouts imbued with vigor. Nearby, an older group of students sits in a circle, where a bespectacled and refined Uchiha Nin meticulously explains the intricate control of fire release chakra transformation on a movable blackboard. The sound of chalk scraping against the board resonating clearly. Further within, the sharp whistling of shuriken slicing through the air and the crisp clang of metal striking can be faintly heard, indicating that more advanced combat drills are underway. In a corner of the dojo, a makeshift office area is bustling with activity. Long tables, pushed together, are laden with scrolls, rosters, and registration forms. Several Uchiha clan members in charge of registration and inquiries are sweating profusely, their voices beginning to strain. "I deeply apologize, dear parent. The current session for the dynamic visual training, beginner, is fully booked. A new class will commence early next month, and I can reserve a spot for you now." "What? You wish to request Lord Shursui as your instructor?" The special training in body flicker technique with Lord Shursui is a highly customized course with extremely limited availability, and applications must be submitted 3 months in advance. You see, this basic body flicker application class is also taught by A.J. Nin from our clan. Refund. Your child feels they cannot keep up after attending 3 classes? We have a policy that generally prohibits refunds after 3 sessions, but you may apply to transfer to a more suitable class, or perhaps a young Uchiha man, seemingly in a position of minor authority, with his disheveled black hair, is frantically tallying something on a clipboard, muttering to himself, "By Amaterasu, Lord Hachiro's afternoon class is overflowing again, even with extra seats. We cannot accommodate more." Elder 3 mentioned that he won TB available to substitute for Lord Shursui next month, as that fellow has been temporarily assigned a mission by the Umbu. "We are facing a severe shortage of instructors, Lord Fugaku. We need more teachers." With a near wail, he raises his head, casting his gaze towards the innermost room of the dojo, which bears the sign of the director's office. The door to this quiet chamber is firmly shut, effectively muffling the surrounding clamor into a distant murmur. The interior is sparsely furnished, containing only a table, a chair, a bookshelf, and the Uchiha fan emblem hanging on the wall. Although Uchiha Fugaku continues to oversee the Konoha Security Department since the establishment of this training institute, he has taken to spending more time here, especially in recent months as the institute has flourished, often handling his duties from this very room. Uchiha Fugaku sat poised behind an expansive desk, a thick monthly financial report spread before him, its numerals gleaming with clarity. His long, articulated fingers tapped rhythmically on the smooth surface of the mahogany desk, producing a steady, resonant sound. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool, gazed through the window at the bustling dojo outside, alive with vibrant energy. A year prior, on a similar evening, when his son Itachi returned with the audacious proposal from Mizuno Ichido, Fugaku's heart was consumed by a tempest of anger and astonishment, nearly overwhelming the very essence of Konoha. The memory of that exquisite teacup, reduced to powder under the force of his enraged chakra, remained vivid in his mind. The notion of a noble Uchiha serving as a mere civilian teacher was an affront of the highest order. He had even contemplated whether it was prudent to continue the partnership with Mizuno. However, the family's mounting financial strains, the precarious state of the newly reformed security department, the sluggish progress in external relations, and Itachi's chilling yet incisive remark about Uchiha's dignity, no longer perched upon a pedestal but rather embedded within the very fabric of Konoha, echoed in his mind like a haunting incantation. Ultimately, during a family council, several elders, weighing the pros and cons, begrudgingly passed a trial resolution out of a desperate hope for salvation. Now, Fugaku's gaze traversed the report, lingering on the figures that represented substantial income, before returning to the lively scene outside. The ordinary villagers no longer regarded the Uchiha instructor with fear or detachment. Instead, their eyes reflected genuine gratitude and respect. The radiant smiles of children, having mastered a hand sign and accurately thrown a shuriken, illuminated the air. Even representatives from other clans, such as the Nara, approached to discuss the joint curriculum on logical reasoning and tactical analysis with a rare tone of admiration and equality. A complex, ineffable emotion began to blossom within Fugaku's heart, as solid as iron. There was a sense of relief, astonishment, and perhaps a belated admiration for Mizuno's remarkable insight. Chapter 143. Rumors resurfaced. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping echoed. Enter. Fugaku's gaze withdrew, his voice regaining its customary steadiness. The door swung open, revealing not a ninja from their clan, but his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. The youth remained clad in the deep blue clan attire, exuding a calm demeanor, yet the heaviness that once shadowed his brow a year ago had dissipated, replaced by a subtle brightness. Father. Itachi inclined his head slightly. Lord Hisashi of the Hyuga clan has sent a formal letter inquiring about the feasibility of our academy's joint instruction in taijutsu and gentle fist fundamentals. Additionally, a representative from the Yamanaka clan has scheduled an appointment for tomorrow morning to explore potential collaboration on courses in mental perception and interference resistance. Itachi reported with measured calm, though his gaze inevitably drifted towards the lively spectacle beyond the window. Before him, the dust-laden scene of Inazuka Ranch from a year ago resurfaced, where Mizuno had pointedly directed the course of events. It also brought to mind the opulent tranquility of the Hakuzen tea room, where a child of his own age had launched a thunderous proposal and pierced the illusions of their clan with a chilling proclamation. Fugaku's fingers ceased their rhythmic drumming upon the table, and he fell into a moment of silence. The recent addition of Nara was clearly a gesture of goodwill from Sarutobi Hiruzen, simultaneously serving as a means of surveillance over the Uchiha clan. His gaze drifted once more towards the window, to the bustling yet vibrant training grounds, and further beyond to the densely packed rooftops of Kanehagakure, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting intermingling shadows across his sharply defined profile. In a low and clear voice imbued with a sense of resolute finality, Fugaku responded to the clan leader of the Hyuga. The Uchiha clan consents to joint training. As for the particulars, let the clan members responsible for the curriculum discuss them. He paused, as if his gaze transcended time and space, settling upon an invisible point before he slowly added, also, send someone with a substantial gift to visit Mizuno Ichido, conveying our gratitude. He appeared to ponder his choice of words, ultimately articulating two simple, yet profound words. Thank you. Itachi nodded slightly. Yes, father. He turned to depart. As for the inclusion of other clans, and whether it was instigated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, such matters had become trivial. As long as they were involved, sharing in the bounty, they all became a collective entity of interest. Spring in the 56th year of Konoha should have been a time when the Uchiha clan basked in the resplendent glow of the training academy. The clamor inside and outside the dojo, the rising figures on financial reports, and the increasingly warm discussions of collaboration with other clans all resembled the warming sun, attempting to melt the long-standing ice. Fugaku Uchiha sat in the director's office, enveloped in silence for an extended period. His complex emotions, a mixture of relief, astonishment, and admiration, had yet to crystallize into genuine security. A chilling undercurrent, however, had begun to stir beneath the seemingly tranquil surface. Shimura Danzo lurked like a venomous serpent in the deepest shadows of Konoha. He observed how the Uchiha, leveraging the unexpected power of Mizuno Ichido, had indeed taken root in the fertile land of Konoha, even blooming a few insincerely dubbed flowers of friendship. This was undoubtedly more disconcerting to him than the Uchiha's sheer military threat. An Uchiha who understood integration, who could manipulate the rules, and even began to earn the villagers' affections was far more formidable than one who merely resorted to cries of violence. The reforms within the security department had stripped Danzo of the convenience to malign it at will to suppress the Uchiha. Now, the success of this training academy posed a direct challenge to the Elder's control over Konoha's purity. Danzo's solitary eye, exposed in the dim recesses of the root base, glimmered with calculating malice. His emaciated fingers brushed against the bandaged socket, which, to the eyes of outsiders such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, should appear empty. This was an eye he had painstakingly acquired from a dear friend. His bony fingers resumed their gentle tapping on the table, the other hand gripping a report from Sarutobi Hiruzen, derived from extensive speculation. Could it be that Fugaku Uchiha, whom he had always regarded as indecisive and lacking in resolve, had possibly awakened that legendary power? No, it could not be. How could such a feeble individual possess such formidable strength? Is this the conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or something else entirely? Shimura Danzo, momentarily lost in thought, pondered deeply. Since the Uchiha reform of the security forces, Sarutobi Hiruzen has expressed profound admiration for the Uchiha, both overtly and covertly. Even the root's targeting of the Uchiha has not received any overt support since then. With a furrowed brow, Danzo gazed towards the Hokage's office, deliberating extensively before arriving at a resolution. Whether Uchiha Fugaku has awakened those eyes is now irrelevant. What truly matters is that the Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seems intent on using Root once more against the Uchiha. As for the veracity of the information, truth and falsehood intertwine. As long as many believe he has awakened them, then he has. The mere existence of an Uchiha clan leader possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan is sufficient to ignite the fears of all. Reminiscent of the dread associated with Uchiha Madara. Yes, Danzo's voice was low and hoarse. A figure masked with an animal guise emerged from the shadows like a specter. The seed must germinate. Let it grow quietly in the fertile soil of the Uchiha. His tone was devoid of fluctuation, as if merely stating an established fact. Remember, it must appear as if the doubts arise naturally from their own hearts. Rumors, like the most subtle yet lethal spores, quietly proliferated across the seemingly revitalized body of the Uchiha clan, spreading everywhere without a discernible source. By the training grounds, a group of young clan members whispered during their break. Have you heard? That night, from the direction of the clan leader's study, Sho. Don't speak recklessly. But the chakra fluctuations that night were indeed unusual. Lord Fugaku has always denied awakening the Mangekyou, but think about it. How else could he suppress the voices of the radicals and establish that training institute? Was it merely charisma? Their tones were laced with suggestive excitement. Within the private room of an izakaya, where the radicals secretly gathered, the atmosphere resembled a powder keg ready to ignite. I knew it. Chapter 144. The Council of Elders Response. The second elder, Uchiha Raijin, rarely participated in the meetings of the radical youth, but he abruptly slammed the table, spilling drinks, his face alight with long-suppressed exhilaration and twisted delight. Leader Fugaku, he has long awakened the Mangekyou, yet he has kept it hidden, begging for the village's favor with this nonsense of reform. He is numbing the village. He is gathering strength. Indeed, another radical chimed in, eyes gleaming with fervor. With the Mangekyou, what do we have to fear? The power of the security forces diminished? The meager profits of the training institute? All mere jokes. Power. Only absolute power is the path for the Uchiha. Lord Fugaku, no. Our leader must have realized this. He is waiting for the right moment. With this Mangekyou, he will surely restore the glory that belongs to the Uchiha. We can no longer remain silent. We must urge our leader to unleash the power of the Mangekyou and lead us in reclaiming the honor that rightfully belongs to our Uchiha. The incendiary rhetoric, fueled by alcohol and pent-up grievances, swiftly ignited the fervor of all present radicals. Since the reform of the garrison department, the discontent of the radicals, suppressed for over a year by the reformists, now erupts violently under the powerful yet illusory symbol of the kaleidoscope, swelling with an almost bizarre air of rebellion. Rumors spread like wildfire to the clan assembly, prompting Uchiha Fugaku to urgently summon all clan members. With a pallid expression, he stands upon the platform, his voice imbued with unprecedented severity. Absurd. Nonsense. I, Uchiha Fugaku, Swear in the name of the Uchiha clan that I have not activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is a malicious rumor. Someone seeks to undermine the hard-won achievements of our clan's reforms over the past year. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps across every face in the crowd, attempting to identify the source of the rumors while also striving to quell the unrest with his authority. However, he perceives the complex emotions in the eyes of his clansmen below. A few exhibit steadfast trust, while many others display uncertainty. In the area where the radicals gather, there is an almost fervent enthusiasm, a shared understanding that suggests, "We know you. Do not feign ignorance," clan leader. Fugaku's denial appears feeble against the defenses eroded by the insidious rumors. The more he insists on his innocence, the more it seems to some as a desperate cover-up. The radical ideology, suppressed for over a year, now breaks free like a beast released from its shackles, roaring and rampaging within the Uchiha territory, emboldened and defiant. The clan meeting disperses in discord, deepening the rift. Naturally, the rumors reach the very core of Konoha's power, the Hokage's office and the Council of Elder Advisors. The expressions of Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamen are dark and foreboding. Mito Kamen, stroking his beard, speaks gravely. Has Uchiha Fugaku activated the kaleidoscope? Is this source reliable? If true, the danger is. Nara Shikaku interjects, his face anxious and voice icy. Better to believe it than dismiss it. The Uchiha's bloodline has always been uncertain. Those who returned from the last battlefield, to varying degrees, could awaken their Sharingan. And the power of the kaleidoscope signifies instability. Hiruzen, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow another Uchiha Madara to arise. Sitting in the expansive Hokage chair, enveloped in swirling smoke that obscures his expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep drag from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Within the depths of his weathered eyes lie swirling concerns and cold calculations. A year ago, Uchiha Fugaku's proactive reform of the garrison department had indeed eased his taut nerves and revealed alternative possibilities. Even when the Uchiha established a training academy for ninjas, he regarded it merely as a topic for discussion. However, the gentle and integrative stance demonstrated by the Uchiha through the academy reignited his wariness. A person possessing strength but lacking intelligence can be easily subdued with a little cunning. Yet when an individual endowed with both strength and intellect begins to think critically, exhibiting remarkable learning ability, they become a formidable force no longer easily restrained. Now, the mere mention of the kaleidoscope shatters the fragile illusion of peaceful coexistence. What does it signify to have an Uchiha Fugaku who has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? This signifies that he possesses an absolute might capable of overthrowing the equilibrium of Konoha. It implies that his apparent gentleness over the past year may have been a mere fade, a guise under which he has been amassing power. It connotes uncontrollability, immense and unfathomable. Within the hearts of the four in the Hokage's office, the scales tipped violently. On one side lay the risks posed by the Uchiha, and on the other, the so-called reconciliation and stability. One end of the scale bore the specter of the Nine-Tails Knight, the shadow of Uchiha Madara, which could potentially devastate the village. The other end, the faintly favorable smiles of ordinary villagers towards the Uchiha, or perhaps the meager gestures of goodwill from the training academy. The answer is patently clear. What they require is a Uchiha who is weakened, tamed, and capable of existing within prescribed limits. A Uchiha who must rely on the village rather than instill fear or command dependence. A Uchiha clan leader who has unlocked the kaleidoscope exceeds the bounds of their tolerable acceptance. Danzo's gaze, penetrating through the haze, seemed to peer into a certain direction. He was aware of the source of this rumor, yet he chose not to intervene. For it was he who had provided the blade to prune the errant branches, to re-establish the insurmountable boundaries. He tapped his pipe, the sound imbued with a weary yet undeniable authority. Whether Uchiha Fugaku has activated the kaleidoscope remains unproven. Yet the anguish wrought by the Nine-Tails Knight has yet to heal. The villagers' doubts and fears necessitate reassurance. The questions surrounding the Uchiha's role on that fateful night have never truly dissipated. Let the truth be revealed when it is deemed necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not issue a direct command, yet the implication was unmistakable. Once again, indulgence. Once again, tacit approval. Shimura Danzo, with his remaining eye half closed, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complex expression, bewildered as to why his political maneuvers were perpetually outmatched by him. Time and again, he found himself willingly transformed into Hiruzen's instrument. a blade in the shadows. Though this time he had once again taken on the role of a blade, one he was eager to wield. It passed through several hands before ultimately returning to his own. The fifth Hokage snapped back to reality, ceasing to ponder the reasons behind his perpetual role as a pawn. Now, having received the unmistakable signal he sought, the tendrils of the roots, like the most insidious of vines, stealthily extended into every corner of Konoha. Chapter 145. The trust of Mizu no Ichido. This time, the rumors spread with greater venom, more directly targeting the core, carrying the raw wounds left by the Nine-Tails Knight that had yet to heal. Have you heard? It was the Uchiha Sharingan that controlled the Nine-Tails to attack the village. I knew it. Who else could command such a fearsome beast but their wicked eyes? My husband perished that night. The murderer was among us all along. And they feign innocence with their training programs? Are those children studying ninjutsu under the Uchiha also being manipulated by their genjutsu? It's horrifying. Get out of Konoha. Uchiha, the true murderers, executioners. The rumors spread like a plague through the streets and alleys of Konoha, rampant in taverns and tea houses. Those villagers who lost their loved ones, friends, and homes on the night of the Nine-Tails found their long-simmering grief and anger ignited in an instant. No longer content with whispers, the enraged crowd began to gather spontaneously around the periphery of the Uchiha clan's territory, hurling the most venomous insults, cries, and accusations. Stones and rotten eggs rained down upon the newly erected walls of the Uchiha compound, striking the once glorious plaque of the Uchiha Elite Training Institute. The members of the Uchiha team from the Leaf Village's security force maintained a grim countenance as they attempted to restore order, striving to disperse the throng. Yet, with every obstruction and stern admonition, they only fueled the villagers' perception of guilt and tyranny. Look, they are desperate. They wish to conceal the truth. The security force? Merely Uchiha's henchmen. Perhaps they were the ones who allowed the Nine-Tails to enter. The once bustling training institute, filled with the laughter of children, now lay desolate, hauntingly empty. Only a few bold students, escorted by their parents, hurriedly approached, quickly recognized by the furious crowd, which erupted in a chorus of scorn and derision. Look, it's that family, sending their child to learn from the demon. For a mere jutsu, are they willing to sacrifice lives? Do they not fear being turned into puppets by Uchiha's genjutsu? Withdraw. They must withdraw. Associating with the Uchiha will only lead to misfortune. Panic spread like a chilling tide as parents, under immense pressure, surged towards the administrative area of the institute, their faces pale and voices trembling. Refund. We demand an immediate refund. We shall cease our studies. You must provide us with an explanation. Is the matter of the Nine-Tails true? Are you plotting against my child? Fraud. Murderers. Return our tuition, or we shall report you to Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan member responsible for reception appeared ashen, sweat cascading down his brow. They attempted to explain, to soothe, but all justifications fell flat against the overwhelming tide of public outrage and the heavy burden of being labeled as the Nine-Tails perpetrators. The administrative area descended into chaos, a cacophony of cries, insults, and the pounding of fists on tables merging into a singular uproar. The monthly financial report, which symbolized the family's hope for transformation, lay forgotten in a corner, its figures now a glaring mockery. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the vast glass window of the Hokage's office, watching the streets teeming with chaos reflected in the crystal orb, listening to the faint echoes of cries and curses carried by the wind. Shadows obscured his expression, as he refrained from deploying the umbu for a heavy-handed crackdown, instead ordering his guards to remain nearby to maintain basic order and avert large-scale bloodshed. This deliberate restraint served as a silent decree, warning the Uchiha of their precarious position amidst the villagers' fury and rising sentiment. He observed with a cold gaze as Uchiha Fugaku, seemingly attempting to escape the chessboard, struggled against the overwhelming tide of discontent. Uchiha Fugaku confined himself within the deepest recesses of the clan leader's residence. The thunderous insults from outside and the escalating cries of the radical faction gnawing at his nerves like two cold, venomous serpents. Before him lay an empty table, save for his tightly clenched fists, knuckles whitening from excessive strain, trembling slightly. The kaleidoscope? He longed to possess that legendary power. At the very least, he could have utilized such strength to shatter the venomous rumors, suppress the fools within his clan, and even demonstrate the value of the Uchiha to the village rather than being perceived as a threat. Yet, he was powerless, merely a clan leader with a Sharingan. struggling to survive in the turbulent waters of politics. Deny? He had vehemently denied it, yet no one believed him. Explain the Nine Tails? What could he possibly use to elucidate this? It was an insurmountable muddle, a suspicion that the Uchiha had sought to dispel for years without success. Now, it had been resurrected by Danzo, embellished and transformed into the most lethal dagger aimed at the heart of the Uchiha. The Training Institute, a culmination of his immense effort and envisioned as the beacon of hope for the clan's future, now stood on the brink of collapse within mere days. The furious tide of refund requests and the utter ruin of his reputation made him feel as though the meticulously constructed sandcastle he had built was being reduced to nothingness by the crashing waves. The door to his father's study was gently pushed open, and Itachi Uchiha entered. The youthful countenance bore deep fatigue and worry, yet his gaze retained an astonishing calmness. He observed his father, whose figure seemed to have aged considerably in an instant, and felt a profound ache in his heart. The situation outside was dire. The radicals were once again conspiring. Tetsuhiko and his faction demanded that you publicly reveal your power and lead the Uchiha in reclaiming justice. Fugaku did not turn around. The tremors in his shoulders seemed to intensify. Reveal what power? Reclaim what justice? Would he pit the blood of his kin against an entire village that had been stirred into a frenzy? That would be a true catastrophe. Moreover, Itachi's voice lowered. Mizuno Ichido had sent a scroll. He stepped forward and placed an inconspicuous, ordinary scroll on the desk before his father. Fugaku abruptly turned. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the scroll. Mizuno Ichido? The one who had orchestrated the Uchiha's reform from behind the scenes. Now one of the spectators watching them be vilified? The delivery of this scroll, was it mockery? A means to distance himself? Or something else? He seized the scroll, roughly tearing apart the sealing string and forcefully unfurling it. The scroll bore no elaborate pleasantries, only a line of text stark in its near cruelty, inscribed in a unique, hard-to-imitate script. Rumors cease with transparency. The hearts of the people perish in silence. Beneath the text was a small, abstract design, reminiscent of an eye trapped in a cage, yet pointing skyward with its claw. Fugaku's gaze was riveted to those two lines, as if struck by lightning. The air in the study seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths and the drumming of his heart echoing in his chest. The clamor outside, the disputes within the clan, and the disdainful gazes from above seemed to be severed in that moment. Publicly reveal? At this juncture? In the face of the overwhelming accusations of the Nine Tails and the surging public outrage, what could he possibly declare? Speak of the Uchiha's mastery of shuriken techniques? Discuss how to maintain silence amid slander? Chapter 146. The hearts of the people perish in silence. And those words, the hearts of the people perish in silence, pierced through the last vestige of hope within him like a cold, merciless dagger. Indeed, what does silence bring, other than allowing rumors to fester, permitting anger to proliferate, and providing radical factions within the clan with ever more plausible excuses? Silence equates to acquiescence. It concedes to the accusations of the Nine Tails, acknowledges the original sins of the Uchiha, and tacitly accepts the village's judgment upon them. What does that small emblem, an eye pointing skyward within the confines of a cage, signify? Is it a reflection of the Uchiha's predicament or a beacon guiding them out of their plight? Fugaku abruptly shut his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently. Mizuno Ichido, this prodigious child, in such dire circumstances, did not offer a lifeline but rather a double-edged sword, a blade that might sever the darkness or plunge the Uchiha into the abyss. Would making this public amidst such overwhelming public discontent serve any purpose? Fugaku's voice emerged hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, resonating softly within the oppressive silence of the study. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Within those 3 tomo Sharingan, fury and despair had given way to a near-manic resolve, a flame of desperation burning fiercely. He turned his gaze toward Itachi, his eyes sharp as a blade. Itachi, inform all the elite jonin responsible for the training academy's curriculum, including Shursui. Tell them to gather tomorrow at the largest training ground of the academy. Open the doors. Welcome the guests. Speak of the Night of the Nine Tails. The last 4 words he nearly bellowed, infused with the intensity of a desperate gamble. Itachi's pupils dilated suddenly. Speak of the Night of the Nine Tails? At such a tumultuous moment, his father intended to expose the Uchiha entirely to the eye of the storm. This was nothing short of a grand wager. The stakes were the remaining honor and future of the entire Uchiha clan. He perceived the unwavering madness in his father's eyes, inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest within, and bowed deeply. Yes, father. His figure vanished in an instant at the door of the chamber. Fugaku refocused on the unrolled scroll. Pressing his fingers firmly against the phrase, the heart dies in silence, his knuckles turning pale. Mizuno Ichido, are you a devil or the sole beacon of hope? This public declaration, will it become the Uchiha's execution ground or a sanctuary of rebirth? The frigid air seemed to herald an impending storm, more ferocious than any that had come before. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the center of the academy's largest training ground, resembling a weathered statue of stone. The vast arena had been stripped of all partitions, leaving it desolate and cold. Outside, an enraged crowd struggled to be held back by Uchiha clansmen, their curses and shouts crashing like tangible waves against the air within, assaulting the nerves of every Uchiha ninja present. The atmosphere inside was equally stifling. Less than 100 individuals sat scattered, starkly contrasting the usual packed assembly. Most were parents of students unable to withdraw for various reasons, their faces a mix of fear, doubt, and unabashed hostility. A few observers adorned with the headbands of other ninja clans bore cold, probing gazes. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, dust, and a palpable weight of impending judgment. Fugaku inhaled deeply, striving to quell the dryness in his throat and the surging humiliation within his chest. He resolved to confront the Knight of the Nine Tails head-on. Following Mizuno Ichido's audacious counsel, he elaborated meticulously on the deployment of the security department that evening, detailing the stringent orders to maintain a steadfast presence at the village's key thoroughfares, forbidding any approach to the heart of the Nine Tails battlefield. He presented the duty log scroll from that night, which clearly documented that all members of the Uchiha clan were stationed in designated areas, awaiting orders. He even summoned the captain of a patrol team stationed outside the village that night to testify, affirming that no Uchiha had the opportunity to approach the Nine Tails. His voice, initially hoarse, gradually steadied and became articulate, each word striving for resonance. He recounted the sacrifices of the Uchiha, including clan members who sustained injuries or even lost their lives while evacuating villagers and warding off residual chaos. He articulated the confusion and outrage of the Uchiha, questioning why they were excluded from the core battle, yet burdened with this unfounded stigma afterward. However, the response was a profound silence from the audience, the gazes of the parents remaining icy and filled with deeper skepticism. A woman who had lost her husband suddenly stood up, her voice piercing the air. Records? Testimonies? All fabricated by you. Statements from your own kind. Who believes this? Why were the Nine Tails eyes under the control of the Sharingan? Why were you Uchiha specifically ordered to stay away? This is the evidence. You are the culprits. You are merely making excuses. Her words ignited a spark, instantly inflaming the suppressed emotions within the assembly. Yes, murderers. Leave Konoha. Return my loved ones. A chorus of vehement agreement and cries erupted from the sparse audience. The meticulously prepared evidence and logic presented by Fugaku crumbled before the overwhelming tide of grief and deeply rooted fear, fragile as paper walls. He felt like a jester, futilely performing on an empty stage before an audience that had long since pronounced his sentence. The desperate resolve instilled by Kazuma was now ground to dust by the harsh reality, leaving only an abyss of sorrow and helplessness. The public address had become a silent indictment, lamenting the injustices faced by the Uchiha while also condemning the irrefutable public trial orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups. The sign of the seminar hall seemed to groan under the onslaught and vitriol of the crowd outside, as if it too were shattering. In the dead of night, the Uchiha clan's territory was shrouded in a stifling silence. The disastrous public address during the day had acted as the final straw, breaking the backs of many clan members. The clamor of the radicals was momentarily supplanted by despair, while the reformists sank into deeper confusion. In the study of the clan leader's residence, dim light illuminated Fugaku's profile, which appeared to have aged a decade overnight. Two figures, like phantoms merging with the night, stealthily evaded all ears and eyes to return once more to the modest, yet seemingly tempestuous abode of Kazuma. Kazuma seemed to have anticipated their arrival, for the small living room was only lit by a single flickering oil lamp. Dressed in loose sleepwear, he sat cross-legged at a low table, leisurely tinkering with a delicate mechanical model, without lifting his gaze. Please, make yourselves at home. Serve yourselves tea. From the looks on your faces, it seems Fugaku's public lecture had quite the impact. Chapter 147. The whisper of rumors. His tone was unremarkable, even laced with a hint of childlike languor. Yet, to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who had just endured a public debacle filled with despair and fury, it struck a jarring note. Shisui inhaled deeply, his usually gentle visage now shrouded in shadows and profound fatigue, yet within the depths of his eyes burned an unprecedented flame. He stepped forward, refraining from taking a seat, his voice low and suppressed. Ichido, your words from a year ago have come to fruition. He fixed his gaze upon Mizuno Ichido. A year prior, you stated that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remained Hokage, no matter how the Uchiha clan reformed, we would forever remain in the shadows. I recall your assertion that the Uchiha's only escape lay in finding a Hokage who would not discriminate against our clan. Itachi stood silently beside Shisui, his dark eyes intently trained on Mizuno Ichido, roiling with a tumult of emotions, an icy disappointment in the higher echelons, an anxiety for his family's future, and a near-desperate hope for this enigmatic youth before him. Mizuno Ichido finally halted his actions and raised his gaze toward them. Beneath the dim light, his eyes shone with a startling clarity, as if capable of piercing through all veils of obscurity. Oh, have you finally come to understand? He poured himself a cup of tea from a nearby kettle, his movements measured and unhurried. It seems that Chief Fugaka's public address has failed to sway public opinion. Rather, it has illuminated the reality of who wields the knife of public sentiment, hasn't it? Indeed. Shisui's voice trembled slightly, a barely perceptible quiver betraying the depth of his suppressed rage. We have seen it. No matter our actions, regardless of the evidence we present, as long as those in power wish to suppress us, they need only to unleash rumors and incite hatred, and we shall be irreparably doomed. The reforms within the Security Department reflect this, as do the matters at the Research Institute. The incident with the Nine Tails exemplifies this as well. They care not for the truth. Their sole concern is to maintain an iron grip on the Uchiha, trampling us into the dust. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles paling. Having personally witnessed these events, and with Uchiha Shisui leading the way, Uchiha Itachi found himself no longer an unwavering supporter of the third Hokage. His voice, cold as a venomous dagger, interjected, the situation with the Hyuga branch family serves as the most blatant precedent. It was clearly the fault of the Cloud Village. Yet it was the Hyuga clan members who paid the price. The higher-ups will unhesitatingly sacrifice any clan for the sake of their so-called greater good and stability, as long as that clan is deemed insubordinate or a threat. He emphasized the word threat, his gaze sharp as a blade. Mizuno Ichido sipped his tea, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it appears you have not lived in vain this past year. The Hyuga incident serves as a mirror, revealing the Elder Council's theatrical performance of submission outwardly while striking fiercely internally. To maintain their pathetic authority and the illusion of balance, they will sacrifice as many as necessary. Setting down his teacup, Mizuno leaned slightly forward, the flickering light of the oil lamp dancing upon his youthful yet unnaturally composed face. Since you have mentioned the Hyuga, let us delve even deeper. His voice lowered, imbued with an enchanting power of insight. In contemporary Konoha, what is the sentiment among its clans? Mizuno Ichido, not waiting for a response from the two, dipped his fingertips into the tea and swiftly sketched on the low table. The Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans, staunch supporters of the Hokage? No, they represent the stabilizing faction regarding the Hokage position, regardless of who occupies that seat. As long as their core interests remain unscathed, they will lend their support. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen holds that position, thus they align with him and the upper echelon he leads. However, remember that fundamentally, they are pragmatically neutral. When the mighty tree that is Sarutobi Hiruzen begins to topple, they will be the first to seek new branches. The Oil Women and Inuzuka clans, among others of lesser stature, embody pure neutrality, merely observing the winds of change, focused solely on self-preservation. Their stance hinges on the prevailing trends of the village and the decisions of its leaders. The Hyuga clan, with Mizuno Ichido's fingertip emphasizing their position, has endured a deep-seated wound stemming from the Kumogakure incident. Under coercion from the Elder Council, they nearly sacrificed their own kin, Hayashi. This was a glaring affront and suppression of the Hyuga clan. Once the truth emerged, did the Elder Council offer even a modicum of solace? Consequently, the bond between the Hyuga and the higher-ups has long since frayed. This resentment and unease represent the pivotal leverage you can exploit. He raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze as they swept across Shisui and Itachi. Within the village, The Uchiha are not isolated in their struggles. The Hyuga clan stands as your natural ally. A shared adversary, a mutual scar, is sufficient to temporarily set aside past estrangements. His voice lowered, imbued with a beguiling power. Do you know what lies beneath the bandaged arm of Shimura Danzo? Shursui and Itachi's pupils constricted simultaneously, holding their breath. It is an arm cultivated from the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Mizuno Ichido articulated each word with the reverberation of thunder in their ears. Danzo and Orochimaru have conducted countless experiments on living subjects in an attempt to master the power of wood release. And your Uchiha's Sharingan, particularly the potent variants. Mizuno Ichido's gaze deliberately lingered on Shursui. It is one of the most coveted materials on his experimental list. He requires the power of the Sharingan to suppress and integrate the backlash of Hashirama's cells, thereby enhancing his lamentable strength. What? Shursui gasped, his countenance instantly paling. He instinctively covered his eyes, a chill surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Danzo covets his eyes? That seemingly virtuous elder, who professes to act for the sake of Konoha, and the fourth Hokage Mizuno Ichido's voice, akin to a cold serpent, coiled around them. Namake's Minato, the Golden Flash. Was his sacrifice merely a coincidence? On the night of the Nine Tails, did the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his most trusted advisors not react with undue slowness? Why was the sealing of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki entrusted solely to the young Minato at the most critical juncture? Where was Danzo's root at that time? What did the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife yield? It resulted in their son, the hero's orphan, being treated as a monster, scorned and starving within the village. And who, then, basked in the highest echelons of power and honor? Every question struck like a heavy hammer, mercilessly pounding upon the hearts of Shursui and Itachi. These fragmented pieces of information, intertwined with their long-standing subconscious confusions, doubts, and the inexplicable behaviors of the higher-ups, coalesced into a grotesque and ominous web. Danzo's inhumane experiments, the cells of Hashirama, the covetous desire for the Sharingan, the cloud of uncertainty surrounding the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, Naruto's tragic plight. All of this points towards the lofty Elder Council. How dare they? Chapter 148. The Conspiracy of Uchiha and Hyuga. This is the village they both hold dear, a village they would sacrifice their lives to protect. The voice of Shursui resonated with incredulous anger and anguish, his body trembling slightly. Itachi's eyes stirred with tumultuous waves as the last remnants of his fragile hope, rooted in the defense of Konoha, were utterly shattered by Mizuno Ichido's cruel revelation, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill and a profound sense of humiliation at being so thoroughly deceived. Where's the evidence? Itachi forced himself to regain his composure, his voice hoarse as he posed the most critical question. Ichido, how do you know all this? Do you have proof? Without evidence, all of this is mere gossip, just as they have slandered us. Mizuno Ichido smiled, a grin imbued with childlike innocence, yet laced with cunning calculation. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. You need only to focus on what I am saying. As for evidence, Danzo's laboratory lies deep within the roots, surrounded by layers of barriers and guarded fiercely. The records pertaining to the fourth Hokage's demise are sealed within the highest archives, controlled directly by the third Hokage and the Elder Council. Direct evidence? We cannot procure that at present. Abruptly shifting his tone, Ichido's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. But, Itachi, Shursui, do you not yet comprehend? In Konoha, sometimes the truth does not require conclusive evidence. Public opinion and suspicion are, in themselves, the most potent weapons. They can obliterate the Uchiha clan's academy with rumors. Why can we not use rumors to topple their pedestal? He rose abruptly, his small frame seemingly harboring a tempest in the dim light. Thus, the solution to the Uchiha's current predicament? It is remarkably simple. Use their own methods against them. Let us disseminate the Elder Council's sordid affairs, piece by piece, scandal by scandal, in the manner they are most adept at. Let all of Konoha, let the entire shinobi world, hear of their so-called achievements. At that moment, no one will focus on whether the Uchiha are the true culprits of the Nine Tails incident. The first step is to ally with the Hyuga. In the clandestine meeting at Bayun Gorge, the following day, under a clear sky, the Hyuga clan's territory was under heightened vigilance, far surpassing the usual. Within the innermost, soundproof chamber of a high-end Hyuga establishment, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry. Hyuga Hayashi, clad in a simple white kimono, occupied the main seat on the left, his pure white eyes betraying no emotion, yet an undercurrent of pressure revealed his inner turmoil. Opposite him sat Uchiha Fugaku, his deep blue clan robes accentuating his solemn demeanor. Between them, at the low table, was the composed Mizuno Ichido, dressed in casual attire. Uchiha Shisui stood like a shadow behind Ichido. The voice of Ichido broke the silence, youthful yet undeniably weighty. Clan leader Fugaku. Clan leader Hayashi, the purpose of today's meeting is well understood by both parties. The skies over Konoha are due for a change. He spoke plainly, reiterating the analysis of Konoha's power dynamics concerning Shisui and Itachi, particularly emphasizing the irreparable rift between the Hyuga clan and the Elder Council due to the Cloud Hidden incident. As long as the Elder Council remains intact, the humiliation suffered by the Hyuga clan will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, always at risk of being used as an excuse for their sacrifice. The fate of the Uchiha serves as a cautionary tale. Mizuno Ikuto's gaze was fixed firmly on Hyuga Hayashi, revealing none of the childishness one might expect from a mere 10-year-old. However, after working together for some time, both Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku had come to regard Mizuno Ikuto as an equal. Conversely, should they assist Konoha in restoring order and support the rise of a new Hokage, the indignities and oppression suffered by the Hyuga clan could be genuinely addressed, and their dignity restored. Hyuga Hayashi pondered whether to continue enduring shame, remaining as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, or to unite with the Uchihas and others to become the wielder of the knife. His fingers curled slightly on his knee. Memories of the oppression faced by the Hyuga at the hands of the Elder Council flooded back, particularly the moments when his brother, Hinata, nearly sacrificed himself on his behalf. Along with the cold commands of the Elder Council and the smug expressions of the Cloud-Hidden emissaries swirling in his mind. After a long silence, his pure white eyes turned to Uchiha Fugaku, his voice low. "Fugaku, what guarantees can the Uchiha clan provide to the Hyuga?" Uchiha Fugaku recognized that it was time for the Uchiha to present their bargaining chips. Meeting Hayashi's gaze, he solemnly declared, "I, Uchiha Fugaku, swear in the name of the Uchiha clan, regardless of the outcome, as long as the Uchiha exist, we shall strive to uphold the dignity and interests of the Hyuga clan. The matter concerning the Cloud Hidden must be resolved justly. Past grievances can also be transformed into opportunities for resolution." This was the most substantial promise the Uchiha could offer, providing tangible benefits. As the Hyuga clan had their own commercial interests, Mizuno Ikuto opportunely added, with the acumen of a seasoned merchant, "What is the probability of success in this endeavor?" "At least 80%. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 high-ranking officials seem to have dominated Konoha for decades, appearing immensely powerful on the surface, their internal foundation has decayed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indecisive, Shimura Danzo is notoriously corrupt, and the likes of Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate have proven incompetent. Their only reliance is the inertia of long-standing support from clans like Inuzuka and Aburame. However, if we stoke this fire fiercely enough, making it known throughout the ninja world, causing unrest among the people of Konoha, and instilling fear in the hearts of other clans, the pragmatism of Inuzuka and Aburame will become the key to their defection." He elaborated on a 4-phase strategy for a rumor campaign, aligning with what he had previously discussed with Shisui and Itachi, yet now presented with greater clarity and precision before the 2 clan leaders. Mizuno Ikuto spoke rapidly and coherently, as if orchestrating a meticulously planned offensive. First, the core points of attack, human experimentation and the cells of Hashirama. Have children been going missing in the village for some time? Regardless of the truth, we will claim that these children were taken by root for inhumane human experiments. The objective of these experiments was to cultivate the wood release desired by the first Hokage. That arm of Danzo's is proof. He grafted Hashirama's cells, transforming himself into a monster. He now dares not expose that arm, which inadvertently attests to the inhumane experiments they are conducting. Thus, the first step is to disseminate the truth about Shimura Danzo's cruel experiments, compelling him to cease the slander directed at the Uchiha clan. The second step involves undermining the legacy of Konoha's White Fang, Shodame Kakashi, a hero of immense strength. Why would he take his own life due to a single failed mission? Was it truly the rumors that drove him to despair? No, it was his overwhelming prowess that threatened the status of certain individuals. It was the Elder Council that covertly orchestrated his demise, wielding rumors as a lethal weapon against him. just as they now seek to annihilate the Uchiha clan through similar means. Therefore, the second step is to attribute the losses of elite fighters during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars to the Elder Council as suppression, evidenced by the absence of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. This rumor will undoubtedly erode the reverence that the younger generation, such as Kakashi, holds for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 149. The Explosion of Rumors. Thirdly, the death of the fourth Hokage and the machinations of power. Why did Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, fall so young? Was it mere coincidence that the Nine-Tails rampaged shortly after his ascension? Why did the third Hokage and his advisors fail to respond in time? Why does the son of this hero live a life worse than that of a dog in the village after his parents' sacrifice? Consider who reclaimed power after the fourth's demise, whose son enjoys the finest resources. Why was the fifth Hokage not selected, leading instead to the third's reinstatement? Here, one could insinuate that the Elder Council, led by the third Hokage, deliberately undermined the fourth to secure their own power, neglecting to provide aid during the Night of the Nine-Tails. One might even assert that the Nine-Tails was unleashed by the Elder Council, as they were the primary beneficiaries of the ensuing chaos. If this narrative is sufficiently muddied, it may alleviate the suspicion cast upon your Uchiha clan. Finally, one must bring forth the incident with the Cloud Ninja, elucidating the details clearly for all to see. I believe that most of Konoha's villagers are passionate and principled, and would never align themselves with the Elder Council, who, despite Cloud's culpability, pressured the Hyuga to surrender their own. This impotent policy is the work of the Elder Council. For their so-called greater good, they are willing to sacrifice any family. Today it is the Hyuga, tomorrow it could be you, or another clan. Ignite the flames of resistance. Rally the other families, and draw a chasm between them and the Elder Council, awaiting the inevitable rift to deepen. As for the rumors surrounding the Night of the Nine-Tails, Konoha possesses no concrete evidence. For now, they shall act as if the event never transpired. The truth of this matter remains obscured, fraught with ambiguities, and will require a fair and impartial fifth Hokage to conduct a thorough investigation upon her ascension, restoring justice for all. Let the burden of inquiry fall upon the future, allowing the villagers to harbor the possibility that the Uchiha were wronged, while binding the hope for resolution to the goal of changing the Hokage. Thus, the emergence and propagation of rumors. Mizuno Ichido gazed at the two clan leaders. It must be relentless, infiltrating every corner simultaneously, erupting with thunderous force. The Uchiha clan, deeply rooted in the village with their numerous kin, shall be entrusted to ensure that these voices resonate throughout every street and tavern in Konoha overnight. Mizuno Ichido then turned his gaze towards Hyuga Hayashi. Your intelligence network and certain associates are tasked with disseminating information through travelogues and anonymous letters, swiftly spreading throughout the Land of Fire and even to other great nations. Let the nefarious reputation of the Elder Council echo throughout the ninja world. The propagation of rumors must be methodical and staged, according to the 4 points I have outlined, released gradually. Begin with the unsettling account of children being experimented upon at the roots, and the horrifying transformation of Danzo through the transplantation of Hashirama cells into a monstrosity, igniting fear and fury. Once the Elder Council reacts, immediately introduce the doubts surrounding the deaths of White Fang and the fourth Hokage, directing the blame towards the Council's cold-bloodedness and lust for power. Finally, conclude with the Hyuga incident and the mysteries surrounding the Nine-Tails, reinforcing their image as incompetent, insidious, and willing to sacrifice their comrades. As for the dissemination of these rumors, I trust that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans possess their own means to ensure it spreads overnight to every corner of the Land of Fire, possibly reaching other ninja villages. Mizuno Akudo's eyes glimmered with a mad yet composed light. When the entire village speaks of the council's malevolence, when doubts arise regarding their every command, when trust completely shatters, do you think those who depend on them, such as Inazuka, Nara, and other clans, will remain steadfastly by their side? When Konoha plunges into an unprecedented crisis of trust, with external scrutiny focused upon them, can they still wield their former omnipotence? Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw astonishment and a newfound resolve. Mizuno Akudo's plan was ruthless, precise, and struck at the heart of the matter. This was no longer a desperate struggle between the Uchiha and the Hyuga, but a public relations nuclear explosion targeting the very core of Konoha's highest authority. Understood. Hyuga Hayashi nodded emphatically, clarity replacing his previous confusion, leaving only a steadfast determination to fight. The Hyuga clan shall join this battle. Uchiha Fugaku's taut jawline relaxed slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Mizuno Ikuto raised his teacup, and the cold smile at the corner of his lips finally bore a hint of warmth. Then, let us collaborate joyfully. Clan leader Fugaku, clan leader Hayashi, return and inform your clans to prepare. The winds of Konoha shall shift dramatically from this night forth. Now, I ask you both to await the unfolding of the spectacle. Mizuno Ikuto's weapon of rumors spread with an intensity and speed beyond anyone's imagination, rapidly igniting in Konoha, the land of fire, and indeed the entire ninja realm. The news scattered like poisoned dandelion seeds, carried by drunken whispers in taverns, hushed murmurs in markets, and the eerie nursery rhymes sung innocently by children, filling every corner of the ninja world within mere days. Have you heard? The dungeon at the roots of Konoha is not a dungeon. It is a slaughterhouse. It exclusively captures children. That old devil Danzo, with his bandaged arm, possesses the cells of our first Hokage, Hashirama. He has sewn himself into a monster. Shoo, keep it down. My neighbor Jiro went to Konoha last month with his father, stayed overnight, and the next day he vanished. Now I think he might have been taken for their experiments. I always wondered why so many children went missing, and the village couldn't find anyone to explain their whereabouts. It seems it was their doing. It is said that the first-generation cells require the power of the Sharingan to be suppressed. Hence, Shimura Danzo has relentlessly oppressed the Uchiha clan. Oh my. Does he need other Kekkei Genkai as well? Those bloodline users should be cautious. In the dimly lit command room of the root base, the air was so thick it felt almost tangible. A scroll, inscribed with the core of the rumors, was gripped tightly by Danzo's emaciated fingers, the edges of the scroll groaning under the weight of its burden. Beneath the bandages, the arm that had been implanted with Hashirama's cells twitched uncontrollably, the icy dampness seeping through the wrappings, creating a nauseating sensation. Slander. A despicable and shameless slander. Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper scraping against rough stone, his single eye ablaze with a ferocious flame, nearly erupting. Go, he commanded sharply, his voice reverberating in the enclosed space. Immediately take your men out. Capture all the wretches who dare to spread rumors, along with those lurking in the shadows who incite them. I want them to know the consequences of speaking ill of the root and the higher-ups of Konoha. Chapter 150. The response to rumors, however, when the root ninjas, donned in animal masks and exuding an icy aura of death, appeared on the streets like phantoms, brutally attempting to apprehend several civilians identified as the sources of the rumors. The reaction was not the anticipated silence, but rather an eruption of fear and fury akin to a volcanic explosion. Look, they've come. The root ninjas are here to capture people. Demons, don't touch my child. Stay away from him. They are feeling guilty. They intend to silence us. Stones, rotten vegetables, and even spit filled with fear rained down upon the root ninjas. The high-pressure operation not only failed to quell the rumors, but instead served as the most powerful and direct evidence of their validity. Look at their desperation. Hokage building in the smoke-filled office. The atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie calm before a storm. Tsunade's face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling slightly, and her fingers fidgeting with her cane, betraying the turmoil within her. Mito Gate's gaze was steady, yet his eyes flickered, beads of sweat forming on his brow exposing his inner turmoil. Hayashi, this is simply insane. Tsunade's voice, laced with a deliberately suppressed anger, sounded more like a performance of shock. Danzo, how could he? Could he really be? Her words trailed off, leaving an evocative silence that expressed disbelief while cleverly refraining from offering any substantial defense for Danzo. Danzo and Orochimaru's clandestine research on the first-generation cells was an endeavor they pursued privately, and upon witnessing a series of disastrous outcomes, Sarutobi Hiruzen had terminated the project. However, he had not anticipated that the two would continue their research without the village's funding. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, the thick smoke obscured the profound fatigue and gloom etched on his face. Through the haze, he gazed at the tumultuous crowd visible outside the window, his expression complex and inscrutable. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with heartfelt sorrow. Danzo's actions can indeed be excessively radical at times. In the name of the village's interests, Root may resort to unscrupulous means. However, the accusations regarding human experimentation on interstitial cells are evidently mere fabrications propagated by adversaries, designed to disrupt the tranquility of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused at the opportune moment, as if choked by the sheer absurdity of it all, rendering him momentarily speechless. Deep within, a chilling doubt was impeccably concealed beneath a veneer of smoke and shock. We must express our stance immediately. In the name of the Hokage and the Elder Council, Mito gate and seized the moment, raising his voice with an air of righteous urgency. At this juncture, it was imperative to quell the insidious rumors. Who could foresee what might transpire should they continue to fester? Rumors are akin to an invisible blade, capable of inflicting harm, igniting chaos, and suppressing with a disturbing fluidity. Release the highest level official announcement. We must vehemently condemn these rumors as the machinations of enemy spies, traitorous ninjas, or nefarious individuals within our midst, meticulously orchestrated to undermine the very foundation of Konoha. He called upon the villagers to maintain the utmost calm and vigilance, urging them not to be swayed by deceitful whispers, but to steadfastly trust in the village's leadership, trust in the Hokage and our Elder Council. Any actions that propagate or credulously accept these rumors shall be regarded as treachery against the village. His words resonated powerfully, each syllable striving to erect an authoritative bastion. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his pipe. The most prudent course of action was to suppress the rumors for the time being. He turned his gaze to Mito Gate N, methodically issuing directives. N. Immediately release the highest level announcement in the joint name of the Hokage's office and the Elder Council, a stern declaration. Such shocking and malicious slanders against the hero of Konoha, referring to Danzo, a pivotal characterization, are the result of enemy spies, traitorous ninjas, and a minuscule faction within the village harboring ill intentions, aimed at dismantling the unity of Konoha and undermining its pillars. We strongly condemn, we vehemently denounce those who spread these rumors. Their actions are tantamount to betrayal of the village. They shall face the most severe sanctions from Konoha. We call for trust. We urge all villagers to maintain the highest levels of calm and vigilance. Refrain from believing or disseminating rumors. Remain unwavering in your faith in the leadership core that has safeguarded our village for decades. Trust in the sacrifices and efforts of the Hokage and the Elder Council to protect Konoha. At this moment, unity is the finest counterstrike against our foes. Redirect focus. Announce that, effective immediately, the Umbu and intelligence departments will initiate the highest level investigation, vowing to unearth the mastermind and bring them to justice. Simultaneously, intensify patrols and vigilance within the village to guard against any potential acts of sabotage, ensuring the safety of our citizens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm and resolute, each word appearing to be meticulously considered, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. The announcement was swiftly disseminated, its language firm and replete with denunciation of conspiracy theories and a rallying call for unity, seeking to redirect all blame towards external forces and a minuscule number of saboteurs. While temporarily characterizing Danzo as a slandered hero in an effort to stabilize the situation, nevertheless, the whispers surrounding the Uchiha and Hyuga clans did not originate from a marketplace or a single eatery. They were circulating simultaneously within and beyond the borders of Konoha. In the face of these overwhelming rumors, which stemmed from humanity's deepest fears, the official statement appeared remarkably feeble, hollow, and even tinged with an air of insecurity. The sense of urgency that the announcement desperately sought to downplay, as well as the rhetoric that entirely shifted responsibility onto external forces, did not quell the doubts festering in the hearts of the already ignited populace. Rather, it resembled the futile attempt of hiding gold in a place devoid of silver. When the masses demanded that Shimura Danzo reveal his bandaged hand before the Hokage building, he refused without hesitation. The announcement thus became the most poignant footnote to the rumors, silently proclaiming, "The higher-ups are in a state of panic." In the Uchiha clan leader's study, brightly illuminated, Uchiha Fugaku slammed the scroll of rumors onto the table, the mirth in his three-tomo Sharingan unwavering. He had not anticipated that the first whisper of gossip would expose the elder's flaws. Lord Clan Leader, Danzo is now deeply entangled in rumors. He likely lacks the energy to concern himself with us Uchiha. Below, a radical Uchiha named Rei rose abruptly, his eyes gleaming with a distorted excitement. The villagers outside the clan's territory have scarcely been heard from these past few days. Clan Leader, should we seize this opportunity to utterly crush Danzo? Calm yourself, Second Elder. Fugaku's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight that instantly quelled the unrest. He glanced at the silent Shursui, who instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing over his closed eyelids, concealing within them a power capable of altering everything, yet also possibly becoming the most perilous target. The Uchiha are a part of Konoha, and the rumors are a blade. However, it must not be wielded by us. Relay to the entire clan. Remain indoors and avoid any conflicts with outsiders. Without my direct order, no one not on duty is to leave the clan grounds. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Uchiha Kaguya and others. Control your words and actions, should you jeopardize the clan's significant matters. Chapter 151. Reactions from the various forces in the ninja world. In the streets of Konoha, fear hung thickly like tangible ink, darkening the sky above. Civilians gathered spontaneously, mothers clutching their children tightly, fathers gripping hoes and sickles, their eyes vigilantly scanning every corner. Relatives of the missing children rushed into the Hokage building, only to be met with the cold indifference of the guards. In the taverns, voices were hushed as people exchanged horrific details, casting hostile glances at any masked ninja. The legends of Konoha's darkness had now transformed into a nightmare consuming children. At the Nara residence, Nara Shikaku sat with his eyes closed, fingers pressed slowly against his temples. Sitting opposite him were Yamenka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza, their expressions grave. Upon opening his eyes, Shikaku's gaze was cold and penetrating. These deeds, Danzo is indeed capable of committing. The rumors may not be entirely baseless. What should we do then? Choza asked, his hand crushing the rice cracker into crumbs. We shall observe the developments. Ultimately, the three clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi stand together in both advance and retreat. Shikaku replied in a low voice, then addressed those nearby. Send word down. Elevate the security of the clan grounds to the highest level. Furthermore, our three clans should avoid unnecessary direct contact with the elders for now, especially keeping our distance. An invisible wall was quietly erected between the power core of Konoha and the largest alliance of ninja clans. Other smaller ninja clans followed suit, and the atmosphere grew tense. In the office of the Raikage of the Cloud Village, the intelligence scroll was heavily placed down. Senju Hashirama's cells would release experiments? Danzo harbors grand ambitions. In the eyes of Raikage AI, greed and apprehension flickered. The uproar surrounding this matter was indeed intriguing. Konoha had become quite lively. Mabui, let us set our intelligence personnel in motion, keeping a vigilant watch over Konoha's affairs, reporting every detail without exception. Mabui adjusted her glasses. Should we exert pressure in the name of the Cloud Village, demanding a thorough investigation from Konoha? Unnecessary. This is likely a mere smokescreen. If they could truly replicate the wood release of Senju Hashirama, Konoha would not have endured such humiliation 2 years ago. However, the circumstances behind this incident warrant further scrutiny. Recently, rumors have swirled around the Uchiha clan, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen has remained silent. Now, Shimura Danzo finds himself embroiled in gossip. Doesn't that seem rather coincidental? Though Raikage AI appeared brutish, his position as the leader of the Cloud Village indicated a considerable intellect. Yet, he understood that often, power dictated all. Mark my words. Konoha is bound to witness even more intriguing events unfold soon. Simultaneously, reports arrived from the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of water. The internal strife within Konoha and the revelation of taboos drew attention like blood to sharks, and reports of border skirmishes quietly increased. The emissaries from the land of fire set forth towards Konoha, laden with suspicion and discontent. The embers of the initial panic had yet to cool, while new rumors, akin to poisoned daggers, pierced the heart of Konoha with precision. Lord Tsukumo Hataki, the White Fang. He was not crushed by rumors. His blade was too swift. His merits too great, provoking the ire of the Elder Council. They suffocated this hero with their spittle. The deaths of Lord Minato and Lady Kushina were so tragic. How could the Nine Tails manifest at such an opportune moment? What were the third Hokage and those advisors doing at that time? Where did Danzo's roots vanish to? As soon as the fourth passed, the third ascended directly to power. To this day, the fifth Hokage has yet to be confirmed. So was it not the third who allowed the fourth to perish for the sake of seizing power? Did you know? The demon fox child is actually the fourth's offspring. Lord Minato and Lady Kushina sacrificed themselves to protect the village, while I hurled stones and spat at their child. Naruto, behold the son of a hero, eating moldy bread. clad in rags, scorned by the entire village as a demon fox. Is this how we honor our heroes? What of the consciences of those lofty figures? At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to convene a meeting of the elite ninjas to stabilize the hearts of the people. However, upon entering the meeting room, he was met with an oppressive silence and a multitude of cold, questioning gazes. Striving to maintain his authority, he spoke of the harshness of their missions, the necessity of sacrifice, and the urgency of the Nine-Tails Night. And what of Naruto, Lord Third? A deep voice interrupted him. It belonged to a seasoned jonin who had lived through the Fourth Era. The Fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina sealed the Nine-Tails with their lives. Why were we unaware that Naruto was their child? Their son lives in a manner less than that of a dog. Is this the legacy of the Will of Fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, gazing at the audience below, whose eyes brimmed with indignation on behalf of Naruto. Witnessing the disdain and anger stemming from Naruto's plight, all of his justifications regarding the larger picture became lodged in his throat, manifesting as a fit of violent coughing. Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his singular eye surveying the crowd with an intimidating glare. Do you wish to rebel? There is no necessity for every decision made by the village to be communicated to each individual. Lord Danzo, regarding the cellular experiments tied to the first Hokage's intentions, you have yet to provide a clear explanation to the village. While I cannot ascertain whether there are ulterior motives within the Elder Council, shouldn't you remain discreet at home and allow the village's investigation to unfold? A hot-tempered ninja boldly fixed his gaze upon Shimura Danzo. Tsunade and Mito Momochi found themselves beleaguered by the rumors circulating that day. During the meeting, Tsunade attempted several times to vocalize her support, only to be drowned out by sharper inquiries, leaving her flustered and incoherent. With all due respect, Third Hokage, the Elder Council, under your leadership, has lost the village's trust. The emergency meeting of the elite ninja concluded in discord and discontent. Scoundrel! Traitor! Beast that undermines our foundation. Danzo's furious roar reverberated through the dim recesses of Root as he shattered the table before him. Investigate. At any cost. Find the source of these rumors. I will have him torn to pieces. Yet, the actions of Root had already instilled fear within the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku listened intently to the rumors regarding White Fang and the Fourth Hokage, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the tabletop. The fate of White Fang served as a cold mirror, reflecting the Uchiha's plight as they were mercilessly cut by the blunt blade of gossip. Clan leader, this is truly satisfying, remarked a composed clansman with a smile. We have never witnessed the Elder Council falter. Fugaku raised his hand to silence the mirthful clansman. Disseminate the word. The clansmen may subtly express their respect for the late Shikamo. Should any villagers display appropriate sympathy for Naruto, let it be known. The Uchiha clan no longer attempted to justify the Nine-Tails incident, but instead cleverly positioned themselves as allies of the victim. Although the radicals continued to shout, their voices were deftly redirected by Fugaku towards a unified outrage against the higher-ups. Chapter 152, The Fall of the Third Hokage. In the streets of Konoha, fury ignited completely. Within the tavern, ninjas pounded the tables, shouting in anger over the injustice faced by White Fang and the Fourth Hokage. Villagers wiped away tears as they spoke of the unfortunate child referred to as the demon fox. Children listened with bewilderment to the adults' furious curses. In front of the Hokage building, the crowd of protesters swelled, their voices united in a resounding call. Thoroughly investigate White Fang's death. Reveal the truth about the Fourth. Provide Naruto with a home. The lament of a hero awakened a profound sense of justice within the hearts of the common folk, as their anger towards the higher-ups eclipsed their fear. In the shinobi class, Nara Shikaku observed the petition in his hands, densely filled with the signatures of various squad leaders. Yamanaka and Noichi regarded Nara Shikaku calmly, while Akimichi Choza stood silently behind him, resembling a sturdy mountain. Several other elite ninja captains flanked them, as the moment had come. The voice of Nara Shikaku was calm, yet imbued with immense strength. He picked up a pen and signed his name at the end of the inquiry document with deliberate and powerful strokes. Hajime, Dingzwa, accompany me to meet the Hokage. He commanded. The rest of the captains are to return and maintain order in their respective areas of the village. This inquiry document, which represented the upper echelon of Konoha's power, was akin to a declaration of war as it was presented to the weary Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as the fury of Konoha was on the verge of reaching its boiling point, The final round of rumors struck like a precise dagger, completely tearing away the last remnants of concealment from the high-ranking officials and uniting all clans against a common foe. 2 years ago, the Hyuga clan, those scoundrels from the Cloud Village, infiltrated Konoha, intending to abduct Lady Hinata, and they killed our people. What happened next? The Elder Council knelt down, forcing the Hyuga to surrender Lord Hizashi as a life for a life. What kind of reasoning is this? They bow to outsiders while striking hard against their own. Today it is the Hyuga that must sacrifice. Tomorrow it could be you, the Inuzuka, the Akimichi, the Yamanaka. It could be you. It could be me. It could be everyone. The Knight of the Nine Tails? The Uchiha's suspicion? Upon reflection, there are too many inconsistencies. They were ordered to remain on standby, forbidden from approaching the battlefield, and yet they bear the blame. Does this not echo the fate of Lord White Fang and the Hyuga clan? We need a just fifth Hokage, an exhaustive investigation. We must restore justice for all. Despair, utter despair. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the ultimatum presented by Nara Shikaku, adorned with the seals of various clan representatives and the signatures of numerous elite shinobi, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The disgrace of the Hyuga incident was vividly etched in memory. Irrefutable, while the doubts surrounding the Nine Tails incident, though murky, precisely struck at the psychological vulnerabilities stemming from a collapse of trust. The voice of Nara Shikaku spoke with a tone of desolation. Mito gaped and leaned despondently against the back of his chair, as if all energy had been drained from him. At this juncture, Konoha would undoubtedly strive to clarify the sequence of events, and the reputations of the Elder Council, built over many years, were now irrevocably tarnished. Danzo hid within the root base, like a wounded beast ensnared in a trap, frantically destroying documents and erasing traces of experiments, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. He remained oblivious to how the villagers, typically pliable, had managed to stage a resurgence in a matter of mere weeks. The gradual erosion of stone by dripping water is not achieved in a day. It is likely that the elders did not comprehend how their long-standing oppression of the prominent clans had inadvertently transformed them into isolated entities. Now, it was merely a matter of a leader emerging suddenly, stirring the rumors, and igniting the emotions of the entire village. The leaders of the three clans, Akimichi, Nara, and Inuzuka, alongside Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Inuzuka Tsum, and Yamanaka Shikaku, as well as Kakashi Hitaki, Kurenai Yuhi, and dozens of elite shinobi, sat expressionless within the conference room. Nara Shikaku held tightly the weighty document, representing the substantial core of Konoha's strength, along with a sternly worded letter of support from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He looked towards the third Hokage seated in the foremost position and proclaimed, "Hokage-sama, Konoha stands at the precipice. In the interest of the village's survival and future, I implore you to heed the will of the people and sign this document." The voices of the populace surged like a tempest, and as Sarutobi Naruto gazed out at the dense throng of citizens, he met the calm, yet stormy gaze of Nara Shikaku, and looked upon the emissary holding the final decree representing the daimyo. At that moment, the last vestiges of resistance faded away. Trembling, he seized the pen and inscribed his name on the order that proclaimed the end of the Elder Council era, as if expending the last remnants of his strength. With the decree issued, the Elder Council was dismissed, and Konoha fell into a peculiar, transient silence following the uproar, soon to be shattered by thunderous cries filled with both release and hope. Amidst this transition, a figure clad in white, reeking of strong liquor, swept into the tense atmosphere of the Hokage's office like a whirlwind. Alas, what has become of that child Naruto? The legendary Sannin Jiraiya, returning hastily upon hearing rumors, with disheveled hair and grass clippings upon his shoulders, took a swig of alcohol and gazed wistfully at Nara Shikaku. Since the villagers had discovered Naruto's true identity, everywhere he went, he was met with offerings of food and drink, much to his delight. Nara Shikaku, who had known of Naruto's lineage from the very beginning, had refrained from extending any special attention due to family reasons, merely advising his clan members to treat him without the disdain shown by the villagers. That child had endured so much hardship in the past. Now, it seemed he was finally reaping the rewards of his struggles. Jiraiya could not resist taking another drink, as the burdens of recent years weighed heavily upon him. First, Tsunade departed, and then Orochimaru defected. In his quest to reclaim his dear friend, he had left his apprentice's child in the village, believing his mentor would care for him well, only to be met with a cascade of unforeseen events. Surveying the towering piles of documents, Nara Shikaku looked wearily at Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, you are aware of the turmoil within the village. It is inevitable that other villages will respond. In light of the current situation, our immediate priority is to select a Hokage of esteemed character and reputation. Presently, the only candidate with sufficient strength and prestige is you, Lord Jiraiya. Stop! Jiraiya exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, springing back in surprise as his earlier melancholy shattered. With exaggerated gestures, he protested, Hokage? Office? Approving documents? It would be quicker to end my life. He observed the flicker of disappointment in the eyes of those present and the understanding in Shikaku's gaze, as a rare seriousness and helplessness crossed his froggy visage. Straightening his back, he scanned the faces filled with anticipation, anxiety, and trust, his voice rising with a fervor born of desperation. However, Konoha cannot simply collapse. This mess must be addressed. Chapter 153. The search for Tsunade. Jiraiya patted his chest forcefully, dust cascading down. I know someone 1,000 times more suitable than this wayward fool. Her fists are stronger than mine. Her medical skills surpass my own. Her ability to govern the village is far superior. Most importantly, Jiraiya's tone turned grave, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. She is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the inheritor of the first Hokage's will. Her name is the beacon that severs the shadows of the past and rekindles the fiery will. Lady Tsunade. Within the confines of the office, the other staff instinctively called out her name. Indeed, it is she, my comrade, Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. With a grand flourish, Jiraiya turned and dashed toward the door. I shall retrieve her at once. Regardless of where she has squandered her fortune at the gambling tables, I will drag her back to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya-sama. The village is in a state of urgency. In a flurry, Nara Shikaku called out. I know. Jiraiya retorted without looking back, his voice echoing down the hallway. The village is in your hands until my return. Shikaku, I trust you. Safeguard our home. Especially keep an eye on those elderly slackers. His voice faltered slightly, imbued with a subtle tenderness and remorse. Take good care of that boy Naruto. No sooner had he spoken than his hands flew into a rapid sequence of hand seals. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. A colossal white cloud erupted, accompanied by a deafening croak, as a gigantic toad-esque silhouette flickered momentarily. As the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a shallow indentation in the ground and a faint scent of sulfur in the air. Nara Shikaku gazed at the empty doorway before turning back to the mountain of documents on his desk and the fragile order outside that required his diligent maintenance. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses sharp and composed. Relay the orders. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully within the now-quiet conference room. 1. Immediately execute the Hokage, acting, decree. Elevate alert levels across all regions to a wartime state. Focus surveillance on the root base and the elders' residences. 2. Calm the populace, release portions of the material reserves, and stabilize market prices. All departments resume basic operations, awaiting the return of the 5th Hokage. 3. Intelligence Division. Intensify external reconnaissance efforts. Remain vigilant against any opportunistic actions. The orders were issued with methodical precision. The vast, battered machinery of Konoha, having lost its decayed core, began to groan and creak as it slowly resumed operation under Nara Shikaku's adept and firm guidance. Hope, akin to the breeze stirred by Jiraiya's departure, though faint, has begun to blow toward the horizon. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the highest watchtower of the clan grounds, the night wind tousling his garments. Clutching a document detailing the complete suspension of the Elder Council and Jiraiya's departure, he caressed his non-3-tomo Sharingan eyes. Exhaling a long breath, the oppressive boulder that had long weighed upon him seemed to shift slightly. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard on the village streets, Mizuno Ichido keenly observed a new breed of queen bee presented by Yamanaka Shitomi. With great care, he teased it with a specially crafted pollen stick, his youthful face betraying an unsettling calmness. On the low table lay a small jar of freshly brewed honey, its golden hue glistening under the moonlight, exuding an alluring yet elusive shimmer. To him, the village's tumultuous upheaval was but a reflection in his cup, a storm long foreseen. In the opulent yet stifling courtyard of the Fire Nation's daimyo estate, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin and the Princess of the Slug, reclined gracefully on an exquisite divan, delicately holding a translucent crystal goblet between her slender fingers. The amber liquid within rippled under the sunlight, casting reflections upon her slightly languorous yet undeniably elegant profile. Having just extricated herself from a high-stakes gamble, she felt a numbing detachment regarding wins and losses, leaving only a faint weariness in their wake. A month prior, she had lingered here seeking solace, yet unexpectedly found herself at the epicenter of Konoha's turbulent storm. My Lady Tsunade, a respectful attendant from the daimyo's estate, bowed low, presenting a document with both hands. The daimyo once again inquires whether you harbor any desire to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Enough, Tsunade interjected impatiently, her voice tinged with the rasp of a hangover and a barely perceptible fatigue. My answer remains unchanged. I, Tsunade, am no longer a ninja. Hokage? Huh. She raised the goblet to her lips, draining the fiery liquid that coursed down her throat, yet it could not warm the heart that had long since turned to ice. The gentle smile of Dan and the radiant calls of Shizune flickered before her eyes, bringing a sharp pang of pain. She could no longer endure the agony of loss, nor could she bear the weight of a village riddled with scars. The attendant withdrew in silence. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the cherry blossoms blooming in the courtyard, her expression vacant. She had long been aware of the recent rumors swirling around Konoha, Danzo's sordid schemes, the infighting among the upper echelons, the chaos enveloping the village, all of which weighed heavily upon her, yet only solidified her resolve to remain distant. That place was a graveyard of cherished souls. Tsunade! A resonant, urgent shout shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Jiraiya's iconic, disheveled white hair appeared at the entrance, dust-covered and glistening with sweat, clearly having rushed to her side. Jiraiya? Tsunade furrowed her brow, setting the goblet down. You're making a racket. How did you find me here? Jiraiya strode towards her, his usual playful demeanor replaced by profound concern. Konoha is on the brink of collapse. Tsunade, that old fool Danzo, and the Elder Council have utterly crumbled. The village is in disarray, and enemy nations are lurking. It's only being held together by the likes of Kakashi, but it won't last long. We need you. Konoha needs the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya spoke rapidly, pouring forth the recent tumultuous events, the Elder Council's dismissal, the resulting power vacuum, and the pervasive anxiety gripping the populace. Tsunade listened quietly, her eyes betraying no emotion, even tinged with a hint of derision. And so, Jiraiya, do you truly believe that after all that has transpired, I would still hold any interest in that position? Hokage? Huh, merely a resplendent shackle binding my soul. Rising to her feet, she prepared to depart, turning her head away. You might as well seek someone else. Or perhaps you should take that position yourself? Tsunade. Jiraiya grasped her arm with considerable force. This is not a matter of interest. It is a responsibility. Konoha is the village founded by the first and second Hokages. It is the place that Dan and Shizune protected with their lives. Are you truly willing to watch it? Chapter 154. The Three Gather. Silence. Tsunade forcefully shook off his grip, her golden eyes igniting with fury, her body trembling slightly with agitation. Do not speak of them. You have no right. The mention of lost lovers and a brother was an untouchable wound in her heart. At that moment, a cold, slippery voice, laced with a unique cadence, slithered into the air like a venomous serpent. Ah, what a touching reunion this is. Who would have thought that the legendary Sannin of Konoha would reminisce in this place? From the shadows, Orochimaru emerged, clad in his voluminous black robe adorned with red clouds. His pallid visage and golden snake-like eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and a signature, chilling smile played upon his lips. Orochimaru? Jiraiya instantly assumed a combat stance, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her demeanor cautious. Do not be alarmed, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said with an elegant wave of his hand, his eyes glancing curiously between Tsunade and Jiraiya. I merely passed through and happened to overhear the recent dramatic events in Konoha. TSK. It is quite unprecedented to see four purveyors of rumors brought low by their own fabrications. Leaving Konoha seems to have been a wise decision. His tone dripped with sardonic glee. You traitor! Jiraiya barked vehemently. Stop with your cryptic insinuations. Traitor? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his serpentine gaze. I am merely pursuing a truth beyond your comprehension. Jiraiya, you remain as naive and foolish as ever, believing that sheer passion can salvage everything. He then turned his attention to Tsunade, his tone shifting. But you, Tsunade, after years, still possess your allure. However, is shunning reality through alcohol and gambling truly the path you have chosen? How lamentable. Orochimaru, my affairs are none of your concern. Tsunade retorted coldly, turning away. Unwilling to be ensnared in the conflict between these two men, nor to confront the mess left in Konoha. Wait. Orochimaru's voice held an unusual allure, akin to a devil's whisper. Why the haste? Perhaps we could strike a bargain? Tsunade paused, not looking back. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes fixated on her retreating figure, each word articulated with clarity. I have recently been researching some intriguing forbidden techniques regarding the resurrection of the deceased. For instance, Kato Dan, or perhaps your dear brother. S.H. Tar. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap erupted in her mind. Tsunade whirled around, her golden pupils contracting to mere pinpricks, her body stiffening as if turned to stone. The names Kato Dan and S.H. Tar pierced her frozen heart like the sharpest of daggers. Her breath quickened, the color draining from her face, leaving behind a visage of incredulity entwined with a frenzied yearning, as if she had glimpsed a sliver of light after an eternity of despair. What did you say? Tsunade's voice quivered uncontrollably. Tsunade, do not listen to his fabrications. Jiraiya shouted fiercely, positioning himself protectively in front of Tsunade, glaring at Orochimaru. The dead cannot return to life. That is an immutable law. Orochimaru, cease your deceitful games. What do you aim to achieve by misleading Tsunade? Mislead? Orochimaru extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his smile becoming ever more sinister. The power of science is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. The resurrection of the deceased, while not yet perfect, does not render the revival of souls and bodies impossible. Orochimaru gazed at the fierce struggle reflected in Tsunade's eyes, as if he were admiring a flawless piece of art. So, Tsunade, ponder this well. Is there anything worthy of such an exchange? Tomorrow morning, 10 miles east of the city, I await your response. With that, he vanished silently into the shadows, leaving behind a suffocating silence and Tsunade's tumultuous heart. Tsunade, the dead cannot return to life. This is the natural order. You must not heed Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya exclaimed, grabbing his head anxiously as he looked at the immobile Tsunade. However, Tsunade paid him no mind. After a brief moment of distraction, she turned away from him. Orochimaru's words lingered in her mind like an incantation. A sleepless night ensued, filled with tender gazes, the fragile vows of a young tree, and the chaotic scenes of Konoha, all intertwined with Orochimaru's tempting words, driving her nearly to madness. That faint glimmer of hope was akin to a drowning person clutching at straws, fully aware of its potential illusion, yet unable to let go. The following morning, Tsunade disregarded her silence and ventured alone to a secluded valley outside the daimyo's estate. Indeed, I knew you would come. Orochimaru's figure materialized from behind a withered tree, as if he had been waiting for her arrival. Orochimaru, Tsunade's voice was hoarse, yet her gaze bore the resolute determination of someone risking everything. You claim you can resurrect them. I demand to see it with my own eyes. Revive one of them, be it Dan or S.H. Ta. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, as long as you can achieve this. A flicker of cunning and mockery flashed in Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes. He spread his hands, feigning a tone of false helplessness. Tsunade, you remain as impatient as ever. Reviving the dead, especially valuable souls like Dan and S.H. Ta, is no trivial matter. It requires the most advanced forbidden techniques as assistance. What forbidden book? Tsunade asked eagerly. One of the forbidden texts contained within Konoha's Book of Seals, Orochimaru slowly revealed, his serpent eyes fixated on her reaction. It records all the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, including an incomplete tome on resurrection. With it, I can fulfill your desire for perfect revival. Just bring it to me. The Book of Seals. Tsunade felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. All hope and impulse were extinguished by a deluge of cold realization, replaced by a fury at being deceived. She finally understood. Orochimaru had never genuinely wished to assist her. He was merely manipulating her longing for the deceased, setting a trap to covet Konoha's highest secrets. Are you toying with me? Tsunade's voice emerged through gritted teeth, her golden eyes ablaze with raging fury, a powerful chakra erupting uncontrollably, fracturing the ground beneath her feet. How can one call this mere jest? Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his body radiating a dangerous aura. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. It seems our transaction has fallen through. Chapter 155. Return to the village Orochimaru. Tsunade unleashed a piercing scream, seething with unparalleled rage. In an instant, her form vanished, only to reappear before Orochimaru the next moment. A terrifying punch, imbued with monstrous strength, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru, already prepared, elongated his arm in an eerie manner, transforming it into countless venomous snakes that coiled around Tsunade's fist, while simultaneously retreating as if devoid of bones. Boom! Tsunade's punch missed, crashing into the nearby rock wall. The solid stone shattered like tofu, exploding into fragments. Countless debris shot forth like cannonballs. Monster strength heavenly guardian kick. Tsunade did not relent. She leaped high into the air, her right leg, charged with devastating power, descended like a battle axe, aimed squarely at Orochimaru. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Orochimaru bit his finger and swiftly formed seals. A gigantic gate, adorned with a grotesque demonic visage, thundered upward, standing firmly before him. Bang! The deafening roar echoed, enough to halt one's heartbeat. Tsunade's kick, potent enough to cleave mountains, struck fiercely against Rashomon. The demonic face instantly cracked, the entire gate quivering violently, emitting a groan under the immense strain. A colossal shockwave radiated outward in a circular motion, snapping trees within 100 meters in half, while a cloud of dust soared into the sky, obscuring a substantial portion of it. Cough, cough. Amidst the dust, Orochimaru's figure appeared, slightly disheveled, his expression grim. Even he dared not withstand Tsunade's monstrous strength head-on. Is this all you are capable of, Orochimaru? Tsunade burst forth from the haze, her golden hair dancing wildly. Her eyes filled with icy, murderous intent. She swung her fist again, the wind from her punch causing the air to erupt with a thunderous boom. Serpent array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru clasped his hands together and slammed them down. A myriad of vividly colored venomous snakes surged forth from his sleeves and robes like a tidal wave, hissing ominously, overwhelming Tsunade. Each serpent glimmered with the deadly sheen of its fangs. Unfazed, Tsunade danced in defiance, her fists moving like the wind. Monster strength rampage. The shadows of her punches multiplied, each strike generating a violent gust of air. The advancing serpents collided with an invisible meat grinder, instantly transforming into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. The stench of snake blood and shredded meat rained down like droplets. Yet amidst this bloody melee, a few warm drops of snake blood, tinged with the taste of rust, inadvertently splattered onto Tsunade's hand. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze. Tsunade's frenzied movements abruptly ceased. Her pupils dilated, fixating intensely on the glaring scarlet on her hand. The image of Kato lying bloodied and defeated, the remnants of the rope tree shattered by explosive tags, those gruesomely vivid memories she had buried deep within, deliberately forgotten, surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming her reason. A chilling, fear-laden scream escaped Tsunade's throat. Her body trembled violently, her face turning as pale as a sheet. Cold sweat soaking her back in an instant. The once dominant strength on the battlefield, the courage that stood resolute against myriad snakes, vanished without a trace. She recoiled like a frightened rabbit, hands tightly covering her eyes, curling into herself, emitting unconscious whimpers filled with terror. Blood, please don't come near. Tsunade. A desperate shout rang out. Jiraiya's figure burst onto the battlefield like a cannonball. He chanced upon the scene where Tsunade, overcome by her hemophobia, was on the brink of collapse, and he caught a glimpse of the malicious smirk on Orochimaru's face. Damn you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes were ablaze with fury. Summoning jutsu, Gamabunta. With a thunderous roar and a cloud of dust, the colossal figure of Gamabunta, resembling a mountain and clutching a gigantic pipe, appeared with a short sword at his waist. Jiraiya? Is it you again, you foul serpent? Gamabunta's enormous eyes surveyed the battlefield, his voice booming, and soon fell upon the trembling Tsunade, his tone turning grave. Lady Tsunade, please, help me fend him off. Jiraiya, with no time for elaboration, dashed to Tsunade's side, shielding her protectively. Humph, an annoying pest. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. Summoning jutsu, Manda. Hiss. Accompanied by a spine-chilling hiss, a terrifying serpent, as massive as Gamabunta and adorned with purple scales and a single horn, tore through the fabric of space. Manifesting itself, it was Manda from the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru. What is the meaning of this? Where's the sacrifice? Manda hissed impatiently. Eliminate that wretched toad for me. Orochimaru retorted coldly. Gamabunta, today, I shall feast upon you. Manda roared, its colossal form charging toward Gamabunta with a foul wind. I fear you not. Gamabunta bellowed in response, drawing his gleaming short sword, the blade known as Samahata, and boldly confronting the serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The two colossal summoned beasts collided with ferocity. Manda coiled and bit, venom splattering, its tail striking like a steel whip. Gamabunta swung his massive sword with precision, each slash powerful and deliberate, while nimbly leaping to evade the onslaught. Their clashes echoed like the end of the world, the earth cracking beneath them, leaving deep gorges and shockwaves obliterating the surrounding forest. The dust cloud obscured the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Jiraiya stood guard beside the trembling Tsunade, his eyes vigilant upon Orochimaru, observing the cataclysmic battle from a distance and glancing at Tsunade, who had wholly lost her fighting spirit. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes glinted with calculation. His intention was to strike a bargain with Tsunade, not to engage in a fatal confrontation. With his purpose now exposed, and Tsunade incapable of fulfilling the deal, further entanglement served no purpose. Orochimaru's chilling laughter echoed. Jiraiya, take this useless princess back. The Hokage of Konoha? How ironic. Tsunade, remember our agreement. Should you change your mind, you may seek me out at any time. He cast a lingering glance at the curled-up Tsunade, and his form transformed into countless small serpents, burrowing into the ground and vanishing from sight. Manda, we are leaving. Orochimaru's voice rang out from afar. TCH, how dull. Manda hissed resentfully, abruptly breaking free from Gamabunta's grasp, its vast form dissipating into white smoke. As the dust settled, the valley lay in ruins. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, still quaking with fear in his arms, his eyes filled with compassion and complexity. It's all right, Tsunade. You're safe now. We're going home, he gently soothed, patting her back. In her state of terror, Tsunade was taken back to Konoha and admitted to the hospital ward. The onset of hemophobia was a tremendous drain on both her mind and body. She had succumbed to slumber for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, the sunlight filtering through the window bore the familiar scent of disinfectant that permeated the air of Konoha. Standing quietly by her bedside were representatives from the elite shinobi class, including Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, alongside Shizune, who had hurried back from the daimyo's residence. Lady Tsunade, how do you feel? Shizune inquired, her voice laced with concern. Chapter 156. Resolution. Tsunade did not respond. Instead, she wearily closed her eyes once more. Lady Tsunade. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, his voice steady yet burdened with gravity. I trust Lord Jiraiya has informed you of Konoha's current predicament. The Elder Council has been suspended and is under investigation. We face a power vacuum with formidable foes lurking outside and treachery brewing within. The elite shinobi class is striving to hold things together, yet without legitimacy. We cannot rally the hearts of the people nor make significant decisions. Konoha requires a Hokage who has the trust of the masses to stabilize the situation and guide us out of this crisis. Shikaka bowed deeply. We earnestly implore you, for the sake of Konoha, to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Please, Lady Tsunade, become the 5th Hokage, echoed Inoichi, Choza, and the others, their voices resonating with hope and urgency, filling the hospital room with an atmosphere thick with expectation. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, her golden gaze sweeping across the faces of those filled with anticipation, yet her expression was hollow and distant. Memories of Orochimaru's manipulations flooded her mind, alongside the desperate grasping at phantoms during her darkest moments, and the bone-deep fear and powerlessness that accompanied the blood on her hands. Hokage, Tsunade whispered, her voice hoarse and weary. I have long since declared that I am no longer a ninja. How can I protect the village or bear the title of Hokage when I tremble at the sight of blood? She pulled the covers higher, curling herself into a tight ball as if to shield herself from the weight of all hope and responsibility. Seek someone else. A profound sense of disappointment flickered in Shikaku and the others' eyes, yet witnessing Tsunade's pale, weary form and her refusal to engage, they could only sigh in silence and bow before departing, leaving behind Shizune's anxious and concerned words. Another day passed, and with her condition slightly improved, Tsunade disregarded Shizune's pleas and ventured out of the hospital alone. She yearned to escape the sterile, medicinal confines of her room, as well as the heavy expectations that accompanied her. The streets of Konoha appeared far more desolate than she remembered. Graffiti remnants from protests adorned the walls, and the faces of the townsfolk bore the weariness of survival and uncertainty about the future. However, as her figure emerged onto the street, passers-by recognized the legendary princess. It's Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade has returned. Lady Tsunade, is your injury healing? Lady Tsunade, will you become our Hokage? The chorus of greetings resounded, devoid of flattery or coercion, only the purest concern and the most direct hopes. An elderly woman selling vegetables trembled as she offered Tsunade a fresh tomato. Lady Tsunade, please take care of yourself. The village needs a steadfast leader like you. A small boy, who had lost his father on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, timidly tugged at her sleeve. Lady Tsunade, you're as formidable as the first Hokage. You will protect the village, won't you? The sounds and gazes pierced her frozen heart like tiny needles. She walked in silence, offering no responses to the inquiries around her, yet her numbed heart stirred uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself at the ancient grounds of the Senju clan. The former splendor had long since vanished, leaving behind only empty courtyards and silent corridors, permeated by the dust of time. She slowly pushed open the heavy door of the main residence, the creaking echoing through the desolate abode. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting mottled shadows on the dust-laden floor. In that moment, she envisioned her childhood self, chasing after her grandfather, the legendary Hokage Hashirama Senju, whose boisterous laughter reverberated in her memory. Little Tsunade, watch as I conjure a grand treehouse for you. His jovial voice seemed to linger in her ears. With a clap of his hands, a colossal tree sprang forth, forming a whimsical treehouse where young Tsunade climbed up and down, carefree and joyous. The scene shifted, revealing her brother Nawaki's vibrant smile. Sister, I too wish to become a Hokage like grandfather, protecting our village so everyone can live happily. His eyes sparkled with pure aspirations for the future. Then came the battlefields shrouded in smoke. Kato Dan, the man who always wore a gentle smile, grasped her hand tightly in his final moments, blood staining her garments. His gaze remained resolute and tender. Tsunade, do not weep. Watch over the village as it flourishes. His hand fell limp, and the grotesque image of her brother's mangled body flashed before her. The echoes of her grandfather's hearty laughter reverberated still. Her brother's ambitious vows rang in her ears. The weight of her lover's last wishes loomed like a mountain. Grandfather, Nawaki, Dan, Tsunade murmured, tears cascading silently down her cheeks, falling onto the dust-covered floor. She leaned against the cold wall, gradually sliding down to the ground. She had been evading the pain of loss, shirking the burden of entrusted responsibility. She sought solace in alcohol and gambling, convincing herself that she was no longer a ninja. She had nearly succumbed to Orochimaru's illusory promises, teetering on the precipice of betrayal against her village. Yet, as she wandered the streets of Konoha, observing the villagers, scarred yet still filled with hope, as she stood upon this ancient land, steeped in the glory and duty of the Senju clan. As the memories of lost loved ones flooded over her like a tide, the fervor that had been deliberately frozen within her, the blood of the Senju clan, the duty of the legendary three shinobi of Konoha, the pride of the name Tsunade, finally shattered the confines of fear and evasion. She recalled Nawaki's aspiration to protect the village as Hokage like their grandfather. She remembered Dan's wish for the village to thrive. She reflected on Hashirama Senju's original intent in establishing Konoha, to create a peaceful haven where no child would weep. I have been a cowardly fool, Tsunade declared, raising her hand to fiercely wipe away her tears. In her golden eyes, the long-standing confusion, fear, and despondency were utterly washed away, replaced by an unprecedented, molten intensity of determination and light. She leaned against the wall, gradually rising to her feet, as if a renewed strength surged within her. The weakness brought on by her hemophobia seemed momentarily subdued by this resolute will. She cast a final glance at the desolate expanse of the Senju clan grounds, as if bidding farewell to her former self. Then, she turned, straightened her spine, and strode purposefully through the long-sealed door, heading towards the Hokage building. Sunlight cascaded upon her golden hair, illuminating it with a brilliant radiance. Her strides quickened, growing ever more resolute. Inside the Hokage office, Nara Shikaku and others were engrossed in the overwhelming task of managing documents when the door was forcefully thrown open. Chapter 157. The Succession of the Fifth Hokage. Everyone looked up to see Tsunade standing at the entrance, her posture upright like a pine tree, golden eyes blazing like the sun, surveying the room with an undeniable authority and formidable presence. Nara Shikaku, dispatch a message to summon all Jonin and representatives from each clan. Yes. Shikaku's eyes sparkled with unprecedented fervor. Simultaneously, inform the entire village. Tsunade lifted her gaze, scanning the crowd and beyond to the village of Konohagakure, as if proclaiming to the entire community, I, Senju Tsunade, hereby ascend as the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Her voice resonated powerfully, akin to the beating of war drums. No longer the evading gambler, nor the doctor paralyzed by a fear of blood. She is Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. She is the inheritor of the will of those who have passed. In this moment, the will of fire, having endured slander, betrayal, collapse, and despair, was reignited through the awakening of a princess. Konohagakure welcomed its fifth Hokage. The atmosphere within the Hokage office was imbued with a unique scent, a blend of fresh paint and old documents. Seated behind the expansive desk, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, had changed from her usual attire into the white ceremonial robe emblematic of the Hokage, complemented by a dark green ninja outfit underneath. Her golden twin ponytails were neatly secured at the back of her head, while the diamond mark on her forehead shimmered subtly in the sunlight. Having shed the confusion and turmoil of the past, she now possessed a gaze sharp as an eagle's and an aura as imposing as a mountain, exuding a long-missed presence befitting a top-tier warrior. The office was crowded with representatives from various clans, including Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, the Ino Shikacho Trio, Uchiha Fugaku, Yamanaka Shi, Inazuka Tsum, Hyuga Hizashi, and others. Kakashi Hitaki, Ibiki Marino, Asuma Suratobi, and Might Guy, all Jonin residing in the village, gathered around the conference table. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn, imbued with the hopes of renewal and scrutiny of the unknown. Among them stood key figures such as Yuhi Kurenai, Nara Shikamaru, and Uchiha Itachi, the former calm and collected, the latter resolute in spirit. Esteemed colleagues, Tsunade's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying an undeniable penetrating power. Konoha faces a tumultuous transformation. Now is the time for reconstruction and revitalization. I have gathered you today to address past grievances, restore order, and lay the foundation for our future. Her gaze pierced through the room, finally resting upon Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, you are the captain of the elite J-Nin team and have been the temporary overseer of various village matters. Please, report to those present on the current status of the former Elder Advisory Group, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kamen, as well as the preliminary findings regarding the recent rumors circulating within the village. Yes, Lord Fifth Hokage. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, his voice steady and clear, akin to the delivery of a meticulously prepared report. Firstly, the status. The former third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Elder Advisor Shimura Danzo, and the others have been ordered to remain at home, prohibited from venturing outside. They are under surveillance by the Umbu and the J-Nin team to ensure they cannot interfere with village affairs or access sensitive information. Their residences have been sealed with protective barriers. Secondly, regarding the preliminary investigation into the rumors concerning Shimura Danzo and his subordinates' human experiments involving the transplantation of first Hokage Senju Hashirama's cells. Based on the partial clues we have gathered and the remnants at the root base that have yet to be completely destroyed, this rumor is largely substantiated. Danzo indeed conducted secret human experiments and has transplanted cells from the first Hokage into his right arm. The specific number of victims and the details of the experiments are still under thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, an audible gasp filled the meeting room, a collective intake of breath steeped in dread. The reflection from Oil Girl Shibi's sunglasses glimmered ominously, while the colossal wolf companion beside Inazuka Tsum let out a low whimper. The notion of human experimentation and the desecration of the first Hokage's remains had touched upon the deepest taboos of Konoha. Regarding the suspicions surrounding the demise of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the treatment of his son, Uzumaki Naruto, the specifics of the fourth sacrifice involve top-secret information, and the files are sealed. Thus, the investigation will require time. However, concerning Uzumaki Naruto, Shikako paused, his tone tinged with sorrow. As the hero's orphan of the fourth Hokage, Naruto has endured inhumane treatment and malicious rumors over the years within the village, and upon verification, these claims hold true. The former Elder Council, particularly the department responsible for related placements, bears an irrefutable burden of negligence and complicity. At the mention of Naruto, many J-nin displayed complex expressions, a mix of guilt and anger. Regarding the death of Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, this matter dates back many years, and the key figures are largely absent. Current evidence cannot directly prove the Elder Council's involvement. Yet the abnormal public sentiment and the failure of higher-ups to clarify and intervene in a timely manner is undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. As for the Hyuga incident, the issue surrounding the Cloud Village's envoy and subsequent handling is clear-cut. The Elder Council's decision-making was flawed and weak-willed, nearly leading to the wrongful persecution of the head of the Hyuga branch family. This is beyond doubt. Hyuga Hayashi's expression remained impassive, though the knuckles of his hands resting on his knees turned slightly white. Had it not been for the intervention of Mizuno Kazuki, his younger brother would have certainly been sacrificed by the Elder Council. Tsunade listened intently to the report, her expression growing increasingly grim. Upon hearing of Danzo's transplantation of Hashirama's cells and Naruto's plight, her fist clenched tightly against the armrest, the sturdy material groaning under the pressure. A chilling fury coalesced within her eyes. Very well. Excellent. Tsunade's voice rang out like the clash of ice. A bunch of worthless old bastards. They've turned Konoha into a cesspool. She slammed the table with a force so great that the documents atop it fluttered. Rikuju, you are to take charge of a specialized investigation regarding the inhumane experiments conducted by Shimura Danzo and the taboo actions related to the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Assemble a dedicated task force. Tsunade's command was resolute. You may select the members, including those from the Umbu, the Intelligence Department, the Medical Department, and trusted representatives from various clans. It is imperative that we uncover the truth. All individuals involved, regardless of their status, shall face severe punishment. I demand to know how many innocent lives have been stained by that old man's ambition. Her voice was laced with a chilling malice, causing the temperature in the room to drop perceptibly. Understood. Rikuju replied solemnly, his gaze sharp. This appointment was both a testament to trust and a heavy burden. As for the investigation into the specifics of the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, Tsunade turned to Yamashita Kaichi. Kaichi, you are responsible for this. Access all relevant documents and interview any possible witnesses. This matter is of utmost priority. Proceed with caution and thoroughness to reveal the truth. Yes, Lady Hokage. Yamashita Kaichi answered with a grave demeanor. Chapter 158. Meeting outcomes. When Tsunade mentioned the name Uzumaki Naruto, her tone softened slightly, yet retained an undeniable authority. From this moment forth, we shall officially declare to the villagers of Konohagakure that he is the son of the fourth Hokage, a hero of the village. He is to receive all the privileges and respect due to a hero's orphan. All unjust rumors against him henceforth shall be prohibited. Should I hear any further derogatory terms such as demon fox, those responsible shall face severe consequences. His living conditions, education, and security shall be directly managed by the Hokage's office. Rikuju, you must also oversee this matter. Understood. Rikuju nodded. This command garnered silent approval from many of the J-nin present. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward, drawing the attention of all. His expression was calm, his gaze steady, and his voice resonated with strength. Fifth Hokage. Regarding the Night of the Nine Tails and the unjust suffering endured by the Uchiha clan, I stand here to represent my clan and humbly request to present our grievances. Tsunade regarded him with her amber eyes, devoid of warmth, yet gestured for him to continue. On the Night of the Nine Tails, the entire Uchiha clan strictly adhered to the orders of the security department, securing the village's critical points, evacuating civilians, and repelling the residual attacks from the Nine Tails. None approached the core battlefield. This is supported by the records from that day, patrol maps, and numerous eyewitness accounts from non-Uchiha individuals. Fugaka's voice was clear and well-articulated. My wife, Uchiha Makoto, shared a deep bond with the fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, akin to sisters. This was common knowledge among many in the village at the time. The Uchiha clan, no matter how foolish, would never sacrifice the bonds of kinship and friendship for a suspicion that was bound to lead to catastrophic consequences. Devoid of any logic, Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina became friends at the Konoha Ninja Academy, and when they both bore children, they even jested about arranging a betrothal for a son and a daughter. This connection is precisely why Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke share such a deep bond. Furthermore, upon reviewing the outcomes, Fujitake's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, laced with a hint of cold mockery. What has the Uchiha clan gained after the Night of the Nine Tails? Their power within the security department has been further diminished. Their ancestral lands have been relocated from a central position to a remote suburb. Subjected to the meticulous scrutiny of the Umbu, they have faced estrangement and hostility from the entire village. We have borne the brunt of the losses and the stigma, yet have reaped no tangible benefits. From emotional, logical, or self-interest perspectives, the Uchiha clan possesses no justification. Nor would they ever engage in the reckless act of orchestrating the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, a self-destructive endeavor that harms others while yielding no advantage. Fujitake's discourse was marked by clarity of logic, balancing evidence with reason, particularly emphasizing the personal relationship between Makoto and Kushina, a crucial emotional lever absent from previous public discussions, prompting many seasoned shinobi, who initially harbored entrenched biases against the Uchiha, to delve into contemplation. Uchiha Shursui stood amidst the crowd, his gaze resolute, silently offering his support. Tsunade listened in silence, her fingers gently tapping the table. Fujitake's analysis indeed powerfully undermined the Uchiha's primary suspicion of orchestrating the Nine Tails rampage. Although she held no particular fondness for the insular and proud Uchiha clan, as Hokage, she was compelled to render her judgment based on facts and logic. After a moment of silence, Tsunade raised her eyes, her gaze piercing, her voice steady and commanding. The statement from the Uchiha clan leader is coherent and reasonable. The specific truth regarding the Night of the Nine Tails will be thoroughly investigated by Konoha, leaving no stone unturned and ensuring no one is wrongfully accused. Her eyes scanned both Uchiha Fujitake and Shursui, as well as all the present Jonin, until the final investigation results are disclosed. I, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, hereby declare the Uchiha clan is an indispensable part of the Hidden Leaf Village. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan and all its members shall enjoy equal rights and obligations within the village, akin to those of other clans and villagers. Any unfounded discrimination, exclusion, or differential treatment based on rumors stemming from the Nine Tails incident shall not be tolerated by village regulations. Violators will face severe punishment. This proclamation resonated like thunder. While it did not unequivocally absolve the Uchiha of suspicion, it provided them with a provisional endorsement of innocence and a promise of equality at an official level. This bore more weight than any hollow reassurances. Uchiha Fujitake's taut shoulders imperceptibly relaxed a fraction, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed fifth Hokage, for your fair judgment. The Uchiha clan will steadfastly uphold our duties and strive to protect Konoha with all our might. Shursui followed suit, bowing with eyes shimmering with excitement and hope. The last vestiges of restlessness among the radical faction were temporarily quelled by this official commitment. The stakes were too high, a warning subtly embedded within Fujitake's appeal, which Tsunade comprehended. Finally, Tsunade's gaze turned icy, landing on the topic concerning the handling of the Elder Council. Regarding the four former advisory elders, her voice carried an undeniable finality. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate-un shall remain under house arrest, with sealing barriers maintained and under stringent surveillance by the Umbu, until all relevant investigations are completed. During this period, they are prohibited from any unnecessary contact with the outside world. Chapter 2. The root organization under the control of Shimura Danzo is hereby officially disbanded and rendered void. All members, facilities, resources, and archives of the root must be thoroughly investigated and cataloged to be unified under the Dark Department for reorganization. All actions and secret missions previously independent of village regulations are hereby abolished. Any defiance will be met with the cold gaze of Tsunade, to be judged as treason against the village. The root is disbanded. This is a thunderous measure to sever the ties with the Elder Council, particularly the last remnants of Danzo. It proclaims the complete end of the dark era of the roots in Konoha. This resolution takes immediate effect. Tsunade rose, her white ceremonial robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, a powerful aura enveloping the room. After this tumult, Konoha has finally uprooted the decayed roots. Let the past serve as a cautionary tale. The path ahead requires unity among all. I urge you all to join me in revitalizing the glory of Konoha. At your command, 5th Hokage. Within the conference room, all jonin and representatives from various clans, including Uchiha Fugaku, bowed in agreement, their voices resounding with conviction. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, bathing Tsunade and each individual present, seemingly dispelling the long-standing gloom and illuminating the thorny path of rebirth. The new era of Konoha officially commenced under the decisive leadership of 5th Hokage Tsunade. Chapter 159. Eradication of Old Forces in the early morning of Konoha. A thin mist hung like a gentle veil, not yet fully dissipated by the rising sun. However, the air was no longer filled with the tranquility of the past, but rather with a vibrant and raucous energy, once suppressed, now fervently released. The legendary Sannin, 5th Hokage Tsunade, known for her formidable tactics and iron will, was reshaping this ancient village, scarred by war and political strife, at an unprecedented pace. A cleansing storm, codenamed Eradication, had just begun to settle, sweeping through the Dark Department and the Root Organization. Under Tsunade's direct command and the astute planning of Nara Shikaku, the deep-rooted entanglements, steeped in the will of the Elder Council, especially the shadow of Shimura Danzo, were ruthlessly uprooted. Those loyal to the old era or harboring ulterior motives were entirely purged from the core power circle, facing judgment or exile. In their stead emerged a new generation, meticulously selected, whose very blood coursed with unwavering loyalty to the ideals of a renewed Konoha. At the pinnacle of this new force stood a figure whose name sent shivers down the spines of many remnants of the old powers, Uchiha Shursui. This young man, known throughout the ninja world for his instantaneous prowess during the Third Great Ninja War, yet possessing an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, had garnered the unreserved and absolute trust of Tsunade. Owing to his impeccable strength, particularly his dreaded Kodoame Tsukumi, which played a pivotal role in the high-level purges, and his remarkable calmness and efficiency in crises that belied his years. At this moment, Shursui stood deep within the subterranean heart of Konoha, where the power cores of the Dark Department and the Root once converged. The air was cold and damp, mingled with dust and a faint hint of blood. The grotesque emblem of the Root had yet to be entirely scraped away, entangled with the mask representing the Dark Department, a haunting remnant of a bygone era unwilling to relinquish its hold. Scattered across the ground were the violently overturned scroll boxes and toppled filing cabinets, creating a scene of utter disarray. Shursui, clad in a newly designed, streamlined dark uniform, stood tall against the stark black fabric. Behind him were several young faces, their gazes sharp and resolute. They were trusted new members of the Umbu, meticulously selected by Nara Shikaku. By the decree of the 5th Hokage, Shursui's voice, though not loud, pierced the oppressive air with an undeniable calm. He unfurled the scroll in his hand, the deep crimson Hokage seal resembling a branding iron. Henceforth, all personnel files, top-secret mission documents, special equipment, and research materials from the former Umbu and Root would be transferred to the new Umbu for unified management, either sealed or destroyed. Everyone, please cooperate with the handover. As the command was delivered, a heavy silence enveloped the dimly lit space. A dozen ninjas, donning outdated masks or Root insignias, lurked like dormant shadows. After a brief pause, an undercurrent surged. A ninja, wearing an old-style mask representing the 3rd Hokage's direct Umbu, stepped forward with a voice strained by anger and humiliation. Uchiha Shursui, you are but a junior. On what grounds do you collect these? The 3rd Hokage devoted his life to Konoha. Should his people and their legacy be so trampled and erased? These documents are the history of Konoha. They are the blood and sweat of countless predecessors. His words ignited a low murmur of agreement among those loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Before Shursui could respond, a figure in the corner let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. It was a typical remnant of Root, eyes as venomous as a serpent, face twisted with a fanatical zeal. Humph, Tsunade Senju, what a 5th Hokage. Want to eradicate the Roots? With just a few wet-behind-the-ears kids like you? He raised his voice sharply, like a viper poised to strike. The will of Danzo-sama cannot be so easily erased by you traitors. Root shall never perish. With a sudden flourish of his hand, several die-hard Root loyalists sprang into action, occupying the passageway and high ground, hands poised over kunai and ninja blades. The chilling aura of impending violence locking onto Shui and his fellow newcomers. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. The air seemed to solidify into ice. The new Umbu members instinctively formed a defensive formation, backs against one another, breathing heavily yet unwavering in their resolve. The warmth faded from Shui's demeanor. His dark eyes now as frigid as a deep pool, scanning the poised rebels with an icy glare. The command had been conveyed. His voice remained calm, yet carried the weight of finality, akin to a sentence pronounced. Defiers shall be deemed as traitors to the village. Kill. The Root loyalist leader, codenamed Viper, let out a piercing shriek. Poisoned, dark shurikens shot forth like a torrential downpour, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Shui and the newcomers behind him. Simultaneously, several Root ninjas began weaving hand signs with swift precision. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Fire release, great fireball technique. Stalwart stone spikes erupted from the ground, and a massive, searing fireball roared, filling the narrow space, instantly encircling and isolating Shui and his team. Chaos erupted as the brilliant flashes of ninjutsu and acrid smoke engulfed the entire underground archive room. Body flicker technique. At the moment of the attack, Shui's figure left behind a blurred afterimage, as if he had melded with a leaf swept away by the wind, vanishing into thin air. Watch your back, someone cried out. Bang! A Root ninja who was forming hand seals to perform a fire technique felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Shui's silhouette flitted like a specter through the narrow, winding underground passage. Sparks flew from the clash of kunai, and the muffled sounds of fists and feet striking echoed continuously. Uchiha Shui expertly evaded all lethal assaults, each appearance marked by the precise fall of a rebel, employing swift hand strikes, joint locks, and even cleverly utilizing the residual force of the enemy's ninjutsu to incapacitate their comrades. His movements were so rapid that, in the dim, flickering light, he left behind countless elusive afterimages. Under his protection and leadership, the new Umbu members struggled valiantly against foes that outnumbered them several times, facing immense pressure. Yet the line held firm. Trash, get out of my way. As he witnessed his subordinates being swiftly eliminated, Hebe erupted into madness. He, along with two other significantly stronger core members of Root, surged forward. One of them had bandages wrapped around his arm, faintly revealing ominous chakra fluctuations. Presumably a result of having the first Hokage cells implanted, the other's eyes flickered with strange chakra. Like a trio of ferocious beasts, they recklessly charged at Shui. They abandoned defense, forming hand seals with incredible speed, chakra surging violently. Evidently determined to unleash their most powerful secret techniques in a bid to either perish together or severely wound Shui. The deadly chakra fluctuations instantaneously locked onto Shui and a rookie behind him, who was staggering while evading a rock spear. The shadow of death descended. In that critical moment, Chapter 160, Shui's Kaleidoscope. The three Tomo in Shui's eyes suddenly accelerated, spinning, twisting, merging. In an instant, a pair of ethereal and intricate kaleidoscopic patterns erupted within his profound gaze, imbued with a power that sent shivers down the spine. An intangible yet overwhelming mental force exploded outward from Shui, enveloping the chaotic underground battlefield in a tremendous wave. Time seemed to freeze. All the rebels charging forward, forming hand seals and throwing weapons, especially the three diehard core members of Root, suddenly froze in their motions. The madness, ruthlessness, and resolve on their faces instantly crystallized, replaced by an indescribable, profound fear and despair that emanated from the depths of their souls. Their gazes became hollow and dazed, as if they had plunged into an endless abyss of nightmares. Ah, no, don't come closer. Forgive me, Lord Danzo. A piercing, discordant scream erupted from their throats. The chakra they had gathered for their ninjutsu spiraled out of control and dissipated. The fiery orbs extinguished with a soft pop, and sharp stone spikes crumbled to dust. Weapons clattered to the ground. The powerful mental shock struck them like an invisible hammer, brutally impacting the core of their consciousness. Their will shattered. Bodies lost control, collapsing to the ground like limp clay, convulsing violently, uttering incomprehensible murmurs, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. The cacophony, the brilliance of ninjutsu, and the sounds of clashing weapons all came to an abrupt halt. In the underground passage, Only the heavy breaths of the new Dark Division members and the unconscious, pained groans of the rebels remained. The remaining hesitant ninjas from the third-generation faction, witnessing this scene akin to divine retribution, completely lost all courage to resist. Their faces pale as parchment, weapons slipping feebly from their grasp. The kaleidoscopic pattern in Shirsue's eyes gradually faded, returning to a profound black. His complexion had noticeably paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the burden of the kaleidoscope evident on his face. He took a deep breath, suppressing the mental fatigue. His gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Capture them all, escort them to the heavy detention center, and ensure they are closely monitored. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the broad windows, dispelling the last wisps of morning mist and illuminating the room with a bright, dignified glow. Behind the immense desk stood rock sculptures of past Hokages, silently observing below. Tsunade sat regally in the expansive Hokage chair, her hands clasped under her chin, golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Her expression was exceptionally grave, her emerald eyes sharp as the finest jade, scrutinizing Uchiha Shirsue, who knelt before the desk on one knee. Ino, cradling her pig, stood quietly to the side, not daring to breathe. Shirsue had changed out of his dust and sweat-stained uniform into a pristine Dark Division garb. Yet the weariness of battle and the pallor of exhaustion were still starkly visible on his face. He reported the entire confiscation process in clear, concise, and unbiased language, detailing the resistance of the old forces, Danzo's loyalists' incitement and betrayal, the outbreak of combat, the suppression of the rebellion, the personnel situation, and the detention of key figures. All with remarkable clarity. Tsunade listened intently, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth mahogany desk. When she heard of Danzo's loyalists launching a fatal attack with the intent of mutual destruction, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. But when the term kaleidoscope Sharingan was mentioned, her body leaned slightly forward, her sharp gaze locking onto Shirsue with palpable intensity. Ultimately, to ensure the completion of the mission and the safety of my comrades, I was compelled to utilize the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to suppress the core of the rebellion. Shirsue concluded his report, his voice resonating in the spacious office. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of Tsunade's fingers on the desk, echoing like a countdown in the hearts of those present. After what felt like an eternity, Tsunade slowly rose, walking towards the grand floor-to-ceiling window. With her back to Shirsue, she gazed out at the bustling streets of Konoha, the sunlight outlining her tall and powerful silhouette. Reluctantly, Tsunade's voice, deep and magnetic, shattered the silence. She turned abruptly, her gaze penetrating, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. Shirsue, raise your head. He obeyed, lifting his gaze to meet Tsunade's, his eyes clear and unguarded. Tsunade approached the desk step by step, each stride laden with an invisible weight. Leaning slightly forward, her hands planted firmly on the surface, her all-seeing eyes fixed intently on Shirsue's. Pray tell, what powers does your kaleidoscope Sharingan possess? How can it shatter the will of multiple elite members of the Root in mere moments amidst such chaos, rendering them as helpless as lambs to the slaughter? This is far beyond the realm of ordinary illusions. Tsunade's tone was direct and commanding, imbued with the weight of the truth that a Hokage must grasp regarding core powers. Ino instinctively held her breath. Shirsue's gaze momentarily lowered, as if contemplating his choice of words. The capabilities of the kaleidoscope are the deepest secrets of the Uchiha, and indeed a double-edged sword. He lifted his head, meeting Tsunade's penetrating gaze with honesty, yet revealing a sense of intentional reservation. Hokage-sama, one of the techniques of my kaleidoscope is known as Kodoamatsukami. The name itself bore a divine gravitas, causing Tsunade's pupils to subtly constrict. It can infiltrate the mental core of a target without their awareness, unleashing an illusion so potent that it can rewrite their very perception. In extreme circumstances, it can forcibly alter the fundamental direction of their will, rendering them loyal to the objectives set by the caster. Shirsue paused, clearly emphasizing, however, this technique exacts an immense toll on both ocular and mental energy, and after each use, there is an extraordinarily lengthy cooldown period, preventing consecutive applications. As for the application used earlier in the corridor, Shirsue continued, it was a potent mental shock derived from the foundational power of Kodoamatsukami, rather than directly rewriting will. It momentarily drags the target into the abyss of their deepest fears and despair, causing their mental defenses to collapse entirely and shattering their will to fight. The effect is formidable, yet the burden is equally severe. He refrained from mentioning the title of the strongest illusion or the specific 10-year cooldown limitation. But the information provided was sufficient for Tsunade to grasp the terrifying might, strategic value, and the immense costs and stringent restrictions required for its use. Chapter 161. Team Leader Shursui. Tsunade gazed deeply at Shursui, her eyes seemingly capable of penetrating into the depths of his soul. She refrained from probing further into the details and slowly returned to her seat as Hokage. The office fell into silence once more, yet the atmosphere had shifted from before. Shortly thereafter, Nara Shikaku appeared in the Hokage's office, holding several documents, his demeanor as composed and wise as ever. Before Tsunade lay the reports submitted by Shikaku regarding the follow-up of the eradication operations, along with a detailed evaluation specifically addressing Uchiha Shursui's recent performance. Uchiha Shursui stood to the side, awaiting the final verdict or appointment. Shikaku, Tsunade did not look up, her finger tracing the assessment report. What is your final evaluation concerning Shursui's performance during the cleansing operation, as well as the execution of subsequent urgent tasks? Your opinion is a crucial factor in my decision-making. Shikaku slightly bowed, his voice clear and steady. Yes, Hokage-sama. After considering all aspects, my evaluation is as follows. Uchiha Shursui's personal abilities in body flicker technique, Sharingan utilization, physical combat, and tactical acumen have all reached the pinnacle of what Konoha has to offer, beyond reproach. More importantly, his unwavering loyalty to the ideals of Konoha has been powerfully evidenced through numerous rigorous trials, particularly during today's pacification operation. He paused slightly, meticulously organizing his words. During the cleansing action, he acted with precision and effectiveness, addressing the resistance of the old forces appropriately, thereby averting a larger conflict. In today's suppression of rebellion, he not only demonstrated formidable prowess as a top-tier ninja, but also showcased the decisive strength and sense of responsibility needed to turn the tide in a crisis, safeguarding his comrades and ensuring the core objectives of the mission were achieved. His demeanor is gentle and his dealings just among the new generation of Umbu members. His prestige is ever increasing, marking him as a natural core leader. Riku's gaze shifted towards Shursui, carrying a hint of scrutiny, yet predominantly an acknowledgement. As for the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, he hesitated briefly, seemingly recalling the harrowing details of that moment. While formidable and enigmatic, the essence of this power leans towards mental manipulation, harboring potential risks. Nevertheless, all intelligence thus far indicates that he has wielded this ability solely in the service of Konoha, adhering to the highest principles without transgression, maintaining a profound sense of restraint and responsibility in its application. Tsunade's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. She picked up the report, her eyes skimming over Shursui's past contributions to the village, particularly his recorded stances during the Ninetales incident and the Uchiha massacre. It was evident that Riku had conducted a thorough background investigation. Finally resting on Riku's natural core leader assessment, she recalled Shursui's precise execution of her every command during the cleansing operation, his composure during the standoff in the archives, his unwavering protection of the newcomers in the corridors, and his candid yet measured demeanor during reports. Riku's shrewd evaluation perfectly corroborated her inner judgment. The power of that Manjiki indeed serves as an extraordinarily sharp double-edged sword. It harbors a terrifying potential to rewrite wills and subvert perceptions, enough to instill fear in any authority. However, Shursui's clear and resolute gaze, his selfless commitment to his comrades, and his profound sincerity towards the village compelled Tsunade to take a gamble. She was willing to integrate this formidable power, shrouded in darkness, into the protective framework of her envisioned new Konoha, transforming it into her sharpest and most reliable shadow blade. With her resolve solidified, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, the resounding noise echoing throughout the office. She rose abruptly, a powerful aura befitting the fifth Hokage radiating from her. Grasping a scroll, already prepared and stamped with the Hokage's seal, she declared with a voice as resonant as a bell, filled with undeniable determination. Uchiha Shursui. Here. Shursui's body instantly stiffened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Tsunade unfurled the decree, her voice clear as she pronounced each word with conviction. In light of your unparalleled ninja talents, your unwavering and tested loyalty to the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the extraordinary courage, precise judgment, and world-altering strength you have exhibited during numerous critical crises, particularly in today's suppression of the rebellion at its roots, I, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, hereby formally appoint you as the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Konoha Anbu. Her gaze was piercing, fixed upon Shursui. This position is directly under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. It takes effect immediately. Tsunade stepped forward, extending the appointment document towards Shursui. Her voice carried a weighty entrustment and an unyielding expectation. Shursui, your strength is the indispensable blade that will sever the darkness and safeguard the dawn for the new Konoha. I want you to wield this shadow blade, known as Uchiha Shursui, to cut down all malevolent spirits reaching for Konoha, to eliminate every lurking malignancy. Protect this precious peace and future that we cherish together. Her voice suddenly soared, akin to the beating of war drums. Tell me, Uchiha Shursui, can you accomplish this? Shursui's body trembled slightly. The absolute trust in Tsunade's words and the heavy responsibility struck his heart like a warm current and a hammer simultaneously. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, soon replaced by an unprecedented, rock-solid determination. He knelt heavily on one knee, the sound of his knee striking the ground resonating clearly. He extended his hands, solemnly accepting the scroll that symbolized power and responsibility. Raising his head to meet Tsunade's fervent gaze, his voice rang clear and resolute, like the clash of gold and iron, echoing within the bright Hokage office, carrying an undeniable oath. Yes, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shursui, I humbly obey your command. This body, this eye, are the shield of Konoha, the blade of Konoha. I vow to protect Konoha with my life. As long as darkness remains, this blade shall not rest. Sunlight poured generously through the large windows, illuminating Shursui's straightened back and the brand-new armband on his arm, signifying his identity as the captain of a special operations team in the Anbu. The metallic insignia reflected a cold, yet resolute gleam in the light. The conviction in his eyes shone like the morning sun outside, dispersing the mist, clear, fervent, unwavering. The news of Uchiha Shursui's promotion to captain of the Anbu Special Operations Team, directly under the fifth Hokage, sent ripples through the Hidden Leaf Village, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Yet, these ripples transformed into a surging, uncontrollable wave of joy within the Uchiha clan's enclave. The long-standing gloom that had shrouded the Uchiha territory seemed pierced and dispelled by the brilliance of this appointment. Although the fifth Hokage Tsunade had mentioned equality for the Uchiha during her inaugural meeting, the reality of directly promoting one of their own to captain of the Anbu was unprecedented. Chapter 162. The Uchiha's reaction. The Uchiha clansmen, having suppressed their feelings for far too long, finally revealed genuine smiles. On the streets, in tea houses and izakayas, even in the corridors of the South Shrine, people were fervently discussing. Have you heard? It's Shursui. Shursui has become the captain of the Anbu. He directly answers to the Hokage. How wonderful. I knew that child Shursui would achieve greatness. The fifth Hokage Tsunade is truly different from those before her. Does this mean the Uchiha have finally been truly accepted by the village? Hope. This is hope. A joyful atmosphere permeated every corner of the clan's territory. Children chased and played, seemingly sharing in the adults' delight. Even those elder clansmen, who had long harbored profound doubts about the village after enduring the tumultuous aftermath of the Nine-Tails disturbance, found their furrowed brows easing and a long-lost brilliance rekindled in their eyes. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's emotions were the most intricate and profound. When the news arrived with certainty, Fugaku stood at the training ground of the clan, observing the young members practicing with shuriken. His stern visage was unusually devoid of expression. Yet the hands clenched within his sleeves betrayed a slight pallor at the knuckles, not from tension, but rather from suppressing a tremendous surge of excitement and relief. The words captain of the Anbu's Special Operations Team, directly under the Hokage, echoed in his mind. This was not merely a position, but a signal. An unprecedented signal from the very core of Konoha's power. It shattered the cold barriers of marginalization, suspicion, and wariness that had long surrounded the Uchiha clan. That evening, Fugaku convened an emergency clan meeting in the Uchiha Assembly Hall. The hall was brightly lit and bustling with people. All the clansmen who could attend were present. and the air was thick with excitement and anticipation. Standing at the forefront, Fugaku's commanding presence gradually quelled the noisy discussions. He scanned the faces below, some youthful, others weathered, yet all illuminated with excitement and hope, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Clansmen." Uchiha Fugaku's voice carried an undeniable weight. "Surely, you are all aware of the news. Our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Shisui, has, through his extraordinary talent and unwavering loyalty to the village, earned the absolute trust of the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, and has been officially appointed as the captain of the Umbu's Special Operations Team, directly under the Hokage's command." As his words hung in the air, the assembly hall erupted into thunderous applause and cheers that echoed on and on. Fugaku raised his hand to signal for silence, and once the clamor subsided, he continued, his tone growing more serious and solemn. "Shisui's promotion is not merely a personal honor. It signifies the clearest and most powerful message from Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, to our Uchiha clan. It is a testament of trust, a recognition. It affirms that we, the Uchiha clan, have finally regained our rightful position and dignity within Konoha through our own strength and convictions." His gaze burned intensely as he surveyed each person present. What does this prove? It proves that Lady Tsunade, this new Hokage, is a leader who values justice and prioritizes the collective interests of Konoha. She recognizes our worth and is willing to grant us the opportunity to demonstrate our loyalty. This is in stark contrast to the treatment our clan has endured in the past. Fugaku's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an unmistakable determination. "Therefore, clansmen, let us cast aside our past grievances and suspicions. Let us lay down these unnecessary barriers. The 5th Hokage has demonstrated her trust in the Uchiha through her actions, and we too must respond to this trust with our own actions." He clenched his fists, each word resonating like an oath within the hearts of all present. "From this day forth, I demand that every member of our clan strictly adhere to the village regulations. Remain diligent and devoted. Strive to enhance your abilities. Whether in the defense forces or in other roles, we must be conscientious and committed in all our endeavors. With our strength and unwavering loyalty, we shall safeguard the Hidden Leaf Village and honor the trust and esteem bestowed upon us by the 5th Hokage." The might of our Uchiha clan, Fyake's voice resounded like a mighty bell. It should not be the source of discord within our village, but rather a formidable shield and a sharp blade to protect it. Let the Hokage witness that within the bloodline of the Uchiha flows a profound love and dedication to the defense of the Hidden Leaf. Uchiha Shisui stands as our finest exemplar. For the Uchiha, for the Hidden Leaf. Fyake raised his arm in a fervent call. For the Uchiha, for the Hidden Leaf. The deafening echoes instantaneously filled the assembly hall, igniting an unprecedented fervor among the clan members, their eyes shimmering with a newfound sense of belonging and identity. The clamor and excitement gradually settled. In the stillness of the night, within the study of the Uchiha clan leader's mansion, the flickering lights danced. Fyake sat poised behind a grand desk, his demeanor embodying the characteristic calm and depth of a clan leader. Before him lay a steaming cup of tea. The door to the study creaked open gently, and Uchiha Shisui entered, now dressed in the Uchiha clan attire rather than his Umbu uniform, his expression respectful. "Clan leader," Shisui said, bowing slightly in greeting. "Shisui, please take a seat." Fyake gestured toward the chair opposite him, his tone tranquil. Once Shisui was seated, Fyake's gaze, as tangible as the air, rested upon his face, imbued with scrutiny and concern. "Today's clan meeting must have resonated with the enthusiasm of our people," Fyake began slowly, his fingers absently tracing the rim of his teacup. "Shisui, your promotion carries immense significance. It marks a pivotal turning point in our clan's destiny." He paused, his eyes sharpening as he posed the question he deemed essential to confirm, one that weighed heavily on his mind. "The 5th Hokage has appointed you as the captain of an Umbu squad, directly under her special operations team. This trust, this elevation," Fyake carefully chose his words, his voice low, "does it harbor any semblance of scrutiny, doubt, or latent discrimination due to your Uchiha surname? Does she truly regard you with the same esteem as other elite Umbu operatives?" This inquiry cut to the core. Fyake needed to ascertain whether Tsunade's trust was genuinely rooted in Shisui's individual capabilities and loyalty, or if it was tainted by a utilitarian view of Uchiha power. Shisui met Fyake's gaze with clarity and composure, not a hint of evasion. "Rest assured, clan leader. The fifth Hokage is a leader of integrity, who values merit above all else. During the appointment process, she emphasized my abilities demonstrated in the cleansing operations and pacification missions, my judgment, and my loyalty to the village. She inquired specifically about my Sharingan abilities, but only to understand their potential and limitations for task assignments. In the Hokage's office, amidst the task deployments, I sensed nothing but the trust and responsibility befitting an elite Umbu operative, alongside stringent expectations for execution. My surname has never been an obstacle, nor has it imposed any unjust burdens. Shursui paused momentarily before adding, "It seems Lady Tsunade is indifferent to those antiquated prejudices. What she truly cared about was what this individual could contribute to Konoha and what they could protect. The trust and responsibility she bestowed upon me were no different from those given to her other trusted subordinates." Listening to Shursue's calm yet powerful narration and gazing into his earnest and sincere eyes, all remnants of doubt evaporated from Fugaku's heart. A genuine sense of relaxation, even accompanied by a rare smile, surfaced on the lips of the usually solemn clan leader. "Very well," Fugaku's voice softened considerably, infused with a sense of relief. "Now, I am completely reassured. Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, truly lives up to her reputation." He leaned slightly forward, his gaze turning profoundly earnest, imbued with the expectations and entrustments of a clan leader. "Shursui, listen closely. This trust is hard-earned. It embodies the long-awaited dawn that our clan has yearned for through generations. The fifth Hokage is indeed the true benefactor and enlightened ruler of the Uchiha clan." Fugaku's voice was resolute. "From this day forth, all your actions shall adhere to the will of the Hokage as the highest principle. Her commands are the will of the Uchiha. You must become the sharpest blade and the strongest shield in her hands. Utilize your strength, your wisdom, and your Sharingan to forge a path through adversity and eliminate all threats to Konoha. With your loyalty and achievements, prove that the Hokage's discernment is not misplaced and that the Uchiha clan rightfully stands as Konoha's guardian." Remember, Fugaku's gaze was like a brand, deeply inscribed in Shursue's heart. "Behind you lies the glory and future of the Uchiha. What you bear is not merely a personal duty, but the entire clan's vow of loyalty to the fifth Hokage. Serving the fifth Hokage is equivalent to serving Konoha, and it is also an endeavor for the future of our Uchiha clan. This body and this blade must never falter." "Yes, clan leader." Shursui straightened his back, his eyes ablaze like a burning flame, and his voice resonated with strength. "I shall engrave this in my heart. I will not betray the Hokage's trust, nor the clan leader's expectations, nor the name of the Uchiha." In the study, the flickering light elongated their shadows. The aroma of tea wafted gently through the air, seemingly infused with a touch of the Uchiha's long-awaited hope and determination. Outside the window, the night sky over Konoha appeared even brighter than usual, with stars twinkling with renewed brilliance. More than a month had passed since the storm of rumors and power transitions swept through the village. It was as though the village had endured a severe illness. Although still somewhat weak, it had finally weathered the most perilous fever and began to slowly regain vitality. The sounds of protests had faded, replaced by the rhythmic sounds of rebuilding homes and the gradually returning bustle of daily life. 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki bounded towards the edge of the village, like a puppy finally released from a long confinement. His steps light and eager as he headed toward the playground that was both familiar and tinged with a hint of bittersweet memories. His golden hair danced in the sunlight, and in his blue eyes sparkled a long-lost, pure anticipation. For Naruto, this past month felt as if the world had been enchanted. Those who once avoided him or cast disdainful glances were now nodding at him, even offering awkward but genuine smiles. In an unprecedented turn of events, the kindly old woman at the grocery store handed him a warm red bean bun, while the gentleman at the convenience store no longer ushered him away, but instead discreetly deducted a few coins from his total. Although young Naruto did not fully grasp the weight of titles such as the fifth Hokage or the hero's son, he could distinctly sense the chilling aura of rejection that had long enveloped him dissipating. Today, he had deliberately donned his cleanest attire, though still somewhat worn, and his pockets were bulging with a small pouch of colorful fruit candies he had saved from his allowance. This was all that remained from his last diplomatic endeavor, when he had rushed to the amusement park with an equal amount of sweets, only to be met with the frightened retreat of children and the reprimands of their parents. Ultimately, he sat alone on the swing, consuming each piece of candy in solitude. the sweetness mingled with an indescribable bitterness. This time, he was certain of success. Naruto clenched the candies in his pocket, bolstering his spirits. He believed that if the adults had changed for the better, then surely the children would too. He intended to use these delightful confections to unlock the gates of friendship. As his small figure appeared at the entrance of the amusement park, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The park was teeming with children. Laughter echoed from the slides, the sandpits, and the swings, a stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of his previous visit. What made his heart race even faster was when a few sharp-eyed children spotted him, not fleeing in terror as they had before, but rather illuminating with curiosity at the sight of something extraordinary. It's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. Look, in an instant, nearly every child in the park paused their play, intrigued and cautiously excited, gravitating towards Naruto. He found himself encircled by a group of children of varying heights, all adorned with friendly smiles. Instinctively, he took a small step back, his small hand tightly gripping a piece of candy in his pocket, his palm slick with sweat. He nervously scanned the faces of the gathered children. 1, 2, 3, so many. His heart sank as he quickly counted in his mind. Oh no. There weren't enough candies for everyone. The shadow of his previous failure loomed large, and a flicker of panic and disappointment flashed in his blue eyes. Just as he began to feel lost and contemplated fleeing, a brave little girl with pigtails stepped forward, extending her chubby hand, which cradled a beautifully wrapped orange-flavored hard candy. Naruto-kun. Her voice was sweet. This is for you. Can we be friends? It was as if a switch had been flipped. I have some too. Here, milk candy. Mine. Strawberry flavor. And mine. Lemon. Tiny hands reached out towards Naruto, each offering a glimmering piece of candy. The children chattered excitedly, their genuine anticipation palpable. As they posed the same heartfelt question, Naruto, can we be your friends? Can we play together? Naruto, can we be friends? Chapter 164. The hermit merchant Naruto was utterly astonished. He gazed at the small hands reaching out before him, filled to the brim with vibrant candies exuding an alluring sweetness. He looked upon the faces adorned with friendliness and anticipation, and a colossal, unprecedented wave of warmth instantly washed away his fleeting panic and disappointment. Surging over his heart like a mighty tide, flooding his eyes with tears, he released the candy, now slightly softened by sweat, that he had clutched tightly in his pocket. With a trembling hand, filled with disbelief, he cautiously reached out, uncertain of which candy to accept first. Tears streamed down his dirty little face like a cascade of pearls, uncontrolled and heavy, splattering onto the dry ground, leaving behind small dark impressions. He struggled to suppress his sobs, but emitted a whimper akin to a small animal. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather a torrent of overwhelming sweetness and joy that he could scarcely bear. Naruto, why are you crying? Don't cry. Here, have some candy. Let us be friends. The children, noticing his tears, grew flustered and hurriedly stuffed candies into his arms and pockets. Soon, Naruto's small embrace was overflowing with sweets, far exceeding the meager bag he had brought. The weight of this sugary bounty warmed his heart and transformed his tears into laughter. Wiping his tears away with his sleeve, he beamed a smile brighter than the sun, albeit a bit silly, and nodded vigorously. His voice nasal yet resoundingly cheerful. Let us be friends. We are the best of friends. Laughter once again echoed through the amusement park, this time enriched by a particularly joyful and radiant voice. The lemon candy he had tenderly warmed in his hand was finally unwrapped and placed in his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor unfolded on his tongue, mirroring his current elation. It was the sweetest candy he had ever tasted. Under the same sun, however, the atmosphere in the office on the top floor of the Hokage Tower stood in stark contrast to the amusement park's vibrancy. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, anxiously rubbed her throbbing temples. Before her lay not battle plans requiring her approval, nor reports on the development of jutsu, but rather thick financial statements densely filled with figures. The numbers twisted and coiled like venomous serpents, causing her blood pressure to soar. Money. Money. It's all about money. With a resounding smack, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the desk, startling the pen holder. She gritted her teeth and growled, "These old bastards. Do they treat the village as their personal treasury?" Nara Shikaku stood before her desk, his demeanor calm as always, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of gravity. "Lady Hokage, the situation is indeed dire. Over the past month, to stabilize the situation, soothe public sentiment, and bolster reconstruction and vigilance, the village's expenditures have far exceeded the budget. Simultaneously, due to the chaos and crisis of trust spurred by rumors, the volume of commission tasks has plummeted, leading to a significant decline in commission income. The most alarming revelation was the glaring red figure on the report, indicating that the annual allocation for special construction and development funds by the daimyo had been misappropriated by the former council, far exceeding our estimates. The accounts were chaotic, with numerous funds unaccounted for. It was likely that a significant portion had flowed into the roots of Danzo for his forbidden experiments. Damn it, parasites! Tsunade's chest heaved with anger, wishing to confront those old codgers under house arrest and deliver a powerful punch to each of them. How much usable money remains in the village's accounts? How long can it sustain us? After deducting the necessary payments for ninja salaries, basic material procurements, and the minimum operational costs, Shikaku adjusted his glasses and calculated calmly. At most, they could last for 2 more months. Without a substantial influx of high-commission missions or unforeseen expenses, the implication was clear. Financial collapse loomed ominously ahead. Tsunade paced restlessly in her office. As a top medical ninja and an unparalleled powerhouse on the battlefield, managing a village, particularly dealing with such a dire financial mess, was not her forte. She would rather be out punching people, saving lives, or even gambling than staring at these damned reports. Shikaku. Tsunade abruptly halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on her strategist. You are the head of the J-Nin, the sharpest mind here. Tell me, what shall we do? Should I, the Hokage, lead ninjas to serve as bodyguards for merchants to earn money? Or should we raid the daimyo's treasury? Her voice was half serious, half exasperated. Nara Shikaku was not intimidated by Tsunade's fury. He had long since acclimated to the temperament of this new Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, seemingly weighing his words, he spoke slowly. Lady Hokage, resorting to violence and unlawful means is not a viable solution. Konohagakure requires stability and sustainable sources of income. He paused, retrieving a neatly bound document from his folder and presenting it to Tsunade. Perhaps there is an individual who can resolve the village's current predicament and even pave a new path of wealth for Konoha. Tsunade took the document with skepticism. Who? Which financial magnate from the Land of Fire? Or some hidden merchant? Neither, Shikaku replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He is right here in Konoha. This year. He is about 11 years old. 11 years old? Tsunade thought she misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, he has just turned 11 recently. Shikaku nodded affirmatively, indicating for Tsunade to examine the document. His name is Nara Shikaku, a very special child. Tsunade opened the document. The first page revealing a slightly immature, yet profoundly calm black-haired boy's photograph. As she quickly skimmed through the information, her astonishment deepened, reflected in her amber eyes. The Hyuga clan, collaborating to operate the prestigious Hyuga High-End and Byunjian Club, offering Hyuga-style massages and exquisite tea services, yielding remarkable profits. The main and branch families of the Hyuga clan are highly involved, reaping substantial incomes. The Yamanaka clan, partnering to establish a unique silk and symbiotic honey industry, producing silk of exceptional quality and top-tier honey in high demand, exported to foreign lands, resulting in a stable and lucrative share for the Yamanaka clan. The Uchiha clan, co-founding the Uchiha Elite Training Institute, a ninja training facility, which once flourished before the turmoil, has paused but remains fundamentally intact, poised for immense potential upon recovery. The Inazuka clan, engaging in the development of a large-scale ranch and accompanying breeding facilities, currently in the initial phases of land cultivation and grass planting, with expansive prospects ahead. Additionally, suspected to possess multiple clandestine trade routes and information channels. The speed and breadth of its information dissemination during recent rumor events are thought-provoking. Further context reveals, on the night of the Nine Tails, an orphan lost both parents. Displaying precociousness and forming certain friendships with peers such as Uchiha Itachi, Inazuka Hana, and Uchiha Izumi. Though discreet in conduct, their ambitions are distinctly defined. Chapter 165, Meeting with Mizuno Ikuto. Tsunade gasped, setting down the document, and looked at Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, are you certain there is no error regarding the age? 11 years old. And he managed to enlist several prominent clans of Konoha onto his commercial bandwagon, all profiting handsomely? Absolutely, Hokage-sama. Shikaku, too, bore a hint of disbelief. This child's acumen for business is astoundingly sharp, his strategies profoundly intricate, and his methods remarkably unconventional. far surpassing the imagination of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he seems adept at leveraging the strengths of each clan and transforming them into commercial value. The Uchiha's elite combat prowess, the Hyuga's meticulous services, and the Yamanaka's secret techniques in cultivation, under his guidance, they have all become keys to success. He paused before adding, "What's more significant is that he resides in Konoha, with his enterprises firmly rooted here. If the village could collaborate with him or harness his Midas touch, the village's financial predicaments might be swiftly resolved, potentially establishing a healthier and more robust economic system." Tsunade leaned back against her wide chair, her fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Outside, the sky over Konoha was a brilliant blue, and the distant sounds of children laughing in the amusement park faintly reached her ears. Yet before her lay a financial deficit capable of overwhelming the village. A mysterious, prodigious businessman, merely 11 years old. She gazed at the photograph of Mizuno Ikuto, whose eyes bore a calmness uncommon for a child. In his amber gaze, agitation gradually faded, replaced by a blend of curiosity, scrutiny, and a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Intriguing. A hint of challenge curled at the corners of Tsunade's mouth, as if she had stumbled upon a potent remedy, albeit one that might be dangerously effective. "Shikaku, make arrangements. Not tomorrow, this afternoon. I wish to meet this Mizuno Ikuto." The door to the Hokage's office creaked open gently, and Nara Shikaku ushered in a figure. Tsunade set aside the burdensome financial report, her keen gaze fixed on the entrance. The newcomer, slightly built and standing at around 5'6", wore a neat, dark short-sleeved outfit, casually draped with a sleeveless vest. Beneath short black hair was a youthful yet remarkably composed visage. It was none other than Mizuno Ikuto. He walked with steady steps and possessed a gaze that was clear and untroubled, devoid of the tension or awkwardness one might expect in the presence of the Hokage. Instead, he exuded a calmness that bordered on scrutiny, as if he were entering not the epicenter of power, but rather an ordinary room. The esteemed Hokage, Tsunade Senju, inclined her head slightly, her voice ringing clear and youthful, yet devoid of any tumult. "Mizuno Ichido, you have been summoned." "Indeed," Tsunade acknowledged. Her interest piqued as she observed him closely. In this proximity, one could truly perceive the aura emanating from this child. An aura that belied his tender years and was not merely an act of precociousness, but rather a profound tranquility and insight akin to a deep well. She picked up the dossier concerning him from the table, eschewing pleasantries, and handed it over directly. "Examine it and see if there are any inaccuracies." Mizuno Ichido accepted the document, not immediately perusing it. Instead, he casually glanced at the cover, where his photograph was displayed, before placing it nonchalantly on the low table beside him. Raising his head, his gaze met Tsunade's discerning eyes with unwavering composure. "It appears largely accurate. The Hokage has compiled it quite comprehensively." His relaxed demeanor elicited a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Jiku's mouth. However, Tsunade merely arched an eyebrow. Not the least bit perturbed. Rather, she found it increasingly intriguing. Leaning slightly forward, she crossed her hands on the table, her formidable presence naturally radiating authority. "So, Mizuno Ichido, what are your thoughts on the current state of Konoha?" This question, seemingly casual, was in fact probing the heart of the matter. Relying solely on a dossier to entrust significant responsibilities would certainly be unreasonable. Tsunade sought to test firsthand what this child, who had stirred the winds of change in Konoha and was held in high regard by Jiku, truly perceived. Mizuno Ichido required little time for contemplation, his voice clear and serene, as if he were stating an obvious truth. A village exists because of its people. The villagers are the true masters of the village. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep over the bustling streets of Konoha, alive with the sunlight as it underwent reconstruction. The former Konoha, he continued, his tone tinged with a subtle chill, had decayed to its core. The elder council wielded power, treating the villagers as mere fodder and the shinobi clans as mere pawns, striking hard within while bowing weakly to the outside world. Such a village held no necessity for affection. As he withdrew his gaze and turned back to Tsunade, an evaluative glimmer appeared in his eyes. "As for the present," he said, "it is barely acceptable. You, the fifth Hokage, have purged the rot, granted the Uchiha a temporary reprieve, and restored Naruto's deserved dignity. At the very least, this village now possesses a semblance of humanity." Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly. His words were sharp, candid, and even carried a hint of irreverence. akin to a precise scalpel that dissected the maladies of Konoha's past, while simultaneously illuminating the direction she was striving for, a return to the village's essence. Such conclusions were hardly those one would expect from an 11-year-old. The scope of this child's perspective and insight far exceeded her expectations. She ceased her probing and addressed the core issue directly, her tone imbued with the authority of the Hokage, yet revealing a genuine predicament. You are perceptive and possess a mind not suited to your 11 years. Therefore, I shall not beat around the bush. You can surely infer the current financial state of the village. The mess is extensive, and the coffers are nearly empty. Jiku has mentioned that you possess the ability to turn stone to gold. Tell me, is there a way to revive the finances of Konoha? Moreover, to ensure they flourish healthily and sustainably. Mizuno Ikuto seemed to have anticipated this inquiry. After assuming office, his first task was to scrutinize the village's coffers, for a well-filled purse is the foundation of any endeavor. He refrained from providing an immediate response. Instead, he approached Tsunade's imposing desk and delicately traced his fingers upon the surface as if sketching an invisible blueprint. Konoha's current revenue streams primarily rely on three sources. 1. Allocations from the daimyo's office. This is a fixed annual amount, limited in scope and subject to external influences. Should the daimyo reduce funding, the village would find itself in dire straits. 2. Tax revenue from mission commissions. This is highly volatile. During peacetime, it may suffice. But in the event of war or large-scale conflict, the volume of missions plummets, leading to a drastic decline in commission income. Its instability is directly affected by external circumstances. 3. Limited resource trading. This includes the sale of timber, medicinal herbs, and the like. The channels are singular, prices fluctuate with the market, and the income is exceedingly unstable, akin to a drop in a bucket. His analysis was succinct and incisive, pinpointing the crux of the issue, prompting nods of agreement from Tsunade and Jiraiya. This fiscal system, Mizuno Ikuto emphasized, is fundamentally reliant on external factors. In times of conflict, with mission commissions halting, we would be left entirely dependent on the daimyo's allocations. Should any unforeseen events arise there, the village would be left starving. Thus, to truly resolve this predicament, it requires more than mere patchwork. A complete overhaul of the financial system is imperative. How to reform it? Tsunade inquired, her gaze sharp. Chapter 166. Specifics of the reform. Mizuno Ikuto raised 3 fingers. First, transform passivity into proactivity. Establish the Konoha Merchant Guild. Nestled in the heart of the Land of Fire, Konoha is rich in resources and blessed with a temperate climate. Our superior timber, grains, and specialty medicinal herbs, particularly those cultivated for use in medical ninjutsu, are in high demand by other nations. For instance, the Wind Country, with its vast deserts, suffers from shortages of food and medicine. Transporting our goods there would yield substantial profits. His eyes sparkled with the glint of a businessman as he proposed forming a large merchant fleet under the village's unified organization for resource sourcing, pricing, and transportation, thereby establishing stable international trade routes. As for the safety of the merchant fleet, Konoha is not lacking in ninjas, with the village's elite ninjas leading the way. A rotation of Nin and Genin could undertake escort missions, honing their skills while ensuring security and reaping considerable profits. This would become the village's most stable and significant source of income. Second, increase revenue and reduce expenses by standardizing internal operations. Establish a tax bureau under the financial department. Within Konoha, businesses abound: shops, inns, restaurants, and casinos. Lady Tsunade, this could be legalized and taxed at a high rate. However, the village's taxation is currently primitive and chaotic, primarily relying on mission commission deductions and sporadic fines. This is untenable, Mizuno Ikuto stated resolutely. The tax bureau would be responsible for formulating reasonable and transparent tiered tax policies for all businesses based on their operational scale and income levels. Taxes would be collected monthly or quarterly. Furthermore, all authority to collect fines would revert to the financial department's tax bureau for centralized management. Enforcement departments, such as the security division, would only have the power to issue fines in accordance with village regulations, without the right to collect them directly. Fines must be paid by the offender at the tax bureau upon presenting the fine notice. This approach not only eradicates corrupt practices within law enforcement and personal enrichment, but also ensures that all fines collected are fully allocated to the treasury. Furthermore, It unleashes the latent potential of ninjas by diversifying their tasks and engaging them in large-scale projects. The capabilities of ninjas, if solely utilized for assassination, bodyguard duties, or capturing stray animals, would indeed be a gross misallocation of their talents. Mizuno Ichido's eyes sparkled with innovative brilliance. Earth-style ninjas are natural master builders and adept at land reclamation. Fire-style ninjas can precisely control temperatures for ceramic firing and metal smelting. Wind-style ninjas efficiently clear sites and assist in transportation. Water-style ninjas are unparalleled choices for developing irrigation systems and managing water resources. He turned to Tsunade and envisioned a scenario where a group of high-ranking ninjas, accompanied by mid- and low-ranking ninjas, would construct an incredibly sturdy bridge for a small nation, traverse formidable chasms, or cultivate vast tracts of fertile land, or even build a grand reservoir. Such large-scale projects would require extensive time but yield substantial profits, potentially sustaining the village for 3 years on a single endeavor. This approach offers far greater stability than sporadic task commissions and would significantly enhance the reputation and value of Konoha ninjas in non-combat sectors. He paused, a near-cold smile creeping onto his lips. Moreover, if current funding is indeed tight, there exists an immediate source of financial relief: the assets of Danzo Shimura. After years of operating in the shadows, misappropriating village funds, Root's wealth is undoubtedly astonishing. Seizing and liquidating these assets could resolve immediate financial crises. The office fell into a profound silence as Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her amber eyes sparkling with intensity, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table with a soft rhythm. Each of Mizuno Ichido's suggestions struck her like a thunderbolt, shattering her conventional thinking patterns. Transforming from passive to proactive commerce, establishing a transparent tax system, and engineering the productive capabilities of ninjas is far more than a simple exercise in resource allocation. It is a fundamental reconstruction of Konoha's economic foundation. The village is to be transformed from a mere collective of mercenaries reliant on missions and alms into a robust economic entity with stable self-sustaining capabilities, regulated internal management, and diversified industries. Risks? Certainly. Challenging entrenched interests is often more daunting than stirring the very soul. Yet, the potential rewards are immeasurable. Especially the concept of engineering ninjas is nothing short of genius. Tsunade envisioned Konoha ninjas moving mountains and filling seas, building bridges, and paving roads across vast expanses. That would not only signify wealth, but also a formidable display of power. After a moment of deep contemplation, Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table and sprang to her feet. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Mizuno Ichido. I never anticipated such an exceptional youth still existing within Konoha. Even if Mizuno Ichido never reaches the age of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as he is kept away from the battlefield or engaged in non-hazardous tasks. Nurturing him at home for 2 or 3 decades could ensure that Konoha has an outstanding leader for generations to come. In her eyes, Tsunade not only burned with excitement and determination regarding Mizuno Ichido's proposals, but also began to see him as the next successor of Konoha. Shikaku, she called out. Present. Nara Shikaku responded immediately, his eyes filled with admiration. Mizuno Ichido's suggestions were bolder and more systematic than he had anticipated, utterly overturning the historical foundations of the ninja profession established over the past few centuries. Immediately, summon all ministers, clan leaders, and esteemed J-nin. We shall convene an urgent meeting regarding fiscal reform. Tsunade's voice resonated with unwavering authority, embodying resolute determination. The 3 proposals put forth by Mizuno Ichido shall serve as the cornerstone of our reform agenda. No, it shall be 4. Let us include the proposition to liquidate all private assets of the root. A formal motion must be drafted immediately. I expect to see an actionable plan and designated leaders by tonight's assembly. Yes, Hokage-sama. With renewed vigor, Kakuzu swiftly turned to make arrangements. As a former member of the legendary 3, Tsunade's decisive actions heralded the dawn of a new era within the ninja world. The reform initiatives, articulated with impeccable logic and promising prospects by Mizuno Ichido, received overwhelming approval in the high-level meeting, bolstered by the formidable reputation of the 5th Hokage. Dissenting voices were not absent, yet faced with the compelling advantages of resource generation, cost-cutting, foundational restructuring, and the immediate benefits of asset liquidation, any objections appeared feeble and ineffective. For the first time, the vast war machine of Konoha redirected a portion of its core energies towards the economic realm, rapidly mobilizing around the fiscal blueprint devised by Mizuno Ichido, achieving an efficiency that left the entire ninja world in awe. Initially, the Konoha Merchant Guild was established, drawing upon the business acumen of various prominent families that already owned shops. Within a mere 3 days, the necessary talents for founding an official guild were assembled. In a prominent location beside the Hokage building, a plaque inscribed with the 4 robust characters of Konoha Merchant Guild, purportedly penned by Tsunade herself, was proudly displayed, signaling the commencement of an official trading fleet. The guild was not a mere fade. The 5th Hokage directly allocated the initial startup funds from the strained treasury, partly sourced from Danzo's contributions, while also granting the guild priority procurement rights for official Konoha supplies and exclusive export privileges. Chapter 167. Engineering Ninjas. The Land of Fire stands as the most prosperous territory within the ninja world, producing an abundance of grains, medicinal herbs, timber, and other essential resources annually. Conversely, the neighboring Land of Wind is beset by relentless sandstorms, suffering from severe shortages of food, medicine, and high-quality timber. The Land of Earth, characterized by its mountainous and hilly terrain, possesses limited arable land, with some regions facing dire food scarcity. Thus, the inaugural convoy of the Konoha Merchant Guild set forth, laden with dozens of tons of premium rice, corn, and various herbal medicines, alongside hundreds of tons of superior timber and specialized healing salves, all secured within sealing scrolls. The originally grand procession was reduced to a modest team of 6. Among these 6, 3 were members of the Konoha Merchant Guild, while the remaining 3 comprised ninja guardians from Konoha. This first trade expedition was led by the elite J-Nin, Hataki Kakashi, accompanied by 2 elite CH-Nins serving as the protective escort. The 6-member team transported 3 carts, with the foremost cart proudly displaying the banner of the Konoha Merchant Guild, serving both as a safeguard and a silent advertisement. Subsequently, the Konoha Tax Bureau was officially established under the Ministry of Finance. A remarkably detailed Konoha tax code and fine management regulations were swiftly formulated and promulgated with the participation of individuals from various sectors, clearly delineating tax rates, progressive, tailored to different industries and scales, types of taxes, business tax, income tax, and special operation taxes such as those levied on casinos and taverns, collection methods, monthly declarations, combined audits, and assessed collections, as well as stringent penalties for tax evasion. The framework of the code was spearheaded by Mizuno Ikuto, who, albeit reluctantly, played a nominal role, while Nara Shikaku meticulously refined the details, ensuring a logically sound structure that effectively closed most loopholes. The Tax Bureau operates independently of other departments, reporting directly to the Hokage and the Minister of Finance. The inaugural tax officials comprise the unwavering former Umbu members and the numerically adept Hyuga clan ninjas, equipped with auditing teams, including members from the Hyuga branch, whose Byakugan makes them exceptionally proficient in inspections. Tsunade personally decreed that any obstruction of tax enforcement would be treated as a serious crime. Notably, the casinos in Konoha were specifically mentioned by the 5th Hokage. Historically, they existed in a gray area, neither prohibited nor officially protected. The tax code explicitly cited casinos as an example, imposing high taxes on lucrative industries. A decision made by Tsunade against the backdrop of astonished elite shinobi. Several large casinos, strictly managed and village-owned, were established in designated areas, with a staggering 80 tax on excessive profits. Simultaneously, a vigorous crackdown on any unofficial illegal gambling ensued. Furthermore, the daily fines imposed on Konoha citizens were meticulously separated. Law enforcement departments like the Security Bureau could only issue tickets according to the fine management regulations, with fines required to be paid at designated tax bureau windows, ensuring the eradication of the persistent issue of misappropriated confiscations. Following this was the emergence of construction ninjas. In Konoha, the efficiency and quality enhancements achieved by experimenting with different ninjutsu in various construction projects were formally integrated into the ninja task system, establishing different levels and remuneration standards ranging from minor, small-scale water management to major, national-level infrastructure. Task announcements were no longer confined to traditional commissions, as Konoha's commercial enterprises and the village's infrastructure department became primary issuers. The winds of reform in Konoha village grew ever more vigorous. Under Mizuno Ikuto's blueprint and Tsunade's iron-fisted leadership, a program aimed at fully unleashing the productive potential of ninjas was born, the Accelerated Training Course for Construction Ninjas. In a transformed, expansive training ground within the village, seasoned earth, water, fire, and wind ninjas, shedding their former combat-focused teachings, took on the role of instructors in the art of construction. "Listen well, youngsters," exclaimed an experienced earth-style ninja, pointing at a deliberately constructed terrain simulating a riverbank with earthen barriers. "This is not merely to block shuriken. Observe closely." With hands forming seals, he steadily channeled chakra into the earth. Amidst a thunderous roar, a formidable, precisely shaped earthen wall rose from the ground. Not as a vertical defensive barrier, but as a gently sloped structure, densely packed within. This is the foundation for the bridge pier. It must be stable and solid. The output of chakra must be balanced. Envision yourself shaping the very skeleton of the earth. The young Nin and Jinin gazed in awe, realizing that combat ninjutsu could be employed in such a manner. Meanwhile, the water release instructor was guiding students on how to tame the ferocious water dragon technique into a gentle irrigation channel. Control. The essence lies in control. The velocity, direction, and volume of the water must be as precise as managing your own chakra pathways. The water barrier technique serves not merely as a shield. It can also function as a conduit for water diversion or a levee for flood prevention. Under the ninja's mastery, the water flows as if imbued with life, gracefully coursing through the preordained channels. The fire release area was enveloped in a steamy haze. "The great fireball technique is not intended for incineration," bellowed the fire release jonin, standing before a specially crafted fire-resistant furnace. "Focus on the temperature. Concentrate. Imagine your chakra as a forging hammer. The goal is to melt this piece of refined iron and transform it into the rivets that will connect the bridge deck." The vibrant orange flames, under the precise control of the ninja, ceased to be a harbinger of destruction and instead became a crucible of creation. Wind release ninjas practiced how to slice through massive timber with wind blades and clear away debris from the construction site. Even the medical class joined in, imparting secret techniques on how to swiftly restore stamina and chakra after prolonged, intensive labor, alongside first aid knowledge for minor on-site accidents. The concept of engineering ninjas gradually took shape amidst sweat and concentration. To the west of the Leaf Village, at the border of the Fire Country, lies the weathered town of Shichiao, perched beside the turbulent Rapids River. True to its name, a grand stone bridge once served as the lifeline connecting both banks and facilitating trade routes to neighboring countries. However, due to years of neglect and recurrent flooding, this bridge has become riddled with cracks, its piers askew, and its surface marred, resulting in villagers regarding it with trepidation. The townsfolk endured the hardships of detours, leading to a decline in trade and an outpouring of grievances. Several attempts at fundraising for reconstruction faltered due to the project's enormity, estimated to require a decade, and the exorbitant costs and risks involved. When news spread that Konoha would dispatch ninjas to rebuild the bridge within a week, the townspeople's initial reaction was one of derision. Ninjas? To repair a bridge? Huh. What else do they know besides fighting and killing? A week? Surely they jest. It might take 10 years to complete. They say they will use ninjutsu? Let us hope they don't blow our town apart. The wages will undoubtedly be exorbitant, and in the end, we will be the ones to suffer. Chapter 168. The first assignment of the engineering ninjas' doubt, scorn, and a hint of hostility permeated the dilapidated streets of Shichiao. The mayor anxiously welcomed the engineering team dispatched from Konoha. Leading the group was the renowned elite jonin, Daisher Ganji. He was imposing in stature, with a rugged visage, celebrated for his meticulous control over earth-release chakra. Following him was a capable team, two Nin proficient in earth release, Iwata and Dobin, who excelled in shaping and solidifying, serving as the main force in forming the bridge's piers. A Jinin specializing in wind release, Jifeng, agile and swift, was tasked with clearing trees, weeds, and solid obstacles from the riverbank construction site. A Jinin adept in fire release, Yinji, possessed exceptional chakra control and was responsible for the melting and welding of metal components. Lastly, a medical ninja, Tanaka Rei, was in charge of restoring the team's stamina and chakra while also addressing potential injuries. Ignoring the skeptical gazes of the townsfolk, Daisher Kgi addressed the mayor with unwavering resolve. "In 1 week, please come to inspect the bridge." His voice was steady and left no room for doubt. Thus, The undertaking commenced amidst the curious and derisive stares of onlookers. Day 1. The wind-release ninja, Hate, was the first to harness the power of wind to slice through the towering trees and underbrush surrounding the bridge site, swiftly transforming the terrain. Standing beside the raging river, Daisher Kgi gazed intently as he formed intricate hand seals, channeling immense chakra that surged into the earth. Earth release, ground pulse, bridge foundation formation. Accompanied by a resonant rumble, the murky waters seemed to part as if by an unseen force. The riverbed trembled violently, as silt and loose stones were forcibly displaced by the overwhelming chakra. To the astonishment of the townsfolk, several massive, solid foundation pits emerged at the designated locations for the bridge supports, their depth and stability surpassing any human excavation. Following this, Iwata and Tsukikata took turns, their deft earth-release chakra acting like the sculptor's chisel, precisely filling and shaping the enormous stones and specially formulated quick-setting concrete. Within a single day, the colossal silhouettes of the bridge supports, far exceeding the scale of the old bridge, rose like silent giants amidst the river. The mocking laughter of the crowd faded, replaced by a profound silence of astonishment. Days 2 to 5, the felled trees were arranged in arches above the bridge supports. The earth-release ninjas crafted dense stone slabs comparable to granite atop the supports, while the wind-release ninjas cut rectangular, intricately patterned stones, stacking them meticulously on the wooden framework to form the stone archway of the bridge. Medical ninja Tanaka Rei moved swiftly among them, her green chakra flaring to heal any minor wounds of her teammates, ensuring that the project continued to operate like a finely tuned machine. The fire-release ninja, Enchi, became a mobile repairman and quality inspector. Fire release, concentrated flame. The flames he exhaled transformed from wild fireballs into a high-temperature, solidified blue flame. The metallic components glowed red under the heat, softening as Enchi skillfully melded them into the crevices of the stone blocks, creating seamless and robust joints that far surpassed traditional riveting. The townspeople, initially astonished, gradually transformed into daily spectators, their eyes filled with awe. Children excitedly mimicked the hand seals of the ninjas. Day 6. A rough, porous stone bridge spanned the raging river. The earth-release ninja worked to construct stone railings for the bridge deck, while the fire-release ninja meticulously repaired the gaps between the stones, and the wind-release ninja smoothed out any unsightly protrusions. Day 7. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the turbulent river, sparkling like diamonds. A brand new, magnificent stone bridge, characterized by fluid lines and a sense of power, soared above the surging waters like a colossal dragon of steel and stone. Its supports were deeply embedded in the earth, the deck wide and flat, and the metallic components glimmered with a cold, resilient brilliance in the sunlight. It had transcended mere functionality, becoming a grand masterpiece that embodied the strength and wisdom of the ninjas. The residents of Shichiao Town gathered on both banks of the bridge, supporting the elderly and caring for the young. The doubts and ridicule of a week prior had dissipated, replaced by an indescribable excitement and ecstasy. When Dashigangi, representing the Konoha engineering team, presented the scroll symbolizing the completion of the project to the mayor, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Long live Konoha! Long live the 5th Hokage! Thank you, esteemed ninjas. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Children frolicked and laughed on the newly constructed bridge, while the elderly caressed the smooth and sturdy railings, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Merchants were already eagerly planning the reopening of trade routes. The mayor, with trembling hands, delivered the unexpectedly generous project funds, set at a premium rate by Mizuno Ikuto, to Dashigangi. His voice choked with emotion. The ninjas of Konoha have not only saved our road, but also secured the future of Shichiao Town. Please convey our deepest gratitude to the 5th Hokage on behalf of all the townspeople. The miraculous news of Shichiao Town spread like wildfire, soaring across the land of fire and even reaching neighboring small nations. In the Konoha mission office, boards that once displayed numerous tasks for finding lost pets and weeding were almost overnight inundated with a flurry of engineering requests. Urgent hiring. Excavate an irrigation canal from Crescent Lake to the fertile plains. Seeking earth and water-style ninjas. Lucrative contract. Reinforce the Wind Howl Gorge Dam to withstand the autumn floods. Urgently need earth-style elites. Requesting the Konoha engineering team to cultivate 10,000 acres of the Blackstone Wilderness. Lightning-style ninjas preferred. Exceptional rewards. Construct the Border Pancher Fortress. Tight deadlines, generous compensation, comprehensive engineering ninja teams required. The clients were no longer solely the government of the Land of Fire, but included prosperous merchant associations, lords eager to develop agriculture, and even royal envoys from neighboring small nations. The amounts listed in the reward section made the hearts of Chunin and Genin, accustomed to meager task payments, race with envy. In just a few days, engineering tasks had become the most sought-after and popular choice among the lower-ranking ninjas in Konoha. It signified a bountiful and stable income far exceeding ordinary tasks, represented invaluable practical experience, albeit of a different nature, and meant a newfound identity of respect and gratitude from the populace. They were no longer mere tools of combat, but builders of their homeland and creators of prosperity. The income instability that plagued lower-ranking ninjas during peacetime was, with the thundering sound of the Shichiao Town Bridge, struck down with the first solid cornerstone. Chapter 169. Perspectives from various ninja villages. The earth-shattering changes in Konoha were akin to a series of heavy bombs dropped on the tranquil surface of the ninja world lake. After the initial shock, the reactions from various ninja villages, based on their distinct characteristics, began to emerge. Sunagakure, Wind Shadow Office Ha. The fourth Kazakage Raza clutched the intelligence scroll, observing the images of Konoha ninjas sweating profusely while cultivating wasteland, and merchant caravans laden with grain heading towards Sunagakure. He erupted in thunderous laughter, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. Konoha, ha! The leader of the 5 great nations? Now reduced to farmers tilling our fields and errand-running merchants? It seems those old geezers from the Sarutobi clan have truly exhausted their resources. What is dignity worth? A pittance. With a wave of his hand, Rasha directly inquired of the frowning advisor Chio, what is the current amount of funds available for allocation in the village? This year, the area affected by wind and sand in the oasis has diminished somewhat. We still have approximately 2 billion available. Is there truly that much left? Rasha stared in astonishment at Chio. In that case, inform the Konoha merchant caravan that we, the sand-hidden village, possess wealth. Have them deliver the finest grains and the most affordable medicinal materials to us. Take as much as possible. Utilize the entire 15 billion to procure food, medicine, timber, and other resources. Furthermore, instruct the border outposts to advance 10 miles into the Land of Fire. Konoha is currently preoccupied with mending their financial deficits and has no time for trivial matters. Let us seize any advantage we can. A glimmer of pride flickered in Rasha's eyes as he keenly observed the routes and security forces of Konoha's merchants. Such a lucrative target could be directly robbed if their defenses were inadequate. Iwagakure, Suchikage's office, 2 scales of the great Inoki floated in the air, his aged eyes squinting as he repeatedly examined the intelligence reports depicting Konoha ninjas utilizing Earth release to repair bridges, alongside the Konoha merchants' list of or acquisitions in the Land of Earth. The wrinkles on his weathered face deepened, revealing both disdain and a subtle gravity. Humph. A distinguished ninja reduced to the labor of a mason? Has that girl Tsunade gone completely mad? And this merchant enterprise purchasing our ore? Their prices are somewhat more reasonable than the black market, he mused while stroking his beard. Send someone to Stonebridge Town to closely inspect the bridge Konoha has repaired. We must ascertain its quality. Additionally, inform the merchant associations under our control that transactions with the Konoha merchants may continue, but we must significantly inflate the prices. They are in dire need of financial turnover. Now is our opportunity to benefit. Also, a glint of sharpness sparked in Inoki's eyes. Let our demolition squad ponder whether their earth release can also be employed for construction, rather than merely for destruction. We cannot allow Konoha to reap all the benefits. Kumogakure, Reikage's office, bang. A solid wooden desk was reduced to splinters by the furious punch of the 4th Reikage. Those wretched Konoha softies. Ninjas? Merchants? Farmers? They are utterly disgracing the reputation of ninjas. He paced the office like an enraged lion, crackling with electrical energy. Calm down, brother. Karabi attempted to soothe him. Silence, Karabi. A roared in response. Darui. Here. Yes, Reikage-sama. Send a formal letter of reprimand to Konoha, vehemently condemning their self-degradation and sacrilege of the ninja spirit. Inform Team Samui to closely monitor the trade routes from Konoha to the Land of Lightning. Should their merchant caravan dare to approach, find an excuse to detain both the goods and their personnel. I want Tsunade to understand that Kumogakure's wealth is not easily acquired. Kiriagakure, Mizuki's office. Terumi May gracefully lifted her teacup, perusing the intelligence regarding Konoha's reforms, a meaningful smile gracing her crimson lips. Oh, encouraging ninjas to engage in farming, commerce, and bridge construction? Tsunade truly possesses remarkable audacity. She set down her teacup, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. Ayo, what is your perspective? The singular gaze of the azure figure swept across the documents, and in a deep voice remarked, Lord Shuing, the actions of Konoha may appear absurd at first glance, yet they conceal profound intricacies. Their commercial enterprise is consolidating resources, while the engineering ninjas are unleashing latent productivity. The tax bureau is standardizing internal mechanisms, which, in the long run, is establishing a self-sustaining war machine that does not rely on missions or grants. Furthermore, the concept of engineering ninjas is quite enlightening for us in Kirigakure. Surrounded by water, we have immense needs for hydraulic projects and port construction. Yet the policies stemming from the blood mist have led to a severe labor shortage across the nation. Mimi nodded, a flicker of admiration and calculation glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, are those major nations still mocking Konoha? Such short-sightedness. Inform Elder Yuan that we in Kirigakure should also contemplate diversification. Additionally, let us endeavor to establish contact with Konoha's commercial enterprise to explore potential collaboration. For instance, do they require high-quality seafood and aquatic medicinal materials? We in Kirigakure are known for our hospitality. The effects of the reforms manifested at an astonishing pace. Within a mere fortnight, the first official caravan, guarded by elite ninjas and laden with Konoha's specialties, triumphantly returned from Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. When the colossal sealing scroll containing the cargo was unsealed at the Konoha commercial warehouse, the sight of towering piles of gold, rare minerals, unique medicinal herbs from the Land of Wind, and substantial currency from the Land of Fire instantly illuminated the entire storage room. The finance department ninja, tasked with counting, trembled as he manipulated the abacus, his voice trembling with disbelief. Lord Hokage, Lord Nara. Preliminary calculations indicate that the net profit from this single journey exceeds 30 million ryo. 30 million ryo. This figure thundered through the Hokage's office like a bolt of lightning. Tsunade abruptly lifted her head from the mountain of documents, her amber eyes sparkling with intensity. Nara Shikaku adjusted his glasses, his normally composed demeanor betraying his astonishment. While this sum pales in comparison to the annual fixed allocation of 500 million ryo from the feudal lords, this was merely the first caravan, just one round trip. The sheer profitability and efficiency unequivocally validated the strategic vision of the Konoha commercial enterprise proposed by Mizuno Ichido. This was not solely about wealth. It represented the nascent hope for Konoha to break free from fiscal constraints and seize control of its economic destiny. The news spread like wildfire, rapidly circulating throughout Konoha. Villagers shared the tidings with exuberance, their faces alight with a long-forgotten excitement. The voices that once criticized ninjas engaging in commerce as a degradation of status grew significantly weaker in the face of such tangible and immense fortune. In the mission hall, ninjas queued in long lines to sign up for the next caravan's escort mission. Within the village, Mizuno Ichido stood upon the branches of an ancient tree in his small courtyard, gazing out at the bustling scenes of land reclamation beyond the village. The orderly lines at the tax bureau, and the caravan once again laden with goods as it departed through the gates. Uchiha Shursui stood like a shadow beneath him, quietly reporting on the mockery, probing, and avarice emanating from various ninja villages. Chapter 170. The resentment of Konoha. The youthful visage of Mizuno Ichido betrayed no emotion, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a profound and unsettling smile. This smile was not one of triumph, but rather an expression of detached understanding, as if he were gazing through the fabric of time itself, surveying the unfolding game. Are Sunagakure's inhabitants laughing at us for lowering ourselves to the status of farmers? They will soon realize that when the very lifeblood of sustenance rests in our hands, no amount of sharp gold can satiate their hunger. The rock village is raising prices. Eager to learn our engineering ninjutsu, the stubborn old man of the stone is merely scratching the surface. Once we monopolize the channels of multinational trade and master the core engineering technologies and standards, his ores will merely serve as raw materials for our labor. The Mist Village is roaring, attempting to extort us through force. No matter how hard AI's fists may strike, they cannot breach the barriers we have built with gold and grain. His fury will only narrow his alliances and restrict his trade routes. The Mist Village does pique interest. Terumi may perceives the iceberg beneath the surface. Cooperation is possible, but the reins of power must remain in the hands of Konoha. The aquatic products and medicinal herbs of the mist will become new highlights on the shelves of our commercial enterprise. Her voice, cool and calm, resonates like a decree of fate, clearly outlining the contours of a future economic landscape for the ninja world. Shizuka, do you see? Mizuno Ichido's gaze seems to pierce through space, landing upon those who mock Konoha. They laugh at the Konoha ninjas for setting aside their kunai, only to grasp shovels and abacuses. Little do they know, we have laid down our weapons of murder only to wield more lethal instruments, the chains of prosperity and the whips of hunger. He lightly leaps down from the branch, approaching the buzzing beehive in the courtyard, where he picks up the specially crafted pollen stick. War may obliterate everything, yet wealth and resources can silently mold and enslave all. By the time they react, Konoha's roots will have already penetrated the most fertile soil of the ninja world, drawing nourishment from the entire continent. The fortress forged from contracts, trade routes, and food is far more resilient and enduring than walls built from piled kunai and explosive tags. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him and the jar of newly brewed honey. The honey gleams with a golden brilliance, thick and viscous, exuding an irresistibly enticing sweetness. Mizuno Ichido dips his pinky into the golden nectar, savoring it with a delicate touch. His dark eyes narrow slightly, as if relishing the sweet yet thorny path that lies ahead for Konoha. The financial tempest of Konoha, the prelude to the economic war of the ninja world, has only just begun. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. Mizuno Ichido whispers to himself, his voice fading into the hum of the bees and the distant clamor of Konoha's new generation. Konoha Village, once a symbol of power and glory along the Hokage Avenue, now conceals a surging undercurrent beneath its superficial splendor. The newly enacted Konoha Commercial Tax Reform Act has plummeted into the seemingly tranquil pond like a massive stone. In the smoke-filled elegance of the Sarutobi Tavern, several impeccably dressed middle-aged men, faces etched with indignation, are exchanging drinks. At the forefront is Sarutobi Asuma's cousin, Sarutobi Kintaro. He downs a cup of sake with vigor, slamming the cup heavily onto the table, producing a dull thud. Listen, hear the cheers outside. New policies, prosperity. Humph. Sarutobi Kintaro's voice, laced with intoxication and deep resentment, echoes. Whose prosperity? It is our families, guarded fiercely by the third generation for a lifetime, now to be slaughtered like sheep. A nearby corpulent man interjects, the manager of the largest casino under the Sarutobi name. Kintar, the elder, speaks the truth. In the past, there were some measures taken, but nothing compares to the current situation. Based on what actual operational scale, my casino's size and turnover are transparent to the tax authorities. After settling that damned special business tax and sales tax, profits are slashed by more than half. How is this any different from outright robbery? During the reign of the third generation, another clan member, Sarutobi Kinzuya, spoke in hushed tones, his face reflecting a nostalgia for the glory days. Our Sarutobi family has shed blood for this village and contributed significantly. We deserve some semblance of dignity. But now, with the departure of our leaders, the warmth has vanished. Is the fifth Hokage planning to use us as scapegoats, to make an example of us? Can they not accommodate even the modest heritage left by our ancestors? Their grievances swiftly captured the attention of other private rooms and small vendors. Soon, these words spread like wildfire along the Hokage Avenue. At the entrance of the Sarutobi tea house, an ostensibly simple Sarutobi servant sighed deeply as he addressed the neighbors queuing for snacks. Alas, times are hard. Since the new tax law was enacted, the master claims the shop may not survive. During the time of the third generation, there were far fewer taxes. Having devoted a lifetime to protecting the village, our families now cannot even afford a stable meal. It is disheartening. Tears welled up in his murky eyes, eliciting sympathetic murmurs from the bewildered neighbors. Indeed, these taxes are harsher than bandits. Is Konoha no longer our Konoha? I suspect the fifth Hokage is merely seeking funds to settle her gambling debts, finding every possible way to seize our hard-earned money. Complaints and doubts began to coalesce within the crowd. Some small shop owners already feeling the strain of high taxes, and common folk nostalgic for the lenient environment of the old days, were swept up by this sentiment. The once glorious aura of the Sarutobi family now became a potent catalyst for unrest. Before long, A small faction of the incited gathered at the entrance of the newly established Konoha Tax Bureau, brandishing makeshift signs and chanting slogans for tax reductions, demanding the tranquility of the third generation be restored. The seeds of protest, carefully nurtured by the Sarutobi clan, quietly began to sprout. These disturbances, akin to precise intelligence, were swiftly relayed to the core of the Shimizu family, nestled within their closely guarded, oppressive residence. Shimizu Danzo was not as despondent as the outside world imagined. He sat upright in his dimly lit study, his remaining eye glinting with a serpent-like gleam in the shadows. Several key figures of the Shimizu family, including his younger brother Shimizu Tamatsu and Shimizu Kuroya, who oversaw the black market dealings, stood respectfully at attention. Have those fools from the Sarutobi family finally lost their patience? Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold, laced with a mocking sense of control. Before him lay several reports detailing the Sarutobi clan's grievances and the protests at the tax bureau's entrance. Yes, Lord Danzo, Shimizu Tamatsu replied with a bow. Sarutobi Kentaro and Sarutobi Kanzuya are among those stirring the most commotion, igniting unrest along Hokage Avenue. A crowd has gathered at the tax bureau, but it remains small. Not nearly sufficient. Chapter 171. Danzo's Tactics. Danzo's eye snapped open, radiating a frigid light. This mere spark will neither bring Tsunade to her knees, nor destroy that upstart Mizuno's new law. Shimura Danzo's emaciated fingers tapped rhythmically upon the table, producing a disquieting sound that echoed in the air. He turned to his clan brother, Danmori. Infiltrate those foolish protesters with your men. They wish to chant slogans. Do they not? Encourage them to cry out. Let their voices resonate. Inform them that the tax bureau's agents are mere pawns of the fifth Hokage, pocketing the funds for their own benefit. Reveal that the boy, Mizuno Ikuto, is nothing but a spy sent by the enemy, here to drain the lifeblood of Konoha. Danmori's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Kuroba, Danzo's gaze shifted to the one overseeing their underground enterprises. Those businesses you manage, usury, the black market, and the shops that depend on us. Instruct them that from this day forth, not a grain of rice nor a penny in taxes shall be paid. But, Lord Danzo, the tax bureau, Shimura Kuroba hesitated. What are you afraid of? Danzo interrupted sharply. Outside, the Sarutobi clan is causing a ruckus. Tsunade is overwhelmed, and Narashikaku is at his wit's end. This is our moment to rise. Tell them, anyone who dares to pay taxes in secret commits treachery against the Shimura clan. They know the consequences. Danzo paused, his voice dripping with venomous intent. Furthermore, for those merchants still hesitating, we must employ both soft and hard measures. Assure them that by joining our tax revolt, the Shimura clan will guarantee their safety, even assist in lowering their protection fees. For those who remain obstinate, you know what to do. Cut off their supplies and find someone to oversee their businesses. Let them understand that to offend the Shimura clan is a fate far worse than incurring the wrath of the tax bureau. Understood. Kuroba grinned wickedly, accepting the command. And, Danzo added, his single eye gleaming with sinister calculations, find a few clever souls to bring rotten eggs, decayed vegetable leaves, and even sewage. Is there not a protest at the tax bureau's entrance? Have an impassioned civilian accidentally hurl those items at the tax officials. Smash their signs. The more chaotic the scene, the better. Let everyone witness how unpopular these so-called new laws are and how utterly chaotic their enforcement becomes. Yes, we shall handle it immediately. Danmori and Kuroba exclaimed in unison, their eyes ablaze with a fervor for destruction. They swiftly departed, akin to venomous creatures retreating into the shadows, ready to execute Danzo's ruthless directives. The intervention of the Shimura clan was akin to dousing a small flame ignited by the Sarutobi clan with a bucket of boiling oil. The protesters outside the tax bureau, now led by several fervent new faces infiltrated by the Shimura clan, began to chant more vehemently. Down with corrupt officials. The fifth Hokage is embezzling. Do not pay taxes. The tax bureau is a band of thieves. Smash it. Amidst the chaos, foul eggs and decayed vegetable leaves rained down, striking the young tax official who was attempting to maintain order and convey policy. The yellow yolk and rotting green splattered across his uniform and face, rendering him a pitiable sight. Well done, someone in the crowd shouted, inciting further cheers. Immediately, several burly men, masked and in the employ of the Shimura family, surged forth from the crowd, brandishing clubs and striking fiercely at the wooden plaque of the tax office and the new tax law bulletin board. The sound of shattering wood echoed, splinters flying as the bulletin board disintegrated. The plaque, a symbol of the new law's authority, crashed to the ground, sullied and defiled. "Smash it! Let us see how they collect taxes now," shouted the instigator, influenced by the fervor of the atmosphere. Protesters, along with some shopkeepers coerced by the Shimura family, joined in the destruction and pushing, and the scene spiraled into utter chaos. The doors of the tax office were battered, and the staff were forced to retreat inside as the piercing sound of alarm bells rang out. Simultaneously, in various corners of Hokage Avenue, shops under Shimura control brazenly displayed slogans rejecting the oppressive taxes. The minions of Shimura, akin to harbingers of plague, roamed among the hesitant small businesses. "Bosley, I heard you consulted with the tax office yesterday. What? Do you aspire to be a good citizen?" sneered a scarred man, slapping the counter of the grocery store owner. "And no, I was just inquiring," stammered Bosley, his face paling. "Inquiring? Humph. I advise you to be sensible." The scarred man leaned in, lowering his voice with a threatening tone. "The Shimura family has declared that if you resist the taxes, we will supply your goods at fair prices. Dare to pay secretly." He made a gesture across his throat. "It's not safe for your son from the Ninja Academy on his way home." Similar scenarios unfolded in numerous shops. Fear spread like an epidemic. Merchants who initially intended to comply with tax regulations wavered and retreated under the dual pressures of the Shimura family's blatant intimidation and the emotional manipulation from the Sarutobi family. Within Konoha village, the unity that had just begun to coalesce due to economic recovery and wartime mobilization was shattered by this turbulent wave ignited by Sarutobi grievances and meticulously orchestrated by the Shimura family. The nascent tax office struggled to take its first steps, with tax collection nearly ground to a halt. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as suffocating as the eerie calm before a storm. The faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, creating a jarring contrast to the distant sounds of protest filtering in through the windows. Nara Shikaku stood before Tsunade's expansive desk, his typically composed face now etched with gravity. He held no scroll. The staggering data and chaotic scenes were deeply imprinted in his mind. "Lord Hokage," Shikaku's voice was low yet clear. Each word weighed like a heavy stone. "The preliminary statistics from the tax office are exceedingly bleak. In the first week of the new tax law's implementation, the expected tax revenue completion rate is less than 10%. He paused, observing Tsunade's fists clenching tightly, and continued, "Central Avenue, South Street, and the main commercial district of the North City. Over 70% of merchants, particularly from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans and their associated industries, are openly refusing to pay or delaying payments." A violent incident occurred at the tax office's entrance, with multiple tax officials assaulted and the plaque and bulletin board maliciously destroyed. In the chaos, several individuals were injured, and property damage was severe. Tsunade sat in the Grand Hokage chair, her back to Shikaku, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her shoulders began to quiver, not from sorrow, but from an anger suppressed to its utmost limits. "What is the reason?" The voice of Tsunade emerged from between her teeth, icy and terrifying. On the surface, Rikuju's speech quickened, yet remained coherent. It was the Sarutobi clan, exploiting the former prestige of their Hokage lineage, who incited nostalgia among the common folk and small merchants, spreading discontent about the new tax laws and the burdensome fees, which sparked widespread resistance and localized protests. And then, Chapter 172, Reactions from the Hokage's Office. Tsunade abruptly turned, her emerald eyes blazing like burning jade, fixated on Rikuju. Could those worthless drunks from the Sarutobi family truly escalate matters to this extent? Could they lay siege to the tax office? This was the crux of the issue. Rikuju met Tsunade's furious gaze, unwavering. "Our intelligence reports and on-site assessments all point to Shimura Danzo. Though imprisoned, the Shimura clan operates under his remote control, employing exceedingly vile and efficient tactics." Rikuju's voice bore a rare edge of anger. Their agents infiltrated the protest, deliberately inciting violent clashes, hurling filth and vandalizing property, transforming peaceful demonstrations into riots. Shops controlled by the Shimura clan openly displayed slogans refusing to pay taxes, defying the law. More insidiously, they leveraged underground forces to intimidate and bribe other small and medium-sized merchants into joining their tax rebellion. They severed supply lines, dispatched harassers, even threatened the safety of merchants' families. Fear proved more effective than incitement, compelling many initially neutral merchants to yield. Simultaneously, they disseminated even more malicious rumors, targeting you and Advisor Mizuno, tarnishing the tax office's reputation as corrupt and demonizing Advisor Mizuno as a sorcerer of malevolence. Their intent was to utterly obliterate the credibility of the new laws. Danzo. Tsunade's roar erupted like a volcanic explosion. A tempest of chakra surged forth from her being. Boom, clang, crack. The immense desk before her, forged from resilient ironwood and capable of withstanding high-level ninjutsu, splintered like paper under the weight of her fury, shattering into pieces amidst a flurry of wood shavings. Documents, a pen holder, a teacup, even a precious earthenware cup left by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, were hurled into the air by the violent gusts, crashing against the walls and floor, their shattering sounds resonating throughout the room. The windows of the entire office hummed ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. That accursed old wretch. Tsunade's eyes blazed crimson, veins pulsating on her forehead, pacing like a maddened lioness within the ruins of her office, each step causing the floor to groan. I spared his life, allowing him to linger on. How dare he? How dare he stoke the flames from behind the scenes? Stab me in the back. Undermine the very foundations of Konoha. She abruptly halted, pointing at Rikuju, her voice quivering with intense rage. Did he think that by hiding in that tortoise shell and sending a few vermin from the sewers to cause chaos, I would be powerless against him? Did he think that rallying a handful of fools to commit petty acts of destruction could shake my resolve? Rikuju, under the immense pressure of Tsunade's raging chakra, remained standing tall, calmly reminding her, Lady Hokage, temper your wrath. Danzo's scheme is exceedingly insidious. He has masked his actions behind the old grievances of the Sarutobi clan, manipulating the Shimura family from the shadows. Should we adopt overly aggressive measures against the Shimura family or the individual himself at this juncture? We would play directly into their hands. He would portray us as tyrants persecuting a noble family and suppressing public sentiment, further inciting chaos. Tsunade's chest heaved violently, her turbulent chakra gradually receding, yet the fury in her eyes burned colder and more perilous. She gazed at the shattered fragments of the first Hokage's ceramic cup strewn across the ground, one of the few cherished mementos of her grandfather. The shards reflected her distorted visage wrought by rage. Tyrant. Persecution? Tsunade's voice deepened, imbued with a chilling resolve. It is Danzo, along with those parasitic leeches from the Sarutobi clan, who are the true vermin feasting upon Konoha. They are the architects of discord, the culprits tearing apart the village. Drawing a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed the boiling intent to kill, her emerald gaze as frigid as tempered ice. Kakashi. First, reinforce the Umbu. Uchiha Shirsue's squad is not to be underestimated. Keep a close watch on the Shimura residents. Monitor all core members of the Shimura family and their lackeys. I demand evidence of each conspiracy, each action, irrefutable proof. Second, protect the tax department. Deploy a team of elite nin to maintain order at the tax department. Should anyone dare to riot or vandalize, apprehend them on the spot. Those who resist the law and damage public property will face severe consequences. Third, counter the rumors. I want Yamenka Inoichi personally responsible. Utilize his mental techniques and intelligence team to root out the sources of these rumors, especially those slandering Advisor Mizuyama. Capture one. Publicly try one. Let the sordid dealings of the Shimura family, usury, the black market, threats against merchants, be appropriately leaked. Let everyone see who truly drains the lifeblood of Konoha. Fourth, divide and conquer. Send Irika to speak to those small merchants incited by the Sarutobi or coerced by the Shimura. Clarify the new tax law's purpose, fairness, the construction of a better Konoha, to support our resistance against external foes. Assure them, past grievances are forgiven. As long as they begin to pay taxes legally from now on, Konoha will stand as their ally. Should the Shimura family dare to act against them, they will be opposing the entire village. Fifth, Tsunade approached the window, surveying the chaotic village below, her voice resonating as if from the depths of the abyss. Investigate. How much tax has been evaded over the years by those Sarutobi, such as Sarutobi Kintaro and Sarutobi Kanzuya, who have been the most boisterous? Account for every single transaction, both old and new debts. Once this turmoil subsides, I shall settle the score with them. A series of commands, enveloped in Tsunade's towering wrath and icy intent, emanated from the disheveled office. The machinery of Konoha, while confronting external threats of war, also unveiled its sharp blade against the internal malignancies festering within. The turbulent waves surged. Yet the Hokage's thunderous wrath transformed into a sword capable of cleaving through the gloom. The atmosphere of chaos, akin to murky waters, inevitably spread to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of Konoha village. Uchiha Shirsui's silhouette melded into the shadows, quietly appearing behind a youth who was tending to a peculiar herb. He reported in a low, swift, and clear manner about the clamor on Hokage Avenue, the turmoil at the tax office, the public tax resistance by the Shimura family, and the coercion and temptation faced by small merchants. Mizuno Ichido's movements did not falter in the slightest. The crystalline water flowed gracefully from the kettle's spout, nourishing the tender green leaves of the herbs. His youthful visage bore no sign of surprise, no trace of anger, nor even a ripple of emotion. Instead, it was enveloped in an unfathomable, ice-like serenity, as if the tumultuous waves raging outside were merely a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface. He focused intently on the droplets coalescing on the leaves, rolling off as if it were the sole matter worthy of his attention. Only when the last drop fell did he slowly rise, gently placing the kettle on the stone steps beside him. Understood. Chapter 173. The death of Danzo. Mizuno Ichido's voice was devoid of turbulence. As though he were discussing the weather, his gaze drifted towards the small courtyard and the heart of Konoha village. Yet within the depths of his clear eyes flickered a glimmer sharper than the coldest winter. The turbulent waves had risen, but the true rocky outcrops often reveal their prominence only amidst the fiercest of tides. The Sarutobi clan was a mere affliction, ensnared by past gains, and posed little threat. The fifth Hokage and the leader of the Jonin, Kakashi, could gradually rectify the situation through law and time. Mizuno Ichido set the kettle down, his tone remaining unperturbed. However, as long as Shimura Danzo drew breath, this venomous snake would ever contemplate vengeance. Did he think that hiding within the shell of house arrest would allow him to orchestrate events from afar, continuing to erode Konoha? Such naivety. He turned to face Uchiha Shirsui, his unervingly clear gaze locking onto him. Shirsui, you wouldn't wish for your Uchiha clan to revert to its former state, would you? Shirsui paused, not fully grasping the implications of Mizuno Ichido's words. As long as Danzo remained alive, a latent source of rumors would persist within the Uchiha. It was time to execute the plan to rid the taxpayers of the parasite, tonight. Shirsui's heart quickened. He comprehended the weight of this plan. As a member of the Uchiha and captain of the Umbu, he was acutely aware of Danzo's threat and understood that Tsunade, constrained by her status as an elder, her past achievements, whether genuine or fabricated, and considerations for stability, had refrained from taking lethal action. However, Mizuno Ichido evidently harbored no such reservations. Danzo possessed the cells of the first Hokage and the Sharingan, making him exceedingly vigilant. Even in confinement, his years of combat experience, coupled with the hidden guards and triggered traps surrounding him, rendered him a formidable threat. Shirsui calmly analyzed the situation. He was not fearful, but upon learning that Danzo was the source of rumors within the Uchiha, he was determined to ensure that their actions would be foolproof. Thus, I require your assistance. Mizuno Ichido approached him, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Shirsui, you have activated your Manjiki, haven't you? A look of astonishment flickered across Uchiha Shirsui's face, though it quickly transitioned back to normalcy. Ichido, you truly are remarkable. Were it not for my frequent proximity to you and my understanding of your character, I might suspect you to be a spy from outside the village, posing a threat to its safety. Mizuno Ichido shrugged nonchalantly, appearing unfazed, and continued to refine their plan. Your Manjiki is the only weapon capable of instantly stripping him of all capacity for resistance before he can react. Remember, the moment he lays eyes upon you, do not hesitate. With your strongest illusion, drag him into eternal darkness. Ensure that he is denied even the opportunity to activate the four-symbol seal. I comprehend. Shirsui nodded gravely, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. For the future of the Uchiha, for the village's future, for the innocence sacrificed by Danzo's schemes, and for the suffering endured by Naruto, he was willing to bear this darkness. Excellent. A cold smirk graced Mizuno's lips. Once the illusion is cast, the remaining matters shall be entrusted to me. Remember, Danzo's life must be extinguished by my hand. On a moonless night, a perfect time for murder, two figures, blending seamlessly with the shadows, appeared ghost-like outside Danzo's seemingly ordinary but intricately warded and surveilled resting place deep within the Shimura clan's territory. Shisui activated his Mangeki Sharingan, his formidable ocular power silently distorting the surrounding perception barrier, penetrating it as effortlessly as a hot knife slices through butter. The hidden Shimura clan's assassins, unable to sound an alarm, were instantaneously ensnared by Shisui's illusion, plunging into a deep slumber. In a blink, Shisui manifested before Danzo's bedroom door as if teleporting. Just as the door creaked open, Danzo, who was meditating with eyes closed, abruptly opened his solitary eye. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent and would-release chakra erupted in an instant. He beheld the pair of crimson eyes, swirling with intricate patterns, at the threshold. The fury of the Uchiha transformed into a half-formed roar, as his arm, implanted with Hashirama's cells, instinctively rose to form a seal, while the dormant Sharingan within him stirred restlessly. However, it was far too late. Kotoame Tsukumi. The kaleidoscopic patterns in Shisui's eyes spun to their utmost extremity, a terrifying ocular power, transcending ordinary illusions and targeting the very essence of the soul, surged forth like an invisible torrent, disregarding all of Danzo's defenses and will to resist, and instantaneously inundated his mind. The rage, scheming, and malevolence in Danzo's solitary eye froze and shattered, replaced by a void of confusion and emptiness. His raised arm became rigid in midair, and the chakra coursing within him resembled a frozen river, rendering even a single finger immobile. His proud would-release and Sharingan were rendered laughable trinkets before this absolute mental dominion. At the moment Danzo was entirely ensnared by the illusion, his thoughts suspended. A small figure slipped from behind Shisui like a specter. It was Mizuno. He bore no weapon, only a seemingly ordinary, sharpened wooden stake crafted from the ancient tree within Danzo's estate, a symbol of his ambition. Mizuno's gaze was devoid of warmth, icy in its intensity. As he moved with lightning speed, his actions precise as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Leaping high, he gripped the wooden stake tightly, channeling all his strength and chakra, though feeble. It was concentrated into a singular point, toward Danzo's unguarded heart, which lay entirely vulnerable and paralyzed by the illusion, and he thrust it downwards with fierce resolve. Thud! A dull sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The wooden stake penetrated Danzo's thin nightwear, breaching the resilient skin and muscle, precisely impaling the heart, which had long been corroded by power and darkness. Tuanzang's body convulsed violently, his single eye widening in an attempt to escape the boundless darkness of his mind and discern who had brought about his demise. Yet, the power of the deity was inextricably binding him. Just as Mizuno drew the wooden splinter, preparing to erase the traces, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A guttural sound emanated from Tuanzang's throat, reminiscent of a creaking bellows. Suddenly, his arm, implanted with Hashirama's cells and wrapped in bandages, swelled explosively, as if inflated like a balloon. The bandages were instantly torn apart, revealing not human skin or muscle, but an eerie, pallid wood-like texture that rapidly spread to his shoulders and chest. Alarmed, Shisui's pupils constricted, instinctively ready to unleash an illusion to suppress him. Do not move. Step back. Mizuno's voice was unervingly calm, tinged with an air of expected certainty. He swiftly pulled Shisui back several steps. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Tuanzang's body was infused with a frenzied vitality, initiating a horrifying transformation. Chapter 174. Tuanzang's response after death. Tuanzang's skin rapidly lost its color, turning a ghastly gray, roughening into pronounced bark-like patterns. His muscle fibers hardened and twisted, resembling gnarled tree roots. Instead of gushing blood from the wound piercing his heart, a viscous, green sap emanated, reeking of plant life. His legs seemed to root themselves into the earth beneath the floor, while his wooden toes extended countless fine roots, greedily absorbing nutrients from the soil. That swelling, wooden arm grew wildly, splitting into several thick, twisted branches, thrashing about the room like a rampaging serpent. Expensive furniture and sturdy walls crumbled like paper before this raw force. Most chilling of all was the hidden Sharingan, transplanted from a member of the Uchiha clan, concealed beneath the bandages on his arm. As his body underwent this wooden transformation, the crimson orb did not vanish. Instead, it grotesquely embedded itself into the rapidly forming wooden trunk and branches. The eye moved erratically among the grayish-white wood grain, flickering with a strange, vengeful light. as if countless souls were silently lamenting their fate. Perhaps it was the jolt of death, or perhaps the final, violent backlash of Hashirama's cells. But at the brink of Tuanzang's life extinguishing entirely, the deity's power momentarily faltered. His eye, not yet fully encased in wood, erupted with a final glimmer of clarity and profound resentment. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Mizunoek, his throat straining to produce a fractured, distorted roar. I am the one who will ultimately purify Lord Hashirama's power for Konoha. Ah. Before his words could fully escape, that last flicker of clarity was engulfed by an endless, inhuman surge of plant life. His head burst apart like a ripe fruit, but instead of brain matter, an explosion of wildly growing, spiny vines erupted. In the throes of violent inflation and distortion, his form was utterly lost, transforming into a mass of proliferating, entangled, wooden monstrosities that surged upward in a frenzy. The sound of thunderous chaos followed. The sturdy roof was effortlessly torn asunder, akin to thin paper, and sent soaring into the air. Bricks and stones cascaded down like raindrops. Beneath the desolate moonlight, an exceedingly bizarre giant tree, exuding an aura of profound death and madness, was erupting from the earth with the body of Shimura Danzo at its core, rising frantically in the heart of the Shimura clan's territory. This tree was grotesquely twisted. Its trunk formed from Danzo's mutated body, adorned with countless swirling crimson Sharingan eyes, resembling a multitude of malevolent cursed gazes. The thick, contorted branches writhed like a frenzied serpent, sprouting sharp wooden spikes and grotesque growths that dripped with green sap. The entire tree emanated an eerie scent, a mixture of decaying wood, rich blood, and frenzied vitality, inducing nausea and a deep-seated terror within the soul. The tremendous noise and horrifying spectacle instantly roused the entire Shimura clan, even reaching half of Konoha. A monster. There's a monster. It's the clan leader. Run. The tree is moving. It's grabbing people. The Shimura clansmen were engulfed in unprecedented panic. They beheld the terrifying giant tree, sprouting from the leader's quiet chamber, its trunk covered in Sharingan, and felt the chaotic and malevolent aura. Recalling Danzo's forbidden experiments, fear washed over them like a cold tide. What rebellion against taxation? What family honor? All became a joke in the face of life and death. They screamed and jostled, desperate to flee this cursed land. What Danzo left behind was not glory and death, but an unending dread and disgrace. The twisted giant tree continued to grow, slowly yet persistently, its roots spreading underground, its branches clawing at the night sky, with the Sharingan embedded within glimmering a ghostly red under the moonlight, as if silently mocking all of Danzo's ambitions in life. The news spread like wildfire to every corner of Konoha. Within the Sarutobi clan's high-level meeting room, an oppressive silence reigned. When the information arrived, describing the terrifying giant tree adorned with Sharingan, every Sarutobi clan member's face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking their backs. Sarutobi Hisashi could hardly fathom that Danzo not only transplanted Hashirama's cells, but also acquired Sharingan. Now, this forbidden power had spiraled out of control, manifesting in a horrifying manner before everyone's eyes. This was not merely Danzo's demise. It was a complete tearing apart of the filthy undergarments of their entire old era. Connecting this to their own instigation against taxation, Sarutobi Hisashi, having remained idle at home since his dismissal, only learned about the clan's resistance to taxation when summoned by the clan elders for a meeting. The voice of the elder trembled, quick, immediately. Cease all actions. Fear. Like the most effective awakening agent. All clansmen, restrain yourselves. Pay the taxes owed, right away. Double the amount to the tax office. Maintain a respectful attitude. Just say we were misled by petty individuals. The tumultuous wave of resistance against taxation within the Sarutobi clan instantly dissipated, and they even began to actively cooperate with tax authorities, attempting to distance themselves from the matter. Aftershock and Don Tsunade stood before the window, gazing into the shadows of the Shimura clan's territory, where twisted trees loomed ominously even in the night, their outlines exuding an aura of foreboding. In her amber eyes, cold fury burned alongside a barely perceptible sense of relief. Humph, playing with fire and getting burned, she scoffed, turning to Nara Shikaku, who stood at attention, and to Shursui, who had just returned. Shikaku, in the name of the Hokage, issue an announcement. Shimura Danzo has conducted forbidden human experiments, transplanting the cells of the first Hokage and the Uchiha bloodline. resulting in uncontrollable chakra that has backfired upon himself, leading to a tragic disaster. His actions constitute a severe violation of village regulations and endanger the safety of our villagers. This is met with the utmost condemnation. The Shimura family has failed in its oversight and bears undeniable responsibility. Simultaneously, she commanded the sealing and barrier teams to mobilize immediately, sealing off the core area of the Shimura clan to prevent the aberration from spreading further or causing secondary harm. She ordered the medical and sensory teams to remain on standby to assess the danger. Moreover, Tsunade's voice resonated with an unyielding resolve. Harness this momentum for tax reform. I demand strict enforcement. Any who dare obstruct this or engage in tax evasion will be deemed a threat to the village's reconstruction and public safety. They shall face severe punishment. The Umbu will assist the tax bureau in their actions. Danzo's demise had become the most powerful and terrifying endorsement for Tsunade's new policies. The following morning, the Shimura clan found itself engulfed in panic and chaos. The news of their leader's unexpected death spread like wildfire. With Danzo, their cornerstone and mastermind, gone, the Shimura clan was left as scattered as sand. Those who had vociferously protested against taxes just a day prior were silenced, as if their throats had been grasped. Panic replaced their arrogance. They began to fear the reckoning from the fifth Hokage, leaving them neither the time nor the strength to organize any resistance against the tax measures. Chapter 175. How many chapters later, and the cheat is activated on the periphery of the chaotic Shimura territory, atop a shadowy rooftop. Mizuno Ikki and Uchiha Shursui stood side by side, gazing at the grotesque giant tree that continued to writhe and grow under the moonlight. Shursui's face remained somewhat pale. The continuous use of his Manjiki Sharingan and the horrifying sight before him had taken a toll. Mizuno Ikki, however, was intensely focused, his clear black eyes shimmering with a calmness and inquisitiveness akin to that of a scientific madman. He seemed not to be observing a horrifying aberration born of human mutation, but rather a remarkably precious living experimental specimen. The astonishing vitality, or rather, the primal survival instinct unleashed by the first Hokage's cells once freed from the constraints of their host's will, was evident. Mizuno's voice was steady and analytical, devoid of any turmoil. The Sharingan, particularly those not of his own bloodline, appeared to serve as an unstable catalyst, an anchoring point amidst such chaotic energy, resulting in this grotesque symbiotic form. Fascinating, he remarked, turning to Shursui. Captain Shursui, do not destroy this tree for the time being. Shursui was taken aback. But the Hokage has already ordered the sealing team. I am aware, Mizuno interrupted. Inform Lady Tsunade that this is my recommendation. This is an unprecedented living specimen to study the interaction between Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan. Its very existence serves as the most compelling evidence, sufficient to intimidate all those with nefarious intentions who covet forbidden power. Once more, his gaze turned toward the colossal tree. A flicker of profound calculation evident in his eyes. Its research value may surpass imagination. The essence of wood release, the mysteries of the Sharingan, and even the means to safely harness or suppress such power may well be concealed within this tree. Deploy the most reliable research team to conduct long-term observation and limited sampling analysis within an impenetrable barrier. This will become a trump card for Konoha's future. Shursui observed the youthful yet unfathomable profile of Mizuno Ikuto, feeling an intensified chill from the cold, far-sighted wisdom that transcended his years. This child not only perceives human nature and exploits fear, but has also transformed death and mutation into resources and bargaining chips. The blade in his hand severs the past while paving the way for the future, regardless of whether that path is stained with blood or devoid of humanity. Bathed in moonlight, the distorted giant tree, transformed by Shimura Danzo and adorned with crimson Sharingan, stood as a silent totem of terror in the heart of Konoha, signaling the complete demise of an old era while heralding the profound and inscrutable ripples lurking beneath the facade of a new age. Mizuno Ikuto's silhouette appeared diminutive within the shadows, yet it seemed to envelop the entirety of Konoha's future. As for Mizuno Ikuto, he returned home with a heart full of joy, for tonight's assassination had granted him the coveted prize he had long desired. Opening the panel that had crossed over 100 chapters, character panel, name, Mizuno Ikuto chakra amount, 666688888. Note, Senju Hashirama's chakra amount is 10,000, chakra attributes, wind, lightning, earth, fire, water taijutsu, None. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Binding Technique, Shadow Shuriken, Perception Technique, Evil Sealing Method, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Great Fire Extinguish, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, Ash Accumulation, Earth Release, Rock Armor, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Flow Wall, 6 Body Techniques, Hide, Bind, Substitute, Escape, Split, Transformation, Wood Release, Wooden Wall, Wood Clone, Cutting Technique, for Pillar Prison, Jinjutsu, Misty Illusion Technique, Tree Binding Kill, 3 Cherry Blossoms, Absolute Lotus, Mirage, Hell's Clone, Falling Cherry Blossom Illusion, Dream Sound Lock Sealing Techniques, Diamond Lock, for Symbol Seal, Contract Seal, Tail Lock Seal Barrier Techniques, for Wind's Prison, for Red Sun Formation, for Purple Flame Formation, 5 Sealing Barriers Kekii Genkai, Primary Wood Release, 1 Tomo Sharingan Summoning Beast, 3 Tails Transcendent Abilities, 1 Bloodthirsty Plunder, for every enemy the host kills. They gain a portion of the slain's abilities, chakra amount, learn ninjutsu, innate bloodline, with a minimum chakra increase of 0.00012. One-handed second in 1 second. The host can form 12 hand seals with 1 hand in a second, should they desire. 3. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Any Jinjutsu cast on the host by an opponent whose chakra amount is less than the host's will be rendered ineffective. 4. I am a bystander. No one can directly detect any information the host wishes to keep hidden by any means. Evaluation. Unmatched shadow level among peers. The roar of the Stonebridge town seemed to ignite a blazing spark. In the brief span of merely half a year, the wave of Konoha ninjas transforming into builders has swept through the heart of the Land of Fire, beginning with the miraculous construction of a bridge. The economic strategy spearheaded by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, alongside Mizuno Ikuto, is reshaping the intricate tapestry of this fertile land in unprecedented ways. In the western, towering and treacherous Heian Mountains, the thunderous roar of lightning release reverberates. The young lightning ninja, Raiga, strides forward, his arms enveloped in dazzling arcs of electric energy. Accompanied by the deafening rumble, the iron-hard rock faces shatter under the onslaught of his furious thunder, with fragments raining down like a deluge. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazes at the prosperous basin below, connected by newly excavated tunnels, his fatigued visage illuminated by an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The bulging pouch at his waist and the awed gazes of distant villagers serve as the finest affirmation of his pioneering work. The lightning ninjas have become human machines, far more efficient than explosives, carving pathways through the Land of Fire. On the eastern edge of the boundless verdant forest, the stage is set for Wind Release. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. The invisible blades of wind slice precisely through the roots of colossal trees. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A powerful whirlwind effortlessly lifts heavy logs, transporting them to the distribution center. The air is thick with the fresh scent of sawdust. In a matter of weeks, a logging area that would traditionally require months for lumberjacks to clear has transformed into vast, level fertile land under the efficient and eco-friendly operations of wind ninjas, awaiting the birth of new farmlands and homes. The wind, no longer a weapon on the battlefield, has become a brush painting hope. However, it is the Earth Release ninjas, scattered throughout the land, that truly weave the new fabric of the Land of Fire. Their battlefield is the boundless terrain. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. As chakra surges, the rugged ground is smoothed as if by an invisible plow, transforming into a broad, flat roadbed. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Following closely, the path quickly solidifies, becoming as hard as rock. New highways, wide enough to accommodate multiple carts side by side, extend rapidly within the borders of the Land of Fire like the veins of the earth, intertwining and closely connecting isolated towns, villages, and resource-rich areas. The wheels of commerce finally break free from the mire and jostle, racing along the hopeful thoroughfare. Earth Release has become the cornerstone of prosperity. Chapter 176. The soil of prosperities bloom upon the newly formed lands of the Blackstone Wasteland and the Verdant Plains. Water and earth affinity ninjas unite to compose a song of abundance. The Earth Release ninjas meticulously cultivate the soil, loosening and conditioning it, while the Earth Release techniques shape orderly terraced fields. The Water Release ninjas transform into masters of irrigation, constructing intricate canal networks with water release, waterway formation, while Water Release, Heavenly rain descends like the most precise drizzle, evenly nourishing every inch of land yearning for vitality. The memories of parched cracks are swiftly cloaked by tender green seedlings. An elderly farmer squats on the ridge, trembling hands caressing the increasingly plump rice ears. Tears shimmering in his murky eyes. This land truly lives. A divine technique. The fusion of water and earth heralds the prelude to a bountiful harvest. The flower of prosperity must bloom in the safety of fertile soil. Konoha's efforts to eradicate banditry never cease, functioning like efficient custodians, persistently cleansing the shadows that linger over the land of fire. A rapid response team composed of elite Chunin and special Jonin operates efficiently, bolstered by the intelligence network of the Umbu and the integration of civilian information from the Deer Clan. As soon as banditry surfaces, precise strikes follow closely behind, and combat is no longer confined to remote mountain strongholds. Against the roving marauders and thieving brigands that plunder trade routes, the Leaf Village ninjas exhibit remarkable maneuverability and tactical prowess. Wind release seals escape paths, earth release constructs traps for division, and fire and lightning releases deliver lethal blows. Battles often unfold with the swiftness of the wind, minimizing losses along the trade routes. The sea's spoils partially compensate the victims while the remainder is funneled into the national treasury or converted into funds for development. The effects are immediate. Within the Land of Fire, particularly along the main arteries linking major economic zones, merchants travel incessantly, their carts laden with wealth and hope from various regions. Roads that once required substantial sums for formidable escorts are now traversed with ease by ordinary trade caravans. This invaluable sense of security acts as the finest catalyst, igniting unprecedented commercial vigor. The Leaf Village itself has become the radiant core of an expansive transportation network. Outside the village, new roads radiate like a spider's web to every corner of the Land of Fire, with the flow of goods, personnel, and information reaching unprecedented heights. As the epicenter of transformation, the changes in the Leaf Village are most palpable. Adjacent to the ninja tool shop and training grounds, various establishments have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The Fertile House sells innovative farming tools and superior seeds. The Eight Directions Trading Company gathers local specialties and luxury goods. And the Fire Country's Bank, the Leaf Branch, offers convenient currency exchange, even establishing chakra supply stations specifically for engineering ninjas. Conversations in taverns have shifted from tasks and battles to regional market trends, new crop yields, and trade profits. An invigorating atmosphere of peace and prosperity permeates the air of the Leaf Village. News of the bandits' disappearance within the Land of Fire acts as the most resounding call for investment. Weary of conflict and seeking opportunity, people from all directions converge, particularly gathering in the towns surrounding the Leaf Village. New settlements continuously emerge, with inns, taverns, and workshops rising to cater to the surging crowds and caravans. The influx of population brings forth more vitality and demand, further propelling the wheels of the economy. The prosperity of the Leaf Village does not go unnoticed. As news spreads throughout the Land of Fire of roads woven like a tapestry, fertile fields, and bustling trade, accompanied by tales of the engineering ninjas' miraculous feats, it soars like wings across the ninja world. The intelligence departments of the other four great ninja villages find themselves plunged into unprecedented shock and contemplation. Meanwhile, in the deeper shadows of the ninja realm, a pair of Rinnegan eyes pierce through the rain, casting a gaze filled with complex and inscrutable emotions. In the Rock Village's Tsuchikage office, Anoki hovers before a vast sand table, which clearly delineates the latest road networks and newly cultivated areas established by the Leaf in the Land of Fire. His aged fingers trace the words on the intelligence scroll indicating that Earth Release construction is 10 times more efficient than usual, and that Earth Release can cultivate millions of acres, his face etched with complexity. Utilizing ninjutsu for construction? Anoki gazes at the sand table, letting out a cold snort, his tone laced with disdain, yet a flicker of undeniable surprise and jealousy glimmers in his eyes. Yellow Earth. Anoki calls for his son and trusted aide. The ninjas of our village are fiercely competing for high-level missions. Look at Konoha. They are profiting immensely from our unique skills, garnering both wealth and fame. We must immediately organize a team to investigate. Can we replicate this? How shall we proceed? Naka's thoughts raced, filled with both vigilance towards Konoha's approach and a burgeoning ambition to partake in the spoils. In the Raikage's office of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, A. Slammed his fist onto the sturdy wooden desk, causing spiderweb-like cracks to mar its surface. This is outrageous. His voice boomed like thunder. Engaging in logging and road construction? Have the ninjas of Konoha descended to the level of laborers? As a traditional combat ninja, I found it incomprehensible and unacceptable that ninjas would forsake the honor of battle for such menial tasks. Yet, the intelligence reports of Konoha's low-ranking ninjas experiencing a surge in income and elevation in social status, alongside the visible enhancement of the Land of Fire's overall strength, pierced his heart like a thorn. Hey, you Mookie, I bellowed, commanding, intensify border patrols. Keep a close watch on Konoha's movements, especially that new city. What schemes are Tsunade and her advisor, Mizuno, concocting? Such unscrupulous methods must not waver the resolve of our Kumogakure ninjas. What troubled him further was the potential allure this model held for the young ninjas of his village. In the residence of the 4th Kazakage of Sunagakure, Raza scrutinized the thin intelligence scroll in his hands, his brow furrowed. The scroll's descriptions of Konoha's prosperity starkly contrasted with the desolate, resource-limited landscape beyond his window. Terms like housing and settlement attracting immigrants repeatedly pricked Raza's nerves. Sunagakure was too impoverished, struggling even to maintain the basic operations of the village, let alone attract talent and investment. Maki, Raza's voice was low. What does Konoha's model signify for us? He did not need Maki's response. The answer was painfully clear. Talent and capital would flow like water toward the lowlands, gravitating towards the affluent and stable Land of Fire and Konoha. This presented a suffocating pressure that surpassed any direct military threat. A solution must be found, or Sunagakure would be utterly marginalized. Meanwhile, Elder Chiyo gazed solemnly at the data. In the hidden chamber of Kirigakure, fresh from the aftermath of the Blood Mist era, the air in the village still carried a hint of blood and suspicion. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, gracefully lifted her teacup, her emerald eyes scanning the intelligence with sharp focus. An economic center for ninja builders, the new city project, she mused, her lips parting slightly. Tsunade has indeed made a groundbreaking move. Chapter 177, The New City Project of Konoha. Konoha is truly fortunate. Each generation produces its own exceptional talents. Unlike the anger or anxiety of the other Kages, Terumi may perceive a complex scenario filled with both opportunities and challenges. Kirigakure, too, needed reconstruction and development. Say, CHJR, Terumi Mei instructed, organize a capable team to delve deeply into Konoha's economic policies, particularly the strategies proposed by Mizuno. We need to learn, but more importantly, we must discover a path suited for Kirigakure. Additionally, we must enhance scrutiny of personnel entering and leaving, especially technical talents and merchants. Stability is paramount. Yet the seeds of transformation have already been sown within the heart. Deep within the Tower of Rain hidden village, the relentless cold rain incessantly batters the weathered windows, while Nagato silently hovers in the darkness, surrounded by several detailed scrolls of intelligence from the Land of Fire. His icy Rinnegan scans the text and accompanying images on the scrolls. Ninjas employing earth release to shape sturdy bridge piers, wind release lifting heavy stones, and water release precisely irrigating boundless fields of green. New roads connect towns, bustling markets teem with life, and farmers, overcome with joy, cradle their bountiful rice harvests. Silence. A long, enduring silence. Only the sound of rain echoes within the vast tower. These scenes starkly contrast with his memories of the Rain country, ravaged by war, and struggling in agony. They clash violently with his conviction that the path to peace lay in collecting tailed beasts to forge the ultimate weapon, using suffering to instill fear in the world, building bridges, paving roads, cultivating fertile lands. The cold voice of pain resonates within the tower, seemingly imbued with a flicker of Nagato's own consciousness, creating life through the power of ninjas rather than spreading death. The images of the leaf ninjas laboring peacefully and the genuine joy on the faces of the people pierced his heart, which was enshrouded in layers of hatred and despair. Like countless tiny needles, an unprecedented, wavering thought, akin to a sliver of light breaking through the heavy clouds outside the tower, stubbornly thrived in Nagato's mind. Swirling. Could this be the true meaning of ninja power? Might this be the more righteous and less bloody path to peace? Yahiko's sunny face, filled with aspirations for harmony, momentarily overlapped with the abundant fields and new roads depicted on the scrolls. Yet this thought was swiftly submerged by deeper darkness and habitual thinking. It is not too slow. It is too fragile. The voice of pain regained its absolute coldness. Without undeniable military deterrence, any fleeting prosperity would inevitably be consumed by greed and warfare. Only by making the world experience equal suffering can war be eradicated. The peace of the leaf is but a deceptive illusion. Nevertheless, that flicker of doubt had not entirely extinguished. It took root in the deepest recesses of Nagato's consciousness like a tenacious seed, surfacing uncontrollably in moments of solitude. Questioning the path he had chosen, he silently observed the leaf, paying particular attention to a man named Kazimizu Ikuto and his proposed new city plan, while an unseen tumult surged within him. As the four great nations studied the unprecedented new direction of the ninja from the land of fire with astonishment, anger, or anxiety, a grander and more ambitious blueprint for transformation was being unfurled within the Hokage's office in Konoha village. Within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Outside the immense floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling prosperity of Konoha, while inside, Kazimizu Ikuto spread forth a more magnificent scroll before Tsunade and Nara Shikaku. It was the detailed planning map for the wings of Konoha's new city. Lady Tsunade, Jonin Shikaku, Kazimizu Ikuto's voice retained its customary calm, yet his eyes blazed with the fire of a creator. The prosperity of Konoha had become a reality, yet the bottlenecks had also begun to reveal themselves. The village's limited space and mixed functions have rendered the traditional layout incapable of bearing the responsibilities of a future economic core for the ninja world. Therefore, I propose that the next phase of the village's development focuses on the construction of a new satellite city, Konoha Wing, at the southeastern traffic hub outside the village. The planning details are astonishing. 1. Functional orientation, a pure economic heart. It will consolidate all key commercial, trade, financial, logistics, and supporting light industrial activities, forming a clear division of labor with Konoha Village, which will focus on politics, military, education, culture, and some high-end residential areas, creating a twin-star pattern. 2. Revolutionary design. A forest of high-rise apartments. 15 stories. The blueprint features sleek, towering structures that rise into the clouds. This is a vision for future urban living. Mizuno Ichido points to the model, emphasizing the intensive land use that accommodates a large population, primarily targeting incoming merchants, middle-class immigrants, skilled talents, and young ninjas from Konoha seeking independent living. The housing types range from studios to four-bedroom units, equipped with centralized water and heating systems, considering the introduction of fire-style chakra technology and public activity spaces. Property management will be overseen by a directly affiliated agency of Konoha's logistics department, ensuring order and safety. Elite Villa District, surrounding a planned artificial lake or central park. This area features a harmonious arrangement of 34 independent villas. It will serve as a residence for top talents, wealthy merchants, foreign diplomats, and ninjas or elite ninjas who have made significant contributions to Konoha. The land will be allocated through an auction system, with the highest bidders gaining ownership, and the funds generated will be reinvested into the new city's construction. The Villa District symbolizes status and wealth, acting as a magnet for high-end resources. Central Business District. The core of the new city will feature an imposing Hokage Economic Tower, tentative name, as a landmark, surrounded by branches of the Fire Country Bank, a large commodity futures exchange, multinational chamber of commerce headquarters, and residences for top trading companies. The glass curtain walls reflect light on the blueprint, symbolizing the power of capital. Trade and logistics hub, a vast wholesale market, specialized markets for medicinal herbs, ninja tool materials, textiles, and a logistics center equipped with the latest warehousing and transportation systems will ensure efficient distribution of goods. Public services. The plan includes a new city guard station, non-combat personnel responsible for daily security and fire services, schools focused on commerce and engineering education, a comprehensive hospital, large parks, theaters, and other facilities to create a livable environment. 3. Core policy. Property purchase for residency. Anyone, regardless of whether they hail from Konoha or anywhere else in the ninja world, can obtain long-term residency rights by purchasing a qualifying property, apartment, or villa in the Konoha Wing New City. They will enjoy the city's comprehensive public services, and their children will have access to schools in the new city. Mizuno Ichido emphasizes that this is key to attracting and retaining talent and capital. Unlike the ninja registration in Konoha Village, This represents the identity of economic citizens. Chapter 178. The visit from the land of water. As Mizuno Ichido's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the office seemed to crystallize. The impact of the expansive blueprint far surpassed any previous reforms. An elder, a remnant of the Elder Council, suddenly stood up, his face flushed and trembling fingers pointing at the high-rise buildings on the blueprint. Absurd. Ridiculous. Lady Tsunade, Advisor Mizuno, you are on the brink of destroying the traditions of Konoha. You are undermining the very foundation of the shinobi, allowing those tainted by greed to inhabit towering edifices, permitting outsiders to purchase their way into Konoha. What if external forces intentionally send agents to infiltrate? Will shinobi become mere security guards or property managers? What kind of order is this? Where is the dignity of the shinobi? How shall we ensure the safety of Konoha? The new city's dispersal of power poses a significant risk should enemies invade. Enough. Tsunade's cold voice interrupted the impassioned remarks, her emerald eyes sweeping over the assembly, finally resting sharply upon the planning map, her gaze as keen as a blade. Dignity? Where is dignity when the children of Konoha go hungry due to a lack of missions? Where is security when our roads are in disrepair and commerce languishes? Tsunade's voice, though not loud, resonated with immense weight. Nara Shikaku chose this moment to speak, his tone steady and clear. The elder's concerns are not without merit. Yet we must approach this with reason. Firstly, the separation of functions enhances safety. The core of Konoha will focus more intently on defense. The new city, serving purely as an economic zone, will have sufficient security forces to manage daily order, with rapid response pathways connecting to Konoha. Secondly, attracting capital and talent through real estate will serve as the lifeblood for Konoha's continued prosperity. Thirdly, concentrated commerce will generate tremendous aggregation effects, with tax revenues far exceeding those of a dispersed model, thereby benefiting Konoha and the shinobi system. Fourthly, construction ninjas will gain unprecedented training and advancement through their work in the new city, creating new paths for promotion and showcasing their strength. Mizuno Iki, unperturbed, added with resolute conviction, this is not a relinquishment of tradition, but an embrace of the future. Must the strength of the shinobi solely be proven on the battlefield? Is it not a higher form of guardianship to employ it in building a stronger, more prosperous Konoha that can protect all its villagers? The wings of Konoha will serve as the wings propelling us into a new era. It will establish our undeniable status as the economic center of the shinobi world. Voices of support and dissent clashed fervently within the office. Tsunade remained silent, her fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, her gaze traversing between the towering structures and the serene villa districts depicted in the planning map. She perceived the conservatism and fear lurking behind the doubts. Yet she also glimpsed the immense opportunities that Shikaku and Mizuno illustrated, a new epic for Konoha, surpassing all previous imaginings. Ultimately, Tsunade slammed her palm against the table, the resounding noise silencing all debate. After witnessing the tangible benefits brought forth by Mizuno Iki's reforms, Tsunade and the younger generation of Konoha nearly unanimously endorsed his policies. The debate is over. Tsunade's voice rang out, resounding and resolute, akin to the beating of war drums echoing through the office. The Konoha Wing's new city project is to commence immediately. Tsunade's gaze burned brightly as she addressed Mizuno Iki and Nara Shikaku. Mizuno Iki, I appoint you as the chief commander for the construction of the Konoha Wing's new city. You are fully responsible for the implementation of the planning, resource coordination, and external investments. I want you to bring this city to life from the blueprints in the shortest possible time. Nara Shikaku, you shall oversee the coordination of internal resources of Konoha to fully support the new city's construction, devising detailed implementation guidelines for real estate purchases and residency, the management structure of the new city, and housing support policies for Konoha ninjas, the Ninja Housing Plan. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the movements of various nations to ensure safety throughout the construction period. Ultimately, Tsunade's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, directed towards the southeastern lands that were on the verge of boiling over. This city shall be the cornerstone of Konoha for the next century. It stands as irrefutable evidence of the Fire Nation's supremacy in the shinobi world. Any hindrance shall be crushed by the relentless tide of time. Action. The unprecedented prosperity of Konoha and its revolutionary ninja construction model, akin to a boulder cast into the still waters of a lake. has stirred ripples that have transformed into a turbulent undercurrent sweeping across the entire shinobi realm. Just as the foundation of the new city under Konoha's wings began to resonate, two groups of envoys, embodying differing attitudes, arrived at Konoha's gates almost simultaneously. The first to arrive was an official learning and observation group from the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. Leading them were Ching, the trusted aide of the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and the promising young elite, CHJR. Their procession was simple yet solemn, bearing clear official documentation and sincerity. Within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was relatively cordial. Lady Tsunade, Ching slightly bowed, maintaining a stance of respectful assertiveness, his transplanted Byakugan concealed beneath a bandage, while his other eye sparkled with perceptive insight. The Mizukage greatly admires your village's groundbreaking economic reforms. Konoha's prosperity offers a novel perspective for the shinobi world. We have come with an open mindset, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the training system for engineering ninjas, the organization and management of large-scale infrastructure projects, and how your nation balances economic development with the safety of traditional ninja villages. Ching's words were cautious yet pragmatic, directly addressing the core concern of the Mist Village, how to develop the economy while maintaining military strength. Tsunade, seated in the main position, possessed a sharp and composed gaze beneath her golden locks. She was not surprised by the arrival of the Mist delegation. She had long been aware of Terumi Mei's prudence and foresight. Ching, CHJR, welcome to Konoha. Peace and development are the trends of our era. Konoha's experiences are not beyond replication, though they must be adapted to your nation's circumstances. Turning to her aide, Nara Shikaku, she continued, you will be fully responsible for liaising with the Mist delegation. The Konoha Engineering Ninja Training Program, the planning exhibition area for the new city, and certain ongoing water conservancy projects may be made accessible to them, provided they do not involve core secrets. Let us engage in candid exchanges and mutual learning. Nara Shikaku composedly accepted the task. Yes, Lady Hokage. He then gestured to Ching and CHJR. Please, follow me. We have arranged a detailed itinerary for your delegation. CHJR adjusted his glasses nervously, his eyes brimming with curiosity and eagerness to learn about Konoha's innovations. The posture of the Land of Water undoubtedly reflects a cautious embrace of the possibilities of transformation. Chapter 179. Peace and war. Barely had the Land of Water delegation settled in when another group arrived at Konoha's gates, the technical exchange team from the Hidden Stone Village in the Land of Earth. Leading this team was Naka's son, the elite Jonin Kei Tetsu, renowned for his steadiness and loyalty. His expression was as serious as stone, with a hint of scrutinizing reluctance lurking in the depths of his gaze. Evidently, while Noki harbors envy towards Konohagakure's achievements, he cannot disregard the dignity of the long-standing great village. Thus, sending his son appears more as a forced endeavor for knowledge. The reception remains formal, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. The voice of the Earth Ninja, Keidu, resonates like distant thunder. Tsunade, the Hokage, my father, Noki, the Tsuchikage, expresses concern regarding your nation's recent developmental successes. We are dispatched to exchange experiences regarding the application of Earth release techniques in civil engineering. Keidu deliberately emphasizes Earth release while avoiding any mention of learning new policies, confining the purpose to a technical dialogue, attempting to uphold Iwagakure's dignity. Tsunade comprehends the underlying intentions, a faint smile gracing her lips. This obstinate Noki desires to glean knowledge while preserving his pride. Welcome, Keidu. Tsunade replies with a measured tone. The application of Earth release is indeed a forte of your village. Sharing experiences for mutual advancement is commendable. Specific technical discussions can be arranged with our experts in Earth release engineering. She tactfully refrains from exposing their awkwardness, yet does not extend the same level of openness to the delegation from the Land of Water, strictly limiting interactions to the narrow field of Earth release applications. Keidu nods slightly, offering no further words. The IWNeen behind him exchange glances, their eyes flickering with curiosity and a hint of defiance. Though sent to learn, they are filled with discomfort, eager to ascertain whether Konoha's Earth release truly possesses the legendary prowess. However, just as the delegations from the Land of Water and the Land of Earth engage with their respective motives within Konohagakure, urgent reports from the Intelligence Department and Border Patrol strike the atmosphere like a cold hammer, shattering the facade of cordial exchange. From the direction of Kumogakure, intelligence indicates that the 4th Reikage, A, can no longer tolerate Konoha's decline and perceived threats. A large contingent of elite Kumogakure ninjas begins to assemble at the northern border of the Land of Fire. The Raikage orders are blunt and forceful. Position troops for intimidation. He aims to utilize the most direct military pressure to caution Konoha against complacency, while also attempting to obstruct the burgeoning closeness between the Land of Water and the Land of Earth. The Kumogakure encampment establishes itself along the border, the flickering of chakra-infused lightning in the camp emanating a palpable aura of aggression and warning. The Raikage's fury manifests as a chilling blade along the border. Simultaneously, unusual movements are reported at the southwestern border of the Land of Wind. Under the command of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, Sunagakure significantly intensifies its border patrols and the number of stationed ninjas, although not as overtly militarized as Kumogakure. This silent and sustained military presence resembles a venomous scorpion lurking in the desert, rife with vigilance, anxiety, and distrust. Raza fears that Konoha's prosperity will siphon away the scarce resources and talents of Sunagakure, fostering deep suspicion towards Konoha's intentions. The figures of Sunagakure ninjas flicker in the sandstorm, their binocular lenses reflecting a cold light as they meticulously monitor Konoha's every move. 2 urgent military scrolls arrive almost simultaneously on Tsunade's desk. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office plunges to a freezing point. The vibrant chaos of Konoha outside the window starkly contrasts with the icy borders described in the scrolls. "Humph, that fool, Tsunade exclaims, slamming her fist onto the wooden desk, which emits a painful groan. Positioning troops at the border? Does he think that will intimidate Konoha? Fury ignited within the emerald depths of her eyes. Yet it was predominantly a chilling resolve for battle. Nara Shikahisa furrowed his brow. Swiftly analyzing the situation, the Hidden Cloud sought to wield overt military intimidation, aiming to disrupt and sever the communications between the Water and Earth nations and ourselves, thereby exerting pressure upon us. Conversely, the Hidden Sand adopted a defensive vigilance, concerned about the potential detriment to their own interests, yet their actions remained relatively restrained. Although differing in nature, both posed substantial pressure upon us. Mizuno Ichido gazed at the border map, where symbols denoting the forces of the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Sand were marked, his expression grave. The Konoha Wings initiative had just commenced, and the construction of the new city required a stable environment and significant resource investment. An unstable border could hinder trade routes and shake the confidence of foreign investors. The Raikage's maneuver was indeed malevolent. But what of that malevolence? Tsunade rose, striding toward the vast map of the ninja world, her finger decisively landing upon the northern and southwestern borders of the Land of Fire. The prosperity of Konoha was not garnered through supplication. It was forged through the relentless efforts of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, through the sweat and blood of countless Konoha ninjas. Do they think to intimidate us with their weapons? They are sorely mistaken. She pivoted sharply, her golden hair slicing through the air like a sharp arc, her voice resonating through the office like the booming of war drums. Shikahisa, immediately elevate the alert level at all outposts on the northern and southwestern borders. Reinforce with sensory ninjas and elite squads. Order the stationed troops at the border to enter a state of heightened readiness. Simultaneously, closely monitor all activities of the delegations from the Water and Earth nations within the village to prevent them from being exploited or facing unforeseen incidents. Shirzue, Tsunade's voice turned icy. You are to inform the Umbu to closely monitor any anomalous chakra responses at the border, particularly from the direction of the Hidden Cloud. Additionally, bolster the protection of the Konoha Wings planning area, the material transport routes, and key individuals within the village such as Advisor Mizuno and Shikahisa. Any attempts to undermine the stability of Konoha or obstruct the construction of the new city shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Notify the Daimyo's office of the border situation and request that the regular forces of the Land of Fire be prepared for strategic support. Dispatch a formal diplomatic notice to the Mizukage and Tsuchikage, explicitly informing them of the military movements from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand, reiterating Konoha's unwavering commitment to maintaining peace and prosperity, and that any actions undermining the current cordial atmosphere of communication will be regarded as provocations against Konoha. Orders flew forth like unsheathed blades from the Hokage's office. The vast machinery of Konoha swiftly transitioned from a mode of rapid construction to a state of vigilance against threats. Within the village, the representatives from the Land of Water, Ao and Shijiro, accompanied by Shikahisa, were touring the training grounds for the rapid training program of engineering ninjas, marveling at the students' manipulation of earth and water techniques. Meanwhile, the stoic representative from the land of Earth scrutinized a new type of chakra-conductive material formula, non-core component, under the guidance of an earth technique expert. Astonished by Konoha's profound research into the civilian applications of earth techniques. Outside the village, at the Konoha Wings construction site, the sounds of piling and shouts echoed. Yet on the periphery, the presence of patrolling ninjas noticeably increased, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings. In the distant land of rain, atop a high tower, Nagato, via painstaking path, floated silently. Before him lay several scrolls of intelligence, not only updating the arrival of the water and earth delegation to Konoha, but also providing a detailed account of the tense military buildup of the cloud and sand villages. In the cold depths of his Rinnegan, the taut strings of the ninja world map were reflected. Prosperity invites covetousness. Peace is so fragile. The inorganic voice of Nagato echoed, suggesting that the path of Konoha's development ultimately led to the precipice of conflict. Does this not affirm that pain is the only truth? Yet, the serene images of Konoha's ninjas building their homeland starkly contrasted with the cold weapons at the border. Deep within Nagato's consciousness, the question of an alternative possibility, shrouded in the clouds of war, did not dissipate but flickered defiantly like a candle in the storm, challenging his belief in a peace founded upon destruction. Chapter 180. The visit in progress. The Earth Country's IWA shinobi delegation, led by the stern-faced and rock-like figure of the leader, entered a bustling terraced farming site in the southeastern part of Konoha with a mixture of reluctance and scrutiny. Once barren hills, this area now resembled a colossal green staircase, as if sculpted by the hands of giants. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass. On the site, Konoha's Earth-style ninjas were diligently at work. Greeting them was the renowned Earth-style Jonin, Iwakage, whose stature was not imposing, yet whose hands were calloused and whose gaze was steady as the earth. Esteemed friends from IWA, Iwakage's voice, though not loud, carried clearly on the mountain breeze. Behold, this is our ongoing 1,000-tier terrace project. Our goal is to transform this barren slope into fertile land capable of producing stable food supplies. The Earth representative nodded slightly, his gaze surveying the already formed terraces below. The steep and orderly embankments were clearly beyond the reach of mere human effort. Behind him, the IWA ninja, Ishikawa, could not help but murmur, a hint of defiance in his tone. Isn't that just walls piled up with earthen barriers? We could do the same, just not as neatly. Iwakage seemed to disregard this comment as he approached a freshly cleared, still uneven slope, which would mark the beginning of the next tier of terraces. The key to this transformation lay not in mere stacking, but in the simultaneous shaping and solidification, along with the intricacies of the internal structure. Iwakage slowly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and rhythmic, starkly contrasting with the swiftness of battle. Watch closely, he intoned, slamming his palms onto the slope beneath him. Earth-style, 1,000-layer rock. A profound wave of chakra surged from his palms, like an invisible ripple permeating the earth. A miraculous scene unfolded. The loose soil where his hands made contact visibly underwent a dramatic transformation. The first step saw the shapeless earth being molded as if kneaded by an unseen giant's hand, rising and extending to form a smooth contour of a field wall, exceeding 3 meters in height with perfect angles. The lines flowed seamlessly, the angles precise, as if crafted by the most skilled mason with ruler and compass. The second step, solidification, revealed even more astonishing changes within the soil. Under the potent compression and guidance of chakra, the originally loose structure swiftly transforms into a dense and rigid form, its surface shimmering with a grayish-white luster reminiscent of sedimentary rock. Simultaneously, the chakra of the rock city acts like the most skillful of chisels, intricately carving fine veins within the compacted soil, natural drainage channels, and water-retaining layers. Rainwater can flow along these channels, preventing internal flooding from eroding the foundation of the fields, while precious moisture is retained within the dense soil structure, nourishing the crops. The third step unfolds seamlessly, synchronizing the entire process. Shaping and solidifying are like two sides of a coin, perfectly synchronized under the exquisite control of Rock City's chakra, without any precedence or delay. In a mere few seconds, a robust, self-draining, and moisture-retaining terraced wall emerges, standing firm before the spectators as if it had naturally grown from the earth itself. A collective gasp escapes all the rock shinobi, including Huang Tu. Shikawa is left utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. This is no mere earthen wall. This is a miraculous transformation, a wondrous alchemy that turns stone into gold and decays into the extraordinary. Their pride in earth-style defenses and attacks appears crude in the face of such exquisite craftsmanship that serves the land. This mastery necessitates a profound understanding of soil structure, chakra shaping, solidification rates, and fluid dynamics. Huang Tu can no longer contain his astonishment, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement as he crouches down, fingers gliding over the smooth, hard, rock-like terraced wall, sensing the stable chakra circuits within. The internal structure is nothing short of magnificent. This is no mere feat of a day. Yansheng retracts his hand, his breath steady, a hint of pride illuminating his smile. This is the culmination of countless endeavors and improvements made by the Earth-style predecessors of Konoha in engineering. We call it engineering Earth-style, with the essence lying in understanding and guiding the land, rather than forcing change upon it. Yansheng gestures toward the distant terraced fields, now adorned with vibrant green seedlings. Such walls can remain steadfast for a century, ensuring harvest through drought and flood alike. Huang Tu rises, his gaze complex as he looks at Yansheng, then at the lush sea of green terraced fields below. The pride he felt as a master of earth-style ninjutsu is supplanted by a grander, more exhilarating possibility, the realization that earth-style techniques can profoundly alter landscapes and benefit the populace. The expansive territory of Awagakure seems to unveil another vibrant path at this moment. He silently retrieves a recording scroll and begins to write swiftly, his previous scrutiny and awkwardness vanished. Meanwhile, before the leader of the Mist Village delegation, Qing, and the young Jur, unfolds a scene that quickens the heartbeat, the newly established joint commodity exchange in Konoha. The vast arched hall resonates with a cacophony of voices, the air thick with the sense of paper, ink, and an exhilarating essence known as wealth. Most striking is the enormous crystal screen suspended in the center of the hall, dominating an entire wall. Above, a myriad of texts and numbers flowed ceaselessly. Refined iron, ore, black rock mountains of the land of fire 100,000 round tons. Chakra-conducting wood, emerald forest, level 11, 200 round cubic, premium rice, newly cultivated area of the land of fire 6, 500 round stones. The transplanted Byakugan of Qing flickered slightly, precisely capturing each pulsating number on the screen, analyzing the direction of the surging crowd and the patterns of information exchange. Nagatu, appearing somewhat anxious, adjusted his glasses, striving to comprehend this overwhelming tide of commerce. Nara Shikaku, accompanying them, smiled and pointed to a corner of the screen. Look there, Qing. Lord Nagatu. Their gazes converged. Deep-sea giant kelp, ordinary 1, 500 round bundles. Deep-sea giant kelp, coastal region of the land of rain 1, 800 round bundles. Deep-sea giant kelp, premium from the land of water 2, 500 round bundles. 2 500 round, per bundle. Nagatu exclaimed, nearly spilling his cup of milk tea. Having been responsible for logistics in the Mist Village, he vividly recalled the arduous efforts of fishermen from the land of water, who sold their premium kelp, either within their own country or through small merchant caravans, for at most 800 to 1,000 round per bundle. The price had more than doubled. Shikaku nodded, his voice laced with the shrewdness of a businessman. The premium rating is based on quality reports and market recognition feedback from our station merchant team in the land of water. Here, quality is transparent, and prices are determined by supply and demand. As long as the quality is exceptional, it can command a rightful premium. Qing's breath quickened imperceptibly. Images of the land of water's extensive coastline, its rich and diverse catch of fish, shellfish, pearls, and seaweed flashed through his mind. If all these could be standardized and centrally sold through the robust merchant network of Konoha and this efficient, transparent trading platform, Senior Qing. Chapter 181, Preparing for Battle. Nagatu excitedly grasped Qing's arm, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. If we can consolidate domestic fishing efforts, establish a unified quality standard, create a national fisheries company for the land of water, through Konoha's trade routes and this exchange, he pointed at the still pulsating number. We could multiply the value of our catch that is piled up in the ports and struggling to sell. We could even monopolize the high-end market. Qing nodded vigorously, his Byakugan shimmering with an unprecedented sharpness. He was no longer just a formidable ninja, but resembled an explorer who had discovered a vast treasure. Mr. Shikaku. Qing turned to him, his voice steady yet tinged with uncontainable excitement. Your nation's business model and logistics system are invaluable. Eliminating import and export taxes will create a channel flowing with gold. No longer hesitating, Qing solemnly retrieved a scroll, already prepared and sealed with the Water Shadow's emblem. On behalf of the Mist Village, I formally extend a proposal for an alliance to Konoha. The land of water and the land of fire shall prosper together in the realm of commerce. Tsunade's hearty laughter resonated at the perfect moment. She had been nearby handling matters and, upon witnessing the astonishment of the Land of Water's delegation, stepped forward from the crowd, her golden hair dazzling. Excellent. From this day forth, the sails of water and the wings of fire shall soar in unison. Tsunade accepted the alliance document from AO, their hands clasping firmly together. The trading hall erupted with fervent applause and cheers, as if celebrating the official inauguration of a golden route connecting the deep blue ocean to a bountiful continent. The delegations from the land of water and the land of earth, amidst contrasting sensations of shock and opportunity, concluded their journey to Konohagakure on a triumphant note. The metaphorical stones from Konoha began to generate ripples of transformation across other lands of the shinobi world at an uncanny speed. As the carriages of both nations rolled away, stirring up wisps of dust, Tsunade's smile swiftly faded upon watching the delegations vanish at the road's end. When she turned, the emerald depths of her eyes had taken on a layer of frost. Shikaku silently presented a freshly received secret report, its edges stained with a glaring dark red. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the air felt as heavy as a block of solid lead. The bloodied scroll lay sprawled across the desk, its scrawled handwriting alarming. 3 patrol teams from Kumogakure have crossed 30 miles into our territory, ambushing our 7th patrol team under the cover of lightning release and stealth. Gravely wounding Iwasaki in the abdomen, the team fought back valiantly, killing 2 enemies and injuring 5, forcing the assailants to retreat towards the land of sand, where sandstorms have intensified, disrupting our outposts. Bang! Tsunade's fist slammed onto the sturdy mahogany desk, instantly spider-webbing the surface with cracks and sending the ink pot and pen holder leaping into the air. Uncontrolled, her furious chakra surged forth, sending documents fluttering about the room. Hey, Raza! Tsunade's roar echoed like that of an injured lioness, causing the window panes to vibrate ominously. Do they truly believe I am made of clay? Testing the blood of my Konoha shinobi. Shikamaru's complexion paled, while Jiraiya furrowed his brow, fixating on the border points circled heavily in red on the map. It is not a test. Nara Shikaku's voice resonated with icy gravity as he swiftly marked the shinobi world map. It is a tightening noose, the prelude to war. Kumogakure continues to bolster its forces in the north, and Reikage EI's volatility is blatant. Sunagakure has intensified patrols and fortified positions in the southwest. And Kazekage Raza's silence is equally treacherous. He is waiting for Kumogakure to strike first or for us to reveal a vulnerability. Tsunade's chest heaved violently, her fury simmering to a near-cold resolve as she stood tall. The tempestuous chakra within her suddenly coalesced, replaced by an imposing authority that increased the pressure in the room. Dispatch orders. Tsunade's voice was resolute, each word striking like tempered steel. First, initiate a Level 1 wartime alert, effective immediately. All border units. The rules of engagement are altered. In the event of any attack or incursion, engage without consultation, retaliate with full force. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. I want their claws severed. Second, a diplomatic inquiry. Draft my words with precision. Confront the daimyo and kage of the wind and lightning countries. You have repeatedly engaged in military provocations, slaughtering our Konoha shinobi. Have you resolved to declare war on the land of fire? Demand the immediate cessation of all hostile actions and the withdrawal of all invading forces. A final ultimatum. Should you persist in your warlike intentions, Konoha will stand resolute to the end. Third, a thorough strength assessment of all Konoha shinobi. Tsunade produced a meticulously prepared document, filled with detailed entries, and placed it firmly on the table. Name, age, rank, mastery of ninjutsu, bloodline limit, summoning beast, status, time available for battle, all clans, department, registered ninjas, 3 days. You have but 3 days. All information must be detailed and authentic, compiled for the general staff. This is the highest order in wartime. Those who conceal or falsify will be treated as traitors to the village. 4. Advisor Mizuno. The priority of the Konoha wings is to be lowered, yet it must not cease. Some non-core engineering teams are to be diverted immediately to reinforce the village's defensive barriers and walls. The security level at the new city construction site is to be raised to its utmost. 5. Hyuga. Coordinate immediately and activate the primary wartime supply depot. The medical team must inventory all emergency supplies, and all operating rooms in the hospital must be on standby. The security department is to enhance internal patrols, advance curfew hours, and guard against spies. A series of commands, like a flurry of unsheathed blades, carried a chilling intent and unwavering resolve, igniting the entire Hokage building with this iron-blooded battle spirit. The vast machinery of Konoha roared heavily and efficiently under the alarm of impending danger. In the Hyuga clan's ancestral hall, solemn and ancient, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Hyuga Hayashi sat at the head of the table, with the clan register and a cold document spread before him. Several elders of the branch family stood respectfully, hands at their sides. All clan members, including those on long-term covert missions, must deliver accurate information here within 3 days. Hayashi's voice, calm yet powerful, commanded attention. He personally penned details next to the names of Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hanabi, noting the purity of their Byakugan and the mastery progress of the gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm. Niji, Hayashi glanced at his nephew standing nearby, his expression complex. The rate of chakra consumption for your heavenly spin and 8 trigrams empty palm must be personally tested and recorded. An elder of the branch family moved his lips, seemingly wanting to inquire if details about the clan's secret 8 trigrams mountain crushing technique should be included. Hayashi's gaze was sharp. In these critical times, the survival of Konoha hangs by a thread. The strength of the Hyuga must serve as Konoha's shield, without reservation. The elder fell silent, bowing deeply, leaving only the sound of the brush gliding over the expensive rice paper in the hall, as the air thickened with the resolution of the ancient clan. At Nara Shikaku's study, the room was brightly lit, and Shikaku was nearly overwhelmed by urgent reports from the borders and census coordination. The door swung open, and his father, the former clan leader Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru's grandfather, entered slowly, leaning on his deer-headed cane, placing a still-drying scroll on his son's cluttered desk. "Take this, you rascal." Chapter 182. Reactions from the great clan's old Shikaku's voice was hoarse, bearing the weight of worldly insight. All those who could breathe in the clan were mentioned there. The maximum number of participants for the shadow imitation techniques coordinated combat, the recipe for the secret military food pills, and the battle evaluation report left by your grandfather regarding the shadow stitching technique are all included. His murky eyes regarded his son, whose eyes were red-rimmed. The Hokage seeks the trump cards, and the Nara clan's trump card lies within this knowledge and the ancestral will of shadows. Do not let your old man down. Old Shikaku patted his son's shoulder and turned to leave. Shikaku picked up the scroll, imbued with his father's warmth, took a deep breath, and the fatigue in his eyes was replaced by a weighty sense of responsibility. In the backyard of the Chodao barbecue restaurant, the enticing aroma of grilled meat was overshadowed by a palpable sense of tension. Chodao Ding, with hands as large as a fan, struck his nephew Ding Ding heavily on the back. Before them, the table was filled with astonishing dimensions and durations related to the techniques of multiplication and supermultiplication. "You little rascal, pay attention." Ding's voice boomed, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "Fill it out meticulously. Our Chodao clan's meat cannon, once on the battlefield, is a hammer that shatters the enemy's defenses." A glint of cunning and pride flickered in his eyes. "Let those unseeing ones experience our newly devised super meat cannon. Wrapped in specially crafted steel needles, it rolls into a formidable hedgehog. It will pack a punch." Ding Ding swallowed hard, his chubby face reflecting seriousness as he nodded earnestly. "Yes, clan leader. Protect the village." In the side hall of the Uchiha Nana shrine, flickering candlelight cast the massive fan clan emblem on the wall in shifting shadows. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his demeanor as stern as iron. All the elite and intermediate ninjas present held their breath in anticipation. The document lay beside him, akin to a searing iron brand. The ability of still water, the Hokage has his own discernment. Fugaku's voice reverberated in the silent hall, carrying a metallic resonance. The gaze of the other clan members followed his, momentarily resting on Uchiha Itachi's calm face. the levels of the Sharingan, the number of Tomo, and the ninja arts he excelled in, particularly the mastery of fire release and the intensity of Jinjutsu, were of utmost importance. Uchiha paused, as if the air had solidified. Furthermore, the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo. The last few words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of those present. A few young ninjas couldn't help but gasp in shock. The awakening of the Manjiki was the Uchiha's ultimate secret and symbol of power. Fugaku's gaze sharpened like a blade. If there are any awakened ones, provide a detailed account of their abilities, power range, chakra consumption, and backlash severity. This is a pivotal moment for Konoha's existence, as well as for the Uchiha clan to assert their strength and protect with loyalty anyone who harbors even the slightest concealment. The three Tomo and Fugaku's eyes began to rotate slowly, a cold, murderous intent radiating from him. Clan rules cannot be ignored, and neither can Konoha. The sound of pen grazing paper echoed sharply in the dead silence of the hall, igniting the Uchiha's pride and hidden sharpness in that moment. The everyday life of Konoha was irrevocably tinged with the iron-gray hue of war. At the Mission Distribution Center, the bulletin board had nearly eradicated tasks such as searching for lost pets or cleaning waterways. Instead, it was densely populated with blood-red notices for high-risk patrols along the northern border, reinforcements for the southwestern sandstorm area, and the strategic transport of chakra metal ingots requiring a Jonin leader. The rewards were astonishingly generous. Yet the faces of the ninjas taking on these missions were devoid of ease, replaced by heavy responsibility and an atmosphere of impending conflict. In the bustling commercial street, the sounds of hawking persisted, yet they were imbued with urgency. Long queues formed outside grocery stores and markets, visibly diminishing supplies of salt, sugar, oil, and storable dry goods on the shelves. Shopkeepers hastily collected payments while loudly announcing limited supplies. The number of patrolling security personnel and seemingly casual, yet keen-eyed Umbu operatives had drastically increased, an invisible pressure permeating the air. Training ground, a fervent tempest. Regardless of day or night, the air is filled with the thunderous detonations of explosive tags, the jarring clash of metal from shuriken practice, and the resounding echoes of ninjutsu, fireballs, and water dragons, rising and falling like a symphony of battle. Sweat drenches the shinobi uniforms, while the shimmering glow of chakra dances amidst the dust. Medical teams have erected tents at the periphery, poised to attend to any injured during the rigorous training. The cacophony of battle cries intertwines with the instructor's roars, permeating the air with the sense of sweat, rust, and an almost fervent atmosphere of impending conflict. Konoha Hospital, the acrid scent of disinfectant, is overwhelmingly potent. Tsunade, unusually absent from her office, dons a white coat and personally oversees the extensive sorting operations. Boxes of hemostatic bandages, potent antidotes, concentrated military rations, and surgical instrument kits are swiftly counted, repackaged, and labeled for wartime readiness. Konoha Wing's construction site. The pounding of pile drivers continues, albeit at a slightly diminished tempo. Additional security lines have been drawn, and the number of engineering ninjas bearing the Konoha forehead protector has dwindled, replaced by vigilant patrols armed for defense. Some engineering ninjas manipulate earth techniques, channeling chakra into the ancient walls and defensive barriers of Konoha, fortifying this bastion that stands on the brink of turmoil. The skeletal framework of the new city casts long shadows under the setting sun, defiant and silent. As night descends like ink, it devours the clamor of the day. At the pinnacle of Konoha's tallest watchtower, a figure seems to merge with the darkness itself, with only the occasional flicker of blood-red Sharingan swirling like a malevolent gaze peering into the abyss, surveying the village below, where light and shadow intertwine. Shirzue's vision penetrates the facade. He observes the unending lights of the command center, akin to a guiding lighthouse for the lost. He sees the figures drenched in sweat on the training ground, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. He notes the busy medical ninjas in the hospital, enveloped in a green aura of life, and he senses the distant northern and southwestern borders, where a malevolent chakra surge looms ominously, like a suffocating thundercloud. Itachi. Shirzue's voice emanates through the miniature communication device at his ear, cold and precise. Reinforce the poison scorpion intelligence node in Sunagakure with 2 additional teams proficient in detoxification and counter-infiltration. Maintain distance and closely monitor the lightning chakra accumulation points with the Night Owl squad, skilled in lightning resistance and speed, as we assess the movements of Kumogakure's storm clouds. The protective levels at the cornerstone, Konoha Wing's construction site, Abacus, Kakazu, and Blueprint, Mizuno, have been raised to the highest alert. Pausing beside the Hokage, Shirazue's kaleidoscopic Sharingan patterns swirl slowly, a fleeting glimpse of chilling intent. I will personally oversee this. Chapter 183. Selecting the commander, an invisible web of shadows tightens imperceptibly at his command within the veins and nerve endings of Konoha, steadfastly safeguarding this city that struggles to thrive beneath the ominous clouds of war. Tsunade stands alone before the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage's office. Her golden hair cascades over her shoulders, shimmering with a metallic luster under the cold moonlight. The report in her hand regarding the latest border tensions is crumpled, gripped unconsciously until its edges fray. Outside the window lies her village. The lights still flicker, yet the usual warmth of life has been replaced by a palpable tension, a sense of foreboding. The distant echoes of battle cries resonate like the dull thrum of war drums. In the distance, solitary searchlights at the construction site of the new Konoha Wing pierce through the darkness with unwavering defiance, akin to stars that refuse to descend. She spread her palm, the briefing paper fluttering to the ground, and directed her gaze towards the profound night sky in the north and southwest, where the roar of the wreckage met the silence of the wind shadow. There was no furious outcry, only a chilling stillness. Deep within her emerald eyes, it seemed as if the roots of ancient trees were silently reaching downwards, penetrating through layers of rock, firmly grasping the core of the earth. "The trees you planted, grandfather," Tsunade murmured softly, her voice barely audible, yet imbued with tremendous strength. Its roots had never wavered. Prosperity requires a solid foundation to bear its weight. As the tempest approached, Tsunade slowly raised her fist, as if intending to harness the entire village's power within her grasp. Let this cornerstone reveal to them the weight of Konoha. The lights outside the window stood in silent confrontation with the encompassing darkness. The storm of the ninja world was already poised to strike, while Konoha stood like a mighty tree deeply rooted in the earth, awaiting the thunderous awakening. Inside the Hokage's office, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs and an even more potent scent of gunpowder. The setting sun cast a crimson hue, elongating the silhouette of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Her arms braced against a massive desk, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically, and her golden ponytails seemed to bristle with indignation. The urgent battle report from the north was clenched tightly in her hand, nearly crumpling under her grip. Tsunade's voice erupted like a restrained volcano, each word ignited with fervor. In the conflict with the Land of Lightning, the front line requires a commander capable of maintaining order, one who can withstand the rakeage and the tailed beasts. This is not the time for your petty squabbles. I demand recommendations. We must finalize the frontline commanders today. Shikaku. Tsunade's piercing golden gaze suddenly fixed upon Nara Shikaku. You are the most astute. Listen closely and analyze thoroughly. Seated at the long table, Shikaku's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously pressing against his temples. The North's map laid before him was densely annotated with enemy and ally positions, the intricate lines seemingly entwining with his thoughts. Upon hearing Tsunade's fierce call, he slowly raised his head, his weary yet sharp gaze sweeping across the Konoha elite. Jiraiya, clutching a sake gourd yet surprisingly refraining from sipping. Hinata Hayashi, sitting with a composed demeanor, eyes focused. Mizuno Ikki, arms resting on the table, gaze as keen as a hawk. And Uchiha Fugaku, seated in the shadows, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Hokage-sama, esteemed colleagues, Shikaku's voice emerged, deep and gravelly, tinged with the fatigue of days spent analyzing intelligence, yet each word was clear. The selection of the commander must satisfy three criteria. First, the individual must possess sufficient strength to contest the rakeage or at least maintain composure under his fierce onslaught. Second, they must be a strategic mastermind, capable of commanding all forces and making critical decisions under immense pressure. Third, considering that the Land of Lightning possesses two-tailed beasts, we cannot rule out their potential involvement in battle. Thus, the commander must also have special means to effectively counter or even suppress the Cloud's-tailed beast weaponry. Lacking any of these three, the North will be in peril. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed, abruptly turning her head, her intense gaze illuminating the figure of Jiraiya, who, with a sake gourd in hand, was unusually sober. You, go to the North as the supreme commander. It is high time to unleash the name of the three shinobi and strike fear into the hearts of those brutish villagers of the hidden cloud. Jiraiya set aside his wine gourd, a rare seriousness replacing his usual nonchalance. He ruffled his disheveled white hair and sighed. Tsunade, it is not that I wish to evade responsibility. At my age, I can still manage some combat, but to hold the position of a central commander, to maneuver troops and engage in mental duels with that reckless EI and the cunning old foxes of the hidden cloud, this task requires finesse that is beyond my rough capabilities. Noticing the fiery intensity in Tsunade's eyes, Jiraiya hastily added, moreover, the future of Konoha lies in the hands of the youth. Such a significant battle, one that affects the fate of our nation, is the perfect crucible for tempering the next generation's pillars. It is more fitting for this old man to support you from the rear, or, cough cough, gather some strategic intelligence. He then winked at Tsunade, attempting to lighten the mood. Support? Intelligence? Tsunade's fist struck the wooden table, which groaned under the pressure. What is needed on the front lines is a steadfast anchor against the tailed beast bombs, not mere intelligence gatherers. Jiraiya calmly surveyed the room, and then turned his gaze to Kakashi, who sat a little farther away. I recommend Kakashi. His intellect and strength are unparalleled among the younger generation. Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku's deep voice resonated, characterized by his usual calm analysis. Like cold water poured over a searing iron, Kakashi's prowess and wisdom are indisputable, but at this moment, as your right-hand man, he oversees the Umbu and intelligence network, making his position irreplaceable. Shikaku paused, looking directly at Kakashi, his words direct and incisive. Moreover, if I may be frank, Kakashi, against the raw, unbridled power of Reikage, coupled with the Jinchuriki killer bee commanding the Eight Tails, you cannot guarantee victory in a direct confrontation based on sheer power. The prestige of commanding the entire army must be established through this battle, not at this moment. Kakashi nodded in silence, his visible eye betraying no emotion. Elder Shikaku's analysis is correct. Without an effective strategy to counter Reikage and the tailed beasts, I am not the optimal choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Mizuno Ichido rose abruptly like a blade long awaited. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his gaze piercing, aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku in the shadows. I nominate Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader. His voice was loud and resolute. There are 3 reasons. Mizuno Ichido spoke rapidly, his points clear and structured, imbued with the decisiveness and persuasiveness unique to a battlefield commander. Firstly, absolute power. As the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's fire release will undoubtedly be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. To my knowledge, he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan early, and his Jinjutsu should not be underestimated. He punctuated his point with a sharp gesture, as if striking an invisible target. Secondly, he possesses the talent for command. The Uchiha clan is governed by strict rules, and their orders are as solid as mountains. As the leader of the clan for many years, Fugaku has adeptly managed resources and strategized with exceptional skill. His extensive experience as the head of the security department equips him to effectively command a large force of thousands. Mizuno Ichido's voice rose sharply, cutting through the fog of uncertainty. Furthermore, it is an essential and unique means to conquer the enemy. What is the greatest reliance of the cloud-hidden village? It is the tailed beasts. It is the flawless Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. It is the two tails, Yujito ni. However, the Sharingan's restraint against tailed beasts is an unassailable principle within the ninja world. Illusions and mental domination. The Sharingan of Clan Fugaku is a sword poised above the head of the tailed beasts. This is an irreplaceable advantage that no one else can claim. I ask all present, aside from Clan Fugaku, who among you can confront the tailed beast bomb and respond with composure? Who can, in a mere thought, shake the resolve of the perfect Jinchuriki? Mizuno Ito surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Tsunade and Nara Shikaku, his tone imbued with a strong sense of reality. As for prestige, if we triumph in this battle, who would dare to question it? If we consider the complexities of high-level coordination, logistical arrangements, and ally communications, Mizuno Ito turned towards Nara Shikaku, offering a slight nod. This is not Clan Fugaku's forte, but precisely the strength of the Nara clan. With a Nara member as his deputy, utilizing their unparalleled wisdom and adeptness in maneuvering, overseeing military coordination, logistical support, intelligence hubs, and village ally communications, they would complement Clan Fugaku's battlefield command, forming a golden combination. This is the optimal solution under the current circumstances. Mizuno Ito's statement was akin to a precise surgical scalpel, peeling away the fog and directly addressing the core. As his words settled, silence enveloped the office, only broken by Tsunade's unconscious drumming of her fingers on the table. Jiraiya, stroking his chin, shattered the silence with a hint of amusement and admiration. Young Mizuno, your analysis is remarkably thorough. Fugaku's fire indeed burns bright. To contend with the brutish cloud hidden and those two giants, we must employ special tactics. Pairing a Nara as a steward seems fitting. Jiraiya gestured towards Tsunade and Shikaku. Hyuga Hayashi slightly tilted his head, his white pupils seemingly penetrating the fabric of space. Gazing towards the northern realm, his voice cool and steady, what Mizuno-kun articulates strikes at the heart of the matter. Clan Fugaku's strength and their mastery over tailed beasts are indeed the most pressing core combat power needed in the northern territories. Nara's oversight of the rear can alleviate our concerns. Although Hayashi did not directly endorse it, his words conveyed implicit approval, particularly emphasizing the irrefutable key point of restraining the tailed beasts. All eyes once again converged upon Nara, Shikaku, and Tsunade. The power of judgment lay in their hands. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath, seemingly absorbing every piece of information in the air for analysis. He closed his eyes for a moment, rapidly simulating various possibilities in his mind. The importance of Tsunade overseeing the village's core, Jiraiya's reasons for refusal, and Hayashi's limitations of resolve ultimately crystallizing into a scene of battling the tailed beasts. Shikaku opened his eyes, his gaze becoming extraordinarily clear and sharp, looking towards Tsunade. He spoke solemnly. Lady Hokage, the recommendation from Advisor Mizuno is well-founded and logically sound. The strength of Clan Fugaku, evidenced by their achievements and leadership, especially their absolute restraint against tailed beasts, is an irreplaceable core pillar for the northern territories. Their shortcomings in prestige can be perfectly compensated by a deputy. Appointing my younger brother, Shikamaru, as deputy, responsible for the military coordination, logistical support, intelligence analysis, and diplomatic liaison, would indeed maximize the liberation of his battlefield command capabilities, forming a complementary synergy. This plan is strategically sound, tactically complementary, with manageable risks and maximal returns. I concur. The pressure ultimately rests on Tsunade's shoulders. Her golden eyes resemble a furnace, fixed intently on Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku remains silent, akin to an ancient, immutable rock, his profound gaze calmly meeting Tsunade's in the shadows. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding an unnerving, absolute tranquility and confidence. Tsunade feels as though she can see through those eyes the blazing inferno at the pass of Broken Spine, the unyielding roar of Raikage AI as he is forced to retreat, and the potential delay of the tailed beasts under Jinjutsu. A few seconds of silence weigh heavily upon everyone's hearts like a hammer-esque strike. Finally, Tsunade stands upright, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. She no longer gazes at anyone else, her eyes burning like flames, fixed steadfastly in the direction of the north. Her voice, resolute and unwavering, carries the undeniable conviction of the fifth Hokage. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku, you are hereby appointed as the Supreme Commander of the Northern Front. You shall lead all Konoha and allied forces in the north. Nara Shikamaru will serve as your deputy, assisting with all military affairs. Listen closely. Tsunade's voice rises, resonating like the beating of war drums. With the fury of the Uchiha, march to the pass of Broken Spine. Drive back that brash Raikage AI, along with those two beastly-tailed beasts. This battle is not only for Konoha, but for you Uchiha as well. There is no vote, no unnecessary words. The Hokage's decision, accompanied by Tsunade's fierce presence and indisputable command, reverberates like thunder throughout the Hokage's office, establishing the final commander for the impending, more ferocious storm in the north. Fugaku slowly rises, his deep blue clan attire seemingly infused with a layer of cold battle intent under Tsunade's scorching gaze and the thunder of her decision. He slightly nods, his voice deep and steady yet bearing the weight of countless mountains. As you command, Lady Hokage. Raikage AI's fist, swirling with tempestuous fury, crashes down upon the heavy wooden conference table. The thunderous sound shatters the stagnant air within the room, splintering wood flying about like startled birds, some pieces embedding with a sharp sound into the walls. The entire room seems to groan and tremble under this violent force. Damn it! AI's voice rolls like thunder from deep within the clouds, every word brimming with molten wrath. What does Konoha think of itself? Do they dare to question us from the land of lightning in such a tone? His imposing figure is taut as a drawn bow, muscles coiling visibly, with chakra coursing beneath his skin, emanating a dangerous blue electric glow. His keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, sweep over the high-ranking officials of Kumogakure seated around the battered table, the fury within them nearly igniting the air. Just yesterday, Konoha's strongly worded, almost ultimatum-like missive landed on his desk, filled with stern inquiries and unabashed warnings regarding the military movements at the land of lightning's borders. This document struck like a resounding slap, harshly smiting the pride of the entire land of lightning. A humiliation, an utter disgrace. Chapter 185. The pre-battle meeting of the Cloud Shinobi, an elder with disheveled hair, abruptly rose, his gaunt fingers trembling violently with anger as he pointed toward the low-hanging dark clouds outside. We have stationed our troops at the borders to make Konoha aware of their peril and compel them to offer reparations. Yet, instead of showing reverence, they dare to question us. This is the most vicious affront to the dignity of our land of lightning. It must be washed away with blood. Indeed, another figure, adorned in military garb with a menacing scar across his face, slammed his fist onto the remaining half of the table, causing teacups to leap. Our land of lightning boasts a greater power. The incomparable Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Who in the entire shinobi world can withstand the destructive force of the tailed beast bomb? Konoha? Their Nine Tails Jinchuriki is as elusive as a shadow, merely a swarm of headless flies. The strength of our cloud village is the mightiest spear and shield in the shinobi realm. His words ignited further flames within the hearts of many, and the chorus of agreement resonated throughout the smoke-filled room, the fervor for war spreading like a contagion. The notion that the land of lightning possessed the most formidable tailed beast weapon entwined itself around the reason of every individual like a venomous vine. Raikage's chest heaved with intensity as he slowly returned to the chair that symbolized supreme authority, his fingertips subconsciously tracing the sharp wooden splinters left on the table's edge. The fervent calls for war beat like drums upon the battlefield, relentlessly striking at his nerves, scorched by rage. Power, overwhelming power, was within his grasp, the existence of Killer Bee. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki served as his greatest trump card, a weapon potent enough to make the entire shinobi world tremble. Crushing Konoha's arrogance seemed almost a matter of course. At that moment, as the battle fervor threatened to burst through the roof, a somewhat hoarse yet remarkably clear voice pierced through the clamor. Akin to ice water poured upon a searing iron. Lord Raikage, Samui, the advisor seated in the shadowed corner, slowly lifted her head. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light that obscured the profound worry in her eyes. Her voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the rampant fervor like a needle puncturing a bubble. If I may speak frankly, Konoha's intelligence network, established since the era of the second Hokage, has been operational for many years and is certainly not trivial. They cannot be oblivious to the existence of Lord Killer Bee, even if they were unaware of our perfect Jinchuriki. The fifth Hokage has been in office for over a year now, and how she boldly questions us must certainly stem from Konoha's own strength. It is well known that each generation of Konoha has produced at least one or two prodigies. Samui paused, her gaze sweeping across the faces now marked with displeasure at being interrupted, ultimately resting upon the slightly contorted visage of Raikage, marred by anger. Thus, the question arises, knowing we possess such absolute superiority in strength, why does Konoha dare to adopt such a defiant and almost provocative stance? This defies common logic. Do they harbor unknown trump cards? Or are they, in fact, anticipating war? Samui, the scarred general, sprang to his feet, resembling a bull roused to fury. You are sowing discord among the ranks. You bolster the enemy's confidence while diminishing our own. What trump cards could Konoha possibly possess? For decades, their third generation has ruled with feeble governance, plunging their nation into chaos. And just a few years ago, internal turmoil erupted. As for the Nine Tails of Konoha, that creature has long since vanished beyond recall. What strength do they possess to withstand Lord Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb? Do they expect that copy ninja Kakashi Hatake can deflect the beast's bomb with his Sharingan? Absurd. Calm down. AI's deep voice cut through the impending argument, yet Samui's words, like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirred ripples of doubt within his heart. now clouded by fury. The rigidity of Konoha indeed exuded a peculiar and ineffable aura. His thick fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest, producing a dull thud, which abruptly ceased. Enough. AI rose abruptly, his towering figure nearly eclipsing the light streaming through the window behind him. A tremendous chakra, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure, erupted from him, instantly silencing all noise within the room. The humiliation of Konoha must come at a cost. My mind is made up. With a decisive gesture toward the rugged peaks of the land of lightning visible outside the window, his voice rang out with unwavering authority. Order the village to mobilize half of the army. Logistics and supplies must be swiftly dispatched to the front lines. Target the borders of the land of fire. The scoundrels of Konoha shall learn through their blood and wails the consequences of provoking the land of lightning. Additionally, Achi, you are to head to the Cloud Thunder Gorge and inform Killer Bee to prepare for battle. The commands crashed down like a boulder into a still pond, unleashing a tidal wave of action. The war machine of Kumogakure roared to life, amidst thunderous shouts and hurried footsteps. Countless ninjas converged in the streets, training grounds, and outposts, their armor clashing with a metallic symphony, the sharp sounds of tools scraping together, and urgent commands intertwining to create a chilling melody of impending slaughter. This torrent of steel, carrying an unyielding intent to kill, surged toward the southwestern border of the land of fire. Meanwhile, far from the clamor of power, at the Cloud Thunder Gorge, a massive waterfall cascaded like a galactic river tumbling from the heavens, crashing into the depths with tremendous force, generating a deafening roar and a mist that enveloped the surroundings. In this realm governed by nature's might, a figure stood resolutely against the current, defying the ferocious torrent of the waterfall. The raging waters battered against his bronzed skin and muscular form, yet could not budge him an inch. Chanting rhythmically, he was none other than Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. Yo, the raging current cannot deter me. Perfect Jinchuriki, my training shall never cease. Suddenly, a swift figure sliced through the mist, silently appearing on a slick boulder by the pond's edge. The newcomer was a member of the Umbu from Kumogakure, kneeling on one knee. His voice, distorted by the roar of the waterfall, bore an undeniable urgency. Lord B. Urgent military orders from Lord Rakage. Killer Bee's impromptu rap came to an abrupt halt as he slowly turned, water cascading down his sculpted physique. The Umbu swiftly presented a scroll inscribed with the Rakage seal. Killer Bee accepted it, unfurling the document, his gaze scanning the cold, smoke-laden words inscribed upon it. The command was brief, yet brutal. Mobilization for war. Target Konoha. Upon his countenance, perpetually adorned with a carefree expression, the muscles tensed in an instant, and a barely perceptible shadow flickered within his gaze. War? Kurabi murmured softly, his voice nearly drowned by the roar of the waterfall. By a deep, resonant voice, akin to the sound of rocks grinding against one another, reverberated deep within his consciousness. It was the Eight Tails, the beast dwelling within him. This day has ultimately arrived. We exist as instruments of war. In the voice of the Eight Tails, there was no astonishment, only a weighty sense of inevitability. It shared an awareness with Bai, who sensed the momentary hesitation and a hint of resistance. Kurabi stood silently amidst the torrent, allowing the frigid waters to crash against him. After a long while, he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the effort. He lifted his gaze towards the mist-shrouded sky above the waterfall. The habitual ease on his face vanished, leaving only an almost palpable heaviness. Instruments of war, that is our fate. Kurabi responded somberly to the beast, his tone devoid of the buoyancy characteristic of his rap. In the land of wind, within the conference room of Sunagakure, the air was as stagnant as the swirling yellow sand outside. Rough grains were whipped up by the tempest, relentlessly battering the thick glass windows, producing a dense, muffled rustling sound, akin to countless nails scraping against taut nerves. Seated at the head of the conference table was Kazekage Raza, his visage as unyielding as wind-eroded stone. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly upon the tabletop, each contact resonating with a metallic harshness. Elder Chiyo sat with her eyes half closed, her emaciated fingers twisting a string of polished prayer beads, while Chiyo's assistant silently puffed on his pipe, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. Several impetuous J-nin wore tight-lipped expressions, their eyes smoldering with suppressed humiliation. The inquiry letter from Konoha lay prominently on the table, its tone placid yet each word pierced like a needle, serving as a silent reminder of Sunagekyu's precarious predicament. The minor military maneuvers at the borders had been brazenly exposed by Konoha. Konoha has gone too far. One J-nin could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. We are merely monitoring the border situation. Why must they question us? Do they think Sunagekure is easily intimidated? We should respond with vigor. Let them know the land of wind has not yet softened. Vigor? Elder Chiyo did not even lift her eyelids. Her voice rasped like sandpaper. With what shall we respond vigorously? With your fervor to fill the blades of Konoha's ninja army? Slowly, Elder Chiyo opened her eyes. Her murky yet piercing gaze sweeping across the flushed faces of the J-nin. Konoha had just confronted Kumogakure at the borders, their momentum formidable. Though Konoha had weakened under the tumult of the third Hokage's tenure, two of the legendary Sannin remained, and the new generation, including the likes of Kakashi Hatake, had risen. Their current assertiveness was merely a test of Sunagekyu's response. If we leap forth now, what will we become but a chicken used by Konoha to scare the monkeys? Elder Chiyo speaks wisely. Chiyo's assistant interjected, tapping the ash from his pipe, his voice low. The Cloud's reckless faction, emboldened by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, has already clashed with Konoha. The temper of Raikage A is like a spark to kindling. Why should we, at this critical juncture, expose ourselves? Let the two powers collide first, ascertain which way the winds blow, and only then make a decision. To endure, even for a moment, is to create room for maneuver. Endure? Again with the endurance? A young Jonin suddenly rose, his voice trembling with fervor. Are we of Sunagekure destined to forever suffer in silence among the five great nations? Suppressed by Konoha and scorned by the Cloud? This humiliation has gone on long enough. The deep voice of Arsuna rumbled like distant thunder, quelling all debate in an instant. He lifted his gaze, his sharp golden eyes scanning each individual present, ultimately resting upon the documents spread across the table. He extended his hand, not to touch the parchment, but to grasp the air. With a resonant hum, a few grains of gold dust scattered across the table suddenly converged, twisted, and coalesced above his palm into a small, sharply defined gold ingot. The powerful magnetic chakra warped the air slightly, enveloping the room in a heavy pressure. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the swirling ingot, glinting with a cold, unyielding sheen. Konoha seeks a stance, not war. Likewise, we of the land of wind desire tangible benefits, not risks. Arsuna's voice was cold and clear, each word as resolute as the gold ingot itself. Respond to them. The land of wind has no intention of getting embroiled in the disputes of other nations. Our border deployments are solely for the sake of ensuring our own safety, closely monitoring the movements of the land of fire, and nothing more. He suddenly closed his palm, and the gold ingot silently crumbled into powder, the fine grains cascading down to form a dull golden layer upon the table. Understood, Lord Wind Shadow. The secretary responsible for the documents immediately bowed in compliance. The meeting concluded in a stifling silence. Arsuna rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the village, shrouded in wind and sand, a hue of ashen yellow. Granny Chiyo stepped beside him and whispered, Arsuna, this burden of patience weighs heavier than gold. Arsuna did not turn, merely squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. I know. But Sunagekure cannot afford to gamble now. In the initial skirmish at the northern border of the Land of Fire, the cold wind howled fiercely. The once lush and tranquil forests were now utterly frozen under a chilling atmosphere of impending doom. The Cloud's army surged like a tide of iron, darkening the hills and valleys as far as the eye could see. The cold shuriken reflected the bleak daylight, and the standing ninjas resembled a silent forest, with only the flags flapping in the wind, producing a sharp, grating sound. The air was thick with the scents of earth, metal, and an oppressive stillness, foretelling the approach of war. Konoha's temporary command post was situated in a sheltered valley, reinforced by sturdy earth-style ninjutsu. Within the camp, leaf ninjas clad in green vests moved swiftly, the air imbued with a faint herbal aroma, the chill of metal, and a palpable tension of impending battle. Two swift steeds burst through the pervasive cold and halted before the command post. The frontline commander, Hatake Kakashi, lifted the heavy curtain to welcome the weary travelers. Fugaka-senpai, Lord Shikamaru, you have traveled hard. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp. Uchiha Fugaka dismounted, his long black hair neatly tied back. Clad in the Uchiha clan's distinctive deep blue high-collared attire, overlaid with a shinobi vest, His expression was as tranquil as water, with a pair of pitch-black eyes so profound they seemed capable of absorbing all light. He merely nodded slightly, emanating an invisible pressure befitting a top-tier warrior, causing the surrounding busy ninjas to instinctively soften their movements. Kakashi, Fugaku's voice was deep and steady. What is the situation? Following closely was Nara Shikamaru, who appeared considerably more casual. Tall and slender, dressed in loose J-nin uniform, a hint of languor suggesting he had just awoken adorned his face. Yet the elongated glimmer in his eyes sparkled with intelligence. He leaped down from his horse, stretching his somewhat stiff neck, and lazily interjected. I hope those brutes from Kumogakure haven't fortified the camp too much. Otherwise, it would be quite the effort to engage. Chapter 187. The initial battle. Kakashi led the two into the command center, where several Konoha J-nin had already gathered, including Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Aburame Shibi. The elite from various clans, their atmosphere tense. A massive operational map lay spread across the center, marked with the known troop distributions and geographic points of both sides. The situation appeared grim. Kakashi pointed to a canyon on the map. The forces of Kumogakure had already encroached, with their main troops stationed around the Thunder Roar Valley, leveraging the natural defenses of the canyon, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Their scouts were exceedingly active, making it challenging for our reconnaissance teams to penetrate further. The Reikage, A, and his Jinchuriki had yet to arrive at the front lines, but command had already been transferred to Darui and Ki, both elite and experienced from Kumogakure, known for their hard-nosed tactics. Darui, that troublesome fellow who wields storm release. Shikamaru mused, stroking his chin with a furrowed brow. According to the data, Kumogakure's Ki possesses exceptional medical ninjutsu and sensory abilities. TSK, this duo is indeed formidable. A direct assault on Thunder Roar Valley would incur heavy casualties. Fugaku's gaze slowly traversed the map, ultimately settling on the area representing Kumogakure's main camp. His finger gently tapped the spot. Lack of intelligence is a grave blunder in warfare. We require their eyes to discern the layout within the canyon, the troop deployments, and the positions of supplies. The eyes. Kakashi looked up at Uchiha Fugaku. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, Fugaku stated with unwavering certainty. Has Hyuga Hizashi returned? As if responding to his summons, the curtain of the command center was lifted once more, a chilling air sweeping in. The imposing figure of Hyuga Hizashi entered, his white pupils strikingly prominent in the dimly lit room. Clad in combat attire, travel-worn, fatigue from his long journey etched across his brow. Yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Uchiha clan leader, Nara advisor, Hizashi offered a brief nod, succinct in his address. The reconnaissance has yielded results. All eyes in the command center instantly focused on him, the air seemingly solidifying. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the map, urging, speak quickly. Hyuga Hizashi approached the map, indicating the Thunder Roar Valley. The valley's entrance is narrow, flanked by towering cliffs, riddled with Kumogakure's hidden sentries and triggered explosive tags. The valley stretches approximately 5 miles in depth, with Yunin's main force of around 2,000 men stationed in 3 tiers. The vanguard camp is situated 3 miles within the valley's mouth, commanded by Darui, and fortified with the most elaborate defenses. The central encampment lies deeper in the valley, where she oversees it, serving as both a medical and logistical hub. The rear camp is located near a narrow exit on the opposite side of the valley floor. Its defense is relatively lax, yet it is stocked with a considerable amount of supplies. In the white pupils of Hinata's eyes, the entire layout of the valley seems to be reflected. Their perception barrier covers a vast area, personally maintained by she, rendering conventional infiltration nearly impossible. Utilizing my Byakugan for long-range insight, I circumvented most of the barrier's triggering points. However, as I approached the rear camp, I was detected by a sensory-type ninja on watch, leading to a brief skirmish. The opponent proved formidable, and I promptly retreated. Hinata pointed to a charred scar on his shoulder, a testament to the peril of reconnaissance. Excellent. A glimmer of intensity sparked in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The supplies at the rear camp are their lifeline, as well as their weakest point in defense. Nara Shikaku immediately leaned over the map, fingers swiftly tracing the area between the valley's mouth and the rear camp. His demeanor shifting from languor to acute calculation, a feigned attack. Captain Kakashi, you shall lead an elite team, collaborating with the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Oil Woman clans Jonin to mount a grand diversion at the valley's entrance. It is imperative to create a formidable presence to firmly draw Durui and the main force of Yunin to the front. His finger forcefully jabbed at the rear camp's location. Simultaneously, clan leader Fugaku, you will personally lead the Uchiha elite and mobile forces to stealthily infiltrate from the flanking cliffs. Clan leader Hinata will guide the route, avoiding detection and traps. The objective is to incinerate their supplies. We must incapacitate their sustained combat capabilities. By the time Reikage AI arrives, he will have no choice but to retreat for supplies before considering the next battle. The pressure on the feigned attack force will be immense, Kakashi remarked gravely, his Sharingan flickering with seriousness. That is why you must act convincingly and with ferocity. A sly smile crept across Shikaka's lips. Let Darui believe we are making a desperate assault on the valley's entrance. As long as clan leader Fugaku succeeds, the morale of Yunin's forces will falter, allowing us to withdraw without giving them a chance to engage. This is a precise decapitation operation, targeting their logistics, not annihilation. Fugaku's gaze swept over the map, ultimately settling on Shikaka's face, nodding slowly. The tactic is feasible. When do we act? Before dawn, when the night is darkest, and the sentinels are most weary and lax. Shikaku declared resolutely. Fugaku rose, his black clan attire billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. An imposing aura of killing intent enveloping the command center. Uchiha clan, prepare to follow my lead. This battle must achieve decisive success. The deepest darkness before dawn enveloped the entire Thunder Roar Valley like thick ink. A biting cold wind wailed through the valley, echoing like ghostly cries. Suddenly, from the direction of the valley's mouth, a brilliant light erupted. Dozens of massive fireballs, resembling falling meteors, trailed long, fiery tails, accompanied by a chilling sound of slicing air, crashing fiercely into the forward positions at the entrance of Yunin Valley. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions shattered the stillness of the night, and orange-red flames shot skyward, illuminating the valley's mouth as if it were day. Enemy attack. Konoha is on the offensive. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated throughout the valley. Almost simultaneously, shadows flitted across the slopes, flanking the valley entrance. Kakashi led the charge, his Raikiri emitting a cacophony akin to 1,000 chirping birds, transforming into a brilliant blue lightning bolt that surged towards the hastily assembled defensive line of the hidden cloud. Behind him, Akimichi Choji's body, under the influence of a secret potion, instantly swelled into a gigantic form, his colossal fists crashing down with the roar of thunder. In the mountains, Hachi closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling potent mental energy to lock onto several commanding shinobi from the hidden cloud, aiming to disrupt their focus. Meanwhile, Oil Girl sure summoned a vast, dark cloud of insects that buzzed ominously as they surged towards the cloud ninjas. Foolish mortals. Within the valley, Darui emerged amidst the flames, his gray-white hair billowing in the explosive wind, his gaze as icy as steel. He swiftly formed hand signs, wind release, gale force lock. Countless high-pressure water jets coalesced instantly, resembling ferocious laser beams, accurately targeting the advancing leaf ninjas, forcing several to retreat hastily. Under his command, the cloud ninjas quickly stabilized their formation, weaving a dense web of lightning techniques to thwart the relentless assault from the leaf. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The clashing of kunai, the detonations of jutsu, and the roars and cries of ninjas melded into a chaotic symphony. Kakashi's fainting force resembled moths drawn to a flame, launching a ferocious offensive, displaying an unwavering resolve to secure Darui and the main force of the hidden cloud firmly in the valley entrance. At the very moment when the cacophony of battle echoed throughout the valley, drawing all attention, Chapter 188, the initial battle concludes. On the side of Thunderclap Valley, atop a nearly vertical, snow-covered cliff, a group of figures clung to the icy rock face like lizards, ascending silently and swiftly through the jagged stones and narrow fissures. Leading them was Hyuga Hizashi, his temples bulging with veins, his white pupils shining like two lanterns in the darkness, piercing through the rock to avoid the patrolling scouts of the hidden cloud and concealed traps above. Closely following him was Uchiha Fugaku, his movements precise and devoid of any superfluity, each exertion executed with impeccable accuracy. His gaze remained as tranquil as a deep pool, yet the invisible pressure emanating from him rendered the Uchiha elites behind him breathless. Further behind were several Leaf J, Nin renowned for their agility and ambush tactics. Halt! Hizashi suddenly raised his hand, his voice lowered to a whisper as he pointed towards an inconspicuous rock protrusion above. 2 sentinels. To the left at 3 o'clock. There lies a triggered explosive trap. Fugaku nodded slightly, requiring no further command. The crimson tomo in the eyes of 2 Uchiha J Nin spun into action, their forms vanishing like phantoms. The next instant, 2 barely audible muffled sounds escaped from above, followed by the sound of heavy objects tumbling, swallowed by the chilling wind. Another ninja, skilled in traps, darted forth like a shadow, silently dismantling the deadly contraption. The team continued their ascent, like the sharpest of daggers, stealthily piercing towards the seemingly impenetrable rear of the hidden cloud. As the first feeble rays of dawn struggled to pierce through the dense layers of clouds, the elite kunoichi of the Leaf Village finally ascended to the highest point on the flank of Thunder Roar Valley. Below lay the encampment of the hidden cloud, shrouded in obscurity. Enormous tents stretched in continuity, and mountains of supplies were distinctly visible, with the number of guarding ninjas evidently fewer than at the forefront. Most of their attention seemingly diverted by the fierce battle at the valley's entrance. Fugaku stood at the precipice, the cold mountain wind tousling his long hair and garments. He gazed down at the sparsely lit, complacent rear camp, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, a simple gesture. Kill. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire release. Head carving. A dozen elite Uchiha simultaneously formed hand seals. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. The searing chakra erupted instantaneously, unleashing a barrage of colossal fire dragons. An array of shuriken entwined in flames, and a torrential cascade of fire surging from the cliff's summit, roaring downwards. The target was the stockpiles of provisions and supply tents below. Enemy attack. An attack from the rear. Only then did the guards of the hidden cloud awaken from their stupor, terrified screams piercing the dawn's tranquility. Yet it was too late. A thunderous explosion, more violent than that at the valley's entrance, erupted within the heart of the hidden cloud army. The flames surged skyward, instantly engulfing clusters of tents and igniting the amassed supplies. Thick smoke billowed, ascending into the heavens, staining the freshly lightening sky a murky crimson. The fire spread wildly over the dry materials, crackling and popping, as the panicked hidden cloud ninjas scurried about like headless flies under the glow of the flames. Damn it! In the direction of the valley's entrance, Darui, who was commanding his troops in fierce combat with Kakashi, abruptly turned around. Upon witnessing the towering flames and dense smoke rising from behind, his complexion darkened instantly. He realized he had fallen into a trap. A wave of enraged humiliation surged within him. Hold the center. Second and third squads, immediately assist the rear camp. Hurry! The once formidable formation of the hidden cloud erupted into chaos. A portion of the ninjas received orders to assist, and the formation began to falter. Retreat. A flash of cold light flickered in Kakashi's eyes. The Sharingan accurately captured the instability of the hidden cloud's formation and the disarray among their ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively issued the order to withdraw. The Leaf's feigned assault unit, already primed for action, swiftly disengaged like a receding tide, retreating rapidly to the designated direction under the cover of Akimichi Choji and Yamashiro Aoi, utilizing the terrain to evade confrontation without lingering. Thinking of escaping, fury surged within Darui, lightning crackling around him, as he prepared to pursue recklessly. He could not tolerate being toyed with by the Leaf, nor could he accept the burning of crucial supplies. However, just as he moved, a swift, green figure erupted from the side forest like a comet tearing through the darkness, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The figure, imbued with an overwhelming physical prowess, surged past all retreating Leaf ninjas, colliding fiercely with the foremost hidden cloud troops. Leaf Great Whirlwind. The ferocious gust of the legs swept through like an immense axe. Boom. The first 7 or 8 cloud ninjas, charging at the forefront, did not even have time to scream before they were struck down like straw men by a battering ram, spewing blood as they were hurled back into the crowd, creating chaos and disarray. A green figure landed steadily, positioned between the retreating Leaf forces and the pursuing cloud ninjas. Clad in his distinctive green jumpsuit, with bold brows and bright eyes, his confident smile gleaming, it was none other than Mike Guy. He struck a classic pose, revealing a radiant smile that embodied the fiery spirit of youth, directed at the enraged Darui and the assembly of cloud ninjas. This path is closed. If you wish to pursue, first reckon with the azure beast of the leaf. Youth is meant for protecting comrades. Darui abruptly halted the chase, regarding the formidable creature before him, which exuded an overwhelming aura of physical prowess. He glanced back at the camp still engulfed in flames, his expression darkening to a near-dripping gloom. He realized that the meticulously planned ambush had succeeded for the leaf. Further pursuit would only lead to unnecessary casualties. With a fierce wave of his hand, he managed to squeeze out a single command: withdraw. Extinguish the fire. The smoke of Thunderclap Valley had yet to dissipate. The air thick with the acrid scent of charred provisions, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the ashes of scorched earth. Yet within the temporary command post of the leaf, the atmosphere was heavier than the winter chill outside. The vast sand table displayed the details of the recently concluded ambush, meticulously marked with different colors, resembling a tapestry woven from blood and flames. In this battle, the tactical objectives had been achieved. Nara Shikamaru's voice pierced the silence, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, yet predominantly revealing the calm of a strategist. His slender fingers traced the sand table, precisely indicating the location representing the Cloud's rear camp. The contributions of the Nara clan leader were invaluable. Accurate intelligence was the cornerstone of the operation. Uchiha Fugaka's forces executed the ambush flawlessly. The timing, route, and intensity of the strike were impeccable, successfully incinerating over 70% of the Cloud's provisions and severely crippling their logistical capabilities. Chapter 189. Post-battle, meeting his finger then shifted toward the valley's mouth. Captain Kakashi and the feigned assault team had successfully drawn Darui's main forces, enduring immense pressure, with casualties primarily concentrated there. Guy's rear guard, executed with perfect timing, effectively thwarted the Cloud's pursuit. Shikamaru paused, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet resolute faces of those present. Preliminary casualty reports indicated 27 of our own had perished, with 41 sustaining serious injuries. On the Cloud side, the casualties among the rear guards and firefighting personnel were expected to exceed 100, with provisions losses incalculable. In this engagement, we exchanged minimal cost for strategic initiative. A.J. Neen, still bearing the marks of soot and flames, could not restrain himself from speaking, his voice hoarse. Shikamaru, while the provisions have been burned, Darui is no fool, and the Cloud has not suffered irreparable damage. The wreckage has yet to arrive. Moreover, the Land of Lightning still possesses two-tailed beasts. Thus, this initiative is temporary and fragile. Uchiha Fugaka's deep voice took over the discourse. He sat upright in the main seat, his black clan garb immaculate, as if he had just completed a routine inspection rather than emerging from a bloody ambush. Only within those profound eyes lay the remnants of a chilling intent to kill, born from the battlefield, and a clear judgment of the situation. We have successfully provoked the hidden Cloud, revealing our tactical intentions and a portion of our strength. The fury of AI is undoubtedly about to be unleashed. The upcoming defense will serve as the true test. Uchiha Fugaka's gaze turned towards Kakashi. Kakashi, the camp's defensive fortifications must be immediately reinforced, particularly against large-scale ninjutsu and tailed beast assaults. Expand the sensory barrier's range and double the density of our watchmen. Understood. Kakashi nodded, a flicker of gravity passing through his Sharingan. Prioritize the treatment of the wounded and compile a list of the fallen for prompt reporting. Fugaka's voice carried an undeniable iron will. Advisor Rukumi, reassess the potential patterns of retaliation from the hidden Cloud and draft a countermeasure plan. Clan leader Hizashi, your Byakugan serves as our keenest eye. Ensure you keep a close watch on the movements of the main force of the hidden Cloud, especially the Raikage's whereabouts. Commands were issued with clarity, and the command center resumed its efficient operations. However, a heavy pressure weighed upon everyone's hearts, like an invisible boulder. They had just achieved a splendid ambush, yet had also stirred a hornet's nest. The brief calm before the storm felt even more suffocating. Meanwhile, miles away, at the main camp of the hidden Cloud army, the atmosphere could no longer be described as merely grave. It was akin to a powder keg ready to explode, filled with an overwhelming fury. Inside the hastily erected grand tent, the ambience was a stark contrast of ice and fire. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The roar echoed like thunder, causing the entire tent to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling. The Raikage, AI, had just arrived at the front line, and like a frenzied lion, his uncontrollable chakra surged forth, generating crackling blue arcs of electricity around his robust figure. The heavy wooden table before him shattered into splinters beneath the force of his enraged palm, sending wood chips flying. Darui knelt before the broken table, his gray-white hair hanging low, obscuring his tightly pressed lips and pallid complexion. Behind him, he and several other high-ranking officers of the Hidden Cloud also knelt, rendered mute by fear. The air was thick with a pungent, burnt odor, wafting from the direction of Thunderclap Valley, a reminder of their disgrace from the scorched provisions. 2,000 elite, occupying the impregnable Thunderclap. How could a small unit from Konoha infiltrate our rear and burn our supplies? AI's roar nearly lifted the tent from its foundations. His fury turned to a bitter laughter as he pointed at Darui, his finger trembling slightly with intensity. Darui, I entrusted you with the front line, and this is how you secure it. Where's your wind release? Where's your intellect? Did Konoha's fox carry it away? Darui bowed even lower, his voice a subdued murmur. I have failed in my duties. I was unable to see through Konoha's feigned maneuvers, and I left a critical gap in our defenses. I accept my punishment. Punishment? Can punishment restore those supplies? Can it cleanse the shame of the Hidden Cloud? AI suddenly kicked a shattered piece of the table, which soared through the air and crashed against the tent's support pole with a resounding thud. His chest heaved violently as he surveyed the generals kneeling before him, his eyes ablaze with an almost tangible fury and humiliation. Konohagakure, Kakashi Hitaki, Fugaku Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara. Very well. They dare to slap the face of the Raikage right in front of me. Tell me, when did the honor of Kumogakure become so devalued? Lord Raikage, please calm down. She raised his head, anxiety etched across his features. The cunning strategy of Konohagakure, burning our supplies, is aimed at undermining our morale and stalling for time. They must have anticipated our wrath and are now fortifying their defenses, bracing for our retaliation. If we were to launch an attack in our fury against their well-prepared stronghold, we would be playing right into their hands, risking catastrophic losses. Then what do you suggest we do? EI suddenly turned, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Shi. Are we to swallow this indignity and retreat in disgrace? Allow the entire shinobi world to mock Kumogakure? No, she hastily interjected. Although our supplies are diminished, reinforcements are already en route and can sustain us for over a month. While Konohagakure has scorched our provisions, they have also revealed their hand. We have gathered intelligence on the route of their assault, the involvement of Fugaku Uchiha, and the tactical style of Shikamaru Nara. Our immediate priority is to regroup and devise a detailed strategy. If they can burn our supplies, why can we not retaliate in kind? Perhaps even strike directly at their heart. EI's furious aura momentarily faltered, his chest still heaving, but the fire in his eyes seemed to be forcibly subdued. Transforming into a deeper, more perilous chill, he slowly returned to his main seat. Though the wooden table had been shattered by his earlier outburst, his imposing figure resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. Continue, he commanded, his voice a low, terrifying rumble, each word squeezed out like ice shards between his teeth. She took a deep breath and quickened his speech. Though the northern defense of Konohagakure has been reinforced, its core support points are few. Fugaku Uchiha is formidable, but he cannot be everywhere at once. Shikamaru Nara's cunning relies on terrain and manpower. We could feign a major assault at one location while secretly concentrating our elite forces, personally led by you, Lord Raikage, in conjunction with Lord Waimaki, to launch a thunderous strike at another. With overwhelming strength, we can tear through their defenses. Once we breach their lines, the northern defense of Konohagakure will surely falter. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Shi's eyes. We could attempt to decapitate Fugaku Uchiha. Without their frontline commander, their morale would surely crumble. Decapitate Fugaku Uchiha. EI echoed the name, his eyes igniting with a nearly frenzied battle spirit and a desire for destruction. That name, along with the stain of that humiliating ambush, had been deeply etched in his heart, becoming an obstacle that must be crushed. Just then, the heavy curtain of the command tent was gently lifted by a hand wrapped in bandages. The tall figure of Killer Bee entered silently, his expression as impassive as ever. Sunglasses obscuring his gaze, a blade of grass held between his lips. Following him was the lithe form of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Waimaki, who seemed to emanate an ethereal blue flame aura. Kairabi approached AI, gently patting his muscular, iron-like arm. Anger clouded his mind as he pondered the words of his strategist, which held a modicum of truth. The turtle shell of Kanahagakure was arduous to crack. Perhaps it would be wiser to choose a different location and breach through it? Kairabi spoke with his distinctive rhythm, yet the chilling intent concealed within his words seemed to lower the temperature within the tent. The wooden man remained silent, but a flicker of longing for battle and destruction glimmered in his emerald eyes. AI clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking like popping beans. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently several times. When he reopened them, the raging fury had been forcibly compressed and refined, transforming into a more frigid and pure will of annihilation. Dispatch the orders. The voice of Rakage AI resonated like tempered steel, cold and unyielding. The entire army shall rest for 3 days. The logistics division must spare no effort to ensure our supplies. The strategists present me with no fewer than 3 assault plans targeting the vulnerabilities of the Kanahagakure defenses. AI suddenly pivoted, his crimson gaze piercing through the tent, firmly fixated on the direction of the Kanahagakure camp. Each word imbued with the resolve to crush everything in its path. Tear apart their defenses. Capture or eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. This vengeance shall be repaid in blood. The atmosphere within the command tent felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the heavy heartbeat of AI, akin to war drums, and the faint, agonizing moans of the wounded from Kumogakure outside. The thunder of retribution brewed deep within the clouds, awaiting the opportune moment to rend the northern sky asunder. In the land of water, within the Mizukage Tower, the meeting room was shrouded in humid sea mist, yet the salty air was permeated with a distinctly different heat. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the waves crashed against the rocks, creating a ceaseless backdrop of sound. Seated on either side of the long table, the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure sat upright, their attention fixed on the figure of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, whose long reddish-brown hair and alluring yet fierce demeanor commanded respect. As the flames of conflict erupted between Kanahagakure and Kumogakure in the north, Terumi Mei's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. The vibrant crimson of her nails accentuated under the light. Her voice, imbued with a unique languid magnetism, was clear and precise. The war has yet to reach our island of mist, but have you all sensed the opportunities stirred by this tempest? Her gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately landing on Ao, seated at the lower end, adorned with his distinctive eye patch. Ao, please share the insights you brought back from Kanahagakure. Adjusting his glasses, Ao's implanted Byakugan glinted with a calm brilliance. Mizukage-sama, esteemed colleagues, the 3rd delegation for technological exchange and trade that we dispatched to Kanahagakure returned yesterday, laden with results exceeding our expectations. He paused momentarily, a hint of barely concealed excitement in his tone. The engineering ninjas from Kanahagakure, including the agricultural specialist in Natama, have begun to integrate their innovative practices into our ninja framework. In just 2 weeks of trial operations, our land of water has gained several dozen acres of arable land, while the construction of bridges between multiple islands is also in the planning stages. More crucially, the medicinal herb market of Konoha has graciously opened procurement channels at a friendly partnership level for us. A substantial influx of high-quality, reasonably priced hemostatic herbs and recuperative pills has directly reduced our costs for medical supplies. An elder responsible for finances could not help but interject, his voice laced with incredulity. Lord Qing, the batch of seafood products specifically supplied by Konoha that you mentioned in your last report has all been transformed into finished goods. Qing interjected with a hint of a smile. Some were shipped directly to the border of the Land of Fire, while others were processed into seafood products and sold at a 3-fold markup. The profits are indeed remarkable. A collective gasp filled the meeting room. For years, Kirigakure has been shrouded in shadows, the specter of blood mist not yet fully dissipated, and the accumulation of wealth pales in comparison to that of other great nations. This tangible gain struck the nerves of everyone present like a potent stimulant. Thus, Terumi Mei leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped under her chin, her red lips curling into a shrewd arc. What role should we play while Konoha grapples with Yunin in the northern frontier, desperately in need of reinforcements? Shall we remain spectators, waiting for them to exhaust one another? Or shall we extend a helping hand, enhancing the value of this friendship? A hawkish jonin furrowed his brow and remarked, Lord Mizukage, Konoha is ultimately a colossal entity. By supplying them with resources, are we not merely bolstering their power? If they were to triumph over Yunin, what then? Terumi May interrupted him, a glint of severity in her eyes. If Konoha prevails over Yunin, they will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses in the short term and must guard against the covetousness of other great nations. And what about us? What do we gain? Tangible wealth, deeper technological exchanges, access to Konoha's core market. Her voice rose, imbued with undeniable conviction. What does Kirigakure need? We need to regain our vitality. We need development. We need to emerge from the shadow of the blood mist. Konoha is our best partner at present, cultivating good relations with them, leveraging our resources to procure what we desperately require. Does this not seem wiser than gambling on the elusive prospect of mutual destruction? Terumi May surveyed the assembly. War profits are among the most reliable sources of income in the world. If Konoha seeks to engage in conflict, we shall sell our goods at fair prices. Food, medicinal herbs, ninja tools, even certain chakra metals, whatever they need, we shall provide. Remember, at fair prices, not as opportunistic marauders. Our aim is to be a dependable partner, worthy of long-term collaboration, not a short-sighted profiteer. The trust and goodwill we cultivate will yield far greater returns in the future than the meager profits gained from hiked prices now. Ching nodded in agreement, adding, "The wisdom of Lord Mizukage is evident. Figures like Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi from Konoha are astute strategists. They will not be easily deceived by petty tricks. By treating them with sincerity and adopting a long-term perspective, we can reel in the bigger catch. Furthermore, by supplying Konoha, we indirectly diminish the strength of Yunin, thereby enhancing the long-term security of Kirigakure against this northern neighbor." "I concur with the strategy of Lord Mizukage," chimed in Chujiro, who had remained silent until now. His voice soft yet resolute. "Kirigakure needs allies and opportunities for growth. Konoha stands as our most optimal choice." The atmosphere in the conference room swiftly transformed from doubt to consensus, filled with eagerness. Zhao Mei observed the reactions of those present with satisfaction, decisively declaring, "Excellent. Ching, you are to personally select trustworthy individuals to form a delegation, carrying sincerity and samples, and set forth immediately to Konoha. Inform them that Kirigakure wishes to become the most reliable partner in supplies for the Land of Fire during these challenging times." Chapter 191. The response of a Wagakure in the Land of Earth. Within the office of the Tsuchikage, the atmosphere was starkly different, heavy as the ancient stones that lay outside. The diminutive figure of Oyamaki was sunk into his oversized stone chair, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow, one hand unconsciously kneading his aching back. Below him sat his son, Dodo, his granddaughter, Kuroto, and several high-ranking officials of a Wagakure, flanking him on either side. The air was thick with a silence akin to rock and the pungent aroma of tobacco. "The North is in turmoil." Oyamaki's aged voice shattered the stillness, laced with a subtle weariness and calculation. "The brutes of Kumogakure and the foxes of Konoha are at odds. Where should we place our weight?" His piercing gaze swept over the assembly. "Shall we ally with Konoha? Go it alone against Kumogakure? Or retreat into our own existence?" Dodo, robust as a mountain, was the first to speak, embodying the voice of the cautious faction. His voice resonated with gravity. "Father, while Konoha is formidable, it is currently hampered by Kumogakure, presenting us with a prime opportunity for growth. The Wagakure requires rest and recuperation to amass strength. To rashly engage in war would incur excessive costs. Rest and recuperation?" Kuroto shot up, her fiery red hair ablaze, her youthful visage etched with indignation and a thirst for battle. "Grandfather, this is a rare opportunity. Kumogakure's main forces are entangled in the north, leaving their homeland vulnerable. Moreover, they are our sworn enemies. How did the third Raikage perish? It was through the sacrifice of countless IWA shinobi, inch by inch. This blood feud, I am certain, Raikage AI remembers. Since a confrontation with the Land of Lightning is inevitable, why not now? Strike while they are weak and take their lives. We should deploy our forces and deliver a decisive blow to Kumogakure, reclaiming the border mines we lost." Kuroto's fervent words ignited the passions of several hawkish generals. "Lady Kuroto speaks true. It is time for vengeance. Those scoundrels of the Land of Lightning, flaunting their tailed beasts, must be taught a lesson. Reclaim the mines. Weaken our adversaries." Oyamaki did not immediately express his stance. Instead, his bony fingers tapped rhythmically against the hard stone armrest, producing a dull thud. He turned to a white-haired elder, his face etched with deep wrinkles. "Ishikawa, what is your perspective?" Elder Ishikawa slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. his gaze deep within the haze. Lord Suchikage, allying with Konoha seems prudent, yet how will the spoils of war be divided? Will we, the Wagakure, merely be the ones to fetch firewood for their flames? To act independently against Kumogakure carries immense risk. AI and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails are formidable foes. Should they withdraw from the northern front or Konoha suffer defeat, we would bear the full brunt of Kumogakure's wrath. As for merely observing, Ishikawa paused, a glint of clarity flickering in his murky eyes. While it may seem safe, it also signifies a missed opportunity. The weakening of Kumogakure would be a tremendous boon to us. The crux lies in how to attain the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. Ultimately, it is a matter of seeking advantages without exerting substantial effort. Oh, how Danimu scoffed, shifting his body restlessly due to the discomfort in his waist. Indeed, sure. You are correct. Weakening the hidden cloud aligns with the fundamental interests of the hidden stone. The enmity of the third Raikage is surely not forgotten by Raikage AI even after all this time. A profound fury ignited in Danimu's eyes. Recalling the brutal ambush where the sacrifice of 30,000 stone shinobi ultimately led to the death of the third Raikage through sheer exhaustion. However, Danimu's tone shifted, adopting a starkly pragmatic approach. Should we send our young men from the stone to confront AI's lightning release and the Eight Tails head-on? That would be folly. Konoha undoubtedly hopes we will join the fray to alleviate their burden. It all depends on whether they are willing to pay the price. Danimu's murky yet piercing gaze swept across the assembly before he reached a resolution. Dispatching troops independently carries too great a risk. To remain observant would mean losing a golden opportunity. An alliance with Konoha is the only feasible path. Yet, an alliance does not equate to being cannon fodder for them. Danimu abruptly pointed at Kra. Kra, you shall personally select the envoy, armed with our strongest negotiating terms, and journey to Konoha. Inform Narashikaku, that old fox, as well as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. The hidden stone is willing to ally with Konoha, opening a second front along the earth and lightning borders to deal a severe blow to the hidden cloud's rear. However, Danimu's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable firmness. Should Konoha provide us with all the necessary supplies for a large-scale border conflict, food, medicinal herbs, explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, especially high-quality ninja tools and chakra conduction equipment. Each additional shuriken, every grain of rice, coupled with this alliance agreement, ensures that the might of the hidden stone will not be expended in vain. Days later, in the Hokage's office of Konoha, the atmosphere was equally tense and bustling. Tsunade reclined lazily in her chair, yet the eye that was visible held no trace of fatigue. Narashikaku stood before a vast map of the ninja world, his brow furrowed, while Mizuno Ichido, the advisor, was also present, a rare occurrence. The swift actions of Terumi Mei from the mist are noteworthy. Shikaku pointed to the location of Haida on the map. Ao is leading the delegation personally. They have entered the Land of Fire, carrying an extensive list of samples. Their demands are clear, all war supplies to be sold at market price, seeking only the title of a reliable partner and the prospect of deeper cooperation. Their stance is remarkably humble, and their sincerity is evident. The mist has been isolated for too long. They are in urgent need of resources and markets. Tsunade's voice was low. Terumi Mei is a shrewd woman who understands that investing in Konoha now will yield greater returns in the future. This is beneficial for us, as it alleviates logistical pressures. Agree to their terms, but the export of core technologies and strategic materials must be strictly controlled. Understood, Shikaka nodded, taking note. Just then, a member of the Umbu appeared in an instant. Hokage-sama, Lord Shikaku. The delegation from the Land of Earth has arrived, led by Kra. And they are at the village entrance. They demand an immediate audience with the Hokage to discuss the essential matters of the alliance. Kra, Danimu's son has come in person? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. It seems the hidden stone has considerable ambitions this time. Mizuno Ichido and Shikaku exchanged a glance, both discerning the gravity and mutual understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Please escort them to conference room number 1, Tsunade instructed, rising to stretch her somewhat stiff neck. Ichido, Shikaku, let us meet this formidable guest. Let us observe where the scales of Onoki's intentions may ultimately tip. Within conference room number 1, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the cordiality of the hidden mist delegation, imbued instead with a rock-like hardness and weight. Onoki's robust form occupied the guest seat. Resembling a silent mountain, accompanied by several rock ninja attendants, their breaths steady and gazes sharp. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Onoki slid a thick scroll across the table, his voice resonating with the sound of stone colliding, direct and unembellished. Hokage-sama, Mr. Shikaku. This is the alliance draft personally composed by Lord Tsuchikage, along with the inventory of materials required by our side. Shikaku accepted the scroll and swiftly unfurled it, his eyes darting over the densely packed text and astronomical figures detailing the material demands. His brow furrowed increasingly, and upon encountering the stringent allied pricing terms and nearly unconditional supply requirements at the conclusion, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lord Onoki. Shikaku set down the scroll, donning a professional smile, though his gaze remained piercingly sharp. We perceive the sincerity of your village. The establishment of a second battlefield to restrain the hidden cloud is indeed a formidable support. However, he pivoted his tone, lightly tapping the material list. Isn't the weight and cost of this inventory rather excessive? Particularly the quantity of chakra-conducting metal ingots and specially crafted explosive tags, which nearly accounts for 1/3 of our current stock. Moreover, the allied price proposed hardly seems to cover even the costs. Onoki's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady and authoritative. Mr. Shikaku, the ninjas of Iwagakure are engaged in combat against the elite forces of the hidden cloud along the Earth Lightning border, facing the lightning techniques of EI himself. Each battle is drenched in blood and sacrifice, alleviating the pressure on Konoha's northern front. These materials are essential for ensuring the survival and success of our warriors. They form the foundation of Iwagakure's commitment to our alliance. Without these, how can we restrain our adversaries? Would you have our ninjas confront the Raikage strikes with mere flesh and blood? Onoki paused, his tone deepening. That Tsuchikage has instructed me to convey. Iwagakure's strength never compromises, yet we do not engage in unprofitable transactions. This inventory is non-negotiable, and the price must adhere to our proposed allied rate. Otherwise, Iwagakure will regrettably choose to remain an observer. His words were resolute and unyielding, imbued with an obstinacy reminiscent of stone. Tsunade, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her voice calm yet laden with an invisible pressure. Lord Onoki. Konoha acknowledges Iwagakure's contributions. We can provide materials. However, the quantities must be adjusted according to the actual battlefield conditions and production capacity. The allied pricing can be discussed, yet we must also consider Konoha's significant consumption, as we are the ones directly facing the main forces of the hidden cloud. Tsunade fixed her gaze firmly upon Onoki, adding, moreover, we would prefer to see Iwagakure's restraint manifest as a substantial offensive rather than mere border confrontations. The esteemed Tsuchikage, in his time, skillfully extinguished the will and tactics of the Third Raikage, a memory that remains vivid in our minds. We believe that Raikage still harbors deep sentiments regarding this matter. When the Third Raikage is mentioned, a barely perceptible flicker crosses the eyes of Kuratsuchi. Just then, Daku takes the opportunity to speak, revealing a cunning smile akin to that of a wily fox. Very well, Lord Kuratsuchi. As per your request, we shall supply the basic necessities listed: grain, ordinary medicinal herbs, and standard ninja tools, at 70% of the required quantity, offered at a special price 2/10 below the market rate. This is our bottom line. As for strategic materials such as chakra metal ingots and specially crafted exploding tags, we shall have the quantity and raise the price by 10% above the cost price. This is the utmost sincerity we can extend to our ally. Furthermore, Konohagakure promises that should Iwagakure launch an effective offensive along the Tsuchi-Kaminari border, diverting more than a single battalion of forces from Kumogakure, subsequent supplies will be prioritized and fully provided, with prices to be negotiated anew. Daku leans forward slightly, his voice laced with persuasion. Consider it, Lord Kuratsuchi. With Kumogakure held at bay in the south, and Iwagakure delivering a decisive blow in the west, what expression would that brache wear? The sight of the Third Raikage's fall could very well witness a resurgence of glory. The lost mineral veins of Iwagakure, do you not yearn to reclaim them doubly? This requires strength, and strength necessitates the support of resources, a delicate balance of incentives and threats, tangible concessions, and a vivid portrayal of a vengeful blueprint, all intricately tied the supply of crucial materials to battlefield performance. Kuratsuchi remained silent for a considerable time, his thick fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a dull sound as if weighing his father's words against the reality presented by Konohagakure. Eventually, He slowly raised his head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his rock-like eyes. Hokage-sama, Mr. Daku, Kuratsuchi's voice retained its steadiness, though it bore less of the initial obstinacy. I perceive Konohagakure's sincerity. The quantity and pricing of resources are, in principle, acceptable. However, the number of chakra metal ingots must meet 60% of the list's requirements. This is the bottom line set forth by Tsuchikage-sama. Furthermore, the first shipment of materials must arrive at the Iwagakure front within 10 days of the signing of this agreement. Otherwise, all negotiations are null and void. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Daku, who subtly nodded in agreement. Very well, Tsunade stood, extending her hand to Kuratsuchi. For our mutual benefit, and to impart a profound lesson to Kumogakure, the alliance between Konohagakure and Iwagakure is hereby established. May our collaboration flourish. Kuratsuchi also rose, his large hand enveloping Tsunade's in a firm grip, akin to the collision of two colossal stones. May our cooperation be fruitful. May the might of Iwagakure and the cunning of Konohagakure keep Raikage in a state of unrest. Thus, a fragile alliance forged from pragmatic interests and a shared adversary was solidified amidst the strategic maneuvering and calculations of both parties at the negotiation table. Konohagakure secured a formidable diversion on the Western Front, while Iwagakure acquired the coveted strategic materials. Meanwhile, far in the land of lightning, Raikage remained oblivious to the impending pressures he would soon face, not merely from a singular direction, but from the simultaneous. Chilling blades poised to strike from both the western and southern fronts. The biting winds of the northern borders seemed to tighten under an invisible force, producing a piercing wail. The Spine Pass, a perilous throat that stretches across the border of the Land of Thunder, now bears the brunt of the wrath from the Land of Thunder. The steep, gray-black cliffs flanking the pass are cloaked in a light snow typical of early winter, heightening the atmosphere of desolation and chill. Within the pass, the defenses of Konoha, reliant on the natural terrain and hastily constructed fortifications, rise like fangs forged of steel, ominously erect. Outside the pass, the army of Kumogakure looms like a dark tide, silently swelling beneath the leaden sky. Raikage stands at the forefront, his robust form resembling a moving iron tower, his bronze skin steaming in the cold wind. With arms crossed and his bare torso taut with sinewy muscle, the volatile lightning chakra dances restlessly across his skin, crackling with electricity that scorches the snow beneath his feet to a charred black. His crimson eyes are fixed intently on the distant fluttering banner of flames within the depths of the pass, burning with a fury capable of melting gold and severing iron, fueled by a desire for annihilation. Shame. A's voice rumbled like distant thunder, each word laden with oppressive weight. The days of cowering like a turtle while being burned in one's own home have come to an end. Today, we shall cleanse the humiliation of Kumogakure with the blood of Konoha's shinobi. With the head of Uchiha Fugaku, we shall commemorate our fallen brothers. A suddenly raised his right arm, fingers splayed, palm turned skyward. The tempestuous lightning chakra coalesced instantly, and a massive blue lightning pillar erupted violently through the somber sky. Attack! Kill! A deafening roar surged forth from the ranks of Kumogakure, akin to a tsunami. The black tides surged forth, transforming into countless rapid torrents, charging fiercely toward the Spine Pass. The initial wave was one of speed. Dozens of elite lightning nin from Kumogakure transformed into bolts of lightning, darting toward the narrow entrance of the pass like blue arrows flying just above the ground, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. They were not the main assault force, but rather sharp probes, aiming to breach the first layer of Konoha's defenses and traps. Go. Chapter 193. Resurgence and breakthrough at the vantage point within the pass. Narashikaku's voice remained calm and unwavering. He swung his command fan downward with sudden force. Boom, 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 boom. The ground at the entrance of the pass erupted violently, without warning. It was not a traditional explosive tag, but rather a trap laid deep beneath the surface, triggered by the unique insects of the Aburame clan. The intense shockwave, mingled with searing flames and the deadly acid of toxic insects, instantly engulfed the first dozen Kumogakure lightning nin at the forefront. Their screams were drowned out by the explosion's roar, as severed limbs and charred insect remained scattered in disarray. Yet, the charge from Kumogakure did not relent. The subsequent ninjas trampled over the remnants of their comrades, fearlessly advancing. At the same time, the second wave of attack commenced. Lightning release, false darkness. Lightning release, thunder beast rampage. Dozens of massive lightning pillars and ferocious beasts formed from wild electricity tore through the air, unleashing thunderous roars as they crashed violently against the defensive structures of Konoha on either side of the pass. This was a pure outpouring of might, intent on violently tearing apart Konoha's defenses. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, the Konoha defenses shimmered with a myriad of chakra lights. A colossal earthen wall surged forth, and a dense curtain of water materialized out of thin air, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the furious thunder. The sound of explosions echoed deafeningly as soil and stone erupted and steam billowed from the torrents. The formidable fortifications trembled violently under the savage lightning strikes, fissures appearing in their structure. Several ninjas tasked with maintaining the defense were struck by the immense recoil, spitting blood and staggering back. Mere trifles. A flicker of disdain flashed in AI's eyes as he took a bold step forward, causing the ground to tremble. Darui, break it open. Understood. Darui's figure darted like a gray lightning bolt, instantly crossing the front lines to appear at the forefront of the thunderous assault. He formed hand signs with remarkable speed, his grayish-white hair billowing in the tempestuous chakra winds. Storm release, thunderous water blade. No longer a high-pressure water column, but countless, more refined and sharper. Deep blue water blades entwined with blinding lightning. Like a storm of lasers, they precisely pierced through the recently struck weak points of the defensive structure. Sizzle. The resilient earthen walls and water barriers were easily penetrated and torn apart by the terrifying cutting force infused with both thunder and water, as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. Several crucial defensive nodes collapsed in an instant. A breach had opened. Charge in. The Yunin ninjas roared with wild elation, akin to sharks that had caught the scent of blood, surging madly toward the torn defenses. Just at that critical moment, a figure, calm as the depths of the abyss, stirred from within the breach. Uchiha Fugaku had appeared behind the point of collapse. His black hair remained undisturbed amidst the explosive shockwaves, and his deep blue clan robe was immaculate. Facing the overwhelming tide of Yunin ninjas, the fierce killing intent and roaring lightning, his expression remained unchanged, save for the three crimson tomo silently swirling within his pitch-black eyes, as if reflecting the impending death. He did not even form hand signs. Calmly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm directed toward the oncoming black tide. Fire release. His deep voice seemed to carry a certain enchantment, instantly overshadowing the clamor of the battlefield. Great fire annihilation. Boom. It was not a fire dragon, not a sea of flames. It was as if the very sun had been ignited at the depths of the breach. An endless torrent of blistering, viscous white flames, akin to a surging river or a resurrected infernal demon, erupted violently from Fugaku's palm, carrying with it the terrifying heat to incinerate all and a will to obliterate. In an instant, it filled the entire gaping breach, rolling back toward the invading Yunin ninjas with unstoppable force. The foremost Yunin ninja barely managed a half-scream before he was entirely consumed by that pure white flame of destruction, vaporizing in an instant. The subsequent ninjas, in terror, attempted to retreat, but the searing waves of fire surged forth. Their protective lightning armor melted like paper, and skin, muscle, and bone carbonized within a fraction of a second. The air became saturated with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. This terrifying sea of flames was not a random assault, but rather a precisely controlled barrier of fire, effectively delineating life from death within the breach. The subsequent waves of cloud-hidden shock seemed akin to ocean surges crashing against rocks, halted and scorched before the inferno of obliteration. Cursed be it. It is Uchiha Fugaku. Darui bellowed, wielding his wind release water blade to fiercely slice through the encroaching flames. Yet the searing white fire, as if imbued with life, defiantly resisted the onslaught of the high-pressure water blades, with the extreme heat vaporizing some of the blades entirely. The elite forces surrounding him were forced to retreat repeatedly, their formation thrown into disarray. A splendid opportunity. Within the command center, the glimmer in Riku's eyes sparked with fervor. Kakashi, Hizashi, flank them from both sides of the cliffs and force them back. Understood. Kakashi transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly appearing at the left cliff, his Raikiri shimmering once more. Byakugan. Hizashi Hyuga materialized at the right cliff, his pale eyes locking onto the disordered, cloud-hidden troops below, his gentle fist chakra coiling with anticipation. The two teams of Leaf Elite surged forth like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, fiercely pouncing upon the cloud-hidden troops, now ensnared by flames and disarrayed. Lord Raikage, the gap has been sealed. Uchiha Fugaku's fire technique is far too formidable. The anxious voice of Shur echoed in Ei's ears. Ei's gaze fixed intently on the figure deep within the narrow pass, emanating the blazing inferno, his teeth grinding in frustration. He witnessed Kakashi and Hizashi's assault, saw the chaos and casualties among their advancing forces, besieged from both sides amidst the horrific sea of flames. A tempestuous rage threatened to explode from his chest, incinerating all rational thought. His fists clenched tightly, uncontrollable bolts of lightning chakra erupted around him, creating charred craters beneath his feet. My lord, the casualties from the strong assault are overwhelming. Uchiha Fugaku, stationed at the core, had enveloped the area in his fire technique, combined with the flanking attacks, transforming the narrow pass into a veritable meat grinder. Shur's voice was laced with urgency and caution. Silence. Ei roared vehemently, his voice akin to that of a wounded beast. Did he not understand? That Uchiha Fugaku was like the most unyielding nail, firmly embedded in the narrow pass. His fire technique, in conjunction with the Leaf's advantageous terrain and defensive system, created an almost insurmountable barrier. Continuing to commit forces to a strong assault would only lead to more valiant cloud-hidden warriors perishing needlessly in the flames. He fixated on the figure behind the fiery barrier. Fugaku's calm, yet seemingly all-knowing scarlet eyes. Those eyes, cold and indifferent, appeared to silently mock his rage and impotence. Ei let out a howl of utter despair, the furious thunder of his voice causing rocks to tremble and fall around him. He stomped his foot with force, the hard rocky ground fracturing violently around him. Withdraw. These two words were almost squeezed from between his teeth, heavy with the taste of blood and overwhelming humiliation. The shrill retreat signal echoed across the battlefield. The cloud-hidden shinobi, besieged by flames and assaults, felt as if granted a reprieve, retreating like a tide, leaving behind a grim trail of charred corpses and wounded. The Leaf Shinobi did not pursue aggressively. Under Kakashi and Hizashi's command, they fortified their defenses, vigilantly observing the retreating enemy. Within the narrow pass, the infernal white flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind a dazzling array of crystalline remnants and curling wisps of blue smoke. Uchiha Fugaku gradually lowered his right hand, the three tomo in his eyes quietly fading, as if the cataclysmic strike that had just transpired was of no concern to him. He remained steadfast in his position, his black clan attire gently swaying in the cold wind, his gaze calmly traversing the charred battlefield and landing upon the distant figure, reminiscent of an enraged thunder god. Too, fixated on him, the two adversaries separated by a shroud of swirling smoke, the acrid scent of charred earth, and the lingering heat in the air. Their eyes clashed in the void, creating a palpable spark of animosity. No words were exchanged, only an indelible intent to kill and a frigid standoff. The Broken Spine Pass, true to its name, had become the pivotal point of this conflict. The raging thunder of Raikage ultimately failed to breach the fiery bastion held by Uchiha Fugaku. Blood from both sides soaked the frozen earth of the pass, yet neither could advance further. The war had descended into a chilling stalemate, fraught with animosity and vigilance. Only the northern winds continued to wail and swirl above the Broken Spine Pass, witnessing the clash of thunder and fire and the ensuing profound silence. Chapter 194. Mobilization at the front of a Wagakure land of earth, the Wagakure. The sand seemed to hold its breath. In the vast training ground, a dense formation of rock ninjas stood in solemn silence, akin to another mountain range rearing from the earth. The atmosphere was thick with a murderous intent, suffocating those present. The diminutive figure of Inoki floated before the crowd, his back to the rising sun, his visage shrouded in shadow. Save for his murky yet piercing eyes that swept across every resolute or fervent face below. Rock ninjas. Inoki's aged voice, amplified by chakra, resonated like a boulder rolling through a valley, carrying the weight of millennia-old hatred and icy resolve. The third Raikage was slain by our hands. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives to protect our village. The mineral veins of the land of earth have been occupied by those brutes from the land of lightning for far too long. It is time to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Reclaim our mineral veins. A deafening roar surged forth, shaking the ground as countless fists pounded against chests, producing a resounding thunder. Inoki suddenly pointed towards the east, as if to pierce the distant horizon. Now, the resources of Konoha lie within our grasp. Explosive tags, kunai, military rations, refined steel ninja tools. Our warehouses are overflowing. Inoki's frail hand clenched tightly, as though grasping the throat of the land of lightning. That brash rakeage has placed his head and fortune at the northern borders of Konoha. His backyard is empty. Inoki's floating figure surged higher, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The moment of vengeance has arrived. With the steel of the earth ninjas, we shall shatter the bones of Kumogakure, reclaim our mineral veins. Let the blood of Kumogakure honor our fallen ancestors. With a sweeping arm, Inoki gestured towards the eastern direction of the land of lightning, his voice erupting with the will to obliterate all. To the east, to the east. The roars of tens of thousands of rock ninjas converged into a torrent of destruction, soaring towards the heavens. In the next moment, the war machine thunderously commenced its operation. Within the command center, before a colossal sand table, the sturdy figure of Huang, too, resembled a rock. His robust fingers forcefully pressed against the marker at the border of the land of lightning, at a narrow pass known as Thunder Valley. Our first objective is Thunder Valley. Once breached, the rich Yunlei plains of the land of lightning will be laid bare before us. His voice resonated with the steadiness of the earth itself. First Corps, Earth Release Unit, advance at all costs. Utilize explosive tags and earth-lifting techniques to tear through their frontline defenses. Second Corps, the heavy armored battalion, follow closely, withstand their lightning techniques, and break through the valley entrance. Third Corps, remain on standby. Lord Suchikage will eliminate their core stronghold at the critical moment. Logistics. Huang Tu turned to the commander responsible for transport. Ensure that the supplies sent from Konoha prioritize the front lines. All pack animals and transport ninjas, keep moving. I want to see explosive tags spread across the enemy's positions like sand. His orders fell like boulders, precise and weighty. The war of Awagakure was akin to an avalanche or tsunami, motionless until it struck, bringing the heavens crashing down. At the western border of the land of lightning, Thunder Valley, east, dawn was not heralded by the light of day, but rather torn asunder by explosions and the roar of rocks. Boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed like the Earth's deep-seated fury. The Earth-release ninjas of Awagakure's First Corps tirelessly struck the ground, causing it to rise and split violently. The pre-placed Konoha-style explosive tags detonated in waves under the precise guidance of Earth Release. The meticulously constructed frontline barbed wire, pitfalls, and lightning traps of Kumogakure were shattered amidst the raging earth and fire. Hold firm. Lightning unit. Fire. The Kumogakure commander's eyes bulged in fury. A wave of lightning surged forth. The thick bolts of lightning swept toward the charging IWA ninjas. Yet, meeting the lightning was a series of enormous rock shields, shimmering with metallic luster, instantaneously raised by the heavy armored troops of Awagakure's Second Corps. Clad in composite armor infused with chakra metal, they withstood the searing and paralyzing lightning, advancing like silent stone colossi, crushing towards the valley entrance. The lightning struck their armor, sparking brilliant flashes but failing to penetrate. Release. Huang Tu's roar reverberated from the rear. Swish, swish. Countless specially crafted, colossal stone spears, inscribed with explosive tag patterns, were hurled by the IWA ninjas with immense strength and earth release, resembling projectiles launched from a catapult, soaring over the heads of their heavy armored troops, crashing down upon the Kumogakure defenses and soldiers in the valley. Boom, boom. The violent explosions melded with debris and flesh. The defenses of Kumogakure fell into chaos in an instant. At that moment, a diminutive figure silently appeared in the high sky at the battlefield's flank. Noki, the second Suchikage, floated, palms facing each other, as a transparent cubic barrier rapidly coalesced, expanding and radiating a wave of destruction. Dust release. Naki's voice was cold and merciless, targeting a sturdy stronghold constructed against a natural giant rock, which unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning, inflicting massive casualties upon Awagakure. Space-time ninjutsu. Universe stripping technique. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling silence as the transparent barrier swept over the immense rock fortress. The fortress, along with the dozens of elite Yunin ninjas who valiantly resisted within, vanished silently like a pencil sketch erased by an eraser, dissipating into the most primordial molecular dust. All that remained was a vast, smooth pit, gleaming like a mirror. This silent terror instantaneously shattered the will of the remaining Yunin defenders. A breach. Charge in. The earth roared as the armored IWA ninjas surged forth like a flood unleashed, trampling over the charred ground and the corpses of their comrades, crashing into the thunderous valley. This valley, symbolizing the eastern barrier of the Land of Thunder, swiftly changed hands under the support of Konoha's resources and the wrath of Iwa's thirst for vengeance. Proclaiming a new master in just half a day, the path to the bountiful Yunlei plain was forcibly carved open by the rock torrent of IWA. In the northern territories of the Land of Fire, in the thunderous valley where the Yunin were stationed, chaos erupted within the frontline command tent. Damn it, that old fox. Noki. AI's roar nearly tore the roof asunder. The furious release of lightning chakra erupted uncontrollably, vaporizing a significant portion of the solid wooden table before him. His eyes burned crimson, resembling a wounded and enraged lion, fixated upon the urgent battle report in his hand. Tainted with the scent of gunpowder, the rock fortress at Thunderous Valley has fallen. Noki personally led the IWA heavy infantry to breach our defenses. The commander of the garrison has perished. Our forces have been decimated. Iwa's troops are advancing straight towards Thunderous City, requesting immediate reinforcements. Otherwise, the gateway to the Yunlei plain will be wide open. Darui's graying hair was tousled by the violent gusts from AI's fury, his face ashen, lips tightly pressed together. While he adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting anxiety and gravity. We've been stabbed in the back. A treacherous betrayal. AI's fists cracked ominously, knuckles turning white. Konoha. It must be Konoha. They emboldened that old dog Noki. Those cunning foxes. Lord Rakage, this is not the time for fury, a calm female voice interjected, cutting through the tumult like ice water splashed onto a boiling pot. The advisor, Samui, had appeared at the door at an unknown moment, adjusting her glasses, their lenses glinting with a cold light. IWA has long been our sworn enemy. When the opportunity arises, they will undoubtedly seize it. Their meticulously planned assault far exceeds our estimates for the eastern garrison. The Yunlei plain has no defenses to hold. If lost, it will directly threaten the core regions of our country. We must immediately withdraw at least one elite battalion from the northern front for reinforcement. Samui paused, her voice laced with icy calculation. We could also create a new battlefield, forcing Konoha to divide their forces, alleviating the pressure of fighting on two fronts. AI's furious breath suddenly stilled, his crimson gaze fixed intently upon Samui. A new battlefield? Where? Samui approached the expansive map of the ninja world, her slender yet steady finger precisely stabbing at the vast, sand-covered expanse in the western region of the Land of Fire. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Her tone remained unwavering. Kazekage Raza has harbored resentment towards Konoha. His reforms have failed, talents have fled, and his nation's power is waning. More importantly, he is greedy and short-sighted. The fire in AI's eyes gradually transformed into a deeper, more dangerous glint. Sunagakure? Those insects of the desert? Given their audacity, do they truly dare to declare war on Konoha? With sufficient bait, even the scorpions of the desert will reveal their venomous stingers. Samui's voice carried a subtle hint of derision. We pledge that should Sunagakure instigate conflict against Konoha, regardless of the outcome, the Land of Lightning shall furnish them with all the supplies, food, medicinal herbs, ninja tools, and even a portion of chakra metal, sufficient to sustain a medium-scale war. What? Darui could not contain his exclamation. Chief of Staff, is this cost not exorbitant? We ourselves are facing a burden. Samui coldly interjected, casting his gaze towards Lord Rakage. Compared to the loss of the Yunlei plains, the cost of these supplies is negligible against the potential loss of our essential granaries and mines. Let Sunagakure expend their resources against Konoha, alleviating our pressure, and perhaps even tear apart Konoha's defenses from the west. This is what we require. Remained silent, his chest heaving violently as he surveyed the rapidly expanding brown area on the map, indicative of a Wagakure's incursion, then glanced at the vast expanse of yellow desert to the west. Ultimately, the raging lightning in his eyes solidified into a chilling resolve. Samui. A's voice was as cold as iron. You shall personally journey to the Land of Wind. Bring my handwritten letter and the list of supplies. Inform Raza that I have presented him with an opportunity. Dare he reach for it? Let us see if he possesses the audacity. Should he agree, the resources from Kumogakure will rain down upon him like the rarest of desert rains. As you command, Lord Rakage. How shall we address Kaminari Castle? Lord Rakage? Darui's voice was hoarse and dry, as he surveyed the stronghold marked by the brown arrow on the map, redirecting the discussion. Should Kaminari Castle fall, the bountiful Yunlei plains will be left defenseless, and the iron hooves of a Wagakure will trample upon the granaries and heartland of the Land of Lightning. The lenses of Key's glasses fogged over, and she removed them to wipe them vigorously, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Even if Chief of Staff Samui persuades Wind Shadow Raza to dispatch troops, it will require at least 10 days for Sunagakure to mobilize, assemble, advance to the western borders of Konoha, and form an effective containment. Lord Rakage, the battlefield at Thunderclap Valley is at a standstill. The combination of Konoha's Fugaku and Kakashi is as unyielding as bedrock, making a breakthrough unlikely in the short term. The Western Front is precarious. Naka's dust release poses a significant threat to our fortifications and dense formations, and the heavy infantry of Tsuchi is overwhelmingly powerful. Our garrison on the Western Front cannot withstand this. Kaminari Castle may not endure beyond 3 days. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Silence. A.S. roar drowned out all else. Should the Western Front collapse and the Yunlei plains fall, even if we severely weaken Konoha in the south, the Land of Lightning will suffer tremendous losses. The Yunlei plains are our foundation. They are the lifeblood of tens of thousands of shinobi and millions of civilians. A step forward, towering before Darui, his imposing presence akin to a mountain. Listen, Darui, your mission is not to vanquish Noki. It is to hold Kaminari Castle. Stalwartly impede the advance of Awagakure's forces. Utilize your wind release to disrupt their formations. Employ your intellect to counter the reckless charges of the Tsuchi's brute forces. Subsequently, AI abruptly turned towards the Yuki man, his voice resonating like cold iron striking metal. Yuki, your speed and your flames are the sharpest blades capable of piercing the shell of the rock-hidden tortoise. Collaborate with Darui. Bring that old coot Inoki down from the heavens, or compel him to refrain from carelessly unleashing dust release. Hold Thunder City for just 10 days. Only 10 days. The fire of Sunagakure will ignite in the western territories. Leaf Village will inevitably divide its forces. Once the pressure in the northern front is alleviated, I shall immediately redirect reinforcements to Thunder City. Do you comprehend? Darui, gazing into the eyes of the Rakage, which burned with a fervor akin to a life on the brink, swallowed back every word of caution. He straightened his back forcefully, his grayish-white hair framing a gaze that became remarkably sharp and resolute. Understood, Lord Rakage. The people remain in the city. He was acutely aware that embarking for the Western Front was akin to courting death, facing Inoki's dust release and the iron tide of Awagakure. He and the Yuki man were merely going to serve as fodder for that insatiable meat grinder. A flicker of yearning for battle and gravity crossed the emerald depths of Yuki's eyes as she nodded slightly, her voice as frigid as the air. In 10 days, the fire will consume the rocks. Excellent. AI clapped Darui firmly on the shoulder, the force of the gesture nearly causing Darui to stagger. Depart immediately, with utmost speed. Thunder City is entrusted to you. The final 3 words weighed heavily, akin to a mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Darui and the Yuki man turned into streaks of light, dashing out of the Rakage's office, heading straight for the perilous battlefield in the west. AI, watching their vanishing figures, slowly closed his crimson eyes. When he opened them again, a solitary wolf-like ferocity remained. He turned to Samui, his voice echoing as though it emerged from the depths of hell. Samui, you shall go personally to the Land of Wind. Keep a close watch on Raza. Inform him that the Land of Lightning shall not skimp on resources. But 5 days. I grant him but 5 days. Within 5 days, if I do not witness a sufficiently large fire in the Western Territories, if I do not see the Leaf Village compelled to mobilize troops, then, AI's lips curled into a menacing arc. Sunagakure shall brace itself for the wrath of the Land of Lightning. I, AI, always deliver on my promises. As you command. Samui bowed deeply, her gaze sharp as a blade behind her glasses. She understood well that this borrowed sword of Sunagakure must taste blood, and swiftly. Chapter 196. The Rise of the Sand Ninjas in the conference room of Sunagakure's Wind Shadow building. The air was thick with the dryness of sand and an inexplicable oppressive heaviness. Wind Shadow Raza sat at the head of the table, his visage as cold and unyielding as weathered stone, while Chiyo-san closed her eyes in meditation, and Chiyo's elder, Zuki, puffed on his pipe with a soft clatter. Several influential elders and upper ninjas occupied either side, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Samui stood before the long table, clad in immaculate YN hidden attire, exuding calmness akin to obsidian in the desert. She had just presented the Reikage AI's handwritten letter along with a breathless list of supplies, laid out clearly before all present. The sincerity of the Reikage, I believe, requires no further elaboration. Samui's voice was steady, devoid of any incitement. Yet each word struck deeply into the hearts of the Sand Village's leadership. Grain to alleviate your increasingly dire famine. Medicinal herbs to save the lives of your ninjas lost in missions. Superior ninja tools to bolster your military's combat capabilities. And chakra metal, which will serve as the foundation to revitalize your weapons workshop. What you need to do, Samui paused slightly, her gaze calmly sweeping over Raza's somber face. It is merely to ignite a fire in the western borders of the Land of Fire. Ignite a fire? Elder Chiyo could not help but interject, her voice imbued with a cool, oppressive atmosphere. She had always advocated for prioritizing the development of the Land of Wind, reducing the conflict with Konoha. Samui-sama, this is no ordinary fire. This is a declaration of war against Konoha. A declaration of war? A faint, almost cruel smile curled at the corners of Samui's lips. Elder Chiyo's assertion was misguided. This is merely a border skirmish, a situation that would leave Konoha slightly beleaguered, forcing them to divert troops from the northern front and any potential support from a Wagakure back to the western borders. Samui then turned her gaze toward Raza, her eyes seemingly penetrating the depths of his inner turmoil. Lord Kazekage, Sunagakure has endured too much humiliation these years. Konoha looms like a colossal shadow over the skies of the Land of Wind. Your reforms, your efforts, appear forever shackled by its influence. Talent has drained away. Resources are scarce, and even the most fundamental dignity is compromised. Samui's words struck like a venomous serpent, accurately biting into Sunagakure's deepest wounds. Now, an opportunity to escape the shadow, even to profit from it, lies before them. Lord Reikage is willing to provide you with everything you desperately need, and all you must offer in return is a limited action. The risks will be borne primarily by us, the Cloud Village. The benefits shall be shared between Sunagakure and the Land of Lightning. Samui leaned slightly forward, her voice laced with deadly temptation. Consider this. While Konoha is immobilized in the north by Lord Reikage, and chaos reigns in the west, how much of what rightfully belongs to the Land of Wind can your forces reclaim? Those oases occupied by Konoha? Those mineral-rich disputed territories? Even the power to reshape the dynamics among the 5 great nations? Samui's words fell heavily upon Raza's heart like a hammer. Over the years, he had been executing a policy of recuperation while occasionally instigating minor skirmishes along the borders of the Land of Fire. Each small gain had brought him joy that lingered for long. Opportunities like this are fleeting, never to return. Once Konoha regains its strength, or if a Wagakure thoroughly dismantles Kumogakure and Sunagakure, will there be another chance? Should they forever linger in Konoha's shadow, destined to be the forgotten, barren onlookers? The conference room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint crackling of tobacco burning in the pipe of the elder Zuki. Elder Chiyo kept her eyes closed, but the speed at which her frail fingers moved over the prayer beads noticeably quickened. Perhaps she sensed that her persuasive efforts had become futile. The breath of the radical Nin grew heavy, their eyes glimmering with a blend of greed and the thirst for vengeance. Raza's fingers moved unconsciously across the tabletop, the coarse pads of his fingers rubbing against the cold stone surface. Visions flashed before him, empty granaries, the worn ninja tools in the training grounds, and the files of the once great talents of Sunagakure now directed toward Konoha, alongside the oases, mineral veins, power, and the substantial material list that Samui had painted. Humiliation? Risk? Morality? In the face of the absolute necessity for survival and development, and before the honey-coated poison blade extended by the Land of Lightning, all these concerns appeared insipid and powerless. The sand-hidden village finds itself perilously perched on the brink of despair. After a prolonged silence, Rasha slowly raises his head, his sharp golden eyes now replaced with a chilling resolve akin to a final gamble. He no longer gazes at Samui, but instead turns his focus towards the senior officials present, his voice gravelly and heavy, reminiscent of the friction of wind and sand. Let us proceed with the vote. There is no fervent debate. The radical Jonin raise their hands without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, the frail figure of Kizu also lifts his bony hand. War may regress the economy of the Wind Country by a decade, yet it could also awaken the fighting spirit of its people. The reforms in Konoha have drawn the admiration of some, but if this continues, how can the Wind Country still be counted among the 5 great nations? Old Chio remains with her eyes closed, though her fingers no longer move the prayer beads, neither supporting nor opposing the motion, thus sealing the outcome. The vote passes overwhelmingly. Rasha's gaze finally rests upon Samui's face, a complex expression reflected in his eyes: humiliation, determination, and a hint of reckless abandon. Reply to Rakage of the Sand Hidden, agreeing to his proposal. However, when will the supplies arrive? A glimmer of an anticipated, icy smile crosses Samui's face. The first batch will arrive within 3 days, delivered by the swiftest of ninja hawks to the designated location. A pleasure to collaborate, Your Excellency. Soon, the mobilization of the Sand-Hidden village ignites a fervor twisted by poverty and humiliation, accompanied by an inescapable heaviness. Beneath the towering sand shadow rock, the sand shinobi gather. With Rasha standing upon a platform, golden sand swirling around him. Warriors of the Sand-Hidden. Rasha's voice reverberates across the assembly through chakra. Konoha, you have forsaken the principles of great nations, long suppressing my Wind Country. You have plundered our resources and drained our talents. Now, you conspire with the Rock Hidden, attempting to upend the balance of the ninja world. Can we, the Sand-Hidden, idly await our demise? His voice rises sharply, imbued with inciting fervor. Now, seize your weapons. Follow my golden sand. Our target is the western frontier of the Fire Country. Let us reclaim our rightful land. Let us restore our dignity. With the blood of Konoha's ninjas, we shall cleanse the humiliation endured for years. The rise of the Sand-Hidden begins today. Rise, rise, rise. The young ninjas below, spurred by promises of supplies and fueled by hatred, erupt into frenzied shouts, yellow sand swirling in their uproar. Yet, on the fringes of this fervor, some elder ninjas stand in silence. They observe the fervent faces of the youth around them, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Some silently polish their longtime companions, the puppets. Where traces of oil from battles fought alongside Konoha's ninjas linger stubbornly at the joints. Others gaze towards the direction of the Fire Country, where their children or disciples have departed in search of a better life. For the village, an aged ninja murmurs softly, tightening his grip on the kunai, his knuckles paling. It is unclear whether this statement is directed at others or a reassurance to himself. Teams of sand shinobi begin to assemble, with puppet masters inspecting the poison needles and mechanisms of their puppets. Wind release ninjas calibrate the newly sponsored wind shurikens in their tool bags. Magnetic release ninjas silently sense the thin golden sand in the air as beasts laden with supplies and transport puppets form a long line through the swirling sands. The war machine of Sunagakure, driven by poverty and hatred, has finally been set in motion under the seductive blade of poison offered by the Land of Thunder. It erupts with a deafening roar, stirring up clouds of sand and carrying with it a complex and perilous aura. As it ruthlessly advances upon the vast and unguarded western heartland of the Land of Fire. On the chessboard of the ninja world, flames of battle rage fiercely along the eastern and western fronts, while the north remains locked in a bloody stalemate. Meanwhile, in the southwest, a new storm, entwined with yellow sand and betrayal, approaches with a force of annihilation. The noose of the fourth great ninja war tightens around the necks of every nation drawn into its turmoil. Chapter 197. Commander of the Western Front. Bright sunlight streamed through the immense glass windows of the Hokage's office, illuminating the intelligence scroll that had been transmitted with utmost urgency from the covert division of the Land of Wind. It lay quietly on Tsunade's desk, its sparse numbers akin to a poisoned dagger. Sunagakure has completed mobilization. Raza personally leads the main forces, dividing into 3 routes, targeting Chicken Peak, Wind Valley, and Sand Dune Fortress. In that moment, the air in the Hokage's office became utterly still. Tsunade's voice, deep and resonant, seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, each word laden with indescribable fury and bone-chilling cold. Her fingers gripped the scroll so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Trembling slightly, the next second, boom, chakra, wild and explosive, erupted from Tsunade's seemingly delicate form like an uncontrollable volcano. The massive wooden desk splintered beneath the weight of her wrathful strike, shattering into countless fragments, sending papers and wood chips flying like snowflakes. The violent gust of wind swept through the entire office, tearing apart the ninja world map hanging on the wall, shredding the heavy curtains into tatters, and even causing the grand floor-to-ceiling window to emit a chilling crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading instantly. "Raza, you treacherous wolf!" Tsunade's roar echoed like the anguished bellow of a wounded dragon, shaking the very foundations of the Hokage building. Her golden hair danced wildly without wind, her eyes blood-red with fury, the overwhelming intent to kill radiating as a palpable shockwave. For all these years, it was the support from Konoha that had prevented Sunagakure from collapsing. After the failure of their reforms and the loss of talent, Konoha had opened its doors to them. Is this how they repay such kindness? By seizing the opportunity in a time of crisis? By stabbing me in the back? Tsunade abruptly turned, her crimson gaze fixed intently on Nara Shikaku, as if she could tear him apart with her stare. "Shikaku, what assurances did you give me earlier? Did you not say that Sunagakure would at most engage in minor skirmishes?" "Skirmishes? Raza is now leading the main force against us. Three-pronged assault. This is an attempt to pierce through the western frontier of the Land of Fire." Nara Shikaku instinctively took a half-step back the moment Tsunade's chakra erupted. His complexion as pale as a sheet. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but his weary yet sharp eyes remained fixed on the scattered fragments of the western map, marked with arrows indicating Sunagakure's assault. His mind raced with unprecedented speed. All plans and calculations crumbled before Raza's decisive and extensive invasion. The shame and heavy pressure threatened to overwhelm him, yet he could not falter. "Hokage-sama, it is my failure to observe. I deserve the gravest punishment." The voice of Rikuju quivered slightly, yet his speech flowed with astonishing rapidity. "The movement of Sunagakure far exceeds our expectations. Their objective is not mere harassment. Rather, they aim to exploit our northern front's entanglement and internal vulnerabilities to completely rupture the western line, pressing deep into our heartland. Once any of the following, Kikyo City, the Valley of Winds, or the Dune Fortress, falls, the gates to the western territory will swing wide open. The consequences are unimaginable. Immediate action is imperative. Immediate action for what?" Tsunade, resembling a frenzied lioness, stepped forward to confront Rikuju, her overwhelming aura nearly suffocating him. The elite forces of the north, Fujiwara and Rume, are firmly ensnared by Reikage. Even the slightest mobilization could lead to collapse. What soldiers remain in Konoha? What commanders? A deep, iron-like voice suddenly quelled Tsunade's roar. Jiraiya, who had been leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his usual smile vanished without a trace, slowly straightened his posture. The playful demeanor that typically adorned his face had completely dissipated. His white hair danced without wind, a vast chakra, rivaling Tsunade's, rose steadily around him, and his eyes reflected a resolute and cold determination akin to granite. "Leave the western front to me." Jiraiya's voice, though not raised, bore the weight of unyielding resolve. "We've dug enough rat holes in the western territory. I shall personally deal with that brat, Rasha." Tsunade's crimson pupils suddenly shifted to Jiraiya, a complex wave of tumultuous fury flickering within her. Before she could speak, another sharp voice, as keen as a blade being unsheathed, followed closely behind. "Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya." Mizuno Akuto sprang to his feet, his posture as straight as a pine, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ignoring the pervasive despair and smoke in the office, his voice cut through the chaos with clarity and strength. Lord Jiraiya's prestige and strength are sufficient to command the central hub of the Western Front. Yet, the vastness of the Western Territory and its lengthy battlefront, compounded by Sunagakure's cunning strategies and expertise in desert guerrilla warfare and puppet ambushes, necessitate a general well-versed in the terrain and tactical acumen, capable of independently supporting Lord Jiraiya and overseeing the front line's offense and defense. Mizuno Ikuto sharply pointed towards Kakashi Hitaki, who had just returned from the northern front. Standing silently in the corner, his face obscured by a mask. Kakashi, familiar with every blade of grass in the Western Territory. He has independently commanded numerous high-difficulty missions in this area. His intelligence, strength, and adaptability are of the highest caliber. Kakashi should immediately lead Konoha's most elite mobile unit, the Umbu Fong Squadron, to assist Lord Jiraiya, commanding the stationed forces on the Western Front. Kakashi can serve as the vanguard to sweep away Sunagakure's frontrunners. Or he can guard critical points, compensating for any shortcomings of Lord Jiraiya alone. The greatest threats on the entire western battlefield are merely the poison of Sunagakure and the One Tail. Therefore, it is vital that Lord Hokage dispatch sufficient antidotes. As for the One Tail, it is said that control has yet to be fully established, and unless absolutely necessary, Sunagakure would never unleash it. Furthermore, even if it were released, I am confident that with Lord Jiraiya's strength, we would be more than capable of suppressing it. Moreover, on the western battlefield, our goal is merely to maintain a stalemate. This conflict, initially provoked by the Land of Lightning, has now evolved into a war involving 4 nations. It is unmistakably the 4th Great Ninja War, with the primary forces being the Land of Lightning and our own Konoha. The outcome of this conflict hinges upon the confrontation between Uchiha Fugaku and the Raikage. Once a victor emerges, the war will swiftly draw to a close. Mizuno Ikuto's words sliced through the chaotic atmosphere like a precise scalpel, capturing the attention of Tsunade and Shikaku, whose gaze is sharpened with focus. Nara Shikaku surveyed the assembly, voicing his apprehensions. Mizuno-sensei, given the critical significance of the Northern Front, and considering that Kakashi has returned from his northern mission, will deploying him to the west not create a significant void in our northern defenses, potentially leading to our downfall? Mizuno Ikuto's voice rose suddenly, imbued with a resolute confidence that reverberated like thunder in the hearts of those present. No need for concern regarding the Northern Front, esteemed seniors. His gaze burned with intensity, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of space, resting upon the distant dorsal pass, exuding an air of relaxation and certainty. The recommendation to appoint Uchiha Fugaku as the central commander was not solely based on his esteemed lineage. He possesses the formidable capability to perceive the broader picture. And with the Uchiha bloodline, he can confront the Raikage head-on. Chapter 198. The Assault of the Rock Ninja. Mizuno Ikuto's voice carried an almost assured finality. However, your concerns are not without merit. It may be prudent to also dispatch Uchiha Shursui to the Northern Front. Known for his Shunshin technique, Shursui earned his reputation during the Third War. His speed is unparalleled in this era. With Shursui by Fugaku's side, even the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, must remain vigilant against his elusive Shunshin and the fearsome Jinjutsu that can alter one's will. The combined might of the 2 Uchiha will fortify the northern defenses, rendering them impregnable. The Raikage and the Eight Tails will find it impossible to breach our lines. Hokage-sama and Shikaka-sensei, you can confidently entrust the northern front to their care. The prospect of the dual Uchiha strategy ignited a flicker of hope in Tsunade's crimson eyes, which had been engulfed in a tempest of rage. She had witnessed Fugaku's devastating fire techniques firsthand, and Shursui's Shunshin, coupled with his enigmatic Jinjutsu, indeed represented one of the ultimate weapons against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Furthermore, Shursui possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, granting him the capacity to exert direct control over tailed beasts. In the depths of Shikaku's weary and despondent gaze, an extraordinary light erupted. As if his mind had been rejuvenated by a potent stimulant, fervently analyzing the feasibility of this strategy, the absolute power of the dual Uchiha safeguarding the north, while the west would be defended by Jiraiya, the steadfast anchor, and Kakashi, the sharp blade, to counter any ambush from Sunagakure. Agreed, Shikaku almost shouted, his voice laced with the exhilaration of survival and decisive resolution, the moment Mizuno Ikuto's proposal concluded. Mizuno-sensei's strategy is the only viable solution at this juncture. With Fugaku and Shursui at the northern front, the threat of the tailed beasts will be neutralized, and our defenses will be secure. The west will be commanded by Lord Jiraiya, with Kakashi assisting and leading the elite vanguard. They will undoubtedly thwart any offensive from sand. Hokage-sama, we must act decisively. Tsunade's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze upon Mizuno Ikuto, then turned her attention to Jiraiya and Kakashi. Jiraiya offered her a subtle nod, his gaze resolute. Kakashi adjusted his mask, the cold glint of his dead fish eyes sparkling with a chilling intensity as he slowly inclined his head. Excellent, Tsunade declared with a thunderous command, shattering the gloom like a bolt of lightning. She stepped forward, the floor beneath her fracturing anew with an explosive crack. Jiraiya, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Western Front. Depart immediately, establish your command in Kaiki City, and ensure that all personnel along the border maintain their positions in the west. Kakashi, I appoint you as the deputy commander of the Western Front. Lead the Fong Squad. Half of the medical team, and all antidotes from the medical facility. With utmost urgency, make your way to the Wind Valley. I need you to sever the claws that Raza extends before Jiraiya arrives. Dukyu. Tsunade abruptly turned to Nara Shikaku, her eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. I need you to oversee the Central Command. Mobilize all resources. Prioritize logistics for the Northern Front. Spare no effort for the West. Coordinate thoroughly. If any area faces a shortage of supplies or weaponry, I will hold you accountable. Tsunade then cast a glance at Uchiha Shursui, who stood guard nearby, her expression one of certainty and admiration. Shursui, you must set out alone at once and safeguard the northern border of the Land of Fire alongside the Uchiha clan leader. Lastly, her sharp gaze fell upon Mizuno Aikir. Your council has momentarily saved Konoha. For now, the construction of the new city is on hold. You shall serve as the acting captain of the Umbu, assisting Shikaku to ensure the flow of intelligence and maintain stability within the village. Should any nefarious individuals dare to incite chaos, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. Jiraiya uttered no further words, vanishing in a plume of white smoke. Acknowledged. Kakashi's form blurred, leaving only the chilling echo of his voice. At your command. Shikaku and Mizuno Aikir bowed in unison, their expressions grave as iron. Tsunade stood alone amidst the chaos of her office, the acrid scent of smoke wafting in through the shattered windows. She gazed towards the west, where sandstorms raged, and then towards the north, where snow and wind wreaked havoc at the pass. In her golden pupils, the tempestuous fury had been tempered into the coldest steel resolve. She raised her hand sharply, her fingers splayed as she pressed down forcefully upon the remnants of a torn map, obscuring the positions of the western and northern fronts. Her voice resonated like a proclamation from the depths of the abyss, declaring a vow steeped in blood and fire. Raza, AI, if you seek battle, then let us engage. The ninjas of Konoha will fight to the last breath. In the Land of Lightning. Within the fortress of Raime City, a vital stronghold guarding the western gateway to the Cloud and Thunder Plains, chaos reigned, transforming it into a veritable hell on Earth. Outside the fortress, the stronghold lay besieged by the relentless Earth-style assaults and explosive tags unleashed by the Rock Village, riddled with gaping breaches and charred remnants. Below, waves of brown rock ninjas surged like an unceasing tsunami, battering the crumbling defenses in relentless succession. Hold the line. Lightning Squad. Cover the breaches. Amidst the screams of the wounded, several Cloud ninjas attempting to seal the gaps were crushed into pulp by descending boulders. Earth Release. Rock Spikes. A cadre of Rock Village Jonin pressed their hands to the ground, and massive stone spikes erupted from the breaches in the city walls, skewering the defending Cloud forces within like grotesque bloodied gourds. Sand Release Squad. Prepare. Target the left arrow tower. In the air, Noki's cold voice echoed. Just as the precarious balance hung by a thread, and the defenses of Raime City threatened to collapse entirely. Boom. A terrifying figure, entwined with eerie azure flames, descended upon the most tumultuous center of the Rock Hidden's assault like a meteor tearing through space, accompanied by a piercing wail and an inferno capable of incinerating all in its path. Katagan, a sharp and lethal cry reverberated across the battlefield. Upon landing, the frenzied azure flames erupted in a circular explosion, reminiscent of the fires of hell, instantly engulfing dozens of unsuspecting Rock Hidden's armored ninjas. The specially crafted armor melted before the flames of the two tails, like mere paper, and the ninjas within were reduced to charred remains before they could even utter a scream. The ground was seared into a vast, glass-like pit. The two tails Jinchuriki? Naka's pupils constricted sharply. Earth Release. Destruction Lock. Immediately following, a gray lightning bolt, Druid, appeared at the largest breach in the city wall. Countless high-pressure water blades, entwined with blinding lightning, swept towards the Rock-Hidden vanguard attempting to breach the gap, resembling the scythe of death. The resilient earth defense and heavy stone armor were severed as if they were tofu, instantly cleaved apart. Severed limbs and splattered blood and entrails flew in all directions. And the fierce momentum of the attack was brutally stifled by this sudden, fatal blow. Druid. It is Lord Druid and Lord Two Tails of the Wood Clan. Reinforcements have arrived. The almost despairing Cloud Hidden defenders erupted in a roar of survival. Druid. You clan. A deep, resonant voice filled with anger emerged from the Rock Hidden ranks. Lord Suchikich. Please suppress the Two Tails. Naka's hands once again coalesced into an earth release barrier, targeting the rampaging azure flame beast within the rock-hidden formation. However, the two tails, embodied by the Yu clan, seemed to possess foresight. At the moment Noki locked onto her, she emitted a shrill hiss, and her massive form transformed into an azure afterimage, evading the possible coverage of the Earth release with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, her giant claws struck out, launching several highly compressed azure fireballs like cannonballs towards the supply convoy behind the rock-hidden forces. Boom! In the midst of the violent explosions and soaring flames, several transport vehicles laden with explosive tags and ninja tools were reduced to ashes. Damn it! Chapter 199, The Defense of the Cloud Ninjas. Naka's eyes widened with fury. Heavy Armored Legion. Form up. Trap her. Lightning Release Squad. Interfere. The rock-hidden strategy shifted in an instant. Countless ninjas clad in thick stone armor roared like moving fortresses, forming a dense defensive formation and charging fearlessly towards the two tails. At the same time, a barrage of lightning release techniques rained down upon the two tails. Although they could not inflict lethal damage, the paralysis and disruption effects clearly delayed her movements. Druid, your opponent is me. Noki, a towering figure like a mountain, charged forth like a war chariot, his colossal rock fists imbued with the power to shatter mountains, striking fiercely at Druid, who was relentlessly reaping the lives of rock ninjas at the breach with his wind release. Come on. Druid's gray-white hair billowed in the fierce wind, his gaze icy and focused. He abandoned the slaughter of ordinary rock ninjas, forming hand seals, wind release, laser penetration, a deep blue laser beam, refined to perfection and moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, precisely pierced through the colossal stone fist of the yellow earth. The sharp sound of cutting echoed. The incredibly hard rock was mercilessly penetrated by the laser beam. Yet, the momentum of the yellow earth showed no signs of abating. As the pierced giant fist still descended with immense force, Darui was compelled to evade, and with a thunderous crash, the ground where he once stood was transformed into a deep pit. The battle instantaneously escalated into a more savage and brutal stalemate. The Two Tails, the U-Man, leveraged its terrifying speed and devastating flames to weave through the ranks of the rock-hidden army, leaving a scorched earth in its wake. However, the heavily armored battalion of rock-hidden, like a relentless parasite, utilized steel and stone barriers, combined with their fearless lightning-style suicide assaults, to effectively restrain her to a localized battlefield, preventing her from fully disrupting the offensive formation of rock-hidden. The dust release of the Great Wildwood hung over her like a sword poised to strike, compelling the U-Man to refrain from lingering in one spot, significantly curtailing her destructive capacity. Meanwhile, Darui found himself ensnared by the yellow earth, whose strength and defense were nothing short of terrifying. Although Darui's wind release was sharp, inflicting significant damage or even defeating the yellow earth in a short span was virtually impossible. He could only rely on his speed and technique to maneuver while simultaneously directing the remnants of the Thunder Sound City's forces to seal the gaps and reinforce their defenses. The battlefield had transformed into a colossal meat grinder, with the timely support of the top-tier combatants Darui and the U-Man. The cloud-hidden forces barely stabilized the crumbling defenses of Thunder Sound City, staunchly holding back the advancing tide of rock hidden at the city's gates. However, the cost was immense. Every eruption of flame from the U-Man was accompanied by the death of numerous rock-hidden ninjas and their heart-wrenching wails. The heavy armored battalion of rock-hidden paved their path with corpses and depleted the chakra and stamina of the Two Tails with stone and flesh. Darui himself bore several deep, visible wounds, remnants of strikes from the Yellow Earth's rock fists or the impact of the rock ninjas' suicide attacks. Rock-hidden also suffered grievously, as their precious heavy infantry was systematically annihilated under the flames of the tailed beast, while their elite lightning-style ninjas fell like moths to a flame in their attempts to disrupt the Two Tails. The fierce clash between the Yellow Earth and Darui shook the very ground, sending shockwaves that claimed the lives of many nearby ninjas from both sides. Beneath Thunder Sound City, the bodies piled high like mountains, streams of blood pooled together, and were vaporized by the flames into a dark red sludge, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, blood, and despair. 10 days. The 10 days demanded by Reikage AI. Thunder Sound City stood like a cracked reef amid tumultuous waves, precariously supported by the desperate efforts of Darui and the U-Man against the relentless onslaught of Rock Hidden. Every minute, Every second drained vast quantities of life and willpower. The air in Thunder Roar Valley was as thick as solidified magma, each breath imbued with a searing, charred aroma. The urgent battle report from the Western Front, stained with blood and smoke, was clutched tightly in AI's hand, the rigid edges of the scroll nearly embedding themselves into his bronze palm. The stone barricade had fallen. The yellow earth and its heavy infantry had breached, leaving the great wildwood's defenders in tatters as they retreated to Thunder Sound City. Each word felt like a burning iron branding itself painfully upon AI's nerves. He seemed to envision the bountiful Yunlei plain ravaged by the rock shinobi following the breach of the western defensive line. The brown torrents of earth were sweeping over the corpses of the warriors of the Land of Lightning, surging relentlessly forward. Granaries, mineral veins, the lifeblood of the Land of Lightning, all being systematically severed by that damned old man with the scales, utilizing the blades provided by Kanahagakure. Darui's roar was not merely sound, but a thunderous explosion erupting from his chest. The violent surge of lightning-released chakra erupted uncontrollably, vaporizing a substantial portion of the sturdy wooden conference table before him. His crimson eyes nearly bled. Fixated on the map where the mark representing Kaminari City was firmly held in place by the oppressive brown arrows. Lord Rakich, please remain calm. Kiri's hair was whipped upwards by the ferocious winds, her expression composed yet her voice tinged with an unprecedented urgency. The situation on the Western Front was dire, yet the battlefield to the south, where Kanahagakure was engaged, was equally precarious. Uchiha Fugaku stood resolutely at the Dantian Pass, his defenses solid and his tactics astute. Moreover, the Nara clan was there to bolster their ranks. If they were to launch a reckless assault now and falter, both fronts would collapse. What shall we wait for? Darui snapped, his crimson gaze akin to a predatory beast locking onto Kiri. Shall we wait for Anoki to erase Kaminari City from the map with dust release? Shall we wait for the iron hooves of a Wagakure to flatten the Yunlei plain? Shall we wait for the heart of the Land of Lightning to be excavated from our chests? Darui advanced towards Kiri, his imposing figure exuding a sense of overwhelming force. No matter how resilient Fugaku's defenses were, they could not withstand absolute power. The Eight Tails. Only the might of the Eight Tails could rend his defenses asunder. Only it could compel him to reveal his vulnerabilities. Only a swift victory in the south would allow them to redirect forces to reinforce the Western Front. This was their singular opportunity. The only one. Darui's thunderous voice echoed within the office, each word laden with the madness of desperation. As if they were driven to the precipice of a cliff. He turned his gaze away from Kiri, directing it instead towards the silent figure of Killer B, who stood shrouded in shadows. B, for this battle, I require your utmost strength. Tear through the Uchiha defenses. Crush Fugaku. Carve a bloody path for our brothers on the Western Front. Can you do this? Killer B slowly lifted his head, his customary sunglasses concealing his gaze. Yet the oppressive chakra radiating from him, akin to a leviathan awakening from the depths, thickened the air around them. He spoke not in verses, but with two profound and powerful words. Leave it to me. There were no grandiose declarations. Yet this simple promise bore more weight than any oath. Good. Darui abruptly waved his hand, as if severing all avenues of retreat. Dispatch orders. Assemble the entire army. Target Dantian Pass. Today, we shall breach the defenses of Kanahagakure. Chapter 200. Assault on the Dantian Valley. The winds at Dantian Pass wailed as they swept over the charred earth and the uncleaned remnants of flesh and blood. The air thick with an inescapable aura of death. The defenses of Kanahagakure resembled an injured behemoth, tending to its wounds while relying on fortified structures and deep trenches, silently watching the black tide of foes once more surging forward. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the command rock, his deep blue clan attire immaculate, his countenance as serene as ice. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly rotated, reflecting the oppressive turmoil within the ranks of the cloud-hidden army, akin to the low pressure before a tempest. Nara Shikamaru stood beside him, brow furrowed, swiftly issuing a series of defensive commands to the advisory team. The speed at which the cloud-hidden forces assembled far surpassed the fury of the previous Rakich, their wrath palpable even from a distance. Shikamaru's voice bore a weighty gravity. The pressure on their western front must have driven them to the brink of madness. This battle would be even more brutal than the last. Fugaku's gaze swept over the multi-layered defensive structure established by their terrain, landing on the leaf ninjas who, though weary, exhibited unwavering determination in their eyes. His voice was deep and steady. Madness signifies vulnerability. Relay orders to all divisions. Hold the pre-established positions, utilizing fortifications for layered resistance. The Oil Woman clan shall position their insect wall to disrupt the initial wave of the assault. The Akimichi clan must prepare the multiplication technique, focusing on critical points susceptible to breaches. The Hyuga clan will activate their Byakugan, locking onto the enemy's command nodes and chakra anomalies. The commands flowed like a cold stream, swiftly permeating every corner of the defensive line. The ninjas of the leaf gripped their kunai tightly, reinforcing their barriers, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the impending storm. There were no pre-battle proclamations, no taunts exchanged. As the first piercing rays of sunlight struggled to penetrate the leaden clouds, casting light upon the scorched earth of the pass, the battle cry erupted. The earth-shattering roar surged forth from the ranks of the cloud-hidden army like a tsunami. The black tide surged violently. This charge carried an overwhelming, desperate frenzy, driven to the edge. Lightning release, false darkness barrage. Lightning release, thunderstep. Storm release, lasernet. Dense pillars of lightning, ground-hugging lightning leopards, and high-pressure water laser beams woven into a net of death poured down like a torrential rain upon the leaf's foremost defensive barriers and insect wall. The explosions were deafening. The meticulously constructed insect wall of the Oil Woman clan, composed of countless hard beetles, emitted a nauseating crunch under the saturation of lightning strikes. As swathes of poisonous insects were turned to char, raining down. Hold firm. Earth Release Squad. Reinforce. Water Release. Water Barrier. The Leaf's counterattack was equally swift. Massive earthen walls erupted from the ground, and thick curtains of water formed out of thin air, staunchly resisting the onslaught of thunder. The clash of water and lightning generated billowing white mist. Yet the cloud-hidden assault was too dense, too ferocious. Several weak points were instantly torn asunder. The black tide surged through the breaches, recklessly pouring in. Seal the gap. Akimichi clan. Multiplication technique. Some elite ninjas of the Akimichi clan instantly expanded into massive flesh balls, akin to rolling war hammers, crashing fiercely into the incoming cloud-hidden vanguard at the breach. Boom. Crack. The horrifying sound of shattering bones mingled with the cries of the ninjas. Where the flesh balls rolled, chaos ensued. Yet more cloud-hidden ninjas, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, surged in with bloodshot eyes. Kunai, ninja blades, and fists crackling with lightning struck mercilessly against the enlarged figures. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The elite of the Hyuga clan emerged at the breach, their white pupils fixated on the target. Dense shadows of palms fell like petals, striking precisely at the chakra points of the invading cloud shinobi, rendering them incapacitated in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The synergy between the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans was seamless. The wind fueled the flames, and the enormous fireball erupted within the breach, engulfing the encroaching enemies. The front line transformed into a gruesome meat grinder, every inch of land fiercely contested. Severed limbs and shattered blades soared, blood and flames danced together. Roars of fury, cries of agony, explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the clash of metal interwove into a symphony of death. The ninjas of Konoha valiantly resisted from their fortified positions, while the forces of Kumogakure recklessly advanced, filling the path with their lives. From the very outset, the battle plunged into the most brutal of fervors. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan rotated slowly atop the command rock, calmly surveying the hellish battlefield below. His gaze swept over the precarious nodes teetering under the relentless assault of the Cloud Shinobi, over the Konoha ninjas who fought valiantly, yet fell one after another, and finally over the depths of the Cloud Army, where a towering figure emanating a violent chakra of lightning, the Reikage A, was heavily protected. I did not act immediately. He resembled a poised tiger, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi, whose eyes had been tightly closed, veins bulging on his forehead as he strained to maintain the maximum range of his Byakugan, felt his body shudder violently. He abruptly opened his eyes, filled with utmost horror, as if he had glimpsed an unspeakable terror. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the command rock, his voice twisted by sheer fear and shock, piercing the air. Clan Head Fugaku, the chakra from behind the Cloud Shinobi. It's vast and evil beyond description. It's rapidly coalescing. It's the Eight Tails. The tailed beast bomb is coming. Almost simultaneously with Hayashi's warning, his Byakugan clearly perceived the dark red sphere of destructive energy, resembling a fallen star of death. Escaping the gaping maw of the eight tails Gyuki, shrieking as it tore through space, hurtling towards the most concentrated area of Konoha's defenses, where their frontline command position stood. The shadow of annihilation enveloped everything in an instant. Nara Shikaku stood atop the command platform, his binoculars fixated on the rapidly enlarging dark red sphere of destruction, consuming his entire field of vision. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He could even see the violent rotation of the tailed beast bomb's surface, the compressed flow of energy. The breath of death was chilling to the bone, freezing thought and breath alike. Retreat? There was no time left. The radius of destruction was sufficient to engulf most of the front line. Relay the order. Uchiha Fugaku's icy voice cleaved through the shroud of despair hanging over all. Like a thunderbolt piercing the dark clouds of death, he remained steadfast at the forefront, his black clan attire billowing wildly in the ferocious winds stirred by the tailed beast bomb. Yet his form stood as stable as a mountain, as if the cataclysmic attack were not directed at him. All troops, abandon the front line. Fall back. Take refuge in the second and third lines of defense. Assume the highest defensive posture. Shikaku, lead the retreat. Chapter 201, Tailed Beast Bomb. Supreme Commander. You, the stag, bellowed, your voice drowned out by the piercing shriek of the tailed beast's orb tearing through the air. Execute the order. Fujikage's voice was resolute and undeniable. The stag's heart seethed with rage, yet he understood that this was the only chance to save more lives. He abruptly turned, summoning every ounce of his strength to roar, abandon the front line. Retreat. Quickly. The well-trained leaf ninjas erupted with primal instincts for survival, retreating like a receding tide. However, despair loomed over them all. The speed of the tailed beast's orb was insurmountable. Its coverage was too vast. Would they escape the radius of destruction? In this critical moment, a roar erupted, not from the beast, but imbued with an ancient, formidable, and even more terrifying resonance, bursting forth from Uchiha Fugaku's chest. The sound seemed to originate from the battlefield of primordial deities. An indescribable surge of chakra, colossal and oppressive, erupted like a long-dormant volcano. A deep purple, viscous energy engulfed him instantly. Amidst that blinding purple light, accompanied by the unsettling sound of immense bones grinding and stretching, a gargantuan skeletal frame of energy rose rapidly from the ground. Ribs, spine, scapula, arm bones, enormous hand bones. The deep purple chakra, like boiling lava, surged frantically over the immense skeletal structure, covering and constructing sinewy muscles and robust tendons. A colossal chakra giant, Susanoo, standing several dozen meters tall with only its upper body, emanated an aura of primal ferocity, standing resolute at the forefront of the ravine. In the giant's hand, a massive long blade, forged from the same deep purple chakra and exceeding the giant's own height, radiated a sharpness capable of severing all, its tip directed straight at the impending Death Star. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The retreating leaf ninjas, the charging Kumogakure forces, and even the distant figures of Killer Bee and Reikage, who manipulated the tailed beast's orb, all their actions and thoughts were suspended by the sudden emergence of this purple deity and its menacing blade aimed at the tailed beast's orb. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, save for the increasingly close shriek of the tailed beast's orb. The dark red destructive star, carrying the momentum to obliterate all, was now less than 100 meters from the tip of Susanoo's blade. The cataclysmic energy fluctuations caused violent ripples across Susanoo's deep purple energy form. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun furiously, fixated solely on the ever-enlarging sphere of destruction. All chakra, all will, all ocular power was unreservedly channeled into the colossal chakra blade in his grasp. It moved. In the instant the tailed beast's orb threatened to consume everything, Susanoo's immense form swung the long blade with a speed entirely incongruous to its size. No flamboyant techniques, no intricate trajectories, just the purest, most resolute strike. A culmination of the kaleidoscope ocular power and Uchiha Fugaku's indomitable will. The deep purple blade of light cut through the air, resembling the first ray of dawn that heralds the birth of the world, akin to the thunder that rends the eternal night. Bearing the supreme will to sever causality and obliterate all laws, It struck with unparalleled precision at the very center of the dark red-tailed beast orb. Boom! An indescribable cacophony erupted, not an explosion, but an annihilation, a cleaving. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, that dark red star of destruction, capable of erasing the entire spine pass along with several kilometers of the Konoha defense line, was forcibly cleaved in two by the deep purple blade of light. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The severed halves of the tailed beast orb, like an invisible force tearing apart a dark red liquid sphere, lost balance as the violently chaotic energy within erupted in a frenzy, collapsing its structure. They did not vanish. Instead, propelled by the sword intent that severed all, they screamed with a more sorrowful and unstable wail, careening uncontrollably towards the sides of Susanoo. Boom, boom. Two explosions, more ferocious and terrifying than before, suddenly erupted in the desolate valleys hundreds of meters from the Konoha defense line. Blinding white light instantaneously consumed everyone's vision. The violent shockwave, akin to a world-ending tsunami, swept through, carrying countless fragments and searing heat, crashing against the towering cliffs on either side of the spine pass. The very earth trembled and groaned in madness. Massive boulders tumbled like raindrops from the cliffs, crashing onto the battlefield below, creating chaos and screams. Dust soared into the sky, forming two colossal mushroom clouds that rose slowly. Yet, in the front line of Konoha, the area once shrouded in the shadow of death remained pristine, untouched save for the clouds of dust and debris stirred by the shockwave. A profound silence ensued, a silence more absolute than before. The malevolent grins on the faces of the cloud ninjas froze, transforming into boundless fear and confusion. They stared vacantly at the rising clouds of destruction on either side. Then at the still-standing Susanoo in the center of the pass, its deep purple glow slightly dimmed, yet still exuding supreme majesty. Wielding a gigantic blade that seemed to have cleaved through death itself. What had just transpired? The eight-tails beast orb was cleaved in twain by that purple giant in a single stroke. Susanoo. Nara Shikamaru's telescope clattered to the ground, his face ashen, lips trembling, nearly unable to produce sound. All his aides and messengers stood petrified, gazing blankly at the towering purple demon, their minds a void. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Whether the Konoha ninjas retreating in frenzy or the cloud forces grinning in anticipation of the feast of destruction, all actions were frozen. The battle cries caught in their throats. The retreating footsteps nailed to the ground. Time seemed to have been suspended. Only the deep purple half-formed Susanoo loomed like an ancient mountain of darkness, emanating an absolute oppressive force that sent shivers through the very souls of those who beheld it. It is inconceivable. The eight tails, Kurama, within Kairabi emitted an unbelievable low growl, sending tremors deep into the soul. Reikage AI's pupils contracted to their utmost, his body adorned in lightning armor, flickering erratically in response to his profound shock. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Fear. It swept through the entire Cloud Ninja army like a plague. A monstrous entity, a creature of the Uchiha. Is this divine retribution? Panic-stricken screams rippled outward. Countless Cloud Ninjas dropped their weapons, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, retreating, with some collapsing to the ground, their lower bodies soaked. The terror emanating from the depths of their souls overwhelmed all will to fight. Chapter 202. Susanoo in the fortress behind Konoha. The ninjas who witnessed this scene through the shooting holes were equally struck dumb. Some covered their mouths, others sat paralyzed on the ground, and some instinctively made gestures of prayer across their chests. Long live Susanoo, Lord Fugaku, oh divine being. After a brief silence, a tsunami of ecstatic shouts erupted from the fortress behind Konoha. Each voice trembled with the relief of survival, unparalleled excitement, and profound reverence for the purple demon god. Nara Shikamaru was the first to react, rushing to the shooting port, expending all his strength, his voice hoarse yet powerful. Cheer. For the Susanoo that cuts through death. For the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku. Konoha shall prevail. Victory! Victory! The roar of voices was tangible, dispersing the encroaching smoke and the fear in their hearts, igniting the fervor of all Konoha ninjas. Damn it! Reikage AI's furious roar finally broke free from his throat. Infused with humiliation and a hint of fear, he was reluctant to admit. Charge. Overwhelm him. He stands alone. AI transformed into a blue lightning bolt. charging once more towards Susanoo. Be cautious of his eyes. Kairabi suppressed the turmoil within, the eight tails tentacles coalescing once again, preparing to launch an attack. Clang. Bang. All attacks struck against Susanoo's deep purple energy form, akin to rain on banana leaves, merely creating trivial ripples, failing to budge it in the slightest. Humph. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaka's kaleidoscope Sharingan spun coldly, emitting a disdainful snort. It moved. The colossal Susanoo suddenly swung its chakra-infused long sword. There were no extravagant techniques, only the purest, most ferocious power. Boom! The purple blade light sliced through the air like a divine sword, shrieking as it brutally cleaved into the charging wave of cloud ninjas. There were no cries of agony, only instantaneous annihilation. Wherever the blade light passed, whether it was the solid rocky ground, the valiant cloud ninjas, or the raging lightning techniques, all disintegrated into dust upon contact. A chasm, dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep, emerged on the battlefield, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust and the remnants of flesh, manifesting in an instant. On either side of the chasm lay countless shattered limbs and severed arms, torn apart by the shockwave. One strike, merely one strike. Hundreds of charging cloud-hidden elites vanished as if erased like dust, leaving only a deep purple trail of death behind. No, the witnesses among the cloud-hidden ninjas released desperate wails as the tide of assault crashed like waves against rocks. Collapsing in an instant, fear once again surged like a chilling tide, engulfing all. Together, Raikage A's eyes blazed with fury, his tempestuous lightning chakra reaching its zenith, transforming into a blinding bolt of blue lightning, appearing instantaneously at the side of Susanoo. His fist, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, struck fiercely at Susanoo's ribcage. Simultaneously, the formidable killer bee unleashed the full might of the eight tails. The colossal octopus tentacle manifested, wielding immense force, and struck savagely at Susanoo's head from the opposite side. With a coordinated assault from above and below, they aimed to obliterate the purple demon in one fell swoop. Within Susanoo, Fujitaka's kaleidoscope spun wildly. Faced with the combined onslaught of two formidable shadows, he remained undeterred, not flinching nor evading. Deep purple energy coalesced instantaneously at his rib and head, thickening to withstand the impact of Raikage's lightning fist and the eight tails colossal strike. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens. The violent shockwave spread like a tsunami. Susanoo's massive form swayed violently, and the struck areas flickered with purple light, the energy structure visibly twisting and cracking. Fujitaka groaned, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, as chakra poured from him like an unleashed deluge. Now is the moment. A fierce glint surged in Fujitaka's eyes. This was the opportunity he had awaited. As Raikage's fist made contact with Susanoo, and Killer Bee exerted full control over the eight tails assault. In that fleeting moment of their closest mental connection, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Jinjutsu, binding technique. An intangible, transcendent mental force, defying the distance of space and the chaotic currents of chakra, precisely pierced through the tight chakra link between Raikage A and Killer Bee, plunging deeply into the consciousness of the eight tails. Roar! The eight tails' thunderous roar morphed into a cry of anguish. Its massive form froze abruptly. The tentacles that reached towards Susanoo ensnared by invisible chains, suspended in midair. The power of the Jinjutsu felt like countless burning steel needles, piercing into its spiritual core, inflicting soul-rending agony and chaos. The perfect fusion it shared with Killer Bee was shattered in an instant. Raikage A was horrified. He sensed Killer Bee's chakra spiraling into turmoil, spiraling out of control. The seamless synergy of their combined attack disintegrated in an instant. An opportunity, enduring the dizziness and agony from chakra depletion within Susanoo. Fujitaka swung Susanoo's colossal arm with all his might. The chakra-infused blade in his hand swept out with remaining power, not aimed at Raikage, but at the disarrayed cloud-hidden forces thrown into chaos by the eight tails' loss of control. Puff! A fresh wave of carnage ensued. Dozens of unsuspecting cloud-hidden ninjas were cleaved in two. Retreat! All forces retreat! Raikage A roared with a heart-wrenching cry. He seized the tormented Karabi, who was clutching his head in anguish due to the trauma inflicted by the eight tails, and with a ferocity fueled by lightning chakra. He propelled both of them backward as if by teleportation. The retreat signal echoed hauntingly across the battlefield. The Union forces, already paralyzed by the terror of Susanoo and the Eight Tails, fled in disarray like receding black tides, abandoning their gear and running chaotically toward the rear, leaving behind a landscape strewn with corpses, shattered weapons, and a deep purple chasm of death. The purple Susanoo stood resolutely at the narrow pass, an insurmountable barrier, its long blade pointed menacingly toward the ground, exuding an aura of power. Inside the fortress, Narashikaku was the first to react. He dashed to the shooting port and unleashed a primal roar with all his might. Cheers! For Clan Fugaku! For Uchiha Susanoo! Long live Konoha! After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from Konoha's fortress, resounding like a tsunami. Susanoo! Long live Lord Fugaku! Konoha shall prevail! The sound waves were palpable, dispelling the remnants of fear from the battlefield. In the eyes of every Konoha ninja burned the elation of survival and an immense reverence for the purple deity. However, amidst the jubilant cries, the colossal form of Susanoo began to flicker violently, wavering in and out of existence. The deep purple energy, like a candle flickering in the wind, rapidly grew thin and translucent. The contours of bones blurred, as the flesh and veins that enveloped them disintegrated inch by inch. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku let out a muffled groan, unable to sustain himself any longer. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan faded in an instant, reverting to its ordinary pitch-black state, followed by a wave of intense dizziness and soul-wrenching pain that clouded his vision. His body swayed, and he fell heavily to one knee, gasping for breath, as sweat streamed down like a rivulet from his brow, soaking his attire. Each breath carried the searing pain of his exhausted lungs, his chakra utterly depleted. Yet he persevered, refusing to succumb. With the last vestige of strength, he slowly lifted his gaze, his cold and piercing eyes penetrating the dissipating dust, locking onto the retreating direction of the Union forces. That gaze, sharp as the finest blade, etched the mark of victory while issuing a chilling warning. The wind at the pass carried the scent of blood and charred flesh, swirling through the fading purple glimmers, across the bottomless chasm, and over the resounding cheers from Konoha. Alongside the figure kneeling yet resolute, steadfast in his posture. In this battle, Uchiha Fugaku, with sheer will, the might of a single blade, and the cunning of illusion, had bravely repelled the onslaught of the Raikage and the Eight Tails, forcing back the Union army. Chapter 203 Post-Battle Analysis at the Frontline Command Post of the Southern Union. The air was as heavy as lead. Fragments of a shattered wooden table littered the ground, and the walls bore new scorch marks and deep cracks. The Raikage, loomed like an erupting volcano, his formidable frame trembling slightly with intense rage, uncontrollable lightning chakra leaping and crackling across his surface, igniting the earth with small craters. His crimson eyes were fixed fiercely upon the blood-stained battle report on the ground, as if attempting to scorch it with his gaze. The Susanoo, in its kaleidoscopic form, sliced through the tailed beast ball with a single strike. A's voice, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, echoed with profound humiliation and incredulous fury. Karabi, is your tailed beast ball made of paper? Karabi leaned against the wall, his complexion pale, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, betraying a grave seriousness and a flicker of lingering shock. That colossal purple entity is formidable. The blade possesses an essence that disrupts the very fabric of rules. My ball was cleaved, not exploded. It was a clean cut. The Eight Tails, within him, emitted a low, resonant growl. Although Karabi's eyes lacked the strength of Uchiha Obito, the potency of Genjutsu could still unsettle the very core of a tailed beast's spirit. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. Slammed his fist into the adjacent wall, causing the solid rock to shatter like tofu. His chest heaved violently as his gaze swept over the equally grim faces of Kira and Samui. Speak. Are we all mute? The Uchiha's kaleidoscope. That damned purple giant. How do we counter it? Are we to stand idly by while Fugaku, that scoundrel, employs that monstrosity to thwart our return to the Eastern Front? Watching that old coot Onoki ravage the land of lightning? A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Kira inhaled deeply, adjusting his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses imbued with unprecedented gravity and focus. Lord Raikage, please maintain your composure. Anger will not resolve our predicament. Based on battlefield observations and your feedback, we have preliminarily analyzed Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo and its kaleidoscopic ocular techniques, identifying the following key points. Kira's voice was clear and rapid, dissecting the situation with surgical precision. Firstly, the absolute defense and destructive power. Its defensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, withstanding your full-force strike and the Eight Tails assault, resulting only in minor cracks. Its offensive capacity is equally terrifying, capable of cleaving the tailed beast ball, far surpassing conventional ninjutsu in destructive force. A direct assault would come at an unbearable cost. Secondly, the immense chakra consumption. Sustaining such a colossal energy construct and executing the astonishing strike that severed the tailed beast ball must entail a terrifying drain on chakra. Post-battle, Uchiha Fugaku is evidently exhausted. He cannot possibly unleash a complete Susanoo again in the near term. This represents our greatest opportunity. Thirdly, the threat of Genjutsu. His Sharingan's illusions can directly assault both your and the Eight-Tail spiritual cores through chakra linkage, instantly dismantling the perfect Jinchuriki state, possessing immense destructive capability, making it the most significant counter to our combined efforts. We must either isolate or disrupt the conditions for his Genjutsu deployment. Fourthly, the vulnerability of the body. No matter how powerful Susanoo may be, its core remains Uchiha Fugaku himself. Once we ascertain his physical location or strike before he activates Susanoo, there remains a possibility of eliminating him. Samui stepped forward, calmly adding tactical recommendations. Firstly, avoid direct assaults on Susanoo, particularly when it is in a stable state. Secondly, exploit its tremendous chakra depletion as a weakness, employing a strategy of attrition. From a position of absolute safety, Lord Raikage should continuously launch small to medium-tailed beast balls to bombard the Konoha defenses, forcing them to collapse or compelling Fugaku to frequently activate Susanoo for defense, hastening his chakra exhaustion. Thirdly, during the period of his chakra depletion, when Susanoo can no longer be sustained, you, Lord Raikage, should personally lead an elite force to launch a thunderous offensive. The ferocious aura of AI was forcefully subdued under the calm analysis of Shur and Samui, transforming into a deeper, more perilous chill. He slowly clenched his fist, the joints cracking like popping beans. The fatigue of our soldiers must be eliminated. Karabi straightened his posture. After 3 days of rest, I expect you to remain at the absolute rear. Use your tailed beast bomb to obliterate the leaf fortifications at the Broken Spine Pass, inch by inch. I want to see that scoundrel Fugaku drained of chakra. AI's voice was as chilling as poisoned ice as he fiercely turned to Samui. Samui, keep a close watch on the western battlefield. Inform the defenders to hold for 5 more days. Within 5 days, the southern front must be breached. Fugaku's head will serve as a sacrificial offering to that old geezer Inoki. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the fury of Kimogakure, brimming with the joy of survival and the shock of revelation. Ha! Excellent. Well done. Tsunade's exuberant laughter nearly threatened to lift the roof. As she waved the urgent war report from the north, her golden hair flying with her mirth, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy and excitement. Susanoo, Mangeki Sharingan, cleaved the tailed beast bomb, forced back the Raikage and the Eight Tails. Uchiha Fugaku, I never imagined he possessed such strength. Ha! Tsunade slammed her palm down on the recently repaired desk, causing the teacup to jump. Did you see that? Shikaku, this Uchiha Fugaku has indeed surprised us. What Raikage? What Eight Tails? Before the Mangeki, they are but mere chickens. Nara Shikaku stood to the side, his usual weariness replaced by immense shock and subsequent elation. He repeatedly scrutinized the report detailing the deep purple energy giant cleaving the tailed beast bomb and the Genjutsu that severely wounded the Eight Tails, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Upon seeing Fugaku, the clan leader, exhausted and unconscious after the battle, a glimmer of understanding and apprehension flickered in his eyes. So that is how it is. Shikaku murmured to himself, enlightenment shining in his gaze. Now I comprehend why Advisor Mizuno was so certain that the two Uchiha working together would make the north as solid as a fortress. Shikaku raised his head, looking at the others who were equally astonished and delighted. This hidden power of the Mangeki and clan leader Fugaku, this Susanoo, must be the true trump card and confidence in Mizuno's heart. Its might is indeed terrifying, cleaving the tailed beast bomb, repelling the Raikage and the Eight Tails. This is nothing short of a miracle. Mizuno stood in the corner, arms crossed, his expression still neutral. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips and the glimmer in his eyes betrayed the tumult within. Lord Hokage, Lord Shikaku, the strength of clan leader Fugaku is indeed earth-shattering. However, this battle has also exposed the immense chakra consumption and his subsequent collapse. The crisis in the north is far from resolved. Kumogakure will not relent. We must urgently replenish resources in the north, especially chakra recovery potions and troop reinforcements. Tsunade's laughter subdued, her eyes ignited with battle intent. Relay the orders. The medical department prioritized sending the best chakra recovery potions and stamina supplements to the north. Logistics department. Reinforce the supply routes. Inform Fugaku and Shursui that Konoha is their most steadfast support.